The man was a neuropathic patient who was sentenced to death by doctors. His legs were completely atrophied, his muscles were exhausted, and he only had 1 month left to live. The man should have been waiting to die quietly on the hospital bed, but on the brink of despair, he was suddenly drawn into a cruel game called Ocean Survival. A cold and majestic voice exploded in the man's mind. Welcome to join the Ocean Survival game, the only chance for the continuation of mankind. When the man opened his eyes again, he was lying on a simple wooden boat, surrounded by the endless blue sea and scattered around with other survivors who looked equally dazed. Thousands of dilapidated boats floated on the sea, with only a transparent novice protective shield over everyone's head. And then, a proclamation like an oracle came from the sky. Awaken your talents, upgrade your ship, and rush out of the poisonous sea within 10 days to survive. While the other survivors were excitedly awaiting their transformation, the man only felt a chill running down his spine. He was suffering from a terminal illness, his muscles were atrophied, and his attributes were so weak that they were almost zero. Sure enough, during the awakening ceremony, thousands of white lights fell from the sky and landed on the survivors one by one. They all showed intoxicated expressions. Only the man did not react. A cold reminder appeared before his eyes. Awakening failed. This reminder, like a death sentence, made the man fall into the abyss. As if Tianyu couldn't bear it either, he gave the man a care gift box as alms, but it stated that there was a 95% chance of getting garbage. The man opened it with trembling hands, and out popped a pink, soft, and chewy little octopus that could only make a cuckoo sound. He almost laughed out loud. Is this the so-called compensation? But the next second, the system prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have obtained a god-level pet, Kraken Juvenile. That cute little octopus actually has an SSS level talent, abyss grabbing. It can absorb the essence of all things and feed back to its master. Scrap iron is converted into attribute points, and broken ships are transformed into enhanced warships. It can even absorb the talents of the dead in battle for its own use. Sailor's Scimitar, no grade a crudely made scimitar, the most commonly used weapon by sailors at sea. Looking at the scimitar in front of him, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. With this thing, he could test Tuanzi's talent. Tuanzi, activate the abyss ingestion. Lu Chen gave the order. Guji, Tuanzi responded obediently, then stretched out 2 pink tentacles and slowly wrapped the sailor's scimitar. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The sailor's scimitar seemed to be corroded by some mysterious force. It began to decay rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally completely disintegrated into a pile of scrap metal. Guji, Tuanzi's other tentacle excitedly wrapped around Lu Chen's wrist, as if transmitting some strange energy. Ding! In response to the Kraken's talent feedback, your physical fitness increases by 2 points. Fuck, this works too. Lu Chen could clearly feel a surge of vitality surging in his body, and his physical condition improved significantly, which shocked him. At this moment, Lu Chen truly realized the horror of the god-level pet. Tuanzi actually had the ability to absorb and transform various material energies, which could be directly used to strengthen the host. Wait, if the dumpling can absorb beneficial substances, then can it get rid of harmful substances or impurities? Lu Chen suddenly had a bold idea, and a light bulb went off in his head. Lu Chen's eyes turned to the small wooden boat under his feet. Novice wooden boat, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, primary, crew, 1/4. Durability, 100, speed, low, paddling, defense, none. Tuanzi, try to absorb the impurities and decay in this wooden boat and see what changes will occur. There was a glimmer of expectation in Lu Chen's eyes, and he immediately gave Tuanzi a new instruction. Guji, Tuanzi responded happily, extending a tentacle and gently sticking to the deck of the small wooden boat. The changes that followed once again stunned Lu Chen. The originally rough and dilapidated little wooden boat, under the touch of Tuanzi's tentacles, became smooth and tough at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had just been forged. The abyss was successfully absorbed. The impurities and decay in the novice wooden boat were completely removed, and it was promoted to a reinforced novice wooden boat. Reinforced novice wooden boat, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, primary, crew, 1/4. Durability, 150, speed, low, paddling. Defense, low, light armor. It really works. Lu Chen's heart was beating wildly with excitement. Tuanzi's talent was not only to absorb, but also to refine. Gurgle, Tuanzi absorbed a large amount of impurities from the novice wooden boat. His little face turned red, and then he opened his tentacles and pounced towards Lu Chen, as if he wanted a hug. This action actually frightened Lu Chen, who quickly stopped him. Tuanzi, quickly spit out what you just sucked into the sea. Are you kidding? What Tuanzi just absorbed was all decay and impurities, although it can reflect the land-sinking property when it absorbs good things. But if these wastes were also transformed into Lu Chun, who knows if it would be fatal? It was not easy to draw a golden finger. If he died suddenly, it would be too aggrieved. Wow. Tuanzi obediently opened his little mouth and spit out a ball of dark impurities, instantly dyeing the sea water under the boat dark. Next, we'll wait for them to explore the way first, and I'll be ready to pick up any leaks from behind. Lu Chun patted Tuanzi's little body and started to think in his mind. Lu Chun said, "It seems that we have to upgrade the novice wooden boat to a sloop so that we can have a chance of survival." Lu Chun consulted the Tianyu Encyclopedia and came to a conclusion about the upgrade path. The beginner wooden boat must first be upgraded to the intermediate level, then the advanced level, and finally there is a chance to evolve into a sloop. Lu Chun said, "My God, just to upgrade from the primary level to the intermediate level, you need 20 units of wood and a second-level crystal core. Wood is easy to deal with, but what the hell is this second-level crystal core?" Lu Chun frowned. He quickly found out that this thing only existed in the brains of second-level sea beasts. Lu Chun thought, "It's over. So if I want to survive, I have to go out and hunt sea beasts? Can't I just wait for someone to rescue me?" Lu Chun shook his head again and laughed at himself in a low voice. "Oh, naive. Still dreaming such unrealistic dreams? What kind of existence is Tianyu? It can send us here in the blink of an eye. If you want to live, you have to follow the rules it sets." Just then, someone nearby spoke up. "However, I noticed that our boats can carry 4 people. Does this mean we can form a team?" "Team up?" "Yes. Boss Zhou Xiang, I want to join your team. I have E-level speed enhancement. Boss, take me. I have a steel crossbow that can attack from a distance." For a moment, everyone was looking for teammates everywhere. Players who owned special ships instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, people soon discovered that players who owned special ships often had extremely powerful awakening talents. Zhou Xiang and Yang Zimo were the most popular. Yang Zimo was the best among all the others. He not only had a sea-level talent, but also controlled the only special ship with a sea-level talent in the novice area. Therefore, he was regarded as the strongest among the 1,000 people. Many players rushed to show their affection to him, just to become a member of his ship. However, not everyone is willing to depend on others. A strange red light suddenly appeared on a man's body, and he threw a punch with a force as powerful as thunder. Boom. The punch tore the sea surface apart, causing a 3-meter-high wave and shocking the whole crowd. Everyone looked at him in shock. This power, if placed on Blue Star, would have reached the level of Superman. The man had a contemptuous smile on his face, his eyes were arrogant, and he didn't seem to care about the looks around him. "Haha, a bunch of cowards, just a few sharks, what's there to be afraid of?" Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. "I recognize him. He's Zhao Lei, a tough guy with a strength of 20 points. Brother Zhao Lei is a fitness coach, right? He has a great body. I love him. His talent is E-level strength enhancement. His strength is high to begin with, and with the amplification. I'm afraid he can kill a cow with 1 punch. Boss, you're awesome." Zhao Lei was obviously flattered by everyone's praise. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with cunning, and he shouted loudly, "Boss Zhao Lei is so awesome. Just those sharks. Boss, you can punch them one by one. Quickly lead us out." Lu Chen's voice immediately ignited the atmosphere around him. "Yes, Boss Zhao Lei, take the lead. Brother Zhao Lei, you are the most handsome." Being surrounded and flattered by the crowd, Zhao Lei was even more full of energy. He tightly grasped the fine steel spear and laughed heroically. "Ha ha ha, good. Today I will show you what a truly powerful person is. Boss is mighty. Brother Lei is invincible." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Lei's boat slowly sailed out of the protective cover. Although Zhao Lei was confident, he was not stupid. He deliberately chose a direction where there were relatively fewer sharks as a breakthrough point. However, as soon as Zhao Lei's boat left the protective cover, a wandering shark immediately noticed the movement, quickly changed direction, and pounced towards the target with its huge body like an arrow. "Come on, let me see what's the difference between sharks from another world." The red light on Zhao Lei's body burst out again, and his whole body was filled with power. Unfortunately, before Zhao Lei could swing the spear in his hand, the shark suddenly accelerated and slammed into the boat. Bang! The boat shook violently. Zhao Lei lost his balance and nearly fell into the sea. Zhao Lei grabbed the side of the boat and managed to keep himself steady. But at this moment, the shark suddenly jumped out of the water. The huge body came into view, causing Zhao Lei's pupils to shrink sharply. How can it be so big? If the sharks in the Blue Star Aquarium are like huskies, then the one in front of us is a tiger. He didn't even have time to react before the shark bit his right arm. Zhao Lei screamed miserably and was instantly dragged into the deep sea. The azure sea surface was instantly stained with a large area of blood red, which was shocking. The shark took a bite and turned away in disgust, leaving Zhao Lei's broken body drifting with the current. Ding! The evolver you follow, Zhao Lei, was killed by Megalodon, first level. Megalodon. It's only first level, yet it's so ferocious. Lu Chen whispered to himself with a solemn expression, his fingers gently stroking his chin. Lu Chen knew that if even the first-level sea beasts were so difficult to deal with, then how dangerous would the second-level crystal cores needed to upgrade the ship be? Lu Chen slowly glanced around. The players who were originally chatting enthusiastically now all looked pale and terrified, as if the coldness had penetrated their bones. Fear quickly spread among the crowd, and many people's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Even as strong as Zhao Lei, he was killed with just one strike. What was even more terrifying was that it was just a low-level, first-level sea beast. A judgment emerged in Lu Chen's mind. Among these 1,000 novices, the ones who can actually leave this novice area in the end will probably be only a minority among a minority. Chapter 4. Absorbing Talents, Great Harvest. Don't panic, everyone. If you are not sure about yourself, quickly find someone to team up with, and never fight alone. A man in uniform with a firm gaze stood up, his tone calm, but with unquestionable majesty. His name is Yang Zimo, and he is a well-known strong man in this area. Not only does he have a sea-level rubberization talent, he also owns a rare sea-level special warship. At this time, Yang Zimo's boat was already full of 4 people, and the team was complete. Yang Zimo stood at the bow and looked into the distance, his tone decisive. Time is running out, we can't delay any longer. If we want to survive, we have to fight our way out and upgrade the boat. Only then will we have a chance of survival. As he finished speaking, Yang Zimo's boat slowly sailed towards the waters where Zhao Lei died, where the density of sharks was relatively low. Different from Zhao Lei's impulsive and reckless behavior, Yang Zimo was obviously well prepared this time. The lowest talent of Yang Zimo's teammates was D level. The megalodon in the distance that had swallowed Zhao Lei seemed to smell the blood again and swam towards Yang Zimo and the others fiercely. But this time, it encountered a real tough guy. The boat under Yang Zimo's feet suddenly lit up, and a huge rhinoceros phantom rose into the air, and its roar shook the sea. That is the core talent of Yang Zimo's special ship, Rhino Charge, which can greatly increase the impact force and speed of the ship in a short period of time. The next second, the entire ship was like an arrow shot from a bow, slamming into the belly of the megalodon. With a loud bang, the megalodon was hit so hard that blood and flesh splattered, and a huge wound was directly torn open on its thick skin. The shark rolled wildly in pain and lost its ability to attack for a short period of time. Kill it. Yang Zimo gave an order, and his teammates activated their abilities one after another. Flames, ice spikes, steel spears, and crossbow arrows were all fired at once, directly killing the megalodon, which had not yet recovered. This thrilling cooperation instantly ignited the hope and courage of the people in the protective shield. Yang Zimo is awesome. Look at him. Then look at Zhao Lei. He's just giving his head away. Let's fight our way out too. Are you still short of people? Our ship is short of one. Under the leadership of Yang Zimo, people began to quickly form teams, and there was a brief excitement in the protective shield. Soon, more than 300 small boats formed a huge breakout team and rushed out in a mighty force. But in this grand event, an inconspicuous figure was completely ignored, and that was Lu Chen. At this moment, he and a few girls who dared not move were the only ones left in the protective shield, standing alone. Ding. Evolver, Yang Ming, killed by Megalodon, first stage. Ding. Evolver, Li Zhenshan, killed by Megalodon, first stage. The battle outside was extremely brutal. Although humans had the advantage in numbers, they also paid a heavy price. But Lu Chen knew that his chance had come. Lu Chen immediately turned on the Receive All Death Notifications function in the panel so that he could determine the battle area at the first time. Then, Lu Chen gripped the oars tightly and rowed the boat outward with great effort, but after just a few strokes, his arms felt sore as if they were filled with lead. Alas, my health is too poor. Lu Chen murmured to himself. Lu Chen suffers from myasthenia gravis, and being able to row a boat is already his limit. At this moment, the ball in Lu Chen's arms moved, rubbed Lu Chen, then jumped into the water and began to paddle actively to help. Tuanzi, you are so awesome. Lu Chen showed a touched smile. With the help of this little guy, Lu Chen and Tuanzi finally slowly approached Zhao Lei's body. Zhao Lei's body was in a horrific state. His chest was torn, his right arm was missing, and his internal organs were floating in the water. This scene was horrifying. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, looked at Zhao Lei's eyes that were still open, and murmured, I must live and recover my health. There are still too many things to do. After a moment, Lu Chen said to Tuanzi, come on, let's try and see if we can suck out his talent. Guji, Tuanzi responded, extending its small tentacles and sticking to the corpse. The next second, a mysterious energy was drawn out of Zhao Lei's body. The corpse instantly shrank into a humanoid corpse, and Tuanzi showed a satisfied expression, stretched out his tentacles and high-fived Lu Chen. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Zhao Lei, you obtain E-level talent. Strength enhancement. Absorb 2 points of strength. Lu Chen's arms began to swell with muscles, and his weak body gradually recovered to the level of a child. More importantly, Lu Chen finally got his first talent. Among the 1,000 contestants, only Lu Chen had no talent, but now he was no longer an exception. Lu Chen was so excited that his eyes turned red, as if he had finally gotten rid of the feeling of powerlessness of being abandoned by fate. Talent. Strength enhancement, E-level. Double your own strength. As Lu Chen's mind moved, his body was instantly shrouded in a layer of red light, and his strength value doubled from 3 to 6. Tuanzi, you are truly my greatest luck in this life. Lu Chen gently touched Tuanzi's head, a long-lost gentle smile appearing on his face. Guji Guji, Tuanzi twisted her body coquettishly in Lu Chen's arms, making Lu Chen laugh out loud. Okay, stop making trouble. We still have things to do. At this time, the sea was full of broken wooden ship wreckage and corpses, and it was a mess, as if it had just experienced a hellish massacre. Lu Chen wasted no time and immediately paddled closer to the megalodon's body. Now with 6 points of strength, Lu Chen's paddling speed increased significantly and his movements became easier. Ding. Megalodon successfully ingested. Agility increased by 2 points. Lu Chen looked down at his legs. His legs, which had been shriveled like sticks, now had flesh and blood, regaining a hint of life. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Yang Ming obtained F-level talent. Enhanced sense of smell. Increased strength by 2 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Li Zhenzhen obtained E-level talent. Speed enhancement. Agility increased by 2 points. Lu Chen wandered through the wreckage, collecting all the corpses and weapons he could, without wasting anything. In the end, Lu Chen gained 8 points of physique, 6 points of strength, 8 points of agility, and 3 talents: speed enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, F-level, and vision enhancement, F-level. At this time, his complete panel is as follows. Name, Lu Chen. Level 1, 0/100, strength, 9, agility, 10, constitution, 11, perception, 8. Talents, strength enhancement, E-level, speed enhancement, E-level, smell enhancement, F-level, vision enhancement, F-level, skills, none, ship, primary novice wooden boat, enhanced. Comprehensive combat power assessment, peak of the first rank, considered a strong person among ordinary people. Chapter 5. First battle. I stood up. I actually stood up. Lu Chen slowly stood up from the boat, his eyes glowing red. He couldn't even believe it. This moment had finally arrived. His physical fitness has recovered to the level of a healthy man. For Lu Chen, this is not just progress, but rebirth. For more than a decade, Lu Chen has been bedridden, with difficulty in movement, and his daily life is a torment and helplessness. Being able to walk like an ordinary person is nothing unusual for others, but it is a miracle that Lu Chen never dared to hope for. Now, Lu Chen has finally realized this dream and is no longer the person who can only lie in bed and fantasize about the future. Ding, the evolver you are following, Zhou Xiang, was killed by the bloodthirsty conger eel, peak level 1. The moment he heard the prompt sound, Lu Chen was stunned and the smile on his face gradually faded. Lu Chen remembered it very clearly. Lu Chen was a strong man who owned a D-class alien ship, and the 3 people on the ship were not weak either. That was a whole powerful team, and Zhou Xiang even had a C-class talent. Even in the entire novice area, Lu Chen's group can be considered top-notch. How come they were suddenly wiped out? Before Lu Chen could think about it, 3 death notices popped up in succession from the system, all of whom were killed by bloodthirsty conger eels. This is not a coincidence. We were completely wiped out. Lu Chen immediately realized that they must have encountered an extremely powerful enemy and were unable to resist at all. But more importantly, Zhou Xiang's ship has now become ownerless. The dumpling can absorb people's talents, so what about the ship? Can alien ships also absorb them? This idea instantly ignited Lu Chen's curiosity and greed, and his heart beat faster with excitement. Alien ships are extremely rare resources. Even if you can't take them, it's worth getting close to them. Not to mention, Zhou Xiang still has 4 corpses of talents above level D. If all of this was taken down, Lu Chen would be able to take off directly. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately controlled the boat to row in the direction of Zhou Xiang. Even though he knew it was dangerous there, he didn't care. Soon, debris began to appear on the sea, which were fragments of Zhou Xiang's ship and several floating bodies. Lu Chen quickly determined that these people should have fallen into the water and been hunted after the hull was attacked and collapsed. And this bloodthirsty moray eel did not seem to eat humans as food. It was more like a hunter purely for killing. They should have been still on the boat at the time, But the boat couldn't withstand the attack of the bloodthirsty moray eels and fell apart. The four people fell into the water and had no chance to fight back. Lu Chen's eyes were as fast as lightning as he quickly analyzed the whole story, and his expression gradually became solemn. But what about that bloodthirsty conger eel? Is it still there? Lu Chen did not approach immediately, but carefully observed his surroundings, not daring to take it lightly. The next second, Lu Chen activated his visual and olfactory enhancements, and his senses instantly became extremely sharp. As expected, under the broken wooden boats, a huge black shadow was swimming slowly. There was also a faint smell of blood. The bloodthirsty conger eel had not left yet, waiting for the next prey to come. Lu Chen thought, if I want to take the corpse, I must kill it first. Lu Chen lowered his head to look at Tuanzi hiding at his feet, and said in a low but firm voice, if I only lived to survive, I would not come here. Since Tianyu allowed me to start over, I must live out my own value and live a more exciting life. Lu Chen made a decision, his eyes burning with fire. He took out a fine steel spear that he had collected from Zhao Lei from his backpack and handed it to Tuanzi. Lu Chen said, help me temper it, I'll need it later. Guji, Tuanzi immediately activated his ability, and as his tentacles swung, a faint light wrapped around the fine steel spear. Soon, a cold glow appeared on the surface of the spear, which was sharper and tougher than before, as if it had been reborn. Lu Chen tried to wave it, and felt that it was obviously more than one level stronger than before. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Lu Chen said, Tuanzi, it will be dangerous soon. Find a place to hide and don't come out to make trouble. Guji, Tuanzi shook his head stubbornly, looking like he was determined to fight to the end, with his 8 little tentacles stretched straight out. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and rubbed Tuanzi's little head. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Now, just don't make trouble. Guji. Tuanzi lay on the bow of the boat a little disappointed and depressed, but also obediently retreated. At this time, Lu Chen raised the strengthened spear, his eyes became extremely sharp, and he stared directly at the bloodthirsty conger eel under the water. Tuanzi said, okay, big worm, let me meet you. The boat moved forward slowly and finally succeeded in attracting the attention of the conger eel. The black shadow moved quickly at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration, and the boat was hit hard, almost capsizing. Ding! The enhanced novice wooden boat was attacked by a bloodthirsty sea eel, durability -15. Lu Chen and his boat were knocked to the ground, and he almost lost his balance. He managed to steady himself by holding the spear tightly. Just one hit cost him 15 points of durability. This guy is more troublesome than a shark. Lu Chen analyzed calmly. Zhou Xiang and his men were most likely killed one by one in this kind of collision, their ship falling apart. What was even more terrifying was that the sea eel quickly dived underwater after attacking, not giving anyone a chance to fight back. But this time, the sea eel underestimated Lu Chen's reinforced hull and collided with it, but it was a little confused. The bloodthirsty moray eel realized that the situation was not good and stopped ramming. Instead, it changed its strategy and swam around the boat looking for a flaw. Humph, you don't dare to come up if you can't break it? Then you underestimate me too much. Lu Chen raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes always fixed on the black shadow swimming in the sea. Lu Chen maintained a state of enhanced vision throughout the entire process, with his attention highly concentrated, not missing even the slightest fluctuations in the sea water. Finally, the black shadow suddenly tightened its body, like a fully drawn bowstring, and pounced straight towards Lu Chen. I've been waiting for you, Lu Chen shouted, activating his speed-enhancing talent, and dodged sideways like a shadow. The bloodthirsty sea eel missed, and its sharp fangs almost brushed past Lu Chen's body, missing him by only half an inch. Do you know why humans are so powerful? It's not because of brute force, but because of the brain. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his eyes twitching slightly. It turned out that there was a prefixed spear standing behind him. The spear was aimed at the direction where the eel jumped out, and the position was extremely clever. Puff! The spear pierced the eel's mouth accurately and pierced through it instantly. The more than 2-meter-long conger eel rolled wildly on the boat and struggled violently, but it could not shake off the sharp spear. Huge waves splashed on the sea surface, and the blood instantly dyed a large area of the sea red. Lu Chen stood steadily on the deck, watching coldly as the bloodthirsty conger eel made its final struggle. Chapter 6. Crazy Intake. It's over. Lu Chen growled, and his aura suddenly changed. He released his strength talent to the fullest, and the 5 fingers of his right hand were like claws, stabbing fiercely at the conger eel's eyes. Puff! With a slight sound, the conger eel's eyeball burst on the spot, green body fluid gushed out, and the huge body trembled wildly. But Lu Chen did not stop. Lu Chen's hand continued to go deeper, directly to the core of the brain, and squeezed it hard. After a moment, the horrible bloodthirsty moray eel finally stopped moving completely and floated lifelessly in the water. Ha 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 ha, I did it. I really killed it. Lu Chen looked at the huge corpse and finally revealed a long-lost smile. It was a kind of joy of surviving a calamity. Guji at this time, the little ball, who had been watching the battle on the side, also rushed over, excitedly got into Lu Chen's arms, and acted coquettishly, as if celebrating this hard-earned victory. Ding! Kill the bloodthirsty conger eel, first level peak. Gain 50 points of life energy. This is life energy? Lu Chen quickly looked at his status panel and saw that his experience value had changed. Level 1, 25 out of 100. Didn't I just gain 50 energy points? How come it only increased by half? Lu Chen frowned slightly, as if he realized something, and quickly checked Tuanzi's panel. As expected, Tuanzi also gained 25 energy points, and the level column showed 1, 25/10,000. It turns out that half of it was taken by this little guy. Lu Chen suddenly looked helpless and couldn't help rubbing Tuanzi's little head. You guy, you are really a little money-eating beast. Ordinary people only need 100 energy points to upgrade, but Tuanzi needs 10,000 points. The difference is huge. However, on second thought, a being with such ability must be extraordinary, and the energy required is naturally not simple. Guji, Tuanzi was acting coquettishly while shaking its tentacles, completely unaware that it had stolen half of its master's experience. Haha, forget it, we are one anyway. Lu Chen smiled and lifted up Tuanzi, then his eyes fell on the broken wooden boat not far away. Lu Chen said, Tuanzi, try to see if you can absorb the talent of that alien ship and transfer it to our boat. Tuanzi immediately jumped into the water, and his tentacles stirred up a wave. Not long after, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Successfully absorbed the alien ship talent. Your ship has obtained the D-level talent, Ecological Symbiosis. It worked? Talent can really be transferred. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. This whole talent is simply priceless. Even if it were someone else, they would never give up this precious opportunity to strengthen. Good boy. You are really good. You deserve to be the divine pet. Lu Chen's trust into Tuanzi increased a little, and then a bold idea flashed in his mind. Then can you clean out the impurities and diseases in my body? Give me a full body cleanup. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Tuanzi shook its tentacles, as if to express refusal. Obviously, this was something it couldn't do at the moment. Okay, I won't force you. We'll talk about it when you become stronger. Lu Chen shrugged helplessly. He also understood that he couldn't be too hasty. The current focus was still on resource recycling. Then, Lu Chen and Tuanzi began to clean up the corpses and supplies near the wreckage. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Zhou Xiang, you obtained sea-level talent, Plan Affinity, Perception increased by 2 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Lu Yang, you obtained D-level talent, Flame Manipulation, Strength increased by 2 points. Ding. Successfully ingested the bloodthirsty conger eel, first level peak. You gain 3 points of agility. After a series of operations, Lu Chen made a huge profit again and almost drained all the nearby resources. Lu Chen obtained a total of 4 new talents, namely Planned Affinity, Sea Level, Fire Control, D-Level, Ice Control, D-Level, and Bone Spike Mutation, D-Level. In addition, Lu Chen's attribute values also skyrocketed. Strength increased by 4 points, Constitution increased by 9 points, Agility increased by 3 points, and Perception increased by 2 points. Lu Chen even picked up the weapons that fell nearby and asked Tuanzi to take them one by one, but he soon discovered the problem. Huh? The attribute increase is getting smaller and smaller. When the 5th weapon was acquired, the effect of the attribute improvement was already negligible. Even when it came to the last longsword, the system did not give any feedback at all. It seems that the benefits of absorbing the attributes of ordinary weapons are limited. Lu Chen frowned, then raised a steel crossbow in his hand, thoughtfully. However, enemies of the bloodthirsty moray eel's level can provide 3 points of agility, which shows that high-level prey is the key to growth. Lu Chen realized that if he wanted to become stronger, he couldn't always rely on picking up leaks or low-level resources. He had to take the initiative and challenge stronger existences. So, Lu Chen gently stretched out his right hand, and with a rotation of his palm, a thin layer of ice suddenly formed on the water surface. The cold air condensed into frost, flashing with cold light. These talents are the most valuable part, especially the affinity with plants. Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. The talent of Plant Affinity originally belonged to Zhou Xiang. It was an extremely rare natural control talent with a wide range of uses. It could control plants and sense nature. Once used in conjunction with an alien ship, it would be possible to control both land and sea. Lu Chen said, "It's a pity that Zhou Xiang had a bad fate, otherwise he would have been a strong competitor." However, precisely because he died early, this talent fell into Lu Chen's hands, giving Lu Chen another powerful choice. Although ecological symbiosis can tame sea beasts, it is too difficult to control them in the early stages. It is definitely impossible to control a bloodthirsty sea eel. Lu Chen muttered to himself thoughtfully, but his eyes soon lit up. Then, what about controlling seabirds? After a moment, the wooden boat under Lu Chen's feet began to emit a faint fluorescent light, as if it had some kind of resonance with the sea. "Ga." A few crisp bird calls were heard, and a seagull landed on Lu Chen's shoulder as if being summoned, with a look of obedience in its eyes. "It's really here." Ecological symbiosis is also effective for birds. Lu Chen chuckled and waved his hand. "Go and see what's ahead." The seagull immediately spread its wings and flew up, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky and flying higher and higher. The next second, Lu Chen's vision overlapped with the seagull, and he seemed to have turned into the bird soaring in the sky. It's amazing. This perspective is simply unbeatable. The sea surface, reefs, and even a miniature island half hidden by fog, a few miles away, all came into view. There were even signs of activity on that island. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, knowing that the island was definitely not an unknown land, and there must be living creatures there. And this also meant that there was a high probability of freshwater resources there. In this boundless ocean, food can be obtained by killing monsters, but water is scarce. Without water, even if you are an evolver, you can't survive for a few days. "Let's go to Anzi and take a look at the island." Lu Chen made up his mind, put away his spear, rowed the oars again, and headed towards the island. Chapter 7. I refuse. Not long after walking away, Lu Chen saw an ice-snapping turtle. The ice-snapping turtle was madly hitting a small boat. The scene was extremely dangerous. With a piercing roar, the huge alligator turtle suddenly opened its mouth and several ice spikes shot out, breaking through the air like ice arrows. One of the girls failed to react in time and was pierced through the neck by the ice spike. She died on the spot, and the boat was stained with blood. It was a tragic scene. The faces of the remaining 3 people changed drastically, but they took advantage of this gap to quickly counterattack and besiege the alligator-snapping turtle, and the scene fell into chaos for a while. The leader, Lu Shuainan, was wrapped in flames and looked sinister. Lu Chen recognized him at a glance as Lu Shuainan. This guy has a D-level talent for fire control. When he was in the protective shield, he was already a recognized strong man with strength reaching the peak of the 1st level. "Roast it for me." Lu Shuainan roared, swung his arms, and flames swept down, wrapping the alligator-snapping turtle tightly. The heat waves rolled, and the ice melted instantly. The alligator-snapping turtle struggled in the flames and screamed in pain. Finally, the already injured alligator-snapping turtle let out a shrill scream in the flames. Its body went limp, and it fell to the sea, dead. At this time, a soft white light appeared on Lu Shuainan's body, and along with the system prompts, Lu Shuainan's level also increased. "Ha ha ha, Brother Nan is finally level 2. The 2 people next to him cheered immediately, their faces full of flattery and admiration. "Awesome. This is Brother Nan's strength. He is like a one-man show. Even the alligator-snapping turtle can't resist him." They are Lu Shuainan's followers, a yellow-haired Wang Hao and a squinting-eyed young fan, and they are playing a double act throughout the whole process. Announcement. 3 people in the 1000 novice zone have been promoted to level 2, and the level ranking list is now announced. 1. Yang Zimo, level 2, 60/300. 2. Li Sini, level 2, 30/300. 3. Lu Shuainan, level 2, 0/300. 4. Li Ming, level 1, 90/100. 100. Li Xiaoming, level 1, 30/100. Brother Nan is in 3rd place. It's secured. Wang Hao shouted excitedly, his eyes full of flattery. Of course, if you follow Brother Nan, you will definitely have a good life in the future. Yang Fan was not willing to be left behind and hurriedly flattered him, wishing he could hold on to this thick as thigh immediately. Wang Hao and Yang Fan both have A-level talents. They know that their own strength is limited and they cannot survive without relying on Lu Shuainan. Lu Shuainan felt extremely happy listening to these flattering words, and a smug smile appeared on his face. "As long as you are obedient and follow me, I will give you a piece of meat and will never treat you unfairly." Lu Shuainan felt the increasing strength in his body. He liked this world more and more. The pleasure created by the interweaving of power and strength was addictive. But Lu Shuainan soon noticed that the body on the boat was the girl who was pierced by the ice spike. Lu Shuainan originally asked her to join the team because she was beautiful, but he didn't expect her to die so quickly. "What bad luck. You're holding us back. Throw her into the sea. Don't dirty my eyes." "Yes." Wang Hao and Yang Fan immediately took action and threw the girl's body into the sea like trash, showing no respect at all. "Brother Nan, look over there." Yang Fan suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, with a gleam in his eyes. "That guy, Didn't he row over from Zhou Xiang's side? Wang Hao also saw the man clearly and whispered, he's probably here to pick up some bargains. Could he have already taken over Zhou Xiang's boat? Hearing this, Lu Xuan'an's face suddenly changed, and greed and murderous intent immediately flashed in his eyes. Chase. Catch up with him immediately. I must get that special ship. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Xuanan, Wang Hao, and Yang Fan paddled hard, rushing towards Lu Qin like a speedboat. At this time, Lu Qin was preparing to clear the resources in that area, but he unexpectedly saw Lu Xuanan and others rushing towards him. TSK, they really are coming for me. Lu Qin originally wanted to wait until Lu Xuanan, Wang Hao, and Yang Fan left before taking the bodies, but now it seems that the other party has obviously set their sights on him. However, Lu Qin did not run away. After all, if he paddled alone, his speed could not be faster than Lu Xuanan, Wang Hao, and Yang Fan working together, so it would be better to wait and see. Lu Qin quietly gripped the steel crossbow in his arms, ready to counterattack at any time, his eyes still calm and composed. A few minutes later, the boat of Lu Xuanan and the other two came over and quickly stopped not far in front of Lu Qin. Lu Xuanan took a fancy to the enhanced novice wooden boat under Lu Qin's feet at first sight, and his eyes were as greedy as a wolf. At this time, Tuanzi had already hidden himself alertly, without exposing himself at all. Lu Xuanan tried to check Lu Qin's panel, but unexpectedly found that his information was blank. Evolver, Lu Qin, level, strength, agility. Huh? Why can't I see anything? Lu Xuanan frowned slightly and doubts arose in his heart. Brother Nan, I checked. This guy is not even in the top 100 of the rankings. Yang Fan's supplement made Lu Xuanan feel relieved. How strong can a rookie who is not even on the list be? Haha, kid, you're lucky. Someone just died in our team, and we just happened to have a vacancy. Lu Xuanan smiled triumphantly, but his tone was forceful and unyielding. Now I'm giving you a chance. If you join us, you'll have everything you need in the future. Yes, you're lucky. Lu Xuanan personally accepted you as his younger brother. This opportunity is not available to everyone. Wang Hao echoed, even showing an expression that he should be grateful to Lu Qin. In the eyes of Wang Hao and Yang Fan, Lu Xuanan's recruitment was a great gift from heaven and should not be rejected. Moreover, Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan were planning to make Lu Qin hand over the ownership of the reinforced wooden boat. Once they succeeded, the boat would naturally belong to Lu Xuanan, and Lu Qin could go wherever he wanted. Even if Lu Qin didn't know what was good for him, Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan wouldn't mind throwing Lu Qin into the sea to feed the fish. However, just as Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan were waiting for Lu Qin to nod, Lu Qin shook his head calmly. I refused. I'm more used to being alone. As soon as Lu Qin said this, the scene suddenly became quiet, and the smiles of Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan gradually froze. Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan obviously did not expect that this seemingly inconspicuous boy would dare to openly refuse the recruitment of the third place on the list. Are you crazy? Yang Fan's eyes widened, as if he had heard a fairy tale, his tone full of confusion and anger. Wang Hao sneered, his face full of sarcasm. Oh, a loser who didn't even make the list. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Who do you think you are? Faced with the aggressiveness of Wang Hao and Yang Fan, Lu Qin did not say anything, but just looked at Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan calmly. Lu Qin's eyes were indifferent, but cold. That look said it all. The meaning in that look couldn't be clearer. Lu Qin refused. Chapter 8. Tianyu, I report someone for cheating. You don't have to join. Just leave your ship behind. Lu Xuanan sneered, crossed his arms, his eyes dark, and his tone was full of naked threats. Lu Xuanan stared at the reinforced boat under Lu Qin's feet and firmly believed that it was the special ship that he had picked up from Zhou Xiang. You are a piece of trash, and you are not qualified to own such a ship. Lu Xuanan's voice was not loud, but it was filled with contempt and arrogance. At this moment, Lu Xuanan's panel suddenly showed, Evolver, Lu Xuanan, level 2, 0 to 300, strength, 17, agility, 17, constitution, 18, perception, 25. Talent, flame control, D level, ship, ordinary novice wooden ship, comprehensive combat strength, level 2. Lu looked at Lu Xuanan silently, then glanced at Wang Hao and Yang Fan behind Lu Xuanan. Among them, Wang Hao is a physical evolver, while Yang Fan has the talent of perspective. His apparent strength is acceptable, but he is far behind Lu Xuanan. It was obvious that Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Xuanan had come with bad intentions, but what Lu Qin was really worried about was not his own safety, but Tuanzi hiding in the dark. Tuanzi is too special. Lu Qin will never let this only support be exposed to danger. Lu Xuanan was still sneering, and Wang Hao suddenly pointed at the water not far away and screamed. Wang Hao said, Brother Nan, isn't that the corpse of a bloodthirsty conger eel? Did he kill this guy? Wang Hao, Yang Fan and Lu Shuainan all looked at the huge corpse and were stunned for a moment. Lu Shannon thought, how is it possible? That's something that even Zhou Xiang and the others couldn't kill. How could Lu Qin kill it alone? Just when Wang Hao, Yang Fan, and Lu Shuainan were stunned, swoosh. A cold light suddenly shot out from Lu Qin's arms, and the crossbow arrow was as fast as a meteor, hitting Wang Hao's forehead in the blink of an eye. Puff. With a muffled sound, Wang Hao's eyes were still filled with fear, and he fell into the sea, splashing a blood mist. Fuck, he did it. Kill him. Lu Shuainan yelled, and just as he was about to take action, he heard a strange click sound in his ears. Lu Shuainan suddenly turned his head, only to see that Yang Fan's body was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't even complete his movements. Brother Nan, save me, I can't move. Yang Fan only had time to shout before his whole body turned into a living ice sculpture, with a look of fear fixed on his face. Bastard! Lu Shuainan roared in anger, and flames suddenly erupted all over his body. The scorching temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. But at the moment when the flames rose, a cold light pierced through the flames and went straight to Lu Shuainan's face. It was a fine steel spear with a cold light. It was Lu Chun who moved. As soon as Lu Chun made a move, he activated the two talents of strength enhancement and speed enhancement, and rushed to kill with the force of thunder. The tip of the gun brought with it a fierce wind pressure that headed straight for Lu Shuainan, causing his pupils to shrink violently, and he instinctively mobilized the flame to burn the gun tip. Get out of here! The flames burned the gun blade red, and the airwaves rolled, but Lu Chun did not retreat at all. Instead, he accelerated his sprint. Lu Chin's skin quickly charred and cracked in the flames, and blood flowed, but he seemed to be completely painless. Poochie! The gun tip pierced Lu Shuainan's right eye without hesitation. Blood gushed out, and screams rose to the sky. Ah! Lu Shuainan howled in pain. One of his eyes was completely disabled, his body was trembling, but the flames burned even more vigorously. Lu Shuainan tried his best to mobilize all the strength in his body, but a fear he had never felt before surged in his heart. Lu Shuainan was scared. Lu Qin's attack was too ruthless. Not only was he merciless to the enemy, he was also extremely cruel to himself. Watching the man being burned by the flames, but still approaching like a ghost, Lu Shuainan finally couldn't hold on any longer. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Lu Shuainan begged for mercy hysterically, shouting at the top of his lungs. But Lu Chun just stretched out his burnt hand, pressed it against his forehead, and coldly spat out two words. It's too late. Puff. The next second, a pale bone spur shot out from the palm of his hand and instantly pierced through Lu Shuainan's head. Bone spur mutation. Level D. The flames went out, his pupils dilated, and Lu Shuainan's body fell down powerlessly. In the distance, Yang Fan, who was still frozen, stood there in a daze, his whole body stiff, as if his soul had been sucked out. In just a few seconds, Yang Fan's world turned upside down. The crossbow arrow shot through Wang Hao in an instant. Then, the ice froze him. Then Lu Chun, alone, fought and killed Lu Shuainan, who was ranked third on the list. Yang Fan could never have imagined that the waste they called him, who didn't even make it into the top 100, could be so terrifying. You, how come you have two talents? Yang Fan's voice was trembling, and he looked at Lu Chun in horror, his eyes full of incomprehensible fear. Lu Chun was obviously a person with ice talent, but he just used bone spurs? Yang Fan said, how can one person possess two talents? I report you. You are cheating, Tianyu. Tianyu, come out. Yang Fan panicked and completely collapsed. His voice no longer seemed to have the emotions that humans should have. Unfortunately, this was not a game, so the Tianyu system would not respond. Oh, you found me. Lu Chun turned his head slowly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but his face was distorted and bloody due to the burns. At that moment, Lu Chun looked like a demon crawling out of hell, gloomy and terrifying. Lu Chun said, then I can only kill him to silence him. Yang Fan said, no, I'm blind, I didn't see anything. Yang Fan was almost on the verge of collapse. He wanted to kneel down, but his body was frozen and he couldn't move at all. He could only implore for mercy one after another. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As soon as the pitiful howl came out, the bone spur suddenly extended again and pierced Yang Fan's heart accurately, killing him in one blow. The surroundings were dead silent, the sea breeze was howling, and only the wooden boat was rocking gently on the sea. Lu Chun had killed 3 people in a row, and now he was already exhausted. He leaned weakly against the side of the boat, breathing heavily, and his hands were shaking violently. Lu Chun's body was covered with burns, his skin and flesh were rolling, and he was in excruciating pain, like waves hitting his nerves one after another. But compared to the pain, The shock and fluctuations in his heart were the things that were even more difficult to calm down. Chapter 9. Talent Evolution. Just now, I actually killed 3 people. Lu Chen leaned against the side of the boat, his fingers trembling slightly, and his mind was still reverberating with the bloody fight of the past few seconds. Lu Chen, who had lived in a peaceful era since childhood, had never thought that one day he would end someone else's life so calmly. Guji, at this time, the little dumpling who had been hiding finally poked his head out and carefully climbed out from the bow. When the little dumpling saw the miserable state of Lu Chen, he immediately panicked and rushed over in a hurry. Guji, Guji. The little dumpling anxiously used his little tentacles to lick Lu Chen's wound. His movements were clumsy but full of concern and heartache. Lu Chen looked down at Tuanzi, his eyes softening a little. With you here, no matter how painful it is, it's worth it. Guji. Tuanzi's eyes were filled with tears, and her small body was trembling, as if she was in more pain than Lu Chen. It's okay. Lu Chen chuckled and touched the little boy's head, his voice hoarse but comforting. When I was on Blue Star, I was suffering from illness every day. What's a little skin injury? Lu Chen smiled freely, but with a hint of stubbornness, which was a kind of calmness that came from having experienced life and death. Lu Chen turned his gaze and looked at the cold corpse not far away. Tuanzi, take all these people. I need to recover. Guji. Tuanzi understood the command and moved immediately. Its 8 tentacles swam to the corpse like small paddles. Lu Chen leaned against the side of the boat, quietly watching Tuanzi's movements, but his thoughts returned to the details of the battle just now. Lu Xuanan said at that time that there were question marks on my panel. Lu Chen was stunned, and then recalled the situation when he looked at Tuanzi's panel, which was also a bunch of question marks. So, they can't see my specific attributes? This discovery made Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. It seems that Tuanzi's special feedback has hidden my information. That's great. If Lu Chen's panel was really seen by others, that large number of high-level talents would definitely trigger unnecessary murderous intent and covetousness. Lu Chen said, it's better to live a low-key life. At this time, Tuanzi had finished eating, his stomach was swollen like a ball, and he crawled back staggeringly with a proud look on his face. Well done, my little baby. Lu Chen smiled and stretched out his hand, high-fiving its tentacles. Ding. Successfully captured the evolver. Lu Xuanan gained D-level talent. Fire control, perception +4. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Yang Fan obtained E-level talent. Physical enhancement, physical +2. Ding. Successfully absorbed the evolver. Wang Hao obtained E-level talent. Perspective, strength +2. Ding. Successfully ingested the ice-snapping turtle, first level, physique +2. Ding. Successfully ingested the evolver. Liang Bingbing obtained F-level talent. Hearing enhancement, agility +2. The continuous system prompts made Lu Chen's eyes light up. This time he returned with a full load. However, Lu Chen soon noticed a problem. Huh? Don't I already have flame control? Isn't this a waste? As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the system sounded another prompt. Ding. The flame control of the evolver Lu Chen meets the conditions and has successfully evolved into a C-level talent, flame control. It can actually be upgraded? Lu Chen was stunned, and then he was ecstatic. Lu Chen raised his hand and waved it, and a hotter and darker flame immediately ignited at his fingertips, and the power increased significantly. Not only is the control more delicate, but the flame temperature has also increased several times. Lu Chen's face showed an irrepressible excitement. C-level is so powerful. What if it evolves to B-level, A-level, or even S-level? Lu Chen finally understood why the Tianyu system rated Tuanzi as a rare pet, or even the only species. With Tuanzi, even if the talent is repeated, it is not in vain, but an opportunity to evolve. Lu Chen quickly checked his attribute panel. Name, Lu Chen, level 1, 25 out of 100, strength, 15, agility, 15, constitution, 24, perception, 14, talent. Plant affinity, C-level, flame control, C-level, ice control, D-level, bone spur mutation, D-level, strength enhancement, E-level, speed enhancement, E-level, physical enhancement, E-level, perspective, E-level, smell enhancement. F-level, vision enhancement, F-level, hearing enhancement, F-level. Skills, none, ship, primary novice wooden ship, enhanced, comprehensive combat power evaluation, peak of level 2, far superior to ordinary level 2 evolvers. Looking at the data on the panel, Lu Chen nodded. Although his level was only level 1, his overall strength had already surpassed Lu Xuanan, and he could be called the peak of level 2. The next second, the physical enhancement was automatically activated, and a warm green light enveloped the whole body. Lu Chen's burned skin healed quickly, the charred dead skin fell off, and new skin covered it again. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen seemed to have never been injured, and he was full of energy. At this moment, the chat channel of the 1000th Novice C area was already in an uproar. Fuck. I just received a notification from Tianyu saying that Lu Chen killed Lu Xuanan. You received it too. I thought I saw it wrong. What a joke. Lu Xuanan is ranked 3rd on the list. He was killed by a man named Lu Chen. He didn't kill it alone, did he? Is there a team behind him? I followed Lu Xuanan's entire team. The system prompts that they all died at the hands of Lu Chen. The chat channel fell into a brief silence as everyone tried to accept this fact. After a moment, a trembling message popped up again. So, Lu Chen alone wiped out the 3rd-ranked team. Oh my god, who is this guy? He's too cruel. Wait, let me check his ranking on the leaderboard. A few seconds later, someone jumped out excitedly. Fuck. There is no such person. What? You said Lu Chen didn't even make it to the rankings? How is that possible? I checked, and there is indeed no one. He hasn't even reached the 1st level. No wonder he's not on the list. Levels don't represent combat power, otherwise the system wouldn't have added a comprehensive combat power assessment. Maybe he is the hidden boss who didn't want to expose himself from the beginning. At this moment, the strange name Lu Chen was stirring up a storm in the novice zone at a very fast speed. No one knew who he was, but everyone began to understand one thing. This C area had changed. Chapter 10. He will slap you hard in the face. At this moment, a girl with a sweet avatar suddenly spoke, instantly attracting the attention of the entire channel. The sweet girl said, I think I have seen Boss Lu Chen in person. As soon as this sentence came out, the chat room exploded instantly, and messages were posted quickly. Is it true? Tell me quickly. What does the boss look like? Do you have teammates? What's your aura? Is he strong? The girl replied somewhat embarrassedly. We were in the protective cover at that time. Boss Lu Chen was the last one to leave. He and the other girls left relatively late, so I accidentally saw him. At this point, her avatar turned red. He's really handsome. Pfft. We've been waiting for so long, and you just give us this. Girl, can you please tell me the key point? The girl flashed her profile picture again. He traveled alone, without any teammates. In a ship. Looks like it has been strengthened, which is different from the others. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Lu Xuanan targeted him. He must have seen that he was alone and had a reinforced ship, so he wanted to steal it but was killed instead. I have long been fed up with that bastard Lu Xuanan, who bullies others by taking advantage of his power. Now he is getting his comeuppance. Yes, he stole my weapon. I didn't even have a chance to speak. Boss Lu Chen did a great job. He is really getting rid of a pest for the people. For a moment, the chat room exploded, and everyone was cheering for Lu Chen, as if this counterattack was a victory for the whole nation. At this time, an avatar with Yang Zimo's name on it lit up. Everyone, at this moment, in a time of turmoil, the children of Xinxia should work together to overcome the difficulties. Yang Zimo said, I, Yang Zimo, hereby promise that from now on, the 1000 Novice Zone will never allow robbery and plundering to happen again. If there are people like Lu Xuanan again, I will punish them severely. As soon as Yang Zimo said this, he instantly won support from the entire screen. Boss Yang Zimo has spoken. It makes me feel so safe. This is a real big brother. His words make people feel at ease. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, a system announcement sounded. Announcement, ship upgrade reward system now announced. The first person to upgrade to an intermediate novice canoeist will receive a bronze level ship weapon *1. The second person will receive a black iron level ship weapon *1. The third place will be rewarded with one ordinary ship weapon. Ship weapons will greatly enhance naval combat capabilities, and everyone is encouraged to upgrade as soon as possible. As soon as the news was released, the entire channel instantly became lively again. Wow. Bronze level weapon rewards, isn't this the rhythm of cannon sailing ships? Don't even mention bronze. I haven't even touched black iron yet, brother. It's so exciting. The power is maxed out. Don't be too happy too soon. With two big guys like Yang Zimo and Li Sini here, we definitely won't have a chance to get the top two. Then I can fight for the third place, right? But the next second, a piece of news silenced him. Have you forgotten about Boss Lu Chen? He defeated Lu Xuannan's entire team by himself. It would be strange if he didn't get a rank. Seeing the name Lu Chen, many people immediately became scared. To be honest, I dare to take a gamble against Yang Zimo, but against Lu Chen, I really don't dare. With his elusive, one-hit kill style of play, I'm afraid I'll be off the boat before I can even finish my words. Well, after all, who will be the first in the 1000 Novice Zone? Someone asked, which quickly sparked a heated discussion. Of course it's Yang Zimo. Not only is he a level 2 player, but his teammates are also strong players on the leaderboard. I bet on Li Sini. Her magnetic control is so terrifying. I saw her overturn 3 ships with my own eyes. It was like a magic trick. At this time, the girl who had seen Lu Chen spoke again. Her tone somewhat stubborn. I think. Maybe it was Boss Lu Qin. Someone laughed. Don't be ridiculous, he doesn't even have teammates. No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat a team, right? And his level is too low. Look, Yang Zimo is already level 2, while Lu Qin is still messing around at level 1. But the girl lit up her profile picture again and responded firmly. Just wait, Boss Lu Qin will definitely slap you in the face. At this time, on the other side, a loud roar broke the tranquility of the sea. A huge sea bull fell down with a loud bang, and the blood stained the waves. Yang Zimo retracted the arm that was twisting and rebounding like rubber. His eyes were steady, and his tone was slightly emotional. It's just a first-level peak sea beast, but it's so difficult to deal with. It seems that we are not enough. Li Ming, who was wearing a firefighter uniform, laughed. Old Yang, you are too modest. You are number 1 on the list, and you have secured a bronze weapon. Long Howren also patted him on the shoulder and said, that's right. Who in the novice zone can compete with us? Bronze level is definitely yours. Both of them are elites of Xinxia. Li Ming masters D-level lightning control, and Long Howren is good at earth-related abilities. They are ranked in the top 5 and top 10 of the list respectively. But Yang Zimo's expression remained serious, and he was not blinded by the praise. Don't be careless. Xinxia is full of talents. The key moment is when the outcome is truly revealed. Before he finished speaking, a figure quietly appeared, floating beside them like a ghost. That was Zhou, the 8th on the list, a person with invisibility talent. Brother Yang, are you worried about Li Sini? Yang Zimo smiled and shook his head. No, Li Sini's team is strong, but we are not inferior at all. What I'm really worried about is Lu Qin. Lu Qin? Zhou was stunned. The guy who can't even make it to the leaderboard? Li Ming laughed out loud. Old Yang, are you too nervous? That guy hasn't even leveled up yet. How can he threaten you? Yang Zimo did not respond, but just looked into the distance and said in a low voice. He was able to wipe out Lu Shuainan's team at level 1, which means that his combat power is far higher than what we have seen. And we know nothing about him. The unknown is the most dangerous. Chapter 11 Goblin. Ga. A seagull with feathers as white as snow was circling over the tiny island. Its sharp bird eyes constantly examined every inch of the island. 1 level 2 greenskin monster and 12 level 1 greenskin monsters. Lu Qin, who was on the wooden boat, looked extremely heavy-hearted. Through the vision shared by the seagulls, he clearly saw. The island has been occupied by a group of greenskin monsters with muscular muscles and hideous faces. Obviously, these monsters belong to the same species. Once we attack one of them, they will all attack us together. Lu Qin's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes continued to search the island carefully. The terrain of this small island is low in the west and high in the east. On the east side, the towering terrain suddenly ended as if cut off by a sharp blade, forming a cliff tens of meters high. Below the cliff are sharp rocks. When Lu Qin's gaze fell on the cliff, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. There is a way. With a plan in mind, Lu Qin paddled without hesitation. The boat quickly approached the island. He took his steel crossbow and fine steel spear and carefully boarded the island. At this time, the dozen or so green monsters were sitting in a circle, enjoying their food. Lu Qin hid behind a tree and took a closer look. The food in the mouths of those green monsters turned out to be humans. From the face that was gnawed beyond recognition, and the straightened, bloody right fingernails, Lu Qin could vaguely recognize that this was once a young girl. I don't know if she met with misfortune at sea first, and then her body was washed up on this isolated island by the waves. The island was discovered accidentally during the exploration, but unfortunately they were killed by these greenskin monsters. Lu Qin held his breath and quietly opened the information panel of the green monster in front of him. Ferocious beast, goblin. Characteristics: cruel, lustful, likes to eat fresh flesh and blood, can call its own kind. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: level 1. Don't underestimate these greenskin creatures, they can easily tear humans in half. Looking at these goblins with sturdy bodies and bulging muscles, Lu Qin felt helpless. Don't novels say that goblins are weak? It's complete bullshit. Those muscles are comparable to those of a bodybuilding champion. But it is true that he is short. These goblins are generally around 1.5 meters tall, except for the one in the middle. Fierce beast, goblin captain. Features: brutal, likes to eat fresh flesh and blood, can call its own kind. Talent: strength enhancement E. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: peak of level 2, if you encounter it, just run away. Of course, the premise is that you can run away. It turned out to be the second level goblin captain. No wonder he was 2 meters tall. It is worth noting that the goblin captain also has a talent. This discovery made Lu Qin feel slightly relieved. It would be nice if monsters could also awaken their talents. This way, we don't have to keep taking human corpses. After all, there are only so many evolvers in the novice zone, and in the sea, the corpses will soon be eaten by sea beasts or sink to the bottom of the sea. Simply relying on absorbing humans to evolve talents is obviously not a long-term solution. Then, Lu Chen raised the crossbow steadily and aimed at an ordinary goblin. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow flew past the goblin captain and shot fiercely into the eyes of a goblin. Ah! Ouch! The goblin that was shot let out a shrill scream, and this sudden attack also alarmed the other companions. They dropped the human flesh in their hands, stood up, and let out warning howls. The goblin that was shot didn't die even though blood gushed out of his right eye. Instead, he grabbed the crossbow arrow in his eye socket and pulled it out along with his right eye. The scene was so horrific that it was unbearable to watch. Fuck, they are both level 1. Why do goblins have so much more health than humans? Lu Chen cursed inwardly, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly pulled out another crossbow arrow from his waist and skillfully loaded it into the crossbow. The yellow-haired man was shot in the head by an arrow, but the goblin was fine. Before Lu Chen finished loading the crossbow, the goblin captain's ears trembled slightly. Then, it suddenly raised the stone axe in its hand and pointed it directly in the direction of Lu Chen. Ouch! Accompanied by a deafening howl, all the goblins seemed to have received an order, roaring wildly and rushing towards Lu Chen. You have good ears. Lu Chen was secretly shocked, but his reaction was extremely quick. He immediately turned around and ran towards the towering terrain in the east. However, these seemingly short goblins showed amazing speed and agility. They followed closely the traces of Lu Chen, like a shadow. Especially the tall goblin captain, who was as swift as a wild beast. In a blink of an eye, the goblin captain had approached Lu Chen, and the stone axe in his hand chopped towards Lu Chen's back with a whistling sound. Lu Chen's heart trembled. Even though he now possesses many talents, his mental strength is limited. If he is surrounded by a dozen goblins, even he will be in danger. Thinking of this, Lu Chen activated the speed enhancement without hesitation. His speed soared instantly, almost turning into an afterimage. The goblin captain's giant axe narrowly grazed Lu Chen's back and hit the hard ground heavily. Bang! There was a loud bang, and gravel and dust flew everywhere. Ouch! The goblin captain roared angrily, pounded his chest unwillingly, and chased after him fiercely again. Lu Chen was in front, and the goblin captain was behind. Soon, he left a dozen ordinary goblins behind, watching the bush-covered cliff approaching. No, it's not the right time yet. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and stopped. I wanted to use the cliff to throw all the goblins to death, but now the goblins are divided into 2 waves. If he used the terrain to throw the goblin captain to death, the remaining 12 goblins would be alert. At that time, if Lu Chen wanted to kill them all, it would undoubtedly add a lot of trouble. Okay, let me personally learn the strength of a second-level creature. Lu Chen snorted coldly, and the steel spear in his hand shook violently. The tip of the spear was as fast as lightning, aiming straight at the goblin captain's vitals. Ouch! The goblin captain's body shook, and a red light shone around him. His strength instantly surged. The giant stone axe cut through the air and came towards them with a thunderous sound. You are the only one who has the power to strengthen? Lu Chen roared, and a red light also appeared on his body. Clang! There was a deafening metallic symphony, and the fine steel spear and the giant axe collided violently. Chapter 12 Upgrade. However, shockingly, the spear that had been strengthened by Taanzi was instantly covered with fine cracks under the impact of the huge force. Then it shattered with a loud bang. The goblin captain's seemingly rough stone axe actually showed unimaginable toughness and power. The remaining force of the giant axe continued to strike towards Lu Chen with the force of thunder. At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Chen reacted quickly. 2 sharp bone spurs suddenly grew out of his palms, crossed in front of his chest, barely blocking the fatal blow. Even so, the huge impact force still forced him to retreat 4 or 5 steps before he could barely steady himself. The blood in his chest was churning, and he could hardly suppress it. Although both of them used their power enhancement, it was obvious that the goblin captain was more powerful. After Lu Chen's intervention, the 12 goblins behind have also caught up. Seeing this, Lu Chen swallowed the blood that was rising up in his throat and ran towards the cliff without hesitation. Having finally waited for a prey, how could the goblins let Lu Chen go easily? They roared and chased him even more ferociously. The bushes in front of him were as dense as a net. Lu Chen's heart trembled. He knew that there was a cliff behind the bushes. Come on, I'll take you flying. Lu Chen roared angrily and plunged into the bushes. The goblins followed closely behind, howling one after another. However, when they rushed into the bushes, they were surprised to find a steep cliff ahead. Due to their fast sprinting speed, the goblins couldn't stop at all. They screamed in terror and fell into the abyss of the cliff with Lu Chen. But, at this moment, on the edge of the cliff, a thick vine moved as swiftly as a snake, tightly wrapped around Lu Chen's waist and suspended him in midair. When the goblin captain saw this, a trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Roar! He roared and tried to grab anything that could save his life, but unfortunately he did not have the talent of plant affinity. In the end, he could only watch himself and all his tribesmen fall off the cliff. Puff, 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 with a series of dull sounds. All the goblins fell heavily on the rocks that were carved into extremely sharp edges by the seawater, and instantly turned into pools of blurred flesh and blood. Ding, kill goblin, first order, 12, gain 360 life energy points. Hearing the prompt sound of the Tianyu system, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. A monster is a monster. All they know is to chase after it foolishly. As soon as he thought about it, the vines wrapped around his waist slowly dropped down, lightly carrying him to the bottom of the cliff. This sea-level plant affinity talent is indeed extremely useful and can be very useful at critical moments. Lu Chen secretly admired in his heart. Just as he gained his footing, streams of pure life energy escaped from the remains of the goblins, gathered into a stream, and poured into his body. Lu Chen only felt a clear stream flowing through his body, making him feel comfortable all over. The power in his body was like a river bursting its banks, surging endlessly. Ding, successfully upgraded to level 2. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Perception plus 10. Get free attribute points 5. No wonder Lu Xuannan's attributes are so high. It turns out that he gets so many attribute points directly after upgrading. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. The promotion from level 1 to level 2 is undoubtedly a qualitative leap for the evolvers. This upgrade not only improves his basic attributes, it also made him realize that as the level increases, the strength gap between the evolvers will become more and more obvious. There is a world of difference between level 1 and level 2. Huh? My plant affinity seems to have become stronger. Lu Chen waved his right hand lightly, and the grass behind him seemed to be infused with magical power. It grew rapidly and swayed lightly according to his will. Before upgrading, Lu Chen's plant affinity ability is limited to controlling the simple movement of plants, but cannot affect their growth process. However, at this moment, he could control the growth rate of the plants at will. This is undoubtedly a qualitative leap. No, not just plant affinity. He was surprised to find that all his talents, such as enhanced strength and keen hearing, had been enhanced to varying degrees without exception. Strength attribute can increase strength, agility attribute can increase speed and reaction, constitution attribute can enhance defense and vitality, all of which have nothing to do with innate power. Then the answer can only be perception. The perception attribute is directly related to the power of the talent and the mental strength required to use the talent. Lu Chen suddenly became enlightened. He had never understood the use of this attribute of perception. It turns out that perception is the most important of these 4 attributes. Thinking of this, Lu Chen added all his free attribute points to perception without hesitation. Perception plus 5. Woo. At this moment, a faint and painful groan interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the goblin captain lying not far away. This peak's second-level beast, despite its tenacious vitality. But after falling from such a high cliff, he was not spared. At this moment, the goblin captain had both legs broken, his chest was cut by rocks, his dark red internal organs were faintly visible, and he was dying. Hey, you're quite tenacious, big guy. But I'm going to send you back to reunite with your people now. Lu Chen raised a faint smile and slowly walked towards the goblin captain. Woo. The goblin captain's eyes no longer had the fierceness and brutality of the past, but were replaced by deep fear. It couldn't understand why this seemingly frail guy in front of it was able to remain safe and sound despite falling from the same cliff. It wanted to beg for mercy, but it couldn't express it in human language. At the same time, in the chat room of the 1000 Novice Sea area, there was another uproar. What happened? I just blinked my eyes, and Boss Lu Chen jumped from outside the top 100 to 3rd on the list. At this point, the leaderboard clearly shows 1. Yang Zimo, level 2, 150 out of 300. 2. Li Sini, level 2, 120/300. 3. Land Subsidence, level 2, 105/300. 4. Li Ming, level 1, 90/100. Lu Chen, who had been nowhere to be seen on the leaderboard, now rose like a comet and rushed straight into the top 3. Wow, Boss Lu Chen is about to take off. I knew that this boss was extraordinary. I said before that Boss Lu Chen was someone who could wipe out Lu Xuanan. How could he not even make it into the top 100? Now, he's directly in the top 3. A big boss is a big boss. His experience points are increasing too fast. How many monsters did he kill? I counted carefully, and according to the boss's experience, the price increased by 15 points each time, and it increased 12 times in a row. 15 points? That's not right. Killing an ordinary level 1 sea beast will give you 30 life energy points, right? How come you only got this much? Chapter 13. First in Level. The avatar of an evolver named Tang Hong flashed, and there was obvious jealousy in his words. Haha, this Liu Chen probably only picked those monsters weaker than the first level, so he barely managed to kill 12 monsters. As soon as this statement came out, it was immediately refuted by everyone. Stop being sour upstairs. Open your eyes and look around. Are there any weak monsters left in this sea? That's right. Besides, even if the monsters are weak, being able to kill 12 of them at once is something most people can't do. Tang Hong was refuted by everyone and was obviously unconvinced. So what? There's nothing special about a first-level sea beast. Maybe he just happened to encounter a litter of cubs, so he only gets a little life energy each time. If you really have the ability, go kill a second-level sea beast and see. However, his message had just been sent. On the leaderboard, Liu Chen's experience value suddenly soared by 50 points. His ranking was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, surpassing Li Xini and Yang Zimo in one fell swoop, and he sat firmly at the top of the list. 1. Land Subsidence, Level 2, 155/300. 2. Yang Zimo, Level 2, 150 out of 300. 3. Li Xini, Level 2, 120/300. How is this possible? Looking at Liu Chen's dazzling ranking, Tang Hong's eyes twitched involuntarily, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Ha ha ha. Everyone come and see the clown. This slap in the face is faster than the speed of light. Call me. Why don't you shout? Do you think you can question the strength of Master Liu Chen? Boss Liu Chen is so awesome. He shot all the way to first place from outside the top 100 on the leaderboard. Facing the ridicule and sarcasm of the crowd, Tang Hong was still unwilling to give in and continued to speak stubbornly. I didn't say anything wrong. I admit that Liu Chen is quite capable, but the 50 experience points he just gained are at most equivalent to that of a first-level peak sea beast. Boss Yang and Boss Li can do the same. Tang Hong, you are the most shameless person I have ever seen. Although Yang Zimo and Li Xini can do it, they have the support of a team. Yes, it took the combined efforts of the four of them to kill a first-level peak sea beast, but Boss Liu Chen did it alone. Moreover, before that, Boss Liu Chen also killed so many small sea beasts. I also think that Boss Liu Chen is the best. At this moment, the sweet girl who had seen Liu Chen's profile picture flashed, and she made a bold guess. No, I think that what Boss Liu Chen just killed was most likely a second-level sea beast. Among the 1,000 of us in the novice sea area, who has ever seen a baby sea beast with their own eyes? The weakest sea beasts we have seen are only at the first level in strength. So, I infer that what Boss Liu Chen just killed should be 12 first-level sea beasts plus 1 second-level sea beast. The girl's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves, and the chat room was instantly boiling. Yeah, there's no sign of any sea beast cubs here. I also think that the talk about the cubs is pure nonsense. Which of the monsters that appear here is not powerful? Then why is the energy value obtained by Boss Liu Chen from killing sea beasts different from ours? The girl's head flashed, and she analyzed. I guess it's possible that Boss Liu Chen has some kind of pet or equipment that can absorb life energy, which causes him to only get half of the energy each time. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong's face was filled with disdain, and his head portrait flickered. Beauty, please stop talking nonsense. If you say so, then Liu Chen just killed a peak level 2 monster and 12 level 1 monsters. These monsters, let alone Liu Chen alone, even a team of 30 people probably can't eat them all, right? Is this Liu Chen a god? Facing Tang Hong's questioning, the girl's profile picture flickered and her tone was firm. Just wait and see. Master Liu Chen's abilities are beyond your imagination. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll wait. If this Liu Chen really killed a second-level sea beast just now, I, Tang Hong, will call him Dad from now on. However, Tang Hong's words had just been spoken. The proclamation of the Oracle sounded. Announcement. Evolver Liu Chen has successfully upgraded the primary novice wooden boat to an intermediate novice wooden boat. As the first evolver to complete the upgrade of a novice wooden boat, you will be rewarded with 1 bronze-level ship weapon and 1 evolution point. I hope all evolvers will take Liu Chen as an example and continue to work hard. As soon as the announcement came out, the originally noisy chat room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. After a few seconds, someone finally woke up from the dream. What's going on? Boss Liu Chen has taken the first place right away. No? Doesn't it require a second-level crystal core to upgrade the novice canoe? Could it be? Fuck, what that little girl said is true. Boss Liu Chen really just killed so many monsters by himself. Everyone was shocked when they realized that Liu Chen had just killed a level 2 monster. Boss Liu Chen is awesome. Boss, please take me with you. I want to be your crew member. Brother Liu Chen, please take care of me. I am willing to do anything for you. Boss Liu Chen, you are my god. Yes, yes, yes. From now on you should stop calling me Boss Lu Chen and start calling me God Lu Chen. Master Lu Chen is awesome. At the same time, Tang Hong's face turned as pale as paper, with cold sweat on his forehead. He secretly complained in his heart. It's over. I've gotten into big trouble. He patted his head regretfully, his heart filled with self-blame. It was all my fault for being jealous and mocking Master Lu Chen. Thinking of the terrifying strength of Master Lu Chen, Tang Hong couldn't help but tremble all over. If Master Lu Chen bore a grudge against him and attacked him, how would he be able to survive? In a hurry, Tang Hong rolled his eyes and quickly shouted in the chat room. Father Lu Chen, where are you? Your son Tang Hong has been waiting for you for so long. However, his words and actions caused a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, that clown Tang Hong has recognized his father. I am laughing to death. What a clown. If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. He does keep his word, but even if he wants to acknowledge his father, Master Lu Chen will never acknowledge him as his son. Ha 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 ha. For a moment, Tang Hong became the laughingstock of the entire 1000 Novice Sea area and lost all face. Chapter 14. Obtain a bronze-level whaling crossbow. On Lu Chen's side, after killing the dying goblin captain, he gained another 100 life energy points, together with the 12 ordinary goblins from before. This time, I gained 460 points of life energy. The little ball, having absorbed a large amount of life energy, jumped around excitedly and kept making gurgling sounds. Despite sharing half of Taanzi's life energy, Lu Chen still rushed to the top of the list. The goblin captain's head must contain a second-level crystal core that can help upgrade the ship. Lu Chen thought to himself. Then the bone spur suddenly extended and accurately split the captain's head, revealing a clear and translucent green crystal core. Crystal core, level 2, the source of life for fierce beasts, a hard currency that is more valuable than gold. With this thing, I should be able to upgrade my novice canoe to an intermediate level. Lu Chen carefully took out the crystal core, which was still warm, and then ran towards the wooden boat impatiently. The first person to upgrade the novice canoe will receive a bronze-level ship weapon as a reward from Heavenly Revelation. Lu Chen dared not delay. The materials required for upgrading include a second-level crystal core and 20 units of wood. Timber is readily available on this tiny, resource-rich island. Lu Chen just cut down a tree and got all the wood he needed. It is detected that the evolver has collected all the materials required for upgrading. Do you want to upgrade the novice wooden boat immediately? After Lu Chen agreed, the crystal core and the wood seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly merged into the boat. The novice wooden boat, which was originally only 5 meters long, gradually extended to 8 meters after the fusion of materials. The texture and momentum of the entire ship are also improved, giving it a brand new look. Novice wooden boat, Captain, Lu Chen. Level, intermediate. Crew, 1/6. Durability, 200. Weapon slot, small weapon 0 out of 1. Speed, low paddling. Defense, low, light armor. Talent, ecological symbiosis, level D. After the upgrade, the number of crew members that can be accommodated has increased by 2, and an additional small weapon slot has been added. Looking at the upgraded wooden boat panel, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Obviously, with continuous evolution, this once simple wooden boat will surely transform into an invincible battleship that sweeps across the seas in the future. Congratulations on becoming the first evolver in the novice zone to upgrade the novice wooden boat to the intermediate level. Obtain bronze-level ship weapon, whaling crossbow. Whale hunting crossbow, bronze primary, a giant crossbow equipped with a rope, requiring 1 small weapon slot. This thing is used to hunt whales. It would be too brutal if you use it to shoot people. The reward is here. Lu Chen was delighted. As the space trembled, a huge crossbow half a person's height appeared on the bow. It's more like a crossbow than a crossbow arrow. Fortunately, the novice canoe was upgraded to an intermediate level and its size increased significantly. Otherwise, this crossbow would be enough to cause the bow of the novice's wooden boat to take on water and capsize. Lu Chen lightly touched the broad arrowhead on the giant crossbow and admired in his heart. It's worthy of being the first-place prize. It's really powerful. If this arrow hits, even a second-level sea beast will be seriously injured and killed. Since the evolver Lu Chen was the first to complete the ship upgrade, he is awarded 1 evolution point. The voice of the decree sounded again, and Lu Chen was stunned. There are additional rewards? Evolution points. He quickly checked his attribute panel and saw a new column. Evolution points, 1. What's the use of this evolution point? Lu Chen quickly clicked into Tianyu Encyclopedia to check. Seeing this, his heartbeat accelerated. It turns out that evolution points can actually upgrade talent levels. So awesome. Lu Chen instantly felt that this adventure was worth it. Not only did he obtain a bronze-grade ship weapon, But most importantly, he actually obtained evolution points that could advance his talents. To some extent, the value of this evolution point even surpasses that of the whaling crossbow. After all, he had a deep understanding of the power of advanced talent, and what a powerful help it would be. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at his panel. Sure enough, after each talent he mastered, the number of evolution points required to upgrade was clearly marked. Plant Affinity, C level 8 points. Flame Control, C level 8 points. Ice Control, D level 4 points. Bone Spur Mutation, D level 2 points. Strength Enhancement, E level 2 points. Speed Enhancement, E level 2 points. Physical Enhancement, E level 2 points. Perspective, E level 2 points. Enhanced Sense of Smell, F level 1 point. Enhanced Vision, F level 1 point. Enhanced Hearing, F level 1 point. It was clear at a glance, and Lu Chen immediately had a plan in mind. It seems that an F-level talent upgrade requires 1 point, an E-level talent upgrade requires 2 points, a D-level talent upgrade requires 4 points, and a C-level talent upgrade requires 8 points. Alas, my little bit of evolution is just a drop in the bucket. As he was sighing, Lu Chen's gaze suddenly froze. No, Bone Spur Mutation is also a D-level talent. How can it be upgraded with only 2 points? After consulting the Tianyu Encyclopedia, Lu Chen suddenly realized. I see. Bone Spur Mutation belongs to the undead talent, and I am highly compatible with the undead talent, so the required evolution points are so few. Lu Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. However, how come this Bone Spur Mutation is classified as a talent of the undead type? After a moment, he shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It seems that I have to focus on cultivating my undead talent in the future. After all, using talents with a high degree of compatibility will be more powerful and consume less mental energy. Then, I'll save this little bit of evolutionary points for the Bone Spur Mutation. After making up his mind, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Tuanzi. At this time, Tuanzi was happily jumping and playing on the rocks. Guji Guji. Tuanzi, come on, it's time for us to work. Guji. Hearing Lu Chen's call, Tuanzi instantly became like a puppy, wagging its tentacles and jumping to Lu Chen's legs. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Tuanzi, Tuanzi, you are a god-level kraken. Why are you acting like a little puppy now? Guji Guji. In Tuanzi's innocent mind, he has no idea about the concepts of god-level and kraken. It only knows that Lu Chen is its whole world. Afterwards, Lu Chen carried Tuanzi and quickly captured the goblin corpses one by one. He knew very well that only corpses that had just died could provide him with valuable attribute points. Before this, Lu Chen had come across the rotten remains of a sea monster at sea, but Tuanzi was unable to extract anything valuable from it. Therefore, he understood that he had to act quickly after hunting so as not to miss the opportunity. Successfully captured the Goblin Captain, level 2 peak. You obtain E-level talent, Strength Enhancement, E-level. Strength increases by 6 points. Chapter 15, get some more evolution points. Successfully ingested Goblin, First Order, 12, Strength increased by 24 points. What a great harvest. This intake increased Lu Chen's strength by 30 points. The strength more than doubled, from 25 points of strength to 55 points. Invincible, invincible. Ding, the E-level talent of the evolver Lu Chen, Strength Enhancement, meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into the D-level talent, Super Strength. Because Lu Chen himself has enhanced power. Therefore, the power enhancement absorbed from the Goblin Captain directly evolved into D-level superpower. Congratulations on becoming the second person in the Novice Zone to upgrade the Novice Wooden Boat to the intermediate level. Obtain the Iron-class ship weapon, Beast Ram. Yang Zimo and his 3 companions finally killed a rank 2 Sawtooth Ray beast after much hardship. After much difficulty, I finally gathered all the materials and upgraded the Novice Wooden Boat to the intermediate level. However, the 4 of them looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the beasts put their horns before them. Is Lu Chen cheating? We tried our best to catch up, but he still got there first. Zhou Yu's words were full of reluctance. It seems to be just as Lao Yang said. Our Xinxiao has many talented people. I thought we could easily get this bronze-level weapon, but in the end... Li Ming shrugged, looking helpless. Long Howren put the heavy shield back on his shoulders. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. It seems that we have underestimated Lu Chen before. Yang Zimo sighed softly, his eyes deep. Forget it. This black iron-class beast ramming horn may be tailor-made for our one-horned rhino. However, there was a hint of anticipation in his tone. I really want to meet this Lu Chun and see what kind of amazing talent he has to be able to lead the four of us single-handedly. Sudden, Long Howard burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. A criminal police captain, a fire hero, a military pioneer, and a top student. Such a luxurious lineup was actually outshined by a young man. Yang Zimo, Li Ming, and Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly when they heard this. But everyone could see the dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. We'll let him take the lead this time, but next time, we won't give him any chances. Zhou Yu clenched his fists, his young face full of stubbornness and unwillingness to accept defeat. That's right, Shueba, we still have a long way to go. Yang Zimo's eyes sparkled with wisdom, and he patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder. Since there are rewards for upgrading the intermediate wooden boat, the rewards for the advanced wooden boat must be even more generous. That's right, we still have plenty of opportunities, we have to work harder. Come on, stop talking nonsense here and go kill the monsters. I can't wait to surpass him. At this moment, Lu Chen's attention was attracted by the stone axe in the goblin captain's hand. Granite battle axe, low-level black iron. Although it looks rough, it is extremely hard. Don't try to fight this weapon head-on. I was wondering why the fine steel spear broke in an instant. It turns out that this axe is actually a high-grade weapon. Apart from the giant whaling crossbow awarded by Tianyu, this was the first time that Lu Chen saw a weapon with a grade in person. It just so happens that I don't have a suitable weapon right now, so I can use this axe for now. Lu Chen picked up the stone axe and strode towards the depths of the island. When he first encountered the island, he planned to search it carefully to see if he could find some useful resources. Not far away, a clear spring came into view. As I expected, where goblins live, there must be water to nourish them. Suddenly, a patch of vibrant herbs nearby caught Lu Chen's attention. This is bone-strengthening grass, a rare medicinal material that can be used as medicine or eaten directly. Taking it can permanently improve your physical fitness. It turns out to be a herb that can increase attribute points. What a good stuff. Looking around, there are at least hundreds of strong bone grass swaying gracefully. If you eat all of this, you can gain hundreds of points of physical fitness, which will make you soar. Lu Chen quickly plucked a few bone-strengthening herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. Take bone-strengthening grass, physical fitness, +1. Take bone-strengthening grass, physical fitness, +1. However, his physical fitness only increased by 3 points, and continued use of the medicine had no effect. In that case, Tawanzi, you go ahead. Guji, since eating it raw has no effect, try ingesting it. Lu Chen firmly believed that the absorption ability of the dumplings must be more efficient than simply using them as medicine. After all, SSS level talent is not just a name. Successfully ingested bone-strengthening grass gained 2 points of physical fitness. Successfully ingested bone-strengthening grass gained 2 points of physical fitness. As expected, eating it directly only gives 1 attribute point, but taking it as a dumpling can double the gain. Tawanzi also reached saturation after taking 3 strains. In a short period of time, Lu Chen's physical fitness increased by a total of 9 points, which was a fruitful gain. Don't waste it. Lu Chen leaned over the spring, first drank some clear spring water, and then pulled out all the bone-strengthening grass. These treasures that can improve attribute points can definitely fetch a considerable amount of value even if they are sold, etc. Lu Chen's heart moved. Sell. Yes, you can sell it. Since Tianyu could bring so many people here in an instant, what kind of survival game is this? Then selling something across space shouldn't be too outrageous, right? After some fiddling, Lu Chen actually discovered the trading interface. Then Lu Chen hung up all the bone-strengthening grass. After a little thought, he put all the fresh water from the spring on the trading list. Announcement: Evolver Lu Chen, as the first evolver to use the Tianyu trading system in the 1000th Novice C, is awarded 1 evolution point. Tianyu's cold and mechanical voice rang in the minds of every evolver. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Not to mention others. Even Lu Chen was stunned. Is this okay? It's so simple, and I just got a few evolution points? The originally quiet chat channel suddenly exploded. What's going on? What good stuff did Master Lu Chen sell? Trading system? Can we buy and sell things across space like in novels? I'm more curious about what the evolution points are for. Master Lu Chen got some before. You don't even know the use of evolution points? Let me tell you, an evolver like you with F-level talent only needs 1 evolution point to be promoted to E-level. As soon as these words came out, there was a sigh of regret in the channel. Fuck, is this so outrageous? Why didn't I think of selling something earlier? Evolve a little. I regret this so much. If I had known, I would have hung my socks up to sell. The one upstairs is really disgusting. Even if you put up your stinky socks, no one will buy them. That's not important. What's important is the evolution points. Hey, what kind of treasure did Master Lu Chun put on the trading system? Chapter 16, The Ghost Ship Appears. System Announcement, New Trading Item added by Evolver Lu Chun, Fresh Water. Fresh Water 500 ml, Exchange Condition, 1 Level 1 Beast Corpse, Condition, Death Time is no more than 24 hours, and Talent is required. System Announcement, Evolver Lu Chun adds a new trading item, Bone Strengthening Grass. Bone Strengthening Grass 1, can improve physical fitness after taking it. Exchange Condition, 1 Level 2 Beast Corpse, Condition, Death Time is no more than 24 hours, and must have talent. No crystal core is required. When people saw the products that Lu Chun had put on the shelves, they were shocked again. Fresh water. Master Lu Chun actually has fresh water for sale. Master Lu Chun, can I exchange it with an ordinary beast corpse? I'm so thirsty. I finally understand why Master Lu Chun was able to reach the top of the list. It turns out that he found a small island and killed all the monsters on it. Wow, this bone-strengthening grass can actually permanently improve one's physical fitness. It's really a rare treasure. Yeah, I want it too, but it requires a level 2C beast corpse to exchange for it. Woohoo, I can't defeat it. Haha, I just happened to hunt down a first-level C beast with talent. I was worried that I had no use for the corpse, so I went to Lord Lu Chun to exchange some fresh water to quench my thirst. Brother Lu Chun, I really want that bone-strengthening grass. Can you give me some? I can be your crew member and do anything for you. Give up, the one above. Everyone knows that Master Lu Chun is a lone ranger. With your F-level talent, how can you catch the eye of Master Lu Chun? Not necessarily. Master Lu Chun's boat is getting bigger and bigger, so he needs someone to help him row, right? Yes, Master Lu Chun. If you want to find a crew member, you must look at me. I have E-level strength enhancement, and I can paddle faster. I really wish I could be on the same ship with Master Lu Chun. Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a piece of news suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god, what's going on? Half of Lee Sinny's team suddenly died. Not only that, Boss Lee Sinny's D-class special ship was also destroyed. Oh my god, hasn't Lee Sinny already reached level 2? Why is he still so miserable? As everyone was shocked, Lee Sinny's cold and clear profile picture suddenly flickered. Everyone, I encountered a ghost ship on the sea. Everyone must be careful. We are not able to deal with that ghost ship at the moment. It's Lee Sinny, boss. How could he not even be able to compete with Lee Sinny, who is ranked 3rd on the list? It's getting more and more terrifying. Even a ghost ship has been created. Ghost ship? Will there be ghosts? I'm most afraid of that thing. Boss Lee Sinny's special ship has a D-class speed, but it was destroyed by the ghost ship. You can imagine how terrifying it is. At this time, an avatar that rarely spoke flashed. It was Lu Chun. Li Xinyi ghost ship? Can you tell me the exact location where it was found? Lu Chun's sudden speech instantly caused an uproar in the group. Oh my god, it's Master Lu Chun. He finally spoke. Wow, Brother Lu Chun's profile picture is so handsome. Master Lu Chun seems to be very interested in the ghost ship. What is he going to do? Li Sinyi quickly replied. The location is 352,789. You must stay away from that sea area. The ghost ship is extremely terrifying. If it weren't for its inability to move on its own, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to escape. Lu Chun, it's not far away. I'll go take a look. Li Sinyi, are you crazy? You are courting death. It is very likely a third-order creature. Do you know what a third-order creature is? Even Yang Zimo spoke up. Lu Chun, little brother, since you have such an outstanding talent, you should develop steadily and not rush into anything. However, there was no response. Lu Chun closed the chat room. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If I develop steadily, how could we have the strength we have today? After arriving in this ocean, Lu Chun understood one thing deeply. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. The resources in this world are limited and the competition is extremely cruel. If he wants to stand on top of the world, you must seize the initiative at the early stage and quickly widen the gap with others. Only in this way can he continue to accumulate advantages like a snowball on the road ahead, leaving everyone with nothing but sighs and watching his back. Such a strange ghost ship must have great benefits. What's more, the wreckage of Lee Sinny's special ship is there, and he also wants to absorb the talent of that ship. In the chat channel, everyone was talking about it. Why is Master Lu Chun silent? Is he really going to deal with the ghost ship alone? That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't Boss Lee Sinny warn me? There is a high possibility that there are third-order creatures lurking on the ghost ship. They are third-order creatures. I have a hard time dealing with first-order creatures. It's hard to say. If it were us, we would definitely run far away. But he is not us. He is Lu Chun. That's right. The title of Great God is not undeserved. I am more and more curious. If Master Lu Chun and the ghost ship confront each other head-on, who will win? I don't think we'll be able to fight. Didn't the master say that? We're just going to take a look. Maybe we'll just take a look and come back. Hey, the guy above, do you really think that a fierce man like Master Lu Chun, who was able to wipe out Lu Shuainan and kill 13 ferocious beasts in a row, would go there just to see the scenery? While everyone was discussing, Lu Chun was already holding the little girl and paddling towards the position provided by Li Sini. Lu Chun was paddling while checking his panel. This trip to Goblin Island was a huge gain. Name, Lu Chun. Level 2, 155/300. Evolution points, 2. Strength, 55. Agility, 25. Constitution, 43. Perception, 29. Talent. Plant affinity, C rank. Flame control, C rank. Ice control, D rank. Bone spur mutation, D rank. Super strength, D rank. Speed enhancement, E level. Physical enhancement, E level. Perspective, E level. Enhanced sense of smell, F grade. Enhanced vision, F grade. Enhanced hearing, F grade. Skills, none. Ship, intermediate novice wooden boat, enhanced. Comprehensive combat strength assessment, level 3. Anyone who underestimates you will pay a huge price. Although Lu Chun is only level 2 now, but his overall strength is comparable to that of a level 3 evolver, or even better, especially the strength attribute, which reached a shocking 55 points. Coupled with the D-level power enhancement. Even if it was a hard steel plate, Lu Chun was confident that he could punch through it with one punch. Not only that, Lu Chun has mastered 11 talents. The clever combination of these talents makes his actual combat power far beyond what can be reflected by simple data. Chapter 17, Bone Control, Undead Talent. My comprehensive combat power assessment has reached level 3, so fast. Lu Chun stared at his attribute panel, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. With his current strength, he has enough confidence to win even when facing a peak level 3 monster. According to Li Sini, the combat power of the ghost ship is about level 3. He can totally eat it. But Lu Chun did not dare to be careless. He knows that he needs to go all out in every battle to ensure that he is in the best condition. Because this is not a game, there is no chance to start over. Once you capsize in a ditch, there is no recovery. After careful consideration, Lu Chun decisively invested all of his 2 evolution points into the Bone Spur mutation talent. Ding, consuming 2 evolution points. Bone Spur mutation, D-level, is evolving. Bone Spur mutation successfully evolved into Bone Control, C rank. It's done. Lu Chun was delighted. At this moment, in addition to Plant Affinity and Flame Control, he successfully obtained a 3rd C-level talent. Recalling the awakening ceremony that took place in the Protective Shield, in the entire Novice Zone 1, there are only 2 C-level talents. Now, Lu Chun alone has 3 C-level talents, which shows how strong he is. Bone Control. Now the name of this talent has a bit of an undead feel to it. Lu Chun's body trembled. Instantly, 8 pale jade-like bone limbs emerged from his back, the sharp tips of the limbs flashing with cold light. These 8 limbs are like adding 8 arms to me, and Lu Chun's mind moved, and his white skeleton limbs exerted force, lifting him up steadily. It also allows me to climb cliffs like a spider, not bad. But a C-level talent should have more potential than this, right? Let's see if we can release it outside the body. As Lu Chun's thoughts flowed, a bone spear with an icy aura suddenly condensed and took shape in front of him. Go! Lu Chun groaned, and the bone spear immediately cut through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. It really works. The power of this bone spear is comparable to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. However, Lu Chun's thoughts continued to spread. If I can manipulate bones outside my body, can I summon skeletons like the necromancers in novels? After all, Bone Control is an undead talent, so it makes sense to be able to summon an undead skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. A pile of bones quickly piled up in front of Lu Chun and eventually turned into a hideous skeleton standing in front of him. However, when Lu Chun's mental strength relaxed a little, the skeleton collapsed instantly and turned into broken bones. No, this skeleton is just a skeleton, without soul or spirit, and has no fighting power. Lu Chun shook his head, but was not discouraged. After all, the current Bone Control is only C-level. In the future, it will continue to evolve to B-class, A-class, and even S-class. By then, he might only need to wave his hand lightly to summon an endless wave of undead that would sweep across the world. Brother Yang, are you really going to exchange this sawtooth Ray's corpse for that bone-strengthening grass? Zhou Yu frowned, his words full of confusion. The reason why Lu Chun is so strong must be related to the corpses he obtained. If we give him the body of this ray beast, he will definitely become stronger. On the contrary, the bone-strengthening grass we got can only increase his physical fitness by 1 point. It's useless and has no effect at all. According to the information obtained by Yang Zimo and the other three, wherever Lu Chun passed, all the corpses turned into mummies, as if all their essence had been absorbed. Yang Zimo looked at Long Haoren and Li Ming. What do you two think? Long Haoren crossed his arms over his chest, his expression indifferent. Old Yang, you make the decision, I'll follow you. Li Ming also nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll tell you what I think. Yang Zimo looked around at the three people and finally fixed his gaze on Zhou Yu. His tone was steady and profound. Although Lu Chun and I are competitors, we are all citizens of Xinxia in the final analysis. Zhou Yu, have you ever thought about this? Are we the only Xinxia people in this vast ocean world? Zhou Yu hesitated to speak. Obviously, he had some guesses in his mind. Yes, as you thought, other countries on the blue planet may have come here as well. Yang Zimo continued, his eyes revealing deep insight. Even if there is no threat from other countries, we will inevitably encounter the indigenous creatures here. Future conflicts are almost inevitable. It is a blessing for us in Xinxiao that we have a genius like Lu Chun. Trading with him is undoubtedly a win-win choice for both of us. We need to look further ahead and not just focus on the immediate gains and losses. Moreover, I always feel that this ghost ship that suddenly appeared is not simple. I'm afraid Lu Chun's operation this time will not be smooth sailing. If this beast's corpse can help him, it can be regarded as our small contribution to Xinxia. After all, we all know the significance of a superpower to a country and a nation. After listening to Yang Zimo's words, Zhou Yu lowered his head in shame, his face flushed. He realized that his previous thinking was too narrow and pales in comparison to Yang Zimo's foresight. Brother Yang, you're right. I'm too obsessed with winning or losing. He admitted his mistake frankly. Yang Zimo smiled and patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder. His tone was heroic. Ha ha, having a competitive spirit is a good thing, but this does not prevent us from achieving a win-win situation with Lu Chun. We must continue to work hard and strive to surpass him as soon as possible. Lu Chun was not idle while he was on his way. He asked Taanzi to strengthen all the equipment that would be used later, including the intermediate novice wooden boat, granite battle axe, and whale hunting crossbow. Ding, Yang Zimo uses the Sawtooth Ray Beast Level 2 Corpse 1 to exchange for Bone Strengthening Grass 1. Lu Chun raised his eyebrows. A hint of surprise surged in his heart. Someone really used a second-level corpse to exchange? He originally did not hold out much hope for this. After all, not only were the second-tier sea beasts very powerful, but those with talent were even more difficult to provoke. Yang Zimo. Lu Chun recalled the man in police uniform with a determined look on his face. So he's the strongest person in the novice area. No wonder. At this time, Lu Chun saw. Previously, two people had used two first-level sea beast corpses to exchange for water from him. It's just that I was too busy before and didn't pay attention to it. Afterwards, Lu Chun extracted the 3 sea beast corpses from the trading space. Boom. The huge body of the Sawtooth Ray suddenly smashed heavily on the wooden boat. Guji. Tuanzi was so frightened that his fur instantly stood up. His little teeth were bared and his 8 little tentacles opened. Seeing this, Lu Chun quickly picked up Tuanzi. Don't be afraid. I summoned it. Chapter 18. Corpse Shark, Target Ghost Ship. After comforting the little girl, Lu Chun turned his gaze to the 3 corpses. One is a level 2 Sawtooth Ray, and the other 2 are a level 1 Megalodon and a human-faced fish. All have talent. Lu Chun's eyes lit up when he saw this. Ever since he knew that he could evolve by acquiring the same talent. He accepted all talents that came his way, and the more talents he had, the better. Successfully ingested the Sawtooth Ray, gained speed enhancement E level, and increased agility by 6 points. Successfully ingested Megalodon, gained enhanced sense of smell, F rank, and increased agility by 2 points. Successfully ingested the human-faced fish, gained hearing enhancement, F grade, perception increased by 2 points. Lu Chun has all 3 of these talents. All of a sudden they evolved. Speed enhancement evolves into super speed, D rank. Smell enhancement evolves into super smell, E rank. Hearing enhancement evolves into hearing superior, E level. The emergence of super speed is undoubtedly a timely help for Lu Chun. Because among all his current attributes, agility is the lowest, which undoubtedly lowers his combat effectiveness. However, the emergence of super speed helped him solve this problem. As for the super sensitivity of smell and hearing, although they do not directly enhance combat effectiveness, their roles as auxiliary talents cannot be underestimated. There are no useless talents, only useless people. Tuanzi, come in, we're here. Lu Chen looked ahead with sharp eyes and said in a deep voice. Guji. Tuanzi responded obediently and then slid into the backpack behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen specially made it with leaves. Sister Cindy, do you think Lu Chen will really come? The one who spoke was a baby-faced girl. She is Fan Yingying, ranked 11th on the list, who possesses a D-level talent for ice manipulation. At this moment, Fan Yingying was sitting on the wooden boat, her eyes reddened. That ghost ship was so scary. Wang Ying and Tao Tao both died in the mouths of those monsters, as well as our white horse. Fan Yingying's voice was trembling, and she looked frightened. Standing next to her was a tall beauty with long hair like a waterfall. It was Li Sini. He's already here. Li Sini spoke slowly, her voice cold. Well, Fan Yingying followed Li Sini's line of sight. Under the setting sun, a medium-sized wooden boat slowly floated down the river. On the wooden boat, a handsome young man stood proudly. The breeze blew gently, lifting the black hair on his forehead, revealing a pair of black eyes as deep as the starry sky. Li Sini. Lu Chen nodded at the two girls in a friendly manner. I didn't expect you would actually come over to see the scenery. It seems like you have plenty of time to waste. Li Sini raised her chin slightly, and a barely perceptible arrogance revealed in her words. Obviously, deep down in her heart, Lu Chen could never pose any substantial threat to the ghost ship. Looking at Li Sini's proud white swan-like posture, Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly complaining in his heart. This woman, she just experienced a defeat. How can she still be so arrogant? Little did they know. In Li Sini's mind, she was able to escape unscathed from the pursuit of a third-level beast, which was an achievement she should be proud of. After all, she is only at level 2. Lu Chen, the ghost ship's attack range is just ahead. Just take a look and don't take any risks. Fan Yingying wiped the corner of her eyes and reminded. 2 of her teammates had died in the sea ahead, and she didn't want anyone else to die there. Lu Chen smiled calmly. It's okay. I'll go explore the way first. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface suddenly surged and a huge megalodon slowly emerged from the water. Giant! Megalodon! Fan Yingying was startled and raised her hand to attack. Yingying, don't worry. Li Sini stopped her in time. That megalodon was controlled by Lu Chen. Fan Yingying covered her mouth in surprise. Even now, many people still find it difficult to fight a megalodon alone. However, Lu Chen could make the megalodon obey his commands like a pet. Just based on this point, he had surpassed most of the evolvers. As Lu Chen's mind moved, the megalodon immediately swam towards the sea ahead with its huge body. After the novice canoe is upgraded, the power of the ecological symbiosis talent is enhanced. On the wooden boat, Lu Chen's black eyes flickered with a faint light. With the megalodon's vision shared, he could see the entire sea ahead. However, the megalodon had just swam out for a short distance. Then a black creature slowly swam over. What is that? A shark. Lu Chen frowned as the two sides gradually approached. He finally saw clearly that it was indeed a shark, but this shark looked quite strange. It was a half-rotten body. Under the rotten flesh, the white bones are clearly visible. The white eyes were lifeless, obviously not a living creature. What the hell? Lu Chen snorted coldly and immediately controlled the megalodon to open its bloody mouth and bite the corpse shark. However, the carrion shark seemed to be completely unaware. He twisted his body violently, letting the megalodon bite off large pieces of rotten meat. Then, it suddenly opened its huge, smelly mouth and fought back fiercely. Although this corpse shark's body is broken, its attack is extremely ferocious. After just a few bites, the megalodon controlled by Lu Chen died. How about it? Li Sini looked at Lu Chen, who frowned and said jokingly, Is this a wasted trip? I had reminded Lu Chen a long time ago, but he didn't believe it. Now he's frustrated, right? Lu Chen did not answer and started the ecological symbiosis again. A seagull on the wooden boat immediately flapped its wings and flew away. Since the sea doesn't work, let's try the air. The first thing to do is to determine where the ghost ship is. However, before the seagull flew far, a carrion sea eagle appeared in sight. This time it's even worse. The seagull didn't even have a chance to fight back before being torn to pieces by the carrion sea eagle. However, a sharp light suddenly flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. At the moment when the seagull was swallowed by the darkness, he keenly captured a ship as black as ink, surrounded by a strange black fog, looming in the waves. It must be the so-called ghost ship. Then, Lu Chen waved the ear in his hand under the astonished gaze of Li Sini and Fan Yingying. The boat instantly cut through the water and headed towards the unknown horror. What are you going to do? Li Sini opened her eyes slightly wide, full of disbelief. She thought that after these two defeats, Lu Chen would wisely choose to retreat. But he never expected that Lu Chen would be so stubborn and ready to force his way in. Of course, we killed the monster on the ghost ship ahead. Lu Chen did not stop his movements, glancing at Li Sini. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do anything. Chapter 19 Danger. You. Li Sini frowned. With a bit of displeasure in her tone, she felt that Lu Chun was just bragging. I remind you that the ghost ship is far more terrifying than you think. Fan Yingying also hurriedly interrupted, with worry flashing in her eyes. Lu Chun, don't be so serious with Sister Sini. That ghost ship is really terrifying. It will take at least 4 level 3 evolvers to defeat it. We were able to escape this time thanks to Sister Sini's talent for magnetic manipulation. Otherwise, none of us would have come back alive. However, Lu Chun ignored the 2 girls. Under the astonished gaze of the 2 women, the wooden boat slowly sailed into the strange waves ahead. Just after sailing a short distance, the carrion shark approached again. Its figure was looming in the water, carrying an ominous aura. Undead, corpse shark. Features: no sense of pain, more ferocious in battle, low intelligence. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat power assessment: peak level 1, a strange creature hovering between life and death. No wonder my Megalodon couldn't beat it. It turns out to be at the peak of the first level. Looking at the shadow getting closer and closer, Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a sneer. But, can you handle this? After saying that, Lu Chen pulled the trigger of the whale-hunting crossbow. Bang! With a dull and shocking roar, the ship shook violently. A giant crossbow arrow, as thick as an arm and nearly 2 meters long, shot out across the sky like lightning. The corpse shark had no time to react before the crossbow arrow hit its huge body. Half of the corpse shark's body instantly exploded into countless pieces, and the splattered rotten flesh created ripples in the water. Haha, a creature hovering between life and death? I'll just shoot you to pieces and see if you die. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the power of the whaling crossbow. It is worthy of being a bronze-level ship weapon, with such terrifying power that even a peak-level first-level undead can be killed with one blow. Ding! Killed a corpse shark, level 1 peak. Gain 50 points of death energy. Death energy? Why isn't it life energy? Hearing Tian Yu's reminder, Lu Chen frowned. Obviously, killing this carrion shark will not allow him to level up. He quickly flipped through the encyclopedia explanation of the Tian Yu system, and after some exploration, he finally understood. It turns out that killing the undead does not give you life energy. After all, the undead are not living beings, so where does their life energy come from? However, death energy can endow undead creatures with intelligence and allow them to upgrade. Seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Death energy can give intelligence to undead creatures? Doesn't that mean that next time I summon a skeleton, I can use this death energy to transform it into an undead creature? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. But now is not the time to study this. The important thing to do first is to deal with the ghost ship. Rear. Fan Yingying witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cover her red lips. Wow, so amazing. He managed to defeat a top-level corpse shark so easily. In contrast, Li Sini was not surprised. She still looked ahead and spoke calmly. Lu Chen is able to be number 1 on the list, so he must have some strength. Then, she turned her head slightly and looked at Fan Yingying. Yingying, how long can he last? This Lu Chen, although he is very handsome and powerful, he is just too arrogant. I'm afraid he will be attacked by that monster if he goes any further. Sister Sini, do you think he will die there too? At this point, Fan Yingying couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear that was hard to conceal, as if she was remembering the terrible experience she had had before. Li Sini patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. As long as he doesn't take risks, he will come back after a little suffering. Even though those things are terrifying, they shouldn't be able to stop him. While the 2 women were talking, Lu Chen's boat continued to move towards the ghost ship. Suddenly, a burst of mournful crying sound penetrated the water and echoed all around. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lu Chen looked around vigilantly. However, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing unusual except the vast sea. No wonder it's called the ghost ship. The whole atmosphere is quite interesting. As the boat got closer, the cries became clearer and the number of cries seemed to be increasing. It was like a group of homeless souls telling their misfortunes. No, this sound comes from underwater. Lu Chen's heart shuddered, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Suddenly, a hand with white bones and skinny fingers stretched out from under the water and tightly grasped the side of Lu Chen's boat. There was still some rotten flesh left between the fingers, which looked extremely terrifying. Lu Chen turned his head suddenly. I saw a half-rotten corpse slowly crawling out of the water. Its eyes were empty, but full of hatred and jealousy towards life. Undead, the drowned. Features: no sense of pain, becomes more ferocious the more he fights, low intelligence, hates all living things. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: peak of the 2nd order, the bodies of the sailors who once drowned. Every living being is the object of their hatred. Playing tricks. Lu Chen snorted coldly and swung down the granite battle axe in his right hand, causing a sharp sound of wind. Puff. With a dull sound. Carrion splattered everywhere. The battle axe smashed into the drowned man's seemingly rotten head. However, what was unexpected was that the skull of the drowned man was extremely hard, like iron or stone, and it firmly stuck the granite battle axe and made it unable to move. Hee hee. A strange smile appeared on the drowned man's face, as if he was mocking Lu Qin's incompetence. Laugh. Lu Qin clenched his left fist and pulled it back to gather strength. Superpower activation. Strength tripled. Then hit it hard. With the power of 165 points, the fist was like a cannonball fired from a gun, hitting the drowning person's face heavily with a whistling sound. Bang. After a loud bang, the head of the drowned person instantly exploded like a smashed watermelon. The splattered rotten flesh and broken bones drew strange arcs in the air. The corpse, which had crawled halfway, suddenly lost its strength and fell powerlessly into the cold sea. Ding, kill the drowned, level 2 peak, gain 100 points of death energy. However, before Lu Qin could catch his breath, the heart-pounding sound of climbing echoed in my ears again. This time, the number is so huge that it is frightening. Looking around, I saw dozens of pale hands clinging tightly to the side of the ship. The drowned people with distorted and hideous faces slowly emerged from the cold sea. Fuck, so many? Lu Qin's heart sank. Even if he had the combat power of the 3rd level, he would probably be in great danger under the siege of such a large number of drowned people. Chapter 20: The Cursed Ghost Captain, Jack. However, Lu Qin did not choose to retreat. Instead, he manipulated the giant whaling crossbow and locked onto the shadow of the ghost ship vaguely emerging in the fog ahead. There is an old saying in Xinxia, since you are here, you are here. Now that he's here, how could he return empty-handed? Go. Lu Qin shouted sternly. The crossbow arrow, as thick as an arm, carrying a long rope, suddenly embedded deeply into the dark side of the ghost ship. The rope was instantly taut. It turned into a temporary bridge connecting the wooden boat and the ghost ship. Lu Qin moved and jumped onto the rope lightly. With his arms spread out, he rushed towards the ghost ship along the rope as nimbly as a monkey. He wants to use this as a bridge to board the ghost ship. Seeing this scene, Li Sini couldn't help but exclaimed, Lu Qin is going to board the ghost ship? Does he want to die? Fan Yingying's face also changed suddenly, and she shouted loudly. There is a level 3 creature on the ghost ship. Lu Qin, come back soon. Lu Qin activated his super speed and crossed the long distance of the rope in an instant, leaving far behind the unwilling roars of the drowned people behind. Before my eyes, the dark and ancient side of the ghost ship was within reach. He jumped up without hesitation and grabbed the edge of the ghost ship with both hands. He pushed hard with his left foot, exerted force with both arms, and flipped over the side of the boat lightly. Finally, the entire picture of this ghost ship shrouded in fog was revealed to Lu Qin without reservation. On the deck, a thick layer of moss covered every inch of space, making the surface slippery and difficult to walk on. There was an indescribable smell in the air. It was a strange smell mixed with the smell of sea and decay, rushing straight to Lu Qin's nose. Looking around, the interior of the ghost ship is in ruins and desolation. Rotten planks, broken masts, and those corners forgotten by time reveal an unspeakable gloom and weirdness. I guess this must be the 3rd level creature that Li Sini mentioned. Lu Qin's gaze fell on the figure emitting a powerful aura not far away, and he involuntarily tightened the axe handle in his hand. Undead, the cursed sailor. Features: no sense of pain, becomes more ferocious the more he fights, low intelligence, hates all living things. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: level 3, an ordinary sailor on the obsidian, who became an undead due to a curse. It is indeed the 3rd level. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not difficult to solve. Lu Qin's eyes were full of fighting spirit. However, just as he was about to take action, a sudden burst of applause suddenly broke out, interrupting his movements. Then, a voice with a rising tone, a bit of teasing and unruly came leisurely. Hey, we have guests aboard the Obsidian. Before he finished speaking, a rotten figure in a tattered captain's uniform and a crooked tricorn hat on his head slowly walked out of the captain's room, clapping his hands. Lu Qin's eyes were fixed on the ghost captain, and his pupil shrank suddenly. The terrifying aura emanating from the ghost captain almost suffocated him. The dead, the cursed captain, Jack. Features: no sense of pain, more ferocious in battle, highly intelligent, cunning. Talent: undead curse, B-level, cursed by Eleonora, he has an immortal body. Hey, even though he has become a dead spirit, being immortal is pretty cool, isn't it? Skill: swordsmanship mastery, B rank, swordsmanship is superb, and nothing can be broken by the tip of the sword. Combat strength assessment: level 4, congratulations on meeting the famous Captain Jack. After meeting him, you can write a suicide note. Fourth level? Lu Chen's breathing quickened involuntarily. In this evolution, most people are at the first level. The second stage is already a rare moment. He actually met a fourth-level ghost captain. Making trouble. The most important thing is, what the hell is that gift of immortality? However, before Lu Chen could react, the ghost captain's rising voice sounded again. You pigs, you're playing dead when we have guests. Oh, I forgot. You were already dead. Even if you're dead, move. Then, something happened that made Lu Chen collapse. A coral next to him, which had been motionless, began to tremble strangely. Then, a distorted face slowly emerged from the corals. It was a third-level undead sailor covered with corals and seaweed. This is not the end. The shells, rotten wood, and even some seemingly insignificant pieces of ship planks all around. They began to tremble. They are all the undead crew members of this ghost ship. It was unknown how long these crew members had slept in the darkness. Their bodies had long since merged with the surrounding environment and had become decayed. But even so, the cold and terrifying aura emanating from them still makes people shudder. In a blink of an eye, Lu Chen was surrounded by more than 20 level 3 undead sailors and a level 4 ghost captain. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes twitched. Damn it, in a novice area where most monsters are level 1 or 2, is it really okay to put a ghost ship that disrupts the balance? However, Lu Chen understood that. This is not a game. No one will fix the bug for him. Once he dies, that will be the end of eternity. Even though Lu Chen was very confident in his own abilities, he did not dare to be overconfident at this moment. He quickly glanced around, his eyes finally falling on the rope connecting the wooden canoe and the ghost ship, which was his only way of retreat. Just as he was about to take action, the ghost captain shook his finger, a playful smile appeared on his lips, and he said jokingly, "Hey, it seems that our guests don't like our welcome ceremony on the obsidian and want to leave." At this point, Jack's tone suddenly turned cold. "But now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." With Jack's cold words, an undead sailor who was closest to the rope suddenly swung his rusty sailor knife. With a click sound, the rope broke and Lu Chen's retreat was completely blocked in an instant. Far away. Due to Lu Chen's intrusion, the black fog surrounding the ghost ship gradually dissipated, just like the curtain of the stage is slowly drawn open. This allowed Li Xin and Fan Yingying, who were far away, to clearly witness the scene on the ghost ship. Fourth level. Li Xin's pupil shrank suddenly. The whole person seemed to be frozen, and his body was shaking slightly unconsciously due to shock. She had no idea. The one who attacked him on the ghost ship was just an ordinary sailor on the ghost ship. And the real boss on the ship is actually as high as level 4. Sister Cinny, it's level 4. It's a level 4 undead. Fan Yingying's voice was already filled with tears. She tightly grasped Li Xin's arm, her eyes full of anxiety. Lu Chen. What should we do with Lu Chen? He is surrounded by so many undead on the ghost ship. How can we save him? Li Xin was awakened by Fan Yingying's shaking. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Yingying, we can't save him. No one can save him. She looked towards the ghost ship, with a deep sense of helplessness and guilt flashing across her eyes. Level 4, how can there be a level 4 undead? She didn't understand why such a powerful undead creature appeared in this area that was supposed to be a novice trial. Chapter 21, Second Stage vs. Fourth Stage. Seeing that the only way out was cut off, Lu Chen calmed down instead. It has come to this. Escaping will only lead to death, and only by fighting hard can you have a chance of survival. He quickly looked around at the dead souls swarming around him. It was discovered that except for the ghost captain, all the undead crew members were of low intelligence. Low intelligence, which means that they can only follow simple commands and cannot communicate. Lu Chen's thoughts raced as he looked at the undead crew members approaching him step by step. He had already made up his mind. That is to say, they are all under the command of highly intelligent undead spirits. Then this undead ghost can only be Captain Ghost. As long as we kill him, the current crisis will be resolved. Thinking of this, Lu Chen resolutely pointed the battle axe in his hand at Jack, who was watching the show on the side, with a scornful smile on his lips. What? Are you planning to use your numbers to bully the few? Is this how you treat guests? When Ghost Captain Jack heard this, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, signaling all the undead crew members to stop, and then said in a joking tone, "Oh, it seems that our distinguished guest is a little dissatisfied. How about this? You can challenge any of my crew members. If you can win, maybe I, Captain Jack, will let you go if I am happy. How do you think?" However, when Lu Chen heard Captain Jack's words, he sneered in his heart. "Let me go, haha, ridiculous. If I really defeat an undead sailor, I will surely be greeted by a rush of all the undead crew members. If 20 or so third-level undead rushed forward. Even if Lu Chen had the ability to see through the heavens and the earth, he would still die here today. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the ghost captain had obviously not seen humans for a long time and still had a trace of curiosity, he challenged him. This is Lu Qin's only chance of survival. Win and survive. If you lose, you will die. Lu Qin looked directly into the ghost captain's pale eyes. These minions under your command are not worthy of fighting me. The one I want to challenge, is you, Jack. Upon hearing this, the ghost captain burst into laughter. You? How dare you challenge me? Jack never expected that a mere second-level guy would dare to challenge him, a fourth-level super-strong man. In this world, the difference of one level of realm often means a huge difference in strength. He really couldn't understand where this human got the courage from. Okay, I'm a little bored too, so I'll play with you. The sailor behind the ghost captain respectfully took off his tattered cloak for him. He moved his half-rotten palm. There was a creepy creaking sound between the joints, and a hideous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What I enjoy most is crushing the bones of living people piece by piece and listening to their screams of pain on the ground. That is the real enjoyment. Rear. Lu Qin, is he going to challenge the ghost captain? He's a fourth-level undead. Fan Yingying covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of shock. If she were to face the fourth-level undead, she might not even be able to stand. He is so brave and fearless. No wonder he is number one on the list. Li Sini looked at Lu Qin's figure, who was surrounded by countless undead spirits but still stood tall. A strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. If such a talented person can survive today's disaster, his future will be limitless. Sister Sini, do you think Lu Qin can win? Fan Yingying looked at Li Sini with red eyes. Disaster. Li Sini shook her head, looking solemn. If he was facing a third-order undead, he might still have a chance of survival, but the gap with the fourth order is too big. However, despite her assertion, there seemed to be a faint voice in the depths of my heart. Maybe a miracle will really happen in this world? The ghost captain slowly drew out his long sword from his waist, and his aura suddenly became fierce and unmatched. I hope you can have more fun with me. Before he finished his words, a black light suddenly flashed across the deck, and a sound of tearing the air exploded. Under Lu Qin's sharp gaze, the ghost captain, who had been motionless, suddenly jumped up and turned into a blurry afterimage at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the ghost captain stabbed out with the sword in his right hand. Call. The long sword cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye it was close to Lu Qin's chest. It brought with it a heart-pounding wind pressure. The shadow of death seemed to instantly cover Lu Qin, and the sense of crisis surged like a tide. At this moment, he only had time to cross the granite battle axe in his hand across his chest. Boom. The sword flashed like lightning, and instantly collided with Lu Qin's battle axe. An indescribable powerful force surged over, causing the battle axe in Lu Qin's hand to suddenly slip out of his hand and fly out. Just one strike. The power that Lu Qin had always been proud of encountered an unprecedented crushing. The power of the fourth level is so terrifying. However, this is only the beginning of the battle. The ghost captain moved his wrist slightly, and the long sword flipped. It was like a spirit snake spitting out its tongue, pointing directly at Lu Qin's throat. Lu Qin's eyes suddenly focused at this critical moment of life and death. Super speed. Hearing supercharged. Super sense of smell. Visual enhancement. Physical strengthening. In an instant, all his auxiliary talents were fully activated. Reaction, speed, and observation skills soared to the extreme in an instant. He was agile and slid back like a ghost. The fatal sword passed by his Adam's apple, leaving a cold edge. The ghost captain's attack missed, and Lu Qin took the opportunity to counterattack. Ice control. Crack, crack, cracka. With the harsh sound of freezing. The ghost captain's body was gradually covered by ice and turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture in an instant. However, this icy bond lasted only a moment. Crash. The ghost captain's body shook violently, and the broken ice flew around like arrows. The layer of ice failed to trap him for even a second before it completely collapsed and disintegrated. Ice talent, haha, child's play. The ghost captain was surrounded by a chilling aura, with a sneer of contempt on his lips. I've had enough fun. It's time to send you on your way, boy. Then, he prepared to give the struggling ant in front of him the final blow. However, Lu Qin raised his right palm and pointed it at the ghost captain. Control of flames. Burn. In an instant, blazing flames surged out like a tide. Swallowed the ghost captain's entire body. Crackle. The ghost captain was burning and crackling, but he didn't care at all. Haha, with the power of your talent, even if I stand still and let you burn for 2 minutes, you can't do anything to me. Just when the ghost captain was full of confidence, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he always felt that something was wrong. Wait, isn't this kid gifted in ice? How come he can breathe fire? How can he have 2 talents? The ghost captain felt a wave of uneasiness coming over him. This human being in front of me is a little weird. Crack. Suddenly, under the scorching flames, a crack actually appeared on the long sword in his right hand. Chapter 22. Blow your head off. How is this possible? The ghost captain's pupils suddenly shrank and he stared in astonishment at the shocking crack on his sword. Before he could react, he was shocked to find that his bones were covered with fine and terrifying cracks like swords. In a moment, the ghost captain only felt that his body became fragile. Boy, what kind of magic did you use? There is no way that the flame can be so powerful. The ghost captain was really angry. I didn't expect that this ant-like existence in front of me would actually cause me some trouble. Seeing the cracks on the ghost captain's face, Lu Qin was delighted. Success. In Xinxia, there is a widely circulated saying. If you learn physics and chemistry well, you will not be afraid to travel around the world. Lu Qin applied this simple physical principle, thermal expansion and thermal contraction. The ghost captain suddenly went from an extremely cold environment into a scorching heat. The huge temperature difference produced unimaginable stress, causing cracks in his sword and even his bones. This is scientific knowledge that even elementary school students know in Xinxia. This ghost captain didn't know. At best, he is just a reckless man with nothing but strength. In this case, what is there to be afraid of about Lu Qin? At this moment, the ghost captain's defense has been reduced to the lowest level. How could Lu Qin miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He clenched his right hand into a fist. Super strength, bone control. Dual talents activated instantly. In an instant, a blazing red light rose from Lu Qin's body, and his strength increased by more than 3 times. Countless bone fragments surged like a tide, tightly wrapped around his right fist, and turned into a bone glove covered with sharp spikes. The reason why Lu Qin didn't use super strength and bone control before was just for this moment. Victory or defeat depends on this one strike. Go to hell. Lu Qin's roar shook the sky, driven by an amazing power of 165 points. His right fist was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, carrying the power to destroy the world as it smashed towards the ghost captain. Today, you insignificant human, I will let you know that the majesty of a 4th-level overlord is not something you can insult lightly. The ghost captain roared. The long sword in his hand was pointed directly at Lu Qin, intending to kill him with one blow. Boom. The white bone boxing gloves came like a dragon, and the moment they touched the long sword shattered. How could that be? How could this ant suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he has enhanced his power? The ghost captain was horrified. The sword in my hand is so fragile. Well, my bones are probably the same. Seeing Lu Qin's fist with red light getting closer, the ghost captain did not dare to be arrogant. He wanted to dodge. However, his right leg seemed to be bound by an invisible chain and did not move at all. What the hell? The ghost captain glanced hurriedly out of the corner of his eye. The moss under his feet was growing wildly like weeds, tightly wrapping around his right leg, making him unable to move. Plant-related talent? How the hell does this kid have a talent for plants? At this moment, for the first time, an indescribable fear emerged from the depths of the ghost captain's heart. He had never seen such a bizarre and powerful human opponent. In an instant, the bone glove fell like a meteor, hitting the ghost captain's face fiercely. A bone-breaking sound that made one's scalp tingle was followed by an explosion. The rotten flesh on the ghost captain's face seemed to be swept away by the strong wind and scattered everywhere. Under the huge impact, his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and finally hit the side of the ship hard. Stir up a storm of rotten wood and dust. This is impossible. How can you have so many talents? The ghost captain was stunned by Lu Qin's powerful punch. I just felt stars in my eyes, the world was spinning, and my head was filled with the sound of bones breaking. However, Lu Qin did not give him any chance to breathe. His figure flashed, and almost at the moment the ghost captain touched the ground, he was already in front of him, following him like a shadow. He knew very well that all these results were due to the ghost captain's contempt for him. If we fail to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat them in one fell swoop, you will surely fall into an irretrievable situation. You pigs, you are still watching the show, come and help. The ghost captain had just said half of his words when a slender hand reached out and pressed his head. Bang! A huge force suddenly came out and pressed his head heavily onto the deck. His words were interrupted. He looked up in horror, only to see a pair of deep and cold black eyes staring down at him. The owner of those eyes has slowly prepared to give him the final blow. No way. The ghost captain was horrified. He never expected that he would be suppressed by a series of attacks from this being whom he once regarded as an ant, and he couldn't even cry for help. Lu Qin's body sank, and his right fist bombarded continuously like a violent storm. The wood was broken into pieces and flew everywhere. The entire ghost ship was shaking slightly. Bang, 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 bang. The fist wind whistled, and the speed became faster and faster until it reached a level that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. He knew that this ghost captain was immortal. Once he gives the order, more than 20 undead sailors around him will rush forward. Finally, With a powerful punch, the ghost captain's head shattered like broken pottery. Lu Chen slowly stood still, his handsome face revealing a bit of wildness and cruelty. Even if you can be resurrected, it will take a while for your head to recover after being smashed, right? He gasped and looked around. Without the control of the ghost captain, the surrounding undead stood still like puppets. There was no longer any threat to him. This time, he won the bet. Rear. Li Xini and Fan Yingying, who had been paying attention to Lu Chen, were completely stunned. Am I hallucinating? Fan Yingying murmured to herself, rubbing her eyes vigorously as she spoke, as if trying to confirm what she saw. I seem to have seen Lu Chen suppressing the 4th-level ghost captain. Fan Yingying stuttered when she spoke. Obviously, she herself felt that what she saw was fake. Not only Fan Yingying. Li Xini next to her also felt that everything was unrealistic. However, the clear images before her eyes kept reminding her that all this was really happening. Lu Chen, so strong. Li Xini opened her red lips slightly, but finally said only these 4 words. This was the first time she saw Lu Chen take action. The moves that flowed like flowing clouds and water, the attacks that contained endless power. Even the usually cool Li Xini couldn't help but feel her cheeks slightly hot. Before traveling through time, Li Xini was the CEO of a well-known company on Blue Star. She is decisive and proud. I have always believed that I am the most outstanding person no matter where I am. However, seeing the amazing fighting talent displayed by Lu Chen at this moment. Thinking back to the time when he was fleeing in panic after being attacked by an undead sailor. The gap is immediately apparent. The point is, he was so proud of being able to escape the attack of the undead sailor. Compared with Lu Chen, I am really as ridiculous as a clown. Thinking of this, Li Xini's face couldn't help but turn redder. Chapter 23 Supervisor, the survival gamble begins. Congratulations to the evolver Lu Chen for defeating the cursed captain, Jack. Huh? Is it over? Lu Chen was panting heavily, his clothes clinging to his back, and were completely soaked with sweat. He just felt a sense of dizziness coming over him, which was a sign that his mental strength was exhausted. This ghost captain is definitely the most powerful enemy he has encountered since he came to this world, no doubt about it. In the battle just now, Lu Chen used almost all of his talents without reservation. The tremendous power that erupted from the combination of more than a dozen talents. He was able to overwhelm the level 4 ghost captain with his mere level 2 realm. However, Lu Chen knew deep down that all these victories were built on the basis of the other side underestimating the enemy. Just like what Tianyu said about him. Anyone who underestimates him will pay a heavy price for it. Huh? Just a defeat notification? No death energy? No other rewards? Lu Chen frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Logically speaking, this is a battle spanning 2 levels of difficulty. How could it end so easily? Forget it. Let Taoanzi take it. After all, this ghost ship itself is a huge reward. Just as he was about to let Taoanzi take action, Tianyu's voice sounded in his ears again, with a hint of solemnity. Evolver Lu Chen, congratulations on successfully passing Tianyu's secret trial, supervisor selection. Selection criteria for supervisors. When the evolver is at level 2 or below, he must defeat evil spirits of level 4 or above alone. Note, once the evolver is promoted to level 3, he will lose the qualification to participate in the selection of supervisors. Supervisor. It is his duty to monitor all living things and has the right to judge and eliminate evil spirits that violate the laws of the sky. There is only one supervisor seat in the Blue Star War Zone. Reminder, accepting the inheritance will give you unprecedented power and potential, but it will also make you a thorn in the eyes of all evil spirits. Please consider it carefully. What is this? Lu Chen was confused by Tianyu's series of prompts. What monitor? What evil spirit? Never heard of it. He carefully studied the instructions from the heavenly decree and gradually understood their meaning. It turns out that this supervisor's inheritance is the real reward for my defeating Captain Ghost. Lu Chen stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The selection criteria for this supervisor are so harsh that it requires the evolver to be able to defeat a level 4 enemy alone at level 2. If I didn't have Taoanzi, this powerful helper, and the blessing of more than 10 talents, I'm afraid no one could complete such an assessment. The assessment is so strict, I'm sure the supervisor must be extremely powerful. Then Lu Chen looked at the introduction about the supervisor. I feel that this supervisor is the law enforcer of this world of Tianyu, although he will be hostile to all evil spirits. But, as a law enforcer, how could I be afraid of those evildoers? What's more, there is only one supervisor position in the entire Blue Star War Zone, which is enough to show how precious and rare this inheritance is. Done. Thinking of this, Lu Chen chose to accept it without hesitation. Tianyu, I accept the inheritance of the supervisor. Ding, the evolver Lu Chen chooses to accept the supervisor's inheritance. The inheritance begins. As the voice of the oracle faded away, a dark black light suddenly enveloped Lu Chen tightly. Then, Lu Chen's figure disappeared in the black light. His aura, his name on the leaderboard, and even all traces of his existence. All were silently annihilated at this moment. Not far away, two women were immersed in excitement. Suddenly, an ominous black light spread out, and then Lu Chen's figure disappeared completely from sight, as if swallowed by the night. From their perspective, it seemed as if Lu Chen was swallowed up by the ghost ship. Fan Yingying, who was cheering for Lu Chen, was stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. Lu Chen, why is he gone? Li Xinyi was also stunned. She had originally planned how to sincerely apologize to Lu Chen when he returned. After all, she had misjudged the level of the creatures on the ghost ship. The fourth order is mistakenly reported as the third order. If it weren't for Lu Chen's extraordinary strength, he would have probably fallen into an irretrievable situation long ago. However, Lu Chen suddenly disappeared. She had an inexplicable sense of foreboding in her heart. She hurriedly called up the control panel and searched the leaderboard eagerly. His face suddenly changed. Gone. Lu Chen's ranking has disappeared from the leaderboard. With shaking hands, she tried to access Lu Chen's personal page. What comes into view is, there was only a dead black silence. That is a blank space that only the dead evolvers would leave behind. Ow, how could this happen? You clearly won. Even with Li Xinyi's cold personality, her eyes couldn't help but turn red at this moment. Sister Xinyi? Lu Chen. Was Lu Chen eaten by the ghost ship? Fan Yingying cried. It's all our fault. It's all our fault for telling him about the ghost ship. He's so powerful. If it weren't for us, no one would be able to kill him. Woo. No, it's not your fault, Yingying. Li Xinyi held Fan Yingying's hand, but her eyes were empty as she looked at the ghost ship in the distance, which was once again shrouded in black fog. Her heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. Blame me. It was me. I misjudged the situation, which led to his death there. Li Xinyi's voice became lower and lower, and finally became almost a murmur. Sorry. Lu Chen was the most amazing person she had ever seen. If the ghost ship in front of her was really as she said, with only third-level creatures, Lu Chen would definitely be unscathed. However, it was because she misjudged the situation that such a genius as Lu Chen fell. At this moment, many people in the chat channel have already noticed the disappearance of Lu Chen's name. Hey, why did Master Lu Chen suddenly disappear from the leaderboard? Yes, not only is he no longer on the leaderboard, but his name has also turned gray in the watch list. Doesn't this mean that Master Lu Chen has fallen? Impossible. Master Lu Chen is so strong that he can easily kill 13 beasts. How could he? While everyone was shocked and discussing, a sudden announcement from the heavens exploded in everyone's mind like thunder. Emergency announcement from Tianyu. Kinta Nakamura in the 903 Novice area of the Fuso War Zone has activated the survival betting order. Survival betting parties. Fuso War Zone number 903 Novice C area. vs. Xinxiao War Zone number 1000 Novice C area. Survival gamble begins. Survival gamble. For the losing party, the storm outside the Novice C area will be 20 stronger, and all the attribute points will be permanently reduced by 20. For the winning side, the storm outside the Novice C area is reduced by 20 in intensity, and all the attribute points of all players are permanently increased by 20. Chapter 24. The Pride of the Japanese. After hearing the sudden announcement, the chat channel instantly became lively. What the hell? A survival betting order. What the hell? It seems like we have been challenged. For the losing side, not only will the intensity of the storm outside the poisonous fog area increase, but everyone's attributes will also be directly reduced by 20 points. No, all my attributes add up to only 26 points. If I lose 20 points, how can I survive? This is not the most fatal thing. The most critical thing is that the storm will increase by 20. There are only 8 days left before the poison gas is released. If we can't sail out in this stronger storm, everyone will die in this sea. That's right, we absolutely cannot lose this bet. If we lose, the entire army may be wiped out. Fuck. I just realized that the one who is betting our survival against us is the damned little day. Fuck, it turned out to be these beasts. The Japanese always love to do these despicable things. Damn it, we can't lose to these beasts. Yes, we must win this time. The people in the number 1000 Novice area were immediately excited when they found out that their opponents were actually the Japanese. Due to various entanglements in history and reality, the relationship between Xinxia and Fuso has always been tense and delicate. This bet has made everyone united against a common enemy. But what does it mean to win? Yeah, I can't wait to beat the shit out of these little bastards. Announcement. The gambling rules are as follows. A special parallel sea area will be opened in the novice sea areas of both sides. Evolvers from both sides can be teleported to the vicinity of the parallel sea at any time, but only novice boats of intermediate level and above are allowed to enter the parallel sea to engage in an unregulated confrontation. At the core of the parallel sea stands a space crystal. The evolver of either side wins if he occupies the space crystal for 1 hour. The winner, the one who made the greatest contribution to the evolution, will receive an extra reward. The parallel sea area will be officially opened in 10 hours. Please make full use of this time to prepare for the battle. Reminder, the chat channels of the two novice areas have been connected in parallel. Both parties can browse each other's chat content, rankings, and other information, but cannot speak directly. Reminder, survival gamble is extremely important. Please give it your all. Number 903 Novice Sea Area and Fuso War Zone. 1 survival bet has been made and 1 victory has been achieved. Novice Sea Area number 1000 in Xinxiao War Zone. 0 survival bets have been made, 0 wins. As the Tianyu system explained in detail, everyone finally understood. It turns out that this so-called survival betting order. It turned out to be a contest that pitted 2 novice seas against each other in a parallel sea. Fuck. Now I can kill the devils openly. I can't wait. Hey, brother upstairs, calm down first and read the rules carefully. Only intermediate novice canoes can enter the parallel sea area. Have you upgraded your boat? Not yet. In our entire novice zone, only Master Lu Chun and Boss Yang Zimo ships have been upgraded to the intermediate level. Don't panic. Everyone entered the field at the same time. We only have 2 mid-level ships, and Fuso probably doesn't have many either. That's right. With Master Lu Chun and Boss Yang Zimo here, we have nothing to fear. But, did you notice? They seem to have won a survival bet. Shit, I just saw this. Doesn't that mean that all the attributes of the opponents are 20 points higher than ours? No, can I? Everyone, don't panic. The chat channels of the 2 districts have been connected. Let's go check out what's going on over there. Yes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Let's go and see what they are capable of that dares to challenge us. Afterwards, a large number of evolvers in the Novice Zone 1000 opened the chat channel of the Novice Zone 903 in Fuso. Different from the confusion of the people in Xinxiao, the Japanese, who had gone through a survival gamble, were obviously much more experienced. At this moment, there was a cheer in the comments section, as if they had already won the bet. Yoshi, haha, Master Kena Nakamura has a really sharp eye for choosing his opponents. The opponent is actually a Xinxiao person. Xinxiao people? Ha ha ha. In the last game, it was a novice sea area of Xinxiao who took the initiative to challenge us, but was ruthlessly defeated by Master Nakamura, who gave each of us 20 attribute points for nothing. Arigato, it seems that the Xinxiao people are really generous. Haha. Sugoi, this time against the Xinxiao people, we Fuso will definitely win. They couldn't beat us in history, and it's still the same now. Haha. Of course, we have Master Kena here. As the Yin-Yang master of our great Fuso empire, he is invincible. How could those weak Xinxiao people possibly be able to defeat us? Mr. Xiaolin, everyone, we should not be careless. The Xinxiao people now are different from before. Not only are they very intelligent, but they are also very united when facing foreign enemies. Baga, Miss Haruko, the battle is about to begin. How can you say something that will dampen morale? That's right. We Fuso people have the best genes and the strongest physique in the world. Those Xinxiao people are simply incomparable to us. At this moment, the Nakamura Kenta they were talking about spoke. Haha, don't worry. I just took a look at the situation over there with the Xinxiao people. Their highest ranked people haven't even reached level 3, and there are only a few intermediate level warships, only 1 or 2. In this survival gamble, we Japanese will definitely win. After hearing what Nakamura Kenta said, cheers suddenly broke out in the chat channel. Kenta Nakamura's words were like a shot in the arm, and the channel instantly became lively. It's Kentadano. Kentadano is wise. Haha, those Xinxiao people are really weak. There isn't even one level 3 person yet. You know, Master Jiantai is about to reach level 4. Not only that, they only have so few intermediate warships, and we already have 6 intermediate warships. Yoshi, looks like I'll get another 20 attribute points in 10 hours. I've made up my mind. This time I'm going to put all of them into strength. I want to be One Punch Man. Ahaha. I guess all of these Xinxiao people who failed in the battle for survival will be poisoned to death after 9 days. Alas, thinking of their future fate, Kato-kun, there's no need to pity them. Only a strong nation like us Fuso people deserve to survive in this world. Matsumoto-kun, I don't feel sorry for them. I feel excited when I think that they will all be poisoned to death. Chapter 25 B-Level Talent. In stark contrast to the laughter and cheers of the Fuso camp, a strong atmosphere of anxiety permeated the chat channel of the Shinsha camp. Fuck, how come Kenta Nakamura, who's number 1 on their list, is almost level 4? Not only that, the top 5 of them have all reached level 3, and the top 20 have all reached level 2. This upgrade speed is too fast. Fuck, they won a survival bet before, and everyone got an extra 20 free attribute points. Their average level is half a level higher than ours. How can we play like this? What's even more outrageous is that Nakamura Kena actually has a B level on my OG talent. The highest in our district is only C level. How can this be possible? He must have had many adventures before, accumulated a lot of evolution points, and directly upgraded his talent to B level. Damn, I just realized that they have 6 intermediate novice canoes. What about us? How many intermediate novice canoes do we have? There's one for Master Lu Chun and one for Master Yang Zimo. And it seems there's nothing else. How can we fight this? The gap is too big. Are we going to lose? No, I'm only level 1. If I lose 20 attribute points, I'll be completely useless. Now we can only count on Master Lu Chun and Boss Yang Zimo to lead us to a comeback. Yes, there is also Master Lu Chun. He has always been a tough guy. He must have a way. When Lu Chun was mentioned, a glimmer of hope emerged in everyone's hearts. Where's Master Lu Chun? Why did he suddenly disappear from the leaderboard? At this moment, Yang Zimo's profile picture flashed. Li Xinyi, Li Sini, did Lu Chun come to look for you before? Where is he now? We need him. Boss Yang Zimo has appeared. Boss Yang, the enemy is here. You and Master Lu Chun should quickly decide what we should do. By the way, Master Lu Chun said before that he wanted to go and see the ghost ship that Master Li Sini mentioned. How is Master Lu Chun now? Has he solved the problem of the ghost ship? Li Xinyi, big man, come out and say something. Li Xinyi, big man, give me a response. In an instant, the chat channel was flooded with messages from Li Xinyi. After a long time, Li Sini's reply slowly appeared in the chat channel, with an indescribable heaviness. Everyone, Lu Chun is really powerful. The information I provided before was wrong. The monster on the ghost ship is not level 3, but level 4. But Lu Chun still killed the 4th level undead. Lu Chun is really the strongest person I have ever seen. After hearing what Li Sini said, everyone finally put their worries to rest. Boss, can you please stop breathing so hard when you speak? I'm almost scared to death. I thought Master Lu Chun had fallen. Master Lu Chun is awesome. He can even kill a 4th level undead. The great god is worthy of being the great god. With him here, those beasts who are living a good life are doomed. Everyone agreed, and morale seemed to improve. However, Yang Zimo keenly caught the abnormality in Li Sini's words. He frowned immediately, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Yang Zimo, Li Sini, what happened after Lu Chun killed the 4th level undead? Is he safe now? After seeing Yang Zimo's news, Li Sini's eyes turned red, and she felt a huge sense of guilt. Li Sini, Lu Chun was swallowed by the ghost ship after he killed the ghost captain. Li Sini, it was my fault for misjudging the power of the ghost ship that led to Lu Chun's fall. I have an unshirkable responsibility. I will be the first one to rush into the battle with the Fuso people later. After seeing Li Sini's news, there was a moment of silence in the entire chat channel. Everyone's inner hope was shattered in an instant, and pessimism began to spread. It's over. It's completely over. Our average level is already much lower than that of the Fuso people, and now Master Lu Chun has fallen. We have no hope at all. Wow, I'm only 18. I've never had a boyfriend. I don't want to die. Seeing this, Yang Zimo couldn't help but sigh. The thing he was most worried about had happened. We must not allow this sentiment to spread now. Yang Zimo, don't be discouraged. We Xinxia people are not afraid of difficulties. Since we can make the first Lu Chun appear, we can make the second and third. Yang Zimo, the battle has not yet begun, and the outcome is still unknown. How can we, the Xinxia people, easily bow down to the Japanese pirates? Long Howren, my 3 generations of ancestors are all soldiers of Xinxia. My grandfather never bowed his head to the Japanese pirates, even when he was most desperate. Today, I will never back down. Right. Li Ming sent a clenched fist emoji. What's so scary about those little Fuso guys? My thunder and lightning will not show mercy. Zhou Yu. That's right. Let's unite and fight these pirates. Fuck. That's right. I'm afraid of nothing. I don't believe that those little guys have one more head than us. Yes, they just won a survival bet by chance and gained the first mover advantage. This time we will make them spit out all their attribute points. Unity. Everyone must unite. Boss Yang, You give the orders, we will all follow your command. A firm response was heard in the chat channel, and morale gradually recovered under the leadership of Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo. Okay, everyone will be teleported to the vicinity of the Parallel Sea area now. There are only 10 hours left before the Parallel Sea area is opened. We must race against time to increase our strength and upgrade our ships. If anyone has any valuable information or resources, please share them immediately. Good. I'll be back right away. Boss Yang, I just found some herbs on an island that can increase agility. I found a wounded second-level sea beast at position 376, 976. I had been planning to hunt it down after I reached level 2, but now I won't keep it. Boss Yang, quickly organize some people to take it over. The bow and arrow in my hand is of black iron grade. I am only level 1, so I can't help you in the melee later. Take this longbow. I have some healing herbs here for emergencies. I know which area has abundant timber resources. I have stored enough fresh water here. Please feel free to use it. As Haruko said, when facing external threats, the Xinxia people have demonstrated amazing cohesion, uniting as one to overcome the difficulties together. Yang Zimo quickly dispatched and formed 4 hunting fleets consisting of 200 people each. Based on the clues provided by everyone, the hunting fleet attacked accurately and concentrated its efforts to hunt down the second-level sea beasts. The final fatal blow will be delivered by a strong person with outstanding talent and high ranking. At this moment, everyone in the 1000th novice zone seemed to have formed an unstoppable force, like a clenched fist, ready to meet the upcoming challenges. Chapter 26 Supervisor Template Invincible. Lu Chen only felt that the scene before his eyes was distorted. As if being pulled by some invisible force, I instantly crossed the boundary between reality and illusion and came to an unknown space. Here, the sky presents a depressing dark purple. The stars are hidden. Only wisps of faint light wandered in the void, adding a touch of weirdness to this dead silent space. He stood firmly on his feet, and wherever he looked, he saw a scene of desolation and strangeness. At this moment, a figure in a black robe slowly stepped into his sight. The man held a long sword in his hand. The sword blade was flashing with cold light and had a frightening sharpness. Opposite the man in black robe stood a huge monster, a 3-eyed giant who was a kilometer tall and extremely burly. Its skin is as hard as rock and its muscles are knotty, each of which contains the power to destroy the world. 3 huge eyes flash different lights. There is anger, unwillingness, and a desire to survive. It beat its chest with both hands and let out a deafening roar. The sound reverberated in the alien space, creating waves of sound waves visible to the naked eye. Overseer, I just followed the laws of this world and ate the people of a country. Isn't this normal in this world where the strong prey on the weak? Why can't you let me go? The 3-eyed troll's voice was full of reluctance and provocation, and it didn't seem to think it was wrong. The man in black robe stood quietly. His entire face was completely hidden under the black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes as cold as stars. The strong prey on the weak, that's normal. His voice was low and cold. So, it's just as normal for me to kill you. After saying that, the black-robed man slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword lightly touched the ground. It seemed as if at this moment, the entire space froze. 3-eyed troll, I, the overseer, Jia, declare you an evil spirit and will kill you immediately. The voice of the man in black robes echoed in the alien space. Every word exploded in Lu Chen's heart like thunder. Overseer, you are too arrogant. I will kill you. Hearing this, the 3-eyed troll roared even louder. It mobilized all its strength, and its 3 giant eyes shot out 3 dazzling rays of light at the same time, attempting to completely submerge the man in black robe. However, facing this devastating blow, the man in black robe simply swung the sword in his hand and shouted, "Break the wind." In an instant, a brilliant sword beam streaked across the sky, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, so fast that it was impossible to catch. The sword light contained endless majesty and power, even splitting the space into 2. The huge 3-eyed troll was as fragile as paper under the sword light and was cut in half in an instant. The massive body collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a wave of dust and rubble. The black-robed man sheathed his sword without moving an inch, as if everything that had just happened was just a piece of cake. Lu Chen stood aside and witnessed this shocking battle. An indescribable shock welled up in my heart. Is this the power of the supervisor? When I thought that I might become a supervisor like the man in black robes who was above all other living beings. Lu Chen's chest could not help but rise and fall with excitement. Just now, The power and grace of the black-robed man's sword made Lu Chen's heart beat fast. At this moment, the man in black robe turned around slowly. His deep eyes seemed to penetrate time and space as he looked at Lu Chen. In an instant, a huge stream of information poured into Lu Chen's mind like a flood that broke through a dam. That was a profound understanding and essential analysis of the wind-breaking sword that the black-robed man had just used. Every detail and every path of the flow of power were displayed in his consciousness with incredible clarity. Lu Chen seemed to be drawn into a vortex of time. After a journey of spiritual practice spanning a century, the understanding and mastery of breaking the wind reached an unprecedented level at this moment. When this flood of knowledge gradually subsided, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and everything around him seemed to have changed. He had left the strange space and returned to the deck of the ghost ship. The sea breeze blows gently, carrying with it a salty, damp, and rotten smell. Ding! You have successfully obtained the inheritance of the supervisor. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Gain free attribute points, plus 10. Obtain skills, Windbreaker, exclusive to supervisors. Obtain the supervisor template. Attribute points obtained for each upgrade too. Along with a series of prompts from the sky in my mind. Lu Chen only felt a powerful force surging through his body like a tide, causing him to tremble all over. It's rich. It's rich. Lu Chen looked at his own attributes, and his heart began to pound. This supervisor's inheritance is really amazing. Directly increased Lu Chen's attribute points by 2 levels. What's even more terrifying is that he has been given a special template that defies the heavens. Every time he levels up, he will get double the attribute points. This means that when an ordinary person levels up, he or she can gain a total of 45 attribute points, 10 points for each of the 4 attributes plus 5 points for free attributes. But he can get a full 90 attribute points. You know, he is only level 2 now. As his level continues to rise, the gap between him and others will become like an insurmountable chasm. But what made Lu Chen most ecstatic was the new skill he had mastered, breaking the wind. He witnessed with his own eyes the shocking scene where the man in black robes swung the sword easily and split the 1,000-meter-tall and extremely ferocious 3-eyed troll into 2 halves with one sword. And now, this skill that is enough to terrify the enemy is firmly in his hands. Skill, Windbreaker, exclusive to supervisors. When the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. After Lu Chen added all 10 free attribute points to perception, he opened his own panel. Name, Lu Chen. Level 2, 155/300. Position, Supervisor, 0/10,000. Evolution points, 0. Strength, 75, average for the same level is 20. Agility, 53, average for the same level is 20. Constitution, 63, average for the same level is 20. Perception, 61, average for the same level is 20. Talent, C level, Bone Control, Plant Affinity, Flame Control. D level, Ice Control, Super Strength, Super Speed. E level, Physical Enhancement, Enhanced Sense of Smell, Perspective, Enhanced Hearing. F level, Visual Enhancement. Skill, Windbreaker, Overseer exclusive. When the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. Ship, Intermediate Novice Wooden Boat, Enhanced. Comprehensive Combat Strength Assessment, Level 4 Level 6. For the supervisor, realms are ridiculous. Anyone who relies on realms to fight against the supervisor will die miserably. Chapter 27. Conquering the Ghost Captain, the First Little Brother. Although my level is only 2, but its attributes are several times that of the evolvers of the same level. Normally, the combat power of a level 2 evolver is roughly maintained at the level 2 level. However, with the rich attributes, and many talents, Lu Chen, its comprehensive combat capability has been rated as high as level 6. This means that in Tianyu's eyes, with Lu Chen's current strength, even if he has no skills and only relies on brute force, he is enough to compete with a 6th level strongman. It turns out that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Lu Chen sighed sincerely. Although this ghost ship trip was a narrow escape. However, the reward he received after surviving the ordeal also made him completely stand out from the ranks of ordinary people. With the unlimited potential it has now, even without the help of Tuanzi in the future, he also has the confidence to achieve great success. What is the number after Overseer me? Position, Supervisor, 0/10,000. After consulting the Tianyu Encyclopedia, Lu Chen finally understood. It turns out that every time the supervisor kills an evil spirit, he will gain evil energy. The undead I killed before were not considered evil creatures. When the evil energy is accumulated, he will unlock new supervisor exclusive skills. I see. It seems I need to look for more evil creatures next time. Next, let's search this place first, and then it's time to upgrade the intermediate novice canoe to an advanced one. To upgrade the advanced novice wooden boat, you need 40 pieces of wood, 1 level 4 crystal core, 5 iron ingots. Iron ingots and wood are easy to get. The only difficult thing is the 4th level crystal core. However, level 4 creatures are nothing to Lu Qin at the moment. He wanted to upgrade the canoe into a sloop as soon as possible. Sail out of the novice waters and see what the outside world looks like. Hey, I thought you ran away with your tail between your legs, but I didn't expect you to be so brave and actually dare to stay here. At this moment, the ghost captain's voice suddenly rose. Jack covered his head and slowly walked into Lu Qin's sight. Looking at Lu Qin, Jack felt his head still aching. He never thought that he would capsize in the ditch. I was actually beaten to pieces by this level 2 human. It's such a shame. Revenge. Revenge must be taken. Jack got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He gritted his teeth and said, "This time, I will never be careless again. I will crush every bone of yours into pieces and make you wail and beg for mercy on the deck." However, Jack's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Something is wrong. Wouldn't it only take a few hours to resurrect myself? But why did this human's aura undergo such a drastic change in just a few hours? Although Lu Qin in front of him still looks like he is at the 2nd level. But there was always a voice in his heart telling him that this strange human being in front of him was very dangerous. The more Jack looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong, and his heart began to beat fast. Seeing the ghost captain and the surrounding undead crew members surrounding him again. Same scene, same dilemma. But Lu Qin's mentality was completely different. You want to break my bones? He glanced at Jack, a sneer on his face. It's just right. I can use these undead to test my current strength. When Jack's eyes met Lu Qin's, he felt as if he was locked in the eyes of an ancient giant beast. The body shook violently involuntarily. That's not right. This feeling. This breath. Why does he look a bit like the legendary overseer? Really? He just obtained the inheritance of the supervisor. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Jack's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. Possessing many talents. With only a 2nd level realm, he could easily crush a 4th level strong man like me. Not only that, his mental toughness and sharp combat instincts are beyond ordinary people. How does this look normal? Etc. Am I the monster that the supervisor is evaluating? Jack suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. No wonder his obsidian couldn't get out after sailing here. After all the fuss, it turned out that he was a hidden test subject of the supervisor. Although he was panicking inside, Jack still managed to stand up straight. He looks fierce but is actually weak. Young man, although you just upset the great Captain Jack, Jack, always respect the brave. For your fearlessness and courage to draw your sword. I will show you mercy and let you live. Please leave now. Jack pretended to be magnanimous on the surface, but his heart was beating like crazy. Let's go. Go away. I won't bother with you even if you blow my head off, but you still don't leave. Go away, ancestors. Please. However, Jack's expectations were dashed. Lu Qin twisted his wrist and said calmly, "Now, it's not a question of whether you let me go or not. But how am I going to deal with your problem? It's over." Jack wailed inwardly. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. Jack wanted to cry when he thought about being targeted by an observer. Aren't the supervisors supposed to slay big demons and eliminate evil spirits? I, Jack, am just a little undead ghost haunted by a curse, lingering on. Isn't it a waste of talent to use an overseer against me? Wait, curse? Yes? Thinking of this, Jack's eyes lit up, and he said with a disdainful look, "Humph, young man, don't say I didn't remind you that I am immortal. Even if I stand here and let you kill me, you can't hurt me at all. You'd better leave now before I change my mind." Immortality? Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. He had actually forgotten about this. But it doesn't matter. Tuanzi, come out, we have work to do. Guji. Tuanzi, who was feeling bored inside Lu Qin's backpack, immediately slid out happily and rubbed Lu Qin's face affectionately. This scene made Jack, who was already doubting his life, feel like he was struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. North. Kraken? Isn't this horrible creature that is said to be able to devour an entire plane extinct long ago? Why is there another one? Jack, who had relied on his immortal curse, suddenly became desperate. He knew very well that his curse of immortality was completely useless when being devoured by the Kraken, even though what was in front of him was just a young Kraken. Just as Lu Qin was about to make a move, he suddenly heard a strange noise. The scene that followed stunned him greatly. The arrogant ghost Captain Jack suddenly knelt down in front of him without any warning. His attitude was so resolute, as if he had become a different person in an instant. "Don't kill me, boss. I am willing to sacrifice half of my soul just to serve you, sir. I will go through fire and water for you." Well, this scene change was too abrupt, and Lu Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Hasn't this ghost captain always been tough? Why such a sudden change? Ding, the cursed captain, Jack, is willing to pay half of his soul to become your vassal. After accepting this condition, you will have absolute control over Jack's life and death. Do you accept? Chapter 28. Lu Chen is cursed. Aren't you going to crush my bones inch by inch? Lu Chen just thought it was funny. I'm afraid this ghost captain has a split personality? You look like you were going to kill someone just now, but now you're kneeling down and calling me boss? Jack rolled his eyes and put on a flattering smile. Hee, as the saying goes, a man who knows the times is a hero. How dare I, Jack, be an enemy of a master like you? You'd better be sensible and avoid getting beaten again, hee. Oh, I didn't expect this ghost captain to be able to judge the situation. It's just that I'm currently lacking a fourth-order crystal core. What should I do? Lu Chen deliberately frowned, pretending to be embarrassed. When Jack heard this, he immediately said with a sad face, "Boss, do you think my skeleton looks like it could contain a crystal core? Besides, if you were willing to accept me as your vassal, wouldn't it be a level 4 sea beast? When the time comes, I promise to kill 2 for you." Jack patted his chest and promised solemnly. Looking at Jack's eagerly trying to please him, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This Jack must have seen something, perhaps he knew the secret of the supervisor. Or maybe he recognized Tuanzi's true identity. Whatever he discovered, Jack was no ordinary man. With him by my side, I might be able to save myself a lot of trouble. Furthermore, as the ship is constantly upgraded, the novice canoe has become larger and larger, and it really needs the assistance of the crew. With Tuanzi here, I naturally cannot recruit humans as crew members. In comparison, an undead like Jack, who completely obeys my orders, is a very suitable candidate for crew membership. With this in mind, Lu Chen nodded slightly and decided to accept Jack. Then, a green soul fire floated out from Jack's head and slowly merged into Lu Chen's body. From then on, Lu Chen could control Jack by manipulating the soul fire with just a thought. Jack saw this and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He immediately performed a standard noble salute to Lu Chen. "Jack meets the captain. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the captain. Get up." Lu Chen replied calmly, looking around. "Is there anything else on this ghost ship that can be used?" Jack grinned and responded confidently. "Hey, Captain, it's definitely a wise decision for you to accept me. The famous Jack will definitely not disappoint you. Although most of the obsidian has decayed, there is one thing in it that I believe will interest you." As he said that, Jack turned and walked quickly towards the captain's room. After a while, he came out with a rusty spear and handed it to Lu Chen with both hands. This weapon was originally a mid-level black iron, but due to its age, it has decayed and now has been reduced to a low-level black iron. However, its sharpness should not be underestimated. Lu Chen took the spear and saw that it was completely black and heavy in his hand, obviously of extraordinary quality. Decayed Wave Breaker Spear, low-level black iron. Although its quality has declined due to decay, its sharpness is still trustworthy. Reduced quality due to decay? Others may not be able to do it, but for Lu Chen, it is not a problem at all. "Tuanzi, temper this weapon." "Guji." After Tuanzi responded, 2 pink tentacles stretched out and wrapped around the spear. Then, under Jack's shocked gaze, the rust on the surface of the spear quickly faded away, revealing its shining body. Enhanced Wave-Breaking Spear, high-grade black iron. A black iron spear carefully forged by the dwarves, powerful enough to penetrate huge waves and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This is truly the power of the Kraken. Jack's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly, full of shock. "It seems that you have recognized Tuanzi's identity." Lu Chen looked at Jack with deep eyes. "What else do you know?" Jack was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said seriously, "Captain, the Kraken is an extremely ferocious beast. Who doesn't know it? But, Captain, you must be very careful. The young Kraken is extremely precious. Do not show it to the world easily, otherwise it will surely attract the covetousness and competition of countless powerful people." Lu Chen looked at Jack but didn't say anything. He knew that Jack must be no simple man. But now he has more important things to do. "Tuanzi, try to see if you can ingest this ghost ship." Lu Chen remembered that when he was approaching the ghost ship, they were attacked by corpse sharks, corpse sea eagles, drowned people, and other undead. In all likelihood, this is the gift of this ghost ship. If we can take it for ourselves, it will undoubtedly be a force that cannot be underestimated. However, Tuanzi stretched out his little tentacles. It kept making a cooing sound, as if conveying some kind of uneasiness. Seeing Tuanzi's reaction, Lu Chen knew that there was definitely something wrong with this ghost ship. Cursed ship, obsidian, severely decayed and uncontrollable. Level, two-masted battleship. Talent, ghost ship Class B. Once a powerful brig, it was transformed into a ghost ship due to Eleanor's curse. It has the power to resurrect and manipulate corpses. Yes, this is the terrifying ghost ship. Luchin touched Tawanzi and said softly, "Is Tawanzi worried about the curse on the ship?" "Guji Guji." Tawanzi nodded vigorously. "Captain, you don't have to worry about this curse." Jack interjected, picking his nose. "Why?" Luchin raised his eyebrows. "Because you're cursed now?" Jack shrugged. "What?" Luchin's heart trembled suddenly, and he quickly looked down to check his status panel. Sure enough, the word cursed appeared behind his originally clean name. And there is one more talent in the talent column. Talent, undead curse, B-level, curse by Eleonora. You have an immortal body. Enjoy your few days as a human, because you will soon become a dead spirit. Although there is an extra B-level talent out of nowhere. But Luchin did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He saw Jack's decaying state. "How am I cursed?" Luchin's voice was low and suppressed, and his eyes stabbed at Jack like a knife. Seeing Luchin's murderous look, Jack shrank his neck and replied with a guilty conscience. "Well, Captain, didn't you just receive half of my soul? So, this curse is..." "Then why didn't you say it just now?" Luchin clenched his back teeth. "You didn't ask." Jack responded weakly, his voice as small as a mosquito. Luchin took a deep breath and tried to calm the urge in his heart to cut Jack into pieces. "After being cursed, how long does it take to become a ghost?" "About a year or so. But Captain, you have to be careful not to die. Once you die, although you can be resurrected, it will greatly accelerate the process of your transformation into a ghost." Jack was obviously experienced with this curse. Chapter 29, New Ghost Ship, Erebus. "Captain, you don't have to worry too much. It's good to be a ghost. Look, you're not afraid of death. How great is that? Do you have a sense of taste when you eat? Can you get onto land? Is your Kuin still working well?" Luchin asked 3 questions in a row, causing Jack, who was pretending to be relaxed, to freeze on the spot. Jack lowered his head stiffly and looked at Kuin, who once made him so proud. Suddenly collapsed. She hugged Luchin's thighs and burst into tears. "Captain, I am so miserable. I have no sense of taste when eating. All the delicious food I eat tastes the same. I am forever bound to this sea, and I can't even get a close look at the green plants. The most important thing is, my Kuin, my lifeblood, is gone. Captain, you must help me lift this curse." Woo woo woo. Looking at Jack, who was hugging his thigh tightly and crying bitterly. The corners of Luchin's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This bastard. I knew being cursed was not a good thing. If there were no side effects, it wouldn't be called a curse, it would be more appropriate to call it a blessing. He could barely accept the first 2 side effects. But the third one. He absolutely cannot tolerate not being able to use Kuin. Just kidding. What's the fun in life without baby? This curse must be lifted within 1 year. Otherwise, once you are completely transformed into a spirit, you will lose the chance to step on land forever. By then, it will be extremely difficult to lift the curse. However, the most urgent task is to get out of this novice area. Dumpling, capture the ghost ship. Luchin sighed helplessly. "Don't worry about the curse, we've already been hit." "Guji." Tawanzi responded dejectedly, then launched abyss absorption at the ghost ship. As the dumplings are taken, the strange black fog that filled the ghost ship suddenly dissipated. The dull dead sailors on the ship wailed and turned into piles of dry bones. The originally eerie ghost ship. In an instant it turned into a pile of dilapidated shipwreckage. Seeing this, Luchin quickly rowed his canoe closer. Let Tawanzi integrate the power he just absorbed into the boat. In an instant, the ordinary novice wooden boat was surrounded by black mist. Faint wailing sounds came out from the black fog. This novice wooden boat seemed to have inherited the soul of the aging obsidian and transformed into a new ghost ship. "Wow, Captain, is this our new ship? What's its name?" Jack's eyes lit up. Although the novice boat in front of him was pitifully small compared to his obsidian. But this ship can move. He had been trapped on the immobile obsidian for so long that he was almost suffocated. Now that Luchin had become his master, he was able to leave the dead ship with Luchin. "Well, now that you mention it, I really should give my boat a name." Luchin stroked his chin and thought. "Let's put it this way. There are 3 people on the boat now. Let's each nominate a name, and then raise our hands to vote. I'll go first. Jack raised his hand eagerly. "Let's call it the Invincible Beauty Girl." Guji. Tawanzi also raised a tentacle, indicating that it wanted to call Gujiheo. After listening to these 2 suggestions, Luchin held his forehead helplessly. I knew it was unnecessary to ask them. "Okay, after combining the opinions of the 3 of you, I decided to call it the Netherworld." Luchin made the decision. "Captain, that's not what you just said. Didn't you vote by raising your hands?" My invincible beauty girl sounds so beautiful. Jack obviously didn't want to give up. Guji guji guji. Tawanzi was not to be outdone and raised his 8 little tentacles. It means that it has more hands, it wins, and should be called the Gujiheo. I'm the captain. I have the final say. Luchin glared and completely ignored the protests of the skeleton and octopus. He would never accept a ghost ship called the Invincible Beautiful Girl or the Guji. At this moment, Luchin suddenly remembered that Li Sini's special ship seemed to have sunk nearby. Jack, did you sink a canoe before I came here? Ah, that's what happened. Jack scratched his head and recalled. There was a beauty on that ship. Her figure and face were absolutely stunning. Unfortunately, she was too far away from me. I randomly assigned a sailor to attack her a few times, but she still escaped. Oh, what a pity. Jack looked regretful. I didn't ask you that. Where did the ship sink? Luchin looked at Jack with disdain. You don't have Kuan, so what does it have to do with you if someone is pretty? Oh, it seems in that direction. Jack pointed not far away. As soon as Luchin thought about it, 2 terrifying and ferocious corpse sharks swam rapidly towards the direction Jack pointed. Soon, the carrion shark emerged from the water, dragging the wreckage of a dilapidated wooden boat. Tawanzi, try to see if you can absorb the talent of the ship. Guji. A moment later, Luchin's netherworld added another talent, extreme speed, level D. Enhanced novice wooden boat, captain, Luchin, cursed. Level, intermediate. Crew, 2 out of 6E. Durability, 300. Weapon slot, small weapon 1 out of 1, enhanced whaling crossbow. Speed, medium, paddling. Defense, medium, light armor. Talent, ghost ship, B level. Ecological symbiosis, D level. Extreme speed, D level. The ship is still short of 4 undead crew members. If I summon skeletons again and give them death energy, I should be able to transform them into undead creatures. Tawanzi had previously captured the ghost ship, and all the undead sailors on board had disappeared. All the death energy in the undead sailor's body immediately returned to Luchin, a total of 3,500 points. Just do it. Luchin activated the bone control again. In an instant, countless bone fragments appeared before his eyes and quickly pieced together. Soon, 4 complete skeletons stood in front of him. Go. Luchin shouted in a low voice. 4 soul fires condensed from the energy of death floated towards the 4 skeletons respectively. However, the result was not entirely what he had hoped for. Only 2 of the skeletons managed to light up their dark eyes. The other 2 were burned by the soul fire and turned into scattered bones. I see. It seems that the level of the undead creatures I can create cannot surpass my own realm. Luchin understood immediately. He had previously injected the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th order death energy into these 4 skeletons. But only the 1st and 2nd level skeletons managed to survive. After understanding the principle, Luchin once again took out 300 points of death energy and successfully created 4 second-level peak skeleton warriors. Well, that's right. It seems that I am indeed compatible with the magic of the dead. Luchin nodded with satisfaction. The 4 skeleton warriors in front of him, although their intelligence was still low, and they could only execute the simple commands he gave them. But they are real second-level peak creatures, so powerful that they are terrifying. Chapter 30 Jack Benchon. To create each peak second-level skeleton warrior, 100 points of death energy are consumed. The more than 3,000 points of death energy he currently possesses are undoubtedly enough to support consumption for a long period of time. With these 4 skeleton warriors, Luchin no longer has to paddle by himself. Captain, this is the axe you used before. I picked it up for you. Jack came over happily, holding the granite battle axe. Do you have any more weapons? Previously, Jack's sword was broken by Luchin's punch. Yes, I have a spare one. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Jack had a charming smile on his face, no longer the majestic and terrifying look that Luchin had seen at first. But Jack didn't feel wronged at all. Instead, he was secretly glad. Just kidding. My boss is the supervisor. Even the pet is a god-level kraken. Definitely the treatment of a protagonist. With a boss like this, I can walk around with my head held high wherever I go in the future. The kraken is the boss's pet, and I am the boss's little brother. That's like me equals kraken. I'm so awesome. Luchin nodded slightly, already having a plan in mind. This granite battle axe is of no use to Jack, because the skeleton warriors have their own bone weapons and do not need any external equipment. Then this axe is useless. In this case, why not use it to verify one of your conjectures? Tawanzi, take this axe and see if you can gain attribute points. Previously, Tawanzi could no longer increase Luchin's attributes due to frequent absorption of weapons without grades. So what about the low-level black iron granite battle axe? Guji. Ding. Successfully ingested the granite battle axe, low-level black iron. You gain 4 points of physical fitness. as the granite battle axe gradually turned into fine stone particles. Lu Qin's physical attribute also increased by 4 points. As expected, as long as the quality of the item is improved, attribute points can be obtained again. Okay, it's time to go back. I wonder how many levels Yang Zimo and the others have improved during this period. Lu Qin thought to himself, although his strength has greatly increased during this trip. But because all undead creatures have no life energy, their level has remained stagnant. When Lu Qin clicked into the chat channel and saw the message inside, a cold light flashed in his eyes. A bet on survival? Japanese? A sneer appeared on his lips. I was just worrying about not being able to find an opponent to test my new strength, but these Japanese people just came to me. You came just in time. Hey, Captain, what are you looking at? Jack came over curiously. The rotten flesh on his face almost touched Lu Qin. Lu Qin couldn't help but frown and hid back in disgust. Jack, can you think of a way to return to your normal self? The way you are now is really disgusting. Captain, please don't despise me. If the curse cannot be removed, you will be like this in a year. Jack said faintly. Seeing Lu Qin's eyes gradually becoming colder, Jack quickly added. But I do have a way to return to my original form in a short period of time. Just wait, Captain. I'm going to show you how handsome I really am. Afterwards, Jack's appearance began to slowly change, and every detail gradually emerged under Lu Qin's gaze. When Lu Qin saw the familiar mustache, messy hair, and those iconic, ever-present smoky eyes, his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. The cursed captain, the obsidian, the smoky makeup. And that look that deserves a beating. Could it be? It's him, Jack Sparrow. Thoughts flashed through Lu Qin's mind, and every detail matched the image in his memory. Jack, even the name matches. Under Lu Qin's burning gaze, Jack's face finally recovered completely. Lu Qin's smile froze instantly. Captain, I looked so handsome before. Seeing Lu Qin stunned, Jack shook his dreadlocks narcissistically. Jack Binshan. Uncle Ben. Benyama? The attire and features were exactly the same as Lu Qin had imagined. But only that face. Why is it Uncle Binshan's? No. This doesn't make sense. Northeastern pirates? The corners of Lu Qin's mouth twitched involuntarily. Hey, Captain, how do you know my name is Jack Binshan? Jack grinned, revealing a big, gleaming gold tooth. Well, it's really called Jack Binshan. Captain, I will definitely bring honor to you by doing this. So many girls loved me to death back then. If I hadn't become a ghost and couldn't use Kuin, I might have a group of children now, with more than a dozen little ones following me. Jack looked proud, and then he moved closer. Hey, shall we set off now? I can't wait to see what the world outside looks like now. Don't worry, I have something else to do before I leave. What's up, Captain? Bang. Hey, Captain, why did you shoot me? I'll let you pass on that unfortunate curse to me. Lu Qin gritted his teeth and threw another heavy punch. Bang. Ouch. Because you said before that you would break my bones. Bang. Ouch. Captain, I was wrong. You are from the Northeast. Why do you have a foreign name? You made me wait in vain. Bang. Ah. Finally, just your looks are worth a beating from me. Bang. I'll help. At the forefront of the parallel area of the 1000th Novice Sea area, the densely packed novice wooden boats formed a magnificent sight, and all the evolvers in the entire novice area came out in droves and gathered here. As the countdown to the parallel sea area is about to start, the Xinxia people showed amazing cohesion and perseverance. In just 10 hours, they worked together too. Not only did he miraculously build 4 intermediate novice wooden canoes, but he also trained 22nd level masters. What is particularly noteworthy is that Yang Zimo, Li Sini, Long Haoren, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and Fan Yingying. With everyone's help, he even broke through to the 3rd level and became the backbone of the team. Old Yang, the time is almost up. Long Haoren took off the heavy shield on his back, his voice steady and firm. Yang Zimo looked around, his eyes flickering with determination. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand high, and said in an excited voice, Brothers and sisters, this battle concerns the survival of all of us. We can only win, not lose. Follow me and charge forward to kill all the invading enemies. Everyone's eyes revealed determination. They knew very well that this was a battle of life and death, and retreat would mean destruction. Kill the bandits. Chapter 31. The battle ends in 10 minutes? Accompanied by deafening cheers, the parallel sea area was officially opened. The 5 intermediate warships carrying all the hopes of the 1,000 people in the novice zone of Xinxia were watched by nearly 1,000 pairs of expectant eyes. Slowly sailing towards the parallel sea area, every stroke of the oars is embodied with the determination to win. Come on, brothers and sisters. At this critical moment, a clear and tender childish voice pierced through the noise. It was the voice of a little girl. Her tender body could not provide any fighting power. But that innocent encouragement was like a stimulant, inspiring the inner strength of Yang Zimo and others. They know that whether the little girl can continue to live depends on whether they can win this battle for survival. Come on. Come on. Beat those Fuso beasts to death. Xinxia will win. Invincible. The little girl's voice was like a horn, instantly igniting the passion of all the Xinxia people. The cheers and encouragements gathered into an unstoppable wave, surging and reverberating over the vast sea. This is not only an encouragement to the soldiers, but also the common voice of everyone, for survival and for the little girl to have a future. They must win and they must survive. Unlike Xinxia's race against time. The Fuso people, who had a huge advantage, thought they had a sure win, so they did not feel the pressure from Xinxia. In fact, many of them have already started celebrating in advance. However, when the intermediate warships of both sides sailed into the parallel sea area one after another, the Fuso people were all dumbfounded. What? Didn't the Xinxia people only have 2 warships? How come 5 of them suddenly appeared? Their evolvers levels are also rising very fast. There are actually 6 level 3 evolvers and more than 20 level 2 evolvers. Baga, they have such a bad conscience that they deliberately deceived us. Chiaodomadai, the ranking list is not fake. They have made such a huge progress in just 10 hours. These Xinxia people must not be underestimated. As long as they are given a chance, they can create amazing miracles. At this moment, the Fuso people who had originally looked down upon Xinxia began to feel a little uneasy. 5 mid-level warships, plus 6 level 3 evolvers. It has already posed a real threat to the Fuso people. Most importantly, the Japanese were puzzled. How on earth did the Xinxia people manage to train 6 third-level evolvers in just 10 hours? Little did they know. This is the result of nearly 1,000 Xinxia people working tirelessly and together for 10 hours. The power displayed by the Xinxia people's strong cohesion shocked the Fuso people. However, at this moment, a mid-level warship with a chrysanthemum pattern painted on its bow slowly sailed into the parallel sea area. A man dressed in Onmyoji's attire stood proudly at the bow with an arrogant look on his face. Seeing this person, the Japanese people, who had originally been cautious, suddenly burst into warm cheers. Ryajamaru, Lord Nakamura is here. Haha, you sick men of Xinxia, Lord Nakamura will show you what a truly strong person is. Sugoi, Lord Nakamura has already reached level 4. Haha ha, those Xinxia guys are waiting to die. Sir Nakamura Kinta, I want to give birth to your child. You are truly the pride of our great Fuso Empire. Not only Lord Nakamura, but the other 5 samurai on the Ryujomaru have also been upgraded to peak level 3. Haha, we are sure to win. With the appearance of Ryujamaru, the balance that was originally able to compete with Fuso was completely overturned in an instant. The appearance of this 4th level Onmyoji, together with the 5 third-level peak evolvers under his command. This undoubtedly brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to the people of Xinxia. Yang Zimo's face was tense and his eyes were deep. He passed by the 5 comrades standing side by side on the boat one by one, his voice low and firm. Wait, our ship will be responsible for blocking Lo Xiangwan. The people on their ship are all of high level. The pressure on us will be huge. Perhaps we will all die. Are you afraid? On his one-horned rhino, the 6 most outstanding people in the 1,000 novice zone gathered together. Including Li Sini and Fan Yingying, they also resolutely stood in this group. Haha, there's nothing to be afraid of. If we lose this survival bet, we will die sooner or later. We might as well fight these little devils and let them see how powerful we are. Zhou Yu's young face was full of ruthlessness. Li Ming adjusted the firefighter's helmet on his head, his eyes determined, ready for battle. We enjoy the most resources, so we should be at the forefront and have no regrets. Long Howren clenched his fists, his knuckles making crisp sounds, full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, before I die, I will definitely kill a few more people to make back my money. Li Sini's cold face was full of determination. Lu Qin's death is closely related to me. I will be the first one to rush in later. Even the usually timid Fan Yingying tightly grasped the crossbow in her hand. Despite the fear in her heart, she knew very well that there was no way back, and the only way was to move forward. Good. Yang Zimo gave an order and immediately turned his attention to the 4 warships behind him. My rhino will face Ryujomaru directly. The rest of you must act according to the plan without any mistakes. Behind him. For intermediate warships carried 24 level 2 evolvers. They were the only remaining level 2 forces in Novice Zone 1000. They all looked at Yang Zimo, their eyes full of determination and resolve, and nodded heavily. At this moment, the prelude to the war slowly began. A tense atmosphere permeates everyone's heart, and a battle of life and death is about to take place in this sea. Under the focus of nearly 2,000 pairs of eyes from both sides, the 2 fleets slowly approached the dazzling space crystal. Lord Nakamura, how long do you think these Shinshia people can hold out against our attack? The speaker was a Japanese warrior with a mustache, Yamada Taro. His eyes were full of contempt. Kenta Nakamura's yin-yang had fluttered in the sea breeze. Yamada-kun, your underestimation of the enemy is a big mistake. There is an old saying in Shinshia, even a lion fighting a rabbit needs to use all its strength. Hi. That's what Lord Nakamura taught me. Taro Yamada quickly performed a standard 90-degree bow, seeing the approaching Shinshia fleet. A cold light flashed in Nakamura Kenta's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. 10 minutes, within 10 minutes, in the battle. Let all these Shinshia pigs be buried in the sea. Hi. Chapter 32 Humanoid Machine Gun. This group of arrogant people actually boasted that they could defeat us in 10 minutes. Aren't they afraid of getting their tongues bitten? Yang Zimo raised his lips to sneer. Then, his body trembled, and a majestic aura surged. An illusion of a towering one-horned giant rhino instantly wrapped the one-horned rhino tightly. The giant rhino raised its head and roared, deafening. The one-horned rhino suddenly accelerated, carrying unstoppable momentum, and slammed into Long Xiongwan fiercely. This is exactly the sea-level talent of the one-horned rhino, Death Charge. Facing this devastating blow, a sneer of contempt appeared on Kenta Nakamura's face. Haha, are you so eager to die? Before the words fell, a brilliant pink light suddenly bloomed on the Ryujo Maru. A shield as gorgeous as cherry blossoms slowly opened, protecting the entire warship. This is what makes Kenta Nakamura fearless. The Ryujo Maru he piloted was also a warship with special abilities, possessing sea-level talent, Sakura Guardian. However, just when everyone thought that the strongest men on both sides were about to engage in a thrilling showdown, Yang Zimo suddenly shouted and his body shape changed suddenly. His arms stretched out rapidly as if they were endowed with life. Like two flexible giant pythons, they instantly attached themselves to the Kamikaze Maru, a Fuso warship on the right side of the Ryujo Maru. Now, Yang Zimo roared and exerted force with both arms. Change. At the same time, Long Howren and the others also responded in unison, paddling to one side. Driven by the tremendous power of everyone's concerted efforts, the seemingly clumsy one-horned rhino turned at an astonishing speed and rushed straight towards the unsuspecting Kamikaze Maru. The sharp beast horn on the bow of the one-horned giant rhino flashed a cold light, whistled past the Ryujo Maru, and slammed into the Kamikaze Maru. Bakayalu. They are targeting us. The crew on the Kamikaze Maru shouted in horror. The flax is falling. Turn around quickly. It's too late. We're going to collide. However, it was too late. Under the gaze of the 6 crew members on the Kamikaze Maru filled with fear and despair, the blade-like horn of the one-horned rhino pierced into the hull of the Kamikaze Maru with an unstoppable momentum. The one-horned rhino driven by Yang Zimo, whether in terms of talent or equipment, all of these make it extremely specialized in impact. Therefore, when the ramming horn collided with the hull of the Kamikaze Maru, it was like a sharp dagger cutting through butter easily, without any hindrance. With a deafening roar, the Kamikaze Maru's hull, which had seemed extremely solid, was actually torn into 2 halves, as if it had been easily broken apart by an invisible giant hand. The crew members on the Kamikaze Maru were immediately knocked unconscious and fell into the sea screaming. Lisini. Yang Zimo's voice resounded across the sea like thunder. Lisini stood up in response, with a strange light flowing between her hands. In an instant, the metal elements in the ocean seemed to be summoned and gathered in front of her, quickly condensing into hundreds of steel balls flashing with cold light. Shoot! With her cry. In an instant, hundreds of steel balls, like a dense barrage of bullets, shot towards the Fuso crew members struggling in the sea with fierce momentum. The moment the steel ball broke through the air, it brought up gusts of sharp air, blowing Lisini's silky long hair into dance. Puff, puff, puff. A series of dull noises echoed on the sea. The 6 Fuso crew members who fell into the water had no time to react before they were pierced through the bodies by the dense steel balls. Blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding sea red. The battle had only just begun. Shinshia destroyed a Fuso mid-level warship with a thunderous force, and killed 6 second-level evolvers. Brilliant performance. This is the tactic carefully planned by Yang Zimo. Facing the huge array of 6 warships of Fuso, Shinshia only had 5 warships. But Yang Zimo is well aware of the truth that it is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Only by inflicting heavy damage on the enemy at the outset and destroying one of their warships. Only in this way can we break the balance of power between the enemy and us and gain a chance of winning the next battle. Outside the parallel sea, the people of Shinshia witnessed this scene and instantly burst into cheers like a tsunami. Awesome. Boss Yang Zimo is awesome. Boss Lisini is awesome. Shinshia is invincible. Boss Lisini's magnetic control is really amazing. As long as her mental strength is sufficient, she is a human machine gun. Boss Lisini, you are so beautiful. You are my goddess. Although Boss Lee Sin is powerful, Boss Yang Zimo also made great contributions. If he hadn't unexpectedly crashed the kamikaze Maru and caused the Fuso crew to fall into the water, Boss Lee Sin wouldn't have been able to shoot them so easily. You're all awesome. You're all awesome. Come on, big guys, let these Fuso beasts experience the might of our Shinsha. At this moment, Raya Jamaru's shield was still as solid as before, but Kenta Nakamura's expression suddenly changed. He never expected that those cunning Shinsha people would make a feint to the east and attack in the west. The real target was the kamikaze Maru next to it. This discovery made him furious, and he roared. Bakayala, how dare you tease me like this? In anger, Kenta Nakamura suddenly opened his hands, and the air around him instantly boiled, as if some mysterious power was brewing. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from his palm and shot straight into the sky. Next, a huge monster slowly emerged in the light. It was a giant beast covered in fiery red scales and with eyes as bright as torches, the legendary fire Shikigami. The flame Shikigami exudes blazing heat all over his body, and blazing flames continuously spew out of his mouth. A slight flutter of his wings will stir up waves of heat, which is terrifying. The people of Shinshao witnessed this shocking scene and cried out in surprise. What the hell is this thing? How can it fly? It's Kenta Nakamura's B-level talent. It's a Shikigami. It's a Shikigami that only an Onmyoji can summon. Boss Lee Sin, be careful. Under the worried gazes of the crowd, Kenta Nakamura pointed his finger at Lee Sin with a sinister look in his eyes. Die. The fire god received the order and immediately spread its wings, roaring and swooping towards Lee Sin. At the same time, raging flames spewed out of its mouth, forming a blazing pillar of fire, trying to burn Lee Sin to ashes. Obviously, Kenta Nakamura has realized that the innate attack power of this Shinshao woman is too amazing, and she must be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. At this moment, the one-horned rhino had exhausted its power to move forward due to the fierce collision with the kamikaze Maru and was quietly stopped in the sea. In this narrow space on the boat, Lee Sin had nowhere to hide, as the fire Shikigami's attacks followed her like a shadow. At this critical moment, a tall and majestic figure resolutely stood in front of Lee Sin. It's Long Howren. Chapter 33, The Terrifying Flame Shikigami. He tightly grasped the huge shield in his hand, standing like a mountain, and his roar resounded through the sky. Power of the earth, protect me. Instantly, with his huge shield as the base, the lusk gathered like a tide, quickly condensing into an indestructible earth wall that swallowed up all the raging flames. Earth element talent, unparalleled defense. Haha, a person with earth-type talent, you dare to try to stop me? Kenta Nakamura opened his eyes wide, his face full of ferocity. Break it for me. The fire god received the order and slammed into the earth wall. The earth wall was strong enough to withstand the full force attack of a third-level beast. Under the violent impact of the fire god, it instantly collapsed and turned into fragments that flew all over the sky. Puff! Long Howren's body shook and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The attack from a fourth-order strong man was extremely powerful and was not something he could easily withstand. However, facing the approach of the fire god. Long Howren had no intention of retreating, and an unyielding fire burned in his eyes. He has an earth element talent and has a steel shield at the beginning. All this means that he is a rock-hard shield for the team. As long as he doesn't die, no one can hurt Lee Sin, who has high offense and low defense. So he gritted his teeth. Mobilize all the strength in your body and prepare to confront the flaming Shikigami with your flesh and blood. Suddenly, a strange wave flashed behind Kenta Nakamura. Next, an invisible outline gradually becomes clear. It's Zhou. Zhou has a D-level invisibility talent. Die! Zhou gritted his teeth and thrust the sword in his hand at Kenta Nakamura's back like lightning, intending to interrupt his attack. As long as they can kill this level 4 warrior, the balance of victory will tilt half towards Shinxia. However, clang! A crisp sound of metal collision suddenly rang out. Zhou's sword was unexpectedly blocked by a sudden sword. Then, another stealthy figure slowly emerged. He is a masked ninja, exuding a dangerous aura. Haha, Shinsharan, if you want to launch a sneak attack on Lord Nakamura, ask my katana first. The ninja sneered and spun his sword suddenly. With an extremely sharp arc, it went straight to Zhou's vitals. Damn it! Zhou cursed inwardly and could only hastily draw his sword to block. Zhou's surprise attack plan failed. On the other side, the terrifying Shikigami took the opportunity to show his power and suddenly poured all his strength on Long Howren, who was not far away. Puff! Long Howren suffered a heavy blow, blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, and his body fell weakly into the sea like a leaf blown by the wind. Fortunately, Long Howren fought desperately for a while and bought precious time for Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo seized the opportunity. His right fist suddenly expanded like an inflatable fist, and he punched the fire Shikigami back with a powerful punch. This is a bit tricky. Nakamura Kenta's face became increasingly gloomy, and he urged impatiently. Yamada-kun, stop delaying and make this a quick decision. Hey, Yamada Taro responded and flew into the air. The samurai sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and went straight for Licini's vitals. The crisis is imminent. Licini gritted her teeth and released the spiritual power in her mind without reservation. A strange force instantly enveloped the samurai sword in Taro Yamada's hand, making it seem as if it was twisted by an invisible hand and bent like a pretzel. What? Yamada Taro was shocked, but he reacted quickly. He threw away the deformed samurai sword, drew out the short blade from his waist, and stabbed it hard at Licini's towering breasts. At this moment, Licini only felt that the world was spinning, and her physical and mental strength were approaching the limit. Facing this unavoidable attack, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Since I can't hide, then I won't hide. Then, two lines of cold and gleaming metal blades suddenly appeared beside her. Like the scythe of the god of death, it shot towards Taro Yamada with determination. Baga, you actually want to die with me? Yamada Taro was horrified. He was a noble Daifuso warrior. How could he die together with a Shinsha person? He retreated in a hurry and gave up the idea of continuing to attack Licini. Although Yamada Taro retreated, Licini still spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if all the strength had been drained from him, and he fell to the ground listlessly. This is a serious consequence of mental overdraft, and she is no longer able to fight. At this moment, Yang Zimo turned into a rubber man, tightly entangled with the flame god. This thing is too threatening. If we leave it alone, it won't be long before the 30 people on my side are killed by the fire Shikigami. The 4th level B-grade talent is really too terrifying. But at this moment, Kenta Nakamura quickly drew a spell in the air, then pointed it at Yang Zimo. Heavenly Thunder Curse. Fan Yingying, who was dealing with a Fuso warrior, was sharp-eyed and careful. Seeing this, he immediately shouted loudly, Brother Yang, be careful of Kenta Nakamura's sneak attack. However, it was too late. A blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky. Suddenly, it hit Yang Zimo. The electric current was like a snake, moving through Yang Zimo's body in an instant, causing him to feel numb and powerless. The fire Shikigami took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, knocking the defenseless Yang Zimo down heavily, and he fell into the rough sea. Fortunately, Yang Zimo relied on the strong toughness of his sea-level rubberization talent. Even though he was hit hard, he did not suffer any substantial damage. He struggled to get up in the water, and wherever he looked, the warships of Shinsha and Fuso had intertwined into a chaotic battlefield. The two sides are in a cruel gamble of survival, coupled with historical grievances. Every move and every style is aimed directly at the vital points, without mercy. Although Shinsha relied on unexpected strategies, he was the first to sink a Fuso warship, gaining a brief advantage. But the Fuso people won the previous bet after all, and the advantage in basic attributes allowed them to gradually gain the upper hand. Over time, Shinsha's disadvantage became increasingly obvious, and the warriors' physical strength and morale began to wane. Faced with the increasingly fierce offensive of the Fuso people, the situation became increasingly critical. Swish swish. Accompanied by a series of chilling sounds of breaking through the air, the bronze-level rockets equipped on the Ryujo Muru suddenly fired at once, like the breath of a fire dragon. Instantly, a Shinsha warship was engulfed in raging flames. Its durability dropped to 0 in an instant, and the warship sank with a loud bang. Oh no! Yang Zimo's heart sank. As this warship sank, Fuso's 5 warships began to encircle Shinsha's remaining 4 warships step by step, like cheetahs hunting. Withdraw. Everyone retreat. Yang Zimo clenched his teeth tightly, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He knew very well that any hesitation at this moment would bring irreparable losses. Once completely surrounded by Fuso warships, Shinsha will be in a desperate situation and the losses will only be even more severe. His heart was filled with reluctance, but his reason told him that preserving strength and looking for a turning point is the wisest choice at this moment. Chapter 34. Could this be Godfather? As the Shinsha people retreated, the space crystal quickly fell into the control of the Fuso people. Fortunately, Yang Zimo gave the order in time. The remaining 4 warships escaped safely, and Long Howren and others who fell into the water were also rescued. However, Xinxiao's 4 warships were all severely damaged at this moment. The crew members were all wounded, and their morale was extremely low. Most of them were just ordinary people before they traveled to the world of Tianyu. It is not easy to fight the Fuso people to this extent under such an unfavorable situation. Announcement: the space crystal is being occupied by the 903 Novice area in the Fuso war zone. In 59 minutes, the 903 Novice area will completely occupy the space crystal and win this survival bet. This announcement was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in the 1000th Novice zone. The feeling of despair spread among the crowd. It's over. Boss Yang and his men have retreated. Are we hopeless? They have tried their best. Kenta Nakamura is really too strong. Wow, what should I do with my daughter? The total of her attributes is less than 20 points. I checked the Tianyu encyclopedia, and once the attributes become negative, the evolver will die. Please, you must save my daughter. She is only 9 years old. Fuck, this damned heavenly decree is so unfair. Why is it making us gamble our survival against the sea area that we have already won once? This is simply courting death. Fair? Don't you see clearly? Tianyu is treating us like poisonous insects, making us kill each other. Only the most powerful evolvers can survive. Yeah, I feel that too. In this world, the weak have no say at all. Not being strong means death. Yang Zimo leaned against the side of the boat tiredly, his voice low and firm. You are right. The struggle in the future will only be more intense and cruel. If we want to survive, we must keep moving forward by stepping on the corpses of other novice areas. He paused and continued. Those who can still move, hurry up and recover your strength. Half an hour later, we will re-enter the parallel sea area. We must not let the Fuso people win this survival gamble so easily. Fan Yingying's eyes were red. Her right hand was pierced by an arrow, and her voice was filled with despair. Brother Yang, but many of us are seriously injured, and the durability of the ship is running low. If there aren't enough second-level evolvers, let's get those at the peak of the first level. Longhauren gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. His right chest was pierced by the fire Shikigami. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have died long ago. In short, we must not give up our attribute points so easily. At this moment, Tang Hong, who had once questioned Lu Chun, stood up and clenched his fists. Damn it! If my adoptive father Lu Chun were here, how dare those Fusong beasts be so arrogant? When they heard Lu Chen's name, a sigh suddenly rang out among the crowd. Yes, Master Lu Chun was able to kill a level 4 beast when he was only level 2. If Master Lu Chun were still here, we would definitely be able to turn the current situation around. Master Lu Chun is the strongest person in our District 1000, but it's such a pity. Alas, God is jealous of talents. Master Lu Chun, we need you. Damn it, those Japanese are still laughing at us in the chat channel. At this moment of humiliation and anger, Tang Hong's attention was suddenly attracted by a strange scene. A ship wrapped in a strange black fog quietly appeared in the field of vision, as strange as a ghost. When his eyes were fixed on the handsome young man standing proudly at the bow, the whole person froze instantly, with a light of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Could this be? Godfather. At this moment, there was constant laughter and joy in Fuso 903 Novice Zone. Ha! Lord Nakamura is so mighty. Those weak Xinxiao people are no match for him. Hee. Although they are weak, some of the Xinxiao women are really beautiful. When we get the invasion order in the future, we must go and enjoy them. Yo, Inoue-kun is in a really good mood, especially that girl named Lisini. We can taste them together then, ha ha. He has to die. Watanabe-kun has a unique vision, so it's settled then, ha. Ha ha. Those Xinxiao people haven't given up yet, and are even trying to fight back. It's really ridiculous. Ha ha. I actually hope they don't die out so quickly. That way, when we get the survival betting order again, we can continue to extract attributes from them. Kenta Nakamura. Everyone, please don't let your guard down. The Xinxiao people are not the kind of people who will give up easily. They will definitely plan a counterattack. We must be prepared. Hi. Lord Nakamura is indeed wise. He will never give his opponent any chance to take advantage. Ha ha. Lord Nakamura, I'm actually looking forward to those Xinxiao people coming back to die. Killing people is much more interesting than hunting sea beasts. If they dare to step into the parallel sea again, especially Lisini, we must not let her escape easily this time. Although we can't bring her back to the 903 sea, we can still enjoy ourselves in the parallel sea. As soon as these words were spoken, a burst of obscene laughter suddenly rang out from the surroundings. However, at this moment, a deafening cheer penetrated the parallel sea area and reached the ears of the Fuso people. Bridge sack. Why are the Xinxia people suddenly cheering? Baga, they knew they were going to lose, so they've all gone crazy? Hey, I just sneaked into Xunxia's chat channel, and they were all talking about a guy named Lu Chun, who seemed to be the strongest in the 1000th novice zone. What? Xinxia actually still has strong people. The Xinxia people's fleet is entering the parallel sea. Bakialu, they dare to come and die. Everyone be careful. The ship at the head filled with black fog is the one that Lu Chun, who the Xinxia people just cheered for, is on. He is Lu Chun, the strongest person in the 1000th novice zone. Seeing this sudden change, Kenta Nakamura felt a tightness in his heart. Novice zone number 903 is about to win this survival gamble. As the evolver with the greatest contribution, he will receive rich rewards. The last victory. It has benefited him a lot and successfully upgraded his C level on Myoji talent to B level. If he can win again this time, he will completely surpass ordinary people and become the best in the sea. However, at this moment, a so-called strongest man suddenly appeared from Xinxia, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. In this bet, he would not tolerate any mistakes. Chapter 35 The Power of Captain Ghost. But when his eyes fell on Lu Chun, the strongest man mentioned by Xinxia, the tension in his heart instantly disappeared. Instead, there was full of disdain. Haha, this is the strongest person in Area 1000? Just a level 2 evolver. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The surrounding Fuso people also laughed mockingly when they saw this. Ha ha ha, are the Xinxia people crazy? They actually regard a level 2 evolver as their savior. Level 2? Am I seeing that? Is this Lu Chun here to make fun of me? Kobayashi-kun, stop laughing at him. He is the strongest in the eyes of the Xinxia people. He might even have a decisive battle with our level 4 Master Nakamura soon. Ha ha ha. A decisive battle? Lord Nakamura can crush him with just one finger, right? Ha ha ha. Then he is also considered the strongest in Area 1000. This is extremely ridiculous. Although he was full of disdain, Kenta Nakamura did not take it lightly. He looked at Yamada Taro beside him. Yamada-kun, get rid of this so-called Lu Chun. Remember, don't underestimate the enemy. Yamada Taro, as a third-level peak Fuso warrior, his combat power is terrifying. Facing Lu Chun, who is only at the second level, it should be easy to capture him. Hey, Yamada Taro bowed respectfully, then suddenly drew the samurai sword from his waist. As the knife flashed, he shouted loudly, "Warriors of Kaishimaru, follow me and charge to cut off the enemy's heads. Kill." With the thunderous shouts, everyone on the Kaisho Maru paddled hard. The warship was like an arrow shot from a bow, cutting through the waves and heading straight for the lone boat, shrouded in black fog. On the other side, Zhou tightly grasped the hilt of his sword, his eyes full of worry. No, are we really not going to help? The Fuso warrior on the opposite side is at the peak of the third level. No matter how strong Lu Chun was before, he was only at the second level after all. Everyone said that Lu Chun was so powerful, but Zhou had never seen Lu Chun take action himself. Judging from the current data on paper alone, Lu Chun could not be a match for Taro Yamada. Long Howren also frowned. He looked at Yang Zimo, his tone revealing uneasiness. Old Yang, I think Shueba is right. Lu Chun is alone. No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the siege of the 6 full-strength people on Haisheng Maru. Although he has killed 4th-level creatures before, the situation this time is too dangerous. Yes, with us here, at least we can take care of you. Li Ming also echoed. His firefighter helmet had been broken in the previous battle, revealing a head of neat short hair that swayed gently in the sea breeze. However, Yang Zimo shook his head. Since Lu Chun did this, he must have something to rely on. Moreover, if we go to help, Fuso will also send out new warships, and then there will be another melee. Although his words were firm, his furrowed brows and deep gaze still revealed a hint of subtle worry. Unlike Yang Zimo and the other 3 who were anxious, Fan Yingying was full of confidence and expectation. Hee, Brother Lu is back. With him here, we will definitely win. Sister Cinny, don't you agree? Li Cinny's face looked pale due to excessive use of mental strength, but her eyes were shining with an unprecedented light. She stared in the direction of Lu Chun and whispered softly, as if she was talking to herself and to everyone. Now that you're back, maybe we can really win. Huh? Why is there a layer of black fog covering Brother Lu's ship? I've never seen anything like this before. Fan Yingying muttered with a puzzled look on her face. At this moment, a sea breeze blew by. A gap appeared in the black fog covering the netherworld. 5 hideous and terrifying figures appeared behind Lu Chun. Yang Zimo and the others were immediately stunned. Lu Chun is not alone. When did he recruit the crew? Wait, those are not human. Those on Lu Chen's ship are actually all undead. Zhou Yu wiped his eyes, his face full of shock. He clearly saw that the 5 figures behind Lu Chun were actually 4 skeletons with white bones and a rotten corpse. That's the ghost captain on the ghost ship? Li Sini stood up suddenly, her pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Fan Yingying also jumped up excitedly and clapped her hands. Brother Lu, you are so amazing. You can even subdue a 4th-level ghost captain. Yang Zimo and the other 3 listened to the conversation between the 2 girls and looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Old Yang, is that rotten corpse really a 4th-level one? Long Howren asked stutteringly, with a hint of trembling in his voice. But maybe. Yang Zimo felt his heart pounding at this moment. If it is true, then they will definitely win today. Xinxia will definitely win. Hey, the outfits on the other side are quite unique. Are these little guys on the other side brave enough to challenge you, Captain? Jack looked at the oncoming Kaishimaru with murderous intent in his eyes. Captain, please don't do these little things yourself. I have been holding it in for a long time. Go ahead, be quick. Lu Chen put his hands behind his back and nodded calmly. Hey, just wait and see. The flattering smile on Jack's face instantly turned into a ferocious one, as if he was changing his face quickly. In front of Lu Chun, he might be as docile as a cat, but in front of outsiders, he is a terrifying ghost captain. Hurry up and cut. I want to chop off that Lu Chen's head. Yamada Taro's face was full of greed. The survival bet is about to be won. At this moment, the more contributions he makes, the more rewards he will get later. This Lu Chun is known as the strongest among the Xinxia people. Killing him will definitely gain a lot of contribution points. Just as Yamada Taro was fantasizing, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the black fog of the other ship. It hit Kaisho Maru hard, and the huge impact caused Kaisho Maru to shake violently. Nanny. Taro Yamada looked at the hideous figure covered in rotten flesh in astonishment, and for a moment, he forgot to react. Baka, coming to his senses, he suddenly pulled out the samurai sword from his waist and stabbed it hard into the heart of the corpse. Puff! The samurai sword sank into the rotting corpse, but it did not bring the expected effect. Instead of falling down, the corpse let out a strange laugh. Hey, little guy, the undead's weakness is not the heart. Jack's voice with a rising tone and a sarcastic tone rang in Yamada Taro's ears. Before Yamada Taro could understand the meaning of this sentence, then he saw the rotten corpse with a pierced heart, as if nothing had happened. It stretched out its half-rotten left hand and tightly grasped his neck. Then, the corpse clenched his right fist, and the 4th-level power burst out without reservation, smashing into Yamada Taro's head with a whistling sound. Yamada Taro's pupils dilated instantly, and the threat of death was almost overwhelming. He wanted to dodge, but found himself firmly held by a hand as hard as steel, unable to move. Flax falls. Puff. Accompanied by a heart-pounding muffled sound. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Taro Yamada's head exploded instantly under Jack's iron fist. Chapter 36 The Power of Captain Ghost 2. As Taro Yamada was shot in the head, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Jack blankly. Yamada Taro, he is a strong man at the peak of the 3rd level. However, he was killed instantly by a single punch. Even Kenta Nakamura, who has the strength of the 4th level, finds it difficult to do this. This is impossible. Kenta Nakamura, who was occupying the space crystal, stood up in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. This delicious flesh and blood is really intoxicating. Under the terrified gazes of the other 5 crew members on the Kaisho Maru, Jack slowly stretched out his left hand. He gently plucked a piece of Yamada Taro's flesh from his face, then chewed it carefully, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Next, it's your turn. He grinned fiercely, and with his right hand, he suddenly pulled out the samurai sword that was deeply inserted into his heart. Then he kicked with his right foot and shot out like a ghost. The samurai sword flashed a cold light in the air and instantly cut off the necks of the 2 crew members. It happened so fast that the head fell to the ground before the 2 crew members could even finish their look of shock. Level 4. It's a level 4 undead. Nakamura-sama, help. The remaining 3 crew members were immediately scared out of their wits, screaming for help. However, on the Kaishomaru, except for Yamada Taro, the rest are 2nd-level evolvers. Faced with such a powerful 4th-level enemy, they had almost no ability to fight back. In the blink of an eye, they followed in the footsteps of Taro Yamada and were beheaded one by Jack. After killing everyone, Jack bent his legs slightly and nimbly jumped back to the netherworld. The ferocious look on his face instantly turned into a flattering smile. Hey, Captain, it's really satisfying to kill. Please send me on more missions like this in the future. Until then. The Xinxiao people who were watching the battle outside the parallel sea area just woke up from their dreams and suddenly burst into cheers and exclamations like a mountain torrent and tsunami. What the hell? What the hell? A whole ship of evolvers is dealt with just like that? That Yamada Taro is a peak level 3 evolver, and he actually got his head smashed by a single punch. That's so cool. If I'm not mistaken, this ghost captain's strength is already at level 4. I know. This is the 4th level ghost captain that Master Lu Qin met on the ghost ship. I didn't expect that Master Lu Qin could actually subdue such a being. Master Lu Qin is awesome. Wait, this ghost captain is so powerful, and Master Lu Qin was able to subdue him. Doesn't this mean that Master Lu Qin is even stronger than this ghost captain? Master Lu Qin is awesome. The cheers from the Xinxia crowd rose one after another, resounding through the sky, compared with the jubilation on Xinxia's side. The Fuso war zone fell into dead silence, and everyone looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. The Kaishomaru was full of Fuso warriors. All of them were carefully selected heroes, but under the attack of the horrific corpses, they could not even last 2 seconds. The most important thing is that the corpses' attack method is extremely cruel. Looking at the 6 bodies lying on the deck, a deep fear surged in the hearts of the Fuso people. In their view, losing the head means the soul is trapped in the body. He cannot be reincarnated, nor can he return to the arms of Amaterasu. Therefore, Jack's unintentional act of beheading undoubtedly planted the seeds of deep fear in the hearts of the Fuso people. Bagialu. Kenta Nakamura roared, his eyes like torches, scanning the anxiety and fear on the faces of the surrounding Fuso people. It's just a trivial trick, not worth mentioning. It's just a 4th level creature. It's not like I haven't killed one before. After saying that, above his head, a blazing flame suddenly rose up. It condensed into a majestic fire Shikigami, wrapped in blazing flames. The majestic appearance of the flame Shikigami instantly restored the confidence of the Fuso people who were originally suppressed by Jack's momentum. They all raised their arms and shouted, "Lord Nakamura, kill that undead ghost, kill that guy named Lu Qin, and avenge Mr. Yamada." Those cunning Xinxiao people must have used some tricks to control these 4th level undead. As long as we eliminate this threat, they will be helpless and can only let us slaughter them. Come on, Master Nakamura. Let those Xinxiao pigs see the horror of our Fuso on Myoji. Amidst the passionate shouts, Nakamura Kenda's eyes were sharp, his finger pointed directly at Lu Qin. His voice was cold. Boy, that undead spirit is under your control, right? As long as you are eradicated, it will have nothing to fear. So, go to hell. With the roar of Kenta Nakamura, the flame Shikigami flapped its wings and flew high. Flames suddenly surged all over his body, like a scorching miniature sun, rushing towards Lu Qin with destructive heat and flames. Wow, this thing is pretty funny. It can actually fly. Jack grinned and was about to step forward to fight. But at this moment, Lu Qin's calm and deep voice sounded, "I'll do it." Jack shrugged and stepped aside. The captain is much more powerful than him, so it seems that he can't play with this wing thing. In a flash, the blazing fire Shikigami was approaching Lu Qin, only 100 meters away, and its scorching heat caused the surrounding space to distort. Yang Zimo and others witnessed this scene. I couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Why is Captain Ghost retreating? Won't he help Lu Qin block the Shikigami? Lu Qin, is he going to do it himself? Lu Qin, be careful. That's Kenta Nakamura's B-level talent. Don't try to take it head-on. The last person to speak was Longhauren. He knew very well how powerful the fire Shikigami was. Even though he was a 3rd-level Earth Shield warrior specializing in defense, he was still pierced through the chest by the fire Shikigami. He didn't think that Lu Qin, who was at level 2, would have a stronger defense than him. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Lu Qin slowly raised his right hand and gently extended a finger. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and a sharp bone spear condensed and formed at his fingertips. Kenta Nakamura saw this scene and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Boy, if you rely on Captain Ghost, you may still have a chance to survive. But you, a mere 2nd-level ant, actually want to use this mere bone spear to fight against my fire Shikigami? How ridiculous. Under the focus of countless eyes around, Lu Qin's fingers moved slightly. The bone spear suspended in the air seemed to be given life, suddenly cutting through the air and shooting out. With a cold and chilling light, like a silver dragon, it instantly passed through layers of space and headed straight for the fire god. Be crushed in my flames. Kenta Nakamura roared. Although he was full of disdain in his heart, he did not underestimate the enemy in the slightest. Instead, he controlled the fire Shikigami to burst out with all his strength, using blazing flames to meet the bone spear. Chapter 37 Breaking the Wind. He knew that countless villains had fallen because they underestimated their enemies. It is not easy for Kenta Nakamura to achieve what he has today, and he must not make such a fatal mistake. Call. Under the control of Kenta Nakamura, the flames on the flame Shikigami burst out like a volcanic eruption. The extremely hot flames would instantly melt even a spear made of fine steel into molten iron. However, in the confident eyes of Kenta Nakamura, the bone spear ignored the extremely hot temperature and passed through the raging flames with unstoppable force, piercing straight through the body of the fire god. The ferocious smile on Kenta Nakamura's face froze instantly, because of the fire shikigami that he was so proud of and thought was invincible. At this moment, a huge hole as big as a wash basin was pierced, which looked particularly shocking. Nani? Kenta Nakamura opened his eyes wide, full of disbelief. As he looked on in shock, the body of the fire god trembled slightly, and then with a loud bang, it turned into countless pieces and flew everywhere. The once majestic fire shikigami was actually shot to pieces by Lu Qin's casual attack. This is impossible, Kenta Nakamura roared, his voice full of disbelief. You are only at the second level. How could the bone spear you launch have such terrifying power? However, before he could finish his roar, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood and became listless in an instant. The fall of the fire shikigami caused him to suffer unprecedented backlash. Although Lu Qin is only at level 2, his perception has reached a terrifying 61 points. 61 points, this is a level that many 5th level warriors can reach. How could Kenta Nakamura, a mere 4th level evolver, resist? Looking at the wantonly exploding flame shikigami, the corners of Lu Qin's lips rose slightly, outlining a satisfied smile. After receiving the inheritance from the supervisor, he has indeed transformed into the boss among the evolvers. Well, it's time to end it, he muttered to himself in a low voice. Then he stomped his right foot on the deck, and with the help of this force, his body soared into the air like an arrow. At this moment, a sharp eagle cry broke through the sky. A 2-meter-long corpse sea eagle flapped its wings and swooped down. Lu Qin held the wave breaker in his left hand and firmly grasped the sharp claws of the corpse sea eagle with his right hand. With the help of its power, he quickly rushed towards the Ryujo Maru and the Fuso fleet where Kenta Nakamura was. He was alone. They actually launched an attack on Fuso's 4 warships and nearly 20 enemies. 1v20. The advantage is mine. Here comes the devil. Mr. Nakamura, what should we do? Mr. Nakamura is injured. Defend, protect Lord Nakamura. Faced with Lu Qin being alone, the Fuso crew members, who had an absolute advantage in numbers, fell into panic. Now, they looked at this terrifying existence who could command the ghost captain and destroy the fire shikigami with one spear, and their hearts were filled with horror and fear. Boggy-Lu. Kenta Nakamura wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with an angry roar. Lu Qin, you are too arrogant. He couldn't believe it. This Lu Qin actually dared to break into the core area of the Fuso fleet alone, which was undoubtedly seeking death. As long as they can withstand Lu Qin's attack, they will have the opportunity to attack together and completely kill the strongest person in Zone 1000. By then, their District 903 will still have the last laugh in this survival gamble and win the final victory. Thinking about this, Kenta Nakamura shouted loudly, Sakura Guard. As he shouted, the Longxing pill under his feet seemed to be activated, and it once again emitted a brilliant pink halo. The halo quickly condensed and turned into a shield as gorgeous as cherry blossoms, tightly wrapping the entire warship. On the other side, Yang Zemo saw that Lu Qin easily defeated the fire shikigami that had previously left them helpless. A look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his face. However, this joy did not last for a moment, and it was suddenly frozen because of Lu Qin's next action. Lu Qin, Nakamura Kenta's Ryujo Maru has a C-class ship shield. Don't attack. Yang Zemo hurriedly shouted a warning, his voice full of anxiety. However, it was too late. Lu Qin's right hand had already loosened the eagle claw. The whole person was like an arrow shot from a bow, taking a stance and rushing towards Long Xiongwan. This scene made Yang Zemo's heart sink suddenly, and he almost shouted, Quick! All ships, follow me immediately to support Lu Qin. He knew very well that even though Lu Qin was extremely powerful, but under the siege of more than 20 Fuso masters, he was bound to fall into danger. A hero cannot defeat 4 hands, not to mention that the overall strength of the Fuso people should not be underestimated. Although Lu Qin is powerful, he is only level 2 after all, and his mental strength is limited, making it difficult for him to sustain a long and fierce battle. All the Xinxia people on the intermediate warships knew the urgency of the situation. They paddled hard to support Lu Qin. They have already lost Lu Qin once, and they must not lose him again this time. Lu Qin's eyes were as cold as frost. He stared at the gorgeous cherry blossom shield on Longxiang Maru, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ship shield? What a great thing. I want this talent. After saying this, the inky black spear in his hand trembled suddenly, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Long Xiongwan. Break the wind. As he spoke in a low and powerful voice, his body moved suddenly, like a gust of wind. The pitch-black spear traced an extremely sharp trajectory in the air. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, the air was torn apart easily like cloth, making a sharp and piercing whistle. At that moment, everything around seemed to come to a standstill. The tip of Lu Qin's gun collided violently with the Sakura shield. There was no deafening noise as expected, only an indescribable shocking force stirring in the air. Under the powerful impact of the pitch-black gun, the cherry blossom shield was like fragile glass, cracking instantly and then shattering. The scattered cherry blossoms dissipated in the air, losing their former glory. How was it possible? Seeing the Sakura shield being broken so easily, Kenta Nakamura's eyes suddenly narrowed and his face was full of disbelief. He could never have imagined that a mere level 2 evolver could burst out with such amazing power. However, no matter how shocked and unwilling Kenta Nakamura was, Lu Qin's attack will not stop. The force of the gun did not diminish, and Lu Qin's figure followed like a shadow, like the breaking light of dawn, unstoppable. The pitch-black spear continued to move forward with a sharp sound, piercing Longxiang Wan. Crack! Under the force of Lu Qin's gun, the hull of the Longxiang Maru seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force and let out a painful wail. The Fuso crew on the ship had not yet reacted. They were swallowed by this horrifying force, and their bodies flew backwards like fallen leaves caught in a strong wind. Blood spilled in the air, dyeing the sea's surface scarlet. Chapter 38 Exclusive Skills of the Supervisor. No. Kenta Nakamura let out a desperate wail, and then watched his body being torn into pieces by the enormous force. Lu Qin broke the shield with one shot. Another shot pierced the ship. The whole process went smoothly without any delay. His figure stood among the wreckage of Ryujo Maru, with the pitch-black spear pointing straight to the sky, as if the scene just now was just a masterpiece he had done casually. The sea wind howled, the waves rolled. But Lu Qin stood there firmly like an unshakable reef. His eyes became deeper. At this moment, he has become the undisputed master of this sea area. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations and imagination. The entire parallel sea area fell into dead silence, with only the whistling of the sea breeze in the ears, as if it was the only sound in the silence. Mr. Nakamura, and the warriors on the Ryujo Maru, are they all gone? There are 5 level 3 warriors on the Ryujo Maru, and the level 4 Master Nakamura is leading the way. How is this possible? Did I see it wrong? Ryujo has clearly activated the Sakura Guardian, and the durability of the ship is also full. How could it be destroyed by Lu Qin's shot? You die. Lu Qin. Lu Qin is definitely a devil from hell. Tianyu, I want to report Shinsharan for cheating. He is only level 2. How can he kill 6 level 3 evolvers and a mid-level warship with its shield activated in one strike? It's over. It's all over. Our hope. Our pride. The people of Fuso were dumbfounded. They looked at Lu Qin as if he were a devil, their eyes full of fear and disbelief. The Ryujo Maru carries all the strongest people in the 903 Novice Zone. He is the pride of the Japanese people and should be the strongest on the blue planet. How could he be killed instantly by a single shot? No, this is impossible. This is definitely a dream. He is a devil. Run away. Run away. Mom, save me. I don't want to die here. The remaining 3 Fuso warships witnessed the tragic end of Ryujo Maru, and their fighting spirit instantly disappeared without a trace. They were like frightened rabbits, no longer caring about space crystals, victory, and glory. Just wanting to escape from this horrible place as quickly as possible, he paddled desperately, fleeing towards Sea Area 903. Lu Qin's earth-shattering attack not only frightened the Fuso people. Even all the Xinxiao people who were paying attention to Lu Qin were stunned. This was completely different from the horror of the Fuso people. After the Xinxiao people came to their senses, they immediately burst into thunderous cheers. Fuck, 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 fuck. Kneel down in front of me. Is this the true strength of Master Lu Qin? This is the first time I've seen Master Lu Qin take action. When he fired that shot from the sky just now, my heart almost stopped beating. It was so damn cool. Lu Qin, you are so handsome. I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you. What a horrible shot. My legs are shaking now. Ha ha ha. Don't tremble. Don't tremble. Master Lu Qin is our Xinxiao people. He is our pride. Master Lu Qin is awesome. I really want to be a crew member on Master Lu Qin's ship. Well, it's worthy of being a skill exclusive to the supervisor. It's really powerful. Lu Qin looked at the wave-breaking gun in his hand, feeling very satisfied. This shot directly destroyed a C-class special ship of Fuso. The third-level evolvers on the boat didn't even have time to scream before they were torn into pieces by Pafeng's devastating power. Looking at the remaining 3 Fuso warships that were fleeing in panic, Lu Qin waved his hand lightly and said coldly, Jack, kill them. Since you dare to provoke Xinxia, then stay here. Lu Qin remembered that in the survival bit, the greater the contribution, the greater the reward. In that case, he would take all the benefits. Leave it to me, Captain. Jack grinned, his face full of ferocity. Then he manipulated the giant whale-hunting crossbow on the bow and aimed at a Fuso warship. With a loud bang, the whaling crossbow released a destructive force, directly piercing the target warship. 2 crew members on board died instantly. The rest of the people also wailed and fell into the cold sea. The other 2 warships witnessed this scene and paddled even harder, wishing their parents hadn't given them 2 more hands. However, as I rowed, the Japanese on the ship felt something was wrong. Why? Why can't I paddle? The Fuso crew's voices were trembling, and it was obvious that they were terrified to the extreme. Soon, a horrifying sight answered their questions. Crash! With a sound of water, a pale, rotten arm suddenly stretched out from the surging sea water and tightly grasped the side of the warship. Nanny? What is this? The Fuso crew was horrified. However, before they could react, clatter, clatter, clatter. With a series of water sounds, more and more rotten arms stretched out from the sea. Then, in the horrified eyes of the Fuso crew, one after another, the bodies of the drowned people, with rotten, pale, and hideous faces, slowly emerged from the sea. They roared and snarled and pounced on the crew. Flax is falling. Run away. Some of the Fuso crew members were so frightened that they had lost their minds. They jumped into the sea desperately in an attempt to escape from this sea full of terror and death. However, they never expected that the dangers in the sea were even more terrifying. Just after swimming out for a few meters, they were targeted by several carrion sharks. These carrion sharks are huge and smell terrible. They open their bloody mouths and pounce on the crew members who fall into the water. Suddenly, waves of painful and desperate wails were heard from the sea. Yo, 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 little guys, here comes your Uncle Jack. The Netherworld, which had activated its top speed, quickly caught up with the 2 Fuso warships that were being attacked by the drowned. Jack grinned and led 4 skeleton warriors to kill the Fuso people. Seeing this, Luchin stopped paying attention. The Japanese are now like dogs that have lost their homes. Jack was capable enough to take them all out without having to do anything himself. Luchin's gaze turned to Kina Nakamura. This guy seems to have a B-level talent. This Luchin cannot be missed. He must be captured. I only have 1 B-level talent, and it was a curse passed down to me by that bastard Jack. Kina Nakamura was in a miserable state at the moment. His lower body was nowhere to be found. Only the upper body was left floating in the sea. However, supported by his strong physique, he was still holding on to his last breath. Chapter 39 Tianyu. Let me go back to Blue Star. I don't want to play anymore. When Kina Nakamura saw Lu Chen's gaze, he laughed strangely. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen, do you think you're going to win? Ahem. I'll be waiting for you in hell. You'll be here to accompany me soon. Ahem, my great Fuso Empire has formed an alliance with other countries. In the end, you can only become nutrients for us to become stronger. Haha. Long live the great Fuso Empire. With the final roar, a bone spear instantly shot Kenta Nakamura's head apart. Alliance. Luchin raised his eyebrows slightly. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. How ridiculous. No matter how many come, Luchin, will kill them all. However, Kenta Nakamura's words also reminded Luchin. It seems that I have to get the survival betting order as soon as possible. I can't just wait to be beaten passively, right? Moreover, Luchin currently cannot see any information about the novice areas other than Area 1000. This can probably only be known after obtaining the survival betting order. Guji Guji. At this moment, the backpack on Luchin's back moved. It's a dumpling. It sensed Kenta Nakamura's B-level talent and wanted to absorb it and give it to Luchin. Tuanzi, don't be in a hurry. After all, thousands of eyes from both sides were staring at him, and he didn't dare to expose Tuanzi's existence in front of everyone. Just when Luchin was worrying about how to bring Kenta Nakamura's body back, Jack has broken the neck of the last Fuso. At this time, the solemn announcement of the Oracle resounded through the sky. Announcement. Fuso 903 Novice Sea Area has lost all intermediate novice wooden boats. Shinshia 1000 Novice Sea Area has won this survival bet. As soon as this news came out, the Shinshia side suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Winner. I actually won. Announcement. All evolvers in the 1000th Novice Sea Area will receive 20 free attribute points. Announcement. The intensity of the storm outside the number 1000 Novice Sea Area has weakened by 20. Announcement. Since the 1000th Novice Sea defeated the 903rd Novice Sea by using the weak to defeat the strong, all evolvers will receive an extra 1 evolution point. Announcement. Evolver Luchin has the highest contribution in this survival bet and is awarded 40 free attribute points and 2 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Luchin has the highest contribution in this survival bet and will receive an additional silver level item, a storage ring. The announcement ended. The sky was shining brightly, and beams of light descended like a miracle, gently enveloping every evolver in the 1000th Novice Zone. In the halo, everyone's face was filled with incredible joy. They felt the strength in their bodies grow, and 20 free attribute points and 1 evolution point were quietly integrated. Buzz. A particularly dazzling beam of light focused on Lu Qin. Vast amounts of energy flowed into his body like a trickle. His free attribute points instantly increased by 40, and he even gained 2 extremely precious evolution points. The light gradually dissipated. A ring emitting a faint light slowly floated in front of Lu Qin's eyes, with a strange luster flowing on it, as if it contained endless mysteries of space. Storage ring silver low level, a masterpiece by a master of space. It contains 100 cubic meters of vast space, extremely rare. If you really can't survive, you can make a lot of money by transporting goods with this thing. Of course, the premise is that you are sure it won't be robbed. Seeing the storage ring, Lu Qin's eyes lit up. He once suspected that Tianyu could eavesdrop on his thoughts. What he lacked was what he got. Just when I was worrying about what to do with these spoils, this storage ring was delivered to me. Without any hesitation, Lu Qin gently put the ring on his finger, and a subtle connection was established instantly. Then, he had an idea. The wreckage of the Ryujo Maru and the bodies of Kenta Nakamura and 6 other people disappeared one by one from the spot and were collected into the mysterious space of 100 cubic meters. Just as he was about to continue cleaning up the remaining bodies of the Fuso people in the parallel sea area, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. An irresistible force teleported him out of the battlefield. Announcement: the survival bet has ended, and the parallel sea area is officially closed. At the same time, in the 1000th novice sea area, cheers rose one after another, as lively as a festival. Ha 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 ha. I gained 20 free attribute points, which is equivalent to directly upgrading half a level. It's so cool. Me too. I got it too, so excited. Oh my god, my body is shaking with excitement. An ordinary person like me can actually get some evolution points. My F-level talent can finally be upgraded to E. Ha ha ha. I put all my attribute points into my constitution. Now my constitution is over 30 points. It's not that easy to die. Not only that, the intensity of the storm outside is also weakened by 20. If we can win a few more games, maybe everyone in our 1000th zone can leave this novice sea alive. Wow, I was so scared just now. I thought we were going to lose. Master Lu Qin, you saved us. Thank you so much. That's right, Master Lu Qin. All of this was brought to us by Master Lu Qin. Long live the great god Lu Qin. At the same time, above the Fuso 903 novice sea area, the announcement of the heavenly revelation pierced the hearts of every evolver like ice. Announcement: the survival bet in the 903 novice sea area has failed. Announcement: all evolvers in the 903 novice sea area will have their attribute points randomly reduced by 20 points. Announcement: storm intensity outside the 903 novice sea area has increased by 20. In stark contrast to the white beam of light in Area 1000, a gloomy black fog silently enveloped the entire Area 903. As chilling as the shadow of death, suddenly there was a cry of grief in the 903 novice area. Yame fell, my strength was taken away. Baga, why are you only extracting my agility attribute points? My agility has dropped to 0. I'm disabled. You're still lucky. The girl next to me had her physical strength drained away. After her physical strength dropped to 0, she turned into a mummy and died. Woo woo woo, the storm outside the sea has intensified by 20. We have lost all our mid-level warships and strong men. If we can't escape from here in 7 days, we will all be poisoned to death. A feeling of despair quickly spread among the crowd. We are finished. If the storm doesn't abate, we can only have a chance of survival if we build a sloop. But Lord Nakamura and those masters have all fallen at the hands of the demon Lu Qin. Where can we get the 8th level crystal core needed to upgrade the sloop? Baga, it's all the fault of that bastard Kenta Nakamura. He picked the strongest opponent for us. Yamada Yao, Tianyu, let me go back to Blue Star. I don't want to play anymore. This is not fun. Chapter 40. Alas, being handsome also has its troubles. The boss will be jealous. Long live the great god Lu Qin. Master Lu Qin, you are our pride. Invincible in the world, Lu Qin is the strongest. Lu Qin, I love you. Godfather, I am your son. At this moment, the netherworld was surrounded by all the evolvers in Area 1000, like a triumphant hero. The cheers were endless. There was admiration and fanaticism in everyone's eyes. Hey, everyone is so polite. This is what we on the netherworld should do. Jack waved his hand modestly, then moved closer to Lu Qin and chuckled softly. Hey, Captain, so your name is Lu Qin. It seems that you are very popular here. Look, there are so many beauties here. Should we consider recruiting a few? Even if I confess, what can you do? Lu Qin rolled his eyes at Jack. This Jack, even though he has become a dead ghost, he still has lustful thoughts. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the one-horned rhino slowly sailed in front of the netherworld. Yang Zimo's hearty laughter sounded like a spring breeze blowing across my face. Ha ha ha, Lu Qin, we finally meet. I always remind myself not to underestimate you, but you always exceed my expectations. It's true that heroes emerge young. Longhorn patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder and said playfully, Xueba, haven't you always been saying that you want to challenge Lu Qin? Well, now the chance is right in front of you. Don't be scared. Zhou Yu shook his head quickly, shaking it like a rattle, with a wry smile on his face. No, I don't dare. Not to mention the shocking shot that Master Lu Qin just made. I'm afraid I can't even handle those drowned people and skeletons. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the people on the one-horned rhino burst into laughter, looking at Yang Zimo and others. Lu Qin nodded in a friendly manner. Hello. He knew very well that it was not easy for these people to unite the Xinxiao people and fight the Fuso people to a standstill when facing the Fuso people who had won a survival bet with them once. This tenacity and courage also won Lu Qin's respect. Sister Cinny, look, Master Lu Qin is greeting us. Fan Yingying excitedly shook Li Cinny's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Cinny also stared at Lu Qin in a daze, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. Lu Qin, I've always wanted to apologize to you for what happened with the ghost ship last time. Before Li Cinny finished speaking, Jack, who looked like rotten flesh, suddenly interrupted with a bit of surprise. Wow, beauties, it's you. I still remember you. That's scary. Fan Yingying was frightened by Jack's appearance and quickly took a few steps back. Although I know this is Lu Qin's vassal. However, the terrifying aura emitted by the 4th-level undead still made Fan Yingying's face turn pale. Don't be afraid, sister. I don't look like this. Jack said that he wanted to change back to Jack Benchon. However, after taking a glance at Lu Qin, he angrily gave up the idea. Last time, I was beaten up by the captain because of my appearance. Alas, being handsome also has its troubles, and your boss will be jealous. Then, Jack changed the subject and said with a smile. Hey, two beautiful ladies, would you like to consider joining us on the Netherworld? There are only the captain and I on the ship, and those 4 skeletons are all brainless guys. Having beauties like Li Cinny and Fan Yingying by my side, even though I can't do much, it's still a pleasure to look at them every day. Facing Jack's invitation, Li Cinny nodded unexpectedly. She looked at Lu Qin, her red lips slightly parted. The voice is deep and magnetic, as intoxicating as red wine. Okay, Lu Qin, can I join your netherworld and become a member of your crew? As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of exclamations from all around. Wow, is Li Cinny going to join Master Lu Qin's team? That's a really strong combination. With the protection of Master Lu Qin, Master Li Cinny is like a human weapons arsenal. What a perfect match. In our district, only Li Cinny is worthy of Master Lu Qin. Hearing Li Cinny's words, Jack almost jumped up with excitement. There is a beauty. Wow, I said that following the Overseer is much better than being on that damn ghost ship. It's only been a few days, and I already have a beautiful woman to keep me company. However, Lu Qin's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Jack's head, leaving him stunned for a moment. Sorry, I'm not planning on recruiting any human crew members. Lu Qin's tone was cold and resolute, and he glared at Jack fiercely. This bastard just loves to cause trouble for him. Why, Captain? Jack wanted to say something, but when he saw Lu Qin's increasingly gloomy gaze, he immediately shrank his neck and shut up. After hearing Lu Qin's words, there was a sudden sound of loss and lamentation around. Master Lu Qin doesn't recruit human crew members? Well, my biggest dream is to become a member of the crew of Master Lu Qin. It's over. My dream is shattered. I was just trying to figure out how to apply to join. Why is this happening? Alas, we are not strong enough after all. Look at the ghost captain under Lord Lu Qin. How strong he is. Li Cinny was also stunned when she heard this, as if something had gently struck her heart. Rejected. Am I too weak? Looking at Lu Qin's handsome face, Li Cinny felt a huge sense of loss in her heart. She clenched her fists. Lu Qin, I will definitely work hard to meet your requirements. Yang Zimo was not surprised by Lu Qin's rejection. With Lu Qin's strength, if he wanted to recruit crew members, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? He coughed lightly and asked in a calm tone. Lu Qin, what are your next plans? Become stronger, keep getting stronger, until you stand at the top of the world. Lu Qin responded calmly. The shocking scene of the Overseer Jie killing a 1,000-meter-tall three-eyed troll with one sword reappeared in his mind. That kind of power is what he truly longs for. Lu Qin, since the survival betting order has appeared, I'm sure we will face more and more challenges in the future. Your potential is the strongest in our 1,000 district. So, I suggest you stop taking risks and stay here. Your appeal is unmatched at the moment. I will try my best to convince everyone and concentrate all the resources of the 1,000 Area C area to fully support you. Yang Zimo paused for a moment and scanned the entire audience. And did you notice that the energy required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 is tripled from 100 points to 300 points? And reaching level 4 requires an astonishing 1,000 points. This means that if we rely on upgrading our ships to escape the poisonous fog in 7 days, I'm afraid only a few of our nearly 1,000 people will survive. Because, except for a genius like Lu Qin, no one can defeat an 8th level sea beast within 7 days and obtain an 8th level crystal core to upgrade the ship. If we want everyone to survive, there is only one way, which is to keep winning the survival bet. Until the storm outside the sea is reduced to nothing. Chapter 41. This captain is simply wasting resources. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. Boss Yang Zimo is right. Master Lu Qin's potential is truly unmatched. If our District 1000 can fully support him, with his strength, we will definitely be able to win all the way in the survival bet, so that everyone can survive. Yes, I agree. Master Lu Qin, you don't have to do anything. Just wait here and finish off the sea beast. While everyone was discussing. Before Lu Qin could answer, Jack could nod his head impatiently. Is there such a good thing? You lie here every day, look at beauties, go fishing, and then someone will bring monsters to you and ask you to kill them. This is so cool. However, Lu Qin shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but my strength is gained through constant battles and adventures. The strong men that Tianyu wants are definitely those who have fought their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, rather than flowers in a greenhouse waiting to be nurtured. Besides, Blue Star is a place full of hidden talents and heroes. I'm sure I'm not the only one who has had a wonderful encounter. If I am content with pleasure and do not strive for progress as you say, I'm afraid that before long, I will be surpassed by other geniuses and become just like everyone else. Lu Qin's words deeply touched everyone. The road to becoming strong cannot be paved by chance. What is needed is a strong and tenacious heart. And Lu Qin, without a doubt, is just such a person. No wonder he was able to stand out from the crowd and become someone that everyone looked up to. At this time, Jack licked his big face and said, Captain, I think if you really want to take the risk, it would be a good idea to leave me here to be trained by everyone. I am not afraid of being lost in the crowd. When the time comes, you rush to the front. Lu Qin glared at Jack fiercely. The atmosphere I created with great difficulty was destroyed in an instant by this bastard. I shut up. Jack shrank his neck and covered his mouth. If you really want to help me, go hunt more sea beasts and give me the corpses of those with talent. You were useless anyway. Lu Qin did not completely reject everyone's help. There are dumplings here. As long as there is a steady supply of corpses for the dumplings to consume. Lu Qin is confident that he can upgrade all his talents to S level or above. He was looking forward to it. If the F level olfactory enhancement is upgraded to S level, what will it evolve into? After hearing Lu Qin's words, everyone responded actively. Master Lu Qin needs the corpses of sea beasts? No problem. All the corpses of sea beasts I kill in the future will belong to you. Haha. I just got 20 attribute points and 1 evolution point. All thanks to the great god Lu Qin. I must repay this favor. Brothers, let's go kill the sea beast. Master Lu Qin, don't worry. We will never let you fight alone. I am so happy to be able to help Master Lu Qin. Great God. Is there anything else you need me to do? When Lu Qin heard this, he was moved and remembered something. By the way, if you guys reveal a survival bidding order, remember to contact me immediately. I'll buy it for a high price. This survival betting order must be obtained as soon as possible. Lu Qin guessed that once he got the survival betting order, he would be able to see the information of other novice sea areas. Otherwise, how could the Japanese have launched a gambling order against us? Before his death, Kena Nakamura said that Fuso had formed an alliance with other countries. Lu Qin had to be on guard. Master, what are you talking about? How can we ask for your money? That's right. We have all benefited from you. How can we let you spend money again? At this moment, the Tianyu announcement suddenly sounded. Announcement. Ship upgrade reward system update. The first person to upgrade to an advanced novice canoe will be rewarded with 1 bronze advanced equipment. The second person to upgrade to an advanced novice canoe will be rewarded with a bronze low-level equipment 1. The third person who upgrades to an advanced novice canoe will be rewarded with 1 black iron advanced equipment. Wow, the rewards have been updated. The first place will definitely go to Master Lu Qin, and the second place will most likely go to Master Yang Zimo. We can only try hard for the third place. Let's go. With the attribute points I just got, I am now full of confidence. I will take this third place. Lu Qin. Li Sini hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to call out to Lu Qin, who was about to leave. Lu Qin heard the voice. Gently turn your head sideways. I saw a large iron ingot slowly floating onto the deck of the netherworld. Lu Qin, take these iron ingots. They will be useful when you upgrade the netherworld. Also, be careful. Lu Qin nodded gently. Then, for skeletons rowed the oars. The black fog around the netherworld gradually thickened. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly disappeared into the mist. Number 1000 Novice Sea Area. Level 4 Sea Beast Activity Area. A snow-white seagull is flying in the sky. His eyes were fixed on a crystal crab paddling leisurely below. Captain, let me tell you, that girl Lee Sinny definitely likes you. Her eyes are so piercing when she looks at you. If you recruit her to come to her ship, I guarantee that you will be overthrown in less than 2 days. Jack had a look of disappointment on his face and kept muttering into Lu Chen's ear. This captain. It's such a waste of resources. I will be dead in 1 year. Why not seize the time and enjoy life? Oh, it's really frustrating. Such a pretty girl. It's such a pity that it's wasted like this. Gugga. Tuanzi wrapped around Lu Chen's neck, rubbing against him happily. This means that it is enough for the owner to have this soft and cute little octopus. Lu Chen patted Tuanzi's head gently, signaling it to be quiet. Then he withdrew his gaze from the seagull and his expression became serious. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get ready to hunt. He pointed to the 3 o'clock direction. There's a 4th level crystal crab over there. Kill it. The current priority is to upgrade the netherworld as quickly as possible. Okay. Jack immediately put away his playful smile. When I looked closely, I found a crystal crab in front of me on the right. He took a step forward and manipulated the giant whaling crossbow on the bow. Aim, adjust the angle, and when everything is ready. He pulled the trigger suddenly. Bang. With a dull sound, a crossbow arrow as thick as an arm carrying a long rope shot out, cutting through the surface of the sea and splashing layers of water. Puff. There was another loud bang, and crystals splashed everywhere. The crossbow arrow penetrated deeply into the hard shell of the crystal crab. However, as a 4th level sea beast, the crystal crab has extremely strong vitality. The bronze primary level whale hunting crossbow failed to kill with 1 strike. Chapter 42. Ingestion. The netherworld is upgraded again. Feeling the pain, the crystal crab let out a deafening roar. But it didn't dare to fight back. In the small wooden boat behind, it felt an unprecedented threat. Driven by the instinct of survival, it swam forward frantically, trying to escape the deadly pursuit. The rope on the crossbow arrow instantly tightened. The crystal crab dragged the Cerberus forward through the waves. Captain, I'm going to kill this big crab and make crab soup for you. Jack said this and was about to step onto the rope. No hurry. This crystal crab has strong defense. I want to see where it wants to escape to. Lu Chen looked calmly at the storage ring in his hand. There are 5 peak level 3 corpses and 1 level 4 corpse hidden inside. And there is a C-class special shipwreck. It's time to absorb the talents of those Japanese people inside. Tuanzi, get to work. Guji. A moment later. Ding. Successfully captured Kenta Nakamura level 4. Obtain B-level talent, on my OG, perception increased by 8 points. Ding. Successfully captured Takehiko Inoue level 3. Obtain C-level talent, poison control, agility increased by 7 points. Ding. Successfully captured the special ship, Ryujo Maru. The netherworld obtained C-level talent, Sakura Guardian. After a series of beeps, Tuanzi absorbed 6 talents for Lu Chen, which are On My OG, B rank, Poison Control, C rank, Invisibility, D rank, Earth Control, D rank, Fire Control, D rank, Perception Enhancement, E rank. And additional attribute points. Perception 15 points, Strength 7 points, Agility 13 points, Constitution 7 points. At the same time, the netherworld also obtained the Cherry Blossom Protection talent of Ryujo Maru. In addition to the 40 free attributes previously awarded by Tianyu. There is no doubt that another super big harvest. In the world of Tianyu, the greater the risk, the higher the return. This time, the weak defeated the strong. As the one who made the greatest contribution, Lu Chen received rewards that ordinary people could not imagine. Apart from anything else, a B-level talent alone cannot be found in the entire 1000th zone. But it was taken in so easily by Lu Chen. After gaining enhanced perception, his 4-dimensional attributes tended to be balanced, with no obvious weaknesses. Therefore, he evenly distributed the 40 points of free attributes to the 4 dimensions, increasing each by 10 points. Currently, the property panel of the land subsidence, which is only level 2, is already shocking. Strength, 92. Agility, 76. Constitution, 84. Perception, 86. All 4-dimensional attributes are approaching or exceeding 80 points, more than 4 times that of the same level of evolvers. Well, why is this flame manipulation gone? Lu Chen discovered that the flame control he had just acquired was not on his panel. Is it because I already have the more advanced flame control that flame manipulation is automatically ignored? With this doubt, he carefully checked the flame control talent, only to see an extra line of small words behind it. Sea level, flame control, 5. Seeing this, Lu Qin was delighted. It turns out that even if one has a higher-level talent, it is not ineffective to absorb lower-level talents of the same kind. Instead, it can accumulate progress and promote the upgrade of advanced talents. That 5 should be the accumulated progress. Once it reaches 100, Flame Control will be upgraded to level B. It seems that even if it is difficult to find high-level talents in the future, by constantly accumulating low-level talents, one can also gradually improve one's strength. He thought to himself. Although the quantity required is huge, as long as we persevere, we will be able to upgrade it to a very high level one day. Right now, the crystal crab that was trying its best to drag the Erebus away finally saw the outline of a small island vaguely emerging in the distance. But he exhausted his last bit of strength and died. This 4th-level sea beast with a hard shell. Under Lu Qin's heavy pressure, he didn't dare to resist until his death, feeling extremely frustrated. Ding! Successfully killed the crystal crab, level 4, gained 200 points of life energy. The Tianyu prompt sounded, and Lu Qin's level panel was updated. Current level, level 2, 255/300. Lu Qin frowned slightly. A 4th-level sea beast only contributed this much life energy? Lu Qin looked at his panel and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the life energy of a 4th-level sea beast was not enough for him to upgrade. Although half of the life energy was given to Tuanzi. But, compared to the 1st level, how powerful are the 4th-level sea beasts? However, the life energy did not increase much. At this moment, Lu Qin understood what Yang Zimo said before. I'm afraid that the further we go, the more difficult it will be to upgrade. Don't think about only killing 1st-level sea beasts to level up, because there are very few low-level sea beasts you can find in the Novice Sea area. If you want to continuously improve your level, hunting high-level sea beasts is a must. After taking 8 points of physical strength from the crystal crab, Lu Qin looked towards the small island ahead. Ding, you have discovered a dangerous area, Giant Lizard Island. It is recommended that at least 30 level 5 evolvers form a team to explore. Monitor Island? Lu Qin didn't expect that this crystal crab would actually bring him to a feng shui treasure land. It takes 30 level 5 evolvers to explore this place, so there must be a lot of ferocious beasts there. Before departure, there is one more thing to do. Jack, dig out the core of the crystal crab. All right, Captain. After a moment, Jack presented the crystal core. At this point, all the materials needed for the netherworld to be upgraded to an advanced wooden canoe have been prepared. Tianyu, upgrade the netherworld. Ding, 20 pieces of wood, 1 level 4 crystal core, 5 iron ingots are consumed. The netherworld is being upgraded. Upgrade successful. The prompt sounded again, and the attribute panel of the netherworld took on a new look. Cursed Novice Canoe, Netherworld, Captain, Lu Qin. Level, Advanced. Crew, 6 out of 10 L. Durability, 500. Weapon slot, small weapons 1 out of 1. Equipment slot, small equipment 0/1. Speed, medium, paddling. Defense, medium, light armor. Talents, Ghost Ship, B level, Sakura Guardian, C, Ecological Symbiosis, D level, Extreme Speed, D level. After the upgrade, the hull of the netherworld was extended to 12 meters. The width has also increased significantly. The crew was expanded to 10 people. A new layer of exquisite wooden cabins was added to the stern, giving it the shape of an ocean-going sailing ship. Speed, defense, and firepower have all been significantly improved. Ding, congratulations on becoming the first evolver in the novice area to upgrade the novice canoe to the advanced level. Rewards have been issued. Bronze level advanced weapon, Heart Erosion Blade. Along with the reminder sound of Tianyu. A long blade shaped like a tang sword slowly appeared in Lu Qin's field of vision. The entire blade is a deep black, with fine lines carved on it that look like scales, and a hint of dark green flashing on the blade. Heart Eroding Blade, Bronze Advanced, made from the scales of a deep-sea poisonous dragon. Black poison wraps around the blade, corroding the heart and corroding the body. If you have a poison talent, this blade will help you experience the power of a true poison blade. When using this blade, your poison talent will be enhanced by 100. Chapter 43, Unfriendly Remarks. Lu Qin's eyes lit up. He reached out and grasped the Heart Erosion Blade, and a chill instantly came over him. The poison talent was activated instantly. I saw that the originally pitch-black Heart Erosion Blade gradually began to emit a layer of faint green light, like a poisonous mist, which made people feel cold. It can actually enhance poison-related talents. What a great sword. This was the first time Lu Qin encountered a weapon that could enhance his talent. The previous granite battle axe and wave-breaking gun were simply harder and sharper than ordinary weapons. Obviously, bronze level and above weapons are no less helpful to evolvers than talent itself. At this moment, the announcement of the Netherworld's upgrade to an advanced novice wooden canoe spread throughout the 1000th novice zone again. There was a lot of discussion in the chat channel. It turns out that Master Lu Qin took away the first place award. I'm not surprised. I agree. If Master Lu Qin didn't take first place, I would be surprised. Have you got the corpses of the gifted sea beast that Master Lu Qin needs? It's not easy. I finally found a level 1 sea beast, but it still doesn't have any talent. I did find one, but it escaped. I'm chasing it now. Once I kill it, I'll send it to Master Lu Qin. By the way, didn't Master Lu Qin mention the need for a survival betting order? Has anyone got one? Survival betting order. Shit, I just realized that I found one in the stomach of a sea beast. Godfather, I have revealed the survival betting order you need. Lu Qin. Tang Hong, is this true? Tang Hong, this is not a small matter. Don't be so careless. That's right. Don't disturb Master Lu Qin unless you have nothing to do. Of course it's true. How could I lie to my godfather? Lu Qin was about to land on the island. I found someone me in the chat channel. Click in and take a look. I didn't expect that someone would reveal the survival betting order. Lu Qin, Tang Hong, I want this gambling order. What do you want? Tang Hong, Godfather, I don't want anything. Just remember me. Hee, my name is Tang Hong. Lu Qin, Tang Hong, don't call me Godfather. We are not that familiar. Lu Qin looked helpless. He was only in his early 20s. How could he become a father? Besides, I don't even know this Tang Hong. Tang Hong, how can that be possible? A man's words are as good as his words. Seeing this, everyone started to make fun of it. Ha ha ha, Master Lu Qin, this Tang Hong lost a bet with someone else, so he called you his godfather. If you ask me, calling him foster father is already too much of a concession for Tang Hong. We should call Master Lu Qin our biological father. Don't make trouble. When Tang Hongjin gets close to Master Lu Qin, I'll see if you won't be jealous. Eh? Yes. Lord Lu Qin, actually. I also lost a bet with someone else. Godfather, please accept my worship. Actually, I am too. And I. Tang Hong, that's enough. The chat channel instantly turned into a large-scale recognition scene. Lu Qin looked at his suddenly increased number of adopted sons. A face full of black lines. He quickly used 3 bone-strengthening herbs to exchange for the survival betting order from Tang Hong, thus ending this farce. Survival gambling order, special item. After activation, you can open the regional chat channel and select an opponent for survival gambling. This is it. Lu Qin chose to activate it without hesitation. Announcement. Evolver Lu Qin has activated the survival betting order, and the 1000th Novice Sea area has unlocked the regional chat channel. Announcement. Each region consists of 1000 Novice Sea areas. Announcement. Your current region is the 8th region. Announcement. You can browse the status of each Novice Sea area in the 8th area at any time and choose an opponent to bet on survival. If you win the bet, you will win a generous reward. Next. A detailed list slowly unfolds. The above lists the detailed information of all the Novice Sea areas in the 8th area. USA Warzone 976 Novice Sea area. 966/1000 people. Survival bet 3/3. Region chat channel unlocked. Grizzly Country Warzone 923 Novice Sea area. 2/1000 people. Survival bet 0/2. Region chat channel unlocked. Fuso Warzone 903 Novice Sea area. 836/1000 people. Survival bet 1/2. Region chat channel unlocked. Luzon Warzone 995 Novice Sea area. 0 out of 1000 people. Survival bet 0/3. Region chat channel not unlocked. Funan Warzone 974 Novice Sea area. 763/1000 people. Survival bet 0/1. Region chat channel not unlocked. 1000 newbies from all over the world. On the list. Country, number of survivors, number of survival bet wins, and whether the regional chat channel is unlocked. All key information is clearly visible. Among them, the Novice Sea areas that have opened the regional chat channel are highlighted. If it is not enabled, it will be gray. The sea area where there were no survivors was a shockingly dark color. Lu Qin noticed that although he had only been in the Tianyu world for 3 days. However, there are already many newbies whose names are completely black. This means that all 1000 people assigned to this sea area are now dead. These dark novice seas all lost 3 survival gambles in a row. If you lose 3 games in a row, you will lose 60 points of attributes. For the newly arrived evolvers, this is undoubtedly a fatal blow. The sudden arrival of a large number of Tianyu announcements instantly made the chat channel in the 1000th novice zone boil over. Wow, we are in the 8th district. Then can we meet the Xinxia people from other districts? I miss my husband. Well, this 8th district shouldn't only have people from Xinxia, right? After hearing what the above person said, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could the Japanese who challenged us before also be in the 8th district? Then, are there other people who are hostile to us? Why think so much? The regional chat channel has been unlocked. Just go and take a look and you will know. Let's go for a walk and have a look. I'm going too. All of a sudden, a large number of evolvers from the 1000 Novice C area flooded into the chat channel of the 8th district. At this moment, the atmosphere in the regional channel seemed quite subtle. Thank God. Another prey has unlocked the regional channel. It looks like a kid from Xinxia. Whose turn is it this time? 976 Novice C area, US War Zone. This time, it should be the turn of District 942 of South Korea. Sigh, I envy them. Gallic Chicken War Zone 673 Novice C area. Yes, this 1000 Novice area actually won a survival bet. After defeating them, the profit from the survival bet was doubled. Oh, it's really enviable. Novice C area number 909 in the Never-Setting War Zone. Chapter 44. Is it difficult to get promoted 3 levels in a row? Ha ha ha, what a surprise. This 1000th Novice Zone is the best gift for our Goryeo Empire. 942 C area, South Goryeo Theater. Looking at this obviously malicious chat, the hearts of the people in the 1000th Novice Zone suddenly sank. What do you mean? We traveled here from Blue Star. Shouldn't we help each other and work together to survive? Xinxia War Zone 1000 Novice C. Help each other? Oh my God, come and have a look. This friend of Xinxia is really naive. Ha ha ha. US District 976. Friends of Xinxia, you must be careful. These bastards have formed an alliance. They will hunt down every Novice C area except them. Grizzly Country 923 District. In the 923 area where the conversation was taking place, only 2 people survived. Data shows that they have lost 2 consecutive survival bets. Obviously, a large number of evolvers in Area 923 have died due to the failure of the survival gamble. Oh, you are the trash from Grizzly Country. When we find the survival betting order, we will send you 2 to see God. District 976 of the United States. Assholes, damn it. Friends of Xinxia, you have to be careful. 2 novice areas of Xinxia have been plundered and destroyed by these bastards. Grizzly Country 923 area. Seeing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Because, he saw on the list. Xinxia District 985 and District 962, the names of the 2 districts have become completely dark. However, these 2 novice C areas have already unlocked the regional chat and have failed 3 survival bets in a row. Obviously, every new area that unlocks a large area either join the US alliance or be attacked by them. Obviously, many countries, including the United States, the British Empire, the Gallic Rooster, South Korea, India, and Italy, have already formed a group. Hunting began on Xinxia, Grizzly Country, and other countries. Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't say anything, but the people in the 1000 Novice Zone were already angry. You beasts are killing people from other countries just to survive. Assholes, I was wondering why Fuso District 903 suddenly challenged us to a survival bet. It turns out that these assholes have united to target us, Xinxia. What? Do you think you can defeat us just by having more people? Master Lu Chen will let you know what a truly powerful person is. Hearing this, the people of the Alliance countries immediately burst into laughter. Oh my God, these Xinxia people actually threatened to teach us a lesson. I'm so scared, ha ha ha. Oh my God, I hate these Xinxia people the most. They always steal the cultural heritage of our great Goryeo Empire. They even dare to say that the Dragon Boat Festival and acupuncture belong to them. This time, our great Goryeo Empire must teach them a lesson. On the contrary, I am very grateful to these Xinxia people. If there weren't so many of them, how could we plunder at will? I have already obtained 40 attribute points. Ha 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 ha, it's really cool. Everyone, don't underestimate this 1000th Novice Zone. They are extremely united, especially one named Lu Chen, who is ridiculously strong. Our Lord Nakamura and all the strong men have fallen into the hands of this Lu Chen. Fuso War Zone 903. What? You Fuso people were just defeated by them. Ashi, it seems that we have to be a little more serious this time. The words of the Fuso people made the evolvers from other countries restrain their contempt a little. After all, being able to defeat the Fuso 903 War Zone, which had already won once, was enough to prove the powerful strength of the number 1000 Novice Zone and that Lu Chen. Friends in Fuso, do they have any flaws or weaknesses? Hi. Although Lu Chen has outstanding combat power, his level is very low. He was only level 2 before. Then we know how to deal with these Xinxia people. Don't worry, this 1000th Novice area will be handed over to our Goryeo Empire 942C area. Koreans, we are waiting for your good news. Haha, after you win, it will be our turn as the Gauls. We can't wait. Seeing the greed and self-righteousness of the allied countries, It seems that the 1000th novice zone has been regarded as a lamb to be slaughtered on the chopping board. Luchin couldn't help but sneer. Haha, you want to eat us, but I wonder if your teeth are strong enough. Do these people think they can do whatever they want just because of the slight advantage they have in the early stages? How ridiculous. Who is the hunter and who is the prey is still unknown. At this moment, the announcement of the heavenly edict sounded. Emergency announcement from Tianyu. Park Ching-hao in the 942 Novice Sea area of the South Korean War Zone has activated the survival betting order. Survival betting parties. South Korea Theater 942 Novice Sea area vs. Shinxia Theater 1000 Novice Sea area. Survival bet. Since both sides have won the survival bet, the bet is doubled. For the losing party, the storm outside the Novice Sea area will be 40 stronger, and all the attribute points will be permanently reduced by 40. For the winning side, the storm outside the Novice Sea area is reduced by 40 in intensity, and all attribute points are permanently increased by 40. The gambling rules are as follows. The first Novice Sea area to have a level 5 evolver wins the bet. The winner, the one who made the greatest contribution to the evolution, will receive an extra reward. Reminder, the chat channels of the two novice areas have been connected in parallel. Both parties can browse each other's chat content, rankings, and other information, but cannot speak directly. Reminder, survival gamble is extremely important. Please give it your all. Novice Sea area number 942 in the South Korean War Zone. Survival bets have been made twice, and they have won twice. In the 1000th Novice Sea area of Shinxia War Zone, one survival bet has been made and one victory has been achieved. Survival gamble begins. Are the betting rules changing? Luchin stared at the announcement with a frown on his face. This time it's not a direct confrontation like last time. Instead, the form of gambling was completely changed. The competition is about who can upgrade faster. This is undoubtedly the most unfavorable situation for Luchin, because he is currently only level 2. More importantly, due to the existence of Tuanzi, the life energy he needs to upgrade is twice that of an ordinary person. It seems that these Koreans still have some brains and are not stupid enough to confront me head-on. Luchin stroked his chin gently. I looked at the highest level person in the 942 Novice Sea area. Park Sung-ho, level 4, 30/3000. Just reached level 4? A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This is also good. I can win the survival bet without wasting time killing monsters. In the world of Tianyu, you cannot gain life energy by killing your own kind. What about the monsters? The number of ferocious beasts on this giant lizard island is definitely enough for him to reach level 5 before Park Sung-ho. After all, that was a dangerous area officially recognized by Tianyu that required 30 level 5 evolvers to work together to explore. Is it difficult to get promoted 3 levels in a row? Chapter 45, Mermaid Fuyao. Then, Luchin closed the panel. Stop following the chat channel. He knew very well that every minute and every second at this moment was extremely precious, and he had to devote himself to the upgrade. Jack, get ready and get to work. Hey, Captain, I can't wait any longer. At the same time, in the chat channel of 1000 novices, there was a lingering sense of anxiety and uneasiness. No, how can the rules of this bet be changed? Why not occupy the space crystal like last time? Fuck, it's those damn Japanese people. They told the Koreans that our master Luchin is powerful, but his level is low. Damn it. If it's a survival battle like last time, even if all those Korean sticks were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for Master Luchin. Yes, they just don't dare to fight against Master Luchin head-on, so they use this underhanded trick. By the way, who is the highest-ranking person in Goryeo? What level is he at now? I just checked, it's Park Sung-ho. He's already level 4. If he gets one more level, we'll lose. These words were like a heavy hammer, causing everyone's heart to sink suddenly. Oh my god, I just noticed that if we lose, we will lose 40 attribute points. This damn Tianyu system is obviously making things difficult for us. If we lose, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Master Luchin, what should we do? Luchin, Master Luchin, please say something. We will all listen to you. Master, please come back soon. We will all help you upgrade. However, no matter how everyone called out, Luchin did not respond. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy and at a loss. Yang Zimo's profile picture flickered. Everyone, I'm afraid we have to rely on ourselves for this survival gamble. Why? Yes, Master Luchin is so strong. As long as he takes action, I don't believe those Koreans can match him. Yang Zimo typed slowly. Luchin is indeed unbeatable, but don't forget that he only gains half the energy each time he levels up. The key to this bet is the speed of upgrading. Alas. Seeing what Yang Zimo said, everyone couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Oh, I'm so angry. If that's the case, this bet will be very dangerous. Forget it, We can't always rely on Master Luchin. This time, we have to fight on our own. As the skeletons paddled vigorously, the netherworld broke through the waves and headed towards the giant lizard island. Captain, why do I feel that the island ahead is ominous? Jack shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the rocky and dangerous island ahead. Your intuition is spot on. Luchin put his hands behind his back, looking calm. The weakest creature on that island has reached level 4, and the leader-level creature is likely to be level 5. Haha, Captain, you are becoming more and more humorous, and you can even make jokes. Jack's smile was uglier than crying. They're all level 4 creatures, and the leader is level 5. Doesn't that mean that once I land on that island, I, the famous Captain Jack, will become the weakest chicken on the island? Can I not go? Later, you go first. Woo-woo. Jack instantly burst into tears. Gugga-gugga-gugga. At this time, the little girl excitedly climbed onto Luchin's shoulders. Those shiny black eyes were full of curiosity and fearlessness. Little guy, you are really an optimist. Luchin reached out and scratched Taanzi's round head. There was a flash of fondness in his eyes. I really don't know when you will grow up and leave this larval stage. The larval kraken has a soft body and its tentacles are not fully developed, so it cannot fight. If Taanzi could fight, then all the creatures on this island would probably not be enough to fill its teeth. However, the reality is cruel. Taanzi is a god-level creature. In order to grow from the larval stage to the adult stage, it is necessary to absorb a huge amount of life energy. In the past, these energies were provided by the mature kraken, but now, Taanzi can only rely on Luchin. At this moment, a voice as pleasant as a clear spring suddenly sounded. Human sailors, don't go any further. It's very dangerous there. Who? The funny expression on Jack's face suddenly turned cold and stern. He suddenly drew out the sword from his waist and looked around. In the sea. Luchin looked towards the sea on the starboard side of the netherworld. Amidst the sparkling water, a stunningly beautiful face slowly emerged. Wow, such a beautiful lady. Jack immediately opened his mouth and looked like a pig. Don't be a beauty, it's a sea beast. Luchin instantly sensed that this was not a human. Oh, what a pity. Jack muttered, aiming the giant whaling crossbow on the bow at the woman. Yeah. Facing the cold and sharp crossbow arrows. The girl exclaimed, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. In a panic, a gorgeous fishtail suddenly shot out from under the sea, splashing water. She turned out to be a mermaid. The fish's tail sparkled silver in the sunlight. Etc. Luchin was quick-witted and stopped Jack, who was about to fire the crossbow, and his eyes were fixed on the panicked mermaid. Sea beasts, mermaid tribe, Fuyao. Characteristics: high intelligence, gentle temperament, kindness, and a natural affinity for humans. Talent: daughter of the sea level. As the darling of the sea, Fuyao is compassionate and can heal the pain of all things in the world. Skill: shell guardian D level. In critical moments, Fuyao can escape into a huge shell to avoid all dangers. Combat power assessment, level 4. Do you think all mermaids are like this? No, only Fuyao is like this. Kindness, closeness to humans. It was the first time that Luchin saw creatures in the Tianyu world have this characteristic. All the creatures he had encountered in the past, including the old Jack. When they encounter humans, they show great hostility. He wanted to see what the mermaid was going to do. Just then. Crash. The water splashes. Fuyao, a male mermaid wearing silver scale armor, holding a shield and a spear, emerged from the waves. He stood in front of Fuyao nimbly. He stared at Jack and Luchin with a fierce look on his face. Seeing that Jack did not launch an attack, Fuyao breathed a sigh of relief. She gently pulled Haofin's fin. Brother Haofin, don't be nervous, I'm fine. Haofin's tense muscles did not relax. He turned to look at Fuyao, his eyes filled with both blame and love. Fuyao, I have repeatedly warned you that the human world is complex, changeable, and full of dangers, and you still do this. Chapter 46, Defense Against the Powerful Giant Rock-Armored Lizard. Fuyao couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard this. I just don't want any more innocent lives to die on Giant Lizard Island. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Luchin, her tone pleading. Human, you really can't go any further. The Gorgons on the Giant Lizard Island have been behaving strangely recently, as if they have gone crazy. It launched a frenzied attack on all alien creatures that came into its sight. Even several of our fellow mermaids died in the mouths of the Gorgons. Gorgon? That's the two-headed lizard. Luchin raised his eyebrows. Just now, he used the seagull's vision to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the island. In the center of the island, a huge meteorite crater loomed. In the pit, a two-headed lizard over 20 meters long was greedily licking the remains of the creatures around it. Inside the crater, there was a mixture of deathly silence and terror. Hey, you've seen the Gorgon, so you should know how terrifying the Gorgon is. right? He's a peak fifth-order creature, super powerful. Fuya bit her finger and nodded, looking quite adorable. Looking at Fuyao's appearance, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. It seems that not all creatures in this world of Tianyu are ferocious and evil. At least there are some innocent and lovely ones. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Chen nodded, then waved his hand. Keep going. The 4 skeletons responded immediately and waved the oars again. What happened to the fifth-order creature? He killed a 5th-level creature. Why do you still want to go? Fuya was so anxious that she kept shaking her tail. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her eyes were full of anxiety and confusion. Oh, my little beauty, don't worry. The captain and I, Master Jack, are not afraid of that damn Gorgon. Jack puffed out his chest triumphantly, posing as if he was invincible. This guy loves to show off whenever he meets a beautiful woman. Fuya was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Heifan. Fuya, forget it. We have already fulfilled our duty to remind them. If they insist on dying, it is not our fault. Hao Fin glanced at the netherworld, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Hiki, a 4th-level undead, a 2nd-level human, and a few 2nd-level skeletons. For such a group to challenge the giant lizard island is simply wishful thinking. With their limited strength, only 2 of the lowest-level giant rock-armored lizards are needed to kill them all. Fuyu bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Wait." Then, she threw it lightly. A delicate shell landed on the deck of the Erebus, gleaming faintly. If you must go, take this shell with you. It may save your life at a critical moment. Fuyao's shell, black iron low level, one-time protective item, can condense into a shell form to resist one attack. Only the clever mermaids can do this. Seeing the shell, Lu Chen's eyes fixed. It turned out to be a high-quality item. Can resist one attack. Nice one. Lu Chen was not polite and directly signaled Jack to put the shells away. Thank you. Lu Chen didn't expect that. In this dangerous world of Tianyu, I actually still owe favors to aliens. Captain, I admit now that you are a little more handsome than me. Jack came close to Lu Chen, handed the shell to Lu Chen, and said with emotion, Alas, whether it's Licini or this little mermaid, they both treat you specially. It seems that being handsome really does have advantages. Stop talking nonsense. If you have more energy than you can use up, go help the skeleton paddle. Hey. Fuya watched the netherworld gradually approaching the giant lizard island. I couldn't help but say worriedly, Brother Hao Fin, do you think they can survive? Hao Fin shook his head and said decisively, Impossible. Not to mention the terrifying Gorgon, the hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards on the island alone are enough to put them in an irretrievable situation. Under the gaze of the brother and sister, the nether slowly arrived at the giant lizard island. Kill. Jack jumped off the ship, wielding his sword, and rushed to the island. However, after running a few steps, he couldn't help but stop and looked back at Lu Chen in confusion. Hey, Captain, didn't the little fishman say that this island is very dangerous? How come there's no trace of him? Sudden. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering. A rock next to Jack began to move strangely. Afterwards, it turned into a 4-meter-long rock lizard, exuding a dangerous aura. Oh, so you can pretend. Jack snorted coldly, and the 4th-order power in his body burst out instantly. The long sword was like lightning, cutting through the air and pointing directly at the top of the rock lizard's head. Clang. Metal collides with rock, sparks fly. However, Jack felt a huge recoil force coming from the tip of the sword, which made his right hand numb and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. How was that possible? He was secretly shocked that his full-strength attack failed to break the rock lizard's defense. Hiss. The rock lizard growled, its scarlet tongue flickering. The thick tail lashed towards Jack like a whip. Grass. Jack cursed inwardly and retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Bang. The giant tail slammed heavily on the spot where Jack was standing. The reef collapsed instantly, gravel flew everywhere, dust flew everywhere, and the ground shook violently. What the hell is this thing? Why is its defense so strong? Jack's eyes were full of solemnity. At this moment, a dark shadow passed by Jack like the wind. The pitch-black battle blade brought with it the sound of whistling wind. He slashed the rock monitor lizard hard. Sparks flew. The rock monitor wailed. The 4-meter-long giant body was suddenly knocked away by the tremendous power contained in the battle blade. Like a leaf blown by a strong wind, it flew dozens of meters away. The monitor lizard fell heavily to the ground, and its huge body rolled on the ground. His limbs twitched as he struggled to stand up, but he was too weak to do so. The person who made the move was Lu Chen. He stood firmly, holding the hard erosion blade tightly in his right hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. With his own strength and the sharpness of the hard erosion blade, he was unable to break through the defense. The giant lizard was simply blown away by his powerful strength. If it were an ordinary creature, I'm afraid it had already been cut into 2 pieces by a single sword. Realizing this, Lu Chen quickly checked the information panel of the rock monitor lizard. Ferocious beast, giant rock-armored lizard. Features: good at camouflage, strong defense, feeds on rocks, lives in groups, medium intelligence. Talent: none. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment: level 4. No matter how powerful a hunter is, they will have a headache when facing these giant rock-armored lizards. Also, please be reminded that these are social creatures. Gathering? Lu Chen frowned and noticed this key information. However, before he could come up with a solution, then the sound of crackling rocks breaking was heard again. In an instant, the two rocks beside Lu Chen and Jack began to wriggle again. On the beach, there are actually 3 4th-level giant rock-armored lizards. Chapter 47 Upgrade. Hiss. The two giant rock-armored lizards suddenly spit out their tongues and rushed towards Lu Chen like heavy tanks. However, just as the two giant rock-armored lizards crawled out 2 steps, they found that the hateful human in front of them suddenly disappeared. D-level talent, invisibility. At the same time, a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped the hearts of the two giant rock-armored lizards. The human didn't leave and was staying near them. Suddenly, the air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, and there was a tremor. Lu Chen's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly appeared beside a giant rock-armored lizard. The pitch-black long knife cut through the air, bringing up a flash of cold light like lightning, and stabbed fiercely at the giant rock-armored lizard. A trace of contempt flashed in the giant rock-armored lizard's eyes. It feeds on rocks every day, and its body has long been trained to be as hard as iron. A weak human actually wants to shake its defense? What a pipe dream. However, puff. A muffled sound. With a flash of green light, the long knife wrapped in the strange green light pierced the right eye of the giant rock-armored lizard accurately. No matter how impregnable its defenses are, its eyes are always its vulnerable soft spot. Under the dual effects of Lu Chen's surging power and the extremely sharp blade of the heart erosion blade, the giant rock lizard's iron-like defense was instantly torn into a hideous hole. Hiss. The giant rock-armored lizard roared in pain, and its thick tail lashed towards Lu Chen fiercely like a whip in the wind. However, Lu Chen did not covet the sword. He decisively drew back his long sword, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the void again. Only the hideous wound remained to prove his existence. Strike and then retreat. This is his tactic. Just a little damage is enough. Tisk, what's the use of this? Hao Fin, who was watching all this from a distance, had a scornful smile on his face, his eyes full of disapproval. This human's agility and strength are indeed good, but the tiny damage he caused just now is just like scratching an itch for the giant rock-armored lizard with tough skin and thick flesh. It is completely useless. Brother Hao Fin, don't say that. He was able to fight back against the attacks of 3 giant rock-armored lizards. He's already very impressive. Fu Yao pouted, her face full of worry. If she had gone up there instead, she would have been killed by the giant rock-armored lizard's tail. However, just as these words fell, the giant rock-armored lizard, which was alive and kicking just now, suddenly turned a strange green. Then, its movements became slow and stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in a moment, he began to foam at the mouth, fell to the ground with a thud, and was no longer able to breathe. The disdain on Hao Fin's face froze instantly. Is this poison? His eyes widened, his tone full of shock. This human can poison and kill a 4th-level beast in 1 second. How can this human master such a terrible poison technique? Witnessing this scene, Fu Yao couldn't help but pat his chest and let out a long sigh. The worries in his heart were finally relieved. Seeing the giant rock-armored lizard falling to the ground with foam at the mouth, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth curved up. Just as I thought, this beast is useless except for its strong defense. Although the giant rock lizard has a formidable physical defense, but this also sacrifices agility and speed. Lu Chen's agility of 76 points, coupled with the stealth talent plundered from the Fuso people. It is enough to make these clumsy giant rock-armored lizards run around in circles. And as long as I scratch my skin a little. Sea-level poison talent, also acquired from the Fuso people, combined with the heart erosion blade. The horrible poison can kill these seemingly indestructible beasts instantly. It seems that you are nothing but fish on my chopping board. Lu Chen sneered and disappeared again. Seeing the tragic death of my companions, a trace of panic and fear flashed in the eyes of the other 2 giant rock lizards. Their indestructible armor allows them to stand tall even against the fierce attacks of 5th-tier beasts. Yet at this moment, it seemed useless in front of this seemingly insignificant human. The simple brain of the giant rock-armored lizard couldn't figure out why this was happening. But run. It's always right. Thinking about this. So the 2 giant beasts hurriedly swung their heavy limbs in an attempt to escape from this place of death. However, with Lu Chen's speed, how could they possibly escape? Luchin instantly appeared next to the giant rock-armored lizard that he had chopped off with his sword. The long sword in his hand stabbed out like lightning, accurately piercing into its huge eyes. With a shrill howl, the giant beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Luchin's figure disappeared again like a ghost. At this time, the only remaining giant rock-armored lizard seemed to have sensed that it could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. It raised its huge head. It let out a deafening roar, trying to warn its own kind or intimidate this terrible human. However, all this was in vain. At the moment it roared, a black blade appeared quietly like a ghost, instantly piercing through its eyes and heading straight into its head. The giant rock lizard's body trembled violently and then fell to the ground weakly. Just 1 second later, these two majestic 4th-level giant rock-armored lizards died from the poison. Ding, kill the giant rock-armored lizard, level 4, gain 250 points of life energy. Ding, kill the giant rock-armored lizard, level 4, gain 250 points of life energy. Ding, kill the giant rock-armored lizard, level 4, gain 250 points of life energy. A large amount of life energy surged out of the bodies of the 3 giant rock-armored lizards and was absorbed by Luchin and the little ball behind him. Then, a tremendous force exploded in Luchin's body. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully reached level 3. Ding. As an overseer, the attributes you gain when you level up are doubled. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Perception plus 20. Free attribute points plus 10. Ah. Luchin involuntarily opened his arms and howled to the sky. That is the ultimate pleasure brought by the surge of power. Just upgrade 1 level. The attribute directly increased by 90 points. Cool. So cool. Jack at the back was already dumbfounded, his eyes full of shock. The captain is worthy of being the overseer. He is so terrifying, although the description is long. But Luchin took action and killed 3 giant rock-armored lizards that Jack was helpless against. But only a few seconds passed. Looking at the increasingly deep and powerful aura on Luchin, Jack shrank his neck unconsciously and muttered softly. The captain has become stronger. He knew very well that Luchin's current strength was just the tip of the iceberg. As Luchin continues to grow, the true terror of the supervisor will be revealed one by one. By then, there might be a chance for me to get my revenge. Perhaps, only the supervisor can deal with that kind of existence. Chapter 48 Captain, I, Jack, have never brought shame to you. Luchin decisively invested all his free attribute points into perception. Today, he possesses dozens of powerful talents, and he knows that mental strength is the key to mastering these talents. If one does not have enough mental strength, no matter how many talents one has, they will just be shelved and become useless decorations. Improving perception is an effective way to increase mental strength. After the upgrade, Luchin's attribute panel has been completely renewed. Level 3, 330/1000. Strength, 112. Agility, 96. Constitution, 112. Perception, 116. To avoid redundancy, only key data are listed. In addition to agility, other attributes have all exceeded the 110-point mark. Just imagine if other level 3 evolvers saw Luchin's panel, they would definitely shout, WTF. After all, under normal circumstances, the 4-dimensional attributes of a 3rd-level evolver are only around 30 points. It takes 1,000 energy points to reach level 4. One giant rock-armored lizard can provide 125 points. Just hunt 6 more. Easy. Even if half of the life energy was given to Taonzi. But as long as the monsters keep coming, his upgrade speed is still unmatched, and he is far ahead of others. Guji. After absorbing a huge amount of life energy, Taonzi excitedly rolled around in the backpack on Luchin's back. At this moment, Taonzi's experience bar also saw a significant jump. Level 1, 730/10,000. Luchin believed that as the level of the ferocious beast he hunted increased in the future, Taonzi would level up faster and faster. However, at this moment, it might be the unwilling roar of the last giant rock-armored lizard before its death that awakened the sleeping giant rock-armored lizard clan. There were a series of sounds of rocks breaking. The sound of crackling was heard continuously, as if the earth was shaking. Among the seemingly ordinary rocks, giant rock-armored lizards shed their camouflage one after another, and their huge bodies slowly stretched out. Hiss. The roaring sound is endless. As far as the eye can see, there are hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. This scene horrified Jack, and he cried out in shock. Hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. Each of these giant rock-armored lizards is a powerful tier 4 existence, if they appear alone in the outside world. Undoubtedly, they can be regarded as the overlords of one side. Even if all the players in the 1000 zone novice area join forces, they may not be able to subdue it. Now, such horrific creatures actually come in groups, numbering up to hundreds. Seeing this scene, Hao Fin, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but shook his head. They're doomed. Even though this human has made great achievements in poison techniques, even the gods cannot save him when facing the siege of hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. Fu Yao looked at Lu Chen nervously. His hands unconsciously intertwined, his eyes full of worry. Run quickly, with your speed, it's still in time to evacuate now. But obviously, Lu Chen did not hear Fu Yao's whispers. His eyes swept across the densely packed group of giant rock-armored lizards in front of him. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but there was a gleam of excitement instead. I'm worried that there aren't enough monsters. It's great that these hundreds of Tier 4 giant rock-armored lizards have arrived. Jack. Captain, retreat? Jack was ready to run. Kill. Lu Chen shouted coldly, and his body instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Okay. Not retreating. Jack was stunned for a moment. But then, he smiled and shook his head. Captain, following you. Every day is really exciting. After saying this, Jack suddenly stepped forward. Following Lu Chen's footsteps, they launched a brazen attack on hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. My famous Jack will never embarrass the captain. Why? Why didn't you run away? You clearly had a chance to escape just now. Looking at the lone brave figures of Lu Chen and Jack, Fu Yao clasped her hands in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with uncontrollable worry. Hao Fin patted her shoulder gently. Fu Yao, you are just too kind. Their lives have nothing to do with us. These two people are obviously relying on their own abilities and acting recklessly. At this point, a hint of contempt flashed across his eyes. That human is too arrogant. Sooner or later, he will destroy himself. With their meager strength, they dared to take the initiative to provoke a huge group of giant rock-armored lizards. It is undoubtedly seeking death. Although his poison technique is quite unique, how much poison can he release continuously? How long can his mental strength last? In Hao Fin's eyes, Lu Chen and Jack had already become food in the giant rock-armored lizard's mouth. Brother Hao Fin, if you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Can't you just hope for the best for them? What if they are really powerful? Fu Yao's brows were tightly knitted together, and her fishtail slapped the water surface in dissatisfaction, splashing ripples. Okay, brother is wrong. Upon seeing this, Hao Qin quickly gave in, his tone filled with a hint of helplessness and doting. Hiss. A giant rock lizard roared, and its thick tail was like a whip, tearing through the air and sweeping towards Jack. Hey, do you think I, Captain Jack, can do nothing to you little reptiles? Jack sneered, and his body flashed lightly, easily avoiding the attack of the giant tail. The long sword in his hand flashed with black light, gathering a vast amount of black energy. At an extremely tricky angle, it suddenly stabbed into the monitor lizard's eyeball. B-level skill, swordsmanship mastery. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The monitor lizard felt pain, opened its huge mouth instantly, exposed its fangs, and bit Jack fiercely. However, Jack is not Lu Chen and does not have any poison skills. If we retreat now, all our previous efforts will be wasted, and we will not be able to cause fatal damage to the giant rock-armored lizard. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and instead of withdrawing the long sword in his right hand, he accelerated forward. The sword pierced deeply into the giant rock-armored lizard's skull, and the tip of the sword stirred wildly, crushing the lizard's brain into pieces. But in the blink of an eye, Jack's left hand was bitten tightly by the giant rock lizard's dying counterattack, and his body paused. In an instant, 5 giant rock lizards swarmed in from all directions, opened their bloody mouths, and pounced on Jack. Come on! Jack roared, his face full of determination and madness. He let go of the hilt with his right hand and grabbed the giant rock-armored lizard's tongue, and the power of level 4 burst out instantly. With a strong pull, he actually pulled out the tongue of the monitor lizard. Haha, we killed one and seriously injured another. Captain, I, Jack, have never embarrassed you. Jack laughed, his voice full of heroism. However, before he could finish laughing, he was already drowned by countless giant rock-armored lizards. The majestic body was torn and devoured mercilessly like a broken rag doll by the monitor lizard. Your vassal, Jack, killed the giant rock-armored lizard, level 4, and you gained 250 points of life energy. Feeling the life energy pouring into his body, Lu Chen glanced at Jack. As the first vassal conquered by Lu Chen, Jack's performance at this moment made Lu Chen quite satisfied. Chapter 49, Crisis in the 1000 Novice Sea Area. Although this guy is always cynical and frivolous on weekdays. But once you step onto the battlefield, the ruthlessness and determination are frightening. It is worth Lu Chen's careful training. As for Jack, who had already been torn to pieces by the giant rock-armored lizard, Lu Chen was not worried at all. This guy is immortal after being cursed, and at most he will just suffer a little. With so many big lizards, I'm sure I'll have a blast killing them. Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, and his figure suddenly appeared. The black blade in his hand pierced into the eye socket of a giant rock-armored lizard like lightning. However, just as he was about to withdraw, the huge tail of another giant rock-armored lizard nearby swept towards them with a strong wind. Bang! There was a loud bang like thunder. Lu Chen actually took on this devastating blow with his bare hands. A flash of disbelief and panic flashed across the eyes of the giant rock-armored lizard. It can't understand. Why can this tiny human being in front of him withstand his full-strength attack with that pair of seemingly slender hands? But before the giant rock-armored lizard could come to its senses, the muscles in Lu Chen's arms suddenly tensed up, and powerful force erupted like a volcano. Ouch! With a shrill wail, the giant rock-armored lizard was actually grabbed by Lu Chen's tail and thrown away like a rag doll. This scene was so shocking that the entire group of giant rock-armored lizards were stunned for a moment, when they realized that this human was no ordinary person. All the giant lizards roared angrily and swarmed towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen disappeared again like a ghost. Whenever he reappears, he is accompanied by the screams of a giant rock-armored lizard. Just like that, Lu Chen, who was supposed to be the prey, turned into a ferocious hunter in an instant. The hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards. I can only scream blindly like a headless fly, helplessly waiting to be hunted down by Lu Chen one by one. At this moment, in the 1000th Novice Sea area, no one noticed Lu Chen's rapidly rising level. Everyone is seizing every moment to find and kill sea beasts, concentrating all resources on upgrading Li Sini. This was proposed by Yang Zimo, since Lu Chen could only obtain half of the experience points and never showed up. Therefore, everyone chose to prioritize upgrading Li Sini's level so that they could reach level 5 first together with Park Jung-ho. Faced with the gamble of survival, everyone is united and no one dares to relax. Boss Li Sini, our Group 3 has crippled a level 2 sea wolf at 673.876. Please come and collect it quickly. Our Team 1 found a level 1 dolphin beast. Now the Ice Tide talent has frozen it. We are sending it to Boss Li Sini. Great. Boss Li Sini has just reached level 4. The crowd cheered. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope for victory. However, at this moment someone exclaimed, "Fuck. Those Koreans are just like us. They're also mobilizing all their resources to help Park Jung-ho upgrade." What? They did that too? How much has Park Jung-ho's experience value increased during this period? He is now level 4, 1100/3000. As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the 1000th Novice Zone. How is this possible? We gathered all the sea beasts and asked Li Sini to kill them. Even so, Li Sini only gained 900 points of life energy. How could Park Jung-ho gain 1000 points? It's over. Li Sini's level is lower than Park Jung-ho's. Now they are acquiring life energy faster than us. How can we win? Alas, those Koreans won one more survival bet than us, and their overall combat power is stronger than ours. It is normal that we are not as fast as them in hunting sea beasts. My God. We have been hunting sea beasts almost nonstop, but even so, we are still not as fast as those Koreans. Have you noticed? The number of sea beasts in the activity area of level 1 and 2 sea beasts has dropped sharply. Our second team has been searching here for a long time and barely found 2 level 1 sea beasts. Can we only hunt high-level sea beasts? But high-level sea beasts are too powerful. Are we going to lose if we continue like this? For a time, pessimism spread rapidly like a plague. Everyone, don't give up. The outcome is still unknown until the last moment. That's right. We can't find low-level sea beasts, and those Koreans may not be able to find them either. Don't worry too much. Yang Zimo couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. He knew very well that this was a gamble with the survival of the Koreans. The situation is extremely serious, and I'm afraid it's more likely to be fatal than good. Yang Zimo, everyone, please be sure to give the corpse of the gifted sea beast to Lu Chen. If we are unfortunate enough to lose this time, he will be the last hope for our 1000th Novice Zone. Speaking of this, Yang Zimo's mood also became extremely heavy. He knew that if he failed, the allied countries will never give them any chance to breathe, and the next survival gamble will ensue. Until all the attributes of all the evolvers in the 1000th Novice Zone are completely stripped away. Those Novice Sea areas that have been destroyed all died because of their methods. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo shook his head. No matter what, never give up until the last moment. Then his avatar flashed, and he spoke again. All level 2 evolvers and above, follow me and enter the activity area of level 3 sea beasts to start hunting. Level 1 evolvers continue to search for and hunt level 1 and 2 sea beasts. This statement immediately caused an uproar. Boss Yang Zimo, are you serious? The third level sea beast is too powerful. We have a limited number of level 3 evolvers. If we let level 2 evolvers fight against level 3 sea beasts, I'm afraid it will cause huge casualties. Long Howren, Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. If we don't speed up the hunting of sea beasts, we will be defeated in the bet with Sea Area 942. Li Ming also agreed. Level 2 evolvers only need to help us find the traces of level 3 sea beasts, and the real killing mission will be left to us level 3 evolvers. Zhou, everyone, we don't have time to waste. In just a short while, Park Jung-ho's experience points have increased a lot. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. There is no time to hesitate now, so everyone should cheer up and act quickly. Accompanied by a shrill wail, the head of a third-level ironback dugong was chopped off by Park Jung-ho with one sword. Park Jung-ho sneered and sheathed his sword neatly. The wooden boat was swaying gently beneath his feet, and on the surrounding sea surface were floating dozens of corpses of sea beasts of various shapes. Chapter 50 Lizard Overlord, Gorgon. The evolvers in Area 942 are still busy. They rowed their canoes, continuously transporting the dying sea beast to Park Jung-ho's side. The blood of the sea beast is like red silk, slowly spreading in the sea water. The sea was dyed a shocking red, reflecting the undisguised disdain on Park Jung-ho's face. Humph, these Xinxiao people are so hopelessly stupid. It's ridiculous that they're only thinking about hunting third-level sea beasts now, he said coldly. At this time, a crew member with small eyes came up to him and flattered him with a flattering look on his face. President, your decision is truly wise and powerful. Li Sini, who had the Xinxiao people concentrate their resources on upgrading, has only just reached level 4. We are ahead of her by thousands of experience points. We are sure to win this bet. When Park Jung-ho heard this, his disdain grew even stronger. Li Sini? She is nothing but a clown. In front of our great Korean nation, she can only eat our exhaust. Then, Park Jung-ho opened the chat channel. Park Jung-ho. Everyone, keep working hard. We are now more than 1,000 energy points ahead of the Xinxiao people. At this rate, we can easily win this bet in less than 2 hours. His words instantly triggered warm cheers in the chat channel of Zone 942. Long live Chairman Park. Ha ha ha, those Xinxiao people are destined to be only nutrients for us to absorb attribute points. Oh my god, I've been annoyed with those Xinxiao people for a long time. They are even more popular on Blue Star than our great Goryeo Empire. Haha, these Xinxiao people actually think they can win just by uniting. When it comes to unity, our Goryeo people are also very united. Ha 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 ha. When I think about the fact that I can plunder a full 40 points of attributes from those sick guys in Xinxiao later, I am shaking with excitement. What Lu Qin, what Li Sini, what bullshit Xinxia. Once they meet our invincible Koreans, won't they still have to kneel down and sing conquer? Ha 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 ha. Now. Fuyo and Heifan stared ahead, stunned. On that rocky island, the bodies of giant rock-armored lizards were spread out densely. All of these huge creatures were green in color, obviously having died from a deadly poison. The most important thing is, up to now, hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards have not hurt that hateful human being at all. The giant rock-armored lizards that are still alive, huddled together. There was a deep fear in their eyes. It's terrible. This human being is truly horrible. He lurks around like a ghost. Whenever it appears, it is accompanied by a thunderous blow. The giant rock-armored lizard's proud defense was rendered useless by his precise and vicious attacks. What caused the giant rock-armored lizard to collapse was, why does this human weapon carry such a horrible toxin? All of his kind who were injured by him would foam at the mouth and die miserably in an instant. Moreover, what made the giant rock-armored lizards most desperate was that they can only passively take the beating. This abominable human not only possesses the ability to hide himself, but is also extremely agile. No matter how hard they fought back, they could never touch him at all. Wow, so amazing. Fuyo's eyes opened wide, and her soft lips couldn't help but cover her red lips. Hao Fin standing by was also dumbfounded, with disbelief written all over his face. The shock in my heart surged like a tide. How long has it been? Is human spiritual power infinite? Is the shivering lizard on the island the giant rock lizard that once made other creatures shudder? Aren't they powerful? These hundreds of giant rock-armored lizards were suppressed and beaten by a human being, and they had no power to fight back? Brother Hao Fin, look, he's really powerful. Maybe he can help us drive away those damn Nagas. Watching the black blade in Lu Qin's hand pierce into the eyes of a giant rock-armored lizard again. Fu Yao's eyes were full of joy. She shook Hao Fin's arm excitedly, and her little face was filled with irrepressible excitement. Hao Fin suddenly came back to his senses from his shock. However, when he thought of his previous contempt for Lu Qin, his old face suddenly turned red, and he felt as if he had been slapped in the face by Lu Qin. My face is burning. He curled his lips and said reluctantly, I admit that I underestimated him before. This human is indeed quite capable, but even so, he won't live for long. Why? He's the most powerful human that Fu Yao has ever seen. Fu Yao looked bewildered. It's obvious that these giant rock lizards can no longer pose any threat to that handsome human brother. With his killing method, it will definitely attract the attention of the Gorgon. Once the Gorgon attacks, how long do you think this human can survive? Hearing the name of Gorgon, the smile on Fuyao's face froze instantly, and a hint of undisguised fear flashed in her eyes. Ding, kill the giant rock-armored lizard, level 4, gain 250 points of life energy. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully reached level 4. Ding, as an overseer, the attributes you gain when you level up are doubled. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Perception plus 20. Free attribute points plus 10. Haha. Cool. It's such a pleasure to kill. Feeling the surging energy in his body due to the upgrade, Lu Qin's face flushed. Killing the 4th level ferocious beast like a chicken. 2 levels in a row. This feeling is so wonderful. As our strength continues to grow, Lu Qin became more and more aware of how important Anzi was to him. Possessing many talents, this made Lu Qin's true combat power soar exponentially. Take these giant rock-armored lizards in front of us, for example. If he hadn't had the poison control, invisibility, super speed, and enhanced perception that Tuanzi had given him, how could he allow a 4th-tier beast with such amazing defense to tremble in front of him without any ability to fight back? Just when Lu Qin was about to continue and kill all the giant rock-armored lizards in front of him, in the hope of climbing to level 5 and defeating those Korean opponents, something strange happened. All the giant rock-armored lizards seemed to feel that they had no way to deal with Lu Qin. They all raised their heads to the sky and let out long and shrill howls. Then, a deafening, soul-shaking roar erupted from the center of the island. Roar. The sound was so loud that it seemed to tear the sky apart and made the entire island tremble. Boom, boom. With this loud noise, the earth seemed to tremble. The trees swayed and the dust flew. Amidst the shocking movement, a huge creature slowly stepped into Lu Qin's sight. It was a 2-headed giant lizard with a body length of more than 20 meters. Its huge body crushed the trees like a moving mountain, majestic and domineering. The giant lizard, Gorgon. Looking at the giant beast in front of him, Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Big guy, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 51. The strongest enemy, Gorgon. Ferocious beast, giant lizard tyrant, Gorgon. Features: strong defense, manic, medium intelligence, 2 heads, unknown. Talent: strength of the mountain, B. Skill: 1. Gravity manipulation, B. Gorgon can manipulate the gravity field around him, causing his enemies to lose balance or become unable to move. He can also use gravity to pull his enemies towards him, then crush them with tremendous force. 2. Mountain roar, C. Gorgon opens his huge mouth and emits a deafening roar, while releasing a powerful energy wave, causing devastating damage to the enemy and causing them to fall into a short state of dizziness. Combat power assessment, peak level 5. Extremely dangerous giant lizard. Don't trust the combat power assessment. It's just a reference. You were only level 2 in the eyes of others before. What does Tianyu's prompt mean in the battle power assessment column? Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. If this Gorgon is like him, and his real combat power is far beyond his level, then it would be incredible. You know, when Lu Qin is at level 2, the actual combat power he unleashes when fighting at full strength is at level 4 to 6. Although I don't know if this Gorgon will be able to burst out with amazing fighting power like Lu Qin. But even if we put this aside, the data displayed on Gorgon's panel alone is enough to make people feel terrified. Gorgon not only possesses the B-level talent of mountain strength, but also has mastered 2 skills unprecedentedly. This was the first time that Lu Qin encountered a ferocious beast with 2 skills, so one could imagine how powerful it was. What's even more disturbing is that the word unknown is marked in the characteristics column. This undoubtedly adds a touch of mystery to Gorgon's strength. All signs indicate that the big lizard in front of us is not an easy opponent to deal with. The Gorgon has 2 heads. The head on the left has bright eyes, while the head on the right seems to be sleeping. Its left head turned slightly, and its eyes swept over Lu Qin with contempt, its eyes full of disdain. Such a weak human being. How dare you set foot on the forbidden land of Monitor Lizard Island? It's simply because life is too long. Roar. The giant on the left side of the Gorgon suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. Then, its huge tail swung like a giant python. He suddenly picked up a huge rock and threw it out hard. Call. The huge rock cut through the air like a meteor falling from the sky, carrying the power of destruction, and headed straight for Lu Qin. I want to see what's so different about you, a big lizard. A cold smile appeared on Lu Qin's lips. The power in my body instantly boiled. Super strength, super speed, super hearing, and enhanced vision are activated instantly. The knife flashed like lightning. The meteorite-like boulder was split into 2 halves by Lu Qin's sword in midair. But he moved lightly between the cracks in the rocks and headed straight for the Gorgon. The invisibility talent suddenly activated at this moment. Lu Qin's figure instantly disappeared from Gorgon's sight, leaving only a faint afterimage. Next, in invisible state, Lu Qin stomped his right foot on the ground. With the help of the reaction force, his body soared into the sky like an arrow, and in an instant he was level with the Gorgon's head. At the same time, his poison talent fully exploded. The heart-eroding blade in his hand flashed with a strange and deep green light, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, and slashed fiercely at the Gorgon's huge vertical eye. This trick is very effective in killing small lizards. I don't know how effective it is in killing big lizards. However, just when the sharp blade was about to kiss the Gorgon's pupil, a sudden change occurs. Gorgon's soft eyes suddenly solidified into rock. It's Gorgon's B-level talent, the power of the mountain. It can transform any part of its body into hard rock in an instant at any time. Clang. Metal and stone collided. Sparks flew like fireworks. Lu Qin attacked with all his strength, but only left a shallow scratch on Gorgon's eye. There was a gleam of contempt in the Gorgon's eyes. Then, its huge head suddenly thrust forward. Lu Qin was suspended in midair with nowhere to gain support. He could only cross his arms hastily and use his body to block the thundering blow. Boom. With a loud bang, Lu Qin was like a leaf blown by the wind, or a speeding cannonball. It was embedded in the rock wall behind. Stones flew everywhere, dust formed like fog, and the earth was shaking. Fuck, this giant lizard is really hard to deal with. It actually has no weaknesses. Lu Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up from the rubble, his eyes full of solemnity. This collision just now made his blood boil. But fortunately, he activated the physical enhancement in time. Although I couldn't help spitting out blood. However, his body remained strong and did not suffer any serious injuries. Roar. Gorgon saw that the ant in front of him was not dead after being hit by him, and he roared in anger. The giant tail swung violently, sweeping towards Lu Qin with overwhelming force. Lu Qin moved. He stomped his right foot on the ground in an attempt to dodge the fatal blow. But, at this critical moment, a circle of ochre light spread like ripples, instantly covering Lu Qin. His body seemed to be pressed down by a heavy burden, and his steps became unusually heavy. It's Gorgon's skill, gravity control. The giant tail tore through the air, whistling towards us. The wind pressure hit his face like a knife, and Lu Qin's pupils suddenly contracted. There is no way around it. Then, face the attack head on. Big lizard, I want to see how strong you are. There was a gleam of ferocity in Lu Qin's eyes, and his mental power surged out like a tide, consuming it without regard for cost. In an instant, bones flew everywhere, condensing into a huge bone shield. Lu Qin bent his legs slightly, stood firmly in horse stance, and gathered all his strength. Physical enhancement, super strength, and enhanced perception, the three talents are fully activated. With the help of Lu Qin's 272 points of perception, the bone shield is like iron, gleaming with a cold light. After the perception is enhanced. Rear. Upon seeing this, Fu Yao's face suddenly changed and she cried out in shock. He actually wanted to withstand the Gorgon's attack. Is he crazy? Gorgon. That is a peerless, ferocious beast known for its immense strength and unparalleled defense. This human brother actually tried to use his flesh and blood to withstand the violent attack of Gorgon? Fu Yao didn't dare to look directly and closed her eyes, fearing that she would see the tragic scene that was to follow. However, Hao Fin, who was standing by, saw the clue and shook his head slightly. He was helpless. He was locked in the Gorgon's gravity circle and had no way to escape. Hao Fin's gaze fell on Lu Qin, and a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. This human, although reckless, is very much to his liking. Warrior. You should move forward bravely. Even if you are defeated, you must never die in the escape. Chapter 52. Breaking through the wind again. Boom. A deafening roar broke through the sky. The huge shield made of bones when it encountered the terrifying giant tail like a mountain. The crack spread rapidly like a spider web, and then exploded into countless fragments. Scattered everywhere. The Gorgon's tail is still powerful. With destructive force, it continued to sweep towards Lu Qin. Bring it on. Lu Qin roared, his eyes wide open. A dazzling red glow burst out from his entire body. That is a sign of full superpower. Bang. There was a dull thud, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. It's over. Is the human brother smashed to pieces? Fu Yao's voice trembled. She covered her eyes tightly with her hands and asked Hao Fin beside her in a trembling voice. However, Hao Fin did not respond. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, as if he had seen the most incredible sight in the world. Brother Hao Fin, why don't you speak? Seeing that Hao Fin didn't react, Fu Yao couldn't help but leave a gap between her fingers and secretly look towards the monitor lizard island. In an instant, a shocking picture came into view. The Gorgon's huge tail was actually firmly caught by the relatively tiny human brother with both hands. The muscles in Lu Qin's arms were tense, like a coiled dragon. with legs deeply rooted in the ground. Two deep grooves were plowed out. Gorgon. Luchin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nothing special. After saying this, he shook his body and instantly became invisible, disappearing from Gorgon's sight. At this moment, the original disdain in Gorgon's huge eyes had disappeared, replaced by deep solemnity. This human being. Not ordinary. The one I had used with all my strength before, even a level 6 beast wouldn't dare to confront it. However, this human in front of him, who seemed to have only the 4th level cultivation, actually endured it. Could it be that his power has surpassed that of a 6th-order creature? How is this possible? Gorgon shook his head, trying to dispel this absurd thought. The power of a 4th-level human exceeds that of a 6th-level beast? This is simply a fantasy. Among the same level, the attributes of fierce beasts are often superior to those of humans. Gorgon shook his head. Although I don't understand. However, as long as he gave his all, crushing this human would still be a piece of cake. I saw his left head suddenly open its bloody mouth. Then, a terrifying howl that made people shudder resounded through the sky. Roar. The terrifying sound wave energy, like a substance, swept up all the surrounding dust and gravel, forming a shocking storm. Sea-level skill, mountain roar. At this moment, Luchin had just lurked behind Gorgon, just within the attack range of mountain roar. He felt a dull pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. Then, the world started spinning. He instantly lost control of his body and stood there in a daze. Even worse. Under the attack of this sound wave, Luchin has already come out of his invisible state. Gorgon reacted quickly and turned around suddenly. The giant on the left opened its huge mouth again and bit towards Luchin fiercely. Big brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Get out of the way. Fuyu flicked his tail anxiously, his eyes full of anxiety. It's no use, he was stunned by the Gorgon's roar. There was a hint of regret in Hao Fin's eyes. This human has won the respect of Hao Fin with his strength and courage. However, the human body is too fragile after all. Once you fall into the Gorgon's ferocious mouth, there is no way you can survive under the chewing of its extremely sharp fangs. Thinking of this, Hao Fin couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. It's so hard to see a human being that I like. But it is about to fall in the cruel reality and turn into dust. Now. The Gorgon's bloody mouth opened like an abyss and was approaching Luchin at an alarming speed. The next second, it seemed as if this tiny human was about to become a delicacy in his mouth, to be completely torn into pieces and swallowed. However, Gorgon suddenly saw a hint of playful mockery in the human's eyes. What's the meaning? He is about to die. Shouldn't he be afraid? Etc. Wrong. How can he move? Why is his dizziness so short? How is this possible? For the first time, confusion and panic appeared in Gorgon's eyes. An unprecedented sense of crisis ran through his body like an electric current. He instinctively wanted to close his huge mouth. But it's too late. Humph, a beast is still a beast after all. I showed off my weakness and fell into the trap easily. Luchin's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This Gorgon has a B-level talent, the power of the mountain. Any part of the body can turn into solid rock in an instant. Even an ordinary giant rock-armored lizard has amazing defense, let alone it as the leader. So Luchin changed his mindset. Since its outer defense is strong, I don't believe that the defense inside it can still be so strong. All we have to do is find a way to get the Gorgon to open his mouth. And just now the Gorgon mountains roared. Although it looked scary. But under Luchin's 116-point perception. But it only made him dazed for a short while, and he soon regained his consciousness. If the Gorgon used tail strikes or other methods to attack at this moment, Luchin would choose to avoid it without hesitation. But this not-so-smart big lizard chose to eat him. Looking at the Gorgon's stinking mouth, Luchin simply took advantage of the situation. Luchin's right hand suddenly tightened, grasping the black longsword at his waist. The pupils suddenly shrank, and the light flashed. Break. Wind. With a deep and powerful command. Luchin's figure flashed like a ghost, and the hard erosion blade was unsheathed in an instant, bringing up an extremely sharp gust of wind. He spun, the blade drawing a graceful, deadly arc through the air, pointing directly at the Gorgon's open mouth. Gorgon sensed the danger and instinctively wanted to close his mouth and retreat. But it was too late. Luchin's speed was as fast as lightning. The hard erosion blade tore through the air with an irresistible force. With unerring precision, he stabbed the Gorgon's left head through the mouth. Then, Luchin shook his wrist. The broken wind suddenly burst out, and the blade light surged. From the inside out, the Gorgon's hard head was cut apart. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the huge body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the blood dripping from the hard-eroding blade. And Luchin's unyielding and calm figure demonstrated the cruelty of the battle and his strength. Chapter 53 Demonized Gorgon. The anxiety and regret on Fuyao and Haofin's faces had not yet faded away, but they instantly solidified into incredible dullness. Big brother, actually took Gorgon. Fuyao stared blankly at Lu Qin's tall and straight pine-like figure, her voice trembling with disbelief. The scene before her completely overturned her cognition. She could never imagine that the seemingly ordinary human brother. He was able to chop off the head of the notorious Gorgon with just one blow. This human big brother is so awesome. Haofin's mouth opened wide, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A look of shock. A 4th-level human can kill a 5th-level peak beast in seconds. What are you doing? His original understanding of the power system was hit unprecedentedly at this moment. He was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Finally, I managed to squeeze out 2 words. Awesome. I actually looked down on this human being before. This is totally wrong. He knew all too well the horror of the Gorgon. This giant lizard often dives into the sea, posing a huge threat to the mermaids. Haofin's tribe once fought against the Gorgons. The result was extremely tragic. 2 5th-level mermaid elders and dozens of mermaid warriors died heroically, but not even a trace of Gorgon's fur was hurt. However, it is such a dominant creature that dominates the sea. At this moment, he fell under Lu Qin's knife and was ruthlessly beheaded. This human is so powerful that it's breathtaking. At this moment, Lu Qin stared at the Gorgon, whose head and body were separated and whose breath was gone. He raised his eyebrows in doubt. Huh? Why is there no kill notification? And no life energy? Is it because this guy has 2 heads? Just now, Lu Qin used a move called Breaking Wind to directly chop off the left side of Gorgon's head. However, the sleeping head on its right side was still intact. Oh, you're not completely dead yet? I don't believe you'll still be alive even if I chop off your other head. Lu Qin snorted coldly. He wanted to go forward to finish off the enemy. However, at this moment, something strange happened. I saw. The Gorgon, who had been lifeless and had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as dark as the abyss, revealing a strange glow, as if they could devour all light. At the same time, an unprecedented aura of terror and evil surged out of Gorgon's body, instantly filling the entire battlefield. This dark energy. It's cold, twisted, and frightening. Crack, crack, cracka, accompanied by a strange sound. A large amount of black crystals emerged from Gorgon's body and quickly covered his entire body, like an indestructible set of dark armor. Under the background of this magic armor, the Gorgon completely transformed into a hideous black monster, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Lu Qin's face changed slightly. Mutated. He could feel that the Gorgon in front of him was no longer the same monster as before. Instead, he was awakened by some unknown force and possessed even more terrifying power. Unknown energy? Etc. Lu Qin suddenly thought. Before landing on the island, I saw a dark meteorite in the center of the island through seagull reconnaissance. The Gorgon lives in that huge crater. Could it be that this dark and evil energy? Was it carried in the meteorite? Far away. Haofin witnessed this scene. His face suddenly turned pale, and he cried out in shock. Oh no, it's the dark marrow. Gorgon has absorbed the power of the dark marrow. Fuyao was standing aside. When she heard Haoqin's words, her pretty face was instantly filled with worry. I heard from the clan leader that any creature that absorbs the power of the dark magic will become extremely powerful, but will also completely lose its mind and become a monster that only knows how to kill crazily. Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear of unknown danger. The Gorgon is already extremely powerful, and now he has gained the power of the dark magic essence. Isn't the human brother extremely dangerous? Speaking of this, Fuyao couldn't help but hold Haoqin's arm, with anxious light flashing in her eyes. Brother Haofin, those creatures that absorb the dark magic essence will eventually become terrifying beings that only know how to kill. They will destroy all life that appears before them. All creatures in the entire sea will not be spared, and we mermaids will not be immune either. We have to go back to find the chief and his men and ask them to help our human brother fight against the Gorgon. However, facing Fuyao's plea, Haoqin could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Fuyao, it's not that I don't want to help, but even if all the strong men in our tribe are mobilized, I'm afraid they will be powerless to fight against the demonized Gorgon. He sighed and looked solemnly at the Gorgon on the island. Perhaps all we can do is to notify the tribe to migrate as soon as possible, and the farther the better. There was a flash of undisguised fear in Haofin's eyes as he recalled the disaster that had happened several years ago. At that time, a 4th-level demonic creature appeared here. That monster almost plunged the entire sea into despair. Countless 5th-level and even 6th-level warriors were unable to subdue it even after joining forces, and in the end they could only watch it wreak havoc. The Gorgon now is a terrifying existence at the peak of the 5th level. Now that he has absorbed the power of the dark marrow, how strong will he be? Haofin couldn't even imagine it. The demonized Gorgon fixed his dark eyes on Lu Qin. There was endless killing and madness in his eyes. This human being. Very delicious. I'm going to eat him. Roar. With a deafening roar, the Gorgon's limbs suddenly tensed up. When exerting force, its huge body showed amazing agility that was totally inconsistent with its size. It was like a giant cannonball that had derailed, rushing towards Lu Qin with destructive force. So fast. Lu Qin's heart trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted. With his keen intuition and extraordinary reaction, he lunged to the right with all his strength. Almost at the critical moment, he narrowly avoided the fatal impact of the Gorgon. Ha 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 ha, my famous Lord Jack is resurrected again. Jack's body, which was torn apart by the giant rock-armored lizard, was successfully resurrected under the power of the undead curse. However, before Jack could hold his hands on his waist and act cool, then he saw a huge, terrifying creature covered in black crystals, charging towards him fiercely. No way. Jack only had time to say 3 words. The body that was finally restored. It was crushed in an instant. Chapter 54, The First Trial of Evil. Gorgon saw that his attack failed to reach Lu Qin. Instead, it only crushed a tiny insect. Jack, you wait for me to revive again. Suddenly, he was enraged and let out a deafening roar. Roar. With this earth-shaking roar, the roar of the mountains begins again. But this time, the surge of energy was even more turbulent. A deep and dark energy wave centered on it, sweeping out like a tidal wave. Wherever this energy wave went, the land was torn apart, boulders were overturned, and trees were uprooted. A doomsday scene. Facing this overwhelming energy wave, Lu Qin had no way to avoid it. He quickly mobilized all his strength, crossed his arms tightly in front of his chest. Physical and sensory enhancements are fully activated, ready to withstand this terrifying blow. Call. The energy wave arrives in an instant. It collided head-on with Lu Qin's defense, causing a deafening roar. Lu Qin's face suddenly changed, and he felt an unprecedented huge impact force coming like a tidal wave. Under the ravages of the energy wave, Lu Qin barely managed to withstand the damage. But my mind was spinning like a whirlwind. He was stunned again. However, the severity of the dizziness this time was several times more severe than the last time. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure the discomfort, secretly horrified in his heart. Did this giant lizard take any medicine? How come it's so fierce after the mutation? Since the Gorgon's sleeping right hand awakened. Speed, strength, and skill intensity are all increased exponentially. Lu Qin looked at Gorgon's panel again, and indeed, a huge change had taken place. Ferocious beast, giant lizard tyrant, demonized Gorgon, boss-level creature. Features: strong defense, killing, low intelligence, no pain, destroy everything. Talent: demonic mountain power, B. Skill: 1. Magical gravity control, B. 2. Demonic mountain roar, C. Combat power assessment: unable to assess. Oh, I told you not to believe this combat power assessment. Now let's see if we can spare some time to leave a few last words. Demonized? Boss-level creature? Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Apparently, this Gorgon had taken some kind of drug and had just evolved into a boss-level creature. No wonder he became so fierce. This was the first time Lu Qin encountered a boss-level creature after coming to the Tanyu world. It's really terrifying. Ouch. The demonized Gorgon did not give Lu Qin any chance to breathe. The huge black tail suddenly rose up, and then lashed down fiercely. Call. The giant tail cut through the air, bringing with it a heart-pounding roar, and headed straight for Lu Qin. Lu Qin's pupils suddenly shrank, and everything in front of him seemed to slow down. At this moment, he was still in a dizzy state, and his body was not under his control. Can't avoid. It's dangerous. At this critical moment, a huge white shell suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Protect Lu Qin in it. It was the disposable protective shell that Fuyo gave to Lu Qin. The giant tail, carrying the power to destroy the world, slammed heavily into the shell. Crack. Crack. The shell surface was instantly covered with cracks. Then it exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Black iron-grade disposable protective shell. It completely collapsed under the attack of the demonized Gorgon. This shows how terrifying boss-level creatures are. Call. After the giant tail smashed the shell, its remaining power continued to smash towards Lu Qin. But the shell's obstruction bought Lu Qin a precious moment. Lu Qin gritted his teeth, suppressed the dizziness, and rolled suddenly to the right. Boom. The giant tail smashed down heavily, the ground shook violently, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. Although Lu Qin avoided the vital points. But unfortunately, his left hand was hit by the giant tail, and it was instantly covered in blood and his bones were shattered. The severe pain came, but Lu Qin had no time to care. He knew that the real battle had just begun. Puff, puff, puff. 6 pale skeletal legs suddenly pierced out from Lu Qin's back. It stretched out as quickly as a spider and carried him back swiftly, putting some distance between him and the Gorgon. At the same time, several bone spears flashing with cold light suddenly condensed in the air. "Go!" Luchin shouted. The bone spear instantly tore through the air and shot towards the Gorgon. However, facing the bone spear that can penetrate iron, Gorgon's eyes were full of disdain. It doesn't even bother to hide. Ding 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 ding. Sparks flew everywhere. Those incredibly powerful bone spears only left a few tiny white marks on the black crystal covering the Gorgon's body. But then, after the bone spear, a majestic flame Shikigami with wings on its back, like a speeding missile, accurately hitting those white marks. Boom. With the explosion of blazing flames, the fire Shikigami suddenly exploded. Bone control plus Onmyoji. Apart from wind breaking, these are the two most powerful talents that Luchin possesses. But it only left a tiny crack on the black crystal outside the Gorgon. The defense of the demonized Gorgon is so strong. How could the Gorgon be so powerful? Fuyao covered her trembling red lips with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief and despair. The human brother's attack was extremely fierce. Whether it was the extremely sharp bone spears or the winged fire Shikigami, every attack she launched made her tremble with fear. However, it was such a shocking attack. But even the mysterious black crystal outside the Gorgon could not be shaken at all. How is this possible? Once the human brother is defeated, the Gorgon's next target must be the ocean. By then, we mermaids will never escape safely. No. I want to help my human brother. He is injured now. I can help him. With this in mind, a gleam of determination flashed in Fuyao's eyes, and then she swam towards the direction of the Monitor Lizard Island without hesitation. At this moment, Hao Fin has already dived into the sea, wanting to inform his people to migrate as soon as possible to avoid the threat of the demonized Gorgon. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Luchin frowned. Thoughts raced like lightning. No. You can't hit me so hard. The demonized Gorgon's defenses were indestructible. Even with his fierce attack, he could only leave a tiny crack on the dark crystal on its surface. As for the stronger wind breaking, although its power is enough to shake the world, the cost is also staggering. I'm afraid my current strength is only enough to perform windbreak once more. Unless you are sure of a sure kill, you must never use windbreak. Just then, Luchin felt the extremely strong evil aura emanating from the demonized Gorgon. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to me. That's right. I remember that the Overseer's duty is to monitor all living things, and he has the power to judge and eradicate the evil spirits that violate the laws of heaven. So, if I judge this giant lizard that exudes an evil aura as an evil spirit, what happens? Chapter 55 The Real Terror of the Overseer, Absolute Judgment. Come to think of it, I haven't judged any evil spirits since I became the Overseer. Just do it. Luchin stared at the demonized Gorgon and said in a deep voice, word by word. Gorgon, I, the Overseer, Luchin, declare you an evil spirit. As soon as Luchin finished speaking, the solemn voice of Tianyu echoed in the air. The supervisor, Luchin, exercises the power of judgment over the giant lizard Gorgon. Supervisor Luchin has officially declared Gorgon to be an evil creature. Gorgon's evil identity is established. The supervisor has an unrivaled power to suppress evil creatures. The damage caused to evil creatures will be increased by 100, while the damage to the evil creatures will be reduced by 50, ignoring the negative effects caused by the evil creatures. Tianyu is currently reviewing. Review completed. Gorgon meets the requirements for the identity of an evil spirit. Supervisor Luchin does not need to consume the number of absolute trials for this trial. Current number of absolute trials remaining, 1. Absolute judgment. Supervisor's privilege. You can ignore the review of the oracle and directly force a creature to be judged as evil. This privilege can only be used once a month. As the voice of the oracle disappeared, a strange pupil mark suddenly appeared on the demonized Gorgon's forehead. Its pupils swirl like a whirlpool. It cleverly forms the outline of the character, Lu. This is the curse seal, the evil eye. A seal of judgment placed on evil by the Overseer. It not only indicates that the evil spirit's mind has been deeply corroded by evil forces. It also symbolizes that the omnipresent and all-seeing eye of judgment of the supervisor is coldly watching all sins. Roar. The demonized Gorgon anxiously scratched his forehead with his sharp claws. The mark seemed to be branded deep in its soul, bringing with it an indescribable fear and uneasiness. It instinctively felt that the appearance of this mark indicated that the flame of its life was about to be extinguished. However, no matter how it struggles and tears, the mark of the evil eye followed him like a shadow, deeply embedded in his flesh and blood, unable to be erased or escaped. Roar. The roar that came out again was no longer as arrogant and fierce as before. At this moment, the demonized Gorgon stared at Luchin in front of him. The contempt and disdain he had shown before were gone, replaced by deep vigilance and fear. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged up from the bottom of its heart, making it feel unprecedented panic. There seemed to be a voice deep in its genes, constantly echoing, urging it. Escape. Run away. Stay away from this dangerous human. Looking at the demonized Gorgon who hesitated. The corners of Lu Qin's mouth curved up. Supervisory status. It was much more awesome than he had imagined. It actually has such a terrifying power to suppress evil spirits. Not only does it increase your own damage by 100, it also weakened the damage ability of the evil spirit by half. The most important thing is, the supervisor can actually ignore all negative effects caused by evil spirits. This is so awesome. What made Lu Qin even more excited was that the supervisor actually has the right to make an absolute judgment once a month. Doesn't this mean that as long as I'm not happy with you, whether you are evil or not, if I say you are, then you are. There wasn't even a chance to defend or review. Moreover, Lu Qin guessed, the definition of evil is never that simple. On the vast stage of the Tianyu world, is there a force established by Tianyu? Once you are labeled as an evil spirit, does it mean that you will be like a criminal with a wanted warrant posted throughout the entire Tianyu power? Nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape? Lu Qin took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement. The most urgent task now is to kill the big lizard in front of us. After increasing the damage by 100, Lu Qin was confident that he could use Broken Wind to kill the enemy with one strike. Just when Lu Qin was about to take action, a gentle white light quietly wrapped around his left arm. Wherever the light reaches, the arm, which was originally covered in blood and shattered bones, recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Qin raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly. Fu Yao's face was pale, and she was raising her hands to cast a spell. Obviously, this is the little mermaid who just healed her arm. Noticing Lu Qin's gaze, Fu Yao's face, which had turned pale due to the terrifying pressure from the demonized Gorgon, forced a forced smile. Big brother, come on. This is not the first time Fu Yao has helped him. The shell that was given to Lu Qin earlier helped him out at the critical moment. Although cursed with immortality, Lu Qin is not afraid of death, but he didn't want to become as disgusting as Jack in advance. So, at this moment, Lu Qin had a good impression of Fu Yao. After nodding in a friendly manner, Lu Qin's eyes became sharp again, and all the aura in his body was released without reservation, pointing directly at the demonized Gorgon. Roar. The demonized Gorgon let out a deafening roar. It seemed to realize that it could no longer escape from this terrifying human with its own agility. So, it suppressed the fear in its heart, opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and let out a ferocious roar. In an instant, a gravitational field mixed with black and yellow light quickly spread out from it, enveloping Lu Qin completely. The surrounding stones seemed to be pulled by invisible hands and sank into the ground. The trees creaked under the heavy pressure and then broke with a loud bang. This is exactly the gravity control that Gorgon excels at. Last time, it used this trick to firmly control Lu Qin and took the opportunity to severely injure his left arm. However, this time, facing this familiar and terrifying gravity pressure, Lu Qin just smiled contemptuously, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Gravity control? It's a good skill indeed. It's a pity that it's useless to me now. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qin took a step forward easily. His body was light and lithe, without any signs of obstruction. This scene made the demonized Gorgon's pupil shrink suddenly, and his heart was filled with disbelief. How was that possible? Why did my magic gravity control fail? It roared unwillingly and tried to increase the intensity of gravity, but it was all in vain. Facing this tiny human in front of him, the demonized Gorgon's panic grew stronger and stronger. The Lu Qin in front of him was a real devil. In Gorgon's uneasy eyes, Lu Qin slowly raised the black blade in his hand. Two cold words echoed across the battlefield. Break the wind. Ah. With a shrill wail, the head of a level 3 bloodfang seal was instantly pierced by a sharp steel nail, and it fell dejectedly into the sea. Li Xini retracted her slender right hand, and her long hair, like a waterfall, swayed gently in the breeze. She looked at her panel with a frown on her face. Level 4, 1700/3000. That cold face was filled with heaviness and worry. Chapter 56: The Ugly Faces of the Alliance Countries. Sister Xini, what should we do? Park Jung-ho is already level 4 with 2,600 experience points. He's about to reach level 5. Fan Yingying's baby face was full of anxiety, and there was a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. She really tried her best. Everyone in the 1,000 Novice Sea area has done their best. But no matter how hard they hunted the sea beasts, Li Xini's experience value just can't surpass Park Jung-ho. Everyone could only watch as Park Jung-ho's experience points approach the 3,000 mark step by step. Once he reaches 3,000 points, he will be promoted to level 5 and win the final victory in this survival gamble. Well, Lee Sin sighed. She knows. This failure seemed inevitable. Ying, clean up the corpses of these sea beasts and send them to Lu Qin. At this point, her voice became heavier. After we fail, Lu Qin will be the only hope for our 1,000th novice zone. Woo-woo. When Fan Ying heard this, her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Even Sister Cindy thinks so. Are we really going to lose? No. Can't. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chat channel of the 1,000th novice zone was suffocatingly depressing. It's over. It's completely over. Park Jung-ho is only 400 points away from leveling up. We can't catch up at all. Fuck. I won't accept this. Why? Tianyu is unfair. Why can we have a survival bet on the level of the opponent who is higher than us? I won't accept it. That's right. Park Jung-ho was already level 4 before he made the bet with us, but Lee Sin was only level 3. How the hell can we compare? Alas, it's useless to say anything. Tianyu won't pay attention. In Tianyu's eyes, there is no such thing as fairness. She only wants the strong. Damn it, if we lose this time, we will lose a full 40 points of attributes. Not only will we have to give back everything we won from Shaori Z last time, but we will also have to lose 20 points of our own. As soon as these words came out, there was a sigh of relief in the channel. Did you notice? If you lose the bet, the attribute points drawn are random. It is possible that all 40 points will be deducted from one attribute. Yes, last time in Fuso, there was a little girl who had enough attribute points, but she died because her physical fitness was drained. There were also people whose agility was drained and they became disabled. No, if we lose and have these 40 attribute points deducted, I'm afraid many people will die or become disabled. No, this is not the worst. The worst is that once we lose, the other allied countries will definitely immediately launch another survival gamble against us. And all of us have just had 40 attribute points deducted. How can we possibly win? If this continues, I'm afraid our 1,000th district will be wiped out. These bastards, if you have the guts, just fight us head on instead of playing these conspiracies and tricks. That's right. If the Koreans hadn't used dirty tricks, Master Lu Qin would have been able to crush them with his strength. What do you think? Can Master Lu Qin create another miracle and lead us to win this bet? Hey, sister, Master Lu Qin's strength is indeed beyond reproach, but this time the bet is about the upgrade speed, not the strength. Alas, Master Lu Qin's upgrade speed is half that of an ordinary person, and he is fighting alone. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to create a miracle this time. Yes, Boss Lee Sin has the full support of all of us in District 1000, and Park Jing-hao also has the full support of the people in District 942, but Master Lu Qin only has one person. No matter how powerful Master Lu Qin is, he can't be more powerful than everyone in the novice zone, right? Well, fuck. Those Koreans and the bastards from the allied countries are laughing at us. I hate it so much. At this moment, the chat channel of the 8th district was filled with mocking and complacent remarks. Ha ha ha. Those Xinxia people dared to challenge us before. Now they are dumbfounded, right? Park Jing-hao is about to win this bet by level 5. Alligato. Thank you Park Jung-ho for avenging us Fuso people. These damn Xinxia people are all dead. Ha ha ha. Friends from Fuso, you are too polite. We and Goryo are doing this for ourselves. We shouldn't take these 40 attribute points too easily. Ha ha ha. That's right. Previously, the Xinxia people boasted that there was a strong man named Lu Qin in their 1000th district. What happened? He has never shown up until now. Oh my god. Is he hiding out of fear? He is nothing like the brave Americans. I guess we in the Galaxy District 673 have already prepared the survival betting order, and are just waiting for our Korean friends in District 942 to win the survival bet. Ha ha ha. If these weak Xinxia people lose twice more, I guess only a few of them will survive. When the final blow comes, it must come from our Tianju 579C area. When we were on Blue Star, these hateful Xinxia people always used cold weapons to beat us on the plateau. We were no match for them. This time we must take revenge. Okay, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, there are enough people in Xinxia. Enough for us to plunder. Oh, no, Xinxia's friends, are you unable to fight these demons? We in the Grizzly Nation don't believe it. Haha. If there weren't only 2 people left alive in your 923rd district, and we didn't want to waste a survival bidding order on you, how could you have survived until now? It's good that they searched to death. Wada Shiva likes to see these mousy and Xinxia people wailing as they face death step by step. Oh my god. I get so excited when I think about the poisonous fog that will kill them in 6 days. Oh, no, I need a strong man to vent my emotions. Oh, ma'am, you and I are both in District 976 of the United States. I'm here to help you. You devils, someone will come to punish you. Haha, I just like watching the incompetent roars of those trash from the grizzly country. It's really pleasing to the eyes. Looking at the shameless and ugly faces of the alliance countries in the regional chat channel. Every single person in District 1000 was gritting their teeth, filled with indignation. Now, people hope that a miracle will happen. Someone will lead them to win this survival gamble. With ironclad facts, we will strike back hard at the ugly faces of those people from the allied countries and make them lose face. Chapter 57. President, did you hear wrong? It seemed that the Oracle heard their prayers. Suddenly, an announcement sounded in the 1000 Novice Sea area. Announcement. Evolver Lu Qin has reached level 5. Xinxia number 1000 Novice Sea area has won this survival bet. As soon as this news came out, even though they were already defeated, Yang Zimo and the others who were still hunting sea beasts were stunned. Li Sini was stunned. Everyone in the 1000th Novice Zone was stunned. The originally angry chat channel suddenly became quiet. Everyone was thinking about the announcement from Tianyu just now. Am I hallucinating because I want to win so much? I just heard Tianyu announce that we won. Fuck, you heard it too? I thought I heard it wrong. Yes, I heard it, too, very clearly. It's impossible for so many people to have auditory hallucinations at the same time, right? Could it be that? Until this moment, everyone still didn't dare to believe it. Li Sini, who was ranked first in the ranking, is still far from level 5. How did he win suddenly? Just when everyone was half believing and half doubting, thinking that they were collectively having an illusion. The proclamation of the Oracle came again, like the climax of a piece of music. Announcement. All evolvers in the 1000th Novice Sea area will receive 40 free attribute points. Announcement. The intensity of the storm outside the number 1000 Novice Sea area has weakened by 40. Announcement. In view of the fact that the 1000th Novice Sea area defeated the 942nd Novice Sea area with the weak, all evolvers will receive an additional 2 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Lu Qin has the highest contribution in this survival bet and is awarded 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points. Announcement. The Evolver Lu Qin has the highest contribution value in this survival bet and will receive an additional silver intermediate ship equipment, dragon scale armor as a reward. Now, on the 1000 zone rankings, Lu Qin's level surpassed Li Sini, who was cultivated by the whole district. With a rating of 5, it firmly ranks first. Until this moment, all people can be sure. Win. They actually won. The chat channel in the Novice Zone number 1000 instantly became boiling. It's Lu Qin. It's Master Lu Qin. Master Lu Qin has reached level 5 first. This is not a dream, right? We actually won? If this is a dream, please don't let me wake up. The person upstairs, it's not a dream. It's really not a dream. I just punched myself. It hurts so much. My nose is bleeding. It's not a dream. It's really not a dream. We won. We won. Ha 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 ha. I want to cry. It was Master Lu Qin who created a miracle. He led us to survive once again. Brother Lu Qin, you are our hero. I love you. Godfather is awesome. Ah ha 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 ha. The rewards from Tianyu are here. 40 attribute points and 2 full evolution points. Awesome. I didn't expect that a combat rubbish like me could actually upgrade my talent to D level. Master Lu Qin, you are my idol. I love you. My eyes are full of tears now. Thanks to Master Lu Qin, everyone in our District 1000 has evolved their talents to above level D. Who would have dared to think of this before? Well. Fan Yingying jumped up happily on the boat, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Sini, it was Brother Lu. It was Brother Lu who led us to victory. He is so great. I love him so much. Hearing this, Li Sini slowly raised her head. Looking through the layers of clouds, I seemed to be able to see that tall figure. The corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and she whispered softly, Lu Qin, the debt I owe you seems to be getting heavier and heavier. On the other side, Yang Zimo, Long Howren, and others who had entered the 3rd level sea beast activity area looked at each other in bewilderment. His eyes were filled with incredible shock. Win-win. Zhou Yu's voice trembled, and the steel knife in his hand slipped unconsciously due to shock, making a crisp sound on the deck. The winner is Lu Qin. After Long Howren looked at the level ranking list, he took a deep breath and nodded. Sizzle. The lightning in Li Ming's hand gradually dissipated, but there was still a look of astonishment on his face. His leveling speed alone has surpassed the combined total of nearly 1,000 people in our 1000th zone. How did he do it? I won. I really won. Yang Zimo murmured and repeated 2 sentences, as if to confirm this fact. Then, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. The laughter was filled with great joy and excitement. We won. Ha 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 ha. Xinxia is lucky to have Lu Qin here. and the nation is lucky. Don't worry, those Xinxia pigs pose no threat to us at all. Looking at his companions who were hurriedly carrying sea beasts for him, Park Yung-ho waved his hand disapprovingly. His face was full of relief. I am now 900 points ahead of Lee Sinny in life energy. This survival gamble is a sure win. When I thought about the double reward I would receive as the person who made the greatest contribution to District 942, a smug smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of Park Yung-ho's mouth. It's so easy. Winning was too easy. These Xinxia people are indeed only fit to serve as nutrients for the evolution of our great Goryeo nation. President, after you win this time, you will gain another 90 attribute points, and you will definitely become the top powerhouse in the 8th district. By then, you will be the one who has the final say in the 8th district, and you will be omnipotent. Behind Park Yung-ho, a crew member with small eyes flattered him in a fawning manner. Of course, now I really have to thank Tianyu for bringing me here and giving me the opportunity to become so powerful. Park Yung-ho was flattered and raised his head proudly, his face full of arrogance. I think the oracle must have been created by the gods of our great Goryeo Empire, just to make our great Goryeo nation the most dazzling existence in the universe. Hehe. I, Park Yung-ho, am indeed the best. What is Xinxia? What is Luchun? It is only worthy of being used as nourishment for me to become stronger. Just when Park Yung-ho was immersed in the dream of a glorious future, the announcement of the oracle suddenly sounded. Announcement. Evolver Luchun has reached level 5. Xinxia number 1000 Novice area has won this survival bet. Park Yung-ho frowned. What's going on? I haven't even reached level 5 yet. How come Tianyu has already announced my victory? This is too hasty, isn't it? Even if the heavenly revelation was created by my great Goryeo Empire. If I want to celebrate my victory in advance, I have to be tactful. I have to rely on my real ability to win. However, the small-eyed crew member beside him turned pale and whispered in a trembling voice. President, did you hear wrongly? Tianyu just announced that the Xinxia people won. Chapter 58. Kill the boss-level creature. Notice for all regions. What? Xinxia won. Park Yung-ho finally reacted, and his face instantly became ferocious and terrifying. He suddenly grabbed the collar of the small-eyed sailor and lifted him up. Ashi, what did you just say? The Xinxia people won. The crew member with small eyes was shaking all over and explained with a sad face. President, I may have heard it wrongly just now. But then, the next announcement from the Tianyu system was like a bolt from the blue, causing Park Yung-ho's heart to sink to the bottom. Announcement. Due to the failure of the bet, all evolvers in the 942 Novice area will have 40 attribute points randomly deducted. Announcement. Storm intensity outside the 942 Novice area increased by 40. Lost. How is it possible? Park Yung-ho's voice was filled with disbelief. He loosened his grip on the crewman's collar and staggered back a few steps. Finally, he leaned weakly against the side of the boat, as if his soul had been taken away from him and he had lost all his life. At the same time, in the chat channel of the Galley 942C area, the atmosphere that was originally filled with ridicule and contempt for the Xinxia people was now replaced by astonishment. Lost. How could we lose? That Lee Sinny's upgrade speed is obviously not as fast as our President Park Jang-ho's. No, the person who reached level 5 was not Lee Sinny, but that guy named Luchun. Luchun? Is he the strongest person that the Xinxia people boasted about? Wasn't he only level 2 before? How could he suddenly reach level 5? This is impossible. Ashi, you went from level 2 to level 5 in such a short time? 3 levels in a row. This is impossible. Our powerful chairman Park Jang-ho, who has gathered all the strength of our District 942, has not yet reached level 5. How can Lu Chen's leveling speed be faster than all of our District 942 combined? Cheating. He must have cheated. No one can level up so fast. Anger and resentment spread among the Koreans. Yes, Tianyu. We want to report the Xinxia people for cheating. Ashi, doesn't Tianyu belong to our great Goryeo? How could we tolerate the cheating of the Xinxia people? Tianyu, this bet doesn't count. The Xinxia people cheated. People echoed and asked Tianyu to intervene and cancel the result of this survival gamble. However, Tianyu seemed to have really heard their requests. A gloomy black curtain suddenly enveloped the entire 942C area, making everyone feel nervous. Then, wailing sounds came one after another. Every Korean felt a force being drained from their bodies. 40 of their attribute points were mercilessly sucked away by the black mist. Oh my god, my perception. Tianyu has drained away 30 points of my perception and 10 points of my strength. Now I can't even activate my talent. No, Don't extract my attributes. It's over. It's all over. The 2 survival gambles we won with so much hardship are all in vain this time. In less than 6 days, the heavenly decree will release the poisonous fog. Now the storm outside the sea area has returned to its horrible state. What should we do? At this moment, in the chat channel of the 8th district, the alliance countries are still sneering at the 1000th novice zone, like a hyena, waiting to devour 1000 areas. My friend from Goryeo, how is the battle going? It's almost time. We should have won, right? USA District 976. Hurry up, we can't wait to launch a survival bet against those sick men of Xinxia. Gall Chicken 673 District. Haha, you idiots, are you still waiting for those Koreans? They are crying right now. Xinxia District 1000. Nanny? What do you mean? Fuso 903 District. The meaning is simple, we won. Ha ha ha. Xinxia District 1000. Oh my god, this is impossible. The Koreans should come out and clarify. US District 976. We lost. South Korea 942. As soon as these words came out, there was shock in the 8th district. The Koreans lost. How is this possible? The Koreans not only won one more survival bet than the Xinxia people, and their level is higher than the Xinxia people. How could they lose? Baga, the level of the Xinxia people is so low, how can you Koreans lose? Fuso District 903. Master Hara, the brothers of Xinxia are awesome. Give these bastards a slap in the face. Grizzly Country 923 District. The despicable Xinxia people cheated. That Luchin cheated. He alone advanced from level 2 to level 5, surpassing President Park Jang-hao and defeating us. We, the Great Goryeo Empire, will not accept this. South Goryeo 942. So Desi, the Xinxia people are so despicable, they actually cheated. How can one person level up so fast? Great God Tianyu, we Fuso people request to wipe out that Lu Chun. Fuso District 903. It turned out to be cheating. How shameless. God of heaven, we Americans agree to wipe out Lu Chun. US District 976. We Indians agree. We agree with the sun never sets. We in Italy agree. We in Australia agree. For a moment, the chat channel of the 8th district seemed to have turned into a lively parliament scene. Evolvers from various countries voted one after another. The scene was both funny and absurd. Oh, God of heaven, if you want democracy, you must listen to our opinions and kill the cheating Lu Chun. District 976 of the United States. You are talking nonsense. Master Lu Chun won entirely by relying on his own strength. Besides, in the world of Tianyu, there is no chance for cheating. District 1000 of Xinxia. Haha, you're using this trick when you can't win? It really fits the hypocritical and ugly faces of Americans. District 1000 of Xinxia. We in Grizzly Country support Brother Xinxia. We believe they can't cheat. Lu Chun, Mr. Hala. Grizzly Country 923 District. When the two sides were arguing fiercely, a sudden announcement from the Tianyu system was like a thunderclap, instantly plunging the entire 8th district into silence. Because of this announcement, it was actually broadcast directly in the entire 8th district. Announcement: Lu Chun, the evolver from Xinxia's 1000th novice sea area, successfully killed the boss-level creature, Demonized Gorgon, level 5. As the first evolver in the 8th district to defeat a boss-level creature, I will grant you 10 evolution points as a reward. This shocking announcement was repeated 3 times before it slowly dissipated into the air. In an instant, the entire 8th district fell into silence. Everyone was stunned, as if they were cast under a spell. Region-wide announcement? Kill boss-level creatures? It's also the 5th level? Is this Lu Chun still a human? Let's not talk about boss-level creatures, because many people have never even seen them. Just mentioning the name of a 5th-order creature is enough to send chills down the spines of 99 of the evolvers in the 8th district. Even those who are known as the top masters. When facing 4th-order sea beasts, they often seem powerless and have to rely on teamwork to barely defeat them. However, someone told them at this moment. This evolver named Lu Chun actually killed a 5th-level boss by himself? This is simply unbelievable, as if it were a fairy tale. Chapter 59. Internal Strife Within the Alliance. The allied countries that had originally been clamoring that Lu Chun was cheating were now completely silent. If emoticons could be displayed in the chat channel, the panic and anxiety in the eyes of the people in the alliance countries would be clearly visible. They were actually provoking a ruthless person who could kill a tier 5 boss. This is simply a crazy attempt on the edge of death. What if Lu Chun gets angry and issues a survival bet order to their area? Then they have no chance of winning? After all, they don't think they can be stronger than the level 5 boss. Haha, why are you all silent now? Didn't you just threaten to plunder the attributes of our District 1000? Now that our district has freed up our hands, why don't you come over and stop talking without doing anything? District 1000 of Xinxia. Yeah, weren't you all so awesome before? Don't be so rude. We'll be waiting for you in District 1000. District 1000 of Xinxia. Faced with the ridicule from the evolvers in Area 1000 of Xinxia, no one from the Alliance countries dared to speak out in rebuttal. The silence at this moment is in stark contrast to the previous arrogance. It makes the image of the Alliance countries look as ridiculous as clowns. They were afraid of attracting the attention of the Xinxia people and becoming the next target of the survival bet. You know, Area 1000 still has a survival betting order that has not been activated. After a long while, the American finally broke the silence. Gall 673C area, weren't you impatient before? Now that the survival bet with that damn Xinxia 1000 area is over, you can go and give them a good beating. USA 976 area. Oh, that's right. We just found out that our survival betting order accidentally fell into the sea. Gall Chicken 673 district. Just kidding. We Gallic chickens were so anxious before because we thought that the 1000 area was an easy target to deal with. Who would have thought that they were actually a sleeping lion? Baga, you Gallic chickens are such a bunch of cowards. Lu Chun was just cheating, don't be afraid. Fuso District 903. Then you guys come on. We'll give you the betting order for free. Gall Chicken 673 district. Baga, our great Fuso warriors need to rest now. Fuso District 903. Shit. Stop arguing. With so many countries like us, how could we not be able to deal with them? Tianju 579C area. Didn't you say before that you wanted to avenge Xinxia for bullying you on the plateau? Now, we give you this precious opportunity. Go and teach that Luchin a lesson. US District 976. Well, the water we drank for lunch was not very clean, and now everyone has diarrhea. I think this may be the will of Lord Shiva, so that we should not dwell too much on the hatred in front of us. Tianju 579C area. Baga, you Indians have lost your conscience. The water here is much cleaner than your Ganges water. You don't get diarrhea after drinking the Ganges water, but you will get diarrhea after drinking the water here? Fuso District 903. Assholes, if you Fuso people hadn't lost to them before, Luchin wouldn't be so powerful now. Oh my, it's all your fault, Japanese people. If you hadn't given Luchin so many attribute points, we Koreans wouldn't have lost so badly. Bakialu. Even though we lost, at least we told you the weaknesses of the Xinxia people. It's you Koreans who are too incompetent. Ashi, this is what you call a weakness? Lu Chun is a weakness? He alone is upgrading faster than thousands of us combined. You Fuso people are clearly doing this on purpose. Seeing the internal strife between the alliance countries intensify, the evolvers in Xinxia District 1000 couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Ha ha ha. These rubbish who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong really get scared when they see a strong person. The alliance between them is not solid in itself. It is only maintained by the United States using its own interests. Once their own interests are damaged, their fragile alliance will fall apart. Haha, now it's time for us to fight back. With Master Luchin here, we must make these bastards pay the price with their blood. But Master Luchin is really awesome. With so many of us in the team, we only dared to hunt level 3C beasts, but Master Luchin killed a level 5 boss by himself. I can't even imagine how powerful that boss must be. The strength of Master Luchin is beyond our imagination. Just think about it. When he was only at level 2, he was able to defeat and subdue a level 4 ghost captain. Who can do that? It's so blissful to be in the same zone with Master Luchin. Brothers, the storm outside has weakened by 60 as long as we win 1 or 2 more battles. Everyone in Zone 1000 will be able to survive. As soon as these words came out, there was a burst of cheers in the 1000 area. Marvelous. Long live the great god Luchin. To be honest, our lives were saved by Master Luchin. Without him, we would have died here a long time ago. From now on, Master Luchin is my belief. If he points east, I will never go west. U.S. Theater, 976C area. Undercurrents surge beneath the turbulent waves. Charles stared at the quarrels in the chat channel with gloomy eyes. He knew that if he didn't act quickly, the alliance he had worked so hard to build would crumble like a sandcastle. With this thought in mind, his eyes slowly fell on the blood-red invasion order in his hand. He had gone through untold hardships to obtain this token, and it was extremely precious. Luchin, Charles murmured in a low voice. This name was like a huge rock pressing on his heart. This Luchin has become a threat that cannot be ignored. It seems that only by using the invasion order and relying on the power of that person can we eliminate him. Oh God. Charles, are you crazy? I heard the scream of the blonde crew member Catherine from behind. She covered her lips with her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. You're actually going to hand over this invasion order to that devil in the sun never sets zone? Charles's eyes became more determined. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice revealed an unquestionable determination. Lu Chun was able to kill a Tier 5 boss by himself. He is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. Even if we from District 976 try our best, we may not be able to compete with him. If we don't ask that person to take action, Shunxia's survival bet will definitely target us. But, Charles, have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? There was a tremor in Catherine's voice. Once that monster gets the invasion order, his power will become even more uncontrollable. Chapter 60, Great Harvest. However, Charles had already made his decision. His voice was as cold as the wind. Catherine, stop talking. I have made up my mind. No matter how powerful the devil in the never-setting zone is, he is only the courage of one man. But Xinxia and Lu Ken are different. They have the power of unity, extraordinary wisdom, and unremitting diligence. When we were on Blue Star, the United States underestimated Xinxia, which allowed them to take off in just a few decades and pose such a great threat to the United States. In the Tianyu world, I will never make the same mistake again and will never give the Xinxia people any chance again. On the island of monitor lizards, Fuyao covered her red lips with her hands. Her eyes suddenly widened. The whole person seemed to be frozen in that moment, filled with disbelief. The extremely powerful Gorgon who absorbed the dark essence. The Gorgon that is powerful enough to make the entire mermaid tribe flee their habitat. The Gorgon that is powerful enough to destroy all living things. He was killed instantly by the human Big Brother with one sword. Is all this true? Fuyao couldn't help but replay the stunning and gorgeous scene in front of her eyes, and every frame was as clear as if it was engraved in her heart. As the words broken wind fell like thunder, Lu Chen's body moved suddenly, like a ghost in the dark night, accelerating to the limit in an instant. The pitch-black sword in his hand seemed to have swallowed up all the light around it, becoming increasingly mysterious. The tip of the knife touched the ground lightly. Taking advantage of the force, he soared into the air, bringing with him an extremely fierce wind pressure. Even the air was torn apart by its sharp edge, making a sharp whistling sound. The solid black crystal covering the Gorgon's body flashed a cold luster in the sun, but it could not block Lu Chen's edge at all. Lu Chen's figure twisted strangely in the air, and his long sword swung out at an incredible angle. It drew an extremely gorgeous trajectory, which was a perfect fusion of speed and power, as if even the space was cut open by this knife. Clang! When the blade light collided with the black crystal, there was no expected sound of metal clashing, but a crisp and short sound. Then, there was the sound of black crystals shattering. Lu Chen's pitch-black sword cut through the Gorgon's seemingly indestructible defense as easily as cutting tofu. The knife flashed, leaving behind a dazzling crack several feet long. The Gorgon's huge body froze for a moment. Then it collapsed with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. The huge body covered with black crystals was now covered with cracks. Like glass hit by a boulder, the shards scattered everywhere. There was still a gleam of disbelief in its eyes. It seemed that he would not believe until his death that he, who had absorbed the dark magic essence and possessed such terrifying defense, could be killed instantly by a single sword. Fuyao stood there, witnessing all this. The shock in her heart was beyond words. That strike was not only a display of strength, but also a pinnacle of will and skill. It not only killed the Gorgon, but also left an indelible mark in her heart. All of this was so real that it was unbelievable, yet it happened before our eyes so shockingly. Big Brother, you are awesome. After being stunned for a long time, Fuyao finally squeezed out these words. But then she thought. The big lizard that threatened the safety of all the tribesmen had been killed by the human elder brother. She couldn't help but feel an irrepressible joy in her heart. Just when she wanted to cheer for Lu Chun, the conch shell around his waist suddenly rang. Woo! Her face suddenly changed, and she felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, it's Brother Haofin's signal. Something must have happened in the tribe. Then Fuyao looked at Lu Chun reluctantly. Then he swung his tail violently and plunged into the blue sea with a splash. The fishtail swings quickly disappeared beneath the waves. Ding! You have killed the boss-level creature, Demonized Gorgon, level 5, and gained 8,000 life energy points. Ding! Demonize the Gorgon into an evil creature. You gain execution value, 500 points. Position, Supervisor, 500/10,000. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully reached level 5. Ding. As an overseer, the attributes you gain when you level up are doubled. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Free attribute points, plus 10. Ding. Since you were the first to reach level 5, you won the survival bet with the 942 Novice area in the South Korean war zone. Since you have the highest contribution in this survival bet, you will receive 80 free attribute points and 4 evolution points. Since you have made the highest contribution in this survival bet, you will receive an additional silver intermediate ship equipment, Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale Armor, silver intermediate, armor pieces carefully forged from rare dragon scales, can be inlaid in key parts of the ship, requires one small equipment slot. This armor piece is not only as hard as iron, but can also absorb and rebound enemy attacks to a certain extent. Ding! You are the first evolver in the 8th district to defeat a boss-level creature, and you get 10 evolution points. As the reminder sound of the sky oracle kept ringing like an alarm clock in my mind, Lu Chen slowly spread out his arms. Let the surging energy in your body surge like a tide. His face was filled with a kind of almost obsessive joy. At this moment, he understood more deeply why those strong men in novels always had an endless desire and pursuit for power. The taste of this growing power. It is really intoxicating. This time, the Gorgon was successfully hunted. The benefits brought to Lu Chen are simply immeasurable. The Gorgon alone contributed a total of 8,000 energy points. Directly let Lu Chen level up. By the way, they won the survival bet with the Koreans. As the evolver with the greatest contribution, Lu Chen directly received 80 attribute points and 4 evolution points. That's 80 points of attribute. This is equivalent to the value that an ordinary evolver can obtain after leveling up 2 levels. Its preciousness is self-evident. Also, Gorgon also adds 500 execution points to Lu Chen's overseer role. Although this is insignificant compared to the 10,000 execution points required to be promoted to overseer. But this is undoubtedly a good start to move to a higher level. After all, the wind-breaking technique has demonstrated such amazing power. If the overseer can advance and unlock new skills, his power will be beyond imagination. What surprised Lu Chen the most was, Gorgon is a boss-level creature. After killing him, Tianyu actually gave Lu Chen 10 evolution points. You know, evolution points are a scarce resource used to improve talents. Its value far exceeds attribute points. Even if you have made some remarkable achievements, Tianyu usually gives out 1 or 2 points as rewards. This time, for the first time in history, 10 points were granted at once. Cool. Chapter 61 Dark Essence, Boss Template. Name, Lu Chen Cursed. Level 5, 1080/10,000. Position, Supervisor, 500/10,000. Evolution points, 16. Death energy, 3100 E. Strength, 152. Agility, 146. Physique, 152 O. Perception, 156. Free attribute points, 90. After the upgrade, Lu Chen's attribute panel has experienced a significant leap. Not only does it have 90 points of free attributes, the evolution points have accumulated to 16 points. I wonder if these evolution points are enough for me to upgrade my bone control to A level? Lu Chen stared at the panel, thinking secretly in his mind. In fact, in addition to the control of bones, Lu Chen also has 2 B-level talents, Undead Curse and Onmyoji. Although the Undead Curse gave Lu Chen immortality. But that thing is a curse after all. The higher the level of evolution, the more severe the curse, right? As for the 16 evolution points required for the Onmyoji to evolve to A level, Lu Chen had enough. But this talent is full of the culture of daily life, which Lu Chen doesn't like very much. Therefore, taking all factors into consideration, I will prioritize upgrading bone control later. After all, Lu Chen's talent for the undead element is extremely compatible. It only takes half of the evolution points to upgrade. But before that, there is something more important to do. Lu Chen's eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield in front of him. Next to the huge Gorgon's corpse were the remains of dozens of giant rock-armored lizards. We need to let Tuanzi absorb these corpses first. After all, this Gorgon has a B-level talent. Tuanzi, get to work. Dumpling? Lu Chen tilted his head slightly and his eyes fell on the backpack behind him. The little guy was lying in the backpack with his arms and legs spread out, sleeping soundly. There was a trace of saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth, and she looked pink and cute. Seeing Tuanzi's carefree appearance, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. This little fellow is really carefree. Just now, his master and the Gorgon were fighting fiercely, but he was able to sleep so soundly. But Luchin thought about it, and it was right. As far as the Tuanzi race is concerned, this Gorgon is a boss-level creature. But in Tuanzi's eyes, they are no different from ants. Naturally, it doesn't need to worry about anything and can sleep whenever it wants. Little guy, now your master has the same amount of life energy required to upgrade as you, which is 10,000 points. From now on, we can work together to upgrade. Luchin reached out and gently stroked Tuanzi's soft head, his tone full of tenderness. At this moment, Tuanzi's life energy has accumulated to level 1, 5480/10,000. Only 4,000 points away from upgrading. Luchin was filled with curiosity. I don't know at what level the dumpling must reach to leave the larval stage and enter the growth stage. Once Tuanzi enters the growth stage, it will have certain combat capabilities. By then, the power of the god-level Kraken will begin to show. Let the world experience the true horror of the Kraken. Guji. Following Luchin's gentle touch, Tuanzi lazily opened his eyes. 8 small tentacles stretched out and stretched lazily. Guji. Feel the extra vitality in your body. The sleepy Tuanzi suddenly became energetic. It jumped out of the backpack, climbed onto Luchin's cheek excitedly, and rubbed him affectionately. Ha 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 ha. All right. After Luchin and Tuanzi played around for a while, he turned and pointed at Gorgon's body and ordered. Tuanzi, go and take this big lizard in front of you. It's full of good stuff. Guji. Tuanzi nodded obediently. Then he jumped lightly from Luchin and slowly crawled towards Gorgon's body. At this moment, an angry roar broke the silence. Which bastard just hit me to death? Uncle Jack. I'm back again. The resurrected Jack came running angrily from a distance. Seeing that Gorgon was already a corpse, he immediately put his hands on his hips and uttered harsh words. You're lucky you died quickly. Otherwise, I, Uncle Jack, would have to pull out your tendons and make them into rubber bands. Luchin looked at Jack, a smile on his face, but he didn't comment. Although Jack is usually a funny guy. But when fighting, he was unambiguous. Thinking of this, Luchin gently waved his right hand, and the rich death energy surged into Jack's body like a tide. Jack's power suddenly surged to a degree visible to the naked eye. Luchin has now reached level 5, and can also increase the strength of his undead vassal to level 5 by consuming death energy. Fuck, I evolved to level 5. Jack was pleasantly surprised. Then I realized that all this was a gift from Luchin. Suddenly, he hugged Luchin's thigh excitedly. Ah, Captain, I have been cursed for so many years, and my strength has been suppressed to level 4. Now you've actually helped me break through. I love you so much. I want to give birth to little skeletons for you. As he spoke, Jack's half-rotten face was about to rub against Luchin's legs. Seeing this, Luchin's eyes twitched. He kicked Jack away immediately. Roll. Ouch. After a while, Tuanzi came back with a bulging belly and excitedly stretched out his soft little tentacles towards Luchin. Guji. Dumplings are awesome. Luchin stretched out his hand and held it. Instantly, a huge amount of energy surged into Luchin's body like a tide. Ding. Successfully ingested demonized Gorgon, level 5. You obtain B-level talent, Power of the Mountain. Constitution increased by 12 points. Ding, you already have the Supervisor template and cannot absorb the Dark Marrow. You will have the Boss template after absorbing the Dark Marrow. Luchin raised his eyebrows. Dark Magic Essence? Then he turned his attention to the detailed explanation given by Tianyu. I immediately understood. This so-called dark magic essence is probably the reason why Gorgon can evolve into a boss-level creature. Tuanzi's SSS level talent, Abyss Absorption, is said to be able to absorb everything, and it is indeed well-deserved. It actually directly absorbed the dark magic essence in Gorgon's body. What a pity. For Luchin, who already possesses the Overseer template that surpasses the Boss template. This dark magic essence has become useless. Tuanzi, spit it out, it's useless to us. Hearing Luchin's words, Tuanzi opened his mouth. Wow. A stream of dark energy as sticky as gel and emitting an evil aura came out of its mouth and fell to the ground, like a small monster that condensed endless darkness and evil. Jack, who was standing by, immediately noticed the dark magic marrow that Tuanzi had vomited out. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly came over. Hey, isn't this the legendary dark magic essence? It's a rare treasure. But then, Jack shook his head again, with a look of regret on his face. Hey, it's a good thing, but the side effects are too great. I'm afraid I'll go crazy if I take it. Chapter 62 Jack becomes the boss. Hey, Captain, why are you staring at me like that? Jack turned around and found that Luchin was squinting his eyes, looking at him thoughtfully, and his right hand was subconsciously touching his chin. Hey, Captain, don't look at me like that. I feel a little scared. Jack took a step back unconsciously and smiled awkwardly. Looking at Lu Qin's expression, Jack suddenly had a bad feeling. Really? Jack, go eat that dark marrow. Lu Qin's words made Jack stiffen suddenly, his body almost petrified. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Captain, I will go crazy if I eat this, and then I will attack anyone indiscriminately. I think it's better to forget it. Eat when I tell you to. Why are you nagging? Lu Qin raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, if others eat it and go crazy, there's nothing we can do about it. You can be resurrected, so what are you afraid of? Yes. Jack was stunned, then reacted. I can be resurrected, so what should I be afraid of? Even if I go crazy, I will be resurrected after dying and resurrecting, and all negative states will be gone. After a creature dies, all negative states on it will be cleared. Jack, who had figured it out, showed an excited look on his face. Captain, you are really amazing. If I think about it this way, isn't this dark magic essence a great tonic for me? Stop talking nonsense and eat. Hey, okay. Jack picked up the dark marrow and stuffed it into his mouth without saying anything. Oh, Captain, please be careful. I will definitely attack you if I eat this. Oops, this thing is a bit choking. As the dark magic enters the abdomen, Jack's breath suddenly became disordered, and an ominous omen filled the air. Dash. His neck was twisted strangely, and it seemed as if an evil and terrifying power was awakening in his body, ready to take action. Guji. Tuanzi looked at Jack's appearance and tugged at the corner of Lu Qin's clothes with his tentacles. Those big eyes were full of worry. After these 2 days of getting along, Little Dumpling also likes Jack very much. Seeing Jack's strange appearance, I couldn't help but worry. Dumpling, it's okay. Jack will be back to normal soon. Lu Qin held Tuanzi in his arms and patted Tuanzi's back gently, but his eyes were fixed on Jack. Just then, the dark energy in Jack's body suddenly erupted, as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. He gasped like a wild animal, and his limbs began to twist and deform uncontrollably. My eyes were gradually swallowed by pure darkness and lost their former color. It was clear that the evil power of the dark essence was completely changing him. Hee. Jack's shoulders shook violently, and he let out a sinister laugh. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell and was creepy. Kill. I will kill everything. Suddenly, Jack's eyes widened, filled with brutality and bloodthirsty desire. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground. The whole person shot out like an arrow from a bow, with a speed that was astonishingly fast. Jack's face twisted into a hideous devil. A large amount of black crystals condensed on his right hand, transforming into a sharp claw. With a shrill sound that tore through the air, it grabbed Lu Qin's heart fiercely. Good speed. Lu Qin nodded slightly, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Jack's distorted and hideous face, like a broken pottery jar, it suddenly exploded. Puff. With a low crackling sound. Blood and flesh splashed like drizzling rain. Jack's headless body staggered forward 2 steps due to inertia and finally fell to the ground. No matter how strong Jack becomes after his mutation. After all, he was just a vassal of Lu Qin. Lu Qin can decide his life or death with just a thought. Lu Qin's eyes fell on Jack's attribute panel. I saw that the panel had been completely renewed. Undead, the cursed captain, demonized Jack, boss-level creature. Features, extremely fast, no sense of pain, becomes more and more fierce as the battle progresses, highly intelligent, cunning, brutal, bloodthirsty. Talent, undead curse, level B. Skill, dark magic sword, B level. Combat power assessment, tier 5 boss-level undead spirit, capable of causing a disaster. Sure enough, after absorbing the dark magic essence, Jack also became a boss-level creature. However, unlike the Gorgon, which focuses on defense, Jack should focus on speed. With the boss template, Jack will undoubtedly become an extremely sharp sword in Lu Qin's hand, reducing many burdens for Lu Qin. Compared to Jack and demonized Durgan, which one is more powerful? Lu Qin raised a smile and pondered secretly in his heart. Speaking of Gorgon, Lu Qin suddenly remembered something. By the way, where is the little mermaid named Fuyao? In the previous battle with the Gorgon, Fuyao showed great kindness to Lu Qin. Especially the shell. Helped Lu Qin a lot. Lu Qin has always been clear about gratitude and resentment. I have received such kindness this time, so I must express my gratitude. However, when he looked around, trying to find Fuyao, but he found that there were only rolling waves on the sea, and there was no trace of her. Forget it, I'll express my gratitude to her when we meet again someday. Lu Qin shook his head and stopped paying attention. After all, this is just a small episode. Then he began to clean up the battlefield. He put the corpses of the giant rock-armored lizards scattered on the ground into the storage ring one by one, feeling a little regretful. the huge group of giant rock-armored lizards that originally lived here. After witnessing the leader Gorgon being killed by Lu Qin, they were immediately frightened and panicked and fled into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, those giant rock-armored lizards alone can provide Lu Qin with a large amount of life energy. Then, Lu Qin whistled. Suddenly, a white seagull swooped down from the sky. Through the vision shared by the seagulls, Lu Qin looked at every inch of the land of Monitor Lizard Island carefully, as if he had a pair of eyes that overlooked the whole situation. Before you go, let's take a look at this island first to see if there are any good things. Lu Qin still remembered that the last time he was on the Goblin Island, he discovered a large patch of bone-strengthening grass. However, the island of Monitor Lizards is rocky and has sparse vegetation. It seems that there are no rare herbs hidden. Just then, an unusual color caught his attention. In a crack in a rock wall eroded by wind and rain. It has a faint brass-like luster. Is this a copper mine? Lu Qin was delighted. He hurried forward and looked at it carefully. It's indeed a copper mine. Copper ore is not a rare commodity on Blue Star. But on this vast ocean, the value is different. In particular, to upgrade an advanced novice canoe to a primary sloop, 5 units of copper ingots are needed as the key material. Materials required to upgrade the advanced novice wooden boat: 8th level crystal core 1, copper ingot 5, wood 80, fiber 20, iron ingot 10. Chapter 63 Evolution, Evolution, Evolution. Lu Qin collected all the copper ore visible to the naked eye and put it into the storage ring. Then I scanned the island of Monitor Lizards through the seagulls, after confirming that there were no other valuable materials on the island. Then he returned to the Hades with Taanzi and Jack's bodies. Wow, Captain. I'm invincible. On the deck, Jack turned into a black shadow, running about, shouting and yelling. Taanzi, look how fast I am. Jack swept past the little dumpling in a flash. Taanzi was so angry that he grimaced, but he couldn't catch up with Jack. It could only make a continuous gurgling sound. Looking at Jack and Taanzi chasing and playing on the deck, Lu Qin smiled and shook his head. But I was also relieved. He was worried that Jack's personality would change drastically after absorbing the dark magic essence. After all, on the Sky Oracle panel, Jack's new characteristics include tyranny and bloodlust. But, looking at Jack's funny look, Lu Qin felt relieved. What Lu Qin didn't know was that Jack's funny look was only limited to when he was with him. In front of the enemy, Jack will transform into a true boss-level undead spirit. Let your opponent deeply understand what fear and despair are. After we deal with these spoils, it's time for our 1000th district to fight back. Lu Qin stroked the storage ring gently, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Those guys from the allied countries have been jumping around too much. It's time to make them pay the price for their arrogance. Lu Qin waved his right arm lightly. More than a dozen huge corpses of giant rock-armored lizards in the storage ring instantly appeared on the deck, piled up like a small hill. Suddenly, Lu Qin's heart moved. So much time has passed. There should be someone in Area 1000 who can hunt down a sea beast with talent, right? Then, Lu Qin clicked on the Tianyu transaction page. Just a glance, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In the trading system, 6 people actually gave him 8 sea beast corpses. And these sea beasts are not ordinary giant rock-armored lizards. They are all precious sea beasts that have awakened their talents. Among the sea beasts, only a few can awaken their talents. Even for someone as strong as Lu Qin, hunting down a gifted sea beast depends entirely on luck. However, these people could obviously trade for bone-strengthening grass or other valuable items from Lu Qin. But no one chose to do so, and instead chose to give it away for free. It seems that the saying that there is strength in numbers is indeed true. A smile appeared on Lu Qin's lips. As Area 1000 grew stronger, his rewards became more generous. The improvement of other people's strength means that they can hunt more talented sea beasts for Lu Qin. And Lu Qin can continuously absorb talents and attribute points through Duanzi. In this way, evolving all talents to S level or above is just around the corner. Duanzi, get to work. Guji. Ding. Successfully ingested giant rock-armored lizard 10, level 4. You gain 810 points of physical fitness. Ding. Successfully ingested ice armor lobster, level 3. You obtain D-level talent, ice control, strength increases by 6 points. Ding. Successfully ingested crystal coral, first level. You obtain E-level talent, physical enhancement, physical fitness increases by 2 points. Ding. Successfully captured the four-eyed sea snake, first level. You obtain F-level talent, enhanced vision, increased agility by 2 points. Thank you for your hard work. Guji. As the little grouper was busy, Lu Qin acquired 8 talents, namely Ice Manipulation, D rank. Physical enhancement, E level. Perception enhancement, E level. Smell enhancement, E2. Speed enhancement, E. Hearing enhancement, E. Visual enhancement, F level. And 86 points of constitution, 6 points of agility, 4 points of perception, and 6 points of strength. There is no doubt that this is another wave of super enhancement. With Tuanzi, this super assistant, Lu Qin's road to becoming stronger is like a cheat. Ding, your D-level talent. Ice control meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into a C-level talent. Ice control. Ding, your E-level talent. Super hearing meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into a D-level talent. Auditory perception. Ding, your E-level talent. Physical enhancement meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into a D-level talent. Physical super improvement. Ding, your E-level talent. Enhanced perception meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into a D-level talent. Super perception. Ding, your F-level talent. Visual enhancement meets the evolution conditions and successfully evolves into an E-level talent. Visual super enhancement. Accompanied by a series of divine instructions. A total of 5 talents meet the conditions. The evolution began. After the evolution, among the 18 talents that Lu Qin mastered, there was no one below the E level. B level, Undead Curse, Mountain Power, On My OG. C level, Bone Control 4, Plant Affinity, Poison Control, Flame Control, 5, Ice Control. D level, Super Strength, Super Speed, 5, Invisibility, Earth Control, Super Perception, Super Physique, Hearing Perception. E level, Superior Sense of Smell, 10, Perspective, and Superior Vision. It turns out that the next stage of super hearing is spiritual hearing. Lu Qin stared at his talent panel. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This was his first auxiliary talent that entered a new realm beyond supernaturalization. I don't know, what will the auditory sense be like after it evolves further? Lu Qin was quite curious. A thought moves. The hearing sense surges like a tide. In an instant, all the sounds around him seemed to be infinitely amplified and clearly poured into his ears. The surging sea, the light swimming of the fish, the melodious whistle of the sea breeze. Every subtle sound in nature became extremely clear in Lu Qin's ears, as if within reach. It seems that my hearing has reached the limit of human perception. A premonition surged in Lu Qin's heart. When the hearing sense evolves again, the help it can bring will go far beyond the simple scope of listening. Perhaps he could create sounds at will, weaving a web of phantom sounds to confuse his enemies. Or he can manipulate the power of sound, transform it into an invisible blade, and launch a fatal attack on the enemy. These ideas may sound bizarre, but in this world of oracle full of infinite possibilities and miracles, everything is possible. Everything is waiting for him to explore and discover. I still need to improve my strength. There are still too many unknowns in this world that I need to explore. Lu Qin sighed softly and brought his thoughts back to reality. At this moment, he held 90 points of precious freedom attributes in his hand. Without hesitation, he resolutely put all these attribute points on perception. Chapter 64 successfully evolved to A-level talent. Perception is always his most important attribute. No doubt about it. Following a subtle fluctuation, Lu Qin's attribute panel took on a new look. Strength, 158, average for the same level, 65. Agility, 152, average for the same level, 65. Constitution, 250, average for the same level, 65. Perception, 250, average of 65 at the same level. Evolution points, 16. I hope these 16 evolution points will be enough to support me in upgrading my bone control to a level. Lu Qin is determined. Immediately invested 4 evolution points in bone control. In an instant, a deep understanding and perception surged into my heart. He gained a deeper insight into the mysteries of bones and the dead. Ding, since you are extremely compatible with the undead talent, consuming 4 evolution points, bone control, C level, successfully evolves into death resonance, B level. Success. Then, Lu Qin turned his attention to the next stage of evolution of death resonance. I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in my heart. Only 8 o'clock. Really, undead is his innate talent. The threshold for promotion from B level to A level is half lower than that of other departments. Compared with this, the 16 points required by On My OG seemed particularly heavy. Then, Lu Qin chose to continue upgrading the death resonance without hesitation. Ding, 8 evolution points consumed. Death resonance is evolving. Evolution points remaining. 4 points. As the reminder sound of Tianyu fell, Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but beat faster, full of anticipation. A-level talent. That was a mysterious realm that he had never touched before. He couldn't wait to witness what an extraordinary power that would be. Suddenly, Lu Chen's consciousness seemed to be suddenly swallowed up by an invisible vortex and drawn into a strange and deep space. Here, it's dark. The thick darkness covered the sky like a substance. The stars are hidden. The light is extinguished. Only endless darkness and deathly silence filled the surroundings. Under his feet, it is a dense, piled-up mountain of bones. They stretch to the end of the sight, as if forming the foundation of this world. On the bones, countless hideous and terrifying undead creatures are wandering around. Let out shrill roars and howls. And in that dead sky, a giant skeleton dragon with a body length of more than 1,000 meters slowly spread out, its wings woven from countless bones. Its huge body appeared and disappeared in the darkness. Every flap of its wings seemed to shake the deathly silence of the entire undead world, bringing with it a terrifying hurricane. What is this place? Lu Chen stood in this horrific land of bones, but he did not feel the slightest fear in his heart. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy and belonging. It seemed as if he was the master of this world of the dead. Deep down, an inexplicable voice sounded quietly. Here, it is the world of the dead. In an instant, a vast amount of undead insights flooded into his mind like a tide. He seemed to be able to see into the essence of the life of undead creatures. Hear the wailing and obsession contained in every bone. Under those seemingly cold bones. In fact, there is another form of life hidden inside, an existence that transcends the boundaries of life and death. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air is filled with the strong smell of death. He felt the flow and convergence of every bit of death energy in the world of the dead. I have a more thorough understanding of the life modes of undead creatures. The death energy of the undead world. It is not just a negative force. It is formed by the reincarnation of countless lives. It contains the mystery of the disappearance and rebirth of life, a cycle that is both cruel and tender. As my understanding deepens, under the impetus of a powerful force, Lu Chen's original death resonance began to rise to a higher level. Ding! Congratulations, death resonance, B level, has successfully evolved into undead control, A level, success rate 100. Reminder, for the same level of evolvers, the success rate of evolving to A-level talent is 30, the success rate of evolving to S-level talent is 3, and the success rate of evolving to SS-level talent is 0.1. Reminder, if you cannot evolve your talent, you can use evolution points to develop skills. Ding! Due to your deep understanding of the undead talent, you have successfully mastered the skill, Corpse Explosion, level A. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, with a deep light flashing in them. Turn out to be, the success rate of evolving A-level talent is only 30. This is destined. As the level increases, those with mediocre talents. Even if you obtain more evolution points and master more resources, it will be difficult to obtain advanced talents and become a top powerhouse standing tall in the world. Is this the power of A-level talent? Lu Chen snapped his fingers casually. In an instant, four fierce skeleton warriors wearing black iron armor appeared out of thin air and knelt on one knee in front of him in unison. Each skeleton warrior exudes the majestic aura of a level 5 strong man. Looking at these four loyal skeleton warriors, Lu Chen's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. Because he summoned these four powerful skeleton warriors without consuming any death energy. Without the limitation of death energy, as long as I have enough mental strength, I alone can summon countless armies of the undead. Even more exciting is that, during this evolution, Lu Chen unexpectedly realized a new skill. Skill, Corpse Explosion, A level. An extremely cruel undead skill that can cause corpses or undead creatures to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that causes huge damage to the enemy. There is a reason why people are afraid of undead skills. They are just too brutal. Wow, Captain, how come you've changed so much in just a short while? Jack stared at Lu Chen in front of him with eyes wide open. I don't know why, but I always have the urge to kneel down. That's not right. I, Jack, am now at least a boss-level existence. Why do I still want to kneel down to the captain when I see him? Jack shook his head helplessly. At this moment, his eyes accidentally swept across the sea behind Lu Chen, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Captain, look, it's the Little Mermaid. Everyone grit your teeth and swim as hard as you can. Don't give up. Fuyao hugged Heifeng, her little face full of anxiety. The fish's tail swung rapidly, stirring up layers of waves. At this moment, the right arm of Hao Fin in her arms had been cut off. His chest was pierced by a terrifying sea spear, and the bright red blood flowed like a trickle, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. If it weren't for Fu Yao's talent that continued to heal him, he would have died long ago. Beside Fu Yao, a large group of mermaids were desperately waving their tails and trying to escape forward. However, behind them, dozens of Naga people with ferocious faces are chasing them relentlessly. There are many old, weak, sick, and disabled people in Fu Yao's group, which directly slows down the speed of the entire group. As a result, the Naga tribe gradually approached them, and the situation became precarious. Chapter 65 Naga Tribe. Looking at the Naga tribe getting closer and closer, the old-looking mermaid leader, Haiyuan, suddenly clenched the coral hammer in his hand and said sternly, "No, if this continues, no one from our Haichao tribe will be able to escape. All 5th rank elders, stay and help me stop the Naga tribe. The rest of the tribesmen should scatter and flee. As many as possible can escape." After Haiyuan said this, his eyes were full of determination. I have already prepared to die. He didn't expect that. The Naga tribe, who have always been evenly matched with the mermaids. Suddenly, a 7th-level strongman appeared, instantly overturning the delicate balance between the two races. "Yes, Chief." The 4 5th-level mermaid elders responded in unison, their eyes full of determination. They knew what it meant to stay, facing the Naga, cruel creatures who fed on the hearts of mere people in order to gain greater power. Their hope of survival was slim. Despite the fear lingering in their hearts, there was no wavering in the gazes of these elders. The tribe is full of compatriots and descendants who are connected by blood. In order to buy them even one more second of survival time, they are willing to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. "No, Grandpa Patriarch, Uncle Haiqiang, don't give up. You must believe in me." Seeing that the clan leader and several elders were ready to stay and die, Fu Yao was almost crying, her voice full of urgency and pleading. "That human brother will definitely be able to help us stop those Nagas. He is on the giant lizard island ahead. Let's hold on a little longer. We will be there soon." Clan leader Fu Yao is right. Although Hao Fin in Fu Yao's arms was weak, but he still tried his best to squeeze out the words, "That human, he is really powerful." Yes, Grandpa Patriarch, my brother, and I will never lie to you. I don't want to lose any more relatives." Fu Yao's words were choked with sobs, tears welled up in her eyes. Several of her friends had been captured by the Nagas behind them and had their hearts eaten. Haiyuan stared at Fu Yao, complex emotions flashing in his deep eyes. He knew very well that if he chose to disperse and flee at this moment, he might be able to save the lives of some of his tribesmen. But if we go to Giant Lizard Island, as Fu Yao said, but that human is no match for the Naga tribe, and the entire tribe will be doomed. However, looking at Fu Yao's eyes full of expectation and determination, Haiyuan felt an inexplicable trust in his heart. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I believe you and your sister. Everyone, head towards the Giant Lizard Island with all your strength." Soon, the outline of Monitor Lizard Island gradually became clear in the sight of the mermaids. A mysterious black boat wrapped in thick black fog quietly came into Fu Yao's sight. "It's the Netherworld." At this moment, a voice with a slightly teasing but familiar tone sounded. "Hello, little mermaid. We meet again." Hearing Jack's voice, a brilliant smile instantly bloomed on Fu Yao's face. "Zombie Big Brother. It's Zombie Big Brother." Then, she turned to Haiyuan and the other mermaids beside her and said, "Grandpa Patriarch, everyone, we are saved. This is the ship of the super powerful human Big Brother I told you about before." However, unlike Fu Yao's jubilation, Haiyuan, Haiqiang, and other fishmen looked at the black boat with frowns on their faces. On that black boat, Haiyuan did not sense the aura of a 7th-level strongman. Not to mention the 7th-level strongman. There isn't even the aura of a 6th-level strongman. "Fu Yao, that human you mentioned, what realm is he in now?" Haiyuan's voice was unusually heavy. Big Brother is now. Should be level 5, right?" Fu Yao tilted her head and spoke as she recalled. "Well, it turns out that the human Big Brother is level 2. After fighting with Gorgon, he was promoted to level 5. Big Brother is so awesome." However, after hearing Fu Yao's words, there was a sudden groan among the crowd. Fu Yao, you are such a horrible harm to everyone." The mermaid elder Haiqiang slapped the water fiercely, her voice full of despair. He wanted to reprimand Fu Yao, but looking at her innocent face, he swallowed back the words of blame. He understood that Fu Yao also had good intentions. Haiyuan and the other elders sighed and shook their heads, their expressions filled with loss and despair. "Everyone, why do you have such expressions? The human brother is very powerful. Even the Gorgon is no match for him. He can definitely help us deal with those Nagas. Fuyao clenched her little pink fist, obviously full of confidence in Lu Chun. Fuyao, he is indeed very powerful to be able to defeat the 5th level peak Gorgon. But this time, a 7th level strongman appeared out of nowhere in the Naga tribe. No matter how strong this human is, he is only at the 5th level after all. How can he be a match for a 7th level Naga? Haiyuan shook his head helplessly and explained with a sigh. No, Big Brother defeated the demonization. Fuyao wanted to explain eagerly, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by a burst of arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. You cowardly mermaids, run away. Why don't you run away? Have you found help? Along with this wild laughter, dozens of Naga warriors with snake heads, fish bodies and strong arms have surrounded the mermaids tightly. The Naga who was in the lead. There was a striking scar across his face, his expression was ferocious, and he was laughing wildly and mocking the mermaids. Sabbath, as the chief of the Naga tribe, was filled with irrepressible pride and ecstasy. He never expected that. The adults of the Naga royal family actually condescended to come to their small place to travel. With the help of this adult, those mermaids who have always been a headache for them will soon become delicious delicacies in their mouths. It's just that the nimble mermaids were running too fast. It would have taken a lot of effort to catch them all at once. But I don't know what's wrong with these mermaids. He actually took the initiative to flee towards the dead end in the direction of Monitor Lizard Island. This is really a no-brainer. Ha 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 ha. Chief, I just heard from the mermaid that there should be reinforcements from the mermaid tribe on that black boat. A Naga warrior quietly approached Sabbath and reported in a low voice. Human warship? Sabbath stared at the black boat in front of him, which was shrouded in black fog and was barely visible. His brows knitted unconsciously. The human race. This race has never been underestimated. They have great potential and are numerous. When did the mermaids become related to humans? As his thoughts raced, the black fog on the black boat suddenly surged, as if it was gently pushed away by an invisible hand. A tall figure standing on the deck appeared. Chapter 66 Boss Jack. Sabbath took a closer look, then burst into laughter. 5th level? Ha 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 ha, just 5th level? Are you mermaids confused? You actually regard a 5th level human as a lifesaver. This is really laughing at me. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, the surrounding Naga warriors followed Sabbath and laughed cruelly and mockingly. It was as if the mermaids before them were destined to become fish on their chopping board, to be slaughtered at their will. When Haiyuan and the others saw that tall figure, they felt even more desperate. Level 5. It's really only level 5. In such a situation, what role can a 5th level human play? Not to mention the powerful snake-haired 7th level Naga. Even the 6th level Sabbath is impossible for this human to defeat. Thinking about this, Haiyuan couldn't help but feel bitter. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination, and whispered, Hai Cheong, you will lead all the elders and work with me to break through and open up a way out for our people. As long as we can help even one person escape, it will be considered as leaving a seed for our Hai Chao tribe. Yes, Patriarch. Hai Cheong and other mermaid elders all responded in unison. They knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and only by trying their best could they gain a glimmer of hope for the tribe. Hey, Captain, look at this scene. We seem to be looked down upon. Jack had a playful smile on his face, his eyes flickering with amusement. Interesting. The captain even killed the demonized Gorgon who had eaten the dark marrow. Such a ruthless person. These fishmen in front of him actually dared to look down on him. The key is, I'm Uncle Jack. Now it's a serious boss-level creature, okay? It's bad enough that you look down on the captain, but you dare to look down on me? Lu Chen seemed quite indifferent to the fish people's contempt. If it weren't for Fuyao's previous kindness, he might have already dealt with the mermaids and the Naga tribes. For Lu Chen, every sea beast you see must be transformed into life energy. He also wanted to see Tuanzi grow to his adult stage as soon as possible. However, with the relationship of Fuyao, Lu Chen had no intention of taking action against the mermaids. After all, a gentleman has his own ways of doing things and his own ways of not doing things. It is definitely not his style to repay kindness with enmity. Lu Chen turned to look at Fuyao. Open your thin lips slightly. These Nagas are your enemies? When Fuyao saw Lu Chen speaking, she nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. Others may not know Lu Chen's strength, but Fuyao knows it very well. As long as the elder brother is willing to help him. These Nagas are dead. Yes, brother, these Nagas are very hateful. They have killed many of our people, and now they want to kill us all. Fuyao said this, but there was a hint of nervousness in her eyes. After all, she had only met this human brother once, so she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She was not sure whether Lu Chen would help her. Under Fu Yao's nervous gaze, Lu Chen glanced at the Naga tribe in the sea. Indifferently said, "Jack, kill them." "Okay." Jack grinned, and the cynicism on his face was instantly replaced by coldness and murderous intent. "My friend from the human race, I appreciate your kindness." Seeing Jack trying to take action, Hai Yuan was startled and interrupted anxiously. "But the Naga tribe's leader, Sabasi, has the strength of the 6th level, and behind him, there is a 7th-level snake-haired Naga warrior. Please think twice and don't act rashly. After all, this is just a feud between the mermaids and the Naga tribes. It would be totally wrong if innocent people died as a result." Obviously, in Hai Yuan's heart, Lu Chun and Jack, who are at the 5th level, are definitely no match for the Nagas. Level 7. Is it remarkable? Jack's mouth curled up into a grim smile. Before he finished his words, a streak of black light suddenly flashed across the sea, accompanied by a sharp sound of the air being torn apart. In full view of the public, Jack's body moved suddenly, like an arrow shot from a bow, and shot out in a trail of afterimage. Black light flashes. He swung his right arm, and a sharp sword made of black crystal suddenly condensed. With a roar, it suddenly stabbed at Sabas, who had a look of disdain on his face. The tip of the sword lightly tapped, and the black light was like a dragon, tearing the air apart. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sabas. A faint light appeared, and then the sword's shadow appeared like a demon. Dark demon sword. The contempt on Sabas's face had not yet faded. An unprecedented sense of crisis came over him like a gust of wind, causing his heart to tighten suddenly. Fast. Too fast. How could a 5th-level undead have such amazing speed and strength? Sabas was so frightened that his pupils shrank sharply. Instinctively, he held the trident across his chest. Boom! The black sword passed by like lightning. The moment it came into contact with the trident instantly shattered into pieces with a loud bang of metal collision. That unstoppable force continued to move forward with the black sword and pierced directly through Sabas' head. Crack! Accompanied by the heart-pounding sound of bones cracking, a black light suddenly burst out, followed by a dull and wet sound. In front of everyone's horrified gaze, Jack split Sabas's hideous face in half with one sword, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The scene was horrifying. Jack stomped on the remains of Sabas. He took advantage of the momentum and leaped, his body like a nimble flying swallow, landing lightly back on the deck of the netherworld. At the same time, Tian Yu's reminder sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Your vassal, demonized Jack, level 5, killed Naga Sabbath, level 6. You gain 1,000 life energy. From Jack's attack to Sabas's fall, less than a second passed. This sudden change caused the battlefield to freeze in an instant, and it was as silent as a grave. All the Nagas were stunned. Hai Yuan was stunned. Hai Qiong was sluggish. All the mermaids were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Jack with astonishment. On Hai Yuan's side, words of persuasion were still on his lips. Jack chopped off the head of his old rival, Sabbath, with one sword. This scene almost made Hai Yuan's eyes pop out. Are you kidding? Sabbath is a 6th-level warrior like me. Just die like that? He was killed instantly, without even being able to scream. How could this undead possess such terrifying speed and strength? The most important thing is, such a powerful undead, however, was servile and fawning to the humans standing proudly on the black boat, and it was obvious that he was following their lead. Thinking of this, Hai Yuan's eyes turned to Lu Chun involuntarily, full of astonishment. Could it be that? Could it be that this human's strength is superior to that of the horrible undead? How is this possible? Chapter 67, The Big Devil, Jack. Chief, the clan leader is dead. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? After quite a while, the surrounding Nagas suddenly woke up from their dreams and burst into exclamations of disbelief. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Jack. Everything happened so fast. They didn't even see Jack's movements. I felt a flash of black light. Then, the head of the patriarch Sabas was cut in half. How could this undead be so powerful? This feeling of killing is so refreshing. Jack stuck out his tongue and gently licked the blood off his face full of intoxication. Just as he was about to strike again, a gentle and slightly chilly voice came from the Naga tribe. A boss-level undead. This human being can actually control such a powerful being. What a great trick. As the words fell, several Nagas slowly made way, and an enchanting figure slowly swam into everyone's sight. She is different. She does not have the traditional Naga snake head and human body, but instead has the head of a human woman, beautiful and charming. However, her hair was very strange. It turned out to be made up of countless living snakes. They swam in her hair, and the snake heads at the end popped out from time to time, gently swaying their bright red tongues. These snakes, intertwined with her charming face, formed a strange contrast. It's both frightening and hard to look away. The appearance of the snake girl made the surrounding Nagas bow their heads in greeting. It was obvious that her identity was extraordinary. "Hey, beautiful lady." The moment he saw the snake girl, Jack's eyes lit up instantly, and he whistled frivolously. "This woman looks just like Jack." There is nothing to say about the body shape. The curves are exquisite, the front is convex, and the back is curved. The only drawback is that the lower body is a snake tail. My human friend, this is the 7th level strongman who suddenly appeared in the Naga tribe. It is because of her that the balance between our tribe and the Naga tribe was broken, and we have fallen to the current state. Haiyuan looked at the snake girl with fear in his eyes. The wound on my chest suddenly started to ache again. The 7th level strongman was truly terrifying in strength. With just one strike, he caused severe damage to the 6th level Haiyuan. Nagarose was slightly displeased with Jack's frivolous whistle and frowned slightly. She ignored Jack. Instead, he turned his gaze directly to Lu Chun on the deck. "Sir, do you have any connection with these mermaids?" She asked straight to the point. "If that is the case, I, Nagaroth, will give you a favor today and let these mermaids go. Let's just treat it as friends. What do you think?" Although the boss-level undead's combat power is amazing, but Nagarose saw at a glance that the real decision-maker was that seemingly insignificant human. It would be unwise to go head-to-head with such a powerful undead for a group of insignificant mermen. Therefore, despite the loss of a 6th-level strongman, but Nagarose still chose to give in. A strong person will be respected wherever he goes. After she finished speaking, a sturdy Naga warrior beside her immediately added, "Human, you know that Lord Nagarose is a distinguished member of our Naga royal family. It is your honor to gain the friendship of Lord Nagarose." Hearing Nagaroth's words, Jack couldn't help but stop and look at Lu Chun. This woman obviously has some background. I can't cause trouble for the captain. However, based on our understanding of Lu Chun, he felt vaguely in his heart. Even though she was a Naga royal, this probably wasn't a big deal in the eyes of the captain. Naga royal family? When Lu Chun heard these words, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle. Royal family. That must be a high-level talent, right? With this thought in mind, he calmly called up Nagaroth's attribute panel. Naga tribe, Nagarose. Features: amphibious, scaly skin, high intelligence. Talent: petrifying gaze, B-level. Everything can be fossilized at a glance. Skill: water flow control technique, flowing shadow, C rank. Guide the water flow, following like a shadow. Combat strength assessment. Level 7, level 8. Very tough Naga Banshee. Be careful not to turn into stone. B-level petrification talent. Lu Chun was secretly delighted. Such high-level talent is rare. How could he let it go easily? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chun looked at Nagarose with a more and more fiery gaze, as if he had discovered a treasure that had been treasured for a long time. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. "Kill her, Jack." "All right, Captain." Jack grinned. I had already anticipated this result. In the captain's dictionary, there is no word retreat. Whoever it is, as long as you have the talent he likes, it will be his. But, such a captain, it really suits my taste. Beauty, although I, Jack, like you very much, the captain wants your life. Jack smiled grimly. The right foot stepped heavily on the deck, accompanied by a low roar. His body instantly turned into a black stream of light and rushed straight towards Nagaroth. Seeing Jack suddenly jump up, Nagalos was immediately furious and shouted, "Assholes, I already told you to let those mermaids go, but you guys still won't give up." In an instant, the surrounding water seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, gathering into a huge wave. With a thunderous roar, he pounced on Jack. Sea-level skill, flowing shadow. Haha, Nagaros, you are so naive. Do you really think those mermaids have that much face? The captain is hunting, and you Nagas are our prey now. Jack grinned. The dark demonic energy in his body surged, dyeing the surrounding sea black like ink. He raised his hand and waved it, and the dark magic energy condensed into an indestructible magic crystal shield. It easily shattered the huge waves that were coming towards it, splashing water everywhere. B-level skill, dark magic sword. Do whatever you want, attack and defense in one. Then, Jack flashed, and with the help of the magic energy, he instantly crossed the broken waves and headed straight for Nagaroth. You think of us as prey? Arrogant, Nagaroth shouted, and the 7th order power instantly boiled and gathered at the tip of the trident. The light was bright, the sound of breaking wind was whistling, and it swung towards Jack with great force. Still struggling, A sneer appeared on Jack's lips. The dark magic sword suddenly formed in his hand, and the sword light was cold. He turned his wrist slightly, and the sword and the halberd collided heavily. There was a deafening metallic clang. Nagaroth only felt a huge force surging from the trident. Her body trembled, and she groaned. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of horror. Although she knew that Jack was a boss-level undead and would not be easy to deal with. But I never expected that. Even though I was at level 7, I was unable to withstand the power of his attack. But Jack didn't give him any chance to breathe. Dark magic crystals suddenly appeared under his feet, stabilizing his body. He stomped the magic crystal with his right foot, used the force to fly into the air, and his body moved like lightning as he rose up again. The dark magic sword carried the power of destruction and was extremely sharp, aiming straight for Nagaroth's head. Chapter 68: The Terrifying A-Level Skill, Corpse Explosion. Hateful. Facing Jack's sharp sword, Nagarose's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her solemn expression could not be concealed. Although I don't want to admit it. But the fact is, she was no match for this undead who was only at the 5th level. This is the terrifying thing about boss-level creatures. The 5th level Jack was actually able to leapfrog 2 levels and defeat the 7th level Nagaroth. Nagarose knew that he could no longer hold back. Her eyes suddenly turned gray. His head full of snake hair danced like a violent storm, and the snakeheads roared, pointing directly at Jack. In an instant, an invisible force surged in. Jack felt his body stiffen, and then quickly turned to stone, turning gray. Fuck! Before he could finish his words, Jack was completely petrified, hanging in the air like a statue. Seeing Jack was hit, Nagarose did not take the opportunity to attack Jack. This boss undead is too powerful. My petrification talent is only B level, and I have not yet learned the true meaning of petrification. He could only control Jack for a short time. But this is enough. If I'm not mistaken, half of this undead soul is in your hands, right? Nagarose turned his gaze to Lu Chun on the deck, and a strange arc appeared on his red lips. If I kill you, this undead will die with you. Between words, a cold light flashed in Nagarose's eyes. So you can go die? After saying that, Nagarose's snake tail swung violently. Like an arrow shot from a bow. With charm and murderous intent, it shot towards Lu Chun. Seeing this scene, Hai Yuan, Hai Qiong, and others' faces suddenly changed. Oh no, the undead boss has been petrified. Our human friends are in danger. Human brothers, be careful. It is true that this undead is a boss creature. But this human friend is not like that. Humans' attribute power has always been weaker than sea beasts of the same level. Just a 5th level human. How can we resist the attack of the 7th level Royal Naga? Thinking of this, the fishmen were extremely anxious. They all swam desperately towards the netherworld, trying to help Lu Chun out. As long as I can buy a moment of respite for my human friend, wait for the boss-level undead to break free from the petrification shackles. They will hopefully be able to weather this crisis together. However, in their haste, the fishmen overlooked a crucial point. Jack is so strong, but he is willing to be Lu Chun's vassal. How could Lu Chun's strength be simple? Because of Jack's strength. Nagarose did not dare to be careless. When it was still far away from the land sinking, it launched the petrification with all its strength. Lu Chun paused. I felt the blood in my body solidify and my skin lose temperature. He frowned and whispered, Petrification? Eyes of Medusa. In the mythology of Blue Star, anyone who looks into Medusa's eyes will be turned to stone. Then can't I just close my eyes? However, as Lu Chun closed his eyes, a click sound rang through my ears. Lu Chun's legs were still corroded by the grayish-white color, and petrification spread. Obviously, closing your eyes is useless in the face of petrification. Lu Chun laughed at himself. It seems that the myths and legends of Blue Star are not applicable to the world of Tianyu. However, this petrification is really a good talent. I, Lu Chun, have decided. With this in mind, instead of showing panic, Lu Chun's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Seeing Lu Chun's expression, Nagarose rushed towards Lu Chun at high speed with a frown on his face, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. These human legs have been petrified by me. Death is approaching. You can still laugh? She didn't understand what else this human could rely on. Suddenly, four dark shadows behind Lu Chun shot towards Nagaroth like arrows from a bow. These were the 4 black-armored skeleton warriors that Lu Chun had summoned earlier. Nagarose glanced at him, his lips curled up with contempt. Just 4 ordinary 5th-level undead. Human, is this your last resort? However, the disdain on Nagarose's face had not yet faded. But Lu Chun opened his lips slightly and uttered 2 cold words. Corpse explosion. Instantly, The 4 black-armored skeleton warriors seemed to be ignited by an invisible force. The death energy accumulated in the body exploded instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Their bodies exploded from the inside out, transformed into 4 balls of blazing black flames. With overwhelming force, it swept towards Nagaroth. How is this possible? Nagaroth's pupils shrank instantly. She hurriedly tried her best to mobilize the water flow, trying to build a solid protective barrier. However, in the face of the terrifying power of the corpse explosion, all these efforts seemed so pale and powerless. Nagaroth only felt an irresistible force coming like a violent storm. The water shield she had built with all her strength was evaporated without a trace in an instant. Next, her body was tightly wrapped in black flames, and the burning pain cut every inch of her skin like a sharp blade. Her snake hair crackled in the flames. Then it was mercilessly burned off and scattered everywhere. One arm was directly blown off in the violent explosion. The black flames were like a devil's kiss, constantly gnawing at her skin. A-level skills. You actually mastered an A-level skill. This is impossible. Nagaroth let out a heart-wrenching wail. The charm on her face had long been distorted by fear and pain, and her eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. A few seconds later, the black flames gradually died down, revealing Nagaroth's horrible appearance. She floated helplessly on the water, breathing weakly. All around were burning embers and scattered bones, and the air was filled with a suffocating burnt smell. However, before Nagaroth could catch his breath, the seawater around me suddenly froze into ice, and a bone-chilling chill instantly hit me. She looked up in surprise and found that the tall figure on the deck that she had once despised was now standing in front of her. It's a good idea to catch the leader first. Luchin stared at the wounded Nagaroth. A sneer appeared on his lips. Then he stretched out his right hand. He tightly grasped Nagaroth's slender neck and lifted her whole body into the air. But unfortunately, you have poor vision. I am far more powerful than Jack. Nagaroth only felt a huge force coming from her neck that almost crushed her. Fear instantly spread across her eyes. She clearly realized that this human being in front of her. I really wanted to kill her. Don't kill me. Nagaroth's voice trembled, and she began to frantically look for a way to escape. I am willing to dedicate my soul to you like that undead and become your vassal. In order to save his life, Nagaroth did everything he could. She cast a seductive glance at Luchin. At the same time, the snake scales on her chest slowly faded away, revealing a bit of snow-white and towering breasts. Her voice became softer and softer. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you let me go. Chapter 69. You are not worthy of becoming my vassal. Nagaroth has a deep understanding of the human race. She knew that strong human men often had a soft spot for beautiful women of other races. And she has absolute confidence in her beauty and charm. She believed that as long as she could take advantage of this, she would be able to convince Luchin to let her go. Looking at Nagaroth's affected posture, a playful smile flashed across Luchin's eyes. She is indeed very pretty. But if you want to be my vassal, you are not qualified. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Luchin's right hand suddenly exerted force. Crack. With a crisp and abrupt sound of bone cracking, the charming look on Nagaroth's face froze instantly. The head drooped limply like a withered flower. Ding, kill Nagaroth, level 7, gain 2,000 life energy points. Watching the mighty Nagaroth fall, there was silence over the entire sea area. Haiyuan, Haichung, and other fishmen were all stunned, with a look of astonishment. They were worried that Luchin would be killed instantly by Nagaroth, trying desperately to save Luchin. However, they had not swam far when they heard a deafening explosion. Immediately afterwards, Nagaroth, who had plunged the entire Murloc tribe into despair, was dying in the aftermath of the explosion. The most important thing is, Nagaroth has already expressed his willingness to surrender. However, the humans still killed it mercilessly. The coldness and determination made every living being present shudder. That earth-shattering explosion just now, was it really caused by that human friend? Haichung was still immersed in the shocking explosion and couldn't extricate herself. He swallowed involuntarily and turned to look at the tribe leader Haiyuan beside him, his face full of astonishment and shock. Probably. Haiyuan's voice trembled slightly. The horrific power of the explosion still made his heart beat hard to calm down. He pondered secretly. If I were in Nagaroth's position, I would have turned into nothingness at that moment. Listen to Nagaroth's last words. This is actually the power of an A-level skill? This human actually mastered A-level skills? With this in mind, Haiyuan looked at Luchin with eyes full of awe and admiration. As we all know, skills are acquired from talents, and their level cannot exceed the talents themselves. However, Luchin is so young, but already has A-level talent. This kind of talent is rare. It's no wonder why that terrifying boss-level undead would obey the orders of this human friend. Fortunately, such terrifying humans are our friends of the mermaid tribe. At the same time, the rest of the Naga tribe witnessed the death of Nagaros and fell into the abyss of despair. Lord Nagaros. Lord Nagaroth has fallen. How is this possible? You are a level 7 B grade talent. How could you possibly die at the hands of this human? It's over. It's over. The royal family members died here. None of us will live much longer. They wailed in despair, as if the end of the world was about to come. Sudden, a louder wail sounded, covering all the Nagas. Ah, Captain, you're such a waste. She's so pretty, please don't give her to me. It would be a shame to kill her. It's Jack. He looked at Nagaros's gradually stiffening body. With a look of regret, it's still warm and can still be used. Luchin looked at Jack, and his eyes twitched slightly. Every time I worked hard to create the atmosphere, it would be completely destroyed by this unreliable guy Jack. You don't have Kun. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Jack. Luchin's voice was as cold as ice. He was mad at Jack. Hey, Captain, you can give this Nagaros to Tawanzi later. I will. As Jack was talking, he noticed Luchin's murderous look. He immediately shrank his neck and said with a wry smile. Hey, Captain, you have the final say. Don't leave any of these Nagas alive. Luchin ordered. Okay. Jack responded. Then he turned around and looked at the Nagas who were wailing in despair, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. My beloved girl is gone, so you are here to pay for her life. Jack laughed sinisterly, and his whole body instantly turned into a black light and shot out like lightning. The 4 strong Naga warriors were cut in half at the waist before they could react. Oh no, it's that boss undead. Devil. He is the devil. Run. Everyone, swim to the deep sea. It's too late. He's too fast. Help. No. It was that human who killed Nagaroth. Why are you asking us to pay with our lives? The last Naga warrior shouted this out in grievance, but it was of no avail. Jack is like a killing machine. Wherever he went, the Nagas fell one after another. Dozens of Nagas were killed by Jack without exception. The originally blue sea surface was now dyed red with blood, and a large number of Naga corpses and broken arms were floating on the sea. Jack's black crystal magic sword was suddenly pulled out from the head of the last Naga warrior. The terrified eyeball was still hanging on the tip of the sword. Jack swallowed it without hesitation, with a satisfied and ferocious smile on his face. Of course I know. I can't beat the captain, so I can only vent my anger on you. It's your bad luck. Jack was furious. He then cast his red gaze towards Hai Yuan and the others who were standing by in shock. He released all his murderous intent without reservation. It was like looking at a group of delicious food, ready to start the next round of hunting. At this moment, 2 new features added to Jack's Sky Dragon panel. Tyranny and Bloodlust. Revealed completely. When Jack's eyes swept over, Hai Yuan and the others instantly felt an unprecedented crisis. Their hair stood on end. It was as if he was being locked onto by a hungry and thirsty beast. However, at this moment, Luchin's calm voice sounded. Jack. Hearing Luchin's voice, a glimmer of clarity flashed across Jack's red eyes. He looked at Hai Yuan and the others, with a hint of regret in his eyes. Then, he kicked the black crystal under his feet, jumped up lightly, and landed steadily on the netherworld. His face once again showed that cynical, playful expression. Hey, Captain, everything is done. Seeing Jack's fawning attitude towards Luchin, the fear in Hai Yuan and others' hearts was hard to calm down. They know very well that, without the restraint of human friends, just now, this boss-level undead, they will definitely be slaughtered. After all, the murderous aura that Jack just emanated, so thick that it was almost palpable, was by no means an empty boast. Chapter 70 First Kiss. Go, collect all the Naga corpses. Luchin said, and threw the storage ring to Jack with a light toss. Jack took the ring and smiled bitterly. If I had known I would have to collect their bodies, I wouldn't have broken them so badly. He shook his head helplessly and began to organize. At this time, Fuyao gently swung her tail and slowly approached Luchin, her little face full of admiration. Human big brother, Fuyao doesn't even know your name yet? Sure enough, as soon as the elder brother made a move. These Nagas are nothing to worry about. My name is Luchin. Brother Luchin, can you come closer to me? Fuyao bit her red lips lightly. A shy blush appeared on her face, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. What is this little girl going to do? Luchin was slightly stunned. Then he raised an eyebrow and leaned forward. Suddenly, a faint sea fragrance wafts into my nose. Next, a soft, sweet, and smooth feeling flowed into his lips. It's Fuyao. This little mermaid unexpectedly gave Luchin a French kiss. Jack, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw this scene. The movements of his hands also stopped. He clenched his hands into fists, looking shocked. Captain, I was wondering why you killed the snake girl without hesitation. It turns out that you have been having an affair with the little mermaid for a long time. Wow, Captain, you ate all by yourself and didn't even leave one for me. Jack looked aggrieved. The captain is so bad. He obviously has a partner, but he won't let me and my beloved snake girl live together. At this moment, Lucien, completely immersed in Fuyao's passionate and sudden kiss. I couldn't hear Jack yelling at all. He had been single since birth and was completely dizzy from Fuyao's kiss. What's going on? Just kiss as soon as you come up? Are all other worlds so open now? When Lucien came to his senses, Fuyu ended her negative distance contact with Lucien with a flushed face. Ding, you have received the blessing of the sea god Fuyao's first kiss. Fuyao's first kiss, as the darling of the sea, the person she chooses will receive the blessing of the sea god. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Perception plus 10. Learn skill. Sea god's favor. Sea, you have been granted the breath of the deep sea, which can greatly extend the length of time you can hold your breath underwater. Although this skill makes you feel like you have the breath of the son of the sea, remember that you are still a human being after all. Ships are still necessary on the sea. After all, even the most beloved people of the sea god cannot defy the laws of nature and avoid drowning. The sudden reminder from the sky in his mind made Lucien stunned. Bless? Kissing this girl can add 40 attribute points? And also learn a sea-level skill? If this is kept and kissed every day, wouldn't it be more awesome than Taozi? Brother Lucien, I don't know how to thank you. This is the only way I can think of to repay you. Fuyao's face was flushed with shyness, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. At this time, Haiyuan slowly moved his tail fin and approached slowly. My dear friend Lucien, Fuyao is the only girl in my Haichao tribe who has been able to communicate with the sea god in the past 100 years. Her first kiss carries the sea god's blessing and expectations. His eyes fell on Fuyao tenderly, full of doting. There was also a hint of helplessness that was barely noticeable. Mermaids are loyal in their emotions. Fuyao's kiss means that her heart already belongs to someone, and she will never accept anyone else in this life. However, Fuyao has a special identity, and Lucien belongs to the human race. The two different trajectories seem to have already foreshadowed a future in which they would never intersect. So, from the moment Fuyu gave her that kiss, she embarked on a path of loneliness and was destined to be alone for the rest of her life. However, Lucien knew nothing about this. For him who came from the blue star, it was simply unimaginable that a simple kiss could determine the fate of a lifetime. Well, thank you. This blessing is very useful to me. He responded sincerely. Then, he turned to look at Fuyao and asked, Fuyao, you live in the ocean. Have you ever found any powerful creatures or strange sights around here? For Lucien, the surrounding sea beasts could no longer satisfy his hunting needs. He now urgently needs to find his next target. It would be best if it was a powerful boss-level creature like the demonized Gorgon. Fuyao hesitated for a moment, his eyes becoming somewhat solemn. Well, I once saw a huge statue in the northern seas. Whenever the tide went out, there seemed to be something terrifying under the statue. As she spoke, she fixed her eyes on Lucien. Seeing the glimmer of exploration in his eyes, he quickly admonished him. Brother Lucien, you must not take risks impulsively. It is very dangerous there, and you need to be at least level 10 in strength to get there. She knew Lucien's adventurous personality very well. This kind of character can be called bravery. It can also be called reckless. After all, Brother Lucien dared to go to Giant Lizard Island when he was at level 2. She didn't want Lucien to encounter any danger. At this time, Lucien noticed that Jack had collected all the Naga corpses and was sitting at the bow with a sullen look on his face. He nodded slightly, indicating that he understood the current situation. Turning his gaze to Fuyao's stunning face, Lucien's heart moved, and he remembered her outstanding healing ability. The evil dead is indeed short of a ship's doctor. How can we miss such an opportunity? In addition, Fuyao's pure and innocent character made him feel even more favorable towards her. Fuyao, do you want to come to the netherworld and become one of us? Lucien extended an invitation sincerely. This was the first time he took the initiative to recruit crew members after coming to the Tanyu world. When Fuyao heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, as if stars were twinkling in her eyes. She almost blurted out, yes. But at this moment, she seemed to remember something and her eyes became hesitant. Brother Lucien, I'm sorry. Fuyao still has some things to deal with. She whispered and silently added in her heart, Fuyao can't bring trouble to Brother Lucien. Seeing this, Lucien did not force her. He understood that a few words from him might change the trajectory of other people's lives, so it was reasonable for him to be rejected. He nodded slightly, to show respect for Fuyao's choice. Then he waved his hand. Jack, let's go. Following his command, The skeletons began to paddle their oars vigorously. The netherworld slowly sailed away from its original location. Fu Yao stared blankly at the black boat that was gradually going away. Finally, I couldn't help shouting. Brother Lu Qin, the clan leader is going to take us to live in Atlantis. If you ever go to Atlantis, you must come find me. She watched the nether gradually disappear into the black fog. My eyes gradually became moist. He was still muttering to himself, I must come. Seeing his sister like this, Hao Qin hugged her in his arms with heartache, gently comforting. Fu Yao, forget about him, he is just a passing stranger in our lives. On the deck, Lu Qin's eyes fell on Jack's angry look. I couldn't help but smile. This Jack. So interesting. Just because Fu Yao kissed me. Now I'm still angry. But Lu Qin, who lives on the Blue Star, has long learned how to skillfully draw big pictures. He coughed lightly. Jack, just go for it. If I come across a suitable female fairy or sea beast in the future, I will definitely leave one for you so that you can have a companion. When Jack heard this, my eyes lit up instantly. She rushed behind Lu Qin and massaged his shoulders attentively. He said with a big smile on his face, Hee hee, I know that you love me the most, Captain. Guji guji. Tuanzi was lying on top of Lu Qin's head. It squinted at Jack's flattering look. His eyes were full of contempt. Hey, you little dumpling, what are you looking at? I'm telling you, don't date an octopus when you grow up, or I'll laugh at you. Goo. Gee. That's all. A ghost and an octopus quarreled on the deck. The scene was very lively. Chapter 71: The Allied Nations That Keep Seeking Death. Ever since the news of Lu Qin killing the Tier 5 boss creature was broadcast throughout the entire 8th District, the Allied nations immediately became obedient. This directly caused the entire regional channel to go quiet. The survival bidding order in Lu Qin's hand was like a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the evolvers of various countries. The originally arrogant Allied countries instantly turned into docile kittens, afraid of attracting Lu Qin's attention. Because, in any sea area that joins the alliance, all of them have won a survival gamble. If you lose against Lu Qin, you will lose at least 40 attributes. This is a loss that no evolver can bear. Not to mention the sea areas like Fuso 903 and Nankoryo 942, which have already lost once. If we lose again, I'm afraid the survival of all the evolvers in the area will be greatly threatened. Not to mention that in 6 days a poisonous fog will arrive, and no one will be able to escape. Charles, oh God, why are you guys so quiet? Hush, Charles Kuhn, don't talk. The gambling order in the hands of that devil Lu Qin has not been activated yet. It would be bad if he targeted us. Fusong 903 District. Mr. Lu Qin actually defeated the 5th Order boss level beast. We in District 673 of Gallic Chicken must admit that we are no match for him. Therefore, we do not want to be enemies with District 1000. Mr. Lu Qin, we Gallic Chicken people apologize for the offense we caused you before. District 673 of Gallic Chicken. Alas, the Xinxiao people are as powerful as ever. We, the Tianju people, do not want to be their enemy. Tianju District 579. We in the Great Goryeo Empire have always respected the strong. Mr. Lu Qin, you have won the respect of our Great Goryeo Empire. We in the 942nd Sea District want to become friends with your 1000th Sea District. South Goryeo 942nd Sea District. In order to prevent the sea area where they are located from becoming a target of land subsidence. At this moment, the words of the people in the alliance no longer had the arrogance and domineering tone they had before. Instead, he blatantly began to show his goodwill to Lu Qin. At this moment, the alliance led by the United States seems to be in danger. Charles, oh, gentlemen, you don't have to be afraid of that Lu Qin. He won't live long. These words are like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It instantly caused ripples in the regional chat channel. Mr. Charles, what do you mean by that? Do you have any way to deal with that devil? Fuso 903C area. A spark of hope ignited in the hearts of the Fuso people. They knew that given the complicated grievances between Fuso and Xinxia, other countries might be able to reach some kind of reconciliation with Xinxia. But for them, there will only be a fight to the death with Xinxia, and the Xinxia people will never let them go easily. Charles, haha. Everyone, please rest assured. I have used a precious invasion order and invited Prince Vandros to attack Xinxia District 1000. As soon as these words came out, the 8th District was instantly in an uproar. Oh, God, it's our sun never set devil, and you actually gave him the invasion order. The sun never sets, Zone 356. Nanny? Is he strong? Fuso 903 District. He is a vampire, a terrifying vampire. He can suck the blood of the evolved to enhance his own strength. In Zone 001 where he is the only one left alive. All the evolvers have become his blood food. I can't imagine how powerful he is now. Zone 356 of the never-setting sun. The words of the man on whom the sun never sets were filled with fear. Obviously, this Vandross. When on the blue planet, it was the nightmare of the people on whom the sun never sets. However, hearing about the existence of such evil and terrifying vampires, the allied nations in the 8th region cheered with joy. Because this scary vampire's target now is the demon Luchin that has made them so nervous. In an instant, those alliance members who had just shown goodwill towards Xinxia District 1000 tore off their disguises. Ah, I finally don't have to pretend anymore. You damn Xinxia people, how dare you take away 40 precious attribute points from us? I want to watch you all go to destruction one by one. South Goryeo District 942. Ha 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 ha. We Fuso people have finally waited for this moment. Someone is finally able to punish that damn Luchin. Fuso District 903. Oh, Devil Luchin, I take back what I said before. Our great Gauls will never succumb to your force. We will also plunder all the attributes of the Xinxia people. Gaul 673 area. This must be the will of Lord Shiva. We, the Indians, will follow the guidance of Lord Shiva and destroy all these Xia people. District 579 of Indians. Ding. Successfully captured Nagaloth, level 7. You obtain B-level talent. Petrifying Gaze, agility increased by 11 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed Sabbath, level 6. You obtain D-level talent, lightning control, strength increased by 10 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed 6 Naga warriors, level 5, agility increased by 86 points. Ding. Successfully absorbed 30 Naga warriors, 4th level, agility increased by 430 points. Accompanied by a series of celestial reminder sounds. The surging energy poured into Lu Chin's body like a tide. On the sea, the corpses of the Naga people turned into shriveled shells one by one and scattered everywhere. Haha, it feels so good. Lu Chin hugged Tuanzi tightly, and his hearty laughter echoed in the sea breeze. Just this wave of intake. Tuanzi helped Lu Chin gain a total of 179 points of agility and 10 points of strength. This kind of gain is equivalent to the attribute points that other evolvers can accumulate after working hard to upgrade to nearly 9 levels. Even more precious is that Nagaroth not only contributed agility, but his B-level talent, Petrifying Gaze, also fell into Lu Chin's pocket. This talent is extremely powerful. It is almost equivalent to an instant and powerful crowd control skill. In addition, Naga leader Sabaz's D-level talent, lightning control, was also mastered by Lu Chin. Not only that, defeat the 7th level Nagaros and the 6th level Sabas, as well as 6 5th level and 34th level Naga warriors. It brought a total of 11,400 points of life energy to Lu Chin. After splitting it with Tuanzi, one person and one beast each gained 5,700 life energy points. With the nourishment of this huge energy, the little dumpling finally entered the 2nd level. Level 2, 1180/20,000. Guji Guji. The little ball's tentacles rubbed against Lu Chin's body happily. Obviously extremely comfortable. However, Lu Chin widened his eyes. After looking at the little girl's pink body for a long time, it just absorbed 10,000 life energy points and finally advanced to the next level. But there doesn't seem to be any obvious changes. Chapter 72 Dragon Scale Armor, Blood Prince. The dumpling still maintains its pink, small and exquisite appearance. Just like a non-threatening little thing. Certainly. Very cute. Maybe the cute enemy can't do it. It seems that if you don't leave the larval stage, there won't be any major changes. But at what level does Tuanzi enter the growth stage? Thinking about this, Lu Chin couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, my current upgrade speed is not slow, as long as you don't slack off. He believed that Tuanzi would grow up soon, etc. Lu Chin then noticed that. This time, it took in the bodies of 34th level Naga warriors. Each one only absorbed 4 points of agility. Isn't that right? I remember that if I take in a 4th level sea beast, I should get 8 attribute points, right? How did it decay to 4 points? Lu Chin's heart moved, and he soon understood the reason. This situation was exactly the same as what he encountered when he acquired ordinary grade weapons. Apparently, as he continued to take, the energy of low-level corpses has gradually become insignificant to him. It is difficult to provide much useful nutrients. If he wants to continue to improve his strength, he must turn his attention to higher-level creatures. Thinking of this, Lu Chin couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He realized how valuable his previous adventures were. If he had relied on Tuanzi's golden finger at the beginning. Choose stable development. Although you can become a master with some achievements. But compared with the potential shown now, the gap is simply a world of difference. A truly strong person never grows up in a greenhouse. They need to be tempered in the wind and rain and make breakthroughs and challenges so that they can continue to climb new heights. Lu Chen knew this very well and was glad for his previous choice. By the way, before I killed the demonized Gorgon, I remember that Tianyu rewarded a silver-level equipment. Lu Chen quickly turned his attention to the storage ring. Since that battle, he has been busy. I haven't had a chance to take a closer look at this reward until now. Dragon Scale Armor, Silver Intermediate. Armor pieces carefully forged from rare dragon scales, can be inlaid in key parts of the ship, requires one small equipment slot. This armor piece is not only as hard as iron, but can also absorb and rebound enemy attacks to a certain extent. This is ship equipment. Lu Chen's heart moved. I remembered that after the nether ship was upgraded to an advanced novice canoe, a small equipment slot was added. This dragon scale armor came at the right time and can be used just fine. He waved his right hand, ready to equip the dragon scale armor. The Tianyu prompt sounded. Ding, please select the position covered by the dragon scale armor. Location? Lu Chen frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he made a decision in his heart. I am either attacking or on the way to attack. The bow, as the part that charges forward, is undoubtedly the place that needs the most protection. With this in mind, Lu Chen chose the bow as the equipment location for the dragon scale armor without hesitation. As his mind moved, the dragon scale armor seemed to be pulled by an invisible thread and slowly floated towards the bow of the netherworld. Ding, the dragon scale armor has been equipped to the bow. As the Tianyu prompt sound fell, the bow of the netherworld suddenly emitted a dark light. Then, a deep dragon roar echoed in the hull, shaking every inch of the wooden board. Lu Chen's eyes were fixed. The wooden planks on the bow began to move slowly, as if they had life, and eventually condensed into the shape of a black dragon's head. The dragon's eyes are tightly closed and its horns are majestic, revealing an inviolable majesty. The dragon head was perfectly integrated with the hull of the netherworld. The dragon scale shone with a cold luster, which was particularly eye-catching on the dim sea surface. Yet it blends in with the eerie aura of the Erebus, as if this ghost ship now has its own patron beast. After equipping the dragon scale armor, the nether's defense column was directly raised to high. Lu Chen stared at the ship panel in front of him. The latest ship panel is at the end of the chapter. He rubbed his chin unconsciously, lost in thought. He knows the path of human talent evolution. But how can the talent of this ship be evolved? After all 4 talents on the netherworld are extremely useful. Forget it. We'll know later. Lu Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, the announcement of the Tianyu system suddenly echoed in Area 1000. Emergency announcement from Tianyu. Vandros in the Novice Sea Area 001 of the Sun Never Sets War Zone has issued an invasion order. Invasion parties. Novice Sea Area number 001 in the Never Setting Sun War Zone. Invasion. Novice Sea Area number 1000 in the Xinxia War Zone. Number of survivors on both sides. 1. Area 001. 915. Area 1000. Tianyu reminder. The Evolver Fanjuisi from Area 001 has been successfully teleported to the Novice Sea area of Area 1000 through the invasion order. Please pay attention, all Evolvers. Kill the invaders to get a lot of contribution points. Contribution points can be used to exchange equipment and supplies in the Fleet Store or Tianyu Store. As the announcement continued, a scarlet bloodboat suddenly tore through space and appeared in the sea area of 1000 area. On the bloodboat, a slender figure stood proudly. It was the Blood Prince who was highly expected by the allied countries, Vandros. Vantros's face was pale and delicate. He took a deep breath, as if he could smell the vitality in the air of Area 1000. His eyes sparkled with desire, and he murmured to himself, "Oh, the smell of a living person. The great Vandros hasn't sucked fresh human blood for several days. Your Excellency, a new hunting ground has been discovered. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Behind him, 9 blood slaves with haggard faces bowed and saluted. They were originally ordinary evolvers from the 001C area. But now he has become Vandros' blood slave and lost his status as an evolver. The status is the same as the skeleton warrior summoned by Lu Chen. "Sir, there is a Xinxia warship at 9 o'clock on the left side." A blood slave stretched out his skinny fingers, pointing directly at a 1000 zone intermediate novice wooden boat in the distance. "Ha ha ha ha, prey, fresh prey, this prince wants to taste it first." Vandros laughed loudly, and his body instantly turned into a group of dark bats, flying towards the novice wooden boat. Lu Chen's latest panel. Name, Lu Chen Cursed. Level 5, 6780/10,000. Position, Supervisor, 500/10,000. Evolution points, 4. Death energy, 2700 L. Strength, 178. Agility, 341. Constitution, 260I. Perception, 260. Free attribute points, 0. Talent. Level A, control of the undead. B level, undead curse, stone gaze, mountain power, 0.25, on Myoji. C level, plant affinity, poison control, flame control, 5, ice control. D level, super strength, super speed, 5, invisibility, super perception, super physique, hearing perception, lightning control. E level 2, superior sense of smell, 10, perspective, superior vision. Skill, Winebreaker, overseer exclusive. When the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. Skill, corpse explosion, A level, an extremely cruel undead skill that can cause corpses or undead creatures to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that causes huge damage to the enemy. There is a reason why people are afraid of undead skills. They are just too brutal. Skill, favor of the sea god, sea level. You have been granted the breath of the deep sea, which can greatly extend the time you can hold your breath underwater. Oh, now you don't need equipment to dive. But be careful, you are not a fish, and you will still drown after a long time. Ship, advanced novice wooden boat, enhanced. Comprehensive combat strength assessment. Unable to assess for the supervisor, realms are ridiculous. Anyone who relies on realms to fight the supervisor will die miserably. Because of the higher level B-level mountain power, the D-level earth control has been converted into 0.25 of the mountain power's evolution experience. Cursed enhanced novice canoe, netherworld, captain, Lu Chen. Level, advanced. Crew, 10 tenths. Durability, 700. Weapon slot, small weapon 1-1, whaling crossbow, bronze primary. Equipment slot, small equipment 1/1, dragon scale armor, silver intermediate. Speed, medium, paddling. Defense, high, light armor. Talents, ghost ship, B level, Sakura guardian, C, ecological symbiosis, D level, extreme speed, D level. I'm afraid of being accused of padding the word count, so I've never dared to write more panels. In the future, I will only show the full panel at the end of the chapter when the protagonist's strength changes dramatically. Chapter 73, The Terrifying Vandross. On the Iron Wolf. Captain Dong Jiqiang frowned, replaying the contents of Tianyu's report in his mind, with a look of disbelief. Invasion order? There's only one person on the other side, and he's actively invading more than 900 of us? Did I hear that correctly? Dong Jiqiang is a strong man on the 1000 level ranking list. The level has reached 4. At this time, Wei Dread behind him looked particularly heavy-hearted. He pushed the frame and said anxiously, Brother Chong, something is wrong. I just took a look at the 8th District channel. It seems that this Vandross is the work of the Americans. Before he finished speaking, a crew member pointed at the sea in fear, his face pale, his voice trembling with nervousness. Brother Chong, Brother Wei, look over there. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. A blood-colored boat quietly emerged. Even more frightening was the swarm of bats that flapped their wings and flew over from the boat. The oppressive feeling they exuded was as real as a substance, almost stopping the heartbeats of all the crew members. Huh, is this Vandross? Dong Jiqiang's eyes shone, as if some kind of power was awakened in his body. He took a deep breath. The muscles of the whole body tensed up instantly and began to swell rapidly. A crimson light shone through his skin, enveloping his entire body, and his aura became incomparably powerful. Sea-level talent, muscle expansion. Thanks to the great god Lu Chen. Dong Jiqiang gained 60 free attributes, plus 3 evolution points. He used these evolution points to successfully supercharge his D-level strength and evolve it to C-level muscle expansion. Looking at the rapidly approaching group of bats, Dong Jiqiang hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and ordered. The 5 of us will meet the enemy. Warner, you continue to remain invisible and don't show up. There are 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf. At this point, Dong Jiqiang's tone became heavier. If we are defeated, Warner, please be sure to send Vandross's intelligence through the chat channel to warn everyone. At this time, an urgent response came from the corner of the Iron Wolf. Brother Chong, I don't want to. I want to fight with everyone. There's no time. Do as I say. Dong Jiqiang shouted and suddenly pulled out a huge axe from his back. Get ready for battle. At this moment, the dark swarm of bats suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the sky above the Iron Wolf. In addition to Dong Jiqiang, there are 4 crew members. There was almost no time to react. The bats swarmed over him, tearing him apart and sucking his blood. In a flash, the 4 of them turned into 4 withered corpses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Groups of bats also launched a fierce attack on Dong Jiqiang. However, Dong Jiqiang's muscular body was like a solid wall of steel, and the bat's sharp fangs could hardly penetrate it. Spread out. Dong Jiqiang roared. The huge axe in his hand was swung down fiercely with a whistling sound. Instantly, the bats in the sky gathered together as if summoned, and transformed into a figure in an evening gown. It's Vandross. Weijia, everyone. Dong Jiqiang's eyes swept across his teammates who had turned into mummies, and finally fixed on Fanjuisi, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. The great god Lu Qin gave everyone in Zone 1060 points of free attributes and 3 points of evolution. Weijia and his 4 companions, although only at level 3. But everyone has D-level talent, and their strength should not be underestimated. But in the blink of an eye, he died. How powerful is this Vandross? Ah, the taste of blood is so delicious. Vandross landed lightly on the deck of the Iron Wolf. His arms were spread out leisurely and his face was filled with satisfaction. Just now, he absorbed the blood of the 4 Xinxia evolvers, which contributed a total of 7 attribute points to him. The energy contained in the blood of these Xinxia people is really powerful. It's so delicious. Oh, there's a little bug missing. Interesting, really interesting. Vanjuisi's pale fingers slowly adjusted his collar, and he glanced at Dong Jiqiang who was looking serious in front of him. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stop being so arrogant. I will avenge my brothers today. Dong Jiqiang roared, suppressing the throbbing in his heart. The muscles in the body tensed instantly and expanded again. Facing such a terrifying enemy, Dong Jiqiang did not dare to have any reservations. The muscles expand and are unleashed with all their strength. In a flash, he transformed into a giant with bulging muscles. The whole body is flashing with red light. The huge axe cut through the air, carrying the force of thunder, and slashed towards Vandross. However, the huge axe that carries a tremendous force. It was held firmly by a pale hand. Dong Jiqiang tried his best. However, the huge axe seemed to be firmly embedded in his palm, without moving at all. How is this possible? Dong Jiqiang's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Strength has always been his most proud asset. He invested a lot of free attribute points into strength. This also gave him a basic strength of more than 70 points. At this moment, under the full force of his muscle expansion talent, the power he instantly burst out was nearly a terrifying 300 points. This axe. Don't say it's a human being. Even a 4th-order sea beast would find it difficult to withstand it and would either die or be injured. However, such a shocking axe was caught easily by Vanjuisi. Could it be that Vandross's power has exceeded 300 points? How is this possible? Oh, your strength is not bad. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Now, you are barely worthy of my attention. Vanjuisi sneered. Then he suddenly pulled with his right hand. The huge axe that Dong Jiqiang was holding tightly slipped out of his hand in an instant. Before Dong Jiqiang could react, Vandross has turned into a bloody shadow. He grabbed Dong Jiqiang's neck with lightning speed. Then, a huge force surged out. He was thrown hard onto the deck. Vanjuisi showed his fangs and got close to Dong Jiqiang's neck. I heard that the strongest person in your 1000th zone is called Lu Qin. Where is he now? Hearing Vandross's questioning, a sneer appeared on Dong Jiqiang's face. Do you think you are very strong? Master Lu. Master Lu Qin will show you what a truly strong person is. He will avenge me. Don't even think about getting any information from me. Before Dong Jiqiang traveled to the world of Tianyu, he was just an ordinary worker. Facing death, he also felt fear in his heart. But facing this vampire, he knew very well that even if he betrayed Master Lu Qin, he would still be doomed to have his blood sucked dry. It would be better to do so, as it would be worthy of the 2 survival gambles that Master Lu Qin had helped him win. Court death. Vanjuisi's fangs instantly pierced into Dong Jiqiang's neck. Dong Jiqiang's limbs suddenly struggled violently as if they were out of control. His originally sturdy body began to shrink and become shriveled at an alarming rate. Chapter 74. An evolver whose average attributes are higher than Lu Qin. Plop. A muffled sound. Dong Jiqiang's shriveled body was like an abandoned rag doll, and was mercilessly thrown into the surging waves by Vanjuisi. Haha, do you think I can't find it if you don't tell me? Vandross stretched out his tongue and gently brushed across his lips. There was a greedy gleam in his eyes. Then he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if catching something in the air. But in a moment, his eyes flew open, and a hideous smile appeared on his lips. Found it. That vigorous vitality is definitely from Lu Qin, and the direction is to the east. Vandross muttered to himself, then he swung his right arm violently, and his body instantly turned into a rolling black mist, transforming into countless bats, flapping their wings and flying high. A long time. A faint sobbing sounded in the dark corner of the Iron Wolf. Warner, the girl with the ability to become invisible. He covered his lips tightly with his hands, and his body trembled slightly as he revealed his figure. Brother Chang, everyone. Warner didn't dare to cry until now. Tears rolled down her eyes like beads that had broken off the string, dripping onto the cold deck. No, I can't let Brother Chang and everyone else die in vain. Recalling Dong Jiqiang's instructions before his death, Wana quickly wiped away her tears. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the chat channel in Zone 1000. At this moment, the chat channel in Zone 1000 was already in an uproar. No, what's going on? We've been invaded by someone? Am I seeing things right? Is Vandross from Area 001 tired of living? How dare he come to our Area 1000 and act wildly alone? If I see him, I will skin him alive. Everyone, don't be careless. Take a look at the chat channel of the 8th District. This Vandross must be no simple person. Fuck. This Vandross invasion order was given by the Americans. They actually think that with just this Vandross, they can wipe out more than 900 people in our 1000th zone. How is this possible? Tang Hong, that's right. There's no need for my godfather to do anything. My ship can kill this so-called vampire prince. Haha. Since Tang Hong got 60 attribute points and 3 evolution points, he is now full of confidence. It's not just Tang Hong. There are no soft persimmons in our 1000th district. If Fanjuisi dares to make trouble, let him have a taste of kicking the iron wall. Yang Zimo, everyone, don't take it lightly. Don't act alone. Gather with the nearby warships immediately. We don't know the details of Vandross yet. We must not underestimate the enemy. Boss Yang, got it. With Master Luchin, Boss Yang, and Boss Lee Cine here, I am not worried about this so-called vampire prince at all. Until this moment. There is still a relaxed atmosphere in the chat channel. Suddenly, a series of prompts from the Tianyu system rang out. Suddenly, everyone's nerves were tense. Ding, the evolvers Wei Jie, Wang Ming, Li Xiong, and Zhou Ziheo from Area 1000 were killed by the evolver Fanjuisi from Area 001. Before the crowd could react, another cold reminder sounded. Let everyone's heart be more heavy. Ding, Dong Jiqiang, the evolver from Area 1000, was killed by Fanjuisi, the evolver from Area 001. Dong Jiqiang, it's the Iron Wolf. There's an accident on the Iron Wolf. Dong Jiqiang is at the top of the list. He's already level 4, and the other crew members on the Iron Wolf are all level 3. How is this possible? Damn it. It was that vampire who did it. On the one-horned rhino, Yang Zimo was hunting a 4th level sea beast. Seeing Tianyu's reminder, his heart tightened. He immediately waved to Long Howren and the others, signaling them to give up the pursuit. He remembered that there were 6 crew members on the Iron Wolf. Now it only shows that 5 people were killed, so there should still be people alive. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Is there anyone still alive on the Iron Wolf? After a few seconds, Warner's portrait flickered. Everyone, I'm sorry, our Iron Wolf couldn't stop that vampire. Whoa. Seeing that there were indeed survivors on the Iron Wolf, everyone asked immediately. Sister Warner, stop crying and tell me what happened. Yes, don't be impatient. Speak slowly. We will definitely avenge you. That bastard Vandross really thinks he can just walk around like that with just a few tricks. Warner, everyone, don't be impulsive. Fanjuisi is much stronger than we thought. I can survive because Brother Chang asked me to tell everyone his information so that everyone can prepare in advance. Then, Wana shared Vandross's attribute panel to the chat channel. Evolver, Vandross Blood Clan. Level 5, 1635/10,000. Strength, 312. Agility, 321. Constitution, 332. Perception, 314. Talent, Feast of Blood, Level B. By absorbing the blood of the same kind, you can plunder some of their attribute points for gain, and the gain lasts for 15 days. Skill, Bat Swarm Incarnation, Level B. A mysterious vampire skill that allows Vandross to transform into a group of surging bats for a short period of time. Not only can it fly freely in the air, but it can also launch a surprise attack on the enemy with lightning speed. Oh, Mom, I can fly. Ship, Advanced Novice Wooden Ship, Blood Feast, with C-Class Ship Talent, Night Sailor. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation, Level 510 and above. For some freaks, comprehensive combat power evaluation is becoming more and more difficult. Oh, there is one in your area too. When everyone's eyes fell on the astonishing value on Vandross's panel, the chat channel fell silent instantly, as if even the air had frozen. In every corner of Area 1000, a subtle but clear gasp was heard almost simultaneously. Even Yang Zimo, who was known for his calmness. At this moment, his right hand trembled slightly, and his fingertips gently tapped the handrail on the side of the boat. Vandross's 4-dimensional attributes suddenly came into view. Each item exceeded the 300-point mark. Yang Zimo knew that he was already one of the strongest in Zone 1000. But his four-dimensional attributes, on average, just passed the threshold of 60. In comparison, Vandross's attributes are 5 times greater than his. 5 times. This number was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. This means that in terms of speed, strength, perception, and even resistance to attack, Vandross can form a comprehensive and overwhelming crushing advantage over him. Fuck. Is this guy still a human being? Zhou Yu, who was standing by, almost popped his eyes out of his sockets when he saw Vandross's attributes. Longhorn slammed the huge shield in his hand heavily on the deck, making a dull sound. His face was gloomy, and he turned to Yang Zimo with a serious look. Old Yang, it's dangerous. Li Ming's eyelids drooped slightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and he analyzed in a deep voice. Now I understand why Vandross is the only one left alive in Area 001. I'm afraid that the others have been sucked dry by him and have become his nourishment. Chapter 75 Dad, run. After a few seconds of deathly silence in the chat channel, someone sent a message in disbelief. Tang Hong, well, Sister Warner, do you think, is it possible that this data has an extra 0? Hey, Tang Hong, let's face the reality. You and I both know that Tianyu can't be wrong. The attributes of this vampire are probably really over 300. Now I understand why the people on the Iron Wolf couldn't even hold on for a second. This attribute is too terrifying. It's all because of those damn Americans. They're afraid of us, so they deliberately put the devil Vandross into our district. Complaining is useless. On the battlefield, only those who are alive have the last laugh. We have to quickly think of how to deal with this Vandross. At this time, Yang Zimo spoke up. Everyone, I have just carefully studied the information brought back by Sister Warner. Although Vandross's attributes will skyrocket every time he sucks blood, this enhancement is time-limited. If we don't fight him head-on and wait for 15 days, he will recover to the level of an ordinary evolver. At that time, he will be at our disposal. Boss Yang is right. Warner, Sister Warner, where is Vandross now? We must quickly inform everyone to avoid him. However, Warner's answer made everyone's heart rise to their throat. He went to find Master Lu Qin. Fuck, this bastard must have attracted the attention of Master Lu Qin from the beginning. Lu Qin, Master Lu Qin, it's dangerous, run. Lu Qin, Godfather, you are the spiritual pillar of our District 1000. Please don't let anything happen to you. Lu Qin, Brother Lu Qin, Vandross is not a pushover. You must be careful. In an instant, the chat channel was filled with Lu Qin. The message that he should run away was flooding the screen. Yang Zimo also sent a message to advise, Lu Qin, this Vandross is extremely dangerous. He is looking for you now. You should hide quickly. However, at this moment, an evolver suddenly sent out a message. Fuck. I saw Master Lu Qin's netherworld. How is it? Has Master Lu Qin avoided Vandross? The speed of Lord Lu Qin's netherworld is still very fast. If he really wants to escape, Vandross won't be able to catch up. As long as Master Lu Qin is safe, I will feel relieved. However, the next words of the evolver made everyone's heart suddenly tighten. It seems that Master Lu Qin not only did not escape, but went straight in the direction of Vandross. As soon as these words came out, the chat channel was instantly boiling, and everyone was panicking. Dad, I know you are strong, but Vandross is a real monster. We can't fight him head-on. Lu Qin, Master Lu Qin, please turn around quickly. All the attributes of Vandross are above 300 points, and his comprehensive combat power exceeds level 10. You are no match for him. Lu Qin, Master Lu Qin, you are my faith. You can't get into trouble. Let's follow what Master Yang said and avoid Vandross first. It would be better to wait 15 days before dealing with him. Yang Zimo saw that Lu Qin not only did not flee, but went straight to fight Vandross. My heart suddenly sank. He knew Lu Qin Xiang. However, Vandross's attributes have exceeded the limits that current evolvers can reach. Lu Qin is the hope of the entire 1000 district, and even the entire Xinxia. Nothing can happen to him. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo hurriedly Lu Qin again in the chat channel, with a somewhat anxious and earnest tone. Lu Qin, Vandross has absorbed the power of thousands of people in Area 001. The degree of its horror is unimaginable. If you fight him now, it's equivalent to fighting thousands of people in the entire 001 area. This is really inappropriate. We should avoid the sharp edge for the time being and make long-term plans. However, at this critical moment, Li Sini's words suddenly made the originally noisy chat channel quiet down. Li Sini, everyone, there's no need to persuade me. It's been so long, don't you understand Lu Qin's character? How could he choose to retreat just because his opponent is too strong? If he was really afraid, he would not be Lu Qin, and he would not have achieved what he has today. Instead of wasting time trying to persuade him, why don't you come with me to support him? Hearing Li Sini's words, Yang Zimo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly, with a bitter smile on his face. Sometimes I really don't know whether Lu Qin is really extremely powerful or just too reckless, he muttered to himself. However, his eyes soon became firm. But no matter whether you are confident in yourself or simply reckless, I, Yang Zimo, will stand by you without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Yang Zimo sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, gather in the direction of Lu Qin, let's go support him together. After seeing the news about Yang Zimo and Li Sini, the people in Area 1000 were still afraid of Vandross's strength. But they also know that hiding is not a long-term solution. After all, there are less than 6 days left before the poisonous fog arrives. If they just hide blindly, even if they can temporarily avoid Vandross's pursuit, nor could they build a sloop to escape in these novice seas. Fuck, do it. The worst that can happen is death. Who's afraid of who? Our Fuxing is only 2 nautical miles away from Master Lu Qin. We will be there soon. I'm going too. Without Master Lu Qin, no one in our District 1000 can survive. For a time, hundreds of warships in Area 1000 turned around, quickly assemble towards the direction where Lu Qin is. Between the 0001 and 1000 sea areas in the 8th region, a fierce war is about to begin. At this moment, in the chat channel of the 8th District, Charles also sent Vandross's attribute panel to the regional chat channel. This caused the evolvers from all the alliance countries to celebrate. All 4 attributes are over 300. Even if Lu Qin could kill a level 5 boss creature. However, in front of such a terrifying Vandross, there is only one way to go, which is death. Yoshi, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Prince Fanjusi to be so powerful. Now, that damn Lu Qin and those damn Xinxiao people are dead. Oh my. When the time comes, our great Goryeo Empire will definitely plunder all the lost attribute points from these Xinxiao people. Oh, great Mr. Charles, please help me ask, has Prince Vandross killed the devil Lu Qin now? If he is determined to escape, I am afraid that Prince Vandross may not be able to catch up with him, right? Chapter 76, Supervisor versus Vampire. At this moment, Fanjusi's profile picture flashed, and his tone was full of pride and disdain. Everyone, don't worry. The blood of those Xinxiao people is extremely delicious. That Lu Qin, haha, he might have been scared silly by me, and he actually rushed directly towards me. Soon, he will become a delicacy in my mouth. Vandross words. The originally somewhat nervous evolutionists of the Alliance of Nations were completely relieved. Ha ha ha, oh my god. Although Lu Qin has such powerful strength, his brain may not be very good. He didn't run away when he met such a powerful Prince Vandross. Charles. Oh, it seems that Lu Qin is very confident in his own strength, but in front of the powerful Prince Vandross, he will soon experience what despair is. We have found the survival betting order for the Gallic chickens. We are just waiting for Prince Fanjusi to kill Lu Qin. Then we can plunder those weak Xinxiao people to our heart's content. Lord Shiva has also issued an order. We, the Indians, will resolutely carry out Lord Shiva's order and wipe out all those Xinxiao people. Vandross? Average attribute over 300? Lu Qin's eyes swept across Vandross's attribute panel in the chat channel, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Interesting. I thought my attributes were already top-notch. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the 8th district who could surpass him. It seems that we still can't take it lightly. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on Blue Star. There are many people who have had adventures like me. Looking at the many messages in the chat channel, advising him to stay out of the spotlight. Lu Qin just shook his head slightly. I finally met an evolver that piqued my interest. How could I not meet him? So Lu Qin chuckled and sent a message in the chat channel to comfort everyone. Everyone, don't worry, I know what to do. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved. Jack, heading 055, full speed ahead, there's an interesting guy waiting for us ahead. Yes, Captain. Higi, it looks like another toy is coming to our door. Jack grinned. The black crystal in his hand flashed and condensed into a long whip, which he whipped towards the paddled skeleton. Speed up, you lazybones. The skeletons were driven by the whip, and the speed of paddling increased instantly. The Erebus was like a ghost in the dark night, breaking through the waves, heading straight towards the blood banquet in front, under the spotlight of many eyes. Lu Qin's netherworld and Vandross's blood banquet were getting closer and closer. 1000 Zone Chat Channel. Xinjiawei. Everyone, Lord Lu Qin's netherworld is about to collide with Vandross's blood feast. My raging wave is right next to it, and my hands are shaking with nervousness. Should I go and help? No, you are too weak. If you rashly help now, you might even increase Vandross's attributes. Yes, Brother Jiawei, you wait for us there now. We are all rushing to Master Lu Qin. Xinjiawei. Okay, what should I do now? Doesn't Tianyu have a live broadcast function? Turn on the live broadcast and let us see what Fanjusi is capable of first, so that we can support Master Lu Qin later. Yang Zimo, yes, you start the live broadcast first, and the others should speed up and come to support Lu Qin as soon as possible. My one-horned rhino will arrive in 20 minutes. Yang Zimo, also, everyone, see who has silver. This Vandross is a vampire, so he should be afraid of silver. Boss Yang Zimo, I have a pair of silver earrings. I have a silver bracelet. My necklace is silver. Yang Zimo, okay. Everyone gather the silverware and give it to Li Sini. Li Sini's magnetic manipulation has evolved to sea-level metal manipulation. She can use these silverware for long-range attacks. Yang Zimo, Li Sini, how long will it take for your morning star to arrive? We have to support Lu Qin as soon as possible. We can't let him fight alone. Li Sini, 15 minutes. At this time, Qin Jiawei has started the live broadcast. The evolvers who were moving towards Lu Qin at full speed rushed into Qin Jiawei's live broadcast room. In the screen. On the rough ocean. A ghost ship wrapped in black fog and a blood-red boat. Like two sharp swords. Show your edge and confront each other diametrically. Your Excellency, I didn't expect this Xinxia man to be so courageous that he wasn't scared away by your terrifying power. A blood slave stared at the approaching netherworld. His tone was full of surprise. In the never-setting sun area 001, which evolver would not be terrified and flee in panic upon seeing the prince? However, these Xinxia people not only did not flee. Instead, he took the initiative to move forward, as if seeking death. Ha ha ha, that's good too. It saves me the trouble of looking for it. A sneer appeared on Vandross's lips. Then he waved his right arm. His body instantly transformed into a group of black bats, swooping down towards the Cerberus. Hey, this little toy over there looks interesting. Jack had a ferocious look on his face, and was about to step forward to fight. But Lu Qin reached out to stop him. Jack, leave this guy to me. There was a strong fighting spirit in Lu Qin's eyes. Among today's evolvers, few can match him. Now that he had finally met an opponent who could fight with him for a few moves, how could he give in to Jack so easily? Jack shrugged and took a step back. Well, Captain, you go ahead. Are you two arguing about who's going to die first? Among the bats in the sky, Vandross's voice was full of disdain. Next. The swarm of bats suddenly sped up and headed straight for Lu Qin. B-level skill, bat incarnation. Previously, Weijia and 4 others on the Iron Wolf were killed instantly by this move. Now Fandral wants to use the same trick again. Suck Lu Qin's blood dry. The blood of the strongest person in this 1000th zone must be delicious. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanied by the shrill screams of bats, countless bats bared their fangs and bit Lu Qin's skin fiercely. Suddenly, boom. A blazing flame suddenly erupted from Lu Qin's body, like a volcano erupting. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, countless bats were engulfed by the flames, emitting shrill wails, and then turned into ashes that floated in the air. The remaining bats quickly gathered together, reshaped into the form of Vandross. A person with fire ability? Humph, you've managed to escape this disaster by luck. Vandross snorted coldly. The power of fire happens to be the nemesis of his bat incarnation. That's it. Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. If Vandross is so weak, Lu Qin will be disappointed. Hee. Seeing the contempt in Lu Qin's eyes, Vandross. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth opened and he let out a sinister laugh. The body under the cloak trembled slightly with laughter. Boy, you obviously haven't seen the true power of Prince Vandross. The little trick just now was just a snack before the meal. There was a threat in his words that should not be underestimated. Then, the voice suddenly rose and became sharp and piercing. Next, I will let you understand what true attribute suppression is. Vandross's body was shaken. 321 points of agility are instantly fully activated. Like a wild animal breaking free from its bonds. The whole person instantly turned into a bloody afterimage and pounced towards Lu Qin at an astonishing speed. Chapter 77 Attributes Crush Vandross. Oh, Ints. I want to show you. With 321 points of agility, the speed that can be achieved is terrifying. Vandross thought proudly. He bared his fangs and bit towards Lu Qin's neck. However, facing Vandross's extremely swift attack, there was a hint of teasing in Lu Qin's eyes. Interesting. This Vandross actually thought he could beat me in terms of speed. Ridiculous. Lu Qin kicked hard with his right foot and his body quickly retreated backwards. Vandross's sharp fangs were already approaching Lu Qin's neck. It was as if I touched the air. The prey that was about to be caught suddenly became out of reach. He looked carefully and saw that Lu Qin's movement speed was almost the same as his. How was this possible? Vandross was horrified. I had absorbed the strength of thousands of people to temporarily increase my agility to 321 points. And this land sinking. A mere level 5 evolver. How could his speed be comparable to his? Could it be that his agility has exceeded 321 points? No, that's impossible. However, the shock in Vandro's heart had not yet subsided. Then a green light flashed under Lu Qin's feet, and he instantly started to move at super speed. Lu Qin, who was originally as fast as him. At this moment, the speed suddenly increased 3 times. It turned into a residual image and disappeared from Vandro's side in the blink of an eye. Not good. Fanjuisi was shocked. But before he could react, Lu Qin's figure appeared beside him silently like a ghost. Next, a white and slender hand suddenly attacked with lightning speed. Bang! A crisp and loud slap echoed on the sea. Fanjuisi was slapped by this sudden and powerful slap and spun twice. Then he stood there in a daze, his face full of shock. Oh, I have 321 agility points. I was actually crushed in speed. The most unacceptable thing is that this Lu Qin is attacking himself. It turned out to be a very insulting big bitch. Do you know how much damage a big vagina can do to a vampire? This sudden scene. The entire sea area fell into silence for a moment. On the blood feast, the blood slaves who originally had grim smiles on their faces, fully expecting Lu Qin to be sucked dry of blood. He froze for a moment, his eyes empty. Did I see it wrong? I just saw that this Xinxia man was faster than the prince. A blood slave muttered to himself in disbelief. However, the blood slaves beside him were like clay sculptures or wooden carvings, showing no reaction at all. They stared with eyes wide open. His mouth opened wide, disbelief written all over his face. The prince's agility is over 300 points. How can the Xinxia man be so fast? Has his agility surpassed that of His Excellency the Prince? How is this possible? Did he also suck human blood? That's not right either. There are quite a few evolvers in these 1,000 areas, right? Quick! Everyone row hard. Lu Qin is waiting for us. Yang Zimo was extremely anxious. He held the oars tightly with both hands and rowed hard. He knew that Lu Qin was fighting fiercely with Fanjuisi at the moment. The faster he ran, the greater Lu Qin and District 1000's chances of winning. However, at this moment, Long Howren, who was in charge of observing the battle situation, suddenly froze. Then he turned his head mechanically. He looked at Yang Zimo, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and others with a dull look. He stammered, You guys, look at this. Hearing Long Howren's words, Yang Zimo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. Did Lu Qin lose? Well, with the terrifying attributes of Vandro's, it's no surprise that Lu Qin lost. Yang Zimo, feeling heavy-hearted, slowly turned his gaze towards the light screen that Long Howren was showing to everyone. The next second, the same astonishment as Long Howren's appeared on his face. Crush. Lu Qin actually crushed Fanjuisi in terms of speed? Even though Yang Zimo has always been calm. At this moment, I couldn't help but exclaim. No, doesn't Vandro's have over 300 points of agility? Is he a paper tiger? Zhou Yu's voice was full of doubt. No, Vandro's agility is indeed 321 points. It's Lu Qin. It's Lu Qin whose agility is higher than Vandro's. Li Ming's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring at the afterimages of Lu Qin and Fanjuisi in the light curtain. Analyzed in a deep voice. What? Zhou Yu's voice suddenly rose, and his eyes widened in disbelief. You mean, Lu Qin's agility exceeds that of Fanjuisi? Fuck, the sum of my 4 attributes is less than 300 points. Now tell me, Lu Qin's agility alone is over 300 points? Zhou Yu suddenly felt unwell. Yang Zimo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was full of joy. Ha 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 ha, this kid Lu Qin has been hiding his attribute panel from us. It turns out his attributes are so amazing. Long Howren couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. Old Yang, it's really ironic to think about how we advised him to run away before. Brother Lu Qin was obviously well prepared, and now we are the clowns. There was no embarrassment on Yang Zimo's face, instead his smile became even brighter. Haha, a clown is a clown. As long as Lu Qin and Xinxia are strong, I, Yang Zimo, am willing to be the clown. Ha 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 ha. Fanjuisi stared at Lu Qin, who was shaking his wrist with a sharp gaze. The teeth were clenched tightly, making a crunching sound. I am Vandross, the noble prince of the Blood Clan. Whether in Blue Star, still in this world of Tianyu. They're all terrifying existences. This damn Lu Qin. How dare you slap me hard in public? Damn it, it's really damned. Thinking of this, anger surged into his heart like a tide. Vandross's voice seemed to come from the netherworld, cold and eerie. So you are an agility-type specialist. It seems that you have put all your free attribute points into agility, is that right? His gaze turned to the green light flashing under Lu Qin's feet. The ferocity on his face became even more intense, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Super speed, you actually have 2 talents at the same time. But do you think you can defeat me with just this little trick? That's wishful thinking. Vandross took a step forward, his tone full of threats. In this narrow cabin, no matter how fast you are, where can you escape to? Moreover, how long can you maintain your super speed? Speaking of which, he stretched out his scarlet tongue and slowly licked his dry lips, with greed gleaming in his eyes. When your mental strength is exhausted and your super speed state disappears, that's when you'll become my delicious meal. Chapter 78: A Shocking Punch. Hey, old man, you're really talkative. With your abilities, do you really need to hide when our captain hits you? Jack leaned lazily against the side of the boat, picking his nose with his fingers, with a look of disdain on his face. There are other experts? Only then did Vandross notice Jack. The pupil shrank suddenly. The undead in front of him, shown on the panel, was actually a boss-level creature. There is actually a boss-level undead hidden in the sunken ship? Vandross is well aware of the power of boss-level creatures. In the 001C area, he also fought against a boss-level sea beast. Even if I tried my best, I could only barely draw with him. With this in mind, Vandross's heart sank. He knew that he might have hit a wall this time. If the boss-level undead attacked first, Lu Chen would use his amazing speed to attack from the side. I may not be his opponent. Just when Vandross was thinking of quitting, Lu Chen's casual words instantly made Vandross's eyes light up. That's what Jack said. I've had enough. Lu Chen moved his wrist and approached Vandross step by step. Look at that posture. It turned out that he was going to have a head-on confrontation with Vandross. Haha. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come to it yourself. Vandross was suddenly overjoyed. This Lu Chen is obviously a person with a talent that mainly increases agility. But I have to face myself head-on. As long as I rely on my powerful strength to form a crushing momentum. Just one hit will kill it instantly. By then, the remaining boss-level undead is nothing to worry about. Opportunity is not to be missed. Take advantage of this Xinxia man's arrogance and kill him. Die. Vandross roared and stomped his right foot on the ground. All the muscles in my body tensed up like steel. An astonishing 312 points of power surged out. The right fist was like an arrow shot from a bow, with overwhelming force, going straight to Lu Chen's face. In just a moment, that face that disgusted him would surely break apart like a broken melon. Facing Vandross's swift punch, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. How dare you, a B-level talent ant, compete with an SSS-level talent? His strength is the masterpiece of Taanzi's SSS-level talent. Suddenly, a bright red light appeared inside Lu Chen's body. The super strength skill is activated instantly. The power of 178 points suddenly increased threefold, soaring to 534 points. His figure sank. Use your waist to pull your right arm back. Then it was like a spring released, rushing forward like a cannonball. In the most direct and brutal way, he confronted Vandross's fist. He wanted to use force to crush this so-called vampire noble head-on. Vandross, who was originally full of confidence. When he saw the red glow on Lu Chen's body, a bad feeling suddenly came over me. This red light. Why does it look a bit like a strength talent? Can it? This Lu Chen also has a talent for strength? Although I was already feeling uneasy. But now that things have come to this, there is no turning back. Vandross gritted his teeth. Concentrate every bit of strength in your body into your right fist. He vowed to kill Lu Chen with one punch. However, the next scene made him terrified. I saw. Lu Chen's fist blasted out like a cannonball. Surprisingly, with a creaking sound. Wrapped in a layer of hard rock that gleams with a cold light. B-level talent, power of the mountain. Advanced Earth-related talent? Damn, how many talents does this bastard have? In the eyes of Vandross full of horror. His fist of flesh and blood. It suddenly collided violently with Lu Chen's fist made of rock. Crack. There was only a crisp sound of bone cracking. Vandross's fist was instantly crushed into pieces by the powerful force. It was like glass being hit by a huge rock, scattering in all directions. However, Lu Chen's fist power did not dissipate. Instead, it was like a raging torrent, destroying everything in its path along Vandross's right arm. Unstoppable. The muscles and bones of Vandross's right arm. In the face of this terrifying force, they collapsed one after another and turned into pieces of flying flesh and blood. In a flash, Vandross's entire right arm was gone. But this destructive force did not stop. It continued to impact Vandross's chest. I saw Vandross's chest suddenly caved in under the huge pressure. The ribs were broken. The internal organs were shattered by this force. He was like a leaf blown by the wind. Suddenly, he flew backwards and hit the side of the netherworld hard. There was a loud boom sound. The entire hull of the hell shook violently, and dust and debris on the deck were blown everywhere. Lu Chen's earth-shattering punch. In an instant, the noise from the entire sea was eliminated. Everyone's eyes were focused on the side of the ship. Vandross hung there like a torn rag doll, motionless. Whether it is the evolvers in Zone 1000 or a blood slave on the Blood Feast, all of them opened their eyes wide with a look of disbelief. The power attribute of Vandross. Everyone knows that. There are 312 points. That's 312 points, not 32 points. Under the blessing of such a terrifying force, Vandross is powerful enough to kill most level 5 evolvers with one punch. However, this is a ruthless person whose strength is 5 times that of the same level evolvers. In a head-on confrontation without any fancy moves, he was unexpectedly crushed by Luchin in strength again. Luchin. It's so terrifying. On the Morning Star. Wow. Brother Lu. Brother Lu is so handsome. Fan Yingying jumped so high, her little face flushed with excitement. She turned to Li Sini and shouted excitedly. Sister Sini, did you see that? Brother Luchin not only crushed the vampire in agility. Even in terms of frontal strength, he was completely suppressed. So cool. Li Sini stared at Luchin's figure standing tall like a mountain in the light curtain. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Waved his hands. Don't worry, it seems that he doesn't need our support at all. Her eyes fell on Luchin again, and she felt mixed emotions. No matter how hard she tried, the gap between him and Luchin seemed to only grow larger. The other crew members on the Morning Star were also shocked. What's going on? At first, everyone thought that Vandross was a tough guy. They all paddled hard, wanting to support Master Luchin as soon as possible. Result? I hadn't rowed far. Master Luchin ended it with one punch. It's over. Vandross, are you worthy of the awesome pose you put on when you debuted? At this moment, Vandross was extremely miserable. Not only did his right arm turn into pulp and fly away, there was even a huge gap in the right chest. It was as if he had not just been hit by a punch. Instead, it suffered a direct hit from a large caliber shell. Vandross looked at Luchin. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How is that possible? Even if he has a strength-related talent boost, how can his basic strength be so high? Besides, everyone has only one talent. Why does he have so many varieties? This is not fair. Chapter 79, Desperate Vandross. I absorbed the blood of thousands of people before I could just barely gain this power. Vandross gasped heavily. Why are you stronger than me? This doesn't make sense. With more than 300 points of physical fitness, Vandross, although he was severely injured by Luchin's punch, but he did not die immediately. Now, his face was twisted with resentment. He originally thought that after absorbing the power of thousands of people, I will stand out among the evolvers and no one will be able to defeat me. However, the first time they invaded other sea areas, they were beaten so badly. This made Vandross doubt his life. Your so-called power is insignificant in my eyes. Luchin glanced at Vandross. There was indifference in his voice. This Vandross's talent is indeed good. By constantly devouring the blood of one's own kind, one can gain a huge boost in strength in a short period of time. But compared to the abyss of the dumpling, it's just garbage. Dumplings can not only absorb attribute points permanently, but also absorb talents. It is precisely because of the dumplings. Only then can I transform myself from a terminally ill patient who failed to awaken his talent. He instantly became a top evolver with dozens of talents. This Vandross is unlucky to have met me. Otherwise, he is very likely to become a boss-level villain among the evolvers. Pa. Luchin flicked his finger lightly. Next, a bone spear flashing with cold light cut through the air and shot towards Vandross. Hateful. Vandross roared, and his body instantly turned into a sky full of bats. Bats incarnate. This skill can be used for both offense and escape. Vandross's true form will hide in the group of bats and transform into an ordinary bat. As long as his main body is not attacked, he can escape safely. Whoosh. The bone spear instantly penetrated the bat colony, causing the bats to scream. Luchin, Vandross, have taken note of the pain you have experienced today. I just don't believe that the others in District 1000 can be as powerful as you. After Vandross said something cruel, the bats fled towards the blood banquet. Want to escape? Luchin snorted coldly, his eyes instantly turned gray and flashed with cold light. Suddenly, the swarms of bats in the sky froze into gray-white stone statues, hovering in midair. B-level talent, petrifying gaze. At the same time, Luchin's ears trembled slightly, capturing every movement. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. I found you. D-level talent, auditory perception. The bat transformed by Vandross's body. It struggled in the petrification for a while and made a faint sound. However, it was such a faint sound. But Luchin heard it clearly, before Vandross could break free from his restraints. A flash of cold light cut through the air, and the bone spear shot towards him. Vandross only felt a sharp wind pressure on his face. The breath of death is approaching instantly. No. At the moment of life and death. The blood energy that Vandross had accumulated with great difficulty. It surged out without reservation. It quickly condensed into a scarlet blood shield in front of him. This scarlet blood shield is enough to withstand the full force attack of the boss-level sea beast. The moment it touched the bone spear, cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. A sharp creaking sound pierced the sky. Vandross saw this scene. The pupil shrank suddenly. How is this possible? This scarlet blood shield is the strongest defense condensed under the blessing of 314 points of perception. How could he not be able to block the bone spears that Lu Chen shot casually? Really? Could it be that Lu Chen's perception attribute is also higher than mine? How the hell is this possible? It's fine if his agility and strength are higher than mine. Damn, your perception is higher than mine? Will vampires be allowed to live? At this moment, Lu Chen's perception reached a terrifying 780 points after activating the super perception. In the eyes of Fanjuisi, who was full of disbelief, the scarlet blood shield exploded instantly, turning into blood beads that scattered all over the sky. The bone spear's momentum has not diminished. Penetrates Vandross in bat form with incredible strength. Squeak. The bat uttered a shrill whine. Blood sprayed in the sky. With his body shaking, he barely flew back to the blood banquet. Oh, he's not dead. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. This Vandross's 300-plus points of physical fitness is really not fake. Even after being beaten so badly, he was still able to escape back to the blood banquet. At this moment, although Vandross had already escaped to the ship. But he looked extremely miserable and dejected. A bull-sized hole appeared in his abdomen. The internal organs were clearly exposed from the wound, which was a shocking sight. Even more shocking is that Vandross, who originally had black hair and a handsome face. At this moment, he suddenly turned into a frail old man with white hair and beard and a haggard appearance. Prince. On the blood banquet, the blood slaves cried out in shock, their voices trembling unconcealably. They didn't expect that. Such a powerful blood prince, Vandross. He was actually severely injured by Lu Chen. In order to escape from Lu Chen's fatal attack, Vandross has squeezed out every drop of his blood energy. Now, his four-dimensional attributes that once dominated the world. It has plummeted from a peak of more than 300 points to a low of less than 20 points. Run, run. Fanjuisi's hands were shaking as he tightly covered the horrific wound on his abdomen, fearing that his internal organs would fall out. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. At this moment, Vandross. He was completely frightened by Lu Chen. Horrible. So scary. This Lu Chen. Not only are all the three-dimensional attributes higher than mine, the talents he possesses are countless, and they are all high-end. In a sea of novice players, B-level talents are rare. But this devil has several B-level talents, not to mention those C-level and D-level talents. With so many talents, did he buy them wholesale? At this moment, Vandross. He no longer had any intention of resisting Lu Chen. His only thought now was to escape. Escape from this demon named Lu Chen. Escape from this sea of despair. Now, his hatred for Charles reached its peak. If this bastard hadn't given him some bullshit invasion order, how could he be so foolish as to provoke such a terrifying existence as Lu Chen? After the blood slaves reacted, they began to paddle desperately. Fortunately, our blood feast is a special ship, possessing the talent of night sailor. As long as you stay away from that devil Lu Chen, everyone will survive. The blood slave's muscles were tensed, and the oars were turning rapidly in the water. The blood feast suddenly became blurry. Then he completely disappeared from Lu Chen and Jack's sight. Fuck. It's gone. Jack was stunned and rubbed his eyes. Such a big ship disappeared right under his nose. It's the blood feast stealth talent. Not bad. I like it. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although Vandross's talent is B-level. But for Lu Chen, who has Tuanzi, it is of no use at all. On the contrary, Lu Chen liked the talent of the ships under his command. This night sailor talent. Once activated, it can be invisible both visually and audibly. Extremely difficult to detect. However, this was useless to Lu Chen. He twitched his nose slightly. The smell enhancement talent is activated immediately. A faint smell of blood quickly rushed into his nostrils. Chapter 80. Destroy it. I'm tired. I caught you again. Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. With a flash of his body, he moved to the side of the giant whaling crossbow on the bow. Controlling the giant crossbow, he slowly adjusted its direction and aimed it at the seemingly empty sea ahead. Then, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. There, Lu Chen smelled the blood of Vandross. Bang. There was a loud bang accompanied by a strong vibration. A giant crossbow as thick as an arm, dragging a long rope, was shot out suddenly like an angry dragon out of the sea. Puff. A muffled sound. The crossbow arrow seemed to have penetrated some existence and was firmly nailed to the seemingly empty sea surface. Then, the rope on the crossbow arrow instantly tightened. It turned into an inextricable bond, tightly locking up the blood banquet as it tried to escape. Ha 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 ha, Captain, you really caught me. Jack grinned. Looking at the blood feast gradually revealing itself due to the attack, Jack couldn't help but feel pity in his eyes. Tell me about you people. It's bad to offend anyone. Why did you go to provoke the captain? Do you really like seeking death? You know, none of the captain's real trump cards have been used. They found us. The boat can't move. Quick, cut the rope. The blood slaves on the blood feast had fear written all over their faces. They hastily grabbed their machetes and tried to cut the ropes. However, it was too late. I saw the black boat surrounded by black fog, like a ghost ship from hell. The speed suddenly increased with an irresistible force. Rushed fiercely towards the blood banquet. It's over. Vandross watched helplessly as the bow of the black dragon rapidly approached, leaning weakly against the side of the boat. His face was full of despair, with the blood feast being discovered. My last hope of escape has been shattered. This Luchin actually has a talent for smell assistance. Is there anything he can't do? I worked hard to absorb the blood of all the evolvers in the novice area. I thought I had become a big shot in the world of Tianyu. As a result, I was beaten as soon as I left the novice village, and I doubted my life. Destroy it. Tired. No fun. In my next life, I must stay away from that guy named Luchin. Under Vandross's desperate gaze, the netherworld started at top speed, and the black dragon's bow pounced like a beast. The blood banquet was smashed into pieces. Vandross and a group of blood slaves on the ship. There was no time to even scream. In the violent collision, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Died instantly. Vandross, the self-important prince of the Blood Clan who was highly regarded by the allied nations, after being brutally tortured, ended with hatred. Ding, you have killed all invaders. The 1000th Novice Sea area successfully resisted the invasion. You have successfully obtained 500 contribution points. As the evolver who made the greatest contribution to resisting the invasion, you gain 2 evolution points. Ding, since there is no fleet force established in the 1000 Sea area, there is no fleet store, so the Tianyu store is open for a limited time. Listening to the divine instructions coming from my mind, Luchin waved his hand, put the blood feast and Vandross's body into the storage ring. Now that I am being watched by many people, I cannot reveal Talanzi's existence. However, this time the reward from Tianyu is very special. Not attribute points. It is a contribution point that has never been seen before. As for Vandross, Luchin had thought about judging him as an evil spirit to earn execution points. Although his talent is strange, it still does not reach the standard of being evil. If you want to forcibly judge it as an evil spirit, it will take one more time to use up the absolute power of judgment. That Vandross is not worthy. At the same time, above the 1000th Novice Sea area, the announcement of the Heavenly Edict suddenly sounded, clear and loud. Ding, the invaders in the Sun Never Sets 001 Sea area have all been annihilated, and the Novice Sea Area 1000 has successfully resisted the invasion. All evolvers receive 1 evolution point. This sudden good news. The evolvers in Area 1000, who were originally shocked by Luchin's strength, instantly came to their senses. Next, a deafening cheer echoed over the sea, shaking the sky. Win? Win? Win just like that? I was ready to fight to the death, but Master Luchin killed Vandross so easily. Fuck, I'm just saying it now. When I saw Vandross's attributes, my legs went weak and I thought I was doomed. Master Luchin, you are really my savior. Master Luchin, I love you. Vandross's 4-dimensional attributes are over 300, but he is like a little chicken in front of Master Luchin, unable to fight back. Doesn't this mean that Master Luchin's attributes are even more terrifying? Haha, even if he's not much higher than Vandross, he's definitely about the same. Don't forget, Master Luchin has many talents, and his actual combat power far exceeds the statistics. I feel like crying. Including this time, I have earned 4 evolution points for free because of Master Luchin. I don't know how to thank him. Doesn't Master Luchin need the corpses of talented sea beasts? Let's all work harder, hunt more sea beasts, and then send the corpses to Master Luchin. That's right, Master Luchin is our belief. Only when he becomes stronger can our District 1000 become stronger as well. I actually want to know if Brother Luchin needs someone to take care of him. No matter how powerful a man is, there should always be a woman who understands his feelings, right? Hey, you upstairs, you better stop dreaming. Licini is so outstanding. She is pretty, capable, has a good figure, and is smart, but Master Luchin still didn't accept her. Ah, what kind of girl does Brother Luchin like? On the Iron Wolf. The bodies of Dong Jiqiang, Weijie and 5 others lay quietly on the deck. Wana's eyes were red, and she choked up and said, "Brother Chang, Brother Weijie, did you hear the cheers from all around? Master Lu Qin has already sought justice for you. You may rest in peace." "Great God, Lu Qin. Master Lu Qin is awesome. Lu Qin, I love you." Cheers rang out one after another. Lu Qin looked around and saw that the Xinxia warships were gathering. The people on the boat looked at him with fervent and admiring eyes. He quickly winked at Jack, signaling him to leave the Erebus. "Otherwise, I will be surrounded again." Lu Qin didn't really like the feeling of being the center of attention. He prefers to make a fortune quietly. After waving goodbye to everyone briefly, the evil dead slowly sailed into the black fog and disappeared. "Captain, you are such a reserved person. How great it feels to be admired by everyone." Jack looked at the still jubilant crowd outside the black fog and shook his head helplessly. "Well, our captain is still too young. Not thick-skinned enough. This is embarrassing. If I were Jack. At least we have to select 10 or 8 beautiful female crew members to have fun every night. What a waste, Captain." Lu Qin glanced at Jack and said, "Without strength to back you up, the more popular you become, the faster you will die." That's true." Jack scratched the back of his head. When Vandross arrived, he first went to the captain. "If it weren't for our captain's extraordinary strength, I'm afraid he is now turned into a pile of bones like the other revolvers in Area 001. Chapter 81. You can upgrade ship talents. Now, Tuanzi saw that there was no one around. Then he crawled out of the cabin of the netherworld with a gurgling sound. The little guy is very clever now. I understand that I can't cause trouble for Lu Qin. Whenever there are outsiders present, he always hides himself. When Lu Qin caught sight of Tuanzi, his eyes suddenly curved into crescents. Quickly hugged Tuanzi in his arms. "Rub it gently with your cheek. Tuanzi, I'm so happy to have you by my side. This Fanjuisi's blood feast talent is already extremely extraordinary. But in front of Lu Qin, he was like a 3-year-old child. No power to fight back. This is all thanks to Tuanzi's SSS talent. Guji Guji." Tuanzi also closed his eyes. An intoxicated look. "Haha, come on, Tuanzi, take a look at what we have gained this time." Lu Qin chuckled. Then he waved his right hand. The wreckage of the blood feast and the body of Vandross suddenly appeared on the sea on the right. Guji. While the dumplings were being eaten, Lu Qin cast his gaze towards the Tanyu panel. The reward for defeating Fanjuisi this time is 500 contribution points. It seems that things can be exchanged in some Tanyu store. Soon, Lu Qin found the entrance to the Tanyu store on the panel. Tanyu store, currently open for a limited time, remaining time, 23 hours. After clicking enter, 4 types of merchandise on display in the store come into view. 1. Sea Spirit Ginseng Silver Primary, a magical herb that grows in the deep-sea spiritual realm. It looks like ginseng, but contains the spiritual power of the ocean. After taking it, it can purify your cultivation and increase your life energy by 3,000 points. As long as you are rich enough, you can increase your level just by eating this thing. Of course, it is hard to say how strong your combat power is. Exchange for Sea Ginseng, 300 contribution points. 2. Storm Amulet, Silver Primary, a small amulet with the power of storm. When the wearer is in danger, it can automatically release a small storm to blow the enemy away or block the attack. Don't look at the price for a life-saving item. Exchange Storm Amulet, 350 contribution points. 3. Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, Silver Primary, a giant cannon with the soul of a sea dragon attached to it. When fired, it is accompanied by the roar of a sea dragon, causing devastating damage to enemy ships. On the sea, whoever has this thing has the final say. Exchange for Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, for 100 contribution points. 4. Hylon Spirit Pearl, special item. According to legend, this spirit pearl is made from the tears of the ancient gods. It can evolve the talents of ships of rank C and below. This is a very rare treasure. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Of course, you need to see if you have enough contribution points. Exchange for Hylon Lingzu, 500 contribution points. Looking at the merchandise in the Tianyu store, Lu Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. They're all good stuff. I want them all. Betsy Ginseng can actually directly increase life energy by 3,000 points. 3,000 life energy points. Lu Qin can only get 2,000 points by killing a 7th level Naga. The preciousness of this Sea Ginseng is self-evident. The Storm Amulet, a life-saving item, is also priceless. Not to mention the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. This was the first shipborne artillery Lu Qin had seen in the Tianyu world. If the ship is equipped with such a powerful weapon, it will definitely give the enemy ships an overwhelming advantage in distance and firepower. But what moved Lu Qin the most was, it is undoubtedly the last and most expensive Hylon Lingzhu. This thing can actually evolve ship talents. Although Lu Qin wanted it, But after all, there are only 500 contribution points, which can only be exchanged for one product. After some hesitation, Lu Chen still chose the Heilong Lingshu. After all, talents can be continuously upgraded. Lu Chen really wanted to see it. How powerful would an S-class ship talent be? Ding, 500 contribution points were consumed, and the item was successfully exchanged, Heilong Lingshu. As the voice of the oracle sounded, a blue spirit bead appeared in front of Lu Chen. The surface is rippling like the caress of the ocean waves, with occasional dots of light twinkling like stars. Ding, it is detected that the Nether has multiple talents. Please select the talent you need to upgrade. 1. Sakura Guardian C rank. 2. Night Sailor Class C. 3. Ecological Symbiosis Level D. 4. Extreme Speed Class D. Tuanzi has already absorbed the talent of the Blood Feast. The Ghost Ship is a B-level talent, and the Heilong Spirit Pearl cannot be upgraded. Faced with choices, Lu Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Well, consuming Heilong Spirit Pearl to upgrade D-level talent is obviously a loss. As for the Sakura Guardian and the Night Sailor, I feel that Sakura Guardian is more useful to me. After all, the battle is getting more and more intense. On the vast ocean, if the ship is destroyed, I will become a rootless duckweed. Then, Lu Chen decided to upgrade the Sakura Guardian. With determination, the Heilong Spiritual Pearl instantly shattered. It turned into a shade of blue and poured into the body of the Netherworld. Ding, the Netherworld's C-class ship talent, Sakura Guardian, successfully promoted to B-class, strengthened Guardian Barrier. Listening to the prompt tone of Tianyu, Lu Chen's heart was lifted. Done. His mind moved. A black barrier immediately condensed in front of the Netherworld. Jack stared at the sudden barrier for a moment. Hey, Captain, our Netherworld has evolved. Lu Chen nodded his chin lightly. Yes, Jack. You come and try the defensive power of this barrier. Got the order. Jack flashed. It turned into a streak of black light and shot out. His right hand quickly condensed into a black crystal sword with a cold glow. With overwhelming force, suddenly stabbed at the protective barrier. Break, Jack shouted. The moment the sword touched the barrier, ripples appeared on the surface of the barrier, but it did not break at all. Hey, Captain, you have quite the talent. I just tried my best. Jack raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. Lu Chen nodded. The B-class ship talent is indeed extraordinary, and it can withstand the full force attack of boss-class Jack. He was quite satisfied. At this time, Tuanzi had also finished taking in Vandrosa's body. Lu Chen successfully added another B-level talent, Blood Feast, and 12 points of strength. What a pity. Although I have the talent of the vampire race, my level of perception is too low and I cannot comprehend the skills. Compared to the Blood Feast, which was useless to Lu Chen really likes Vandrosa's B-level skill, that Swarm Incarnation. Only, after all, Lu Chen is not a vampire. My understanding of the vampire's talents is limited, and I am currently unable to master this skill. I can only wait and see if I'll have a chance to learn more about it in the future. Okay, now that the trivial matters are over, it's time to take a look at those clowns in the Alliance countries. Lu Chen snorted coldly. If they hadn't given me this generous gift, how can I easily get these 500 contribution points? After saying that, a playful smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. Slowly took out the survival betting order from his arms. Clicked on the chat channel of the 8th District. The Xinxia people are most particular about courtesy and reciprocity. Now, it's time to return the favor. Chapter 82 1v10. At this moment, the 8th District chat channel. People from allied countries are still eagerly awaiting news of Vandro's victory. Hey, it's been so long. Why hasn't His Royal Highness sent any news of victory yet? I can't wait to plunder the attributes of those Xinxia people. Galchikin 673 District. Haha, Lord Vandro's must be torturing Lu Chen severely right now. I really want to see how miserable Lu Chen is at this moment. Fuso District 903. He should be bowing to our Lord Shiva to ask for forgiveness, but Lord Shiva will not easily forgive a sinner like him. Tianju 579 District. Charles, don't worry, everyone, prepare the betting orders in your hands. Once Lu Chen dies, it will be time for us to have dinner. Sudden. The news about the Koreans attracted everyone's attention. Oh my god. How? How is this possible? South Korea District 942. Charles. Oh, Gali's friend. What's wrong? South Korea 942C area. At this moment, Park Jung-ho's eyes widened. His fingers kept sliding across the light screen, refreshing the list of C areas in the 8th District over and over again. Then, with trembling fingers, he sent out a message. Park Jung-ho, it's dark. The name of the C area where Prince Vandro's is located is turned black. Haha, my galley friend, your joke is not funny. The name of the sea area turned black, which means that everyone is dead. Vandross is so powerful. How could it be possible? Charles smiled and shook his head, but before he finished typing, he suddenly froze. No, that can't be true. Then he suddenly clicked on the list of the 8th district. His eyes were fixed on area 001 where Vandross was. There, it was pitch black. The smile on Charles's face froze instantly. Then his face suddenly turned pale, as if all his strength had been drained away. The body shook. He stumbled back 2 steps and leaned weakly against the side of the boat. Catherine, who heard the noise, ran out of the cabin. Oh, God, Charles, what's wrong with you? It's over. It's over. I'm afraid I have attracted a demon to our 976C area. Charles murmured weakly. The chat channel of the 8th district, which was originally filled with laughter and joy. It's quiet now. Everyone in the Alliance countries refresh the region list over and over again. However, no matter how they refresh, the never-setting Sun 001C area was still as dark as ink, without any sign of life. Bakayala, how is this possible? Prince Vandross has absorbed the power of nearly 1,000 evolvers, and his 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 300. How could he die? At this moment, the Japanese felt dizzy. The sky is falling. Even someone as powerful as Vandross can't deal with Luchin? Is he cheating? However, but no one dared to respond to the roar of the Phazon people. Everyone in the Alliance felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, almost stopping beating. They actually provoked a real dragon again and again. Isn't this just courting death? At this moment, a new message exploded in the chat channel like a bolt from the blue. Then Vandross, are you guys from the sea area behind this? I will remember you. District 1000 of Xinxia, Luchin. This sentence was like a blast of ice, completely killing the anxious hearts of the Alliance countries. However, at this moment, the Gallic Rooster, the traitor, was the first to turn against us. Oh, great Mr. Luchin, you are safe and sound. We Gallic chickens have been worried about your safety. We are relieved to see that you are okay. Seeing the Gallic chicken's face, Luchin just found it funny. Is their ability to jump back and forth inherited in their genes? Luchin, oh, you were the ones who danced the most happily just now. Aren't you eager to launch a survival bet against us? Now, the chance has come. Let's get started. Upon hearing this, the Gallic chicken immediately put on a flattering face. Oh, dear Mr. Luchin, you misunderstood. We Gallic chickens did that to paralyze those Americans and Japanese. There is an old saying in Xinxia that goes, you are in Chao's camp, but your heart is with Han. We Gallic chickens will always stand on the side of the powerful Xinxia people. Gallic Chicken District 673. However, the words of the Gallic chicken also made the others' eyes light up. The Asen people immediately followed up with a message. Great Prophet Luchin, the previous order was a wrong one issued by Lord Shiva. But we have always believed in Lord Brahma, who has long predicted that India and Xinxia will form an eternal alliance. The action just now was just a stopgap measure to confuse the Americans. In order to avoid becoming Luchin's target, the Koreans risked everything. President Luchin, Goryeo, used to be a vassal of Xinxia. Now we are just under the pressure of the Americans, and that's why we have done many wrong things. We dream all the time of returning to the embrace of our suzerain country, to the embrace of our father. For a time, everyone put the blame on the Americans and the Japanese. When Charles saw this scene, his hands were shaking with anger. Do you think that the devil Luchin will show mercy to you? How naive. Oh, damn Charles, don't sow discord between us Gauls and Xinxia. We will join forces with Xinxia to wipe out the United States and Fuso. Lord Brahma has clearly instructed us to follow the footsteps of Prophet Luchin and eliminate all of you pagans. Obviously. Now, as long as Luchin is willing to raise his arm, he can be like the United States, to form a new alliance of nations. The targets of the hunt are the United States and Fuso, just like they hunted Xinxia and Grizzly Kingdom. However, Luchin is not from the United States. He looked at the hypocritical and ugly faces of these people in the chat channel. I just felt a wave of disgust in my heart. Okay, stop acting. None of you can escape. Mr. Luchin, what do you mean? Luchin gently played with the survival betting order in his hand. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Hee. What's the meaning? You will know it soon. Immediately. Luchin chose to use the survival betting order. Ding, you have chosen to use the survival betting order. Please select the mode and goal of the survival bet. Multiple mode options instantly appeared on the light screen in front of Luchin, such as the Space Crystal Occupation mode, Upgrade Speed Competition mode, etc. These are all one-on-one duel modes. Luchin's eyes swept across the options one by one. I remember seeing a 1-to-many survival betting mode on Tianyu Encyclopedia. Although the risk is extremely high, But once you win, the profits you can get will increase exponentially. Sure enough, at the bottom of the list of options, Lu Qin saw a survival gambling mode called King of Sea Battle. King of Naval Battles. Launch a survival bet against 10 enemy sea areas at the same time. The one who occupies the space crystals in the parallel sea areas for 1 hour will be the winner. 1 versus 10. That's it. Chapter 83. King of Sea Battle Mode. Then, an announcement suddenly popped up in the chat channel of the 8th District. Tianyu announcement. Evolver Lu Qin has successfully activated the survival betting order. Survival betting parties. Xinxia War Zone number 1000 Novice Sea Area versus US War Zone number 976 Novice Sea Area. Charles, fuck it. Lu Qin, do you think you're going to win? Others in the alliance saw this announcement. As well as Charles's roar that seemed strong on the outside but weak on the inside, everyone felt relieved at the same time. It seems that the first target of the Xinxia people's revenge is Charles from the United States. As long as it's not us. No matter how powerful Lu Qin is, the survival betting orders he has are limited after all. Let Xinxia and the United States fight each other. The Gallic Chicken Man, who was originally very nervous, now showed a relaxed smile. Oh, respected Mr. Lu Qin, you should have dealt with those annoying Americans a long time ago. That Charles is annoying to me. He always puts on an air of a leader. However, before their smiles could fully bloom, they were completely frozen by the next announcement. The 1000th Novice Sea Area in Xinxia War Zone adds a survival betting target, the 673rd Novice Sea Area in Gallic Chicken Zone. What? We have also become Lu Qin's target? This is impossible. Tianyu's announcement did not stop, and continued to roll out relentlessly. The 1000th Novice Sea Area in Xinxia War Zone adds a survival betting target, the 942nd Novice Sea Area in South Korea War Zone. Park Jung-ho, oh my god, he actually came to us. Is Lu Qin crazy? He actually activated 3 survival betting orders at the same time. The 1000th Novice Sea in Xinxia War Zone adds a survival betting target, the 903rd Novice Sea in Fuso War Zone. Bakayalu, we just lost all our strong men. How can we fight this battle? Moreover, how come the Xinxia people have so many survival betting orders? The 1000th Novice Sea in Xinxia War Zone adds a survival betting target, the 579th Novice Sea in Tianju War Zone. Amir, this is so wrong. How could the Xinxia people bet on survival with so many sea areas at the same time? The Tianyu announcement continued to be broadcast. Lu Qin also added the British 345 Sea Area, Italy 764 Sea Area, Australia 137 Sea Area, the United States 363 Sea Area, and Fuso 577 Sea Area as targets for survival gambling. This time, everyone was stunned. What? The Xinxia people actually launched a survival gamble with our 10 sea areas at the same time. The Japanese looked at the long list of sea areas participating in the survival bet and couldn't help but feel a little confused. No, isn't this Xinxia person coming to take revenge on us? How did this turn into us ganging up on him? Oh my god, isn't the survival bet only 1 versus 1? How come he picked so many opponents at the same time? Charles, ha ha ha, I get it, this Lu Qin is so arrogant, he actually activated the King of Naval Battle mode, ha ha ha. At the same time, Tianyu's announcement also confirmed Charles's guess. Announcement, the gambling rules are as follows. King of Sea Battle mode, the betting camps are Xinxia War Zone number 1000 Novice Sea Area versus US 976, 363, Fuso 903, 577, and other 10 sea areas. A special parallel sea area will be opened up in each novice sea area. Sea area evolvers participating in the survival bet can be teleported to the vicinity of the parallel sea area at any time. However, only novice boats of advanced level and above are allowed to enter the parallel sea area for unregulated confrontation. At the core of the parallel sea stands a space crystal. Evolvers from either side can be declared victorious if they occupy the space crystal for 1 hour. The evolver who contributes the most to the victory will receive additional rewards. Tip: if the Xinxia battle zone wins, the intensity of the storm outside the sea area will be reduced by 100, and everyone's free attribute points will be permanently increased by 200. Tip: if the Alliance wins, the intensity of the storm outside the sea area will be reduced by 40, and everyone's free attribute points will be permanently increased by 40. Failure penalties are the opposite of rewards. The parallel sea area will be officially opened in 10 hours. Please make full use of this time to prepare for the battle. Survival gamble is extremely important. Please give it your all. The Evolvers of the Alliance. Looking at this long list of announcements from Tianyu, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Arrogant. Too arrogant. This land's sinking. It seems that it is too troublesome to initiate survival gambles one by one. He actually directly activated the King of Naval Battle mode and planned to challenge our 10C areas at the same time. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This Lu Chen, now that he has some strength, I don't know how he's going to show off. He's actually going to fight against 10,000 people from our 10C areas at the same time. The Fuso people, who had originally felt despair due to Lu Chen's powerful strength, suddenly laughed wildly. Lu Chen is indeed powerful. In a one-on-one situation, I'm afraid no one can defeat him. But 1 against 10, that's a different matter. You know. The competition in the King of Naval Battle mode is not about the speed of upgrading, but a head-on confrontation with real swords and guns. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. A hero cannot stand against numbers. Moreover, all of our alliance nations are experts who have won a survival gamble. By then, at that time, one of their Xinxia people's warships will face the siege of 10 of our warships at the same time. How can they fight this battle? It's a sure win. Ha 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 ha. Wow, we Gallic people have long been. The Gallic cockerel was halfway through his speech. Charles interrupted. Okay, you just entrusted the virtual snake with the Xinxia people, right? That's right. Charles looked at the Gallic chicken man who jumped back again, and the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch slightly. This bastard. If it weren't for the formidable enemy Lu Chen, I will be the first to destroy you Gauls. Charles took a deep breath, typing slowly. Everyone, I don't need to explain the current situation, although Lu Chen just lost his mind and made a life-threatening decision. But there is no doubt that he is powerful. We can't be careless. There are still 10 hours before the parallel sea area is opened. Everyone must hurry up and prepare for battle. Don't be careless. Hi. We, the Fuso warriors, will definitely kill Lu Chen this time. Ha ha ha. Our 10C areas are fighting together. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I even suspect that Lu Chen doesn't understand the rules of the King of Naval Battles mode at all and accidentally clicked the wrong button. Maybe that's true, haha. Otherwise, why would he make such a stupid decision? Lord Shiva, I'm sorry. I was really blinded before and misunderstood your will. That Lu Chen is the real devil. Haha. If they lose this time, 200 attribute points will be deducted directly. By then, I'm afraid that Area 1000 will become a no man's land. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 84, Kraken Statue, Stormwing Tribe. Now, in the 1000th Novice Sea area, everyone listened to the announcement of the Oracle in a daze. I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Wait, did I hear you right? We took the initiative to launch a survival bet against 10 sea areas at the same time? Those sea areas are the strongest sea areas in the 8th area. You didn't hear it. It took me a while to realize it. It's true, we declared war on the 10 strongest sea areas at the same time. Tang Hong, my foster father is so domineering. He thinks it's too slow to deal with those bastards one by one, so he's going to take them all at once. But why take such a big risk? We can take steady steps and defeat them one by one. Yes, 1 against 10. I'm afraid that except for Master Lu Chen, no one in our district has the courage and strength to do this, right? If we lose, we will be deducted 200 attribute points. At that time, except for Master Lu Chen, I'm afraid we will all die. As soon as these words came out, everyone shuddered involuntarily. Then I suddenly realized. WTF. How did this suddenly become a life and death battle? If we lose one game, everyone will be wiped out? The one above, you still don't believe in Master Lu Chen even now? When has he ever let us down? I think Master Lu Chen must have his own reasons for doing this. Yes, I unconditionally support Master Lu Chen. Although the risk is great, once we win, each of us will be able to obtain a full 200 attribute points. 200 points is more than all my current attribute points added together. I also believe in Brother Lu Chen. He is the most powerful in my heart. Due to Lu Chen's series of victories, he has accumulated amazing influence and prestige in Area 1000. So much so that he was like a dictator, without anyone's consent. The incident challenged 10 sea areas at the same time. Such a crazy move. In the 1000 area. Except for a few cautious and conservative people. Others unexpectedly supported Lu Chen without hesitation, although they knew in their hearts that this battle would be difficult. But, with Lu Chen here, they firmly believed that a miracle would happen. At this time, Yang Zimo also stood up to calm everyone down. Yang Zimo, don't panic. Lu Chen is already the best in the 8th district. No matter how many enemies there are, we will not be afraid. There are still 10 hours until the parallel sea area opens. We must make good use of this time to improve our strength as much as possible and upgrade all ships to advanced levels. Although Lu Chen is powerful, we can't always let him fight alone. We must also do our best to help him. As soon as Yang Zimo finished speaking, the originally somewhat shaken morale instantly stabilized. Everyone understands. There is no way back now, we can only move forward courageously. Victory is their only goal. Boss Yang is right. My dragon tamer is only one level 4 crystal core away from being able to be upgraded to a high level. Let's go hunting now. Go, go, go. These 10 hours are the most precious. We must not waste them. Everyone, don't forget. Brother Luchin still needs the corpse of a gifted sea beast. If you hunt one, don't forget to give it to Brother Luchin. Sister, we always remember it. Yes, I can also help Master Luchin in this regard. Yang Zimo looked away from the chat channel and slowly let out a long breath. This guy Luchin. It always makes his heart beat faster, creating thrills again and again. It was as if the word fear did not exist in his dictionary. Yang Zimo thinks, if piercing the sky is beneficial to Luchin, if things go wrong, this kid might really poke a hole in the sky for you to see. Noticing Yang Zimo's expression, Long Howren came over. She patted his shoulder gently, a playful smile on her lips. Officer Yang, do you feel that you are too old to be as bold and adventurous as Luchin? Haha. Yang Zimo glanced at Long Howren and said, I don't believe that when your army is fighting, you will easily take the initiative to attack an enemy that is 10 times your size. Long Howren laughed dryly and scratched his head. There are such cases, but they are all forced. It's rare to see someone as fierce as Luchin. Yang Zimo shook his head slightly, with a smile on his face. I'm actually looking forward to what kind of surprise Luchin can bring us in 10 hours. After Luchin successfully launched the survival betting order, he no longer paid attention to the chat channel. There are only 10 hours left before the parallel sea area is opened. He wants to use these last 10 hours. Upgrade the Erebus to a sloop. Once the Erebus is upgraded to a sloop, not only will Luchin's combat effectiveness be greatly improved, and as the first evolver to upgrade to a sloop, you can also get silver-level ship weapons as rewards from Tianyu. When it comes to silver-class ship weapons, Luchin couldn't help but think of the silver primary level C Dragon's Fury cannon in the Tianyu store. I couldn't help but feel a surge of enthusiasm in my heart. If the Erebus could be equipped with this powerful weapon, it would surely be as majestic as the battleships and pirates of the Caribbean. Captain, where are we going next? Next time we run into the enemy, you must let me go. I'm almost going moldy from being idle. Jack was playing with the little ball's tentacles out of boredom. The little dumpling was irritated and grimaced, making loud noises. Where are you going? Luchin's eyes flashed, and he already had a plan in mind. The sea beast in the center of the novice sea area can no longer meet Luchin's hunting needs. In order to upgrade the nether, you must find an 8th level sea beast. Sea beasts of this level can only be found on the edge of the novice sea area, near the storm zone. That's right. Didn't Fuyao say before? Ever seen a giant statue in the north? There shouldn't be any shortage of monsters there. North. Sail north. Okay. Jack immediately perked up. The black crystal whip in his hand was swung out instantly, lashing at the skeletons standing around. You bunch of brainless guys, get moving. The captain has ordered. Sail 000, full speed ahead. The 8 skeletons were whipped by the long whip and immediately let out bursts of roars. Quickly swung the oars. The netherworld broke through the waves and sped forward. 1000 area northern waters. A magnificent tentacle statue stands like a peak. It is like a giant pillar that breaks out from the dark and deep seabed and reaches into the sky. In the sky near the statue, dozens of winged people with wings on their backs are fighting a desperate battle with a giant silver-feathered falcon. The giant falcon, covered in silver-white feathers, when its wings spread, the width instantly spans more than 10 meters, like a moving snow cloud. Every time it flaps its wings, the sharp claws cut through the air like lightning, ruthlessly tearing the body of a winged man apart. Yun Ting, this silver-winged giant falcon has the strength of the 8th level. If we don't retreat, everyone will die. I know. But the prophet once predicted that the only chance for our Stormwing tribe to reverse its fate is hidden in the place where this Kraken statue is. If we retreat now, will our descendants live in humiliation and despair forever? The winged man gritted his teeth. His face was covered with scars, but it couldn't hide his handsome features, and his eyes were full of determination. Chapter 85, The Race of All Races? The Abandoned Race. The silver-feathered giant falcon suddenly let out a fierce cry. With a sudden flap of wings, the level 5 winged man who was talking to Yun Ting was caught off guard and was instantly grabbed by its sharp claws. No. The winged man's exclamation had not yet subsided. A powerful force has suddenly invaded. The body was immediately ruthlessly torn into two, and blood and feathers fell to the sky like raindrops. Hateful. Yun Ting roared angrily, clenched the spear in his hand, tensed his muscles, and was ready to fight to the death with the silver-winged giant falcon. Sudden, a streak of black light shot out from below, pointing directly at the arrogant silver-winged giant falcon. The sword flashed, and a black light passed by. The giant falcon's head fell off with a sound, and hot blood gushed out. This. Yunting's eyes narrowed suddenly, and he looked intently. That's not just a simple black light. It was clearly a rotting undead ghost emitting the breath of death. The undead raised a sinister smile and glanced at Yunting coldly, then landed lightly, standing steadily on a black boat that was surrounded by black fog and exuded a strange aura. Plop. The huge headless body of the silver-winged giant falcon slammed heavily into the sea, caused a huge splash. Captain, fix it. Jack posed in a cool manner. He laughed and said, an 8th-level beast, killed with one sword. This feeling is amazing. Go and retrieve the body. Lucien nodded his chin lightly and threw the storage ring to Jack. Understood. But Captain, there are still those birdmen hanging around in the sky. Should I shoot them down first and then deal with them together? Jack looked up and pointed at the storm wings in the sky. No need. You are good at close combat. Leave the ranged combat to me. Lucien's tone was calm. Immediately, dozens of bone spears condensed out of thin air above his head. As his fingertips moved slightly, the bone spear shot out as fast as an arrow. What happened? Did the silver-winged giant falcon just die like that? At this moment, the wingmen were all shocked. The giant silver-winged falcon that was powerful enough to kill them all was beheaded so easily. Who are those people on the black boat? Are you here to help us? However, when Yunting saw the bone spear suddenly condensing above Lucien's head, his face turned pale instantly. Evolvers. They are the evolvers who are participating in the battle of all races. Quick, run. Before he finished speaking, the sharp sound of breaking wind has arrived. Yunting flapped his wings with all his might. A bone spear containing terrifying power passed by his cheek, and the strong wind it brought caused a sharp pain in his cheek. Yunting's heart tightened. How is this power possible? Although he managed to avoid it by relying on his keen intuition. But the 4 companions beside him were not so lucky. The reaction was a little slow, and was pierced by the bone spear. Before he could even let out a howl, he was shattered into pieces by the powerful force of the bone spear. Moment. The broken limbs and blood mist intertwined and fell from the sky. The scene was horrific. Quick. Everyone fly high. They can't fly. Yunting came back to his senses. Immediately command the remaining wing companions to climb higher into the sky. Yunting? Who are they? A young winged man followed closely beside Yunting, his eyes full of fear. The 2 people on the black boat were too powerful. They're level 5, and we are also level 5. Why is killing us as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? Evolvers, like our ancestors, are also evolved ones chosen by Tianyu to participate in the battle of all races. They will kill all creatures they see to enhance their own strength. Yunting's eyes were fixed on the black boat below, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something crucial. Quick, go and inform the prophet. Tell him that we have found traces of this generation's evolvers near the statue. Ding, your vassal, demonic Jack, killed a silver-feathered giant falcon, level 8, and gained 4,000 life energy. Ding, you have killed 4 stormwings and gained 1,004 life energy. Hearing the divine oracle in my mind. Lucien raised his eyebrows. The life energy provided by the silver-winged giant falcon was in line with expectations, consistent with its status as an 8th-level beast. However, these Stormwing members clearly have a strength of around level 5. Why'd I only get 100 life energy after killing someone? Not even as good as a first-level peak sea beast? Lucien was confused. Then he opened the Stormwing Clan's information panel. Survivor, Stormwing Clan, Yunting. Features, high intelligence, flying ability, cold temperament. Talent, the survivors cannot awaken talents. Skills, the survivors cannot comprehend skills. Combat strength assessment, level 5, a race that was once defeated in the battle for supremacy among all races and abandoned by the heavenly mandate. It should have been extinct, but has managed to survive to this day thanks to its ability to fly. The battle of 10,000 races? Survivors? What is happening? Lucien's heart was shocked. I quickly opened Tianyu Encyclopedia. However, no information about the struggle among all races could be found. Even so, Lucien still had a vague idea of the answer in his mind. The struggle of all races. Abandoned by God's will. They should all have perished. Were those birdmen just now also evolvers sent here by Tianyu like me? No wonder. No wonder killing them only gave me a pitiful 100 points of life energy. It turns out that they are a race abandoned by Tianyu. Even talents and skills cannot be awakened. Thinking of this, Lucien's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a deep light. It seems that this ocean survival game is far more complicated than imagined. Participants are not only from Blue Star. This will be an unprecedentedly cruel competition. The reason why the Stormwings have survived to this day is entirely due to their ability to fly. So what about those races that can't fly? I'm afraid it has already been wiped out in this vast ocean. Jack, do you know about the contest of all races? Luchin turned around and asked Jack, who was picking his nose as if no one was around. The Battle of 10,000 Races? It sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere before. Jack scratched his head, frowning, as if trying hard to recall. You've lived a long time, haven't you? Luchin felt helpless. Well, Captain, I have lived for a long time, but this curse can seal people's memories. I can't remember many things. Jack smiled awkwardly. I remember that this Battle of 10,000 Races only takes place once every 10,000 years. At that time, 10,000 planes in the heavens and myriad worlds will be selected to participate, and only the races that rank at the top can survive. As for the details, I really can't remember them clearly. It seems that this is roughly consistent with my speculation. Luchin nodded, his eyes deep. Compared to the upcoming fierce battle among all races, the current predicament is just a minor issue. Once you lose this game, the billions of lives on the blue planet will be completely abandoned by Tianyu, facing a catastrophe. After all, the humans on Blue Star do not have wings like the Stormwings, and therefore cannot escape this predetermined fate. Chapter 86 Pirate or Lord? Strength. Everything is still strength. Luchin sighed inwardly. Suddenly I felt that my strength was not enough again. Take the monitor, for example. Although it is extremely awesome. But each plane has a supervisor seat. Although the supervisor's assessment is extremely difficult. But there are many naturally powerful races in the world. I believe there are definitely many freaks like Luchin who can pass the test. That means, in this ocean, those who have the same overseer template as me. There could be thousands. In this vast sea of people, Luchin dared not be arrogant. My talent is not top-notch. The only thing he could rely on was Anzi's incredible auxiliary ability. Therefore, we must always be vigilant. Keep improving. Only in this way can we fight for a chance of survival in this cruel world where thousands of races are fighting each other. Captain, those birdmen are still above us. Should we kill them? As Jack spoke, he handed over the crystal core that had just been taken out of the silver feather giant falcon's brain. No need. The Stormwings are good at flying and have little life energy. It's not worth getting entangled with them. Luchin took the crystal core and shook his head gently. Then he raised his right hand. Moment. All kinds of supplies needed to upgrade the netherworld were neatly stacked on the deck. Ding, it is detected that you have collected all the materials required to upgrade the netherworld. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding, consuming 1 level 8 crystal core, 5 copper ingots, 80 wood, 20 fibers, and 10 iron ingots. The netherworld is being upgraded. As the reminder sounded, the materials on the deck seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly integrated into the hull. The evil dead began to undergo a transformation. The hull gradually lengthens to 15 meters, and its shape becomes more majestic. A dark mast rose from the ground, piercing the sky. The dark canvas swayed gently in the breeze. It makes a low whistle, like the whisper of a ghost. Ding, the netherworld has been successfully upgraded to a sloop. The cursed sloop, netherworld, Captain, Luchin. Level, primary. Crew, 10/15. Durability, 1500. Weapon slot, small weapon 1/3, whaling crossbow, bronze primary. Equipment slot, small equipment 1/1, dragon scale armor, silver intermediate. Speed, medium sail. Defense, high, medium armor. Talents, ghost ship, B level, strengthened guardian barrier, B level, night sailor, C, ecological symbiosis, D level, extreme speed, D level. Finally upgraded to a sloop. Luchin stroked the steering wheel beside him, his eyes full of joy. The netherworld can now be truly called a warship. Not only does it directly add 2 small weapon slots. Moreover, the ship's durability has more than doubled to 1,500 points. Defense and speed have been significantly improved. Most importantly, as the ship is upgraded, the power of all talents of the netherworld has been greatly enhanced. It can be said that, after upgrading to a sloop, the netherworld will have an overwhelming advantage when facing a novice canoe. At this moment, a divine announcement sounded in Area 1000. Ding! The Evolver Luchin is the first Evolver to upgrade to a unit sailboat, and is rewarded with a silver primary ship weapon, see Dragon's Fury Cannon. Ding! Since the Evolver Luchin successfully upgraded his ship to a sloop, it has the ability to sail out of the Novice Sea area. The Fleet Force mission in the Novice Sea area of 1000 has been activated. As soon as this announcement came out, there was a sudden noise in the chat channel. Everyone who was actively preparing for the battle started discussing. Wow, Master Luchin has upgraded to a sloop already? That's fast. I'm not surprised at all. Master Luchin can kill a terrifying existence like Fanjwa Sea, so it shouldn't be a piece of cake for him to deal with an 8th level sea beast. See Dragon's Fury Cannon? Is this a cannon? Oh my god. While we were still paddling, Master Lu Qin's netherworld had already started to equip himself with cannons. Hehe, I can't wait to see the expressions of those people in the Alliance after the Parallel Sea area is opened. Wait, what's with that fleet faction mission? Yes, I'm curious about this too. A fleet? We can form one ourselves, right? Is there any difference between the fleet formed through this mission? Shit, I just took a look. This fleet is so important. Come and see for yourselves. Really? I'll take a look right away. Bang. With a roar, a mighty sea dragon cannon suddenly appeared on the deck of the netherworld. The ship was shaken slightly. Lu Qin was delighted. Previously, I felt sorry for not having enough contribution points to redeem the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. I didn't expect that Tianyu would actually give me the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. However, Lu Qin's attention was quickly attracted by the next Fleet Force mission. Fleet power? What's the meaning? Fleet Force mission. On the outskirts of the Novice Sea, there stands a majestic kraken statue. Deciphering the seal at the bottom of the statue will awaken the sleeping boss-level creature, and killing the boss-level creature will complete the mission. Mission reward. Fleet Flag 1. Lu Qin's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. This giant kraken statue. Is it the big tentacle statue in front? It's really hard to find it. The mission target was within reach, which saved a lot of trouble. However, this fleet flag is the reward for the first mission issued by Tianyu. Its value is self-evident. It must be a rare treasure. Lu Qin continued to look down. Tip. Those who hold the fleet flag will have the right to create their own fleet force. Each Novice Sea area can only create one force. Once a fleet is established, both the fleet leader and members will enjoy many privileges, including but not limited to opening the fleet mall, attribute bonuses for all members, and unlocking unique ships and building blueprints. After using the fleet flag, you can choose the direction of power development according to your own wishes. 1. Sea Lord. Start with a place, gradually expand your territory, unlock various buildings and defense systems. Upgrade from a small port town to a maritime city-state, and even a maritime kingdom, and finally create a legendary maritime empire. This path focuses on defense and management. I am the founding king of this sea area. My people, follow me to create glory. 2. Sea Pirates. Although they have no fixed territory in the early stage, they can expand themselves by plundering other people's resources. As their power level increases, they will unlock more special ships and equipment. From a small pirate team, you gradually grow into a pirate fleet, a maritime overlord, and finally become the dreaded master of the sea. This path tends to attack and plunder. Yes, I want to be the man who becomes the pirate king. Chapter 87. Number 1 on Blue Star? Members of the first 3 fleets established in the Blue Star Theater will receive additional attribute bonuses. Fleet leaders can receive double attribute bonuses. First place, 200 points of free attribute bonus. Second place, 100 points of free attribute bonus. Third place, 50 points of free attribute bonus. Currently, no one in the Blue Star War Zone has successfully established a fleet force. Originally, Lu Qin was not very interested in forming a power. This can be seen from the fact that he rarely speaks in the chat channel and rarely appears in front of the public. For him, your own strength is the most important thing. But after forming a fleet, you can get attribute bonuses, which is different. The first force on Blue Star to form a fleet. All fleet members can obtain a full 200 free attribute points. The number of fleet leaders doubled. You can directly get a huge attribute bonus of 400 points. This is terrifying, even for Lu Qin, who has the supervisor template. 400 attribute points are equivalent to the attribute points that can be obtained by leveling up 4 times. That's quite impressive. This fleet flag must be captured. The first place on Blue Star belongs to me. At the same time, everyone in Area 1000 has browsed through the detailed introduction of the fleet forces. The chat channel exploded instantly. Fuck. After forming a fleet, all members can get attribute bonuses. This is too awesome. Doesn't that mean that once our district has a fleet, everyone's strength will be able to reach a higher level? The benefits of fleet power are more than just these. Don't forget the fleet store. Take a look at the treasures in the Tianyu Mall. There must be a lot of good things hidden in the fleet store as well. Wow, I'm really looking forward to it. Did you notice that the first force on Blue Star to establish a fleet will get 200 attribute bonuses for all members? I saw it, and my heart beat faster. If our district is the first to build a fleet, everyone will immediately upgrade to level 5 on the spot. I can't even think about it. Well, the reward is good, but the mission is definitely not easy. There are tens of billions of people on my Blue Star. There are 1,000 people in a Novice Sea area, and 1 million people in a region. In other words, there are 10,000 regions like the 8th region alone in this ocean. It is too difficult to win the first place among such a terrifying number of evolvers. Tang Hong. If it weren't for my adoptive father, I might have felt that there was little hope. But with my adoptive father Lu Qin here, I think we can really give it a try. Tang Hong is right. Master Lu Qin is the most powerful person I have ever seen. That fleet mission requires the ship to be upgraded to a sloop before it can be carried out. Otherwise, I would also like to help Master Lu Qin. The one above, that mission is no joke. If you go there without the strength of level 10, you will die. What level are you now? I'm only level 3. Never mind, I won't say anything. Lu Qin, Master Lu Qin, the hope of our District 1000 rests on you. Come on. Master Lu Qin, you are our pride. I, Li Jiqiang, will follow you till death and lead our District 1000 to take first place. Yes, once we are the first to establish a fleet, our 1000th district will probably develop into the strongest force on Blue Star. Hehe, just thinking about it makes me excited. Yang Zimo stepped forward to stabilize the army's morale. Don't put too much pressure on Lu Qin, he has his own plans. The war with the Alliance of Nations is imminent. We can't help but don't make things worse. Yang Zimo then warned, Lu Qin, do what you can and don't take risks. Although the first place is tempting, your safety is the most important. Boss Yang is right. Master Lu Qin is the core of our District 1000. Master, please don't take any risks. That mission is definitely not easy. The heavenly decree is issued to everyone. It obviously requires the joint efforts of the people in the entire sea area. Everyone should quickly improve their strength. Let's go, kill the sea beasts and upgrade our ship to a sloop sooner, so that we can help Master Lu Qin sooner. Prophet. The prophet is coming. Under the attention of many wingmen. An old man with a mottled face and wearing a robe inlaid with storm runes fluttered his gray wings and glided over gracefully. Prophet, the black boat below should be the evolver you mentioned before. Yunting bowed respectfully. His eyes swept across the mysterious black boat below him, and a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. There is a man and a ghost on the black boat. They seem to be only at the 5th level, but the power they display is shocking. With just one strike from that human, my 4 compatriots were wiped out. The prophet was fierce and his eyes were as sharp as torches. He pierced through the black fog below and examined the black boat. He slowly stroked the long beard fluttering in front of his chest. As described in the ancient books, he is an evolver who participated in the battle for supremacy among all races. However, Feng Lai's words suddenly turned heavy, and he sighed softly. Although they have some strength, they are only human beings from a low-level world. In this battle of all races, they can only serve as nutrients for the evolution of other races. Low-level world? Yunting frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Prophet, this human being is so powerful, but he actually came from a low-level world? Aren't the races in the lower world supposed to be weak? Why is this human so strong? Feng Lai raised a faint smile and nodded gently. The lower world can also breed extraordinary talents, just as the higher world is not short of mediocre people. This person must be a rare one among his race. Then, is it possible for them to survive this battle among all races? The female winged person next to her had a hint of curiosity in her voice. Feng Lai's eyes became deep, and he shook his head slowly. Disaster. We, the Stormwings, come from the intermediate world. We have the talent to soar into the sky and control the wind. Our strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. However, compared with the races in the advanced world, we still pale in comparison. His tone paused, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. In the past, our 1 billion ancestors were defeated in the struggle for supremacy among all races and became a tribe abandoned by the heavenly mandate. Now, there are only about 200 of us left. If there is no change, the Stormwing tribe may be completely wiped out within 100 years. As soon as these words came out, all the wingmen bowed their heads in silence. My heart is filled with resentment and humiliation. Abandoned by God's will. Talents and skills were sealed, and the realm stopped at the 5th level. Once upon a time, they were the overlords of the sky, but now they have become bottom creatures in the ocean. Yunting raised his head, his eyes firm. Prophet, you once predicted that the only chance for the Stormwings is at the Kraken statue's site. It's just that the monsters there are so ferocious that we have never been able to take action. Now, this human's unexpected intrusion may be the opportunity for us to take action. He stared at the black boat heading straight for the Kraken statue, his eyes shining. Chapter 88 Transparent Platform, Shadow Nightmare Beast. Hearing Yunting's words, hope suddenly rose in the eyes of all the wingmen. They all hoped to find a way to save their tribe from the statue. However, Feng Lai poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. He sighed. Alas, that human must have accepted the mission from the Heavenly Oracle after upgrading his ship. The reason why he dared to go to the location of the Kraken statue was because he didn't know what kind of terrifying existence was lurking under the statue. By then, if he can escape by chance, he will be extremely lucky. Although Feng Lai asserted so. However, All the winged people were still hovering above the black boat, reluctant to leave. The storm wings have been silent for too long. They will never give up even if there is only a glimmer of hope. Captain, those birdmen in the sky won't leave? Jack looked up at the sky, frowning. It's good to be able to fly. Otherwise, Uncle Jack, will definitely shoot down all these birdmen without leaving a single one alive. I just killed 4 of them. I guess they are looking for revenge. Let them be. Lu Chen's eyes swept across the Stormwing clan hovering in the air. Fly high. Can't hit. I can only ignore them for now. Anyway, his strength is only at level 5, so he doesn't pose any threat. I see, Captain. Where are we going next? There's a storm ahead. As the netherworld continued to move forward, the wind around us began to gradually increase. See the statue in front? That's our destination. Lu Chen frowned as he spoke. The statue seemed close at hand, but it had been a long voyage. The distance doesn't seem to have shortened. This is what is called running to the mountain and then killing the horse. Suddenly, the netherworld seemed to have crossed an invisible boundary. The winds around us suddenly became violent. Call. Crunch, crunch. With the groaning of the wooden boards under the heavy load, the netherworld began to shake violently. The sail on the mast was instantly stretched tight and almost torn apart. Fuck. The wind in this storm zone is simply fatal. Jack leaped up. He grabbed the tricorn hat that was about to be blown away by the wind, with astonishment written all over his face. Just this wind. Non-ocean-going sailing ships would definitely be blown over in minutes. Lu Chen's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He turned and looked. I saw a terrifying storm clinging to the edge of the Novice Sea area. The sea is peaceful and sunny. Outside the sea, however, the waves were rough and the winds were raging. I'm afraid only Tianyu can do such a thing at will. Just like that, the huge tentacle statue that seemed to be within reach. The hell sailed at full speed for a full hour before finally approaching its feet. Lu Chen and Jack realized that. The majesty and shock of this statue. A huge tentacle suddenly broke free from the deep sea, breaking out of the water, rushing straight up into the sky, as if to pierce the sky. Its surface is covered with strange patterns. In the roar of the storm, I stood firm. It exudes an awe-inspiring power. Wow, a big tentacle. And then, Captain, aren't we here just to enjoy the view? Jack looked up at the towering tentacle statue and muttered to himself. At this moment, the tentacle statue is surrounded by only rough seas and raging winds. Where are the mission objectives? Lu Chen's mind moved. A faint green light then spread across the netherworld. D-level ship talent, ecological symbiosis activated. Chi. Immediately. A snow-white 4th-level blue-eyed dolphin jumped out of the water. His eyes were full of obedience. Lu Chen's thoughts turned. He immediately controlled the blue-eyed dolphin to dive into the deep sea. However, as the dolphins continued to dive, the tentacle statue seemed to reach deep into the sea. Lu Chen controlled the dolphin on the coral-covered seabed, circling the tentacle statue 3 times. Nothing was found except marine life. Indeed, the underwater scenery is indeed fascinating. But Lu Chen's trip was not for sightseeing. Weird, there's nothing. How do we unlock the boss's seal? Lu Chen stroked his chin, his eyes narrowed slightly, recalling what Fuya once said. This statue is at low tide. Something terrible will appear. But the water here is very deep. Even if the tide is out, it's impossible for it to leak out from the seabed, right? Lu Chen shook his head. Forget it. Let's wait until the tide goes out and see. As the two waited, soon the tide was low. The sea water slowly receded. The originally submerged part of the tentacle statue gradually emerged. The surface is densely covered with barnacles and shellfish. Captain, the tide is low. The tide is low. Jack pointed at the tentacle statue, scratching his head with his hands, his face full of doubts. But nothing has happened yet? Is that little girl Fiao teasing us? Lu Chen frowned. Once again command the blue-eyed dolphins to dive into the sea to explore. But the result was still the same. Nothing was found. It seems that this trip was in vain. Jack shrugged and smiled, but the scenery is really nice, hee. Right now. Lu Chen stepped hard on the deck with his right foot. The body shot towards the statue like an arrow. Captain, be careful not to fall into the water, Jack exclaimed. However, the look of surprise on his face suddenly froze. Because Lu Chen actually stepped steadily on the sea surface. Wow, walking on the waves. Captain, when did you learn this skill? Stop talking nonsense. There is a transparent platform here. Come and help me. Lu Chen glared at Jack. Oh, that's what I thought. Jack leaped and landed lightly beside Lu Chen. Then Lu Chen and Jack explore forward along the invisible platform. Not even a few steps away. Sudden change. The space on Jack's right suddenly twisted. Immediately afterwards, a monster as black as ink and with a slender figure suddenly appeared. The monster's mouth was split to the ear. The fangs were as sharp as blades and suddenly pounced towards Jack to bite. Fuck. Jack only smelled the fishy smell. He immediately pushed his feet hard and slid his body backwards quickly. The monster's huge mouth closed suddenly, but it bit nothing. At the same time, Jack's right hand quickly condensed into a black crystal sword and stabbed at the monster fiercely. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce the monster's head, the monster suddenly disappeared without a trace. Jack's black crystal sword suddenly fell into the air. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Is it weird? Jack looked stunned. They can fight with magic, so what's so scary about ghosts? Lu Chen spoke calmly and slowly drew out the heart erosion blade from his waist. Besides, this isn't a ghost. It's just a vicious beast with a talent for invisibility. Fierce beast, shadow nightmare beast. Features: can hide, fast, medium intelligence, brutal. Talent: shadow fusion, sea level. Skills: none. Combat strength assessment, level 9. When you see a shadow nightmare beast, it is actually surrounded by countless of its kind. Chapter 89. 1 hour, kill them all. While talking, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a pale light. Next, the nightmare beast that had been hidden in the shadows was suddenly petrified, revealing its body. Shadow nightmare beast relies on sea-level shadow talent, although it can dodge physical attacks. But he is still not immune to Lu Chen's B-level petrifying gaze. The pitch-black battle blade arrived in an instant. Crack. A crisp sound. Stone chips flew everywhere. The petrified and hideous head of the nightmare beast was cut off in an instant. In its erect cat-like pupils, full of shock and confusion. It can't understand. Why can a tiny existence of only level 5 petrify itself? Not to mention, I am at the 9th level. He was killed instantly by a single blow at level 5. How can I seek justice here? Ding, you have killed the shadow nightmare beast, level 9, and gained 6,000 life energy points. After giving half to Tuanzi, Lu Chen received 3,000. Ding, you have reached level 6. Level 6, 2,000/20,000. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Perception plus 20. Free attribute plus 10. Ding, you have discovered a dangerous area, the sealed altar. It is recommended that 50 level 10 evolvers form a team to explore. This is what I suggest, but I feel like you might not listen to my advice. Upgraded. The surging energy hits. A hint of joy appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Dangerous areas. The last time this prompt appeared. Still on the giant lizard island. That time, he killed the giant lizard Gorgon himself. Gained great benefits. Jack also successfully evolved into a boss-level creature. The same is a dangerous area. Then there must be quite a few monsters on the sealed altar. The shadow nightmare beast not only possesses the sea-level shadow fusion talent. The life energy it provides is also considerable. If I could kill monsters here, the gains will be enormous. After all, Lu Chen's stealth talent is only D-level. Not as tall as the shadow nightmare. Guji. The backpack on Lu Chen's back trembled slightly, and a small opening quietly opened. A pair of curious eyes peeked out from the gap. Tuanzi sensed the fluctuations in the battle. I couldn't help but use my tentacles to pry open a corner of the backpack. In an instant, the towering giant tentacle statue came into view. Guji. Tuanzi's eyes showed a sense of intimacy. The tentacle statue in front of me. To her, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy. Wow, so amazing that human is so amazing. He killed the 9th level shadow nightmare beast in one move. High in the sky, a female winged person involuntarily covered her lips, with shock flashing in her eyes. For her who only has the 5th level of strength. The 9th order shadow nightmare beast is undoubtedly an unshakable overlord. Seeing Lu Chen so strong, a glimmer of hope also appeared in Yunting's eyes. Prophet, this human is extraordinary. His talent can actually restrain the talent of the shadow nightmare beast. In this way, he may really be able to help us open the seal and find our only chance of turning around. The prophet Feng Lai stroked his long beard and spoke in a low voice. I hope so. We, the Storm Clan, really can't wait. Speaking of this, Feng Lai's thoughts seemed to drift back to the past that he couldn't bear to look back on. A hint of sadness flashed across his eyes. A few years ago, the Stormwing tribe had more than 2,000 members. Because he predicted that the turning point for the Stormwings was hidden in the Kraken statue. He eagerly mobilized the whole clan. Launched a fierce attack on the sealed altar. However, those elusive shadow nightmare beasts taught them a hard lesson. They can blend into the shadows and are immune to physical attacks. Terrible. Final. After that battle, the number of Stormwings dropped sharply from over 2,000 to over 200. nearly extinct. Such a heavy sacrifice. But it didn't yield any valuable information. The predicted turning point is still nowhere to be seen. More than 2,000 fearless warriors of our Stormwing tribe were unable to pose a threat to those terrifying nightmare beasts. How could such a weak human being possibly do this? Thinking of this, Feng Lai couldn't help but sigh. Wow, Captain, you have advanced. Jack felt the powerful aura rising from Lu Qin. His eyes lit up instantly. Captain, upgrade. Then can I also upgrade? Suddenly, at this moment, a series of creepy roars were heard. Next, a horrifying scene happened. Dozens of dark, eerie nightmare beasts. A figure slowly appeared beside the two of them. Their long scarlet tongues protrude from their mouths. Drops of saliva kept dripping, and it was obvious that he regarded the two as delicious prey. Oh, Captain, this situation doesn't seem good. Jack forced a smile and groaned inwardly. Monsters that are invisible and immune to physical attacks. One is annoying enough. Now nearly 50 of them suddenly appeared. Lu Qin waved his right hand. A dark energy of death instantly surged into Jack's body. Don't talk nonsense. There is still 1 hour before the parallel sea area is opened. Kill them all within 1 hour. Hiki, with the captain's support, I won't be polite. You little bastards, get ready to die, hee. Jack felt the energy surge in his body. It was as if he had transformed into the villain in a cartoon, and he laughed out loud with his head thrown back. However, his laughter was just halfway through when the surging energy suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why hasn't this reached level 6? Jack stared at his hands in amazement. No. To do the full set. I just started and it's over? Not enough death energy, that's all. Lu Qin glanced at Jack calmly. Ever since this guy acquired the boss template, the death energy required to upgrade has increased dramatically. From level 5 to level 6. It actually requires more than 10,000 death energies. The 2,700 points of death energy he had left were not enough. It seems that, in addition to Tuanzi, there is another gold-eating beast under his command. One eats life energy. One eats death energy. Ah, I forgot that I'm the boss. Yes, I am the boss, you bastards. Prepare to die. Jack roared, and the dark energy in his body suddenly exploded. It surged out like a tide and instantly condensed into a dark demonic flame. Suddenly swept towards a shadow nightmare beast. The shadow nightmare beast reacted quickly and immediately blended into the surrounding shadows, trying to dodge Jack's attack. Ouch, but with a shrill wail. The body of the shadow nightmare beast was still tightly entangled by the dark flames. He was instantly engulfed by the flames and rolled on the ground in pain. Hey, do you really think that I, Master Jack, as a boss-level creature, can only attack with brute force? A cruel smile appeared on Jack's lips, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 90, 2 levels in 2 minutes. The moment Jack made his move, Lu Qin's figure also moved like a shadow. His eyes suddenly glowed with gray light. Next, 3 shadow nightmare beasts that were originally hidden in the shadows. Under Lu Qin's gaze. Nowhere to hide. Their bodies were instantly covered by a layer of stone shell, revealing their true forms. Before they could react, a sharp blade of light has cut through the sky. It was as deafening as a dragon's roar. The knife flashed, and 3 huge heads fell off. It rolled to the ground with a dull sound. At this moment, Lu Qin, he has already evolved to the point where killing a 9th-level beast is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Lu Qin, who had just dealt with 3 shadow nightmare beasts, had not yet stood firm. Suddenly, 2 more ferocious nightmare beasts appeared around him. They opened their bloody mouths, baring its sharp fangs. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he pounced towards Lu Qin fiercely. Faced with this sudden attack, a cold light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the hot energy in his body instantly boiled. It turned into a raging flame and suddenly exploded. Sea level, flame control. With Lu Qin's 840-point perception, under the amplification of super perception, the flames seemed to have life, becoming extremely violent and ferocious. It frantically devoured everything around it, instantly wrapping up the 2 shadow nightmare beasts. Ah! They struggled in pain, trying to escape the deadly flames, but it was all in vain. Under Lu Qin's control of the flames, the 2 shadow nightmare beasts only held out for a moment. They were completely devoured by the flames, turning into 2 charred, twisted corpses that fell heavily to the ground. Ding! You have killed 6 shadow nightmare beasts, level 9, and gained 36,000 life energy points. Ding! You have reached level 7. Level 7, 0/40,000. Strength, plus 20. Agility, plus 20. Constitution, plus 20. Perception, plus 20. Free attribute, plus 10. With a flash of light, Lu Chun broke through again. In less than 2 minutes, he jumped 2 levels. For Lu Chun now, as long as there are enough monsters, the upgrade speed will be outrageously fast. Lu Chun fought side by side with Jack, killing with great enthusiasm. The storm wings in the sky were already stunned. Then, those who were slaughtered by them were the shadow nightmare beasts we encountered earlier, right? A winged man's voice trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. They knew very well how terrifying these nightmare beasts were. The shadowy beast that could slaughter them at will. At this moment, in front of this human and the dead, they are like lambs to be slaughtered. I don't know if this human is too strong, or the shadow nightmare beast has become weaker. 2 levels. In just the blink of an eye, he has risen 2 levels? Yun Ting, who is always taciturn. At this moment, he couldn't help but raise his voice, his face full of astonishment. Are you kidding me? After decades of hard training, I finally reached the 5th level. The hardships are beyond words. But the scene before him overturned his cognition. His decades of hard work. They easily surpassed him in 2 minutes. Grandpa Prophet, they are so powerful. It looks like they may be able to defeat the nightmare beast and break the seal. The female wingman beside her was delighted. She had never seen anyone who could threaten those terrifying shadow nightmare beasts so much. Is Thesis this the power of an evolver who has the support of the heavenly oracle? Even Lai Feng, who had some knowledge of the evolvers through the ancient books of his clan. But after witnessing this scene, I was still shocked and speechless. In just 2 minutes, leaped from level 5 to level 7. This rate of evolution. Fear. It's really horrible. No wonder. The race that can survive the struggle among all races can become the best in the heavens and myriad worlds. Thinking of this, Lai Feng's desire to help the Stormwings escape their status as a remnant tribe, and when the support of Tianyu grew stronger, he stared at the figure standing still below him. He murmured softly, "Could it be that you can really create a miracle, Jack?" The dark flames surged, devouring the vitality of a shadow nightmare beast. Behind him, a foul smell suddenly surged up. Hee, your Uncle Jack is a boss-level creature. Do you think you can hurt me? He didn't even turn his head, his tone full of confidence. In an instant, countless black crystals swirled behind him and quickly condensed into a solid black crystal shield. With the boss template, I can completely suppress the 9th-level beast. Ouch! A deafening roar sounded. A huge claw, carrying the power to destroy the world, slammed heavily on the black crystal shield. Crunch, crunch. A sharp cracking sound was heard. The black crystal shield was instantly covered with cracks, spreading like a spider web. No way. Jack was startled and turned his head stiffly. I saw the shadow beast behind him. Obviously a little different. Abnormally large size. It is several times larger than an ordinary shadow nightmare beast. Crack. Before Jack could react, the black crystal shield shattered instantly and turned into pieces of black light. The giant nightmare beast's claws were as powerful as a bamboo. With the sound of whistling wind, it violently tore towards Jack. Fuck! Jack felt an irresistible force surging towards him. Then, the whole body was suddenly knocked flying. Bang! He slammed heavily into the giant tentacle statue. Then, like a piece of soft mud, it slowly slid down. Ouch! I saw that I solved a small bug. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King let out a deafening roar, venting his anger. Have a good rest yourself. Suddenly, then 2 nasty little bugs stepped into their territory, slaughtering his own people crazily. This made Shadow Nightmare Beast King very angry. I have dominated this sea area for hundreds of years, but today someone dared to challenge me. Lu Chen heard this huge roar, slightly turning sideways, when he saw the huge figure of Shadow Nightmare Beast King. I was suddenly delighted. A boss-level creature? Just kill it. You can get the fleet flag. Lu Chen immediately clicked on the panel of the monster in front of him. Fierce Beast, Shadow Nightmare Beast King. Features: can hide, immune to physical attacks, fast, medium intelligence, ferocious, huge power. Talent: Shadow Fusion, sea level. Skill: Shadow Shuttle, sea level. Shadow Nightmare Beast King can move instantly between shadows, as if passing through a crack in space. Weakened version of instant movement. Combat Power Assessment. Level 14. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King is powerful enough to destroy a fleet. Its elusive figure is the lingering nightmare of countless sailors. Friendly reminder: the power of the beast will be greatly enhanced after level 10. Chapter 91. Oh, why are you here to accompany me? The moment I saw the panel, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Not a boss. It's a waste of time. However, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King is the highest level creature Lu Chen has ever seen. There are 14 levels in total. After killing this thing, the life energy you get must be a lot, right? The disappointment in Lu Chen's eyes did not escape the eyes of Shadow Nightmare Beast King. It suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its anger was beyond words. It can't understand. Why would the appearance of a noble beast king like me disappoint this tiny creature as small as a bug? Is it doubting its strength? It's so ridiculous. Today, it wants to let this low-level ant experience the terrifying power of a level 14 strong man firsthand. The huge body of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King suddenly sank and instantly merged into the shadows around it. Then, in the next second, it suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Sea-level skill Shadow Shuttle. The moment I saw the Shadow Nightmare Beast King appear, suddenly there was a cry of surprise in the sky. Level 14 Shadow Nightmare Beast King? Yunting's expression suddenly changed. How could a rank 14 Shadow Nightmare Beast King be hidden in the sealed altar? Recalling the last time the Stormwings attacked the sealed altar, they only encountered an ordinary 9th level Nightmare Beast. I never expected that. Hidden among the Shadow Nightmare Beasts, there is actually such a terrifying Shadow Nightmare Beast King. If the Shadow Nightmare Beast King had appeared on the battlefield, the Stormwing tribe would have been annihilated. Thinking of this, Yunting felt a chill in his heart. However, when he saw Jack, who was originally so majestic, after being hit by the Shadow Nightmare Beast King, it slowly slid down the statue like mud. There was a flash of despair in his eyes. It's over. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King has appeared. This human may not be able to escape. When will our Stormwing tribe be able to unlock the seal of the altar and find a way out? The Prophet Feng Lai also shook his head helplessly. Obviously, he no longer had any hope for Lu Chen. Level 7 versus level 14, the gap is like a chasm. Besides, after the 10th level, the strength of the beast will usher in a qualitative leap. Although this human has some ability, but the realm is too low. After all, it was too reckless. This seal altar. Only those who are strong enough to reach level 10 or above are qualified to venture forth. As the Stormwings in the sky sighed, the claws of the Nightmare Beast King flashed with a cold light, suddenly tearing the air. With a deafening roar, pounced on Lu Chen fiercely. Seeing the Shadow Nightmare Beast King appear in front of them instantly, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. Teleport? That's quite interesting. Before he finished speaking, he took a step back with his right foot, steady as a rock. The muscles in his body tensed instantly, like cast iron. Rock patterns appeared on his arms, and the power of the mountain surged. With a low roar, a shockwave that was invisible to the naked eye surged out from him in all directions. B-level talent, power of the mountain. Just as the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's claws carried the power of destruction. The moment of grabbing, Lu Chen raised his arms violently. He actually caught the terrifying claw that was powerful enough to tear the space apart. Between the two, the forces collided, and the air seemed to be torn apart. A piercing scream. But Lu Chen did not move at all, with feet firmly planted in the earth, as if integrated with the entire mountain range. The fierce light in the Shadow Nightmare Beast King's eyes suddenly froze, and then turned into astonishment. How is this possible? How could this little thing of level 7 have such amazing power? I'm a level 14 overlord, okay? What are you doing? However, before Shadow Nightmare Beast King could react, then a red glow appeared on Lu Chen's body. Superpower is activated instantly. Next, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King only felt an unprecedented terrifying force surging towards him. It tried its best, but couldn't resist at all. This 7th level human actually grabbed him by the claws, lifted him up, and swung him in the air. Huff, huff, huff. The wind whistles. Lu Chen's arms rotated faster and faster. Finally, with one last hurrah. Go. Ouch. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King felt the world spinning around him. It was as if I had returned to my weak and helpless infancy. My heart is filled with powerlessness and despair. Boom. There was a loud bang. Its huge body smashed heavily on the giant tentacle statue. Then, like a huge rock without support, like Jack before him, he slid down slowly. Shadow Nightmare Beast King and Jack. One big and one small, two bodies. Softly, in a funny way, it slid down the statue slowly. The scene was extremely strange and slightly humorous. In the sky, the wailing sounds of the Stormwing tribe members disappeared instantly. There was silence. Everyone had a stunned expression. The scene just now was too shocking. All the wing people were unable to recover for a moment. The scene was like a whistling train crashing into a light leaf. Result? The train overturned. It's enough to just flip it. The leaves also pulled the train and swung it around. Who dares to believe this? Hey, why are you here to accompany me? Jack, who was sliding down the statue, looked up. But he found that the Shadow Nightmare Beast King who had just knocked him away was right next to him. He was suddenly stunned. However, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King has no time for Jack. Its eyes were filled with fear. After whimpering, it instantly disappeared into the shadows. This human is so scary. It doesn't want to fight anymore. Want to escape? Luchin snorted coldly. Instantly, the super hearing and smelling senses exploded. Just like the moment when a cheetah catches its prey, it is fully focused. After a moment, a hint of gray flashed across Lu Chin's eyes. Next, the Nightmare Beast King, who was hiding in the shadows and fleeing, was instantly turned into a cage by a layer of gray-white stone, clearly revealed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ouch. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King roared in despair, watching his body gradually turn into gray stone. It was full of confusion. Obviously, my realm is higher than that human. Why was he beaten like this? This is illogical. Under the desperate gaze of Shadow Nightmare Beast King, Luchin held the heart erosion blade tightly in his right hand, across his chest, stepping hard on the ground with your right foot. His body shot out like lightning. Then, a chilling black blade light cut through the air. Blood splattered. The huge head of the Nightmare Beast King fell to the ground. It made a dull and shocking echo. Ding, you have killed the Shadow Nightmare Beast King level 14 and gained 24,000 life energy points. As the reminder sounded, a powerful life energy surged out from the body of Shadow Nightmare Beast King. Then it was absorbed by Luchin. Level 7, 12,000/40,000. The level of the dumpling has also reached level 3. Level 3, 16380/40,000. Guji Guji. The dumpling, which had absorbed a large amount of life energy, rolled happily in the backpack. Chapter 92, The Gluttonous Overlord. Phanelos. Luchin smiled and stroked his backpack. There are some troublesome birdmen in the sky watching us, so don't come out yet. Guji. Talanzi responded and immediately quieted down. You have to be the best child and never cause trouble for your master. Luchin waved his hand. Put the huge body of Shadow Nightmare Beast King into the storage ring. Eyes narrowed, thoughts turning. The power of the Shadow Nightmare Beast King just now fluctuated between 400 and 500 points, far exceeding that of a rank 10 ferocious beast. If I hadn't used the power of the mountain and the super strength in time. In a contest of strength, it is really difficult to suppress this behemoth. However, the Shadow Nightmare Beast King does not have any special attributes of a boss. It's just an ordinary ferocious beast. It can be inferred from this that, after reaching level 10, all living things may experience a qualitative leap. Ouch. Seeing his king being beheaded so easily. The other nightmare beasts on the sealed altar were immediately terrified. They cried out in despair. They jumped into the turbulent sea and fled in all directions. They don't want to follow in their king's footsteps. Become the next soul to be killed by Luchin. Looking at the sealed altar that suddenly became quiet, Luchin couldn't help but frown. Again. The last time I killed the Gorgon, the giant rock-armored lizards fled in all directions. The same thing happened this time when we killed Shadow Nightmare Beast King. If we can catch all these nightmare beasts in one fell swoop, I should be able to reach level 10. It seems that I lack a large-scale control skill. Captain, you are getting stronger and stronger. The big black rat just now was at level 14, and you killed it in one blow? Captain, it's not too long before you become the master of the ocean. Jack came over and flattered him with a fawning look on his face. Stop talking nonsense and find a way to remove the seal. The Shadow Nightmare Beast King is not the boss mentioned in the mission. Luchin lightly rebuked. His eyes wandered around, searching for the key to solving the puzzle. Yes, Captain. Jack responded, his eyes suddenly fixed on the statue. Captain, look. Luchin looked in the direction where Jack pointed. At the root of the tentacle statue, the originally invisible platform gradually appeared. The platform was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white moss and various parasitic shellfish. In the gaps between the moss and the shells, grooves can be vaguely seen. They interweave into a mysterious seal pattern. It emits a faint glow, as if it contains some ancient and powerful power. Captain, that must be where the seal is. There must be a mechanism to remove the seal hidden in the middle. Jack shouted excitedly and ran towards the platform. Luchin's eyes flashed, and he followed closely. Really, in the center of the seal pattern, there is a fist-sized groove. It is surrounded by complex runes and should be the core hub of the entire seal. Seeing the sealed altar gradually reveal its true appearance, the Stormwing tribe members in the sky suddenly became agitated. It has appeared. The sealed altar has appeared. He's going to lift the seal. I really don't know what is sealed here. According to the prophet's prophecy, the key to our race's survival lies right here. The prophet Feng Lai glanced at the excited tribesmen and ordered in a calm tone. Children, that human strength is unfathomable. Once he lifts the seal, we must avoid conflict with him. Seize the turning point and evacuate immediately. Perhaps many of our tribesmen will perish at his hands, but as long as the Stormwing tribe can continue, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, sir. Prophet, don't worry. We are not afraid of death. However, Yun Ting, who was standing aside, had a frown on his face and looked very worried. For some reason, he always had a premonition in his heart. Everyone, including the prophet, may have misunderstood the true meaning of the prophecy. But at this moment, the arrow was on the string, and he had no time to think about it. Yun Ting held the spear tightly in his hand and looked down with a determined gaze. I have made up my mind to make a decisive decision. Lu Chun, after some exploration, discover the groove in the center of the seal. It's just the right time to put down the Shadow Nightmare Beast King Crystal Core. I guess this Nightmare King Crystal Core. It is the key to unlock the seal. Captain, even the Shadow Nightmare Beast King that serves as the key has a strength of level 14. I guess the thing sealed inside is probably not weak. Jack reminded in a deep voice. No problem. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Insert the dark crystal core into the groove. At worst, we'll just die once. We all have the curse of immortality, so what's there to be afraid of? The crystal core melted instantly. It turned into a pure energy and flowed slowly along the track of the groove. Gradually, complex sealing runes were outlined. Boom boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire sealing position began to vibrate violently. Next, a blindingly bright light suddenly burst out. Under the cover of light, a frightening evil aura quietly rose. After hundreds of years, I, Phantalos, finally broke free from this damn seal and regained my freedom. Ha! Accompanied by deafening laughter, a figure like a mountain of flesh slowly appeared in Lu Chen's sight. Gorgy Overlord. Phantalos, boss-level creature. Features: limbs and arms, strong physique, devouring, evil, hunger. Talent: Iron Bones, B rank. Skill 1, Gluttony Devouring, rank C. His huge belly mouth can devour everything, whether it is living or non-living. The swallowed objects will be quickly digested in his gastric juice and transformed into the power of Phantalos. This ability allows him to quickly recover his physical strength in battle and continue fighting. Always be careful of his huge belly mouth. Skill 2, Berserk Transformation, level B. When Phantalos is extremely hungry or angry, he will enter a berserk state. In this state, his strength and speed will be greatly improved, and his appearance will become more hideous and terrifying. Starting the second stage? Combat Power Assessment. Level 12. Ahem. Level 12 is for ordinary creatures. This guy has a boss template. You can calculate the specific combat power yourself. It's giving me a headache. You freaks are so annoying. Fuck. What the hell is this? Jack's eyes widened. He stared at Phantalos in front of him and swallowed unconsciously. The monster in front of him was 4 meters long. Huge body, like a moving mountain of flesh. For strong arms. The skin is dark gray, covered with wrinkles and bumps, and appears extremely tough. The most horrifying thing is, there was a huge gash in his fat abdomen. It turned into a huge mouth full of sharp fangs. The huge mouth's gastric juice was churning with digested substances, emitting a heart-pounding smell. Although Jack himself is also a boss-level existence. But at this moment, however, Phantalos made him feel an unprecedented terrifying oppression. Chapter 93, Got Stunned. Looking at the peerless evil creature released from the seal. Above the sky, the Stormwings, who were originally extremely excited, suddenly became silent. Look at each other. His eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. First, Prophet, could the turning point for our Stormwing tribe be this terrifying creature below? A female winged person shrank her neck with a pale face. That ferocious and violent breath. Let her know that once she gets close to that creature, I'm afraid it will be swallowed up in an instant. No, impossible. Feng Lai's face was also full of despair at this moment. The prophecy that I made at great cost. It should be impossible to go wrong. But the evil, hungry monster in the seal could never be the salvation of the Stormwings. What went wrong? Prophet. Yun Ting's voice sounded at the right time, attracting everyone's attention. You said, is it possible that we misunderstood the prophecy from the beginning? Perhaps, what can truly save our Stormwing tribe is not the creatures or treasures in this sealed altar. Rather, it's the person who stepped into the sealed altar. Yun Ting's words were like thunder, shocking all the wingmen. Yun Ting, are you saying that the turning point for our wing clan? Is that human? Feng Lai turned to Yun Ting, his eyes as sharp as torches. But then he shook his head again. Rejected my own idea. He sighed. It's unlikely. The 4-armed monster that emerged from the seal is a 12th level boss. It is extremely powerful. This human may not be able to compete with it. How can a dying person be the savior of our race? Prophet. There was a gleam in Yunting's eyes. This human is definitely not simple. Facing such a terrifying enemy, do you see any fear or terror in his eyes? Really? Not only is he not scared, he seems to be very excited. The female winged person next to her covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. If she faced such a terrifying enemy, she might not even be able to stand. This human is not only not afraid, but also seems very happy. It was you two ants who helped me to unlock the seal? Fantalos laughed in a low voice, his greedy eyes wandering between Lu Chun and Jack. Hundreds of years of seal. He was already hungry. As a token of my gratitude, I decided to make you a part of my body. That means eating you. Fantalos laughed wildly. The terrifying huge mouth in the abdomen suddenly opened wide. A green, choking gastric acid gushed out like a tide, directly approaching the two of them. Fuck! Jack exclaimed, sprinting backwards. The green acid splashed on the stone slabs, making a hissing sound. The hard stone slab was instantly etched with holes. White smoke rose up. Jack's eyes narrowed. Captain, be careful of this guy's saliva. He hasn't brushed his teeth in years. His saliva has turned into sulfuric acid. Luchin also retreated quickly to avoid the stomach acid attack. His eyes were fixed on Fantalos's huge body that was like a mountain of flesh, and he was full of fighting spirit. This is Fantalos. This should be the boss that needs to be killed in the fleet mission. Tier 12 boss level creature. I like thinking about this. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised, outlining a cold arc. Jack, we don't have much time. Hurry up and kill this fat guy. There's a survival bet waiting for us at home. Jack heard this. I couldn't help but look at Lu Chun with my eyes wide open. Captain, although we are both bosses, he is level 12 and I am only level 5. You really think highly of me by saying this, don't you? Although I muttered to myself. But Jack's actions were not ambiguous at all. He stomped his right foot on the ground, using the force to leap into the air. It turned into a streak of black lightning and rushed straight towards Fantalos. In terms of combat, as long as Lu Chun gave the order, Jack never shows any fear. Fatty, die for me. Jack roared. All the strength in the body is gathered at the tip of the sword. The black crystal sword stabbed at Fantalos with great swiftness. Wherever the sword passed, the air was split in two, making a sharp whistling sound, and in an instant, it was in front of Fantalos. Facing Jack's sword that could kill a 9th-level beast instantly. Fantalos's face was full of disdain. He didn't even bother to block it. Clang! A crisp metallic symphony. The black crystal sword struck hard on Fantalos's rock-gray skin, but it was as if it had hit an indestructible steel plate. The sword shook violently. Then, in Jack's incredulous eyes, the black crystal sword that could cut through iron like mud suddenly broke apart. It turned into flying pieces and scattered in the air. You, an ant, still want to hurt me? Fantalos sneered and stretched out his limbs suddenly. Like 4 huge steel clamps, with whistling sounds, they pounced towards Jack. Grasp! Jack cursed and reacted quickly. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and with the help of the reaction force, he retreated violently. Almost at the critical moment, he slipped out of the encirclement of Fantalos's 4 arms that followed him like a shadow. Once caught by those hands, the consequences would be disastrous. It is bound to be doomed to be swallowed. Ants, you run away pretty fast? Fantalos sneered disdainfully. Sudden. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A harsh sound accompanied by a grayish-white color suddenly attached to his body. Petrified. He sneered even more. A trifle. Fantalos was trying to break free. But suddenly I found out. A bone-chilling chill snaked up around him, instantly freezing him in the ice. Fantalos's movements also came to an abrupt halt due to being frozen. But before he could react, another wave of extremely hot flames surged like a raging wave. Call. The flames surrounded him. The crackling sound of burning was endless. Wow, what the hell? Fantalos was a little dazed by this sudden series of attacks. No, aren't there just 2 people opposite? Where do so many natural attacks come from? But the attacks on him did not end there. Suddenly, 7th-level skeleton warriors wearing black iron armor appeared and rushed towards him with roars. Just as Fantalos was about to raise his hand to fight back. But the 4 skeleton warriors suddenly exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The huge explosion was deafening, and the entire sealed altar was shaken. The terrifying energy generated by the self-explosion tore through Fantalos's body like a strong wind. The gray skin that had withstood Jack's full-strength attack finally collapsed and torn apart under the power of the corpse explosion. The dark yellow fat and bright red blood were clearly exposed. The aftereffects of the corpse explosion have not yet dissipated. Before Phantalos could catch his breath, a rock-covered iron fist smashed into his forehead like a meteor. Boom! There was a loud bang. Phantalos only felt a terrifying force that seemed to be able to smash his head suddenly erupt. Next, his head was smashed heavily on the stone slab. Boom! The powerful force even caused cracks on the hard stone slabs. Chapter 94. How come this fat guy is so resistant to attack? Phantalos was beaten dizzy and his eyes were blurry. I barely opened my eyes. He saw a pair of black pupils as cold as the abyss looking down at him. The owner of the black pupil was currently holding high a black blade that was emitting a strange green light. No way. Phantalos only had time to murmur. The next moment, the black blade pierced through his head like lightning. The horrible poison instantly spread throughout his body along with the black blade, and everything fell silent. Petrification plus ice control plus flame control plus corpse explosion plus strength supercharge plus poison control. Lu Chen's combo. This directly made the arrogant Phantalos doubt his life. Lying on the ground, there was no reaction. The storm wings in the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. His eyeballs almost popped out of his sockets. Gazing down in amazement. No, the one lying on the ground is the 12th level boss, right? A winged man rubbed his eyelids vigorously, trying to confirm that what he saw was real. The scene that just happened was too shocking. It even made him doubt his own vision. Boss of level 12. Aren't they all terrifying beings like demons? How come he got beaten up right after he appeared? Then he lay on the ground without moving. Isn't this what a boss should be like? Right? The aura he released earlier was undoubtedly that of a 12th level boss, but that human was too powerful. Another winged man responded with a trembling voice. Too scary. This human is too scary. How could he have so many talents? Shock spread among the winged people. At this moment, a winged man suddenly woke up, with undisguised fear in his voice. Were we planning to snatch something from that human just now? His eyes were filled with joy and fear. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Otherwise, with the amazing speed, destructive attack power, and endless talents and skills displayed by humans, even if all of these 200 people risked their lives, there is absolutely no possibility of gaining any advantage from them. As soon as these words came out, all the winged people gasped, with a hint of fear in their eyes. They realized that, just now, the entire ethnic group has quietly been teetering on the edge of extinction. He has many talents, but with only a 7th level cultivation, he was able to suppress the 12th level boss without any chance of fighting back. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. After Yun Ting finished speaking, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. He turned and looked at Feng Lai, his tone firm. Prophet, perhaps he is the key in your prophecy that can lead our Stormwing tribe out of trouble. Feng Lai was still shocked at this moment. The amazing fighting power that Lu Chun had just displayed made his heart tremble. Fortunately, they didn't rush into it. Otherwise, there would be no Stormwing tribe in the world now. Yun Ting's words brought Feng Lai back to his senses from the shock. He looked at Lu Chun with sharp eyes. This person is indeed very powerful, and he must have had some kind of adventure, but I still don't understand how he could save my Stormwing tribe from danger. Yun Ting couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Really, no matter how powerful that human being is. After all, he was just an evolver who had just sailed out of the novice area. How exactly should we do this? Only in this way can he be closely linked to the survival of the Stormwing clan and overcome difficulties together? Dead. Jack looked at Phantalos, who was lying on the ground, breathless. His face was full of shock. The captain is getting more and more awesome. With a set of smooth little combos, even the level 12 boss can be defeated instantly. Not yet. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scanned the battlefield sharply. I didn't receive any notification of the kill. This boss is not dead yet. Just as Lu Chun was about to attack again. But the green-skinned and scarred Phantalos suddenly trembled all over. It was as if the violent power dormant in the body was suddenly awakened. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 scarlet rays of light shot out like sharp swords, accompanied by a low roar. Asshole, you have successfully angered the great gluttonous overlord, Phantalos. Immediately, the fat body of Phantalos swelled rapidly. The muscles of the forearms seemed to be filled with invisible power. It tensed up instantly, and the veins twisted like snakes. The originally huge body rose again, almost to 5 meters, and the sense of oppression surged like a tide. The huge mouth of the abdomen slowly opened. Its jagged fangs were exposed, and it let out a deafening roar. Roar! With this roar, a terrifying breath swept out from the giant mouth like a gale, instantly covering the entire battlefield. B-level skill, violent transformation. Lu Chen stared at Fantalos, who seemed to be reborn suddenly. Eyes narrowed. Just now, all my various moves were poured out. Especially the last blow. The last blow was injected with a large amount of poison enhanced by the heart-eroding blade, which should have been a fatal blow. However, Fantalos actually stood up shakily. This time, I will chop off your head and see if you can regenerate. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Push the ground hard with your right foot, using the force. Super speed, super strength, full force. Strength and speed soared to the limit at the same time. On the stone platform, I saw a flash of white light like lightning. The air made a deafening explosion under the extremely fast impact. Next, Lu Chen waved his right arm. Driven by 690 points of power, the pitch-black blade slashed across Fantalos' neck accurately with a sharp sound. Puff. A muffled sound. Fantalos' fat neck was instantly split in half, revealing the white bones and dark red muscles. However, Fantalos seemed to be completely unaware of his injuries. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Hee hee. You do have some skills, but do you really think you can kill me? Before he finished speaking, the wound on his neck healed on its own at an astonishing speed, as if he had never been injured. Fuck, why is this fat guy so resistant? Jack was dumbfounded. This fat guy not only has amazing defense, the self-healing ability is beyond imagination. This battle has to be fought. And die. Fantalos roared. The huge body rushed towards Lu Chen like a moving mountain. Lu Chen reacted quickly, stepped on the ground with his right foot again, and jumped back flexibly. He narrowly avoided this devastating blow. Obviously, this Fantalos is a boss known for his physique and extremely tenacious vitality. That B-level talent, steel bones. I'm afraid this is what it looks like after its physique is upgraded to Class B. Chapter 95 Absolute Judgment, Desperate Fantalos. Now, Fantalos looks arrogant, smirking again and again. In fact, there was a deep fear of Lu Chen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Could it be that I have been silent for too long? A low-level human being. How could there be such terrifying strength? Although he relied on his strong physique to barely withstand the fierce attack of the human. But Fantalos knew clearly in his heart. Whether it is this human or that fifth-level undead, their agility is far beyond his own. I only have brute force. But like a stupid bear, he couldn't touch his opponent at all. This feeling of powerlessness made Fantalos extremely depressed. If this continues for a long time, even if he is physically strong, they will also be ground to death by these humans and the undead like a knife cutting their flesh. When I think of this, an indescribable grief and indignation welled up in Fantalos' heart. Damn it. You are the big boss of the novice area, okay? Now this situation. Why does it seem like the human has become the boss and I have become the lamb to be slaughtered? However, it has come to this. There is no escape. The battle cannot hurt the opponent. Fantalos could only grit his teeth and continue his ferocious grin, pretending to be indifferent. I just hope these two guys will leave quickly after they get tired of fighting. I won't eat you anymore. Lu Chen stared at the dead pig in front of him, Fantalos, who was not afraid of boiling water. The starry eyes narrowed slightly. Thoughts flashed through my mind like lightning. Time is running out. Less than an hour is left before the Parallel Sea area is opened. If Fantalos cannot be dealt with before then, I will have to return to the Parallel Sea area to participate in the survival gamble. Wait until you come back. This boss must have run away long ago. Lu Chen could not hide the fact that Fantalos looked strong, but was actually weak. As long as there is a chance, this fat guy definitely runs away faster than anyone else. But unfortunately, Fantalos is also a boss with special physical strength. The defense and recovery capabilities are extremely strong. Want to get rid of him? If I cannot kill with one strike of thunder, then it will take a lot of time to grind it down little by little. And Lu Chen, what we lack most at this moment is time. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Chen had made a decision in his heart. He slowly raised the heart erosion blade. Pointing directly at Fantalos, his voice was low and firm. Quote, Vantaros quote, I, the supervisor, Lu Chen, declare you to be an evil spirit. Seeing Lu Chen's behavior, Fantalos was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Judgment? Haha, who do you think you are? Can you judge me? Do you think you are an inspector? Huh. His laughter was full of sarcasm and disdain. The overseers are such high and mighty beings. How could it be this mere 7th-level human being in front of him? However, the laughter gradually became unnatural. Fantalos suddenly felt something was wrong, etc. No matter how powerful the supervisor is, it seems like he was trained from scratch by Tianyu. This human being in front of me. Could it be that this is the supervisor that Tianyu is training? Grass. Can't be so unlucky. There was a flicker of anxiety in Fantalos' eyes. when a trace of uncertainty and fear creeps into my heart. Tian Yu's cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a heavy hammer hitting Fantalow's heart, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. The supervisor, Lu Chun, exercises the power of judgment against the gluttonous overlord, Fantalos. Supervisor Lu Chun has officially declared Fantalos to be an evil creature. Vantaros's evil identity is established. Tian Yu is currently reviewing. Review completed. No evidence found that Fantalos meets the criteria for evil spirits. Supervisor Lu Chun needs to use up the absolute number of trials won for this trial. Current number of absolute trials remaining, 0 times. As the voice of the oracle faded away, on Fantalow's forehead, an evil eye curse mark suddenly appeared. The pupil part of the curse seal. The outline of the word Lu was faintly outlined. Fantalos touched the curse seal gently with trembling hands. His face turned pale instantly. He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Overseer, how could you be an overseer? How could I encounter such a 1 in a billion chance? No, I have just been released from the seal. I didn't do anything. Give yourself an inspector right at the start? I'm really impressed. Is there anyone in this world who is more unlucky than me? Seeing Lu Chun slowly approaching, the terrifying legends about the overseers could not help but emerge in Fantalow's mind. Deep in his heart, an uncontrollable fear suddenly surged. He pleaded with a trembling voice. Master Supervisor, although I, Vantalos, have eaten many people before, but that was hundreds of years ago. Although I, Vantalos, am guilty, I cannot be labeled as an evil spirit. When I thought that I was considered an evil spirit, Fantalos trembled involuntarily. I want to cry, but I have no tears. Evil spirit? How could I have deserved to have an inspector use absolute judgment to label me as evil? At this moment, Fantalow's heart was filled with regret, secretly complaining. Ancestors, if you are so awesome, why didn't you say so earlier? I stopped saying harsh words when I first came out of the seal. Can I just kneel down for you? Until this moment. Then Fantalos suddenly realized. Why would the boss-level undead next to him be willing to follow a low-level human? Turn out to be. That human actually passed the supervisor's assessment. Is it too late for me to learn the undead loyalty now? Woo woo woo. Once the identity of the evil spirit is established, it cannot be eliminated unless the judge and supervisor dies, and the supervisor cannot accept the evil spirit as a vassal. Now, winged people in the sky, witnessing the strangeness of Fantalos. They exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. Who is that? The supervisor. Is he very powerful? It must be something serious. Fantalos's reaction doesn't seem fake. But he is an extremely powerful 12th level boss after all. How could he be so frightened by a few judgmental and evil words from that human? Since the Stormwings became a remnant tribe, they have been struggling to survive in this limited space. Naturally, he knew nothing about the legend of the Overseer. Yun Ting suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up. He turned to Feng Lai, bowed and asked, Prophet, do you know the Overseer? That human's words would never make the boss lose his composure like this. There must be a powerful being behind those words. Feng Lai frowned. His eyes were fixed on the seal on Fantalow's forehead. My mind quickly flipped through the ancient books in my memory. Watch dogs. Watch dogs. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. A fiery light suddenly ignited in his eyes. The Overseer. He is the Overseer. I understand the true meaning of the prophecy. Our Stormwing tribe is saved. Chapter 96. Instant kill. 2 more levels up. Lu Chun stared at Fantalos, who was so fierce before, but now begged humbly. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a cold smile. Not really. I said you are evil. You are. After saying this, Lu Chun's body moved suddenly. Like a cheetah hunting its prey, it accelerated and rushed towards Fantalos. Turn your right palm over. The pitch-black battle blade flashed instantly, and with a sound of breaking through the air, it chopped down suddenly. Whoosh! The blade was like a dragon emerging from the sea, sharp and intimidating, cutting through the air and appearing in front of Fantalos in an instant. The latter's eyes suddenly shrank. I felt an extremely sharp wind pressure coming towards me, and the breath of death was almost palpable. Driven by instinct, Fantalos knew that he could not take this attack head-on. Asshole! Fantalos no longer dared to be careless. He roared, quickly crossing his arms in front of him in an attempt to block. However, the pitch-black blade is under the absolute suppression rule of the supervisor against evil spirits. Like a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud, easily tore through the defense that Fantalos was proud of. Crack, accompanied by a crisp and terrifying breaking sound. The blade cut off Fantalos's strong arms. soaring into the air. Blood gushed out like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. My hand, this is impossible. Fantaloz's face was full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that Lu Qin's previous attack was not so fierce. Why did it become so unstoppable in a blink of an eye? However, even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered. At this moment, Fantaloz understood. Begging for mercy is of no use. Only a desperate struggle. Only in this way can he have a chance of survival against this terrifying humanoid creature. With this in mind, Fantaloz's eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. Overseer, you forced me to do all this. Fantaloz roared. The huge mouth and the abdomen suddenly split open. It opens in a terrifying arc, as if to devour everything that stands in its way. As long as I eat you, I can gain incomparable benefits. Fantaloz's voice was full of hysteria and madness. In the huge mouth, the dark purple energy vortex spun wildly. Amazing suction power. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by this force, forming a twisted storm. C-level skill, gluttony devouring. At the same time, Fantaloz's B-level talent, Iron Bones, was fully activated. Facing Fantaloz's desperate attack, Lu Qin just sneered. It's all in vain. After he finished speaking, he moved suddenly. Break. Win. Lu Qin shouted, and gathered all his strength into his right arm. The heart erosion blade was instantly enveloped by a powerful force. The blade trembled and made a buzzing sound. Next, he swung the knife suddenly. The speed is so fast that it is almost beyond visual capture. I saw a dark blade slashing across the sky. It brought with it a gust of fierce wind, and wherever it went, the space seemed to be split apart. Clang, accompanied by a crisp metal symphony. The heart-eroding blade seemed to tear through the barrier of space and flashed past Fantaloz's astonished eyes at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Then, there was a heart-pounding silence. Then, there was a shocking scene. The huge body of Fantaloz was cut into two halves by this sword. Dark red blood spurted out like a waterfall, dyeing the surrounding air red. Before his huge mouth could close, the madness and unwillingness in his eyes were forever frozen at that moment. Lu Qin put away his sword. The black blade is sheathed. The movements were smooth and graceful, as if the stunning blow just now was just an ordinary swing in daily training. He stood as before, his clothes fluttering. There is an inviolable aura surrounding him. It seemed as if everything that happened just now was just a trivial episode. At this moment, Lu Qin's figure lengthened in the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing particularly lonely and powerful. Ding, you have killed the boss-level creature, Gluttonous Overlord Fantaloz, level 12, and gained 320,000 life energy points. Ding, Fantaloz is an evil creature. You get execution value, 1,000 points. Position, Supervisor, 1,500/10,000. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully reached level 8. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully reached level 9. Level 9, 5.2W/16W. Ding, as an overseer, the attributes you gain when you level up are doubled. Strength, plus 40. Agility, plus 40. Constitution, plus 40. Perception, plus 40. Free attribute points, plus 20. Ding, your pet, Kraken, God level, has been upgraded to level 4. Ding, your pet, Kraken, God level, has been upgraded to level 5. Level 5, 5.6W/16W. Congratulations on completing the Fleet Force mission. Obtain mission reward, Fleet Flag 1. The terrifying life energy surged into Lu Qin and Tuanzi's bodies like a tide. A total of 320,000 points of life energy. Let Lu Qin and Tuanzi, the man and the beast, each soared 2 levels. The wave of evolution sweeps over the whole body, bringing unprecedented comfort. Lu Qin suddenly spread his arms, howling to the sky. Cool. The little grouper also followed suit, howling in the backpack. After being promoted twice in a row, the little dumpling was extremely happy. No, it's over in seconds? Jack next to him was already dumbfounded. No, I know the captain is an overseer and he's awesome. But it's not that awesome, right? That fat guy is a level 12 boss with a B-level physical talent. It is enough to escape unscathed from the siege of thousands of evolvers of the same level. He is definitely a novice sea devil. So existing. The captain was killed in 1 second with just one sharp blow? You know, the captain is only at level 7. A level 7 slash kills a level 12 physical specialty boss instantly. This is the supervisor. It's difficult to do, right? Thinking of this, Jack stared at Lu Qin in a daze. There was a strange light in his eyes. Even among the extremely terrifying group of supervisors, The captain's talent and character are probably also outstanding. Hey, Jack, have great vision. I could tell at first sight that the captain was no ordinary man. Lu Chun, who was enjoying the pleasure of upgrading, suddenly looked stern. Hundreds of winged people hovered in the sky for a long time, and at this moment they suddenly swooped down towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun frowned slightly. Dozens of bone spears gathered in an instant. They surrounded him, emitting a chilling chill. Court death. Lu Chun shouted coldly and flicked his finger. The bone spear instantly turned into a rain of arrows, whistling towards the group of winged people. However, just when the bone spears were about to hit the winged people, they suddenly stopped in the air. Lu Chun raised his eyebrows and glanced sharply at the winged people flying towards him rapidly. These winged people did not attack, nor did he avoid it. Instead, they knelt on the ground in front of Lu Chun with a pious attitude. If Lu Chun had not stopped the attack of the bone spear in time, this round of volleys would have been enough to reduce the number of winged people in front of him by 1/3. The actions of the winged people made Lu Chun feel doubtful. He stared at the kneeling winged man, waiting for an answer. Chapter 97, Vassal Races. The leader of the surviving tribe, Feng Lai, leads the entire Stormwing tribe to respectfully bow to the honorable supervisor. Feng Lai's forehead touched the ground. There was a barely perceptible tremor in the voice. He was obviously extremely nervous. The wingsmen behind him also followed suit, kneeling and bowing before Lu Chun. Several young wingmen took the opportunity to secretly look up. Glancing at Lu Chun, there was fear and trepidation in his eyes. Can this young human really be the salvation of our Stormwing tribe? Stormwing. Lu Chun raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone calm and cold. You have half a minute to give me a reason not to kill you. Although he is the supervisor of the Tianyu world. But if these Stormwings were to appeal to me for justice, they had found the wrong person. I don't have the time. Instead, he was very interested in the life energy in these winged people. Although thin, but mosquito legs are also meat. If they don't have a suitable reason to impress Lu Chun didn't mind killing and capturing them all. In this world, only your own strength is the most important. Hearing Lu Chun's calm words, the kneeling winged people trembled when they heard this. No. Is this supervisor so cruel? Cold sweat broke out on Feng Lai's forehead instantly. He knew very well that every word that comes next will determine the survival of the Stormwing clan. He raised his head resolutely, his eyes flashing with determination. Master Overseer, our Stormwing tribe is not invading without reason. He said in a deep voice. We want to become your vassal race and fight for you, even if it means going through fire and water. However, Feng Lai's words were interrupted by Jack's cold voice. Hey old man, it's not that I look down on you. Although you have more than 200 people, you have no talent and no skills. I, Jack, am enough to kill all of you. Jack raised his mouth slightly, full of contempt. Do you really think our captain will accept any cat or dog? Just kidding. My little snake girl baby. Level 7 strength, with B-level talents and skills. Want to be loyal to the captain. They were all killed by the captain. You are a bunch of winged people who have nothing. Want to board our ship? Innocent. Lu Chun did not speak, but only looked at Feng Lai with an indifferent look, silently agreeing with Jack's words. Everything is implied. When all the winged people heard this, humiliation and unwillingness welled up in their eyes. Yunting lowered his head. The teeth clenched tightly, making a crunching sound. The veins on the back of his right hand were bulging as he gripped the spear tightly. This humiliation pierced his heart like a sharp knife. Our clan took the initiative to ask to be a vassal of others, but they all looked down on us for being weak. However, despite the resentment in my heart, Yunting knew very well that the words of the undead were not groundless. A 5th-order boss-level undead does have the power to massacre an entire clan. But at this moment, this is the only chance for the Stormwings. Yunting will never give up. With this in mind, Yunting suddenly raised his head, staring at Lu Chun with sharp eyes. Master Overseer, we should not judge things by their appearance. The reason why our Stormwing tribe appears so weak is because we were abandoned by the Oracle of Heaven. As long as the Lord Supervisor is willing to accept us, the Stormwings will be able to get rid of their status as a remnant tribe and reawaken their talents and skills. By then, the Lord will be able to have an air force with B-level talents per capita in an instant. When Lu Chun heard this, my eyes suddenly lit up. B-level talent per capita? The Stormwings already possess the ability to fly, and if they awaken their B-level talent, their combat power will not be underestimated. Not to mention, you have mastered the fleet flag, and all members can gain attribute bonuses. In this way, this Stormwing clan, whose average talent is B-level per capita, will surely become a powerful force in his hands with the help of attribute bonuses. Although his heart was moved, Lu Qin's expression remained calm. He looked at Yun Ting and said calmly, "If you dare to lie, the consequences will be serious. If you accept us as a vassal race, the life and death of our entire race will be determined by you." Yun Ting kowtowed again. Blood instantly dripped from his forehead, but he ignored it and spoke as firmly as before. "If you find out that we have deceived you in the future, just wipe us out. Okay, I'll give you this chance." As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, Feng Lai's eyes flashed with ecstasy for a moment. I was almost moved to tears. The Storm Wings, as the survivors. No matter which powerful party you swear allegiance to, you can't erase the stigma of the survivors. That is the iron law of heaven, which cannot be shaken. However, the only exception is the supervisor. The supervisor is the embodiment of law enforcement in the world of Tianyu, and is equivalent to the spokesperson of Tianyu's will. Once the overseer is willing to accept the Stormwings, it means that Tianyu has embraced the Stormwing tribe again. But the overseer only exists in vague legends. The number is extremely rare. The wind was so strong I had never expected it. Fate is so kind to the Stormwings. When the tribe was on the verge of extinction, let them meet Lu Qin. May God bless my Stormwing tribe. Thoughts raced through my mind. Feng Lai's eyes were red, and he bowed deeply to Lu Qin again. "Thank you, Lord Supervisor. The Stormwings are willing to become the sharp blades in your hands and kill all the invading enemies." With the movement of the wind, all the tribesmen bowed their heads at the same time. The sound was uniform and resounded through the sky. "Thank you, Lord Supervisor. The Stormwings are willing to become the sharp blades in your hands and kill all the invading enemies." At the same time, mottled spots of light escaped from the body of each winged person. They gathered in front of Lu Qin and condensed into a dazzling ball of light. "My lord, this is the soul crystal of our Stormwing tribe. If you accept this soul crystal, it means you accept us as your vassal." Feng Lai said respectfully. Lu Qin nodded slightly. With a thought, the ball of light instantly sank into his body. At the same time, the reminder sound of Tianyu came clearly. "Ding, you have chosen to accept the Stormwings as a vassal race. Your current supervisor level is level 1. The current number of vassal races that can be accepted is 1 to 1. The number of vassal races can be increased after the supervisor level is upgraded. Reminder, you have absolute dominance over your vassal races and can completely wipe them out at any time." After hearing Tianyu's series of prompts, Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that there are restrictions on vassal races. At his current supervisor level, he could only accept one vassal race. No wonder after I chose to accept it. The old man was thrilled to death. Thinking of this, Lu Qin was speechless. This oracle, no guidance or anything. You have to figure everything out on your own. If I had known earlier that there was a quota limit for vassal races, just choose a stronger race to be your vassal. But at this point, Lu Qin did not regret it. If there were no Stormwings, I don't know if I can accept a race as a vassal. The identity of this supervisor seems increasingly powerful. Chapter 98, a gift for the allied nations. At the same time, a huge amount of energy surged into the bodies of the Stormwings who were kneeling on the ground. There was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. My cultivation is rising. This feeling is so wonderful." A pretty female winged person covered her lips. In just a moment, her strength soared to the 6th level and continued to increase. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, Lord Supervisor. We, the Stormwing clan, have once again been recognized by the heavenly revelation. This is the energy compensation bestowed upon us by the heavenly revelation." Feng Lai stretched out his arms, tears streaming down his face. Once upon a time, without the support of Tianyu, the Stormwing's cultivation progress was as slow as a snail. The realm of all the tribesmen was stuck at the 5th level, unable to advance even a bit. At this moment, the shackles are broken. The accumulated potential of everyone exploded instantly, and their realm improved rapidly. Feng Lai wiped away his tears and quickly ordered, "Everyone, concentrate on comprehending your wind-related talents and skills." Hearing this, all the Wing clan members closed their eyes and concentrated. Open your arms and welcome the caress of the wind. Oh my God, more than 200 people are evolving at the same time, awakening their talents at the same time. How spectacular. Can you add me in? I want to level up too. Jack looked at the winged people who were transforming in front of him, his face full of envy. The captain is already level 9, but I am still stuck at level 5. Too miserable, woe. They just took back the power that was theirs. Lu Qin crossed his arms, his eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder what level of talent these Stormwings can awaken. It should be pretty good. Their ancestors seem to have come from the intermediate world. The potential of creatures in the intermediate world is quite strong. Jack shrugged. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It seems that his true talent has also been sealed. I really don't know when it will be solved. Soon. The strength of all Stormwings has jumped to about level 10. As Yunting said, every Stormwing. The awakened talents are without exception. All are B-level. Lu Chen clicked on the panel of a female winged person. Now, the panel has changed dramatically. Stormwing tribe, vassal race, Yunrui. Features, high intelligence, flying ability, flexibility, wind affinity. Talent, wind control, B-level. Skill, wind blade cutting, B-level. Instantly releases sharp wind blades. These wind blades are like invisible blades that can easily cut through metal and rock, causing fatal damage to the enemy. Have you seen a humanoid fighter? You have seen it now. Combat Strength Assessment. Level 10, the King race in the sky. If you want to fight her, it's best to make her unable to fly first. Otherwise, you will feel the frustration of being beaten but unable to fight back. In addition, she seems to have a master. What the hell? So fierce. Jack came closer to Lu Chen, and when he saw Yun Rui's panel, his eyes suddenly widened. Oh my goodness. I really underestimated these birdmen before. Congratulations, Captain. You have gained a powerful force. Lu Chen nodded. It seems like I really found a treasure this time. I didn't expect that these weak-winged people before. After getting rid of the identity of a remnant, his strength has increased so dramatically. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. The Stormwings, who had awakened their talents and strength, once again knelt before Lu Chen. There was irrepressible joy and excitement in his eyes. However, as the winged people knelt, Yunting's figure stands out like a crane among chickens. His eyes were still closed. Obviously, he was immersed in some profound insight. Seeing this, the wingmen couldn't help but look worried. Why hasn't Yunting awakened yet? He wouldn't fail in awakening, would he? This shouldn't happen. Yunting has always been the strongest among us. How could this happen? Lu Chen still has memories of the young winged man with a scar on his face. It was this guy who dodged his bone spear attack before. Don't panic. He understands the wind better than you do. Stay quiet and don't affect him. Lu Chen said calmly. At the same time, curiosity in the eyes is even stronger. Ordinary Stormwings can already awaken B-level talents. Could this young wingman be able to awaken A-level talent? Lu Chen, who had awakened the A-level undead control, knew very well that the awakening of A-level talent is by no means easy. Amid the worried and expectant gazes of the wingman, the wind around Yunting began to swell rapidly. An invisible storm force quietly gathered around him. In a flash, Yunting suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He took 2 deep breaths, his chest rising and falling. Then, he knelt down to Lu Chen without hesitation. Yunting, the winged man, kowtows to the master. Looking at Yunting, Lu Chen opened the panel. I was suddenly delighted. Stormwing tribe, vassal race, Yunting. Features, high intelligence, flying ability, flexibility, wind affinity, cold personality. Talent, wind resonance, level A. Skill 1, Sky Storm, level A. Gather all the power of the storm in your body and explode into a destructive storm. Ants, accept death. Skill 2, Wind Blade Cutting, B level, same as above. Combat Strength Assessment, level 11, the prodigy of the Stormwing tribe, child of the wind. Unexpectedly, this boy not only successfully awakened his A-level talent, he even learned an A-level skill. Good. It is worth cultivating yourself. Lu Chen nodded. He was quite satisfied with the fighting power of the entire Stormwing tribe. However, in addition to joy, deep down in my heart, a sense of uneasiness quietly emerged. Judging from the current situation of the Stormwing tribe, seeing the leopard through the tube, this shows how powerful the Stormwing tribe was when they participated in the battle for supremacy among all races 10,000 years ago. At that time, the billions of Winged Clan members all possessed at least B-level talent. Such a strong race, but still failed in the battle for supremacy among all races. To this day, they are on the verge of extinction and are struggling. Turning to think about the human race on Blue Star. Although the population is as huge as 10 billion. When first awakened, most talents are F or E level. C-level talents are already rare. With this in mind, Lu Chen felt an even greater sense of urgency. Strength, only strength. Improving our strength is urgent. At this time, Feng Lai knelt down and reported respectfully. Master, the talents of all 234 members of the Stormwing tribe have been awakened. Among them, there is 1 A-level talent and 233 B-level talents. Except for Yunting, the others are all at the 10th level. Please give me your instructions, Master. All the wingmen responded in unison. Please give me instructions, Master. Luchin looked around at the winged tribe and said in a deep voice, "Okay, there is something I need you to do right now. Hurry to 563.876. I'll be waiting for you there. Go ahead." As Luchin's voice fell. "Yes, sir." The winged people bowed to Luchin in unison, then spread their wings and flew high, cutting through the sky. Wow, it would be great if I could fly. I'm so jealous. Jack looked at the winged tribe people who came and went like the wind. I couldn't help but feel envious. The advantage of being able to fly over this ocean is really huge. Not only is it fast, no need for a boat. Fortunately, it's on our side, hee. Captain, what are you going to do with these winged people? Jack looked at Luchin with curiosity. In half an hour, the survival gamble will begin. I plan to give the Alliance of Nations a shocking gift. A cold smile appeared on Luchin's lips. Chapter 99. The statue is alive? Then, Luchin flipped his right hand slightly. A flag with a strange glow appeared in his hand. Fleet flag, special item. With this flag, you can create your own unique faction. Luchin stared at the banner, his eyes burning like torches. You know, the first faction created on Blue Star using the command flag will receive a terrifying 200-point attribute bonus. As the leader of the fleet, the bonus is doubled. 400 attributes. This made Luchin, who was always calm, feel eager. Without any hesitation, Luchin resolutely decided to activate the command flag so as not to miss the opportunity to become the first one. Ding, the fleet flag has been activated. Please choose the direction of power development. 1. Sea Lord, immediately own an exclusive territory and enjoy resource gains. Territory resources +5. The territory and gain ratio can be expanded by upgrading the power. This path focuses on defense and construction. 2. Pirates of the Sea, initially have no fixed territory and plunder resources from other places to promote their own growth. They have plundering bonuses, plundering resources +5. Upgrading the power unlocks special ships and higher plundering bonuses. This path focuses on attacking and plundering. Facing two completely different paths, Luchin raised his brows slightly. Quick analysis. First, cultivate the land carefully and stick to one place. First, conduct guerrilla warfare throughout the world and use war to support war. First, operate steadily and build an empire. One is to fight with swords and sabers and win in danger. Defend or attack. Choose now. Although the temptation of the Sea Lord is not small, it is the dream of many people to own a piece of territory that can be slowly carved out. But this goes against Luchin's original intention. What I desire is freedom, unfettered exploration, and conquest. Then, Luchin resolutely chose the second path, the sea plundering pirate. It was a free and unrestrained journey. Ding, you have successfully chosen the direction of power development as sea pirates. Ding, the faction is being created. Time remaining, 59 minutes. Do we have to wait to build our power? Luchin shook his head. Never mind. Don't rush this moment. Take advantage of this hour to clean up the battlefield. Jack. Captain, we have prepared everything for you. Jack bared his teeth and pointed to the right. Look. As far as the eye can see, there are piles of ferocious beast remains. Vanilos, the Shadow Nightmare King, the 8 Shadow Nightmare Beasts, and the previous silver-winged giant falcon were all present. Tawanzi, you can come out now. Luchin nodded, patted his backpack, his tone full of doting. Guji. Hearing that he could get out, Tawanzi jumped out of the backpack, rubbing against Luchin's face nonstop. The little guy has been feeling very depressed during this period of time. This trip to seal the altar. Tawanzi also directly reached level 5 and was extremely excited. Haha. Luchin smiled and said, Okay, let's get down to business first. Take these corpses and then play with them. Guji. Tawanzi responded happily, and then his tentacles suddenly extended and placed on the pile of corpses. The pile of corpses suddenly shrank and dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually lost all its essence. Hey, Captain, look, Dumpling has changed. Its tentacles can extend. Jack shouted in surprise. He thought that this little guy would not grow up no matter how much life energy he consumed. Really? Luchin looked at Tawanzi, his eyes full of satisfaction and doting. It seems that Tawanzi has grown after the upgrade. It seems that Tawanzi is not unable to grow up, but that he can control his body shape freely. It's really exciting to see what Dumpling will look like after it leaves its larval stage. Ding. Successfully ingested Glutton Overlord. Fanilos, level 12. You obtain B-level talent. Iron Bones, physical fitness increased by 18 points. Ding. Successfully captured Shadow Nightmare Beast King, level 14. You obtain C-level talent. Shadow Fusion, strength increased by 18 points. Ding. Successfully captured Shadow Nightmare Beast 8, level 9. You obtain sea-level talent, Shadow Fusion 8, strength increased by 138 points. Ding. Successfully ingested the silver-feathered giant falcon, level 8, agility increased by 12 points. Accompanied by a large number of Tianyu prompt sounds. Lu Chen obtained it again. 122 points of strength, 18 points of constitution, 12 points of agility, as well as B-level iron bones and C-level Shadow Fusion talent 9. Ding. Your C-level talent, Shadow Fusion, is detected to meet the evolution conditions. Evolving. Evolution completed. Shadow Fusion C-level successfully evolved to B-level talent, Shadow Walker 35. Feeling the energy surge in my body, Lu Chen's face was full of joy. This intake not only allowed me to gain a large number of attribute points, he even got 2 B-level talents. So far, he already possesses 7 B-level talents that are out of reach for ordinary people. Very good. The battlefield has been cleared. It's time to return to the vicinity of the parallel sea. Lu Chen decisively opened the Tianyu panel. Choose to teleport to the vicinity of the parallel sea area. However, there was no response. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why can't it be transmitted? Ding. Due to interference from an unknown force, the transmission function is temporarily ineffective. Captain, what should we do? We are running out of time. Jack's face changed suddenly when he heard Tianyu's reminder. Are you kidding me? There is less than half an hour left before the survival bet begins. At this time you told me that the transmission failed. Making trouble. If it is not possible to transmit. By the time we sail back to the parallel sea area from here, the opportunity will be gone. The storm wings have already arrived, so there's no need to worry about the survival gamble. Lu Chen looked around with a stern look in his eyes. I'm more curious about who on earth could interfere with the transmission of Tianyu. At this moment, Jack stared blankly at the giant tentacle statue in front of him. He rubbed his eyes and said hesitantly, Captain, I seem to see this big tentacle move just now. Then Jack shrugged, thinking he was dazzled. I must have seen it wrong. How can a statue move? Just kidding. It would be amazing if such a big statue could move. However, as soon as Jack finished speaking, as if it was a direct rebuttal to his remarks, the towering tentacle statue suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Boom, boom. Then, the entire giant tentacle statue began to shake violently. It was as if a sleeping beast was awakened and was slowly stretching its body. With vibration, a large amount of rubble fell from the statue's tentacles like a torrential rain, mixed with roaring sounds, pouring down from the sky. It hit the ground, stirring up dust. Small pieces of gravel were even splashed everywhere. The scene was extremely shocking, as if the end of the world had come. Wow. Jack was dumbfounded, and the words he had just said were stuck in his throat. Is he really alive? Chapter 100. Jack, help me take good care of Tuanzi. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Seeing the tentacle statue that towered into the sky strangely come to life, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. The oppressive feeling brought by this huge building is like a mountain pressing down on one's head, far superior to any opponent he had ever faced. Guji. Tuanzi cast an innocent look at the slowly moving tentacles, calling softly. It seemed as if I felt some kind of inexplicable closeness. Suddenly, the terrifying giant tentacle statue moved. Call. With a howling wind. He smashed towards Tuanzi with the force of thunder. Guji. Tuanzi was stunned for a moment by this sudden attack. His eyes were full of confusion. It can't understand. Why would this existence, which originally made it feel extremely familiar, suddenly attack it? However, the giant tentacle did not hesitate at all. The force did not decrease at all, and it seemed that the dumpling was about to be crushed into meat paste. At this critical moment, Lu Chen's figure flashed, and his Shadow Walker talent was fully activated, and he turned into a black shadow and swept past with Tuanzi. Boom. The giant tentacle slammed heavily on the ceiling altar. The huge rocks broke and scattered everywhere. The surface of the altar was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the entire space trembled at this blow. Lu Chen hugged Tuanzi tightly, his face livid, and shouted at Jack. This thing is targeting Tuanzi. Jack, hurry. Drive the netherworld and retreat. Clear. Jack responded without hesitation. His figure flashed and turned into a residual shadow, shooting towards the netherworld in the distance. However, the giant tentacle seemed to ignore Jack, gathering strength again, with even more terrifying might. Sweeping towards Lu Chen's location. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Facing the tentacle statue approaching again, Lu Chen's eyes were as heavy as iron. The attack range of this giant tentacle is too wide. If you board the netherworld at this time, the ship will be sunk. He had to buy time for Jack so that the netherworld could stay away from the threat of the tentacles. This way, everyone can escape. Bring it on. Lu Chen let out a loud roar and squatted down suddenly. Then, like a spring, he burst out with amazing strength, and his body instantly flew into the air. He deftly dodged the sweep of the tentacles. Die. In the air, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. His mind moved. The pile of beast corpses sealed on the altar suddenly burst out with strong energy. Next, boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions sounded. The entire sealed altar was shaking violently under the power of the corpse explosion. However, when Lu Chen's eyes fell on the giant tentacle again, the pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the tentacle was intact except that its surface was a little blackened by the smoke. Corpse explosion. That is my most powerful A-level skill. It was unable to cause any substantial damage to the tentacles. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a strong shock in his heart. What level of strength has this tentacle statue reached? The giant tentacle seemed to be irritated by the repeated provocations of the tiny insect in front of it. An inexplicable shock suddenly came. The giant tentacle suddenly accelerated. It struck again with a terrifying speed that was inconsistent with its huge size. Fuck, again. Lu Chen cursed softly, intending to activate his Shadow Walker talent and blend into the darkness to avoid the attack. But, under the interference of that strange vibration, unable to blend into the shadow, the tentacles are approaching, and there is no escape. A trace of determination flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. Who's afraid of who? With a shining blade trail. The unique skill of the supervisor, windbreaking. Perform instantly. However, the dazzling blade light shattered instantly when it touched the giant tentacle. The invincible windbreaker. In front of this behemoth, it seems pale and powerless. Facing the whistling tentacles, Lu Chen had no way to avoid it. You can only bear it. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. The strength of steel and mountains is fully mobilized. Physical fitness and defense instantly soared to the limit. But, puff, with a muffled sound, the giant tentacles swept past fiercely. Lu Chen's left hand, along with half of his left chest, were instantly torn into a bloody mist that splattered out, even if the defense has been strengthened to the extreme. Under the touch of the giant tentacles, all defenses were useless and collapsed in an instant. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lu Chen turned sideways instinctively. He protected the ball that he was holding tightly in his right hand. It doesn't matter if I get hurt. After all, I have an immortal body. But Tuanzi can't be in trouble. It's your own life. There must be no room for error. Bang. Lu fell heavily onto the cracked sealed altar. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Since entering the world of Tianyu, this was the first time he had suffered such a severe blow. Guji Guji. Tuanzi looked at Lu Chen's injuries. My big eyes were instantly filled with tears. Obviously very distressed. At this moment, Jack's voice broke through the noise. Captain, hurry back to the netherworld. The big tentacle can't reach here. You must not fall. If you are defeated by that giant tentacle, you will be sealed. Jack's words made Lu Chen's heart tremble. I thought that my immortality would make me fearless. But Jack was right to remind us. Once defeated, I am likely to be like Fanalos. Sealed here forever. My life has just begun to blossom. How can I be trapped here? With this in mind, Lu Chen gritted his teeth. He slammed the ground with his remaining right hand. Leap up with the help of force. Green light flashes. The speed super talent is fully exploded. The whole person turned into a residual shadow, rushing towards the netherworld. As long as we are aboard the Erebus, we will be safe. However, at this moment, a despairing scene happened. Crash. Crash. With a deafening sound. Dozens of equally huge tentacles suddenly broke through the sea surface and rose into the air from the deep sea. It instantly covered the entire sky behind Lu Chen. Looking at the densely packed, swaying giant tentacles in front of me, Lu Chen's heart sank suddenly. It's over. I should have thought of this before. How could this statue have only one tentacle? Really? What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. The statue's body and its many tentacles. They are all hidden under the mud and sand on the seabed. At this moment, Lu Chen felt extremely desperate. One tentacle can no longer be avoided. Now dozens of them suddenly appeared. Finished. At the moment when Lu Chen's thoughts were racing, the tentacle statues in the sky were accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. Pounced on him fiercely. Lu Chen turned back quickly. The feeling of despair worsens. Countless tentacles have completely blocked all of his escape routes. There is no way around it. At this critical moment, a trace of determination flashed across Lu Chen's eyes. The right arm was instantly covered in red light, and the muscles were tense and bulging. Concentrate all your strength on your right arm. He suddenly threw the ball towards the netherworld. Jack, help me take care of Dumpling. Chapter 101 God Level Skill. Summon the complete Kraken statue. Captain. Jack also roared at this moment, his face distorted. If it is sealed, it will take at least hundreds of years. Over these hundreds of years, the Blue Star people don't have the help of the captain. How to win in the battle among all races? Once the Blue Star human race is defeated, even if the captain came out of the seal 100 years later, they will also become a remnant tribe like the Stormwing tribe. All strength is lost. Thinking of this, Jack's heart was filled with endless panic and anxiety. Go. The pupils of Tuanzi in the air suddenly shrank, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. It stretched out its tentacles vigorously, trying to get closer to its master. Even if it faces death, it wants to die with its master. But helpless. They could only watch the distance between them grow wider. It seems that we will be separated for a while. Lu Chen looked at Tuanzi, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My strength comes from dumplings. Now, it seems that he will also die because of Tuanzi. But Lu Chen was full of gratitude towards Tuanzi, because it makes my life have these few days of unforgettable splendor. Although time is short, it is precious enough. The roar above my head was getting closer. Lu Chen calmly closed his eyes, preparing to face the seal after death. However, time passed minute by minute, but the expected pain did not come. Lu Chen frowned in confusion. Strangeness? How come this doesn't hurt? Could it be that the tentacle's attack power was too strong? Grind yourself into pulp in an instant? Full of doubts, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the distance, Jack was hugging Tuanzi tightly, with a look of shock on his face. Lu Chen raised his hand and stroked himself gently, and there was nothing unusual. Turning back, I saw that the towering giant statue had disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Where's the statue? Lu Chen murmured to himself, full of confusion. Jack pointed at Lu Chen with trembling hands and stammered. Captain, that statue, it's on you. Just. Jack saw. At the moment when the terrifying giant tentacle was about to crush the captain into pulp, they suddenly became unreal. Then it attached itself to Lu Chen's body. Disappeared. Guji. Seeing that Lu Chen was safe and sound, and immediately leapt out of Jack's arms, climbing and sliding towards Lu Chen. 8 small tentacles held him tightly, and their eyes flashed with uncontrollable joy. Ha, don't worry, Tuanzi, I'm fine, right? Lu Chen first comforted Tuanzi. But I still don't understand. Jack said the statue was on me. What's the meaning? I clearly have nothing on me. Could it be that? A thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Quickly open your own panel. Take a closer look. Suddenly I froze in place. I only saw my skills list. One more item has been added. Skill. Summon Kraken Statue, God level skill. You can summon the complete statue of the Kraken to participate in the battle. After using it, the skill will enter a long cooling state. Any opponent who forces you into a desperate situation will face the deepest fear of their life. God level skills? Lu Chen's eyes suddenly widened. My breathing suddenly became rapid and heavy. My skills are all C level and A level, and the next level is S level. What the hell is this God level skill? Although I haven't heard of it. But absolutely awesome. Could this Kraken statue that could be summoned be the one that just attacked him? With this in mind, Lu Chen's heart was instantly filled with surging joy. Happiness came so unexpectedly. The terrifying power of the giant tentacles. Lu Chen knew it clearly. In front of it, it was complete despair with no power to resist. However, such a terrifying statue. Now it has become the power in my hands. Invincible. Captain? What is going on? Jack came to Lu Chen's side, with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Everything that just happened was really weird. What's going on? Then the terrifying enemy suddenly disappeared. Lu Chen looked at Tuanzi, who was acting like a spoiled child in his arms. If you realize something in your heart. Kraken. Isn't Tuanzi also a god-level Kraken? It seems that I have figured out the reason. If I'm not mistaken, the giant statue just now should be the work of Tuanzi's relatives. When Jack heard Lu Chen's words, suddenly I woke up from a dream. Yes, it's a big tentacle statue, and our dumpling is a small tentacle. But if it was made by Tuanzi's parents, why would the statue only attack Tuanzi? Jack rubbed his chin, confusion evident on his face. Lu Chen looked at Jack with deep eyes. Just imagine, if it were someone else, facing such a terrifying tentacle attacking his pet, how would he respond? What to do? Of course, you should abandon your pet and run as far away as you can. It's not worth risking your life for a pet. Jack thought about it and understood it instantly. So, this is a test set by Little Dumpling's parents? Lu Chen nodded gently. That should be the case. Although the Kraken is a species of god, it has no fighting power at all during its infancy. Therefore, it is very important for its parents to find a competent guardian for Tuanzi. When Lu Chen said this, his tone gradually became low. Just now, if we had abandoned Tuanzi and escaped alone, we might have lost Tuanzi forever. Ah. When Jack heard this, he panicked. Please don't do this. I love our little dumpling so much. Life would be so boring without this little guy. Lu Chen remained silent, looking towards the distant skyline. Thoughts are churning in my mind. This can be seen from the giant statue. Talanzi's parents took great care of her. If the future owner sees the dumpling as a tool to be used, they will then seal the dumpling and look for another destined person. And if you're like me, considering dumplings more important than life, you will get the full support of Talanzi's parents and gain a god-level skill. But Talanzi's parents are so powerful. Why don't you raise the dumplings yourself? Instead, I am willing to take this huge risk. Have the dumpling delivered to you through Qianyu? Could it be that? If Talanzi stays with his parents, will he face greater danger? With this in mind, Lu Chen's heart sank suddenly. What kind of enemy is this? It can even make the fully formed god-level Kraken feel threatened, to the point where you have to reluctantly give up your own child? How are Talanzi's parents doing now? Will those enemies continue to attack Talanzi in the future? Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt that the situation was complicated. But I didn't feel afraid. Since Talanzi helped me gain such a talent, I have the responsibility to protect the group, no matter what kind of enemies we encounter in the future. I will stand up and stand before Talanzi. Chapter 102. Lu Chen is injured. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's take care of the things at hand first. The parallel sea area for survival gambling is about to be opened. We have to send it back quickly. This time there's no interference from the Kraken statue. The transmission function should be working normally, right? Thinking about this, Lu Chen clicked on the panel and chose to teleport. Ding, teleporting to the vicinity of the parallel sea area. As the reminder sounded, the surrounding space fluctuated violently. Immediately, Lu Chen and the netherworld disappeared from the spot in an instant. Outside the sea area, hundreds of warships of various levels from Area 1000 gathered here. Everyone looked at the banned parallel sea area. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes. Everyone's eyes were full of confidence. Because, in the rankings, Lu Chen's level was a terrifying advantage of 9 levels, steadily occupying the first place. Following closely behind is Li Sini, who is at level 5. Yang Zimo and others, who ranked 3rd, only reached level 4. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Master Lu Chen would not fight a battle without confidence. In 10 hours, he soared all the way from level 5 to level 9. Is this riding a rocket? I wouldn't even dream of doing this. Master Lu Chen is really even more awesome than cheating. To upgrade from level 8 to level 9, a full 80,000 life energy points are required. I can only get more than 100 points by killing a second-level sea beast. I don't know what earth-shattering things Master Lu Chen did in the past 10 hours to get such a terrifying upgrade. I feel like Master Lu Chen is not playing the same game as us. We are struggling to survive in the ocean, while Master Lu Chen is playing the boss simulator. That's right, Master Lu Chen is the boss. Brother, you are wrong. Master Lu Chen is much more powerful than any boss of the same level. Yes, the last time Master Lu Chen fought Vandros, I noticed that the ghost captain next to Master Lu Chen was actually a 5th-level boss-level creature. Awesome. He is indeed the great Master Lu Chen. One of his followers can wipe us out. On the one-horned rhino, Yang Zimo and others looked at the people discussing heatedly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Haha, Lao Yang, you looked so worried before, but you should be relieved now, right? We can't predict Lu Chen's strength at all. Long Howren crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled heartily. Yang Zimo also smiled and shook his head. Indeed, he gave me another big surprise. In just 10 hours, he soared from level 5 to level 9. I really can't figure out how he did it. Did those sea beasts just stand there stupidly, stretching their heads for him to chop? Li Ming heard this and smiled helplessly. For us, even if the high-level sea beasts really stand still and let us chop them, we may not be able to break their defenses. The defenses of high-level sea beasts are too strong. Alas, I used to want to compete with Master Lu Chen, but now I can only worship him as an idol. When Zhou Yu mentioned Lu Chen, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Chen's series of shocking feats. The originally conceited Zhou Yu has completely become Lu Chen's little fanboy. It's almost time. Master Lu Chen should be coming back soon, right? As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, warm cheers rang out all around. The netherworld, Master Lu Chen is back. Brother Lu Chen, I love you. Definitely win. Master Lu Chen will kill those white pigs. Master Lu Chen is awesome. Godfather, look at me, Godfather. Hearing this loud cheer, Yang Zimo and the others looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They knew that Lu Chen had returned. Then, the one-horned rhino slowly sailed towards the center of the cheers. I saw the black fog shrouding me. A majestic black dragon bow loomed. As the black fog gradually dissipated, A single-masted warship that was more majestic than the surrounding novice wooden boats came into view. The Sea Dragon's Fury cannon on the Black Dragon's bow flashed with a cold light. This is the Netherworld. Seeing the Netherworld. The surroundings erupted in cheers like a tsunami again. Wow, is this the sloop that can sail out of the Novice Sea area? So shocking. The Netherworld is really looking more and more like a ghost warship sailing out of hell. It's frightening just by looking at it. But it's really handsome. Lord Luchin, please recruit human crew members. I really want to be a crew member on the Netherworld. In this era when people still drive simple paddle boats. A majestic single-masted warship brought unprecedented visual impact to everyone. However, when everyone saw Luchin's figure clearly, the cheers suddenly stopped. Instead, there was dead silence. Because Luchin's left arm and half of his left chest had disappeared. The severity of the injuries is horrifying. People could even see his still beating heart through the wound on his left chest. For ordinary people, such injuries are undoubtedly fatal. But Luchin relied on his strong physique. Still standing. Everyone came to their senses and exclaimed one after another. Master Luchin is injured. Wow, this is the first time I see Brother Luchin injured so badly, my heart aches. Doctor. Who is this doctor? Hurry up and treat Master Luchin. I'm a doctor, but I don't have any equipment or medicine. Besides, I need the severed arm of Master Luchin to reattach it. When Yang Zimo saw Luchin's condition, his expression suddenly changed. He walked forward quickly, his eyes fixed on Luchin, and asked in a deep voice. Injured? Luchin smiled calmly. Yeah, I was hit by a statue. What about the broken arm? Luchin shrugged, looking nonchalant. It's already broken. It's okay. Having one arm is pretty cool. Although I lost an arm. But he gained a god-level skill because of it. This deal is worth it. Yang Zimo looked solemn and looked around. If anyone has a talent for healing, or possesses healing potions or equipment, please lend a hand. Yang Zimo, will definitely reward you handsomely. As soon as the words fell, an advanced novice wooden boat slowly approached the Netherworld. It was the Morning Star. Licini looked at Luchin's horrific wound and bit her lips tightly. There was an unconcealable pain in his eyes. Xiaoqi is a person with a talent for healing. Let her give it a try. As Licini finished speaking, a sweet-looking girl with short hair stood out timidly. Okay. Licini looked at Xiaoqi and solemnly warned. Xiaoqi, don't be stingy with your mental strength. Luchin is very important to our 1000th district. Well, don't worry, Sister Cini, I understand. Xiaoqi nodded firmly. Chapter 103 Parallel Sea Area Opening. As the Morning Star slowly approached the Netherworld, Xiaoqi jumped without hesitation and landed steadily on the deck of the Netherworld. He became the first human besides Luchin to set foot on this ghost ship. In an instant, a bone-chilling chill wrapped around her like a snake, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her eyes then swept around. I saw rows of skeleton warriors wearing black iron armor standing on the deck. They woke up from their deep sleep, with fire flickering in their empty eye sockets. Revealing greed and bloodthirsty desire, they all turned to Xiaoqi. There were faint wails in the air. It is the restless hum of the souls of the past, lingering in the ears and unable to be shaken off. Ouch. How scary. Xiaoqi's face turned pale and his lips trembled. The fantasy of the past is in stark contrast to the reality before us. She once dreamed of boarding the legendary ship of the great god Luchin. Now that I'm on board, I suddenly understand. This Netherworld. It is clearly a ferry to the underworld prepared for the dead. Hey, you brainless guys, stop staring at the girl, you're scaring her. Jack's rising voice cut through the silence. Then, he put on a self-righteous smile. Soothingly. Come on, little girl, don't be afraid, we are all family. However, the smile on Jack's rotting face looked particularly distorted and hideous in the dim light. Xiaoqi's heart suddenly sank, and he almost cried out. Woo woo woo. It's terrible. I really want to escape. Jack, stop talking. Luchin's voice was steady and powerful. Noticing the tears flashing in Xiaoqi's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Netherworld seems to be gradually losing touch with the ordinary world. Become a real ghost ship. Don't be afraid, Xiaoqi. With me here, no one can hurt you. Seeing Luchin, Xiaoqi was no longer afraid. Luchin's invincible image has become the belief in her heart. She walked towards Luchin. Said timidly, Brother Luchin, I have a D-level natural healing talent. I'm not sure to what extent I can help you recover, but I will do my best. Luchin nodded slightly. I didn't have high expectations. Regeneration of broken limbs. I'm afraid that D-level healing talent cannot do this. Then, Xiaoqi slowly raised his hands and lightly touched the wound on Luchin's left chest with his fingertips. A touch of green natural light suddenly blooms. Immediately afterwards, granulation tissue began to grow vigorously at the wound on Lu Qin's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. More than 900 people around witnessed this scene. They all held their breath involuntarily, silently cheering for Shaoqi in their hearts. However, as time passes quietly, Shaoqi's face gradually turned pale, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Although she successfully healed the wound on Lu Qin's chest, his left arm still showed no signs of recovery. No. My natural healing level is too low to completely heal brother Lu Qin's arm. Shaoqi's voice was filled with tears. It was obvious that the little girl felt quite guilty. On the one-horned rhino, Yang Zimo felt heavy in his heart when he saw this scene. Sigh softly. As the strongest combat force in Area 1000, Lu Qin, losing an arm now. The combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. If something goes wrong in the upcoming melee, the consequences will be disastrous. With this in mind, Yang Zimo looked at Lu Qin and said, Lu Qin, since you are injured, don't participate in the next survival naval battle. After saying that, Yang Zimo turned his gaze to Jack, who was looking up and down at Shaoqi's figure with lustful eyes. Salute respectfully. We also ask the respected Captain Ghost to lend us a helping hand. The Ghost Captain is a 5th-order boss-level creature. The fighting power is unparalleled, even if Lu Qin is absent. With him around, Yang Zimo still has great confidence in victory. However, Jack shrugged. He said helplessly, Young man, it's not that I won't help you, but I'm afraid I won't have to take any action in the battle later. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around. What do you mean, Captain Ghost? Are you not going to help? But if Master Lu Qin and Captain Ghost don't take action, it will be difficult for us to win, right? Everyone, stop guessing. Master Lu Qin must have a better plan. Yes, when has our great Master Lu Qin ever let the enemy take advantage of him? Really? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Qin smiled calmly. Don't worry about the naval battle later. He changed the subject and looked at Yang Zimo and Li Sini. However, I do have a task for you. Please speak. We will definitely finish it. Yang Zimo took a step forward, his eyes full of determination. All the previous battles were led by Lu Qin alone. I and others are just playing soy sauce. This time I can finally use myself. Well, after the battle starts, help me collect the bodies and the wreckage of the special ships. Lu Qin ordered. When this order came out, everyone was stunned. Just do this? Lu Qin idle, don't you want us to join the battle? Zhou Yu's eyes widened, his tone full of confusion. If we don't join the war, then who will deal with that damn alliance of countries? Yang Zimo and Li Sini were also full of doubt. After all, this is a survival gamble. In the 1000th area, one person has to fight 10 people. The combat mission is arduous. As a result, the task Lu Qin gave them was, is it to clean up the battlefield? Well, just follow the captain's orders. With your limited abilities, you will only cause trouble on the battlefield. Jack looked around at everyone and shook his head. This Blue Star person really has poor talent. All those who awakened were low-level talents. If it weren't for the captain's genius, I'm afraid that his demise in this battle among all races is a foregone conclusion. Hearing Jack's words, everyone exchanged glances quickly. Then he nodded doubtfully. Compared with the strength of Lu Qin and Captain Ghost, the strength of others is indeed not worth mentioning. At this moment, the barrier that blocked the parallel sea area began to slowly dissipate. Tian Yu's cold voice then rang out. The time has come. The parallel sea area is officially open, and the survival bet begins. Occupy the central space crystal of the parallel sea area for 1 hour to win. Survival gamble is extremely important. Please give it your all. Hearing the reminder from the heavenly edict, everyone looked at each other again. The survival gamble has begun. So, amid the cheers and encouragements of the crowd, Lu Qin's netherworld and the other 4 high-level novice wooden boats in Area 1000 slowly sailed into the parallel sea area. At the same time, in 10 different directions, a huge fleet of more than 30 advanced novice wooden boats from the Alliance countries, carrying more than 300 people. It is also sailing into the sea in a mighty manner. On Xinxiao's side, only 5 warships sailed out alone. 5v30. But the one who should be trembling is the other side. Chapter 104 Angel? Combined Fleet. Suzuki Saburo, the new master in the Fuso 903C area, standing on the bow of the Kaihan Maru, looking at the netherworld that stood out from the crowd in the distance. His face was full of fear. He looked at the lighthouse and said in a deep voice, Mr. Charles, it seems that the devil Lu Qin has upgraded his warship to a sloop. We must not be careless. Charles didn't speak. A burst of wild laughter suddenly rang out from the white elephant nearby. It is Amir the dervish. He moved the rosary in his hand and said confidently, So what if it's a sloop? Humph, We just need to concentrate all our firepower and bombard it fiercely. I want to see if the fragile canvas can withstand the endless attacks. Besides, Amir glanced at the black cannon on the bow, with pride in his eyes. That was a high-level bronze, short-barreled rapid-fire cannon, a reward for being the first person in the novice area to upgrade a novice canoe to a high-level level. We in Tianju have mastered such a terrifying killing weapon. We will definitely make that arrogant Lu Chen die without a chance to return. That being said, Lu Chen's devilish strength is indeed unmatched. I'm afraid none of us can hold him back. Gargoyle Pierre stands on the Triumph. The cracks on his skin were faintly visible in the sunlight, and his eyes revealed deep worry. Pierre thought that with his Gallic rooster's repeated jumps, able to cleverly avoid the flames of war. However, he did not expect that his own sea area would eventually become the hunting ground of the devil Lu Chen. Thinking back to Vandross's terrifying attributes, he was defeated by Lu Chen. A thick layer of gloom shrouded Pierre's heart. Oh my god, that devil Lu Chen has now reached level 9. How did he do it? On the Han River. Park Young-ho stared at the level list of Zone 1000, his eyes full of disbelief. A while ago, when Lu Chen made a bet on his survival, he was only level 5. Already level 9 in such a short time? What are you doing? I, Park Young-ho, the most powerful warrior of the great Goryeo nation, am only at level 5 now. This Lu Chen must have cheated. Just as everyone in the combined fleet was filled with fear, a sudden burst of wild laughter broke the silence. It attracted everyone's attention. It's Charles. He put down the telescope in his hand, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. Ha ha, don't be afraid, everyone. In order to level up quickly, Lu Chen has been seriously injured and half of his body is gone. What? Upon hearing this, Suzuki Saburo immediately looked ahead at the netherworld, which was shrouded in black fog. As expected, Lu Chen's left arm and half of his left chest had disappeared without a trace. His face suddenly blossomed with ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, the search was thorough. God bless our great Fusang Empire. The devil Lu Chen actually suffered such a severe blow at such a critical moment. The moment I found out that Lu Chen was injured, the tension in the hearts of the members of the combined fleet suddenly relaxed, and smiles broke out on their faces at the same time. Amir's eyes became more full of fighting spirit, and he sneered. That's great. Next, I will let that Lu Chen experience the horror of the ascetic monks of our ancient country of Tianju. Even if you were once a level 9 warrior, now I have lost half my body. What can I do? I will let you die by my Brahma's wrath soon. At the same time, in the chat channel of the 8th District, members of the Alliance countries saw Lu Chen being seriously injured and instantly burst into jubilation. Oh, God, I was a little worried before, but now it seems that we are sure to win. Ha, that's right, Lu Chen is really too arrogant. He actually overestimated his own capabilities and wanted to challenge our 10 sea areas by himself. Now he is stupid. Lord Amir, charge. Use your strength to smash the pride of the Xinxia people and let them see the majesty of Tianju. Haha, after winning this survival bet, each of our 10 sea areas will gain 40 attribute points. Thank you, these generous Xinxia people, huh? There's no need to thank the Japanese friends upstairs, because they're all going to die soon. Oh my god, I can't wait to see the scene where all those Xinxia people turn into mummies and die. Looking at the rapidly approaching combined fleet, Zhou Yu approached Yang Zimo, his expression tense. Brother Yang, we are getting closer and closer to the joint fleet. What exactly is Lu Chen's idol's plan? If we don't take action now, we will be within their firing range. We only have 5 warships, and we will undoubtedly be completely suppressed in terms of firepower. You should know that Tianyu's rewards for each novice area are the same. On the more than 30 advanced warships of the combined fleet, it is also equipped with a considerable number of bronze and black iron-level shipborne weapons. Although the single target power and range cannot be compared with the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon of the Netherworld. However, the advantage lies in the huge number. If the Xinxia fleet were to engage in a head-on naval battle relying solely on its existing strength, it would be hard to escape its doom. Yang Zimo shook his head slightly, his eyes firm. I don't know the specific details, but since Lu Chen has arranged it this way, he must have his own plan. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. The astonishing miracles that Lu Chen created again and again. Officer Yang, who is always calm and logical and evidence-based. Gradually, and involuntarily, he developed an almost blind trust in Lu Chen. Looking back, he had advised Lu Chen to stay out of the spotlight many times out of good intentions. However, Lu Chen always overturned his expectations with his amazing performance. So this time, he chose to believe Lu Chen. Everyone, pay attention. Once you are within range, concentrate your firepower to sink the netherworld. Charles stood at the bow, his eyes sharp as a knife, looking straight ahead at Lu Chun, who stood like a pine tree. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Chun, Lu Chun. I don't know where you get the courage to challenge our 10 major sea areas at the same time. Soon, you will pay the price for your arrogance and know the taste of regret. Just as Charles was immersed in the fantasy of victory, a sudden whistle broke the tranquility of the sea. Huff, huff, huff. The sound came from far away and quickly became stronger. What's that sound? Charles frowned and looked around in confusion. Up there. Charles, look at the sky. Catherine's voice came from behind, with a hint of uncontrollable trembling. In the sky? Charles raised his head slowly, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. In the sky, hundreds of figures flapped their wings and soared, exuding a heart-pounding aura. It was swooping down swiftly, heading straight for them. It was the Stormwing clan who came here after receiving Lu Chen's order. Charles felt the oppression of the Stormwings. His face suddenly turned pale. Then, as if he had thought of something, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Oh God, it's an angel. An angel has come to help us fight the devil Lu Chun. Those Stormwings. Spread your wings. Handsome face. Its image is indeed very similar to the angels depicted in Western cultural legends. Chapter 105 No One Left Behind. However, the joy on Charles's face had not yet faded. The more than 200 Stormwings that he mistook for angels, suddenly hovering in the sky. Then, they all bowed to Lu Chun in unison, shouting in unison, "Meet the Master." Seeing this scene, Charles's smile froze instantly. Master, Master. His eyes were full of astonishment. These angels actually call that devil Lu Chun their master? Are you crazy? Charles. Catherine's terrified cry came from behind. They are not angels, they are aliens. They are all level 10 aliens. Upon hearing this, Charles quickly opened the attribute panel of a Stormwing. At the first sight, his heart almost stopped beating. The 10th level strength clearly displayed on the panel made his eyes hurt. The strength of these alien races in the sky are all above level 10. Now, everyone in the combined fleet also discovered these uninvited guests. The original pride and arrogance disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at each other. His eyes were full of shock and fear. Nah, Nanny, did I hear wrongly? Did these level 10 aliens just call that Lu Chun master? Saburo Suzuki turned his head mechanically and asked his companion beside him in a trembling voice. I'm only level 5 now. Now you tell me. The Evolver on the opposite side has more than 200 level 10 vassals. What are you doing? Even TV dramas don't dare to shoot like this, right? However, his companion just looked ahead tremblingly, his face pale, unable to utter a word. I saw. Lu Chun waved his hand gently, his face indifferent. Leave no one behind. Yes, sir. All the Stormwings responded. Then he swept his eyes sharply towards the combined fleet. The wings flapped suddenly, bringing a gust of wind. In an instant, countless wind blades were accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, like an arrow in a storm, shooting densely at the combined fleet. ACI. Park Young-ho looked at the wind blades that surged like a tide. The pupils shrank instantly. Puff. There was a dull sound. His head was lifted high up by an invisible force in an instant. The top expert on the South Korean 942. Before I could even react, his head and body were already separated. Broken limbs and arms were flying everywhere, and blood was pouring out like a fountain. In a moment, more than 100 people in the combined fleet died under the ravages of the wind blades. The wails and screams intertwined into the sound of hell. On the lighthouse, puff, puff, puff. The 3 crew members, under Charles's horrified gaze. In an instant, it was torn into pieces by the invisible wind blade. The gushing blood splashed Charles's face. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his shock. Fight back now. He roared, his face twisted. These wind blade attacks are extremely fast. Not only is the launch speed extremely fast, but it is also invisible and extremely sharp. There is no way to avoid it. If you touch it, you will be injured. If you touch it, you will die. Bang, bang, bang. Following Charles's roar, the bronze-level divine arrows equipped on the bow roared and fired. However, the magic arrow flew only halfway into the air before falling powerlessly. The range is not enough. This discovery instantly made everyone in the combined fleet feel as if they had sunk into an ice cellar. Level 5 beats level 10. That in itself is outrageous enough. Now the other side not only can fly, the range is longer than ours. How to fight this? Mr. Charles, these aliens are too strong. We can't defeat them at all. Let's retreat quickly. Half of Suzuki Saburo's ear had been cut off by a wind blade. His eyes were filled with fear, and he had lost all his will to fight. Apparently, he was terrified. The wind blade just now. If you deviate even a little bit, Saburo Suzuki, would die on the spot. No, we still have a chance. Charles gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Qin. The Stormwing tribe all respected Lu Qin. As long as we catch the devil Lu Qin, there is still a possibility of reversing the situation. Seeing the tragic situation of the combined fleet, there was silence among the people of Xinxia. Everyone looked stunned. The scene before us, the impact on them was too great. Imagine this. Both sides were holding swords and spears ready for a fight. As a result, more than 200 fighter planes suddenly appeared in the sky. Without saying a word, he fired wildly at the other side. This is a completely devastating dimensionality reduction attack. Old, young. Are those 10th level wing people all under Lu Qin's command? The shield in Long Howren's hand fell on the deck with a clang. He stared at Yang Zimo blankly. His eyes were full of disbelief. Yes, right. Yang Zimo was also stunned. At a time when they still need to team up to barely deal with a level 5 sea beast, Lu Qin actually already had a terrifying force consisting of more than 200 level 10 warriors under his command. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo understood instantly. No wonder Lu Qin never recruited human crew members. He has never shown any intention to rule over District 1000. Turn out to be. He never took our meager strength seriously. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who possessed the invisibility talent, frowned. Why do I feel that the space around me is not stable? Suddenly, his face changed. He said hurriedly, "Oh no, it's Lu Qin's idol. Someone wants to attack Lu Qin's idol." After hearing Zhou Yu's words, the expressions of Yang Zimo and others changed drastically in an instant. They all turned their eyes to the Cerberus ahead. With the powerful Stormwing tribe joining the battle, it is a foregone conclusion that Xinxia will win this survival gamble. However, the key at this moment lies entirely on Lu Qin. Although the Stormwings are extremely powerful, but as a subordinate race of Lu Qin, once the land sinks, they will all perish. And obviously, the enemy also realized this. A decapitation operation was launched against Lu Qin. Although Lu Qin is extremely powerful, but now he has just suffered a serious injury. This is the most vulnerable time. Yang Zimo was about to open his mouth to remind him. Then I saw a figure wearing an orange monk robe, holding a rosary in his hand, suddenly appeared behind Lu Qin. It was the thin, dark-skinned Indian ascetic Amir. Amir's mouth curled up into a sneer. The muscles all over my body suddenly bulged like rocks. A giant Buddha figure suddenly appeared behind him. Pressure from all sides. He formed his right hand into a palm and suddenly gathered strength. With the force of a tsunami, he slammed hard towards Lu Qin's back. Seeing Amir's sudden attack, Charles's face twisted instantly, revealing his hideous appearance, and he laughed wildly with triumph. "Haha, Lu Qin, do you think you're the only one with a backup plan?" Charles was well aware of Lu Qin's terrifying strength. Multiple foreshadowings have already been secretly laid. If there is any mishap in the frontal assault on the Xinxia fleet, Amir is his hidden trump card. By then, Amir will activate the bronze level one-time secret treasure, teleport assault talisman. Carry out a decapitation raid on Lu Qin. Chapter 106 Another Boss. Charles is still very confident about Amir's ability. Amir, an ascetic monk from India. Its basic attributes are far beyond those of ordinary people. He also possesses the B-rank power talent, power resonance. Power instantly increases 5-fold. In addition, he has mastered the B-level skill Brahma's Wrath, increases attack power by 100. Talent and skills go hand in hand. The power that erupted from the attack instantly soared to over 1,000 points. That tremendous force. Charles is convinced that, even if Lu Qin is at his peak, it's hard to resist. What's more, at this moment, Lu Qin was seriously injured and his left arm was missing. Facing this violent attack of 1,000 points of power, Lu Qin, how can you resist? Are you going to rely on your only remaining arm? Ha 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 ha. As Charles's laughter echoed, Amir's right palm, which contained unparalleled power, approached Lu Qin's back as swiftly as a tiger pouncing on its prey. However, Lu Qin seemed to be out of the matter and did not make any evasive move. Humph, this is the alertness of Xinxia's #1 expert? You can go see the king of hell now. Amir raised his head in disdain and snorted coldly. It was as if he had foreseen the tragic scene of Lu Qin's heart shattering under his palm, just when Amir was feeling proud of himself. A pale bony hand suddenly emerged from the shadows like a ghost and tightly grasped his right arm. Who dares to stop me? Amir's expression suddenly changed, his shoulders shook, and strength surged to his right arm like a tide. But the bony hand was as firm as a rock. Not a single move. clamp his right arm firmly. How is this possible? Amir felt an unprecedented fear in his heart. You know, I originally mainly had strength attributes. Talent and skills go hand in hand. When it bursts out with full force, the power is enough to exceed 1,000. With such amazing strength, how could he not be able to break free from a bony hand? Who on earth is this person? Why is the power so amazing? Just as Amir was filled with shock, a 3-meter-tall figure wearing armor and holding a giant bone axe slowly walked out of the shadows like a demon stepping out of hell. The mottled marks on the armor tell of endless battles. The bone axe flashed coldly in the darkness. It exudes a heart-pounding murderous aura. 10th level boss level undead? Amir glanced at the panel of the undead creature in front of him. His eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. Undead, skeleton berserker, boss level creature, summoner, Lu Qin. Features: great strength, no sense of pain, becomes more powerful with each battle, medium intelligence. Talent: Berserker's Fury, level B. Skill: Roar of the Undead, level B. Combat Strength Assessment, level 10 boss level undead. If you don't have the strength of that freak, you can prepare your last words. Suddenly appeared before his eyes. It turned out to be a 10th order boss level undead. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Qin's ghost captain only level 5? Amir was horrified. My eyes involuntarily turned to the back, and I saw Jack picking his nose leisurely. 2. Amir cried out. There are actually 2 boss-level undead hidden on the netherworld? Jack snapped his fingers, looking disdainful. Bald, you are really making a fuss out of nothing. The captain has A-level undead control, so what's so strange about summoning a boss-level undead? Before he finished speaking, the skeleton berserker roared suddenly and pulled violently with his bony hand. Amir only felt a huge force surging, and he pounced towards the skeleton berserker involuntarily. Next, a huge bony hand grabbed Amir's face hard. A huge force explodes instantly. Lord Brahma, save me. Amir cried out in despair. However, before he finished speaking, puff, his head had been crushed by the skeleton berserker. The shadow of the Brahma Buddha statue behind him also wailed. Then it shattered into countless pieces and dissipated in the air. The skeleton berserker carried Amir's headless body. He strode to Lu Qin's back and knelt on one knee to salute. Lu Qin waved his arm gently. The skeleton berserker immediately turned into a wisp of black smoke. Disappeared without a trace. Summoning boss-level undead requires continuous consumption of a large amount of mental energy. From the moment Amir appeared, until his head was crushed, Lu Qin never turned around. For him, Amir is just an insignificant ant. If you step on an ant to death, why would you take a second look? Ha ha ha. On the lighthouse. Charles's hideous laughter instantly got stuck in his throat. Last second, Amir, who he had high hopes for, was still threatening to kill Lu Qin. The next second, Amir's head was crushed by the sudden appearance of the skeleton berserker. This sudden change. Charles was stunned for a moment, unable to come back to his senses. Oh my God, how is this possible? The killer weapon that I carefully prepared. In the end, Lu Qin didn't even turn his head. It was easily solved. Now, Charles was filled with despair. The fighting power of both sides. Not on the same level at all. God's will. See for yourself. On our kindergarten-level battlefield. Let Lu Qin, an adult, come and slaughter the children. Is there anyone in charge or no one? Fuck. Zhou Yu, who was originally worried, looking at Amir, who came quickly and died even faster, with eyes wide open. I was speechless for a moment. In the end, all he could utter was fuck. He knew about the summoning talent. Very strong. But summoning a boss-level creature that is higher than the summoner's level is a bit outrageous, right? Boss. That's the boss. That requires everyone to form a team. A terrifying existence that requires tremendous effort to defeat. Result? Master Lu Qin summoned the boss with a wave of his hand. How awesome. Li Ming also stared at this scene blankly and asked in disbelief. It's only been 5 days since we came to the Tianyu world. In just 5 days, Lu Qin has become so strong. I am still studying how to build blocks. Lu Qin has even built an airplane. Are we playing a game? Yang Zimo let out a long breath, smiled and shook his head. I knew that my worry about this kid was completely unnecessary. Long Howren also smiled bitterly and said, Lu Qin is right. We can only clean up the battlefield now. With Lu Qin's current strength, he can wipe out any Novice Sea area at any time as long as he wants. Although the description is long. Only a few seconds passed on the battlefield. At this moment, the store wings in the sky are ready to go. The wings flapped violently. In an instant, countless wind blades poured out again like a rainstorm, heading straight for the combined fleet. The morale of the combined fleet was already low. At this moment, it collapsed instantly. The crew members tried their best to turn the boat around, crying and shouting, racing against time to escape from this battlefield. Return to their respective sea areas. Chapter 107 Talent can be upgraded to S level? Master Pierre, save me. Ah, God. On the deck of the Triumph. A crew member was cut in half by the wind blade and wailed in despair in front of Pierre. However, as the strongest gargoyle of the Gallic Rooster, Pierre was already frightened at this moment. There was absolutely no response. Puff. Several wind blades shot out one after another, hitting Pierre's feet. The Triumph's sturdy deck was torn apart in an instant. Sawdust flew everywhere. The durability of the ship dropped dramatically. The flying sawdust startled Pierre awake. He looked around and saw that the combined fleet had no power to fight back. An uncontrollable fear surged in my heart. Massacre! This is naked massacre! He screamed in horror. Immediately, the two black wings behind him suddenly spread out. He struggled to fly into the sky, trying to escape from this land of death. The world of Tianyu is too dangerous. He wanted to go back to Blue Star. However, just flew not far away. A young winged man with a cold and hard face and a scar on his face blocked his way. The master has ordered that no one should be left alive. Where do you want to escape to? Yunting looked coldly at Pierre, who also had wings. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. In an instant, he turned into a flash of lightning. Straight to Pierre. Asshole, turn into stone. Pierre cried out, his body quickly hardening into a stone statue. But, crack, a crisp sound. Yunting suddenly appeared behind Pierre. The stone body of Pierre trembled and slowly split into two. God, is this how you treat your children? Charles looked around and saw those famous masters. Under the ravages of the Stormwing clan, they died one after another like chickens to be slaughtered. On his face, despair spread like a tide. He discovered sadly, fight till this moment. We did not cause any damage to the Xinxia camp. Not at all. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Charles, knowing that the situation was irreversible, took out the teleportation talisman from his arms with trembling hands. Charles also had some adventures. I got 2 of these teleportation assault talismans. He gave one to Amir and used the other to save his life. Oh, Charles, take me with you. You said you loved me and would never leave me. Catherine has sharp eyes. He suddenly grabbed Charles's arm, his face full of pleading. Open. Charles's face was ferocious, and electric light flashed on his body, instantly turning Catherine into charcoal. Then, he flashed and disappeared from the spot. With the disappearance of Charles, the parallel sea gradually became silent. The combined fleet had 30 warships and more than 300 men. Under the crazy massacre of the Stormwing tribe. In addition to Charles, no one survived. At this moment, the solemn announcement of the Oracle resounded through the sky. Announcement. US 976 and other 10 Novice Seas have lost all high-level novice wooden boats. Xinxia 1000 Novice Sea has won this survival bet. Hearing the announcement from the sky, the Xinxia side did not burst into enthusiastic cheers like before. On the contrary, they were silent. Everyone stood there in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. No. Is this the victory? I originally thought that this survival gamble. Xinxia fought 10 people alone. A world-shaking war of the century will surely break out. Even if Xinxia wins, it will also be extremely difficult to win. However, from the beginning to the end, it only took a few minutes. Even all the Xinxia evolvers didn't move, just watching the Stormwing slaughtering people. Brutal. Too brutal. Announcement. All evolvers in the 1000th Novice Sea area will receive 200 free attribute points. Announcement. The storm outside the 1000th Novice Sea area has completely disappeared. Announcement. Since the Novice Sea area number 1000 defeated the Novice Sea areas number 903 and others by using the weak to defeat the strong, all evolvers will receive an additional 5 evolution points. Announcement. The evolver Luchin has the highest contribution in this survival bet and is awarded 400 free attribute points and 10 evolution points. Announcement. Evolver Luchin has the highest contribution in this survival bet and will receive an additional silver advanced item, wave walking boots. The announcement was made and the sky suddenly brightened. Beams of brilliant light poured down like waterfalls. Tightly wrap every evolver in Area 1000. Everyone's face suddenly showed an irrepressible ecstasy. Everyone received a full 200 attribute points and 5 evolution points. 200 attribute points, how precious. The average level of the evolvers in Zone 1000 is only level 2 to 3. The total attributes of the 4 dimensions are only around 200 points. This reward is equivalent to doubling your strength. Doubled. Not to mention the 5 evolution points. This means, from now on, in the 1000 area, There will no longer be any evolvers with talents below sea level. Strong people like Yang Zimo and Lei Sini. It can even directly upgrade talents to be level. And Lu Qin. He was surrounded by an even more dazzling beam of light, and the power in his body surged like a tide. Feeling the surging power in my body. Lu Qin's mouth corners slightly raised. 400 free attributes and 10 evolution points. Cool. Charles's foreign friends are still very useful. Without them, I can't possibly attack my fellow countrymen from Xinxia and gamble their survival on them, right? There must be villains. Otherwise, I would become a villain. That's right. With these 10 evolution points, I now have 16 evolution points. That should be enough to upgrade mastery of the undead to S rank. Upgrading to level requires 32 points, but Lu Qin has a very good affinity with the undead talent, so the required evolution points are halved. Thinking of this, there was a flash of heat in Lu Qin's eyes. S-level talent. That was an area he had never entered before. Unlike the joy of the people in Xinxia, the seas of the allied nations participating in the survival gamble. It is shrouded in a dark and treacherous curtain. In the black fog, people cried out in despair. In the chat channel of the 8th district, screams were heard one after another. Damn it, my strength has been deducted by 40 points. I only have 9 points now. In 5 days, the Oracle will release poisonous fog. Now the storm outside our sea area has returned to its original state. In 5 days, we will be dead. Baga, our 903C district has already been defeated by Lu Qin once before. In this time we have lost 40 attribute points. Our district is now full of mummies, with only about 200 people left lingering. My attributes are so low now that I can't even deal with a rank 1C beast. I'm done. Ashi, who can come and save us? Half of our people in South Goryeo District 942 have died. We are so desperate. Assholes, we shouldn't have used the survival betting order to plunder the Xinxia people. Otherwise we galled chickens wouldn't have ended up like this. Chapter 108. Requesting the supervisor to try Lu Qin? The guy above. Do you have the nerve to say that? You Gallic chickens were the most active when we were plundering. Woo-woo. I'm worried about the future. Xinxia Lu Qin is too strong. So strong that it makes me despair. Yes, as long as he has the survival betting order, he can start the next survival betting in the King of Sea battle mode at any time. I don't want to die yet. Dad Lu Qin, we South Koreans have given in. Can you please stop beating us? We know we were wrong. Yoshi, Lord Lu Qin, we Fuso people have always respected the strong. You have conquered us. We are willing to serve you and go through fire and water. Don't dream. Fuso people upstairs. There are only about 200 old, weak, sick and disabled people left in your 903C area. Lord Lu Qin has the powerful storm wings as his vassal. How could he look down on you? Yame, we don't want to die yet. Oh my god, those storm wings are so powerful. How could they obey Lu Qin's orders? Yes, in our civil war on Blue Star, Lu Qin actually sought help from aliens. This is unfair. Tianyu, I want to report him. When everyone was pessimistic, Charles's head flashed. Don't lose hope. Lu Qin will be punished. When Charles showed up, everyone's anger instantly found an outlet. Charles, you bastard are not dead. If you hadn't instigated us to join forces to fight Xinxia, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Yes, you should have died in the parallel sea with Lord Amir. You actually persuaded Lord Amir to attack that devil Lu Qin. Woohoo, Lord Amir died too tragically. Charles, you are responsible for this situation. Charles, everyone, if I don't die, I will be responsible for the current situation. Charles, what's the point of you saying this now? Lu Qin is so powerful, as long as he gets the survival betting order, we're done. Yeah, I really can't think of any way to deal with that devil Lu Qin. The Stormwings under his command are too powerful. At this time, someone asked tentatively, Charles, what do you mean by that? Does that mean there is already a solution? Charles's eyes were firm. Everyone, no matter how strong Lu Qin is, no matter how strong the Stormwings are, can they be stronger than Tianyu's law enforcers? Seeing Charles's words, everyone was stunned. The law enforcer of Tianyu? Nanny, Charles Kuhn, what do you mean by that? Charles, don't worry, everyone. I got the news that we have a supervisor of Tianyu law enforcement in the Blue Star General War Zone, and that supervisor is in our 8th district right now. Seeing Charles's words, the eyes of the people in the alliance countries, who were originally in despair, suddenly brightened. No matter how strong Lu Qin is, can he be stronger than Tianyu's law enforcer? Now there is help. Oh, Mr. Charles, your news is really timely. The devil Lu Qin actually teamed up with aliens to kill compatriots. We must ask the Lord Supervisor to help us get justice and eliminate the devil Lu Qin. Oh my god, Lord Supervisor, please take a look at our Goryeo Sea Area 942. There are mummies floating everywhere on the sea. All of this was done by Lu Qin. You must help us get justice. Master Overseer, you must save us. We are all looking forward to your appearance. Calling the Lord Supervisor, can you hear our request? That devil Luchin has defected to a foreign race and is killing his own people. For a time. In the chat channel. The air was instantly filled with voices requesting the Overseer to come and judge Luchin. Charles. Oh, don't be too anxious. You can't directly let the Supervisor judge you by doing this. I am doing a task now. Once it is completed, I can apply to the Supervisor for a judgment and punish Luchin. Oh, God. I can't wait. Mr. Charles, you must do your best. The Overseer is the only hope for our 8th district. Yes, if the Lord Supervisor had not intervened, I'm afraid all of us Fuso people would have been killed by that devil Luchin. Come on, Mr. Charles. Charles nodded. Everyone, don't worry. My task is not difficult and will be completed soon. When the time comes, please join me in making a joint appeal to the Supervisor and demand that Luchin be tried. Ha ha, don't worry, Charles. We Fuso people fully support you. We Koreans are the same. Everyone has the right to kill that devil Luchin. We all support this too. Luchin won't let us go anyway. We in India will also avenge Lord Amir. Mr. Charles, we in India support you too. Now, Luchin and others were teleported out of the parallel sea area. This time, because of previous experience. The storage ring was filled with the corpses of evolvers and the wreckage of several special ships. The Xinxia people waiting outside. As soon as they saw Luchin returning, they immediately swarmed over him like a tide. Moment. The sounds of cheering and worship resounded across the sea in Area 1000. Everyone looked at Luchin with eyes of respect for the gods. Long live Master Luchin. I used to be a weakling with F-class talent, but now I have been promoted to C-class, all thanks to Master Luchin. Woo woo woo, the storm outside the novice sea has disappeared. We can all survive in 5 days. Master Luchin, you are our reborn parents. Brother Luchin, I love you. Facing countless ardent admiring eyes. Luchin just nodded lightly, without feeling too much joy in his heart. It's too early to say whether you can survive now. In the world of Tianyu. It's not just a competition with fellow races on Blue Star. They are also competing with alien races from tens of thousands of other dimensions. The Stormwings in the intermediate world are already so powerful. So, how powerful will those alien races from the advanced world be? Just as everyone was immersed in jubilation, a voice broke the joy. Oh, that's bad. They are going to trip up Brother Luchin again. It's Fan Yingying. She looked at the light screen in front of her, her face full of anxiety. Yingying, tell me what's going on. Yang Zimo, who had been smiling, frowned when he heard that the Alliance of Nations was up to something again. They're so abominable. Charles said that there is an inspector from our Blue Star War Zone in our region. They plan to appeal to the inspector and demand that Brother Luchin be tried, accusing him of colluding with aliens and harming his compatriots. You should check the region chat channel. Before Fan Yingying finished speaking, everyone opened the regional chat channel. After seeing the chat records of the Alliance countries, my heart sank. The law enforcer of Tianyu, the supervisor. Chapter 109, the Overseer? I am very familiar with it. I just looked up the Tianyu Encyclopedia, and it says that the Overseer's mission is to monitor everything in the world and hold the power to judge all living beings. We only have one Overseer on Blue Star. Fuck, such a powerful being that monitors everything is actually guarding our 8th district. Well, could it be that the Lord Supervisor really believed the lies of Charles and his gang and wanted to attack Master Luchin? No, everyone, please go to the regional channel and speak up. We have to let the Supervisor hear our voices and know the truth, someone suggested. Yes, if the Lord Supervisor is fooled by those guys in the Alliance and takes action against Master Luchin, it will be terrible. Go, 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 go quickly. Everyone responded. For a moment, the joy on everyone's faces was replaced by anxiety. Luchin is the spiritual pillar of District 1000. Nothing must happen. Yang Zimo also frowned at this moment. Watchdogs. The law enforcer and judge of the Oracle. The strength must be extremely strong. If Charles and others' conspiracy succeeds, Luchin will face a huge crisis. However, just as Yang Zimo was racking his brains for a countermeasure, he saw Luchin with a calm face, as if he didn't care at all. Yang Zimo was stunned. Why does this kid have this expression? Has he come up with a solution? Thinking of this, Yang Zimo turned to Luchin and asked, Luchin, what are your plans for the supervisor? Luchin hadn't spoken yet. Jack on the side suddenly burst into laughter. Plans? Ha 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 ha, don't worry about the supervisor. Hearing this, Yang Zimo's eyes lit up. Could it be that Captain Ghost and the supervisor are acquainted? This Ghost Captain is the local boss of the Tianyu world. Mysterious. Maybe I can really have a say with the Overseer. Acquaintance? Ha 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 ha. No, we are very familiar with each other. Ha 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 ha. Jack glanced at Lu Qin and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. These people are so funny. The overseer you always talk about is standing in front of you. Yet I still don't know. It really makes me laugh to death. Hearing Jack's reply, the people who were originally worried suddenly showed joy on their faces. Yang Zimo bowed deeply to Jack and said sincerely, "Please help us report the truth to the supervisor, Captain Ghost." "Thank you, Captain Ghost." As soon as Yang Zimo finished speaking, nearly 1,000 people in Area 1000 followed him and bowed to Jack, shouting in unison, "Thank you, Captain Ghost." In the hearts of the people, the supervisor who can monitor and judge all living things is mysterious and extremely powerful. However, no one expected that this much talked about supervisor. In fact, like them, he is also an evolver who has just arrived in the world of Tianyu. This scene made Jack feel a little embarrassed. He glanced at Lu Qin and wanted to explain the truth to everyone. But after spending so much time with Lu Qin, he understood Lu Qin's indifferent personality. "I know if I speak out, the captain will definitely have to spend a lot of time explaining." Then, Jack smiled awkwardly. "Haha, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, just thank the supervisor himself." Yang Zimo couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As long as Captain Ghost is willing to help, the conspiracy of Charles and his gang does not pose any threat to Lu Qin. Thinking of this, he turned to Lu Qin and suggested, "Lu Qin, the survival gamble is over. Should we start the Fleet Force mission?" When Fan Yingying heard about the fleet's mission, she immediately interrupted anxiously. "Yes, Brother Lu, we are the first force created on Blue Star, and we can get a full 200 points of attribute bonus. I have just obtained 200 points of free attributes. If I could get another 200 points of fleet attributes. That's awesome." Fan Yingying thought of this. The little face is red, almost jumping up with excitement. However, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Lu Qin shook his head slowly, his tone calm. "No need for this." Seeing Lu Qin's refusal, although Yang Zimo felt a little disappointed, he also knew that he should not be too greedy. The people in District 1000 have received too much favor from Lu Qin. We can't let him keep giving. After all, if you challenge the fleet mission boss at this time, the main force must be Lu Qin and the Stormwing clan. The levels of these evolvers are too low, and they can't be of much help. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo nodded to show his understanding. "Well, the rest of us are not strong enough yet. We should consolidate our strength and improve our level first. Once our strength increases, we will be more confident in completing the fleet mission." Li Sini also echoed, "Come on, everyone. We can't always rely on Lu Qin alone." Yes, what Yang Zimo and Li Sini said is right. We must upgrade our levels as quickly as possible so that we can help Master Lu Qin when we fight the boss. That's right. We can't always wait like babies for our foster father to raise us. Tang Hong promised to raise our level to level 8 within 3 days. Yes, let's work together. Master Lu Qin, don't worry. We will never hold you back. Amidst everyone's understanding, Lu Qin lightly touched the panel, glancing at the time. Then he shrugged his shoulders slightly. "I said no because I have already completed the fleet mission." Lu Qin's low voice. In an instant, the noisy sea surface fell into a dead silence. Everyone stood there in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wait, is there something wrong with my ears? Master Lu Qin just said that the mission is completed. Everyone suspected that they had heard it wrong. After all, since Tianyu released the task. But within a few hours. You have to know that this fleet mission is not as easy as simply killing monsters. You have to spend a lot of time searching for the Kraken statue first. Then you have to rack your brains to remove the seal at the bottom of the statue. At last, you also have to defeat the powerful boss. Such a difficult task. It is simply a fantasy to complete it in such a short time. Just when everyone suspected that they had heard wrongly. A special announcement. The whole Blue Star War Zone was roaring. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Lu Qin, the evolver from the 1000th Novice Sea area of Xinxia, the 8th region of Blue Star, has successfully created a fleet force. As the first force established in the Blue Star War Zone, all fleet members receive a 200-point attribute bonus, and fleet leader Lu Qin receives an additional 400-point attribute bonus. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The resounding voice of the Oracle. It was broadcast 3 times in a row in the sky before it gradually stopped. Done. The shocking announcement echoed in Yang Zimo's mind. Talking to myself blankly. The first force on Blue Star. It was born right before my eyes? Chapter 110, Sea Pirates, Netherworld. Yang Zimo felt dazed for a moment. On the blue planet, there are tens of billions of people, hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and talented people are emerging in large numbers. To win the first place in this vast crowd, How difficult. However, Luchin. This kid Luchin, he actually did it. After 2 seconds of silence on the sea, suddenly it boiled. Oh shit, oh shit. Number 1 on Blue Star. Master Luchin has created the number 1 force on Blue Star. Am I dreaming? Master Luchin completed such a difficult task all by himself. Too amazing. Master Luchin actually left hundreds of billions of people behind. My hands are shaking with excitement. I just feel so lucky that I was assigned to the same novice area as Master Luchin. I didn't do anything, but I got so many benefits by following Master Luchin. Yes, all this is thanks to Master Luchin. Long live the great god Luchin. Blue Star 8765 area, 784 Novice Sea area. A pale-faced vampire, Van Ping. Kneeling on the deck, he respectfully reported. Ancestor, the seal of the fleet mission altar has been unlocked. A 12th level boss, King Kong Ape, is imprisoned inside. All members of the first team have died at the hands of King Kong Ape. In front of him, it is the ancestor of the Blue Star vampires who has lived for hundreds of years, Blood Moon Arcadia. Level 12 boss? Arcadia's lips curled up into a hideous smile. Although the 12th level boss is strong, it is not invincible. Call all vampires immediately and prepare to attack. Yes. Van Payne raised his head suddenly and let out a sharp hiss. Invisible sound waves spread in all directions. In an instant, a large number of black bats appeared in the sky. They all gathered towards Arcadia. Seeing this, Van Ping quickly flattered. I wish the ancestor success in establishing the number 1 power on Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty. Arcadia glanced at Van Ping. The mission hasn't been completed yet. Why are you happy? Ancestor, you are too modest. There is no one on Blue Star who is more powerful than us, the Blood Clan, or you. You are the founder of the first power on Blue Star. Van Payne's face was filled with a flattering smile. Ha 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 ha. Arcadia laughed loudly. Apparently, Van Payne's flattery really helped him. Thinking of the 400-point attribute bonus that will be obtained after successfully establishing a faction. Arcadia's eyes gleamed with greed. However, while Arcadia was laughing up to the sky, the resounding announcement of Tianyu suddenly sounded. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Luchin, the evolver from the 8th district of Blue Star, Xinxia 1000 Novice Sea, has successfully created a fleet force. Ha 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 ha. Cough. Arcadia's triumphant laughter suddenly got stuck in her throat. How is this possible? We, the vampire race, are so powerful and we have just unlocked the seal of the altar. How could anyone be faster than me? This is impossible. Arcadia roared in dismay. Compared with other ordinary people, it is already as powerful as a cheat. I thought the throne of the number 1 power was within my grasp. But unexpectedly, Luchin shows up unexpectedly. Who on earth is this Luchin? How could he be so powerful? Blue Star 658 District, Siam 763C District. Sir, who is our next target for the survival bet? Target? Pava's face was full of fierceness. His 763C area is already invincible in the region. The evolvers from other countries are nothing more than his prey. Let's choose Xinxia 018C area. They have won 2 survival bets, so there is plenty of money to be made. Ha ha ha, Commander, you are wise. It looks like these Xinxia people are going to be in trouble. The subordinate complimented him. He was about to crush the survival bet. However, right now, the announcement of the Heavenly Edict suddenly sounded. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Luchin, the evolver from the 8th district of Blue Star, Xinxia 1000 Novice Sea, has successfully created a fleet force. The sudden announcement made Pava stunned. Global announcement? He looked carefully at the announcement. Suddenly he cried out in surprise. Someone actually completed the fleet mission and founded a faction. That's a level 12 boss. How could someone really defeat him? After upgrading to a sloop. Also unlocks fleet missions. As a top mercenary, Pava immediately realized the importance of this mission. Then he organized people to attack the sealed altar. However, after suffering heavy casualties, the seal was finally lifted. But he discovered that there was a level 12 fire troll boss hidden in the altar. Except for Pava, all the people at the scene were buried in the raging fire. Such a terrifying enemy. Is there anyone who can really defeat it now? How is this possible? Sir, are we still going to choose the Xinxia 018C area for our survival bet? The subordinate held the survival bidding order in his hand, his eyes full of surprise and doubt. Of course not. Pava stood up suddenly, with a roll of the eyes. Instead of choosing them, you should immediately issue a statement in the region that from now on, we Siamese and Xinxia people will always be friends. Anyone who dares to touch Xinxia people will be an enemy of Pava. Although the Xinxia people in the 658 region performed generally well. But Pava knew in his heart that, sooner or later, I will leave the Novice Sea area. That Xinxia man Luchin is so powerful. You must not make an enemy of him. Now we must establish good relations with the Xinxia people. Yes. Now. In Lu Qin's mind, Tianyu's reminder sounded again. Ding, you have successfully created a fleet faction, and the direction of development is set to be sea plundering pirates. Please name your faction. Name? Lu Qin's mind moved, and he decided to continue using the name of the Netherworld. So he confirmed. The Netherworld. Immediately, a surging force surged into Lu Qin's body like a tide. Ding, you have successfully created the Sea Plundering Pirate Force, Netherworld, Level 1. As the leader of the fleet, you have gained fleet attribute bonuses, and the free attribute has increased by 400 points. Reminder, the leader operation interface has been opened. You can invite or dismiss fleet members at any time. Power information. Faction name, Sea Pirates, Netherworld. Leader, Lu Qin. Fleet level, Level 1. Number of fleets, 1/1000. Fleet bonus, 200 points of free attribute, doubled to 400 points for leaders, 5 plunder gain. Fleet store. Fleet warehouse. Fleet blueprint. Lu Qin felt the power surging in his body. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. When the survival bet plus fleet bonus. In this short period of time, I actually gained 800 points of free attributes. So cool. At the same time, a global announcement sounded again. Ding, Blue Star War Zone announcement. The Force, Netherworld, has been successfully established, and the development direction is to become a sea plundering pirate. As the first force established in the Blue Star War Zone, all members of the fleet receive a 200-point attribute bonus, and the fleet leader Lu Qin receives an additional 400-point attribute bonus. Chapter 111. Yaya is so scared. The moment I heard the announcement, the 1 billion Xinxia people in the Tianyu world instantly showed a proud expression on their faces. In an instant, cheers and encouragement surged across the sea like a tide. The Netherworld is the power created by us Xinxia people. Awesome. Yuming is awesome. Lu Qin is awesome. It really brings honor to us Xinxia people. Damn, this time I want to see if those Americans in the region dare to be so arrogant. Lu Qin has proved to everyone how excellent we Xinxia people are. Yuming, as long as you join Yuming you can get 200 free attributes. I really want to join Yuming. Not only the Xinxia people. As soon as the global announcement was made, many sea forces that were originally hostile to the Xinxia people. They also changed their attitudes and began to show goodwill to the Xinxia people. After all, there is plenty of prey. No one wants to provoke the number 1 force on Blue Star, the Netherworld. 1000 Nava Sea area. Amidst loud cheers, all 914 people received Lu Qin's invitation. Ding, the Lord of the Netherworld, Lu Qin, has sent an invitation to all evolvers in the 1000 sea areas to join. Join Netherworld to gain attribute upgrades, looting bonuses, and access to the fleet shop and fleet blueprints. After joining the fleet, if you are expelled by the fleet leader, half of your attribute points will be deducted as a punishment. Please choose your affiliation carefully. Without the slightest hesitation. 1000 people in the sea area. All of them quickly click their agreement. Yang Zimo joins the Netherworld and becomes a sea plundering pirate. Li Sini joins the Netherworld and becomes a sea pirate. Long Haoran joins the Netherworld and becomes a sea plundering pirate. Tang Hong joins the Netherworld and becomes a sea plundering pirate. Moment. The number of people in the underworld increased from 1 to 915. A new fleet power interface has been added to everyone's panel. Ding. All Netherworld members can enjoy the Netherworld fleet bonus, 200 free attribute points, 5 plunder gain. As the reminder sounded, white light shone from all the people. Then comes the infusion of power. 914 people in District 1000. All of them gained 200 points of free attributes. For a time, cheers rang out one after another. I am not dreaming, am I? I was only level 2 before, with a total attribute point of just over 100 points. In the blink of an eye, I actually got a full 400 attribute points, and my strength instantly increased fourfold. Ha 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 ha, this is not a dream. We are just so lucky to have met Master Lu Qin. Everyone, please stop calling Lu Qin the Great God. We are all people of the Netherworld now. Lu Qin is the Lord of the Netherworld. From now on, we should respectfully call him the Lord of the Netherworld. Yes, long live the Hades. If it weren't for the Hades, I would have been dead in 5 days. It was the Hades who gave me a new life. I am willing to do anything for the Hades. Really? We are so lucky. There are tens of thousands of regions on Blue Star and tens of millions of novice seas. The probability of us meeting someone as talented as the Lord of the Underworld is really lower than winning the lottery. As everyone cheered, a cold light suddenly flashed in Lu Qin's eyes, and he quickly looked behind the crowd. I saw a beginner's wooden boat. A 4-year-old girl, Yaya, was jumping and clapping. The young face was filled with joy. And just behind Yaya, a 4-meter-long Tier 4 ice swordfish covered with transparent ice crystal scales suddenly broke out of the water, bearing fangs. It rushed towards Yaya, obviously considering this innocent little girl as its prey. 5 days ago, Yaya and her mother traveled to this world of Tianyu together, but unfortunately lost her mother in an attack by a sea beast. From then on, Yaya became an orphan. She has barely survived until now with the protection of the people in Area 1000. However, in this chaotic world, everyone is in danger. Everyone was too busy to give Yaya more care. Therefore, Yaya has never hunted any sea beast personally so far, and her level remains at the initial level. Faced with this sudden crisis, a 4-year-old girl looked so weak and helpless. Court death. Lu Chen snorted coldly. In an instant, a bone spear flashing with a sharp cold light condensed above his head. But before the bone spear was launched, the situation had taken a surprising turn. The ice swordfish stretched out its body and suddenly jumped out of the water, and its sharp sword fin pierced towards Yaya like lightning. At this critical moment, Yaya's slender and fair little hands unexpectedly reached out to greet him, not avoiding. Instead, he directly caught the swordfish that was rushing towards him. Oh, how scary. Yaya closed her eyes, tightened her hands, and an inexplicable force surged through her body. Then, the tiny body actually swung up the 4-meter-long ice swordfish and swung it violently as if it was a toy. Yaya is scared. Ouch. The ice swordfish let out a life-doubting howl and drew an icy arc in the air. Yaya threw him out. It slammed heavily into the sea in the distance, causing a splash and turning upside down. This scene shocked everyone around. The cold light in Lu Chen's eyes was replaced by a smile. Yaya herself was also stunned where she was. Looking at his hands splashed by the seawater, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then the innocent joy returned. It was as if the thrilling scene just now was just a small adventure in her game. At this moment, all the evolvers in the 1000 Zone C area. After 3 victories in the survival contest, and with the powerful blessing of the fleet attributes, even if it is a young child at level 1. With just a wave of the hand, he could unleash combat power that was enough to crush high-level sea beasts. When Yang Zimo saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile happily. Apparently, everyone should be able to survive. All this is thanks to him. With this in mind, Yang Zimo bowed solemnly towards Lu Chen, respectfully said, Lord of the Underworld, congratulations on your founding of the Underworld. Please give us instructions on the next steps for our Underworld. Yang Zimo no longer called Lu Chen by his first name as usual. Instead, they address him as the Lord of the Underworld in a respectful tone. He knew very well that, from the moment the power was established, the boundaries between superiors and subordinates are already clear. In the future, the Netherworld is likely to develop into a superpower with countless members. You must judge the situation. You must not act recklessly just because you are a little famous in Area 1000. Lu Chen also noticed the change in Yang Zimo's attitude. He did not say anything like, we are all friends, or anything like that. I don't have time to do those trivial things to win people's hearts. What Lu Chen needs is an absolute obedience. A ghostly organization that enforces strict discipline. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Yang Zimo's performance. Chapter 112. What's wrong with the executioner? I'm still the supervisor. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Tianyu's voice suddenly sounded again. Tianyu announcement. Dear Evolvers, congratulations on your survival. After 4 days and 23 hours, all novice sea areas will release poisonous gas. Evolvers, please race against time to upgrade your ships and sail out of the novice sea area. From now on, all survival betting orders and invasion orders are invalid. All Evolvers can focus on improving their strength and upgrading their ships. There are only 5 days left before Tianyu releases the poisonous fog. If you fail to upgrade your ship to a Dao within this time limit, they can only sit and wait for death. For most people, this is undoubtedly a desperate ending. However, everyone in Area 1000 looked relaxed. No fear. Because 1000 storms outside the sea. Because Lu Chen's winning streak in the survival gamble has all disappeared. Everyone can drive any level of ship out of the novice sea area. Everyone can survive. Therefore, instead of being anxious, everyone's faces were full of regret. Alas, Tianyu canceled the survival bet at this time. Otherwise, with our current strength, we can still plunder a lot of attribute points through the survival bet. Ha ha ha, be content. In total, we have gained 260 attribute points in the survival bet. This has already made people in other sea areas extremely envious. There are still more than 200 people lingering over there. Let's give them another survival bet and make sure they are wiped out. Don't worry, they are not dead. but they have been robbed of so many attributes that they will definitely not last more than 5 days. While everyone was joking, the voice of the oracle sounded again. Reminder, after the poison fog is released, the executioner will appear outside the novice sea area. Reminder, the executioner is a level 50 boss creature and will randomly execute 50 of the evolvers. Reminder, upgrading the fleet to level 2 will unlock the special ship of the protection array, which can avoid the executioner's execution. Finally, I wish all evolvers good luck. The smiles on the faces of the people who were originally relaxed froze instantly. The sea was suddenly filled with angry curses. Fuck. I knew that this damned heavenly revelation would not let us have an easy time. We finally resolved the threat of the poisonous fog, and before we could even catch our breath, they gave us another executioner. This executioner is actually a level 50 boss? Too powerful. How can we fight him? Confront? Don't you understand what Tianyu meant? This executioner is simply impossible for us to resist. Tianyu wants us to upgrade the Nether Fleet to level 2 and build a special ship with a protective array to avoid the executioner's execution. But, based on my understanding of Tianyu, it will definitely not be easy to upgrade the fleet to level 2. Oh, brother, you are such a pessimist. I just looked at the fleet power interface. To upgrade the Netherworld to level 2, you need 10 sloops, 100 level 10 evolvers, 1,000 points of plunder, and no less than 500 members in the fleet. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden silence on the sea. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. 100 level 10 evolvers? Did I hear that right? Fuck, we need 100 level 10 evolvers. Is Tianyu crazy? There are only 4 days left. Where can we find so many experts? Can anyone tell me how much life energy is needed to upgrade from level 9 to level 10? 160,000. Grass. The oracle clearly wants to kill half of us. When everyone was wailing, Yang Zimo snorted coldly. He shouted harshly. Humph, you are all members of the number 1 force on Blue Star now. You complain when you encounter such a small difficulty. Are you worthy of the strength given to you by the Lord of the Underworld? As soon as Yang Zimo finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Yes, the Lord of the Underworld gave everyone 400 points of free attributes. As long as you are willing to work hard, it is still possible to reach level 10 within 5 days. Yang Zimo looked around, and finally looked at Lu Chen, and said respectfully, Lord of the Underworld, there are 3 conditions for upgrading the fleet, 10 sloops and 100 level 10 evolvers. We can probably do it, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to get these 1,000 points of plunder. Lord of the Underworld, please arrange the next move of the Underworld. After hearing what Yang Zimo said, Lu Chen nodded. Yang Zimo, as expected of a criminal policeman, saw the key to the matter at a glance. The sloop and the 100 evolvers are easy to deal with. After all, the 400 attribute points each person just obtained are not for show. As long as he doesn't slack off and dares to fight hard, Lu Chen believes that it will be easy to gather 100 level 10 evolvers within 5 days. But loot value is different. Plunder is worth plundering other forces to get. In other words, in order to upgrade the fleet, Yuming will inevitably come into conflict with the local forces of the Tianyu world. Thinking of this, Lu Chen looked at Yang Zimo and said calmly, Yang Zimo, Lisini, I appoint you 2 as deputy commanders of the Netherworld. Your next task is to lead the Netherworld members to upgrade. As he spoke, Lu Chen waved his right hand. A ray of light poured into the one-horned rhino under Yang Zimo's feet. I have set the one-horned rhino as the Netherworld base ship. Everyone can be teleported back to the base ship at any time. When Yang Zimo heard this, he was immediately confused. Lord of the Underworld, you won't join us? Lu Chen glanced at Yang Zimo and said in a calm voice, Just lead everyone to upgrade. I have my own things to do. Come to me if you encounter problems that you can't solve. Speaking of this, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. The 50th level boss executioner. If you kill it, that should be a big benefit, right? That's right. From the moment I heard the announcement of the oracle, Lu Chen never thought about avoiding the executioner's execution. You are the executioner and I am the supervisor. The level 50 boss is a bit difficult to deal with now, but that may not be the case after 5 days. Yes. After Yang Zimo respectfully agreed, he took another step forward and suggested, Lord of the Underworld, there is only Captain Ghost on your Underworld. Do you want to recruit some more evolvers from the Underworld to the Underworld? Hearing Yang Zimo's words, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. The Lord of the Underworld is so powerful that many people wish to board the Hades and become his close follower like Captain Ghost. At one time, many people recommended themselves. Lord of the Underworld, let me follow you. I am good at killing enemies and will never let you down. Brother Lu Chen, I have never been in a relationship before. Now that you have lost an arm, your life must be inconvenient. Let me take care of you. Godfather, please take me with you. I can't leave you. When Li Xin saw this scene, her heart couldn't help but move, and her lips opened slightly. However, in the end she said nothing. She knew that this time Lu Qin would probably do the same as before and would not recruit any human crew members. Chapter 113 Level 18 Boss, the Soul Beast King. Really? Facing the expectant and passionate eyes of the crowd, Lu Qin shook his head gently. The Netherworld is a cursed ship. If humans stay on it for a long time, they will eventually become undead like Jack. When this was said, everyone was shocked. It turns out that Captain Ghost's terrifying appearance was caused by a curse. No wonder the Cerberus always exudes a gloomy atmosphere. At this time, Li Xin looked worried and took a step forward anxiously. Lu Qin, are you also cursed now? Yes, I will soon become undead. Lu Qin's face was calm. I am not made of wood. Li Xin's thoughts. How could I not know? Now, knowing that I will become a dead soul. Should she give up? However, Li Xin's next words stunned Lu Qin. I'm not afraid of becoming a ghost. I'll take care of you. Li Xin's eyes were full of determination. It was obviously not an impulsive decision. Lu Qin tilted his head slightly, his eyes deep. You and Yang Zimo will lead everyone to upgrade first, and we will discuss this matter later. After that, the sails of the Netherworld slowly rose. The ship gradually disappeared into the black fog and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Li Xin stared blankly at the black fog spreading over the sea, whispering to myself, how can I get closer to your heart? Lu Qin stood at the bow of the ship. The sea breeze blows towards me. He narrowed his eyes slightly, with a distant look. The members of the Netherworld, although nominally his subordinates. But, unlike Jack and the Stormwings, my control over it is limited to removing it from the Netherworld. It cannot be directly eliminated. This kind of control is obviously not enough to deter. Therefore, Lu Qin still had concerns in his heart. Once someone betrays for selfish reasons and reveals the existence of Tuanzi, that will bring you endless trouble. Lu Qin is well aware of the complexity of human nature. Therefore, during the larval stage, I decided not to recruit human crew members for the time being. As for Li Xin, she is indeed special, but the crisis is lurking everywhere. I don't have time to care about those romantic matters. At this time, Jack's voice came. Captain, that old guy Feng Lai is here. Lu Qin glanced sideways. Feng Lai led two pretty winged tribe women and followed Jack respectfully. Old slave Feng Lai, I pay my respects to my master. Yunrui, meet the master. Yun Yin, meet the master. The three of them saluted in unison. What is it? Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. Master, I came here to ask for two things. Feng Lai glanced at the beautiful Yunrui and Yun Yin behind him, with a sly look in his eyes. Yunrui and Yun Yin are the most beautiful among the Stormwings. You will surely please your master. Master, I want to keep Yunrui and Yun Yin here to serve you. What do you think? As soon as Feng Lai finished speaking, Yunrui and Yun Yin secretly raised their eyes. Glimpse of Lu Qin's handsome face. Blushing cheeks. My heart is filled with joy. They had witnessed Lu Qin's strength in the air before. Killed 12th level Vanilos with one strike. Such a strong man. They had never seen it before. Hey, old man, you only send beauties to the captain, but not to me, Master Jack? Jack joked on the side. In the future, definitely in the future. Haha. Feng Lai suddenly smiled awkwardly. He treated all the girls of the Stormwing tribe as his own. He was willing to give it to Lu Qin. After all, he knew the supervisor's strength very well. Moreover, the future of the Monitor. The number of vassal races will only increase. The Stormwings must cherish the opportunity before them. Seize the opportunity to improve your status in the Master's heart. If Yunrui and Yun Yin can give birth to children for Lu Qin, the status of the Stormwing clan will be as stable as Mount Tai. But he really couldn't bear to give it to Jack. There is no need to mention this matter. I don't need anyone to serve me. What about the second thing? Lu Qin flatly refused and looked at Feng Lai sharply. If this old guy came just for such trivial matters, I would have to give him a beating. Now, I have just sailed out of the novice zone. If you indulge in lust at this time, even as an overseer, he is not far from destruction. Noticing Lu Qin's gaze, Feng Lai quickly lowered his head and said respectfully, Master, the second thing concerns the sacred object of my Stormwing tribe, the Heart of Wind. Oh, tell me more about it. A sharp light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. Anything that can be called a holy object must be extraordinary. Master, the Heart of Wind can give the wearer great power, making him a boss-level being, and it also has a significant enhancement effect on wind-related talents and skills. Feng Lai explained. In other words, as long as our Stormwing tribe possesses this holy object, we can instantly create a powerful boss-level warrior who can serve the master more wholeheartedly. So, the Heart of Wind has been taken away? Lu Chen asked in a calm tone. Feng Lai showed a look of humiliation on his face and suddenly knelt on the ground, crying. Master, Feng Lai, am incompetent, and the Heart of Wind was snatched away by the Soul King. Master, please seek justice for me and the Stormwing clan. Yun Rui and Yun Yin also knelt on the ground and begged in unison. Master, please seek justice for my Stormwing tribe. No, your entire clan has now recovered its strength. Can't you handle this Ghost Beast King by yourselves? Jack raised his eyebrows and asked. There are more than 200 people from the Stormwing tribe. All of them are level 10 in strength. With B-level talent, you can even fly. Not to mention that as a captain's vassal, you can also enjoy fleet bonuses and get 400 attribute points for free. Such a powerful Stormwing tribe. Is it necessary to trouble the captain? Feng Lai heard Jack's words. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he quickly explained. Master Jack, you don't know. When this Ghost Beast King stole our clan's sacred object, he was only at level 5. But he has a strange talent, corpse fusion, which can fuse corpses to strengthen himself. After obtaining the Heart of Wind, this Ghost Beast King has now become an 18th level boss, and his strength is terrifying. Although Feng Lai's realm is higher than Jack's. But they knew in their hearts that Jack was Lu Chen's close confidant. Don't offend. So the attitude is very respectful. Level 18 boss? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. I am in need of monsters. The Revenant Soul Beast King arrived just in time. Where is the Revenant Soul Beast King? Master, the Ghost Beast King is on the Corpse Burial Island at coordinates 355.554. Lu Chen looked at the coordinates on the map and was delighted. The location of this burial island. It is just not far to the north of the Kraken statue. Okay, Feng Lai, take the Stormwing clan to wait for me near Corpse Burial Island immediately. Lu Chen ordered. Feng Lai was stunned when he heard this. Yun Yin behind him tugged at his wings, and he came back to his senses. Incredibly, he asked, Master, are you going to deal with the Soul Beast King now? Fearing that Lu Chen didn't understand the situation, Feng Lai added. Master, there are countless undead creatures on Corpse Burial Island, all of which are controlled by the Soul Beast King. If we go there now, we will not only have to face the Soul Beast King, we also need to fight against the sea of undead under its command. I think we should plan before we act, or upgrade our level before attacking. Chapter 114 Humanoid Boss, Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at him, and his voice was calm but with unquestionable majesty. You just need to follow my orders. There's no need to say anything else. Feng Lai immediately lowered his head upon hearing this and said respectfully, I obey your command. Afterwards, Feng Lai and the other two bowed and left. It turned around, flapped its wings and flew high, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Looking at the three people who disappeared, Jack smacked his lips and muttered, The Revenant Beast King has a great name, but I hope he is not a useless guy. Lu Chen turned his gaze to Jack, a smile flashing in his eyes. Jack, when we get to Corpse Burial Island, you should have enough death energy to upgrade. When Jack heard this, he was immediately touched. Wow, Captain, you actually made a special trip to Corpse Burial Island just for me. I am so touched. Upgrading you is just a side job. I mainly want to see how much loot value I can get if I raise Corpse Burial Island to the ground. Captain, your emotional intelligence is really low. If you continue like this, you will be single for the rest of your life. When I'm single, don't even think about having a partner. Captain, I think with your charm, you don't need any emotional intelligence at all. It's enough to make those girls crazy. First, Prophet, is the master really going to take action on Corpse Burial Island now? A winged man asked in a trembling voice, his eyes sweeping across the dead silent land below. On the burial island, the corpses were lying in layers. It seemed as if every inch of land was shrouded in the shadow of death. The dead wandered in the stinking air, some floating around, some uttering mournful howls. The whole island is filled with an eerie and gloomy atmosphere. There was a flicker of fear in the eyes of the winged people. Their gazes wandered among the undead, and they secretly estimated things in their hearts. The undead are so numerous. There were at least 8,000 if not 10,000, so densely packed like a sea of death. With only the 200 or so people from our Stormwing tribe, wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth if we rushed in? We wouldn't even be able to make a sound. Someone murmured in a low voice, his tone full of anxiety. Master, as an overseer, it shouldn't be easy for you to deal with these undead spirits. How dare you doubt the master's ability? Yun Ting shouted sternly, his eyes like swords, scanning the surroundings with unquestionable determination. Well, Yun Ting is right. Everyone, stop making blind guesses. Just wait here for the master to arrive. Feng Lai spoke up and agreed. Although his lips were moving, his expression revealed a barely perceptible hesitation. He tried hard to maintain his composure on the surface, but he couldn't calm down inside. Feng Lai's eyes unconsciously drifted downwards. The ghost beast king there was emitting a frightening aura, and countless undead souls were surrounding it. This feeling of oppression was like a huge rock pressing on Feng Lai's heart, causing the confidence deep in his heart to waver. The master is powerful as an overseer. But after all, he was just seriously injured and lost an arm. Can we really be a match for Corpse Burial Island now? Ding. Successfully captured Amir, level 5. You obtain B-level talent, Power Resonance, increasing your strength by 6 points. Ding. Successfully captured Park Young-ho, 5th level. You obtain B-level talent, Speed Resonance, agility increased by 5 points. Ding. Successfully captured Pierre, level 5. You obtain B-level talent, Perception Resonance, perception increases by 4 points. Ding. Successfully captured Suzuki Saburo, level 5. You obtain C-level talent, Lightning Control, perception increased by 3 points. Accompanied by a series of Tianyu prompt sounds. More than 300 corpses of the evolved beings of the Alliance of Nations turned into shriveled shells, floating on the sea around the netherworld. Guji Guji. The little ball wrapped around Lu Chen's neck, looking exhausted. Tuanzi, thank you for your hard work. Lu Chen stroked the little girl gently, his eyes full of pity. After the group's efforts, finally, he helped Lu Chen to absorb all the more than 300 corpses obtained in this survival gamble. However, the level of the evolvers in the Alliance of Nations is generally not high. Only a few people have B-level talents. The rest are D-level and C-level talents scattered among them. But the advantage is the number. After these talents were absorbed by Lu Chen one by one, all of his talents below level C underwent a transformation. Level A, Control of the Undead. B-level, Undead Curse, Stone Gaze, Power of the Mountain, 0.25. On My OG, Feast of Blood, Shadow Walker, 35. Iron Bones, 0.25. Strength Resonance, 20. Speed Resonance, 8. Perception Resonance, 12. C-level, Plant Affinity, 50. Poison Control, 75. Flame Control, 62. Ice Control, 65. Lightning Control, 35. Smell Ability, 50. Visual Ability, 14. Hearing Ability, 95. At this moment, there is no one below level C in Lu Chen's talent library. Auxiliary talents such as Smell, Hearing, and Vision are all promoted to C level. Strengthening talents such as Strength, Perception, Speed, and Physique have all crossed the B-level threshold. Thanks to the integration of a large number of low-level talents of the same type, the evolution progress bar of each talent has been advanced. Among them, the C-level hearing ability has reached the critical point, with the progress reaching 95. Just absorb 2 more D-level auditory perceptions to enter the B-level hall. Different from the talent of intake, the attributes are not satisfactory. Due to the large amount of low-level evolutionists absorbed, the attributes obtained were severely attenuated. In the end, many level 4 evolvers are no longer able to absorb even a single evolution point. Final. More than 300 bodies. Lu Chen only got Strength 85 points, Agility 81 points, Constitution 82 points, Perception 88 points. More than 300 attributes? Not bad. Lu Chen examined his attribute panel and nodded slightly. From now on, ingest creatures below level 5. You will not be able to obtain any attributes. Fortunately, Lu Chen never thought of growing stronger simply by bullying the weak. In comparison, absorbing the power of the strong makes me more excited. There are still 800 free attribute points, so let's distribute them evenly among each item. Lu Chen made up his mind. Then start. Increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 200 points each. The adjusted 4-dimensional properties become Strength, 677. Agility, 714. Physique, 640. Perception, 668. Level 9 Land Subsidence. Its 4-dimensional attributes all jumped to an astonishing 600 points, far surpassing the strong ones at the same level. Like a humanoid boss. No, even if it is a boss of the same level, its attributes have been crushed by Lu Chen. On Lu Chen's body, the common perception is that human attributes are weaker than those of beasts of the same level. It has been completely subverted. Chapter 115 The second A-level talent, Teleportation. In addition to the corpses of the evolvers, there are several special ships in the storage ring in Lu Chen's hand. However, when acquiring a special ship, but a situation arose. Ding, your ship, Netherworld, is a sloop. It has reached the limit of its carrying capacity and can no longer be given talents. Upgrading the ship to a brigantine frigate will increase its carrying capacity. Tawanzi looked at Lu Chun with his big eyes, whispering softly, full of helplessness. It's okay. The netherworld can now carry 5 talents, which is already pretty good. Lu Chun picked up Tawanzi and comforted him softly. Don't be too greedy. Lu Chun is already very satisfied with his current harvest. That's right. After creating the netherworld, I remember there were some new features on the fleet panel. The panel displays 3 functions: fleet store, fleet warehouse, and fleet blueprint. The fleet store is similar to the Tianyu store that I have seen before. Contribution points are required to redeem items. Contribution points can be obtained by contributing materials, equipment, etc. The fleet warehouse is like a large shared storage ring. Lu Chun particularly likes a feature of the fleet warehouse. That is the ability to store ships. So, in certain scenarios, Lu Chun can store the netherworld in the fleet warehouse and take it out when needed, which is extremely convenient. When Lu Chun saw the final fleet blueprint, his eyes suddenly lit up. Currently, Netherworld, as a first-level fleet, has unlocked 2 blueprints. Short-body rapid-firing cannon blueprint, Bronze Advanced. A cannon with a short range but a fast firing rate. Once your fleet is equipped with this type of cannon on a large scale, you will let the enemy know what a rain of bullets is. Production requirements: 10th level crystal core 1, iron ingot 20, magic stone 1, copper ingot 5. C-class healing wave special ship blueprint, primary sloop. A special ship with powerful healing talents. C-class healing waves are enough to regenerate broken limbs. Production requirements: 15th level or above spirit crystal core 1, 5 copper ingots, 150 wood, 20 fibers, 10 iron ingots. These 2 blueprints. Not only can it produce high-grade bronze cannons, it is actually possible to directly build C-class special ships. You know, that's a special ship. Among the thousands of people in the Novice area, only a few lucky ones can have it. And now, as long as there are sufficient resources, I can build these special ships on a large scale. What made Lu Chun even more excited was, the C-class healing wave special ship has a healing ability that can even regenerate severed limbs. This is exactly what Lu Chun needs right now. After all, he only had one hand now, which would indeed affect his combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Certainly, in order to build a special ship, the materials needed are extremely precious. The 15th level spirit crystal core can only be obtained from the brain of a 15th level boss level creature, although there is no level 15 boss at hand. But coincidentally, right in front of you is an 18th level boss, the Soul Beast King. When mentioning boss, Lu Chun's thoughts drifted back to recalling the evolution points gained from killing the boss before. They have accumulated to 16 points. 16 points should be enough to upgrade the mastery of the undead to S rank. Lu Chun felt a little warm in his heart. Then choose to consume evolution points to upgrade the control of the undead. Ding, you have not yet awakened and cannot comprehend S-level talent. Lu Chun was stunned. What's going on? Awakening? Tianyu, what is awakening? Only by awakening can one comprehend S-level talent. Ding, yes, only the evolvers in the awakening realm can comprehend S-level talents. After the evolvers reach level 50, they can go to the awakening tower and complete the awakening through trials. After the awakening is successful, they can enter the awakening realm. Reminder, awakening is the first major realm on the evolutionary path of the evolver. After completing awakening, your strength will undergo a qualitative change. I hope you will continue to work hard. Looking at the prompts from Tianyu, Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. My heart was churning. It turns out that the previous levels were just preliminary explorations on the road to evolution. The true realm. It actually starts from the awakening after level 50. Thinking about this, Lu Chun sighed softly. It seems that we can't rush to get S-level talent. The gap between different races is really different. As a divine species, Tawanzi has possessed top-level SSS level talent since birth. On the other hand, most of the blue star humans awaken F or E level talents. And I am even worse off. Failed to awaken directly. Lu Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he made a decisive decision to invest all 16 evolution points into Shadow Walker. In this crisis-ridden world, every resource must be converted into combat power as quickly as possible. However, the Shadow Walker who can hide his body and shuttle in the shadows. This is undoubtedly the talent that helps Lu Chun the most. As the system's prompt sounded, a wave of profound insights about reality and illusion, light and darkness, space and restraint flooded into Lu Chun's mind like a tide. Ding, congratulations, Shadow Walker B level has successfully evolved into Space Manipulation A level. Your success rate is 100. Ding. Due to your deep understanding of space-related talents, you have successfully mastered the skill, Teleport, level A. listening to the prompt tone of Tianyu. The corners of Lu Qin's mouth slightly raised. Success. Unexpectedly. This initial invisibility actually belongs to the space talent. What surprised Lu Qin even more was that I also learned a new skill. Teleport A level. You can transcend the limitations of space and instantly move to any location within your sight. Whether attacking or escaping, this skill can make you feel like a duck in water. It's a good skill, and those who have used it say it's good. It's just a bit mentally demanding, so be careful about the consumption. Corpse Island. The Ghost Beast King is as huge as a mountain. At this moment, he also noticed the storm wings hovering in the sky waiting. Suddenly it opened its huge bloody mouth. There was a deafening burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, a bunch of lousy birdmen. Are you here to die again? It stretched out its long tongue and slowly licked its cracked lips. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for giving me the heart of wind. So, I have always been taking good care of your people. After saying that, the huge body of the Ghost Beast King, which was made up of countless black bones, rotten flesh, and various undead creature parts. Suddenly, densely packed heads of the winged tribe appeared. Above the sky. All the winged tribes witnessed this scene, and their anger instantly burned. You bastard! Ghost Beast King, you will be punished by God. Our master will never let you go. Those heads. It was the Stormwing warrior that the Soul Beast King had killed in the past. It actually desecrated the remains of its companions in this way. This is an unforgivable sin. Chapter 116, The Terrifying Ghost Beast King. As the Stormwings confronted the Soul Beast King, far away, a small pirate fleet consisting of 7 sloops was quietly lurking and watching. These ships are modeled. There was a tattered canvas hanging on the side of the ship, with a hideous skull painted on the sail. It seems to be declaring their pirate identity. There were still a few rusty iron hooks on the bow. Hanging there were several strings of dried skulls and unknown bones, adding a bit of eerie atmosphere. On the deck of the lead ship, a group of kobolds exuding a powerful aura of level 15 gathered together. Captain, we haven't made any money in a few days. What are we waiting for? Those birdmen are weak and have nothing valuable on them. The dog-headed man, Dogtail, looked up at the stormwings circling in the sky. His face was full of impatience and boredom. These birdmen would come to Corpse Burial Island from time to time. It seems like he wants to find some treasure. But every time they left behind a pile of corpses and fled in disgrace. Just this group of rookies. We hyena pirates are too lazy to even rob. However, the kobold captain in front of Dogtail, Wilderness, smiled and shook his head. No, the captain's target is not those birdmen. Inoue was startled and exclaimed. Captain, you are not planning to attack Corpse Burial Island, are you? That Ghost Beast King is not a vegetarian. Bang. Wilderness slapped the dog's head. Do you think I'm tired of living? There are over 10,000 dead on the Corpse Burial Island. Are we, 100 dogs, going to die? Then. Captain, what are your plans? Inoue covered his head with his hands, looking confused. Don't you smell something different about those stormwings? A different taste. Dogtail closed his eyes. The big dog sniffed hard. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on his face. Evolver. It smells like an evolver. Wilderness narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. That's right. These birdmen are full of the aura of the evolvers. Wait a minute. We hyena pirates just need to follow them quietly, and we will definitely find the gathering place of the evolvers. Hearing this, the greed and bloodthirstiness on the dog's face were hard to conceal. This 10,000 races contest has only started for 5 days, so those evolvers must still be very young. If we can wipe them all out at once, the benefits will be so great that I can't help but drool just thinking about it. Ha ha, that's right. According to the rules of Tianyu, the evolvers can become stronger by killing us. We can also improve our strength by killing evolvers. As long as we find a sea area where evolvers gather, we can kill them all. The harvest we get will be equivalent to our hard training for decades. Having said that, a ferocious smile appeared on Wilderness' face. Hey, Captain, you're brilliant. Everyone, don't let the Revenant Beast King's words irritate you. The Master is coming here, and we must obey his orders. Feng Lai stared at the countless heads of his own kind on the body of the Soul Beast King. Humiliation flashed in his eyes. But he gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and restrained everyone. Although the Stormwing tribe regained the recognition of the heavenly decree. But compared with the 18th level Ghost Beast King, there is still a huge gap in strength. Owner. The Ghost Beast King was stunned for a moment, then burst into sarcastic laughter. I was wondering why you guys smelled weird. It turns out that you bastards pledged allegiance to an evolver who had just been in the Tianyu world for 5 days. He laughed wildly, his words full of disdain. Ha 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 ha. You actually pinned your hopes on a garbage evolver who just arrived. That's ridiculous. The laughter of the Revenant Beast King is like a signal. Tens of thousands of undead on the corpse burial island grinned and let out creepy laughter. Hee hee hee. Facing this ridicule everywhere. Yunting's eyes flashed with coldness, and he shouted angrily. Asshole, how dare you disrespect your master? Immediately, he stretched out his body suddenly, waving hands. The energy in the body surged like a tide, instantly transforming into a violent storm force. A-level skill, Sky Storm. Yunting clenched his palms. The power of the storm quickly gathered. It transformed into a tornado and swept towards the Soul Beast King with destructive force. The Master's majesty is too great for you rats to humiliate. Go to hell. Yunting roared, his body moving with the storm. Like the Lord of Storms. Harnessing this destructive force, he charged straight towards the Soul Beast King. Call. The storm was like an angry dragon rising from the sea. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistle. The undead around the Soul Beast King were caught off guard, being caught up in the storm in an instant. The force of the storm rages wildly. Like a sharp meat grinder, it instantly ripped the undead into pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking came one after another. Crack, crack. The bodies of the undead were instantly shattered in the storm, turning into debris flying all over the sky. However, facing the terrible storm, the Ghost Beast King remained calm and snorted disdainfully. A-level skills? Among all of you, there's finally someone who catches my eye. Before he finished speaking, the huge body of the Ghost Beast King trembled slightly. The huge mouth opened. Roar. A deafening roar rose up like thunder. The roar contained endless pressure and power, instantly impacting the storm released by Yunting. The storm was like an irresistible force. In an instant, it shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. Puff. Yunting, who was controlling the storm, suffered a backlash. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Yunting. Yunting, hold on. The winged people around him quickly reached out and supported Yunting, who was about to fall. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Yunting is the genius of the Storm Wing clan. A full-strength A-level storm attack. It was easily disintegrated by a slight roar from the Ghost Beast King. This dead Soul Beast King. How terrifying is his strength? Far away. On the hyena. The wilderness put down the telescope in his hand. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you are really courting death. The 18th level Revenant Beast King is so powerful that even our hyena pirates dare not provoke him easily. It's ridiculous that a mere 11th level winged man dared to attack the Soul Beast King. Hearing this, Inoue interrupted and said, Captain, won't all those winged people die on Corpse Burial Island soon? Then we won't be able to find those evolvers from them. Don't worry. These winged people may not be good at fighting, but they are good at escaping. After all, they can fly, so at least one or two of them will be able to escape. The wilderness smiled confidently. Based on the past behavior of these winged people, they will probably flee soon. Captain, why do I think they don't plan to leave? Are they waiting for reinforcements? Wilderness glared at Dogtail. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements nearby? Can they still count on those evolvers who have just arrived for 5 days? Lu Chen's latest panel. Name, Lu Chen Cursed. Level 9, 5.2/16W. Position, Supervisor, Level 1, 1500/10,000. Faction, Netherworld, Sea Pirate, Level 1, Leader. Vassal Race, 1-to-1 Stormwing. Evolution Points, 0. Death Energy, 0. Contribution Points, 0. Strength, 677. Agility, 714. Physique, 640. Perception, 668. Free Attribute Points, 0. Talent. A-level, Undead Control, Space Manipulation. B-level, Undead Curse, Stone Gaze, Power of the Mountain, 0.25. On my OG, Feast of Blood, Iron Bones, 0.25. Strength Resonance, 20. Speed Resonance, 8. Perception Resonance, 12. C-level, Plant Affinity, 50. Poison Control, 75. Flame Control, 62. Ice Control, 65. Lightning Control, 35. Smell Ability, 50. Visual Ability, 14. Hearing Ability, 95. Skill 1. Summon the Statue of Kraken, God-level skill. Summon the Statue of Kraken, the fully formed God type, to fight. After using this skill, it will enter a long cooldown period. Any enemy who forces you into a dead end will face the greatest fear of his life. Skill 2. Windbreaker, Overseer exclusive. When the opponent sees this move, they will experience what true despair is. Skill 3. Corpse Explosion, A-level. An extremely cruel undead skill that can cause corpses or undead creatures to self-destruct, releasing a devastating explosion that causes huge damage to the enemy. There is a reason why people are afraid of undead skills. They are just too brutal. Skill 4. Sea God's Favor, C rank. You have been granted the breath of the deep sea, which greatly prolongs the time you can hold your breath underwater. Oh, now you don't need equipment to dive. But be careful, you are not a fish, and you will still drown after a long time. Skill 5. Teleport, level A. You can transcend the limitations of space and instantly move to any location within your sight. Whether attacking or escaping, this skill will make you feel like a duck in water. It's a good skill, and those who have used it say it's good. It just takes a bit of mental energy, so be careful about the consumption. Ship, primary sloop, Netherworld. Comprehensive combat strength assessment. Unable to assess. For the supervisor, realms are ridiculous. Anyone who relies on realms to fight the supervisor will die miserably. Chapter 117, One Punch Man. While Urga was talking, the Stormwings, who were previously filled with shock and anxiety, suddenly, they all bowed and saluted, shouting in unison, "Meet the Master." Owner? Could it be those evolvers? The gaze of the wilderness extended in the direction where the winged people were saluting. I saw a sloop appearing and disappearing in the black fog. At the bow, a handsome young man stood tall like a pine tree. Evolver. Captain, look. That evolver is actually the helper of these winged people. Inoue pointed at the handsome young man and said in surprise. The wilderness shook his head. What a bullshit help. When he sees the Soul Beast King later, he will probably run away with his tail between his legs. Even we don't dare to set foot on Corpse Burial Island and fight against the Soul Beast King. What can a mere 9th level evolver do? A trace of greed flashed in Inoue's eyes. Then, when he escapes, why don't we take the opportunity to capture him and force him to tell us where the evolvers gather? Upon hearing this, Huang Lu and Go Wei looked at each other and smiled. Ha ha ha. Urga seemed to have foreseen that beautiful scene. Oh, being able to fly is convenient. These birdmen come really fast. Jack looked up at the winged tribes saluting in the sky, then sniffed sharply, with an excited look on his face. Captain, the aura of death is so strong. There must be a lot of undead on the island ahead. Yes, it is here. Luchin nodded calmly. Because I have received the reminder from the sky. Ding, you have discovered a dangerous area, Corpse Burial Island. Reminder, Corpse Burial Island is the habitat of undead creatures. It is recommended that you form a team of 500 or more level 15 evolvers to explore. Looking at the prompts from Tianyu, Luchin's eyebrows slightly raised. Is it recommended that more than 500 level 15 evolvers be required to explore? This is the first time that Tianyu has required such a large number of evolvers to explore a place. It seems that this Corpse Burial Island is indeed extraordinary. But, just what I wanted. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Luchin's eyes. I had just received an epic level of enhancement and was worried that I couldn't find a monster to test my strength. Master, the Corpse Burial Island is ahead. Feng Lai said to Luchin respectfully. There are 18th level undead beast kings living on the island, as well as nearly 10,000 undead above 10th level. Luchin nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell behind Feng Lai. Yun Ting, who was pale, breathless, and had blood on the corner of his mouth. His brows furrowed slightly. Injured. Seeing this, Yun Ting lowered his head quickly. Shamefully said, Yun Ting's strength is not enough. He failed to defeat the Ghost Beast King and brought shame to the master. Luchin didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the giant on the island. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sneer. Who dares to hurt me? The Revenant Beast King also caught a glimpse of the Stormwing's salute. At the same time, he noticed the black boat approaching Corpse Burial Island and the sinking of the boat. Its ferocious face was full of disdain. Are you the evolver that these winged clan guys are loyal to? Only at level 9. It glanced at the winged people in the sky who were saluting. The disdain on his face became more and more obvious. Your Stormwing tribe is really getting worse and worse. You actually bowed down to a 9th level evolver. Haha, this is ridiculous. However, the wild laughter of the Ghost Beast King has not yet stopped, but suddenly found out. The black-eyed young man who was far away on the black boat just now suddenly appeared before my eyes. A pair of eyes as deep as stars flashed with a cold light, looking at him. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the Soul Beast King suddenly stopped. No. What's going on? Just such a long distance. Even if you want to fly, you have to fly for a while. How did this suddenly appear in front of me? However, before he could react, then a dazzling red light burst out from Luchin's body. B-level talent, Power Resonance. Power increases 5-fold. The power of the mountain gathered on his right fist, which was wrapped in the extremely hard rock. B-level talent, power of the mountain. Lu Qin's eyes focused, and his body moved suddenly. A punch was thrown out as fiercely as a cannonball. Call. This punch, fast as lightning, heavy as a mountain. With overwhelming force, he struck directly at the huge head of the Soul Beast King. The sneer on the face of the Ghost Beast King has not yet faded. A fierce wind pressure came like a hurricane, rushing straight at his face. The punch was as sharp as a blade, cutting its face painfully. The pupils of the Ghost Beast King shrank suddenly. I was horrified. Grass. Is this the power that a 9th-level realm can possess? In the midst of panic, it only had time to rush the death energy in its body to its head in an attempt to strengthen its defense. However, it didn't work at all. Boom! The rock fist and the head collided suddenly, and the loud noise shook the earth. The ferocious face of the Ghost Beast King was shattered by Lu Qin's punch, distorted in an instant. Then it broke into pieces. Puff! The giant is like a watermelon hit by a huge rock, exploded with a loud bang. Blood and flesh were splattered everywhere, and brains were flying around. The scene was thrilling. The mountain-like body of the Ghost Beast King. He was suddenly blown away by the huge force of the fist, smashed fiercely into the pile of corpses behind. Broken bones and debris were scattered everywhere. Boom, boom. The mountain of corpses slowly collapsed, raised a cloud of dust. However, the scene fell into dead silence. Whether it is the storm wings in the sky or the undead on the corpse burial island, everyone was stunned. The wilderness and dog tails laughing in the distance. Seeing this scene, the laughter stopped abruptly, stuck in the throat. What happened? I just blinked, and the head of the Soul Beast King disappeared. The wilderness stared at the dead Beast King buried in the mountain of corpses. Mouth open wide, rubbing my eyes frantically with my hands. I must have seen it wrong. I just saw a 9th-level kid. From so far away. Suddenly he appeared in front of the Soul Beast King. Then a punch. Just smashed the head of the Ghost Beast King to pieces. That's a level 18 boss. How is this possible? Has the world gone crazy? A level 9 human can kill a level 18 boss instantly? And he's one-armed. What are you doing? It's over. Yun Ting's eyes widened, and his voice trembled. A simple roar from the Ghost Beast King could cause him to fall to the ground with serious injuries. And the Master's realm is obviously lower than mine, but he killed it with one punch. You are worthy of being my Yun Ting's master. You are so awesome. Should not be yet. The aura of the Ghost Beast King is still there. The Prophet Feng Lai standing by also had a look of shock on his face. Although there is no direct kill, but the power of the punch thrown by the Master was so amazing. You know, the Revenant Beast King is a level 18 boss. Its strength and constitution, at least they are all above 2,000 points. 2,000 points. The Master can easily crush it. Could it be that? Feng Lai's thoughts reached this point, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. Has the Master's power exceeded 2,000 points? Chapter 118. This guy has a new head. Is his brain broken too? Thinking of this, Feng Lai was deeply shocked. The Master is only at level 9 now. Its attributes are enough to crush a level 18 boss. After that day, if the Master is promoted to level 18, how terrifying it will be. With this in mind, Feng Lai couldn't suppress his joy. He pledged his loyalty to Lu Qin in order to escape his status as a remnant. But at this moment, he realized more and more clearly that, as the supervisor of Blue Star, Lu Qin, what an incredible talent he possesses. Feng Lai stared at Lu Qin, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. Perhaps, Master can really help us today to take back the sacred object of the Stormwing tribe from this undead-infested corpse burial island. Captain, please wait for me. When did you learn how to teleport? Jack chased after Lu Qin breathlessly. Out of breath. However, finally arrived. But he was surprised to find that the arrogant and domineering Ghost Beast King just now. At this moment, the head and body have been separated. I couldn't help but mutter, oh my god, the captain is getting stronger and stronger. He can even kill a level 18 boss in one move? If you tell me now that you can kill the executioner in one punch, I'll believe it. Lu Qin stood where he was. The red light on his body gradually dissipated. Teleport is indeed an A-level skill, although it has no attack capability, but it played a huge role in the battle. Just now, he suddenly teleported in front of the Soul Beast King. Caught off guard, he was hit with a punch that contained 3,385 points of strength. Suffered severe damage. However, Lu Qin also knew that the Soul Beast King was a level 18 boss. It won't be solved that easily. So, Lu Qin opened the attribute panel of the Soul Beast King. Undead, Soul Beast King, boss-level creature. Features, no fatal weaknesses, high intelligence, confuse corpses, tyrannical, controls the undead, extremely disgusted with living things. Talent. Undead Fusion, Level A. Confuse the corpses of other creatures to gain more powerful strength and special abilities. Skill 1. Netherworld Tear, B-Level. The Revenant Beast King uses its claws that are a fusion of the limbs of various undead creatures to easily tear through the enemy's defenses and cause fatal damage. Whoever is caught will die? Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, just try it. Skill 2. Ghost Shock, Level A. The Ghost Beast King gathers the dark energy in his body and releases a ghost shock. The shock contains the resentment of the undead creatures, causing great damage to the souls of the creatures. Don't rely on your strong defense to resist. This is a move that can destroy the soul. Combat Strength Assessment. Level 18 Boss. A terrifying existence that can make the ocean tremble. Also, don't think that you can just deal with it. Otherwise, you will experience despair in the sea of the dead. After seeing the panel, Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. There is no fatal weakness. Really, this guy won't die even if he loses his head. However, Luchin was not in a hurry to finish off the enemy. Now my strength has been greatly improved. I need an enemy to test your talent and hone your strength. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Really, accompanied by a roar like an earthquake. The mountain of corpses began to tremble violently. It was as if an unstoppable force was breaking free from it. The huge headless body of the Ghost Beast King. Like a giant beast awakening from the abyss, it slowly broke free from the pile of corpses. Every step was accompanied by a violent shaking of the ground. It stretched out its arms suddenly and grasped the skull of a long-dead dragon lying on the ground next to it like an iron clamp. That Asian dragon was huge, with its eyes closed. The rotting flesh gave off a sickening odor. However, faced with the irresistible power of the Revenant Beast King, the dragon's head was torn off. The rotten flesh splattered, and the old blood dyed the surrounding bones red. Then, a jaw-dropping scene happened. The Revenant Beast King held up the dragon's head. In an almost cruel way, it was installed on his body. With a creepy sound of bones rubbing against each other, the head fell firmly into place. As the head of the dragon fell into place, the originally lifeless eyes of Yalong suddenly opened strangely. There was a strange light flickering in his eyes, like two balls of burning netherworld fire, revealing endless cruelty and resentment. Roar! Asshole, you're looking for death. The Revenant Beast King let out a deafening roar. The newly installed Asian dragon eyes. He stared at Lu Chen viciously, as if he wanted to eat him alive. As the king of Corpse Burial Island, under his jurisdiction are tens of thousands of dead souls. The Soul Beast King had never been provoked like this. Today, this ant-like existence actually dared to attack me. It's simply unforgivable. Unforgivable. Fuck, this is even possible. This Asian dragon is almost rotten to pieces, and it can also be fused. Jack's eyes widened with disgust. I thought my rotting flesh was disgusting enough. I didn't expect that this Ghost Beast King was even more disgusting to the extreme. Even such a rotten head can be used. Seeing the sudden rise of the Soul Beast King, Wilderness and Dogtail on the hyena breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could the Ghost Beast King be killed instantly by that 9th-rank human in one move? Inoue patted his chest, with a hint of relief in his movements. The Soul Beast King must have been careless just now, which is why he was ambushed by that human. Now the Soul Beast King is angry. I want to see how that human ends up. Wilderness and Dogtail can accept that the Soul Beast King is stronger than them. After all, the Soul Beast King is the top boss of level 18, and his strength is unfathomable. But they couldn't accept it. A human who has just arrived in the Tianyu world and is only level 9 is actually stronger than them. After decades of hard training, they barely made it to the 15th level. Now, but someone told them that someone surpassed them after only 5 days of practice. This feeling is worse than killing them. Besides, if this human being is really so powerful, then how can they continue to follow the clues and hunt down those evolvers? After the Revenant Beast King installs the Asian Dragon's skull, it will be able to obtain some of the Asian Dragon's power and increase its strength greatly. Then humans will surely die. The dog's tail looked at the ferocious Ghost Beast King in the distance. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hit me, the harder the better. This way we hyena pirates can take advantage of the situation. As everyone watched in surprise or delight, the Ghost Beast King suddenly opened its huge dragon mouth. Next, an extremely hot flame, like surging magma. It gushed out with the power to destroy the world, sweeping around. This flame is no longer an ordinary fire. It is hot enough to melt steel and distort the air. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be burned and distorted, making crackling sounds. However, this frightening attack was not directed at Lu Chun. Instead, it suddenly pounced on the undead minions beside it. Call. The flames raged. Like a raging beast, it instantly swept up more than a dozen undead souls. The undead screamed miserably as they were devoured by the flames. The figure quickly melted away and turned into wisps of black smoke before disappearing into thin air. The scene was both terrifying and shocking. This guy has a rotten head. Did his brain rot as well? Jack widened his eyes, looked at Lu Chun in disbelief, and asked blankly. No. This revenant beast king put on a very awesome pose. As a result, he killed his own people. Funny? Lu Chun looked at the soul beast king, who was madly slaughtering the undead. The corners of his mouth curled up into a meaningful smile. Really? The visual, auditory, and olfactory abilities that have evolved to sea level are activated at the same time. It is enough to interfere with the enemy to the point where they cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Chapter 119, Sea of Bones and Forest of Corpses. Boss, it's us. Aya. The undead around them shouted and dodged in panic. They were puzzled as to why the boss suddenly attacked his own people like a mad beast. In the eyes of the soul beast king, Lu Chun was seen jumping and moving in the hellfire. The shouts of its subordinates, when heard by it, turned into Lu Chun's screams. Even the smell was the same as Lu Chun's. An illusion of sight, hearing, and smell. The ghost beast king had no idea that he was slaughtering his subordinates. Ha 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 ha. Human, today, I will make you feel regretful. After that, its thick claws swung down suddenly, pressing the head of a level 16 zombie to the ground. Die. Boss, I'm your subordinate. The zombies wailed in despair. The huge force exploded instantly. Puff. Blood and flesh splattered, and the head of the 16th level zombie was crushed by the soul beast king. The struggle came to an abrupt end. This touch doesn't feel right. The ghost beast king raised his paw in confusion. The touch just now was not like the delicate skin of a human being, but more like the rough and hard skin of a zombie. Could it be? The soul beast king's heart trembled. He shook his head quickly. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. The debris of his men was all around him, and that human was standing in front of him, staring at him as if he was watching a clown. Asshole, it's you who did this. The revenant beast king finally woke up. He just killed all his subordinates. This made its already boiling anger even more violent. This abominable human being actually dared to tease me like this. I must tear him into pieces. However, despite the rage, the ghost beast king did not dare to attack again. Its gaze turned to Lu Chun, its eyes full of fear. This human is really too weird. Not only can he burst out amazing power in an instant, he also possesses a strange ability to distort the perception of others, so that it dare not act rashly. Wow, Captain, how did you manage to walk this revenant beast king like a dog? Jack asked, his face full of curiosity, leaning closer. It's very simple. Lu Chun glanced at Jack lightly. Then he flicked his fingers lightly, making a sound. In an instant, in Jack's eyes, Lu Chun's image had undergone a drastic change. He turned into a peerless beauty, with red lips slightly parted and a sweet voice. Because, when auxiliary talents are promoted to a high level, they can interfere with the enemy's perception. The visual ability allows the enemy to see false scenes. The smell ability allows the enemy to smell the smell of illusion. The ability of hearing can make the enemy hear false sounds. These three sensory interferences act simultaneously, interweaving into an invisible net that traps the enemy and makes it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Fuck. Jack was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and stammered. Captain, your method is simply too incredible. It is easy to deal with the interference of only one sense, but you have manipulated vision, hearing, and smell in your hands. Even the most powerful enemy will fall flat on their face if they are not careful. Assholes, you dare to chat in front of me. The eyes of the ghost beast king were red. He stared at Lu Chun intently and growled with gnashing teeth. Human, I admit that you do have some tricks. But this corpse burial island is the territory of my undead clan. Today, I will make sure that you will be buried in the endless sea of bones. Before he finished speaking, the ghost beast king suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! The sound was deafening, as if it could penetrate the sky and reach the underworld. With its roar, the whole island seemed to tremble. The ground began to shake slightly, as if some long-dormant power was being awakened. Next, a dense and strange sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded quietly. The sound was faint at first, but it quickly gathered into an unstoppable torrent, echoing in the surroundings. Sudden crack. A skeletal arm broke out of the ground. Then came the second one, the third one. Crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of skeletal arms popped up like mushrooms after a rain. As the skeletal arms continued to emerge, a large number of undead crawled out from deep underground. They have different shapes, some are incomplete, and some retain their original appearance. But without exception, they all exude a chilling aura of death. Tens of thousands of undead had empty eyes and let out low roars. Densely packed, like a sea of dead souls. They have surrounded Lu Chun and Jack tightly. When the Ghost Beast King saw this scene, he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, Ant, facing this endless sea of bones, your means of influencing perception are useless. Today, you are destined to be buried in this endless sea of the dead. Above the sky, the Stormwing stared at the vast sea of bones on Corpse Burial Island. His face suddenly became as solemn as iron. Oh no, there are more than 20,000 undead, and all of them are above level 10. Yun clenched her hands tightly, covering her red lips, her eyes full of horror. A total of 20,000 undead souls. An almost suffocating number. Feng Lai's eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the sea of bones below. With a heavy heart, the situation he least wanted to see finally happened. I thought the number of undead on Corpse Burial Island would decrease. Unexpectedly, the number increased instead of decreased. However, it has come to this. The Stormwings have no choice but to retreat. If Lu Chen dies in this battle, the Stormwing clan will be buried with him. Thinking of this, Feng Lai looked around at the tribesmen around him, his voice low and firm. Everyone, prepare for battle. Later, regardless of life or death, we must fight with all our might. As long as there is one person from my Stormwing tribe still alive, we will never let the master die. Yes. All the winged people responded in unison, with a determined light flashing in their eyes. Although the Stormwings have the ability to fly, but facing an enemy of the same level who is 100 times stronger than himself, this battle will undoubtedly be extremely difficult, and every moment will be a struggle of life and death. It appears. Corpse Burial Island, sea of bones and forest of corpses. The dog's eyes widened. He stared at the corpse island in front of him that had been completely dyed white by the bones, and fear spread in his eyes. Tens of thousands of skeletons. Densely packed, overwhelming. Even if a super strong person above level 30 comes in person, I'm afraid I'll be worn down to death by this endless torrent of undead. Wilderness looked at Lu Chun, who was surrounded by the sea of dead souls. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer, and he couldn't help shaking his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. This human evolver is indeed quite capable. However, he is too arrogant and doesn't know his own limitations. Don't even think about attacking Corpse Burial Island without thousands of elite soldiers. Wilderness said, waving his hand fiercely and giving a decisive order. This human is dead. We don't need to hide our whereabouts anymore. Everyone, raise your sails, and all ships, head for Corpse Burial Island. Later, seize a few winged people during the chaos, and make sure to find out where the evolvers are gathering. Yes, Captain. Chapter 120, Corpse Burial Island changes owner. However, facing the endless sea of bones and corpses before us, Lu Chun and Jack both looked relaxed and showed no fear at all. Jack caught a glimpse of the smug look on the Revenant King's face. I can't help but sneer. TSK, 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 little guy, if other tribes are this large, we may have to stay away from them for the time being. But as for undead creatures, no matter how many of them come, they are just serving as food for the captain. After saying that, Jack's mind once again recalled the pressure from Lu Chen's undead talent when it evolved to level A. That is clearly the aura that only high-ranking people possess. I almost couldn't help but kneel down. The captain's status in the world of the dead in his previous life was definitely not simple. Just a few tens of thousands of undead in front of us. I also want to threaten the captain. Oh. Ridiculous. In Jack's mocking eyes, the Revenant Beast King roared loudly. The sea of bones and corpses formed by the undead army suddenly roared and pounced towards Lu Chen and Jack. Undead, skeleton warrior. Features, no sense of pain, becomes more ferocious the more they fight, low intelligence, hates living things. Talent, none. Skills, none. Combat strength assessment, level 10, the most common and frightening skeleton warrior. Although a single one is not strong, its endless number is enough to make the enemy fall into despair. A level 10 undead? Interesting. Looking at the dense and hideous army of undead, Lu Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. In this place full of death energy, your own undead talents and skills will definitely be greatly enhanced. With this in mind, Lu Chen flicked his right hand lightly. There was a crisp pop sound. As the fingers fell, the skeleton warrior rushing in the front. The movement suddenly stopped. Next, the death energy in his body suddenly exploded. Boom. With a roar. The skeleton warrior's body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force and exploded. A huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters was instantly blown out. Dust and broken bones flew everywhere. The impact of the explosion was like a surging wave, instantly sweeping away dozens of undead souls in the surroundings. Their fragile skeletons were vulnerable to the explosion and were blown to pieces, turning into flying bone fragments. The edge of the pit. The dirt and rubble were blown high up and then fell heavily, raising a cloud of dust. However, all this. But it's just the beginning. Boom, 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 boom. With more and more explosions, like firecrackers. Countless skeleton warriors who were charging exploded without any warning. The death energy in their bodies exploded instantly, blowing all their companions within a 10-meter radius into dust. Flesh, blood, and bones turned into the most primitive dust, filling the sky above the entire corpse burial island. For a time, the corpse burial island seemed to have turned into a hell on earth. The explosions were deafening. The bone powder and dust produced by countless explosions intertwined together, dyeing the entire island into a piece of white snow. The air was filled with a strong smell of death. A-level skill, corpse explosion. Looking at the sudden explosion in front of me, the smile of the ghost beast king froze instantly. After a moment's pause, it roared in astonishment. Corpse explosion? You actually performed corpse explosion. How is this possible? Corpse explosion. That is an A-level skill that only the mysterious necromancer can master. How can a human at level 9 master this? Could it be? The ghost beast king's mind raced. The pupil shrank suddenly. Could it be that this human has awakened an A-level undead talent? As if to confirm his conjecture, the land sinking at the center of the explosion, he suddenly raised his right hand. A cold light flashed in his black eyes. How dare you, Ents, act so presumptuously in front of me? Next, a black halo burst out from Luchin. The roar spread out in all directions. A-level talent, undead control, activated. At this moment, Luchin suddenly had an idea. Since corpse explosion can affect undead spirits that are not under one's control. So what about control of the undead? Can we seize control of this undead army from the hands of the Soul Beast King? The Soul Beast King possesses the A-level talent of the undead. I also have it. Why not give it a try? As the black halo swept across. In an instant, the originally ferocious skeleton army. His steps suddenly stopped. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Next, crack. The bone spear in the hand of a skeleton warrior fell off. Suddenly, he knelt down on one knee in front of Luchin. Then, like a domino effect, countless dead souls. They all knelt down. Kneel down to Luchin. It was like paying homage to their monarch. Assholes, what are you doing? I order you to kill him. Kill this human. A trace of uncontrollable fear flashed across the eyes of the ghost beast king, roaring madly. How is this possible? This human actually possesses an A-level undead talent. And his oppression of the undead, even more powerful than myself. How is this possible? He is just a 9th level human. How could the pressure on the undead exceed mine? I'm an 18th level undead boss. Luchin looked at the hysterically roaring ghost beast king. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes. It really worked. It seems that my attainments in the undead system are indeed extremely powerful. The undead beast king spent hundreds of years to build up the undead army, but it was easily taken away by me with just a wave of my hand. Cool. The corners of Luchin's mouth slowly curved up. The tone is calm. Ghost beast king, it seems that your control over the undead is not as good as mine. Then you can die. As soon as Luchin finished speaking, the kneeling undead army seemed to have received an order. Get up slowly. They turned their empty and terrifying gazes towards their former master, the Soul Beast King. Seeing this scene, the roar of the Ghost Beast King came to an abrupt end. A few words squeezed out of my throat. No. No. However, the scene in the next moment made it feel like it was in an ice cellar. Roar. Countless skeleton warriors let out deafening roars. Turn around instantly, rushing towards the Soul Beast King like a tide. The corpse burial island, at this moment, has changed its owner. Looking down at the terrifying sea of undead, the Stormwings in the sky looked at each other in bewilderment. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Then, the undead army down there, is it the Masters now? Feng Lai's voice trembled slightly. Shock was written all over his face. Just now, he had prepared for a fight to the death. However, before he could make a move, the Master waved his arm gently. In an instant, countless undead souls exploded. Hundreds of skeletons were blown to pieces. But this is just the beginning. The Master's body trembled. Tens of thousands of dead souls at the scene. They all obeyed their master's orders. Rebellion. That's a full 20,000 level 10 undead. Such a terrifying power. But they bowed down in submission at the master's gentle wave of the hand. Oh my god. Who was the master? How could he be such a monster? Yunting stared at Lu Qin, who was standing like a pine tree below, with eyes burning with adoration. I knew that these little undead on Corpse Burial Island could never be a match for the master. Chapter 121, The Extremely Frustrated Soul Beast King. You brainless pigs. Damn you. The Revenant Beast King roared. Its body, which was made up of countless corpses. Suddenly, a huge tail made up of densely packed white bone arms suddenly appeared. Call. The giant tail swung violently and swept across. Dozens of undead spirits that pounced on it were instantly smashed in half. But the skeletons around them showed no fear and rushed in like a raging tide. They pounced on him, hugging tightly the rotten body of the Ghost Beast King. Lu Qin witnessed this scene. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Next, I will let you taste the true power of the undead on Corpse Burial Island. As Lu Qin's voice fell, the undead spirits clinging to the body of the Soul Beast King opened their ferocious mouths. The soul flame in my mind jumps wildly. The death energy in the body suddenly erupted like a flood. The Soul Beast King witnessed this scene. The pupils suddenly shrank, as thin as needles. It's over. Before he finished speaking. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the undead around the Ghost Beast King exploded one after another like ignited explosives. At the center of the explosion, there was a bright light. It's like the sun has fallen from the earth. The scorching airwaves rolled and boiled, instantly turning everything around into dust. A terrifying shock wave spread wildly from the explosion point like a surging wave. It swept across every inch of Corpse Burial Island, turning the piles of corpses on the island upside down. Trees were uprooted and debris flew into the air. When this destructive shock wave hits the sea surface, the sea water seemed to be suddenly slapped by an invisible giant hand, causing huge waves that covered the sky and the sun. The huge waves rolled, carrying the residual power of the explosion, rushing away into the distance. Terrible ripples appeared on the sea. It seemed as if even the sea was trembling, witnessing this horrific explosion. At the core of the explosion, a huge pit tens of meters deep suddenly appeared. The huge Revenant Beast King. Now, no trace of the body was left. It had turned into nothing. Eh? He was killed by explosion? How boring. Jack curled his lips in disdain. I have fought so many bosses with the captain. This Revenant Beast King is the worst. Not exciting at all. However, just as Jack finished speaking, a strange dark aura suddenly surged and churned behind Lu Qin. In an instant, an energy containing endless resentment of undead creatures swept towards Lu Qin like a violent storm. That is the A-level skill of the Ghost Beast King, Ghost Impact. The shadow wavered. Then it slowly condensed and transformed into a human-shaped outline. It was the true form of the Ghost Beast King that appeared. It is a collection of the resentment of the dead. The huge body before was just a shell used to enhance its combat power. Call. Lu Qin was caught off guard and was hit by the ghost's attack. His face turned pale as paper in an instant. He turned around slowly and pointed his finger at the Soul Beast King with trembling hands. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You are already dead, aren't you? How could you? Puff. Before I finished speaking, Lu Qin suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. His eyes gradually dimmed. That is a sign of the soul gradually dissipating. Ha 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 ha. Human, do you think that your attack just now can really cause any harm to me? It was just a body I made out of a pile of corpses. The Ghost Beast King caught a glimpse of Lu Qin's miserable appearance. He raised his head and laughed wildly with pride. Although this human being is extremely gifted. But so what? Now you're dead in my hands. Next, if I take over his body, my strength will surely increase dramatically. Ha 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 ha. The Soul Beast King was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. However, right now, the Soul Beast King noticed that. Jack and the Stormwings of Skyrim. They all looked at me like I was a fool. Your master is dead. Why aren't you grieving? The Ghost Beast King frowned and questioned. Sorrow, do you want to take a look at what you were doing? Is it fun to attack the air? Jack looked at the Revenant Beast King in front of him, and a hint of pity flashed across his eyes. So miserable. This Revenant Beast King is at least a dominant boss undead. He is in charge of tens of thousands of undead. Now I meet the captain. Not only were all his men recruited by the captain, I was also played by the captain like an idiot. Oh, how miserable. Fortunately, I met the captain at the right time. I pledge my loyalty to the captain. Hey. My Jack is so smart. Attack the air? The Soul Beast King had an ominous premonition in his heart. Grass. Was I deceived by that human's illusion again? Impossible. I've been careful enough. How could humans' reactions be so sharp? However, As the Revenant Beast King shook his head vigorously, there was no trace of Luchin in sight. My perception was disturbed again. The Soul Beast King's heart trembled. Turning around hurriedly, I saw Luchin standing behind me. The pitch-black blade in his hand was flashing a strange green light. This is impossible. My actions were so secretive. How on earth did you see through me? This is absolutely impossible. The eyes of the Ghost Beast King were wide open, and he roared in anger. In an instant, a huge dark energy surged around it, as if it was going to swallow up the entire space. In an instant, he jumped up and swung his arms violently. An extremely cold netherworld force condensed and transformed into a pitch-black claw, which tore towards Luchin fiercely with the power to tear through space. B-level skill, Netherworld Tear. Wherever the netherworld tears, the space seemed to be torn open, revealing the endless nothingness and darkness behind it. Wherever the claws reach, even the air was cut with a squeak, as if not even light could escape its sharp edge. Facing the unstoppable attack of the Soul Beast King, Luchin's expression remained normal, and he did not move at all. The power in the body surges like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. I saw a light suddenly shine on the black blade in my right hand. Suddenly, with a wave of his arm, break the wind. In a split second, a dazzling blade light burst out from the tip of the heart-eroding blade. Like a dragon leaping across the seas, with the power to tear apart everything, crashed straight into the Ghost Beast King's netherworld tearing. Boom. There was a loud roar. Puffing and Yuming tore into each other in the air. The light shines, the sound thunders. It was like falling stars, and the heaven and earth were shaking. But the Ghost Beast King gathered all his strength and tore the netherworld apart. In just a moment, it was shattered. The blade's light was like a gust of wind sweeping away autumn leaves, unstoppable, instantly tearing the netherworld into dust. The space seemed to be split apart by this blow. The sword still has some power left, and it continues to charge forward. Like an unstoppable arrow, it points directly at the Soul Beast King. The eyes of the Ghost Beast King were wide open, filled with horror and disbelief. This is impossible. You are only level 9. How can your attack be so powerful? What level of skill is this? This is impossible. It wants to hide. But it was too late. All they could do was watch the dazzling blade light approaching. Chapter 122. Metacolleague? Cut. Luchin growled. The heart-eroding blade, with endless murderous intent, chopped down in an instant. The blade is as sharp as a rainbow, indestructible. Instantly penetrated the resentful body of the Soul Beast King. Split its great shadow in two. No, this is impossible. I won't accept this. The Ghost Beast King wailed and dissipated under the sword light, and finally turned into nothingness. Luchin held the erosion heart blade and stood still. The sword light lingered around him. His eyes were cold and deep. It was as if he had just finished a hunting trip that could not be more relaxing. Hurry up. Go at full speed. Charge. With greed gleaming in his eyes, Wilderness shouted orders to the crew. The dozen or so kobold pirates behind him pulled the ropes of the sails with all their might. The hyena split the waves violently. He rushed out bravely from the fog and headed straight for the corpse burial island. However, just when the Wilderness was full of ambition, the dog beside him suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost, pointing to the burial island with trembling fingers. He stammered, "Captain, it's over." Wilderness was squatting down to check the hooklock crossbow at this moment and glanced at Dogtail impatiently. Faced with more than 20,000 undead, isn't it normal for humans to be hacked to death? Why are you making such a fuss? We will just need to catch a birdman later. No, Captain, look. Quanwei was so anxious that he almost cried and couldn't speak clearly. What a fuss. Wilderness glared at Dogtail, slowly stood up, and cast his gaze towards the corpse burial island ahead. This look. Bang. The hooklock crossbow in his hand slipped instantly and fell heavily on the deck. Because he saw with his own eyes. That arrogant dead Soul Beast King. He was actually chopped into two halves by the human sword and disappeared into thin air with a scream. And the tens of thousands of undead on the island of the dead. At this moment, they all knelt down in front of the human, as if they were submitting to their emperor. Fuck, is this real or fake? Wilderness opened his mouth wide, disbelief written all over his face. No? Aren't humans only at level 9? How is it possible to kill an 18th level Ghost Beast King in one blow? Are you kidding me? Besides, shouldn't those undead souls go and avenge their king? Why did he kneel down to that human? At this moment, after wandering in the wilderness of the ocean for decades, his worldview completely collapsed. He had never seen anything so outrageous. A level 9 evolver versus a level 18 boss undead. There was no earth-shattering battle. There was no swordplay as imagined. He just lowered his head and worked for a while. Then, everything is over? It's over. Is that human being too powerful? Or is the Soul Beast King too weak? No. The power of the Soul Beast King is still extremely powerful. Wilderness recalled the scene 6 months ago. A level 20 subdragon accidentally flew into Corpse Burial Island. As a result, he was tortured to death by the Ghost Beast King and the endless undead under his command. Since then, the hyena pirates of the wilderness have kept their distance from Corpse Burial Island, although there is a tempting magic stone buried on the island. Now, Wilderness's gaze once again fell on the human surrounded by the blade light, and his heart sank suddenly. He realized that there is only one possible explanation for what is happening before my eyes. This human power. It has far exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. Captain, the ship is under full sail and at maximum speed. The sudden report from the crew behind him made the Wilderness tremble violently. He turned his head quickly. With a ferocious expression on his face, he roared and ordered. Quick! Turn around! Turn back immediately! However, it was too late. The tall figure on Corpse Burial Island. He has already cast his cold eyes towards the hyena pirate fleet that is heading towards the island. It's like watching a group of prey about to fall into a trap. 1 minute ago. Ding! Kill the Soul Beast King level 18 boss. Gain 800,000 points of death energy. As the reminder sounded, a tremendous death energy surged in, causing Lu Chen's eyebrows to raise slightly. 800,000 death energies? I didn't expect that this Ghost Beast King is so fat. If this is life energy, should be enough for me to level up a few levels, right? But Lu Chen didn't care too much. After all, there is still a constant stream of monsters around, and there are plenty of opportunities to upgrade. Not to mention, Jack is only at level 5 now and is in urgent need of improvement. Just then, at the place where the Ghost Beast King disappeared, a faint green light appeared and disappeared. Lu Chen's mind moved. The green light shot into his palm like a meteor. Ding! You have obtained the special item, Heart of Wind. Wind Heart, special item, the sacred object of the Stormwing tribe in the past, which can give the absorber powerful strength and help him leap to the boss level. At the same time, it has a very significant amplification effect on wind talents and skills. Lu Chen stared at the object in his hand. The starry eyes narrowed slightly. This is the sacred object of the Stormwing clan that Feng Lai mentioned, the Heart of Wind. Can give boss templates without side effects. It is indeed a rare treasure. It is truly worthy of being called a holy object. Recalling the dark essence that I had given Jack before. Although you can also get the boss template. But it comes at the cost of losing one's sanity and becoming demonized. If Jack didn't have an immortal body, no one would dare to touch the dark essence easily. And this essence of wind. Not only does it have no side effects, but it can also enhance wind-related talents and skills. No wonder the Soul Beast King tried so hard to snatch it. Think of the boss template. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. After all, boss-level creatures are far more powerful than those of the same level. However, when Lu Chen tried to fuse the Heart of Wind, Tian Yu's prompt sounded. Ding, you already have the Supervisor template. The Supervisor template has a higher priority than the boss template, and you cannot absorb the Heart of Wind. Lu Chen sighed softly. Really? Still can't absorb. But I also understand that one should not be too greedy. The Overseer template is much more powerful than the boss template. This wind essence, choose one person from the Stormwing clan to use it later. After all, the Stormwing clan is also a force in his hands. Just then, Lu Chen's ears twitched slightly. A faint noise could be heard. Are there any more enemies? Immediately, Lu Chen cast his gaze towards the sea, and his visual ability was instantly activated. I saw 7 modeled sloops speeding towards Corpse Burial Island. A tattered canvas was hung on the mast, and a hideous skull pattern was painted on the sail. Pirate. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, our Netherworld's development direction is to become sea pirates, so we are in the same business as them. Then I will go meet these colleagues. Chapter 123. What a coincidence. I am also a pirate. Turn around. I told you to turn around. Didn't you hear me? The Wilderness turned its head and roared with a ferocious look. However, the dog next to him patted Wilderness's shoulder blankly. The movements are stiff. What are you doing? The Wilderness turned its head impatiently. This flick. His face turned pale in an instant. I saw the black-eyed one-armed young man who was far away on Corpse Burial Island. At this moment, he suddenly sat on the bow of the hyena. She was observing him with interest. Haha, you're here. The wild dog managed a smile. It's uglier than crying. Lu Chen glanced around the deck. The deck was covered with debris and corpses. 15 kobolds were staring at him blankly. Oh, were you looking for me just now? Now, here I am. A playful smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips. His sight finally landed on the kobold leader wearing a captain's tricorn hat. Kobold, wilderness, boss-level creature. Features: cunning, high intelligence, sharp vision and hearing, predatory, agile. Talent: speed resonance, level B. Skill 1, cunning assault. Sea level. The kobold pirate can rely on its sharp intuition and wild power to instantly approach the enemy and launch a surprise attack. Its speed is like lightning, and its attack is like a tiger descending from the mountain, making it difficult for the enemy to defend itself. A bite from it is very painful. Combat strength assessment. Level 15 boss, a hyena on the ocean. All injured sailors are its hunting targets. However, it seems that it chose the wrong prey this time. Take a glimpse at the wilderness's properties panel. There was a flash of heat in Lu Chen's eyes. It turned out to be a level 15 boss. Good person. Just now I said. Killing the Revenant Beast King leaves no life energy. This dog-headed man sent it to me. It's like someone brought me a pillow just when I was about to go to sleep. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I'm glad you're okay. I'm relieved. We'll leave first. Please don't see us off. The wilderness smiled awkwardly. There were thousands of horses galloping through my heart. No. Am I not the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? I am a hunter. How come in the blink of an eye, I have become someone else's meal? Besides, this human being in front of me, is he really just an evolver who has just entered the Tianyu world 5 days ago? How does this guy look like a newbie at all? If all the evolvers in the 10,000 races contest had this much strength, what else do we play? Just wait to die. Grass. Lu Chen heard this. He gently stroked the hair on his forehead with his right hand, speaking calmly. You are not very qualified to be pirates. What a coincidence. I'm also a pirate. Why not? Let me teach you. A sea-plundering pirate, that's what you should do. As Lu Chen's voice fell. Crash. One sound. The pitch-black ship suddenly broke through the waves and stood in front of the hyena fleet. The Sea Dragon's Fury cannon on the bow. With a flash of cold light, the muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at the hyena. Hop ha, Captain, we're going to get rich. I just killed an undead boss, and now I run into a kobold boss. Jack leaned against the Sea Dragon's Fury cannon and looked at the hyena pirate in front of him. His eyes were full of amusement. These kobold pirates are probably planning to take advantage of the situation to rob. He wanted to wait until the captain and the corpse island were both defeated in the fight so that he could take advantage of the situation. Pity. They miscalculated. The captain is the real master of this sea. These dog-headed people not only did not flee. It's so funny that he even brought it to my door. Huff, huff, huff. With the sound of flapping wings. All the storm wings also flew over the hyena pirate fleet. The wings fluttered gently. Ready to go. Be ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The wilderness saw this scene. His face suddenly darkened. Threatened. Human evolutionary, I, wilderness, respect you as a strong man, so I don't want to be your enemy. Don't tell me, do you think that with just 200 men and a single ship, you can swallow up the 7 sloops of war of the hyena pirates? While talking, the tail behind the wilderness swung rhythmically. The 2 pirates behind him understood and exchanged glances. Silently escape into the darkness. Huang Yuan's expression eased slightly, and he continued to induce. I, wilderness, love making friends with the strong the most. Little brother, since you are new to the Tianyu world, I'm sure you don't know a lot. Besides, we are all pirates. Why don't we become brothers? I will be here with you in the wilderness, and will never let you suffer any loss in the future. Seeing this, Lu Chen, the sneer on his lips became even more intense. However, right now, sudden mutation. I saw the deck full of debris. 2 dog-headed men had quietly approached Lu Chen's side without him noticing. Suddenly, he attacked, pointing the spider web gun at Lu Chen. Puff, puff. After 2 muffled sounds, 2 white spider webs instantly wrapped Lu Chen tightly. The wilderness saw this. My heart suddenly burst with joy. Suddenly, he stepped heavily with his right foot, and his body shot out, turning into a lightning-like afterimage. The sharp claws on his right hand suddenly extended, flashing with cold light, cutting through the air. With a fierce gust of wind, it rushed straight towards Lu Chen. Sea-level skill, cunning assault. Amid the whistling sound of sharp claws tearing through the air, the kindness on Wilderness's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a ferocious smile. Ha 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 ha, kid, do you really think that with your little luck and a few adventures in the Novice Sea area, you can do whatever you want in this Tianyu world? Today, I will let you see what it means to use deception in war. Seeing this, a group of kobold pirates behind him. Suddenly, there was a deafening laugh. Ha ha, the boss is so awesome. Kill that kid. Human flesh is so delicious. I want to be the first to gnaw on his head. In the eyes of many kobold pirates, Lu Chen, who was tightly bound by the spider web gun, could not fly away, and was doomed to die. You know. The spider web that bound Lu Qin was made of the tough silk spit out by the 100-eyed spider. Even a strong man at level 20 would find it difficult to break free in a short period of time. Not to mention, the boss's cunning surprise attack skills are extremely powerful. The fragile human body, if caught off guard, will surely be torn apart and ripped open by a single claw. Victory seemed to be within reach, and the kobold pirates laughed even more wildly. However, unlike other dog-headed people, Inoue's face was filled with fear. He slowly backed away, trying his best to hide himself. Everyone was busy just now. I didn't notice the battle on Corpse Burial Island. But the dog's tail saw it all without missing a second. The Revenant Beast King in front of this human. Like a toddler, he has no power to resist. You know. The Soul Beast King is a terrifying boss with the strength of level 18. The dogtail doesn't believe it. With this human's terrifying strength, it will easily fall on the webs of 200-eyed spiders. Then, there was only one thought in Inoue's mind: escape. It's better to escape first. Chapter 124 Level 10 Transformation. Just as the sharp claws of the wilderness approached Lu Qin, less than a meter away, Lu Qin's eyes suddenly turned gray. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A sound that sent chills down one's spine suddenly rang out. Wilderness suddenly felt that his movements had become unusually slow. The sharp claws that were about to touch Lu Qin seemed to be held back by an invisible force and could not be swung any further. He glanced down. The pupil shrank suddenly. I saw that my body was rapidly petrifying, as if it had been carved into stone by an invisible magical hand. B-level talent, Petrifying Gaze. Petrification. How do you know how to master the Naga royal family's petrification technique? The wilderness eyes were filled with horror. The petrification talent is exclusive to the Naga royal family. How did he, a human being, awaken? Besides, damn it, how come he has so much talent? Just now, I saw this human use the undead talent, space talent, strength talent, and auxiliary talent. Now there is also a petrification talent. Are you playing dirty? I have a talent. Why does he have so many varieties? And they are all high-end? While the wilderness was shocked, a red light flashed on Lu Qin's body. Get up slowly. The spider web that could have firmly bound a 20th level warrior instantly collapsed. For Lu Qin, there was no obstacle. Seeing this, wilderness pupil shrank again. Impossible. This spider silk can bind even a 20th level warrior. How can you break free so easily? Before he finished speaking, the wilderness was suddenly speechless. Because the scene where Lu Qin teleported in front of the Ghost Beast King and blew up its head with one punch appeared in his mind. At that time, he thought that Lu Qin took advantage of the carelessness of the Soul Beast King and launched a sneak attack. Now it seems that had nothing to do with sneak attacks. Lu Qin relied entirely on overwhelming force. Defeat the Soul Beast King head-on. Thinking of this, uncontrollable fear emerged in the eyes of the wilderness. He was flashing green light. That was a sign that he was desperately trying to stimulate the resonance of speed. However, no matter how the wilderness struggles, his petrified body remained motionless. With the blessing of Lu Qin's high perception attribute, the wilderness cannot escape the bondage of petrification. No, this is impossible. The wilderness roared in despair. Lu Qin's seemingly slender right hand suddenly grabbed Huang Lu's face. Then, a huge force suddenly burst out. He pressed his head hard on the deck. Boom. The deck shook violently. The entire hyena trembled slightly. The huge impact caused blood to spurt from all 7 of Wilderness's orifices. Everything went black before his eyes, and the world seemed to be spinning. Mercy, mercy. He managed to squeeze out a few words. Forgive you? Then who will give me life energy? Lu Qin's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Then, his right hand, which was on Wilderness's head, glowed red. Muscles tensed instantly. A terrifying force erupted again. The wilderness felt an irresistible force surging towards them. No, he wailed in despair. Puff, with a creepy sound. The head of wilderness was crushed by Lu Qin's right hand, like a smashed watermelon. Red and white things are scattered everywhere. Dots of blood, flesh and brain matter splattered onto Lu Qin's angular face. It made him look like a devil from hell. Ding, kill the kobold, wilderness, level 15 boss, gain 560,000 life energy. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully reached level 10. Level 10, 17.2/30W. Ding, as an overseer, the attributes you gain when you level up are doubled. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Perception plus 20. Free attribute points plus 10. Ding, Since you have successfully crossed the level 10 threshold, you will gain additional attributes. Strength, agility, constitution, perception plus 100 each. The reward for ordinary evolvers at level 10 is only 50 points. Reminder, after level 10, the attribute points gained by the evolver when upgrading will be doubled. Reminder, you have the supervisor template blessing. After level 10, every level up will increase your attributes by plus 40 and your free attributes by plus 20. After ordinary evolvers reach level 10, each level's attribute is increased by 20 and free attribute is increased by 10. Ding, your pet, Kraken God level, has been upgraded to level 6. Level 6 17.6W/30W. Accompanied by the surging life energy infusion. The power in Lu Qin's body expanded and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. No wonder creatures after level 10 are so powerful. It turns out that the leap from level 9 to level 10 can bring such a transformation. Not only can you instantly gain attribute points equivalent to 5 consecutive level jumps. After that, each level up. The attribute growth is accelerated exponentially. The 490-point jump in attributes made Lu Qin unable to help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha, what a joy. The thrill of a surge in power. Unmatched. Looking at Lu Qin who was howling towards the sky. The rest of the kobold pirates from the hyena pirates all stood with their mouths wide open, stunned. My own boss. The leader of the hyena pirates. A 15th level boss level warrior. In front of this human being. His head was crushed by force. No. The boss is the boss. That is a being that can defeat 100 with one. Even if this human is powerful. Shouldn't there be a world-shattering war with the boss? Here comes up. Crush the boss's head with just one palm? Adults wouldn't hit children like this, right? I was stunned for a while. The pirates suddenly came back to their senses, and extreme fear appeared on their faces. The boss is gone. Devil. This human is a devil. Run. He's on the boat. Where can we escape to? Jump into the sea. Jump into the sea and escape. The dog-headed people dropped their weapons and fled desperately. It's too late to escape now. Lu Qin snorted coldly, with a wave of his right hand. A dark energy surged into Jack's body on the netherworld. A touch of emerald green light flew into Yun Ting's body in the sky. Jack and Yun Ting immediately showed joy on their faces. Jack's body shook, and his realm instantly soared from the peak of the 5th level to the peak of the 10th level. The black energy surged in his body, making people feel frightened. I, the famous Jack, have finally been upgraded. Jack was laughing strangely, shaking his body. Those scarlet eyes were filled with uncontrollable cruelty and murderous intent. Above the sky. Yun Ting suddenly opened his arms and let out a long roar towards the sky. The energy in the body increased wildly at an astonishing rate, and that touch of emerald green was the power of the essence of wind surging. Is this the power of a boss-level creature? Yun Ting looked down at his hands. There was an unstoppable look of surprise in his eyes. At level 11. But the combat effectiveness of boss-level beings and ordinary creatures is a world of difference. Chapter 125 Massacre. Don't just stand there. We will kill all these pirates. But don't sink the ship. Lu Qin flashed back to the netherworld. The tone is calm. Obviously he was too lazy to do it himself. Captain, don't worry. Jack responded with a strange laugh. I will follow the master's orders. Yun Ting also nodded solemnly. Both of them fixed their eyes on the ogre pirates who were fleeing in panic. All the dog-headed people were stunned, and a chill suddenly appeared in their hearts. Two bosses? This human has 2 bosses under his command? How is that possible? He has only been in the Tianyu world for 5 days. There are more than 2 of them. That human is even scarier than the boss. Hurry, run away. However, what greeted them was the roar of the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon. Boom. The dragon eye of the Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a huge projectile whizzed out of the barrel and slammed into the mast of a hyena pirate sloop of war. Boom. The projectile exploded violently. The 3 kobolds who were controlling the storm were blown away instantly. Crunch. The mast made a cracking sound and was blown off in an instant. The kobolds on the boat watched in despair as the power sail slowly fell down. The entire ship suddenly floated weakly on the sea. However, before the rest of the kobolds on the ship could react, I saw. A streak of black light passed over the 2 terrified dog-headed men. In an instant, 2 huge dog heads flew up instantly. As the black light settled, a rotten corpse wearing a ragged captain's uniform and a tricorn had stood there. It was Jack who had been promoted to the peak of level 10. It's that undead boss. You can't escape. Fight him. The remaining 10 kobolds on the boat looked at each other, then rushed towards Jack howling. Facing these 10 howling kobold pirates, Jack's mouth twitched, revealing a ferocious smile. My dears, Uncle Jack is here to love you. He moved suddenly and rushed into the group of pirates like a ghost. With both hands waving violently, black crystals instantly gathered in the palm of his hand and turned into sharp blades. Whoosh! A black light flashed by quickly. A pirate's throat was cut by the blade, blood splattered, and his body fell down. Jack kept moving, with his right hand raised. The black crystal twisted into a black python and suddenly wrapped around the neck of another pirate. A fierce twist. The pirate's eyes widened, his neck cracked, and was instantly broken, leaving him with no life. Ah! A kobold pirate screamed in terror and waved his knife in an attempt to fend off Jack's attack. But Jack just waved his hand. The black crystal instantly transformed into a shield, blocking the longsword slash. At the same time, spikes popped out from the edge of the crystal and instantly pierced into the pirate's chest. The pirates became more panicked, but Jack's attacks became more fierce. He was like lightning. The black crystal in his hand changes into endless forms, sometimes a long sword, sometimes a giant hammer. Every swing took the life of a pirate. Bang! Jack kicked a pirate away, and the pirate rolled in the air, hit the ground heavily, and spit out blood. Before the pirates could get up, the black crystal in Jack's right hand had turned into a sharp blade, piercing his body from behind. In a flash, most of the 10 pirates have fallen. The remaining pirates. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, but there was no way to escape. These kobold pirates are all level 15. Take any one person out. In the Novice Sea area, they are all boss-level existences. Now, like an animal, let Jack kill him. Jack walked towards the last pirate with a grim smile. Don't be afraid, baby, I'm very gentle. The black crystals condensed into a huge sickle in his hand. He raised his sickle and slashed down. The pirate's body was instantly split in half. Blood splattered all over the deck. See, it doesn't hurt, does it? Jack licked the blood at the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue. Then, he stomped his right foot onto the ground. His body shot like a cannonball towards another sloop of war that was fleeing madly. In the sky, Yunting suddenly shouted loudly, and the sound shook the whole area. Stormwing tribe, follow me to kill the enemy. Yes. The Stormwing warriors behind him responded in unison. The sound was like a tide. Immediately, Yunting flapped his wings suddenly, and a strong wind blew up. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, hundreds of wind blades glowing with a faint green light condensed from under his wings. Like the scythe of death, it roared and rushed towards a single-masted pirate warship that was turning hurriedly. Quick! The boss is dead. Run! The kobold captain on the deck roared with a distorted face, urging the crew. However, at this moment, a chilling whistling sound suddenly approached. It's like the breath of death right next to your ear. The kobold captain slowly raised his head. The pupils suddenly shrank at that moment. The scene before him made his soul tremble. Countless wind blades cut through the sky like lightning, bringing the breath of death towards him. Puff! A wind blade instantly hit a pirate's chest, ripping him open. The internal organs were scattered all over the ground and blood spurted out like a fountain, staining the deck red. Puff! Puff! Next, the wind blades poured down like a rainstorm. One after another, they hit the pirates on the deck. A pirate's chest was pierced by a wind blade, and blood gushed out like a fountain. He widened his eyes. His hands instinctively reached for his chest, but he could only hold a handful of warm blood. However, the next second, his hands were also cut off by the wind blade. The whole body was chopped into several pieces, and the broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Another pirate's body glowed green, and he tried to use his agility talent to dodge. But in front of the wind blades as dense as raindrops, all struggles are in vain. An invisible wind blade passed silently across his neck. The head flew high. Blood was all over the ground, and the headless body shook a few times before falling down with a bang. The deck instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. Wherever the wind blade passed, limbs flew and blood splattered. A pirate was cut in half by the wind blade. The upper body is separated from the lower body. The internal organs were scattered all over the ground, emitting a disgusting stench. Another pirate jumped into the sea in terror, trying to escape. But the wind blade followed him like a shadow, leaving a deep wound on his back. The blood instantly dyed the sea red. He also sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, there was no life left on the deck, only broken limbs and flowing blood. Proof that a brutal massacre had once taken place here. Yunting's wings flapped slowly. He stared coldly at the pirate ship below that had turned into a living hell. There was no expression on his face. Then he turned his attention to the next warship. At this time, on another pirate ship not far away, Jack suddenly let go of the dog-headed man whose neck he had broken, looking in the direction of Yunting with a look of shock. Fuck, what did the captain feed this birdman? So fierce. 15 pirates killed in one move? Jack's eyes widened and he muttered in disbelief. Chapter 126, Shame on you. Then, he turned his head, his eyes becoming more bloodthirsty. A crazy murderous intent surged in my heart. No, I am the first veteran to follow the captain. We can't be outdone by this birdman. Thinking about this, Jack's killing was even more swift and ruthless. In an instant, the entire sea was filled with the wails and screams of the dying kobolds. The blood dyed the sea red. Intertwined with the afterglow of the setting sun, it formed a terrifying picture. On the surging sea, the dog's tail floats, witnessing their own people being ruthlessly slaughtered like animals, without any power to resist. Its body couldn't help but tremble. Pale face. Boss, it's over. Hyena pirates. It's over. How is this possible? Shouldn't the evolvers be very weak at this time? How could they be so strong? The ancestral teachings of the kobolds echoed in my mind. Our ancestors once said, in the early days of the struggle for supremacy among all races, the races that had just entered the world of Tianyu were weak. If we can hunt in large numbers at this time, it will bring immeasurable benefits and may even change the status of the kobolds. However, this year's battle among all races has just begun, and it's only been 5 days. In just 5 days, the evolvers who emerge from it are actually so powerful? Our ancestors' teachings are misleading. When Dogtail thought about the annihilation of the hyena pirates, his face turned even paler. The world of Tianyu is full of crises. It is alone. Without the support of a force, you will be buried in this vast ocean sooner or later, etc. Inoue suddenly remembered something and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. When that human killed the boss, he used petrification, right? It sniffed with its nose, carefully recalling the scene at that moment. Petrification is a unique talent of the Naga royal family. This human can actually be petrified. His hands must be stained with the blood of the Naga royal family. Inoue was thinking in his heart. If I send this message to the Naga royal family, I will definitely gain their protection. By then, wealth and glory will be within reach, right? When he thought of the power of the Naga royal court, Quanwei suddenly felt that the future was full of hope. Its nose moved again. Carefully memorized Lu Chen's smell. Then he suddenly dived into the sea, and his figure gradually disappeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by a sharp scream. A 6-meter-long wetland ant king fell to the ground with a thud, and the 4 transparent wings on its back drooped weakly. Around the huge body of the ant king, Yang Zimo, Li Sini, Long Hauren, Li Ming, Zhou Yu, and other powerful men from the netherworld were all breathing heavily. There was an irrepressible excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, Lao Yang, this wetland flying ant king, a 7th-level boss, is really not easy to deal with. But we still took it down. Long Hauren laughed. His right hand was twisted into a strange arc, obviously broken. But the smile on his face was brighter than ever. Tier 7 boss. That was a challenge they had never dared to think about before. But now he has truly fallen at their feet. Yang Zimo nodded. As his eyes swept over the huge body of the wetland ant king, a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. Ant Island. This dangerous area, which Tianyu suggested that 500 7th-level evolvers form a team to explore. But now it has been conquered by this group of netherworld members whose level is not high enough. On the island, the corpses of wetland flying ants were scattered all over the place, like a black ocean. A large number of nether members are concentrating on hunting down the last few remaining wetland flying ants. Amid the flash of swords and sabers, the last few wetland flying ants were killed. Thinking back to the previous battle, Yang Zimo still felt a lingering fear. Thousands of level 6 wetland flying ants swarmed over. The wetland ant king who leads the group is even more powerful. If they hadn't received a large amount of attribute bonuses and cooperated well, they would have been buried in the belly of ants long ago. But at this moment, all the dangers and hardships are worth it. This puny island has been successfully conquered by the netherworld. Brother Yang, Sister Sini. Fan Yingying trotted over excitedly, her face flushed, and shouted. We have discovered that there are a lot of iron hidden on Ant Island. We are going to get rich. Li Sini smiled when she heard this. Keep some iron, or to upgrade the ship, and exchange the rest for contribution points to buy some goodies at the fleet store. Yang Zimo nodded in agreement. Well, the fleet shop is full of good stuff that can greatly enhance the strength of the netherworld. Just then, Tianyu's reminder sounded in everyone's mind. Ding! Netherworld Deputy Commanders Yang Zimo and Li Sini successfully plundered Peony Island, primary small force, and obtained 20 points of plundering value. Current plunder value, 20/1000. When everyone heard this, they cheered and rejoiced. Wow, we successfully plundered a small, primary force. We have loot value. We have loot value. Long live. Oh, we're awesome. Godfather, did you see that? I killed 3 wetland flying ants by myself, and I didn't embarrass you. Although, the loot value is only 20 points, which is far from the 1,000 points required to upgrade the netherworld to level 2. But everyone is still full of pride. You know, on the island of ants. But there are thousands of level 6 wetland flying ants lurking there. There is also a 7th level boss in charge. With the strength of Peony Island, it is enough to easily crush any novice sea area in the 8th region. However, such a powerful existence. But they were defeated by the people in Area 1000. How could people not be excited? Yang Zimo, Lee Sini, and other powerful netherworld masters. They smiled at each other. His face was full of pride. At such a low level, being able to defeat a small, primary force is indeed something to be proud of. Ha ha ha, we've done something big this time. The Lord of the Underworld should be very happy, right? Li Ming said with a smile. All along, I and everyone else have been receiving the grace of the Lord of the Underworld. This time, I can finally make some contribution to him. The Lord of the Underworld will definitely be happy. After all, our netherworld's plunder value was 0 before. Now it's a good start. Zhou Yu also agreed with a smile. Since meeting the Lord of the Underworld, Zhou Yu has been hit hard. He used to be a favored child of heaven wherever he went. But after meeting the Lord of the Underworld, he always felt like a piece of crap. Now, I can finally impress the Lord of the Underworld. However, the joy of the crowd did not last long. Tianyu's reminder sounded again. Ding, the leader of the netherworld, Lu Qin, successfully plundered the corpse burial island, a small intermediate force, and obtained 200 points of plunder value. Current plunder value, 220/1000. Hearing the reminder from the heavenly edict, the smiles on everyone's faces froze in an instant. Li Ming widened his eyes and asked stutteringly. Then, the Lord of the Underworld also succeeded in plundering? Is right. Zhou Yu was also stunned, with Tian Yu's reminder ringing in his ears. He shook his head violently and exclaimed. The corpse burial island that the Hades plundered must be much larger than the Ant Island. The Ant Island is only a primary small force, but the corpse burial island is a mid-level small force. The difference in the looting value contributed by the forces is 10 times. The Lord of the Underworld must have done something earth-shattering just now. When the people heard this, they looked at each other involuntarily. They were just celebrating the mere 20 points of looting. Result? The Lord of the Underworld easily gained 200 points of plunder. I am so ashamed. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Tianyu's voice resounded in my mind again. Ding, Netherworld leader, Lu Qin, successfully plundered the Hyena Pirates, a small intermediate force, and obtained 150 points of plunder. Current plunder value, 370/1000. Chapter 127. The nation is very fortunate. Xinxia is very fortunate. The divine oracle came again. The netherworld people of Peony Island were completely stunned. Everyone looked at each other. His eyes were full of shock. Two? The Lord of the Underworld plundered 2 mid-level forces in a row. Zhou Yu, who had just managed to maintain his calm analysis. But at this moment he was stunned and couldn't even speak clearly. Li Ming was also stunned. He stammered and muttered to himself. Underworld. Lord of the Underworld. Awesome. Myself and more than 900 people in the Underworld. Here we fight to the death. After going through untold hardships, it was with great difficulty that they managed to defeat a small, primary force. I thought I could impress the Lord of the Underworld. But, Lord of the Underworld. He alone took down 2 small mid-level forces in succession. The difference is obvious. They're all evolvers who came to the world of Tianyu together. Why is there such a big gap? Yang Zimo was just filled with joy because of his successful plunder of Peony Island. In an instant, he was wiped out by the result of the land sinking. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Lord of the Underworld really doesn't give us any chance to be proud. Every time we want to be proud. He used his own strength to tell us how big the gap is. Fan Yingying was surprised, and her big eyes were full of curiosity. Well, who can tell me how strong is the small intermediate force that Brother Lu Qin defeated? Level 15 boss. Li Sini took a deep breath. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and answered in a deep voice. Only forces whose leaders are level 15 bosses are qualified to be judged as small intermediate forces by Tianyu. She looked up at the sky, feeling heavier in her heart. No matter how hard you try, the gap between him and Lu Qin seems to be widening. He and all the famous masters in 1000 Seas joined forces to barely kill a level 7 boss. However, Lu Qin was now able to defeat 2 level 15 bosses in a row with ease. It's all as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. She and Lu Qin. It seems that we are gradually moving towards 2 completely different worlds. Hearing Li Sini's words, There was a burst of rapid gasps of air on Peony Island. It seemed as if even the air was frozen by this shock. Level 15? Doesn't that mean that the Hades Lord just killed 2 level 15 bosses? 15th level. It seems that the Lord of Hell becomes stronger every time he fights. Compared to the Lord of the Underworld, I feel like I am just a piece of trash. After 2 seconds of reaction, deafening cheers suddenly erupted on the island, as if they were going to turn the whole world upside down. Long live the Lord of the Underworld! The Lord of the Underworld is awesome. Your Highness, Lord of the Underworld, I love you. Fuck. I'm so excited that I can't speak. With the Lord of the Underworld here, our netherworld is invincible, and Xinxia is also invincible. The Lord of the Underworld is mighty. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with endless excitement. A demon like Lu Qin exists. If it's an enemy, that is definitely a nightmare. But fortunately, Lu Qin is not an enemy, but their compatriots. It's their Lord of the Underworld. Happiness. So happy. Can be deployed in 1000 sea areas. It is such a blessing from God. Yang Zimo looked at the crowd on Peony Island who were cheering desperately. A gratified smile appeared on his face, whispering to oneself, Lu Qin, I have you here. The nation is very lucky. Xinxia is very lucky. My lord, all the enemies of the hyena pirates have been annihilated. Yunting knelt on one knee. His eyes were full of respect. Hey, I just killed more than 40 kobolds. Captain, come and praise me. Jack was laughing and joining in the fun. It's hard to imagine. These two. It turned out that he was a boss that killed nearly 100 level 15 gnolls. Lu Qin glanced at the two of them and said lightly, clean up the battlefield and move all the corpses to Corpse Burial Island. After saying that, Lu Qin's figure flashed. Already appeared on the distant Corpse Burial Island. As you command. Master, please rest assured. Yunting bowed respectfully. Then he slowly stood up. Hey, Xiaoyunzi, the captain has left. Who are you going to salute? Jack came over and patted Yunting on the shoulder. Hey, I'll leave the job of cleaning up the battlefield to you. I'm going to look for the captain first. Remember to moor the netherworld and the hyena pirates' warships to the island later. Don't worry, Senior Jack. Yunting bowed respectfully to Jack, even though he is now a boss-level existence. But Jack was the first servant to follow his master, and the only crew member on the netherworld besides his master. Yunting still has great respect for Jack. Hey, I'll go first then. Jack grinned. His figure turned into a black stream of light and shot towards the Corpse Burial Island. Everyone, clean up the battlefield immediately. Collect the corpses and transport them to Corpse Burial Island. Yunting looked around at the Stormwing clan in the sky. He gave the order in a deep voice. He exudes an unquestionable majesty. Since Lu Qin gave the Heart of Wind to Yunting, he has replaced Feng Lai and become the new leader of the Stormwing tribe. Yes. All the wingmen responded and took action quickly. Feng Lai looked at Yunting and nodded repeatedly, his eyes slightly red. His eyes were filled with relief that was difficult to conceal. He saw in Yunting the hope for the Stormwing clan to regain its glory. With Yunting's current strength, perhaps the master can accept him as a crew member of the netherworld. Feng Lai smiled and thought to himself. He knew very well that only when you set foot on the netherworld, approach the master, only then can you truly integrate into the core of the netherworld forces. On the burial island, Lu Qin looked at the black crystals that condensed after the death of the Ghost Beast King. My heart was beating fast. How did this Ghost Beast King turn into a bead after his death? Can this dumpling still be eaten? Never mind. Let the dumpling take it first and try it. Just when Lu Qin was about to wake up Talanzi, who was sleeping in the backpack behind him. Suddenly, immediately he closed his eyes and concentrated. The senses of vision, hearing, and smell are fully activated, and one is keenly aware of everything around him. Just now, when I was fighting with the Soul Beast King, I didn't find it. Outside the burial island, there is actually an entire pirate fleet ready to take action. If the wilderness had not been so anxious to get the fleet out of the fog, I want to come to Corpse Burial Island to pick up the poles. I may not be able to detect these cunning dog-headed men. By then, if the existence of Tuanzi is leaked, that would definitely bring unimaginable trouble. Although Lu Qin can kill the 15th level boss in seconds like a piece of cake. But I don't dare to claim to be great. After all, I have not yet entered the awakening state. Even the lowest level 50 has not been reached. If you encounter a strong enemy at the awakening level or even a higher level, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Therefore, for safety reasons, Lu Qin must be extra careful. Chapter 128 Jack gets an epic enhancement. After carefully feeling the surroundings, after Lu Qin confirmed that there were no other creatures spying around, then he slowly took off the backpack on his back and shook it gently. In the backpack, there was a slight movement. Then, A small pink tentacle quietly poked out of the bag. Tuanzi, wake up. Gurgle. Tuanzi responded, his voice still sounding a bit sleepy. Luchin looked at Tuanzi's lazy look. I couldn't help but find it funny. I was just in the middle of a fierce battle with someone. This little guy can sleep so soundly. What a broad mind. Tuanzi tilted his head and opened his two round eyes suddenly. Obviously, the little guy has realized that he has reached level 6. Guji guji. Tuanzi shouted excitedly. The small tentacles tightly wrapped around Luchin's fingers. It seems to be saying, I've upgraded. I've upgraded. Luchin smiled and rubbed Tuanzi's head. Yes, Tuanzi has upgraded again. If it continues like this, it will soon be able to leave the larval stage. Guji. Tuanzi closed her eyes and enjoyed Luchin's touch. Tuanzi, let's try whether this black bead can be absorbed. Luchin pointed at the corpse, left by the Ghost Beast King, a black bead. This thing is condensed after the death of the Ghost Beast King. It should also be considered its corpse. Guji. When I heard that he was alive, Tuanzi's round little body immediately began to move and quickly wrapped around the black bead. But a moment later, Tuanzi let go of the tentacles and shook his head. Guji guji. It seems to be saying, no. No. Luchin shrugged. Didn't seem disappointed. I have many talents, and this one is not a big deal. Just then, Jack came trotting over, yelling as he ran. Captain, can you please stop using teleportation next time? You arrived in the blink of an eye, and I was running out of breath chasing after you. When Tuanzi saw Jack, his big eyes sparkled. Guji. It pointed its little tentacles at Black Pearl, then at Jack. Luchin's eyes suddenly lit up. Turning to Jack, he said, Jack, try eating this bead condensed by the Ghost Beast King. When Jack heard this, he was stunned. What are you doing? You're making me eat random food again. Hey, Tuanzi, you little guy, you're not going to trick me, are you? Guji igi. Tuanzi immediately extended his tentacles towards the black bead. The meaning is obvious. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Hey, I'll eat. Jack snatched the black bead, grinning. Anything that the God Seed points out must be a treasure. As he said this, he was about to swallow the black pearl. But before that, Jack looked up at Luchin. Captain, if I mutate later, you have to save me. Don't worry, if you mutate, I'll be the first one to kill you. Luchin's eyes flashed with a smile, and he urged. You have an immortal body, so what are you afraid of? Eat now. Okay. Jack swallowed hard. Then he closed his eyes and swallowed the black bead that emitted a foul and evil smell into his stomach. A moment later, Jack suddenly burst into black light. A strong and evil aura surged out of his body. Next, his aura suddenly climbed to its peak. Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly. I saw that Jack's panel had undergone a huge change. Undead, the cursed captain, demonized Jack, boss-level creature. Features, extremely fast, no sense of pain, becomes more fierce as the battle progresses, highly intelligent, cunning, cruel, bloodthirsty, controls the undead. Talent, Undead Curse, A-level, cursed by Eleonora, you have an immortal body. Don't ask me what the difference is after upgrading to A-level. The difference is that the curse is more severe, and you will be resurrected faster after death. Skill 1. Dark Magic Sword, Rank B. Superb swordsmanship combined with the power of dark magic essence, can attack or defend, with a myriad of changes. Skill 2. Corpse Fusion, Rank A. Confuse and devour undead spirits or corpses to gain greater strength and special abilities, a powerful skill that is enough to scare a child to tears. Combat Power Assessment, Level 10 Boss, a terrifying undead spirit, fighting against it brings only despair. Seeing Jack's changes, Luchin's mouth corners slightly raised. Talent evolved to a level. And have you mastered an A-level skill? There has been some progress. Hee. Jack. Feeling the surging power in my body. He shrugged his shoulders involuntarily and let out a sinister laugh. With his terrifying appearance. And the breath of extreme evil. A typical villain in a cartoon. If you were not my vassal, I would have judged you as an evil spirit and killed you with a single blow. Luchin looked at Jack and said lightly, This Jack, no matter how you look at him, is an evil spirit. Meow. Jack, who was laughing strangely, shuddered when he heard Luchin's words. The evil and ferocious expression on his face instantly turned into a flattering look. He quickly approached Luchin and pinched his shoulders. How could that be possible? I, Jack, have always taken it as my responsibility to maintain world peace. I will resolutely assist the Lord's supervisor and protect the tranquility of the world. Luchin glanced at Jack. This old guy got a great bargain this time. All the gains from this trip to Corpse Burial Island. It all belongs to Jack. Then, Luchin turned his gaze to the vast expanse of white undead army. My brows could not help but frown. Can these undead souls be taken out of Corpse Burial Island? Well, they can be taken out, but once they leave Corpse Burial Island, there will be no death energy for them to consume and maintain their bodies. By then, these 20,000 troops will become disposable and cannot be brought back. Jack said this without stopping his actions. Luchin nodded. 20,000 level 10 undead are enough for one use. When we find a stronger force nearby, we will use all of these undead at once. With the speed of improving my own strength. I'm afraid it won't be long. These 20,000 undead souls will not be able to keep up with their pace. It's better to find an unlucky force. Treat these undead as disposable weapons. It was all squandered. A one-time undead with corpse explosion. That's like 20,000 moving bombs. It is enough to give any force a hard time. Now, many Stormwings have collected hundreds of dog-headed man corpses, piled in front of Luchin. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. Yunting bowed and reported. Luchin nodded his chin lightly and ordered in a deep voice. Okay, search Corpse Burial Island carefully again to see if there are any resources worth looting. Yes, sir. Yunting saluted, turned around, flapped his wings and flew high. He led his people to search everywhere. Then, the group took action. These nearly 100 dog-headed men's corpses. Take them one by one. Chapter 129 Captain, I'm jealous of you. Ding. Successfully captured the Kobold, Wilderness, level 15 boss. You obtain B-level talent, speed resonance, agility increased by 19 points. Ding. Successfully captured the dog-headed man, Thin Dog, level 15. You obtain C-level talent, speed polarization, agility increased by 18 points. Accompanied by a series of prompt sounds. Tuanzi successfully helped Luchin to obtain the blood from hundreds of dog-headed men and the hyena pirates. A B-class speed resonance. And hundreds of C-level speed polarization. And a terrifying 10-20 points of agility. That's right. It's 10-20 points. This is because Tuanzi had taken in too many level 15 corpses. This causes the absorbed properties to be attenuated. Otherwise, the agility increase is likely to reach around 2,000 points. But even so, Luchin was also quite satisfied. You know, before the dumpling absorbed it, my agility was only 834 points. This time, agility is doubled. It reached a terrifying 1854. It has been more than 5 days since I came to the world of Tianyu. Through observation and practical experience, Luchin. Gradually, I had a rough estimate of the basic attributes of monsters of each level. Level 10 monster. The average 4-dimensional attributes fluctuate between 100 to 200 points. Level 20 monster. The average 4-dimensional attributes can reach the range of 300 to 600 points. And my current agility is 1,854 points. It is enough to completely suppress an ordinary level 30 monster in terms of speed. If you activate the speed talent, it can even crush a level 30 boss. Speaking of speed talents, Luchin suddenly realized. This time, the more than 100 gnolls that Tuanzi helped him capture all had speed talents. So, is it possible to evolve speed talents to level A? Really? Luchin just thought of this. The reminder sound of Tianyu sounded again. Ding, your B-level talent. Speed resonance is detected, and the evolution conditions are met. Evolving. Next, Luchin's body suddenly burst into brilliant green light. Countless understandings and insights about speed flooded into Luchin's mind like a tide. In an instant, Luchin seemed to be in a world made up of speed. Everything around me is moving at an alarming speed. And myself. It is the center of this world. Luchin only felt that his control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. Every cell and every muscle is precisely mobilized under one's own will. Jack looked at Luchin. I couldn't help but open my mouth and exclaim in amazement. Another A-level talent. A-level talent is something most people only dream of, but it's commonplace for the captain. This is the third one, right? Jack said as he pondered. Suddenly, he frowned and asked doubtfully. That's not right. I remember that other people wanted to evolve their talents to A-level, but the success rate seemed to be only 1 in 3. Captain, this is his third A-level. How come I've never seen him fail? Just when Jack was full of doubts. The green light on Luchin gradually faded. Ding, your talent, speed resonance, B-level, has successfully evolved into speed explosion, A-level, with an evolution success rate of 99. Due to your deep understanding of agility talents, you have successfully mastered the A-level skill, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance, A-level. The tip of the sword is lightly raised, and the sword shadow is as elegant as flowing clouds, hiding murderous intent. The man and the sword become one, and phantoms appear frequently. This skill wins with speed and skill. The higher the agility, the greater the damage. When the flowing cloud sword dance begins, the most elegant and deadly dance posture in the world comes into being. As the reminder sound of Tianyu fell, Lu Qin's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Brilliant light. Really? As long as there are enough enemies. My gains were enormous. Although I didn't get any benefit from the corpse burial island this time. But just a group of hyena pirates. So that you can make a lot of money. Not only did the speed resonance successfully leap to A level, the increase jumped from 5 times to a staggering 6 times. He even comprehended an extremely elegant A-level skill, flowing cloud sword dance. Thinking of this, Lu Qin couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. But he saw Jack's stunned expression. Isn't it just an A-level talent that has evolved? As for this expression, Lu Qin rolled his eyes at Jack. Isn't it just an evolved A-level talent? Jack's eyes widened when he heard this, and his voice suddenly became higher. Captain, you are too Versailles. Yun Ting has an A-level talent. Listen to what Tianyu said about him, prodigy. The prodigy of the Stormwing clan. Who among those who can awaken A-level talents is not gifted? Lu Qin was stunned by Jack's words. Huh? Is there really a failure in evolving an A-level talent? Of course. Jack nodded quickly. Most people in this world don't even have the chance to evolve their talents to A-level. Even if you try at great expense, the success rate is only 1/3, and for mediocre people the success rate is even lower. Captain, how come your talent evolution is as easy as drinking water? It succeeds every time. Speaking of which, Jack was stunned for a moment, looked at Lu Qin and said, Captain, you have the Sky Oracle panel, so you should be able to see the success rate of talent evolution, right? What's your success rate? The success rate. Lu Qin touched his chin and recalled the scene every time his talent evolved. Indeed, each evolution will show a success rate. When evolving Undead Control, the success rate is 100 and the others are slightly lower. Jack listened, pouted, and nodded, with a look of knowing everything. Well, Captain, you are so compatible with the undead element, I am not surprised. It is normal that the success rate of other element talents is low. It seems that you were really lucky, Captain. You have successfully evolved all at once. Then Jack asked casually, But, Captain, what is the success rate of your space and agility talents? 30. Well, spatial manipulation and speed burst are indeed lower, 99. Lu Qin replied calmly. Well, 99. 99 is indeed low. Jack muttered. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Qin. His eyes were filled with disbelief. 99. Is that one short of being low? My God. Captain, who on earth are you? Jack knew that Lu Qin had a high degree of compatibility with the undead. A genius in the undead world. Although rare, it does exist. But what the hell? 99 of the agility and space types are also bullshit. An all-rounder? How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? Captain, I'm jealous of you. Chapter 130, Activating the Supervisor Altar. Seeing Jack's exaggerated reaction, Lu Qin couldn't help but shrugged. All right. It seems that my potential is indeed a little bit stronger than that of ordinary people. But no matter how strong your potential is now, if there hadn't been any help from Tuanzi, I am afraid that I am just a seriously ill patient who cannot awaken his talent. Perhaps it has already been buried in the vast ocean. Thinking about this, Lu Qin looked at Tuanzi with eyes full of gratitude. It can be said that it was Tuanzi who gave me a second life. Tuanzi, don't worry, I will train you to be the most powerful kraken in the world. Guji, the 8th District, US 976 Namasee area. Fuck. A group of natives with brown and yellow skin and strange patterns on their bodies. Under the fierce attack of nearly 1,000 Americans, they fell one after another. The noise of battle mingled with the wails of the natives, echoing across this isolated island. Go to Satan. Charles's face was distorted. With a loud roar, lightning surged across his body. Instantly, the indigenous village chief in front of him was electrocuted to a crisp, and he fell to the ground. As the village chief fell, there was no more shouting and killing around. Mr. Charles, we have cleared out all the natives on the island. Richard wiped the blood off his face, his eyes flashing with anticipation and excitement. Look, is that the supervisor's altar mentioned in the mission? Charles brushed his hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. His eyes slowly turned forward. There were corpses of the natives scattered all over the ground, and behind them stood an ancient altar. The altar is built of huge stones, each of which is engraved with intricate runes. In the center of the altar, a black stone tablet stood, engraved with a strange eye mark. There seemed to be a light flickering in his eyes, as if he was spying on everything in the world. Under the stone tablet, it is a sunken sacrificial trough that seems to have been used for sacrificial offerings. The altar exudes an ancient and majestic atmosphere, It is so awe-inspiring that one can't help but kneel down and worship. Yes, that is the supervisor's altar. Charles nodded. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. We have finally completed the mission. Now, it is time to submit a request to the Blue Star supervisor to try Luchin. Hearing Charles's words, the Americans within 1,000 meters around burst into thunderous cheers. Great. We can finally punish that devil Luchin. Oh my god, Luchin is too powerful. He has just formed the first fleet force on Blue Star. If it weren't for the supervisor, I really don't know how to fight against this devil. Haha, fuck you, Luchin. This time I'm going to make you give back every single attribute point you took from us Americans. Oh, no. How can just returning the attribute points be enough? We want the supervisor to directly wipe out Luchin and make all his equipment and attributes belong to us Americans. Haha. Yes, I support it. Luchin is colluding with aliens and harming humans. The supervisor will definitely stand on our side. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I can't wait to see Luchin's miserable condition. Mr. Charles, let's get started. Looking at the expectant eyes of the crowd, Charles threw back his head and laughed. Haha, okay, I will ask the supervisor to try Luchin right away. After that, Charles walked towards the altar surrounded by the crowd. Then, he pulled out a knife, cutting his right hand decisively. The bright red blood slowly dripped into the sacrificial trough and was instantly absorbed. Next, the strange eyes on the stone tablet slowly flickered. Immediately, suddenly, the voice of the oracle rang out in the sky. Ding, the supervisor's altar has been successfully activated. The activator is from the Blue Star human race, scanning for the presence of Blue Star supervisors. Scan completed. Blue Star human supervisor exists. The altar can be used normally. The activator has one chance to ask the supervisor for a trial. Hearing the voice of the oracle, Charles's face was instantly filled with ecstasy. Done. After so much trouble, I finally have the chance to punish Luchin. Recalling the rampant slaughter of his own people by Luchin in the Parallel Sea, and the attribute points that were taken away from me, Charles couldn't help but show a hideous look on his face. Haha, Luchin, today is the day of your judgment. After saying that, Charles pressed his bloody right hand tightly against the strange pupils on the stone tablet. After a while, Tianyu's announcement was suddenly broadcast in the chat channel of the 8th District. Announcement: Charles, the novice sea evolutionist in the U.S. Theater 976, has successfully activated the supervisor's altar and has submitted a request for a public trial to the supervisor. Request content: Luchin, one of the 1,000 novice sea evolutionists in the 8th District, used improper means to collude with alien races and harm the human race on Blue Star in order to win the survival bet. Expected trial result: destroy Luchin, and return 1,000 sea areas the attribute points and evolution points obtained through illegal means. Initiating sea area, US 976 sea area. Probability of success, 50. Reminder, this is a public trial. Other waters can join forces with the US 976 waters to initiate it. The more waters participate, the greater the influence on the supervisors, and the higher the probability of success. Since Luchin created the Netherworld, the chat channel in District 8 fell silent. The alliance of nations that was once so arrogant has now completely calmed down, for fear of attracting the attention of the Xinxia people. But this announcement was made. The chat channel of the 8th District was instantly boiling. Yoshi, Mr. Charles, you are really our best friend. You completed the task so quickly. We, the Fuso people, support you. Announcement: Fuso 903C area joins the joint request, and the success rate rises to 60. Ah, Luchin, all the attribute points you plundered from our great Korean nation must be returned to you today. Announcement: South Korea 942C area joins the joint request, and the success rate rises to 70. Luchin, you heretic, we, the Indians, will avenge Lord Amir and our dead compatriots today. Announcement: Tianju 579C area joins the joint request, and the success rate rises to 80. In a moment, the allied countries that had been silent before suddenly jumped out. Join the United States in its joint petition. Every time a new sea area is added, the success rate of requests continued to rise. Charles looked at the rising success rate and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for your help. When the supervisor sees our joint appeal, he will definitely wipe out Luchin and make Luchin and those Xinxia people spit out all their evolution points. Chapter 131. His Highness the Supervisor supports us in sanctioning Luchin. Well, we can finally punish those damn Xinxia people. Since the end of the survival bet, dozens of people have died in our 903C area, and now there are only more than 100 people left. All this is caused by that damned Luchin. Mr. Charles, why don't you just ask the supervisor to kill all the Xinxia people to prevent future troubles? That's right, Mr. Charles. We Koreans think that our Fuso friend's proposal is very good. Those Xinxia people are so abominable that it is difficult for us to vent our anger just by wiping out Luchin. For a time, people from all the alliance countries suggested that all the Xinxia people in Area 1000 be wiped out, because they were afraid of the next Luchin appearing. Charles shook his head. Oh, my dear friends, it's not that I don't want to, but my request is limited. This is the most favorable condition I can offer for us at the moment. Oh my God, what a pity that we can't get rid of all those Xinxia people at once. Well, if we can kill Luchin, it would be good to return our attribute points. As for the other Xinxia people, we will settle accounts with them after we leave the Novice Sea area. Yes, they were our prey in the past, and they will still be our prey once they leave the Novice Sea area. If Luchin hadn't cheated, how could the Xinxia people be a match for us Tianju people? Ha ha ha. Everyone, the success rate has reached 90 now. Is there any sea area that we haven't visited yet? Where's the never-setting sun? Here we are. Our Great Eagle Empire has joined. Announcement. The Sun Never Sets 345 Sea Area has joined the joint request, and the success rate has risen to 95. Yoshi, this time, we're sure to win. And Island. Everyone, come and see. Charles is going to ask the supervisor to initiate a trial against Brother Luchin. Fan Yingying stared at the light screen in front of her, her little face full of unconcealable worry. Hearing Fan Yingying's cry, the Netherworld people who were sorting out their spoils gathered around. Oh, don't worry, Yingying. Doesn't Master Jack know the Master Supervisor? With him here, the Lord of the Underworld will definitely be fine. Long Howard said with a bandage on his right hand, looking relaxed. However, Yang Zimo noticed Fan Yingying's expression. Yingying, is there something wrong? Fan Yingying bit her lip and looked at everyone. Although Brother Zombie said he knew the supervisor, the Heavenly Oracle showed that Charles and his team had a 95 success rate. I'm still a little worried. After hearing what Fan Yingying said, everyone was stunned. Li Sini quickly opened the chat channel of the 8th District. When I saw the announcement of Tianyu, the cold little face changed color instantly, screaming out loud. 99. Their success rate is as high as 99? How is this possible? Yang Zimo stared at the announcement on the panel, his voice trembling involuntarily. Now, the addition of Italy's 764 and Australia's 137 waters. This suddenly pushed the success rate of joint requests to an astonishing 99. The dazzling data made Yang Zimo's eyes hurt. He immediately Lu Chun in the chat channel. Lu Chun, Lord of the Underworld, please check the chat channel of the 8th District. The Alliance of Nations has completed its mission and is about to initiate a trial against you to the supervisor. The data from the Heavenly Oracle shows that the success rate is 99. Please ask Captain Ghost to come forward and clarify as soon as possible to prevent the supervisor from believing the rumors. However, Lu Chun did not respond. Seeing everyone so nervous, Zhou Yu spoke to comfort her. Brother Yang, Sister Sini, I don't think you need to worry too much. It's just a statistic. After all, it's not 100. The final judgment is still up to the supervisor. Master Jack and the Underworld Lord both said that there is no need to worry about the supervisors. They are definitely prepared. Li Ming also nodded in agreement. Yes, when has the Lord of the Underworld ever disappointed anyone? We should just trust the Lord of the Underworld. Hearing what they said, the worries of everyone in the Netherworld were slightly relieved. However, at this moment, in the regional channel, the announcement of the Oracle came again. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were falling into ice and filled with despair. Announcement. This is the first time that Blue Star has requested a supervisory trial, and it has successfully attracted the attention of the Blue Star supervisors. Announcement. The supervisor has relaxed the restrictions on the trial results. The sea area that initiated the trial can modify the expected trial results. Reminder. After receiving the attention of the supervisor, the success rate represents the supervisor's inclination. The final right of interpretation belongs to the supervisor, and the current success rate is 99. The allied nations are cheering and rejoicing. After seeing the announcement of Tianyu, suddenly I was overjoyed. Oh God, this news is so exciting. The supervisors of Blue Star have paid attention to our request. Arigato, the supervisor is very observant. The success rate is still 99, which has not changed. This shows that the supervisor supports us very much. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. I'm proud that we have such a fair supervisor. Charles, Mr. Charles, what are the specific relaxations mentioned in the announcement? Yes. Does that mean we can make more demands and make the Xinxia people pay a heavier price? Charles, ha ha ha, yes. The Lord Supervisor is really great. He even relaxed the restrictions for us so that those Xinxia people will pay a greater price. Segui, long live His Highness the Supervisor. Overseer, you are as great as Lord Brahma. We Indians will always follow you as our faith. Haha, we Koreans can't wait any longer. Mr. Charles, please quickly revise the content of the proposal. I want to destroy all those Xinxia people. Yeah, I can't wait either. Charles, oh, don't worry, I'm revising it. A moment later, the announcement of the oracle sounded again. Ding, the initiating sea area, US 976 sea area, the revised application content has been submitted. Expected trial result, destroy Lu Chun, and 1,000 sea areas will return the attribute points and evolution points obtained by illegal means, and compensate the sea areas that participated in the joint petition, 100 attribute points per person. Jointly launched sea areas, 10 sea areas including US 976, Fuso 903, South Korea 942, and Tianju 579. Probability of success, 99. Reminder, the attribute points for compensation will be taken away from the evolvers in the judged sea area. Reminder, those who request a public trial are also considered for trial, and all judgments are ultimately decided by the supervisor. Seeing the announcement of Tianyu, the members of the alliance once again burst into thunderous cheers. The chat channels of the 8 major districts were flooded with messages. Wow, 100 attribute points. Chapter 132, let me erase myself. Haha, this time, all the attribute points we lost can be taken back from the Xinxia people. Hehe, what I saw is not just that. The attributes of those Xinxia people are simply not enough to compensate for such a huge amount of attributes. By then, these Xinxia people will all be drained into mummies. Haha, Sugoi, I can't wait to see Shinsharan buried with Master Nakamura Kinta. The person I hate the most is Lu Chun. I must wipe him out this time. That's right. We all came to the Tianyu world together. Why is he so powerful? This is unfair. He must have cheated. Yes, so this time the Lord Supervisor will do us justice. 2 minutes ago, Corpse Island. Lu Chun was playing with Tuanzi. Suddenly, a reminder from Tianyu sounded in my mind. Ding, the Evolver Charles has successfully activated the Supervisor's altar and has requested a trial from the Supervisor. Evolver, Lu Chun, as the Blue Star Supervisor, you are responsible for executing this trial. Should the trial be held immediately? Well, Charles was quite quick to act and actually requested a trial. Lu Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he clicked on the trial content submitted by Charles. Well, they accused me of colluding with aliens and harming humans and demanded that I be wiped out. Lu Chun glanced at Charles's request. I couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy? You want me, the supervisor, to judge myself? Still want to wipe me out? Are you crazy? Jack saw Lu Chun's expression and came over curiously. When his eyes fell on the panel in front of Lu Chun, I couldn't help laughing, and I fell backwards with laughter. Ha ha ha, these idiots can actually do such a thing. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jack laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. They must think that the supervisors are all sent directly by Tianyu. Who knew that the supervisor is actually you, Captain? Haha, when I think about their expressions when they find out that you, Captain, are the Blue Star Overseer, I laugh until my stomach hurts. Jack pointed at Lu Chun and laughed so hard that his whole body shook. Haha, Captain, you are their supervisor, but you become the first person to be tried. How hateful are you? Ha ha ha. Lu Chun glanced at Jack. His eyes became colder and colder. Indifferently said, is it funny? I think that next time you encounter a boss, it would be more funny if you rush forward and act as a human bomb. Hearing Lu Chun's words, the smile on Jack's face froze instantly. He shook his head quickly, like a rattle. Not funny at all. As he said this, Jack immediately put on an indignant expression. These bastards actually dared to frame their own officials. They deserve to die. Captain, you will judge them all later. Don't let any of them go. Kill them all. Kill them all. It's settled. Next time you blow yourself up, it will be a boss-level corpse explosion. The power should be quite strong. Wow, 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 I was wrong, Captain. Jack suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. Woo, woo, woo. These bastards. Because of what you guys did, it turned me into a mobile bomb. Jack, I'm not done with you. Lu Chun rubbed his chin, pondering the question of the supervisor's authority to judge. Discover. The powers of the supervisors are enormous. Whether it is the person who brings the case to trial or the person being judged, both are within the scope of one's own judgment. However, there are limits to the punishment of a trial. The limits are determined by the request of the person who filed the case. Charles's request was, if you kill me, 1,000 Cs will return the attribute points and evolution points obtained by illegal means. So, if I rule against Charles, the greatest consequence that Charles and the allied nations must bear in their waters is It was only equal to what Charles had asked. Right now? Obliterate Charles. 1,000 Cs does not need to refund those points. This seems to be a relief. But for Lu Chun, there is no real benefit. I am not a child. I won't act just to vent my anger. We must seek tangible benefits. Thinking about this, Lu Chun's eyes rolled. Got it. Since there are restrictions, why don't I just lift some of them? As an overseer, I should have this privilege, right? Then, Lu Chun began to operate. Really, as a level 1 supervisor, I have the right to moderately relax the restrictions on trial results. Lu Chun's eyes lit up. Take action now. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The trap has been set. It depends on whether you will take the initiative to jump into it. Different from Lu Chun's calmness. The people in Area 1000 were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. What should we do? What should we do? The supervisor has actually expressed support for the allied nations. Is Brother Lu Chun really going to be wiped out? When Fan Yingying thought of this terrible result, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. No, I don't want Brother Lu Chun to be wiped out, Lu. That makes no sense. The Lord of the Underworld and Captain Ghost have both said that there is no need to worry about the supervisor. How could this happen? Yang Zimo's brows were furrowed, his heart filled with confusion. He really couldn't figure it out. The Ghost Captain's expression and words before clearly did not seem fake. But why is the Lord Overseer now pretending to support the Alliance of Nations? Hey, Brother Yang, I think this Tianyu world is no different from our blue planet. Li Ming sighed and said dejectedly, human nature is fickle, and the world is cruel. Perhaps Captain Ghost once had a relationship with the Overseer and could have some communication with him. But now the Ghost Captain has fallen, and the Overseer is still at the top. Perhaps the friendship of the past has long since vanished. Li Sini took a deep breath and shook her head firmly. No, I can't just watch Lu Chun suffer. He has sacrificed so much for us. As she spoke, she quickly opened the chat channel of the 8th District and sent a message. Master Supervisor, what the Alliance countries said is not true. The Stormwing tribe is just a vassal of Lu Chun, and they are not colluding with foreign races. In addition, there are many things that Lu Chun and I did together. I, Li Sini, am willing to take responsibility. I only ask you not to erase Lu Chun. As soon as Li Sini finished speaking, people from District 1000 also started to speak out in the regional channel. Yes, Lord Supervisor, whoever has more people cannot be right. You have to listen to what we, the Xinxia people, have to say. Those people from the Alliance countries were originally bastards who used gambling orders to harm others and plundered others. Now that they have met Master Lu Chun and cannot defeat him, they want to use you to wipe him out. Lord Supervisor, you must not listen to their slander. These bastards are just jealous of Master Lu Chun's power and want to bring him down. Chapter 133. Thanks to Ruby for the great sword of happy hours. I will add another chapter today. Charles's fear. Charles and others of the League of Nations. Seeing the message sent by 1,000 people in the sea area, they all laughed sarcastically. Charles, these Xinxia people are still dreaming of begging for mercy. Give up, your Lu Chun is dead. That's right. He even argued that Lu Chun didn't cheat. We came to the Tianyu world at the same time. We were only level 4 to 5, while Lu Chun was already level 10. How could he have such an advantage without cheating? Yes, and there are also those Stormwings, all of whom are above level 10. Lu Chun was only level 9 at that time. How could he subdue more than 200 level 10 Stormwings as vassals? There is only one answer. Lu Chun is a spy of the Blue Star people, and he defected to the alien race a long time ago. Traitor. Also, why is Lu Chun the only one who can accept a vassal race? I looked at my panel, and I can't even accept a vassal follower, let alone accept an entire race as a vassal. He must have rebelled, and the Winged tribe is using the name of vassalage to massacre us. Yoshi, everyone is right. Damn Xinxia people. Look, no matter how much nonsense you talk, has our success rate ever been reduced? How could the great supervisor be fooled by a few words from you? As soon as the news of the Fuso people came out, everyone in Xinxia involuntarily turned their eyes to the panel. I saw the joint petition initiated by the Alliance countries. The success rate is still firmly at 99. Nothing has changed. How could it be? How could it be? Li Sini stared at the glaring number and murmured in despair. 99. This means that the overseers are now completely on the side of the Alliance. This indicates that, once the trial begins, Lu Chun will really be wiped out. After all, Charles's proposal failed. There is only a one chance. Only one, almost zero. Unless Lu Chun is the supervisor himself, who can change his attitude at will and play tricks on the allied countries. But how is that possible? What kind of existence is the overseer? He is the law enforcer who represents Tianyu to monitor and judge all living things. Such a noble existence. How could he be an evolver who had just arrived in the Tianyu world for 5 days? When I think of this, Li Sini felt heartbroken and completely hopeless. No, no. Immediately, Li Sini made up her mind and sent out a message in the region again. Master Supervisor, not all of Lu Chen's actions were his own will. I did a lot of things, and I am willing to take the main responsibility. As soon as Li Sini said this, others in the netherworld also responded. Fuck. I have received so many benefits from my adoptive father. I cannot let him shoulder all the responsibility if something happens. Supervisor, I have confessed to you that it was my idea, Tang Hong, to unite with the alien races. If you want to kill me, kill me. I am not afraid. Damn it, if it weren't for the Lord of the Underworld, I would have died long ago. Supervisor, you bastard who can't tell right from wrong. You see clearly, Lu Chen did nothing. It was me who went to contact them. Yes, Lu Chen knows nothing. If you want to wipe us out, wipe us out. Yang Zimo stared at the scene in front of him. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination, slowly typing the words in the message box. Respected Supervisor, I am Yang Zimo, the leader of the Netherworld. You can check it out well. Since the moment I stepped into the Tianyu world, I have been the organizer and leader of the 1,000 Seas. The responsibility for this incident lies with me, and has nothing to do with Lu Chen. If you want to investigate, Yang Zimo is willing to bear the brunt of the consequences. If you think that I, Yang Zimo, am not strong enough, everyone in District 1000 is willing to accept the punishment together. As for Lu Chen, he knew nothing about it. Everything was done by Yang Zimo and other people in the 1,000 Seas. I beg the Lord Supervisor to modify and delete this line of Lu Chen. The reason why Yang Zimo said this is because the trial and punishment proposed by Charles were too severe. District 1000 needs to pay 100 attribute points to each person in the 10 sea districts of the various countries. This huge amount of attribute points will reach a terrifying 500,000. If such a huge amount of attribute points were taken away from everyone, in addition to the land sinking, no one can bear it. Yang Zimo is no exception. This means, once the overseers decide in favor of Charles, people from District 1000, all their attributes will be drained away and they will turn into mummies and die. But Lu Chen was different. Yang Zimo knew how terrifying Lu Chen's attributes were. As long as he can ensure that he is not wiped out, Lu Chen will survive. Then, Yang Zimo decided, rather than being annihilated, it is better to sacrifice everyone and do everything possible to save Lu Chen. The land subsidence potential is huge. As long as you can save your life, even if the attribute points are greatly deducted, and they can quickly make a comeback. As long as Lu Chen is here, Xinxiao will have greater hope to survive and rise in this cruel survival game. After Yang Zimo's message was sent, the island of Pian Yi fell into silence in an instant. Everyone looked at Yang Zimo in amazement. Everyone knows that. What does Yang Zimo's words mean? This means he planned to sacrifice everyone to save Lu Chen, including himself. Facing impending death, there is fear in people's eyes. There is reluctance. Even many timid girls were already crying silently. However, no one objected. No one went to the regional channel to explain that they had nothing to do with the matter. If the judgment fails, all will die. It would be better to take all the responsibilities and save Lu Chen's life. Everyone firmly believes that Lu Chen will definitely avenge them. At this moment, the unity of the people of Xinxiao, the entire 8th district was moved. Now I finally understand why the Xinxiao people were able to rise so quickly to become the world's superpower after World War II. They are so united and cohesive, it's really terrifying. Persian War Zone 265 Novice Sea Area. My God, aren't they afraid of death? How can people be so brave? Salon Theater 851 Novice Sea Area. No, they are not afraid of death. They just want their death to be more meaningful. Java War Zone 243 Novice Sea Area. Alas, unfortunately, after today, the 8th district may be controlled by the allied countries again. Siam War Zone 188 Novice Sea Area. Charles witnessed the unity of the Xinxiao people. My heart trembled violently. He was afraid that the supervisor would change his mind after seeing this. He quickly examined the panel carefully. When the confirmation success rate is still 99, the big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. He had to admit, at this moment, he did feel fear. He was afraid of Lu Chen's military strength. I am even more afraid of the unity of the Xinxiao people. If such a nation and such a country cannot be conquered, they must be destroyed. Otherwise, they will definitely stand on top of the world. With this in mind, Charles took a deep breath. Then he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Xinxiao people, Don't waste your energy. Lu Chun and the rest of you will all die today. Oh, what Charles said is absolutely right. After today, the Xinxia people will no longer exist in the 8th district. Most of us Koreans were killed by the Xinxia people. Now, we can finally take revenge. Mr. Charles, please ask the supervisor to initiate the trial. Chapter 130 for the supervisor is also called Lu Chun. Charles nodded. The Xinxia people are so united. We must fight quickly and decisively. Delay will lead to changes, and a 99 success rate is already high enough. No need to wait any longer. Thinking of this, Charles decisively clicked the confirmation button. The announcement of the Tianyu system sounded immediately. Ding, the initiator, Charles, has submitted a trial application to the supervisor, with a current success rate of 99. The Blue Star supervisor will carry out the judgment in 10 seconds. 9. 8. Charles looked at the prompt of the Tianyu system, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, you damn Xinxia people, take a few more breaths now. When the Lord Supervisor arrives, you will all be finished. The members of the Alliance also showed their ugly faces. There were mocking voices everywhere. Ha ha ha, Xinxia people, aren't you very arrogant? Wait until the Lord Supervisor comes, and see how arrogant you can still be. Yoshi, Lu Chun can't escape from the clutches of us Fuso people after all. If you become an enemy of us Fuso, you will never have a good ending. Oh my god, I really want to see with my own eyes the miserable look on Lu Chun's face when he is killed by the supervisor. He must be terrified and helpless. If you go against us Indians, death is the inevitable outcome. We, the Fuso people, can't wait to see the scene where everyone in the 1000 Seas is stripped of their attributes, wailing everywhere, and eventually turning into mummies. Oh, God, this is too cruel. But I like it. Can Shinsharin's death be more miserable? Athahaha. Looking at the ugly faces of the allied nations. Yang Zimo's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. He was extremely angry and roared with gnashing teeth. Why? We didn't die on the battlefield, but we have to fall into this inexplicable judgment. I won't accept this. Long Howren patted Yang Zimo on the shoulder, forced a smile and consoled him. Old Yang, we haven't lost yet. Didn't Master Jack say he knew the supervisor? We can mention Master Jack's name later. Maybe there will be a chance of a turnaround. However, Long Howren glanced at the dazzling 99 success rate on the panel. I knew in my heart that what I said was just self-deception. The supervisors have obviously taken notice of this case. Know the current situation well. But the success rate has not dropped at all. This shows that the supervisor's position is on the side of the alliance countries. What I said. It's just that one of slim hope. Although there is little hope. But maybe. Will a miracle really happen? Li Sini looked at the ticking countdown. He took 2 steps back helplessly and leaned against the tree. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Murmuring softly. I'm sorry, I couldn't help you in the end. Under the desperate gaze of the people in Area 1000, the countdown finally reached 0. The announcement from the Tianyu system came again. Ding, the supervisor has accepted the public trial application submitted by the Evolver Charles. Request for trial content. Lu Chun, one of the 1000 novice sea evolutionists in the 8th district, used improper means to collude with alien races and harm the human race on Blue Star in order to win the survival bet. Expected trial result. Destroy Lu Chun, and 1000 sea areas will return the attribute points and evolution points obtained by illegal means, and compensate the sea areas that participated in the joint petition, 100 attribute points per person. The executing judge is Blue Star Supervisor, Lu Chun. Once this announcement is issued, the chat channel of the 8th district, which was originally noisy, suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared intently at the last 2 words of the announcement. Lu Chun. Nanny? Blue Star Supervisor. Lu Chun. When the Japanese typed the words Lu Chun, their hands were shaking. Lu Chun judges Lu Chun? What the hell is this? Stop it. Kiki. Don't panic, this. It's just a coincidence. The supervisor just happens to be named Lu Chun. Charles wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to stay calm. Look, isn't the success rate still showing at 99? Hearing Charles's words, the members of the Alliance felt a little relieved. Haha. I knew it, but what a coincidence. The supervisor is also called Lu Chun. Haha, what a coincidence. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Is it too late for us Gallic chickens to withdraw from the joint application now? Baga, you Gauls are always like this. The Lord Supervisor is such a noble being. How can he be compared to those despicable Xinxia people? Your worry is simply an insult to the Lord Supervisor. The Japanese who spoke, although full of confidence in his words. But his face revealed a look of weakness. The uneasiness in my heart became stronger. Xin Xiaoluhin was already extremely powerful. Everyone has only one talent, but he has dozens. No one can accept vassals. Only Lu Qin can collect it. Even conquered an entire super powerful race. This is definitely not the strength that an ordinary evolver should have. The most important thing is, the supervisor is also called Lu Qin. This can't be true? I must be scaring myself, haha. Now, the chat channel of the entire 8th district. A lot quieter than before. Many people who were gloating over others' misfortune began to realize that something was wrong. I began to remain silent and dared not speak easily. On the island of ants, everyone in Area 1000 stared at the public screen in front of them in a daze. My heartbeat almost stopped. Old, young, the supervisor is also called Lu Qin. You say, is it possible? Long Howren's voice was trembling slightly when he spoke. Obviously, the development of things was far beyond his expectations. Yang Zimo stared blankly at the name of the supervisor on the screen. He kept repeating, Lu Qin. Lu Qin, is all this true? Li Sini, who was originally in despair. The moment I saw the name of the supervisor, instantly tears fell like rain, crying with joy. At this moment, she suddenly became enlightened. I finally understood why Lu Qin wasn't worried at all before. Why does Jack have that expression? You've only been here 5 days, and you've already achieved such a status. However, although everyone in Area 1000 had a vague idea of the truth, but no one dared to confirm it easily. After all, one is an evolver who has just entered the world of Tianyu and is struggling for survival. One is the spokesperson of heaven, the law enforcer who monitors all living things. One on the ground. One in the sky. One is the people. One is an official. No one dared to connect these two seemingly unrelated people together. Chapter 135, The Plaintiff Compensates the Defendant? Under everyone's nervous gaze, an illusory outline slowly condensed in the sky above the vast sea area of the 8th region. Ding, Supervisor, Lu Qin, the image projection has been formed. The trial officially begins. Charles looked up at the gradually clearing sky projection. My hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He kept praying to God in his heart, praying that the supervisor and Lu Qin were just a coincidence of names. However, as the projection of the overseer gradually takes shape, Charles's heart was growing colder. Charles, why is the overseer also missing his left arm? Could he really be Lu Qin? Richard looked pale. His fingers pointed tremblingly towards the sky, and his voice was trembling. Impossible. Charles turned around suddenly, his face twisted as he roared at Richard. Isn't it normal for an overseer to have been through many battles and to have suffered some injuries? Lu Qin is just an evolver who has just been in Tianyu for 5 days. How can he become an overseer representing Tianyu? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Charles's eyes were fixed on the shadow in the sky. The facial muscles twisted. He kept muttering impossible. However, as the shadow became more solid, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Charles was struck by lightning. Fall into the abyss of despair. The monitor in the sky slowly opened his cold eyes. With eyes as sharp as torches, he overlooks all living things. The thin lips moved slightly. The cold and majestic voice instantly echoed throughout the entire 8th district. How dare you, a mere ant, sue this supervisor? You are so brave. That figure. Eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars. It was Lu Qin without a doubt. For a time, the entire 8th district fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared blankly at the projection in the sky. There was a gleam of disbelief in his eyes. And the people of the 10 countries of the alliance. His eyes widened, his face filled with uncontrollable shock and fear. Can we kill him? How is that possible? Lu Qin. Lu Qin is actually the supervisor. We actually have been actively opposing the supervisor of Blue Star, looking for death. We Fuso people have been looking for death. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh God, what stupid things have we done? No, this is not real. I must be dreaming. We actually asked the overseers to judge ourselves. We are all clowns. Oh my God, this is impossible. Lu Qin, you came here with us, and it's only been 5 days, and I'm struggling to stay alive. How can you become the supervisor? This is absolutely a joke. Looking at the projection of Lu Qin in the sky, Charles's facial muscles twisted involuntarily. Like a mad demon. He simply couldn't accept this fact. The supervisor that he had worked so hard to find turned out to be his enemy Lu Qin. I actually naively thought that Lu Qin would kill himself. Haha. Ridiculous. How ridiculous. I am really stupid. Is there anyone in the world more ridiculous than myself? This is in stark contrast to the reactions of the allied countries. 1,000 people in the sea area. After seeing clearly that the supervisor in the sky was actually Lu Qin, suddenly there was a thunderous cheer. Everyone's face was filled with irrepressible joy. The feeling of going from hell to heaven in an instant is really indescribable. Many people cheered wildly. Tears welled up in my eyes. The Lord of the Underworld is actually the supervisor. So cool. Luchin, Lord of the Underworld. Long live. Fuck. I haven't cried since I was an adult. Damn, I don't know why I cried today. I just can't control my tears. The Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld is really awesome. Godfather is awesome. Broken voice. Above the sky, Luchin stood tall. His eyes swept across the people from the Alliance countries, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a sneer. He spoke in a cold voice. His voice was like ice. The trial begins. Regarding the case of accusing the supervisor of colluding with alien races to harm the human race on Blue Star. This is pure nonsense. I, the Blue Star supervisor, Luchin, officially declare that the joint trial initiated by the Alliance countries has lost the case. Hearing Luchin's verdict, no one, including the Allied nations, was surprised. Just kidding. If someone judges himself, can he still be found to be the loser? All the people of the Union. At this moment, he was completely frightened by Luchin. I just hope this farce ends soon. In this life. No. In their next life, they would never dare to go against the Xinxiao people again. Damn, is this still a human being? While they were struggling to survive there, they have become law enforcers of Tianyu. However, they were too naive. Now that things have been stirred up. How can it end so easily? Luchin's next words. Like ice piercing the air. All the people in the Allied countries felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, with endless despair in their hearts. The 976 and other 10C areas of the United States have slandered the supervisor, and their crimes should be punished. I, the overseer, hereby pronounce the verdict. Evolutionary Charles, be eliminated. All the C evolvers who participated in the joint trial will each have 100 attribute points deducted as compensation for 1,000 Cs. After saying that, the corners of Luchin's mouth rose slightly, outlining a satisfied smile. Hee. Set traps at will. People from allied countries rushed in eagerly. It's really a dead end. The result of Luchin's trial at this moment. Just the opposite of what Charles asked. This is also the greatest benefit Luchin can currently obtain for himself and everyone in the Netherworld. Speaking of which, it was a wise move not to reveal the identity of the supervisor to Yang Zimo and others. Today's scene. The people in Area 1000 showed their true feelings, and they all rushed to die for themselves. Anyone who comes here will be fooled. Thinking about this, Luchin turned his gaze towards the people in the 1000C area. A hint of tenderness involuntarily appeared in his eyes. The next reward. You deserve it. After hearing Luchin's verdict, the people in the Alliance countries were stunned for a moment. Wasn't this trial initiated by us? The worst outcome. Wouldn't it mean that we are declared the loser and all our efforts will be wasted? But why do we have to deduct our attributes as compensation? Grass. We are the plaintiffs. There is no reason for the plaintiff to compensate the defendant. Damn it. Tianyu, please take a look. Someone abused his privacy. We are wronged. When I thought about the fact that I was about to lose 100 attribute points, the 10 Cs of the Alliance countries. Suddenly there were wailing sounds everywhere, and everyone fell to their knees. The cries for mercy continued. The countries in the Alliance had already been plundered by Luchin once or twice before, causing heavy losses. Now, if 100 attributes are deducted again, then these 10 novice C areas of the Alliance countries will completely become no man's land. No, that's not fair. Charles's face was distorted, and he screamed madly at the sky. Our proposal success rate is as high as 99. Why do you arbitrarily judge us as the loser? Chapter 136 510,000 free attributes. 99 success rate? Luchin lowered his head and looked at Charles disdainfully. With a chuckle. If I don't give you hope, how can you obediently raise your demands? This way, I can extract more attributes from you. As Luchin's voice fell. On the panel, the success rate of the Alliance countries' proposals suddenly jumped. 99, 85, 0e. It finally froze at the despairing 0 point. Charles's heart trembled when he heard this. All of this is a trap set by you. He recalled how he had worked so hard to complete the task and activate the supervisor altar, and took the initiative to raise the upper limit of the trial results. Like a retard, he keeps digging his own grave, and dragged down all the people in the Alliance. Puff. Charles was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Frustrated. It's so fucking frustrating. All the people of the Alliance. Looking at the success rate that has returned to 0. The last glimmer of hope in my heart was completely shattered. They fell to their knees, begging, Master Overseer, Please spare my life. I have less than 100 points of total attributes left. If you deduct more, I will really die. Master Overseer, this is all Charles's fault. It has nothing to do with the skulls. Please, let us go. Mr. Lu Qin, we Fuso people are truly convinced this time. We are willing to be slaves of the Xinxia people. We only ask you to leave us a way to live. Oh, great supervisor. You should just punish Charles. The rest of us Americans are innocent. You should practice democracy. President Lu Qin, you are so outstanding. You must be the blood of our great Goryeo people. We Goryeo people are willing to support you as king. President Lu Qin, please stop hanging out with those Xinxia people. Great Goryeo is your home. Court death. Hearing the words of the Koreans, a cold light suddenly flashed across Lu Qin's eyes. With a sudden wave of his right hand, the verdict has been made, executed immediately. In an instant, large swathes of black fog surged out from the seas of the Alliance of Nations and spread rapidly. Oh no, God. Flax. Oh my God, this black fog is absorbing my attributes. We were wrong, spare us. Lord Brahma, save us. Wherever the black fog passed, screams were heard one after another. Those evolvers who touched the black fog. In an instant, they turned into horrifying mummies. Although the Alliance countries are the 10 most powerful sea regions in the 8th region. But, basically no one can withstand the plunder of 100 points of attributes. I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Charles was in the black fog, watching his hands gradually shrivel up, with a hint of surprise on his face. He was at a higher level, and luckily survived this plunder of his attributes. However, others in U.S. waters Area 976 were not so lucky. Charles looked around. There were thousands of horrible-looking mummies scattered around. Expressions of fear and struggle were still frozen on their faces. Charles's body trembled violently when he saw the miserable plight of his compatriots. At this moment, the strong desire to survive drove him to abandon all dignity and hatred. He just wanted to survive. Charles fell to his knees with a thud. Using all his strength, he kowtowed to Lu Qin and begged for mercy. Lu Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been an enemy of you and the Xinxia people. I have a B-level talent. I am willing to be your vassal, your slave. I am still useful. Please let me go. However, Charles welcomed. It was a sudden bolt of lightning from the sky. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Charles's body was instantly crushed into powder and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the place where Charles disappeared, Lu Qin's mouth curled up into a sneer. You are just an ant, but you want to become my vassal. How ridiculous. Then, the shadow in the sky gradually dissipated. Lu Qin, whose consciousness returned to his body, slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was Jack's big, decayed face. Captain, how about it? Does it feel good to judge others with the power of the oracle? Jack asked excitedly. Lu Qin glanced at Jack. It's not my own power, so what's the point of being happy about it? If this trial wasn't helpful to me, I wouldn't bother to do it. Then Captain, next time you conduct an overseer trial, let me go. I promise it will be fair and just. Jack instantly assumed a solemn attitude. I, the supervisor, Jack Benchon, declare you guilty. Kill you all. Hee hee. If you have this much free time, you might as well prepare for the battle. Preparing for war? Jack was stunned. Captain, what do you mean? We just wiped out 2 forces. How can there be any monsters around? Lu Qin shook his head. When you were fighting the hyena pirates, a kobold slipped away. Didn't you notice? There is such a thing. Jack frowned and thought carefully. Indeed. It seems the number of bodies doesn't match. Imagine here. Jack blushed. Hey, Captain, what should we do now? Should we leave this corpse burial island first? Leave? Why leave? Lu Qin looked at Jack with a smile on his face. I let it go on purpose. This kobold seems to be able to get in touch with the Naga royal family. At first, although Lu Qin did not take action. But the ecological symbiosis of the netherworld is always in motion. Seagulls in the sky, fish in the sea. They are all Lu Qin's eyes and ears. How could the small movement of the dog's tail escape Lu Qin's detection? The Naga royal family, my little snake girl baby. Jack understood immediately, his eyes widened. Captain, are you going to sit here and wait for an opportunity? No, aren't you afraid of being defeated? Lu Qin rolled his eyes at Jack. If you really can't defeat the monster, it's never too late to run away. It's much better than going through the trouble of looking for the monster. Hee hee, that's right, the captain is smart. As the two were talking, more than 900 dazzling beams of light suddenly fell from the sky, covering all the people in the 1,000 seas. Ding, the joint trial initiated by the Evolver. Charles takes effect. All the people in 1000 C areas will receive 512,538 points of compensation from 10 C areas, including 976 in the United States. After equal distribution, each person can get 560 free attribute points. As the reminder sounded, the surging power surged into everyone's body. Certainly, behind this is the heavy price paid by all the people in the Alliance countries was turned into mummies. As the light gradually faded, everyone in Area 1000 had a look of surprise on their faces. Fuck, I just got 560 free attributes. What about you? Did you get any? I got it too. It's so fucking cool. It's the Hades Lord. All this is thanks to the Hades Lord. Woo woo woo. In less than a day, my total attributes soared from over 100 points to over 1,000 points. This is just like a dream. No. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a crazy thing. Chapter 137 Naga Royal Court. Sister Cindy, Brother Yang, aren't we the defendants? How can the defendants get compensation from the plaintiff? Is this possible? Fan Yingying felt the power surge in her body, her eyes full of surprise. The joint trial initiated by Charles. But in the end, I lost so many attribute points. It's so tragic. No wonder he was so angry that he vomited blood in the end. Li Sini glanced at Fan Yingying with a smile in her eyes. Your elder brother Lu is the supervisor, so he will have the final say on the verdict. Recalling her previous desperate look, Li Sini couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger on her face. But he is really bad enough to keep it secret until now, making us so worried before. Brother Lu is the supervisor of Blue Star. Doesn't that mean we don't have to worry about survival anymore? We can all survive. When Fan Yingying thought of this, her face flushed with excitement. Being able to be dropped into the same sea area as Brother Lu. It's so happy. Obviously, in Area 1000, there are many people who have the same idea as Fan Yingying. After learning that Lu Chun was the only supervisor of Blue Star, many people breathed a sigh of relief. A look of relief appeared on his face. Oh, my boss is the law enforcer of Tianyu. What else can Tianyu do to me? However, Yang Zimo's next words poured cold water on everyone. If you think that you can rest easy just because you have a relationship with the Lord of the Underworld, you are totally wrong. Yang Zimo's face was serious and his voice was low. Hearing this, the people of Xinxia, who were looking forward to a happy life in the future, turned to look at Yang Zimo. Commander Yang, what do you mean? The Underworld Lord is already the supreme supervisor of the Blue Star War Zone. Is there still danger? Yes, Brother Yang. Each of us has gained thousands of attribute points now, which is much stronger than before. Almost everyone is a Superman. It should be no problem to survive, right? Looking at the smiling people, Yang Zimo shook his head. It seems that I need to give everyone a good warning to let them know their situation. Otherwise, those who greet the crowd will also perish sooner or later. Have you ever thought that since Tianyu is so powerful, why doesn't he just send an inspector, but choose one among us? Yang Zimo's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Zhou Yu's eyes turned, and he quickly guessed the reason. I'm afraid that even though the Lord of the Underworld is an overseer, he also has to face competition like us. If he loses his strength, he may be eliminated. He went on to analyze. When I saw the Stormwings that day, I realized that we, the Blue Star people, might not be the only ones who have traveled to the world of Tianyu. There must be other races. Our real opponents are probably those alien races who have also traveled to Tianyu. We have supervisors on Blue Star, and there may be supervisors among them as well. Yang Zimo glanced at Zhou Yu with appreciation. The top student was quick to react. Nodded, took over the conversation. Yes, we are far from being safe now. Even someone as powerful as the Lord of the Underworld is now probably facing the same risk of being eliminated as us. Tianyu will also choose the most powerful supervisor to be his true spokesperson. Let's take a step back and say that even if the Lord of the Underworld is extremely powerful, all other alien races are no match for him. But the Lord of the Underworld can accept other races as vassals. He paused and said in a more serious tone, in the future, the Netherworld will only become more powerful, and the number of the Netherworld's vassal races will increase. If we, the Xinxia people, are not strong enough and do not work hard enough, we will always be like a baby, just waiting for the Lord of the Underworld to feed us, but unable to help him solve his problems. Then the Hades is likely to abandon us and choose other races instead. As soon as these words came out, the joy on everyone's faces gradually solidified. Yes, let's not talk about other races. Just talking about the Stormwing tribe that the Hades has conquered. Each of them has B-level talent. The strength is up to level 10, far superior to the current Xinxia people. If we don't work harder and always stay content with the status quo, Maybe one day in the future I will be abandoned by the Lord of Hell. Besides, such a cruel struggle among all races. How could we let the Lord of the Underworld charge ahead alone? Everyone must become stronger quickly. Only in this way can they truly survive. God Xiao. Only then can we truly stand at the top of all races. Commander Yang, don't worry, we will try our best. Yes, we will never lose to the Stormwing clan. B-level talent, 10th level strength, I will catch up soon. The Xinxiao people cannot be outdone by those bird people. Let's go, brothers, let's go kill the monsters together. Commander Yang's words made me sober instantly, and I don't want to waste another minute. Okay, let's go and kill the enemies. We need to show the Lord of the Underworld as soon as possible that the Xinxiao people are the strongest. Everyone instantly understood the current situation and took action, their expressions tense and determined. At the same time, on a hidden island not far from the corpse burial island, in the center of the island, a palace built of huge stones stands tall. In front of the palace, a statue of a Naga holding a trident and wearing scale armor stands tall. Inside the palace, dozens of Naga people were gathered to discuss. Dogtail was kneeling in the center of the Naga tribe. The body was shaking constantly. These Nagas, all of them are above level 20. The Naga King's strength has reached the terrifying level of level 30 boss. The pressure they exude. The 15th level Dogtail was almost suffocated. Father, Nagaros has been out for many days, and there has been no news since then. Naga Prince Nagarex glanced at the kneeling Dogtail. His voice suddenly became low. If what this dog-headed man said is true, I'm afraid my sister has been killed by that human. As soon as the words fell, all the Naga warriors suddenly burst out with strong murderous aura. Nagaloth. She is the little princess who is loved by everyone in the Naga King's court. Feeling this murderous aura as real as a physical being, the dog's tail kneeled even lower. My great prince, I, Dogtail, would never dare to deceive you even if I had the guts to do so. That human is really good at petrifying gazes. As he spoke, Inoue raised his finger and pointed in the direction of Corpse Burial Island. He is now on the Corpse Burial Island, not far away. I still remember his smell. If you don't believe me, I will take you there to check it out right now. Naga King Nagasalos heard the words of the Dogtail. A flash of pain flashed across the old eyes. The art of petrification. Only the Naga royal family can awaken. That humans would actually stare in petrified state. It must have been taken from Nagaroth by some means. Despite the pain in my heart. But the Naga King still stared at the dog's tail and asked in a deep voice. What is the strength of that human? What is his origin? Speaking of Lu Chen's strength, a flash of fear suddenly flashed across Inoue's eyes, and he said in a trembling voice. It's horrible, it's really horrible. Although he is only at the 10th level, he can kill our boss in an instant. It is also easy for him to defeat the 18th level Ghost Beast King. Chapter 138, Level 12. And he also subdued all 20,000 undead on Corpse Burial Island. Adults, if you go to deal with him, you must not be careless. That human is so scary. The eldest prince glanced at the dog's tail, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and said disdainfully, a 10th level human can wipe out your hyena pirates. You are really useless. When Inoue heard this, I raised my head hastily, trying to explain. No, it's that human. However, he was interrupted by the Naga King when he was halfway through his words. Well, you just need to tell us his origins. Origin. Inoue paused, recalling the scene at that time in his mind. He should be an evolver who came to participate in this year's 10,000 races contest. Evolver? Nagasalos frowned and asked. So is he from the intermediate world or the advanced world? If it is an intermediate world, it is easy to say. But if this human evolutionist comes from a higher world, then it would be difficult to avenge the death of his daughter, the evolver of the advanced world. The current Naga royal court is unable to contend. As for the lower world, Nagasalos simply ignored this possibility. At level 10, you can defeat the boss of level 18, the Soul King. Possessing such a powerful fighting force, how could they be creatures from a lower world? However, what Inoue said next made Nagasaro stunned. He is from a low-level world. However, although he is from a low-level world, he is really terrifying. As soon as the words low-level world came out, a burst of shrill laughter suddenly rang out in the palace. Ha ha ha, low-level world? How dare a tiny existence from a low-level world attack my Naga royal family? It's simply courting death. The human race is already weak, and those from the lower worlds are even weaker. King, we will send troops immediately to kill that human and avenge the princess. At this moment, Aston, the 22nd level boss guard, stepped forward. The The scarlet tongue on his ferocious snake head suddenly stretched out, licking his lips gently. Ask for a fight. King. He is just an ant from a low-level world. Just give me 100 of my people, and I will be able to flatten Corpse Burial Island, cut off the head of that human, and present it to you. Only the Naga royal family has a human head, human body, and snake tail, while the ordinary Nagas all have a snake head, human body, and snake tail. The Naga king glanced at Aston. He pondered. Although this person comes from a low-level world, he was able to defeat the Soul Beast King and the Hyena Pirates, which has proven his strength. He should be the genius of this low-level world. He should not be underestimated. Speaking of this, he looked at his eldest son, Nagarex, the 25th level boss. With Rick's strength, even if that human had some means, there would be no possibility of survival. Nagarex, you and the captain of the guards will go to Corpse Burial Island together. I will give you another 500 tribesmen. You must capture that human. Hearing this, Nagarex curled his lips with disdain on his face. Father, he is just a low-level 10th level human. I can go alone. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. Nonsense. The Naga king suddenly widened his eyes and shouted angrily. The battle of all races has only been going on for 5 days. He has evolved to this point in 5 days. How can he be an ordinary person? If you underestimate him, you will suffer a disaster in the future. Seeing that his father was really angry, Nagarex lowered his head. Father, please calm down. I know I was wrong. The Naga king's expression eased slightly, and he said, It is said that killing the evolvers of the 10,000 races will bring great benefits. Nagarex, when you see that human, you must first force him to tell you the hiding places of the other evolvers, and then kill him. Don't worry, father. Nagarex bowed and pointed to the kneeling dog. You come with us. Hearing this, Inoue's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at himself. Hee. Well, since His Royal Highness is so powerful, there should be no need for me to follow him. Although the Naga Royal Court sent out a powerful lineup, a 25th level boss and a 22nd level boss, plus 500 Naga warriors above level 20. But whenever Dogtail recalled the screams of the Beast King and the wilderness before they died, I felt uneasy. That human, whether dealing with the Revenant Beast King or the wilderness, they were killed with overwhelming force. The dog's tail had no way of knowing its true strength. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go together. If we can't find that human, I'll kill you first. Nagarex snorted coldly. The snake's tail swung. Walk outside the palace. The dog's tail shrank and it followed behind in dismay. I don't know why. At this moment, he kind of regretted coming to the Naga Royal Court. Corpse Island. As the beam of light slowly dissipated, Lu Chun lowered his head and examined his panel, a smile forming on his lips. 560 points of free attributes are easily obtained. Cool. Thinking of Charles, Lu Chun couldn't help laughing. If Charles had not painstakingly completed the task and activated the supervisor altar, how can I get these more than 500 attributes? This Charles. Sacrifice yourself for others. Good man. Thinking back, Lu Chun remembered the more than 40 kobolds that Jack had killed before, and their life energy had not yet been extracted. Just a little bit. Suddenly, a large amount of life energy surged towards Lu Chun and Zaichuanzi like a tide. Ding, your vassal Jack kills the kobold pirate 48. Gain life energy, 1.34 million. After giving half to the dumplings, Lu Chun unexpectedly obtained a terrifying 670,000 life energies, and his level soared. Ding, you have reached level 11. Ding, you have reached level 12. Level 12, for W/70W. Strength plus 80. Agility plus 80. Constitution plus 80. Perception plus 80. Free attributes plus 40. Ha ha ha, cool. The joy of being promoted twice in a row made Lu Chun unable to help but roar to the sky. The little girl in my arms also joined in the fun. Guji. Although it sounds a bit like a dog barking, it is particularly cute. The level of the upgraded dumpling is level 8 for W/70W. Lu Chun touched the pink ball, his heart full of smiles. Afterwards, Lu Chun decisively added all 610 free attributes to strength. The war is coming. We must transform every bit of strength into real power. After allocating free attribute points, Lu Chun's attribute panel has been completely renewed. Strength, 1480. Agility, 1934. Physique, 840. Perception, 868. The average four-dimensional attribute of a level 12 evolver of the same level is about 200 points. To avoid redundancy, only key data are listed. Just then, Yun Ting flew over with his wings flapping, knelt on one knee in front of Lu Chun, and reported respectfully. Master, we found a large amount of magic stones underground in Corpse Burial Island. Chapter 139 Arm Recovery. Philosopher's Stone? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that the blueprint of the short-barreled rapid-fire cannon unlocked by the fleet requires magic stones as the production materials. With these magic stones, the fleet under his command should be able to equip this high-grade bronze, short-barreled rapid-fire cannon on a large scale. By then, the strength of the netherworld will surely increase greatly. Thinking about this, Lu Chen nodded and ordered, "Okay, Jack, you command the undead on Corpse Burial Island and cooperate with Yun Ting to dig out all the magic stones." After Jack merged with the Black Bead of the Soul Beast King, he gained the ability to command the undead and can control undead creatures whose realm is lower than his own. "Well, Captain, just watch." Jack grinned. Then he glanced at the dense sea of bones around him and shouted loudly, "You lazy bastards, hurry up and dig. Dig out all the Philosopher's Stones." Upon hearing this, the undead immediately began digging. Yin Ting was saluting Lu Chen, preparing to join the excavation team. But Feng Lai stopped him. "Yin Ting, wait a moment." "Yes, Prophet." Feng Lai saluted Lu Chen and said slowly, "Master, Yin Ting has reached level 14 and possesses the boss template, so his combat power is extraordinary. Do you think he can become a crew member of the Netherworld and serve you?" Before this, Yin Ting killed a large number of kobold pirates and was promoted to level 14. "Want to board the Netherworld?" Lu Chen looked at Yin Ting and said in a deep voice, "Yin Ting, you may not know that the Netherworld is a cursed ship. All the crew members on it will be cursed. Although they can gain immortality, their bodies will gradually rot, just like Jack. Even so, are you still willing to board the Netherworld?" Yin Ting was not at all surprised when he heard Lu Chen's words about the curse of the Netherworld. The chatterbox Jack had already told Yin Ting. He knelt on one knee without hesitation and saluted. "Yin Ting, I am willing to become a member of the Netherworld crew, serve the Master, and kill all the invading enemies for the Master." "Good." Lu Chen nodded his chin lightly and did not refuse. A boss-level subordinate who can revive infinitely. It will undoubtedly greatly enhance one's own strength. As Lu Chen waved his right hand, Yun Ting officially joined the crew of the Netherworld. On the panel, in addition to the A-level wind resonance talent, a B-level undead curse was slowly added. "Ha ha ha ha, Xiao Yunzi, it looks like you'll be like me soon. I won't be the only one who's ugly in the future." When Jack saw that Yun Ting was also cursed, he burst into laughter. It is Yun Ting's honor to serve the Master together with Master Jack. Yun Ting bowed again. He then joined the team to dig for the Philosopher's Stone. Lu Chen looked at Yun Ting's back, nodded with satisfaction. Yun Ting, he has great potential, a strong character, and is not easily shocked by praise or criticism. Really good. Then, Lu Chen turned his gaze to his empty left arm. "It's time to restore my arm. Although it's cool to be Yonghua, losing a hand will affect your combat effectiveness. Now, all the materials needed to make a special healing ship have been gathered." Immediately, Lu Chen clicked on the fleet blueprint and chose to manufacture. Ding, consumes 15th level Spirit Crystal Core 1, 5 copper ingots 5, 150 wood 20 fiber 20, 10 iron ingots. C-class special sloop, under construction. Not long after, a single-masted warship emitting green light slowly took shape. Appeared on the sea outside the Corpse Burial Island. Guji Guji. Seeing this, Tawanzi's big eyes narrowed into crescents. It senses, this ship heals its owner. Tawanzi is really smart. My arm will be fine soon. Let's go up. Lu Chen smiled slightly and instantly appeared on the deck of the special ship with Tawanzi. Sloop. Unnamed, Captain, unspecified. Level, primary. Crew, 0/15. Durability, 1000. Weapon slot, small weapons 0/3. Equipment slot, small equipment 0/1. Speed, medium, sail. Defense, medium, medium armor. Talent, healing wave, sea level. An extremely powerful ship healing talent, enough to regenerate severed limbs. With this ship, as long as you are still breathing, you can be saved. Although the healing ship is a primary sloop like the Netherworld, but the properties differ significantly. The Netherworld has a durability of 1500 and a high level of defense. If two ships engage in a naval battle, the Erebus could sink it easily. But Lu Chen was not disappointed either. After all, the purpose of building a healing ship is not to fight, but to heal his arm. Then, Lu Chen's mind moved. A flash of emerald green light suddenly burst out, transforming into fluctuating energy. Jump around the landing. Lu Chen's left chest. The granulation tissue grows rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. New bone is also rapidly formed at the broken bone. About half an hour later, Lu Qin's left arm was now intact. He clenched his left hand into a fist. No discomfort. Lu Qin was very satisfied. As expected, this is a special ship that was built using a Tier 15 boss crystal core. The healing ability is indeed powerful. Then, Lu Qin stored the treatment ship in the fleet warehouse and returned to the netherworld. Well, there are still 7 warships to be dealt with. His eyes swept over the 7 hyena pirate warships moored at the edge of the island, and Lu Qin subconsciously touched his chin. These warships, as spoils of war for the hyena pirates. They are just ordinary ships without any talent. The weapons on board were also mediocre. It's not worth equipping your own fleet. That's right. Is it possible to exchange these useless things for contribution points? Lu Qin suddenly thought. After creating Netherworld, the fleet shop was opened. Although I don't like these 7 warships, but the treasures in the fleet store are real good stuff. The idea is certain. Lu Qin acted quickly and converted all 7 ships into contribution points. Ding, primary sloop 7. Exchange contribution points, 1507. Current contribution points, 1050 points. The Tianyu reminder sounded. Then, Lu Qin checked the exchangeable items in the fleet store. 1. Sea Ginseng, silver primary, 300 points. 2. Storm Amulet, silver primary, 350 points. 3. Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, silver primary, 400 points. 4. Hylon Spirit Pearl, special item, 500 points. When I saw the Hylon Lingzhu, Lu Qin's eyes lit up instantly. This is a treasure that can upgrade the ship's talents. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qin decisively spent 1,000 contribution points and exchanged them for 2 Hylon Lingzhu. After a while, looking at the 2 spiritual beads lying in front of him, Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Hylon Lingzhu can only evolve talents below sea level. The current 5 talents of the Nether are Ghost Ship, B class, Strengthened Guardian Barrier, B class, Night Sailor, C, Ecological Symbiosis, D class, Extreme Speed, D class. Chapter 140 More and more like Davy Jones. That is to say, you can only choose 2 of the 3 talents, Night Sailor, Ecological Symbiosis, and Extreme Speed, to evolve. The stealth capability of the Night Sailor is extremely practical and is naturally the first choice. As for Ecological Symbiosis and Extreme Speed, after Lu Qin thought for 2 seconds, I decided to upgrade the speed first. After all, even if Ecological Symbiosis is upgraded, it can only control some more powerful creatures. He has 2 boss-level vassals, Jack and Yunting, by his side. There is absolutely no lack of combat power. In contrast, the ability to increase the top speed is more useful for Lu Qin at present. Ding, the Nether's D-level talent, Extreme Speed, evolves to a C-level talent, Gale. Gale, Class C. The ship gains a speed as fast as the Gale, can accelerate to the limit in an instant, and can maintain high-speed cruising for a longer period of time. Haha, is this ship faster than the others? Ding, the C-level talent of the Netherworld, Night Sailor, evolves to the B-level talent, Night Submersible. Dark Knight Submarine, Class B. The ship can not only sail in stealth mode, but also dive into the sea for a short period of time. Let's play hide and seek. Looking at the upgraded talents of the Nether, a gleam of light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. These talents are so practical. The wind can not only accelerate instantly, it can also maintain high-speed cruising for a long time. This is very helpful when traveling or chasing enemies. The upgrade of Dark Knight Submarine made Lu Qin overjoyed. Class B Night Dive. In addition to stealth, he could even make the Netherworld dive into the water, etc. A cursed ghost ship, a pet octopus, and a ship full of dead souls. Plus the boat can only be used for diving. I am becoming more and more like Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean. Fortunately, I haven't turned into a disgusting appearance like Davy Jones yet. Dumplings are not as hideous and scary as the Norwegian sea monsters in the movies. Thinking of this, Lu Qin looked down at the cute little girl in his arms. A drum started beating in my heart. Tawanzi, when you grow up, you won't become like in the movies, right? Guji. Tawanzi tilted his head, obviously not understanding what Lu Qin was saying. It's okay, it's okay. No matter what you look like when you grow up, I will always love you. Lu Qin picked up Tawanzi and rubbed his face affectionately. Guji. Tawanzi closed his eyes, and his 8 little tentacles began to dance happily. Right now, Yunting flapped his wings and came over, bowing respectfully. My lord, all the magic stones have been mined. Good. Lu Qin nodded. The figure flashed, appeared on the corpse burial island in an instant. With teleportation, it is much more convenient to move within a short distance. As for long distance, Lu Chen also tried it. Yes, it is possible. However, the amount of mental energy consumed is extremely terrifying, far beyond what I can bear now. For now, teleportation is mainly used in combat rather than long-distance travel. On the burial island, Jack had already piled up the magic stones neatly. When I saw Lu Chen, Jack's face suddenly showed surprise. Hey, Captain, is your arm okay? Well, we built a healing ship. As Lu Chen spoke, he turned his gaze to the magic stones. I saw those magic stones, which were transparent. Each one emits a faint fluorescence, with strange patterns flowing on the surface. Magic Stone 100, Bronze Primary. A stone containing strange energy, which is the energy source for many weapons and equipment. It's actually bronze primary material? Lu Chen raised his brows. A full 100 units of bronze primary materials. This is a considerable fortune. But when I think of the fighting power of the Soul Beast King and Corpse Burial Island, Lu Chen felt relieved. Even though the Ghost Beast King had no power to resist in Lu Chen's hands. That's because Lu Chen has a high-level talent for the undead. Directly let the undead army on Corpse Burial Island turn against them. Otherwise, even if Lu Chen, they didn't dare to easily confront this 20,000 undead army. The world of Tianyu. Risks and rewards coexist. It is not surprising that such a dangerous burial island contains precious magic stones. Lu Chen decisively consumed 2 magic stones, made 2 high-grade bronze, short-bodied rapid-fire cannons. Then he replaced the giant whaling crossbow on the netherworld, and the equipment was in place. So far, all 3 small weapon slots on the Erebus are fully equipped. Then, Lu Chen stored all the remaining magic stones in the fleet warehouse. He opened the fleet channel and Yang Zimo. Yang Zimo responded instantly. Lord of the Underworld, please give me your orders. There is a healing ship and a batch of magic stones in the warehouse. You can arrange their use and raise the level of the Netherworld members as soon as possible. When Yang Zimo saw the news, a light flashed in his eyes. With the Philosopher's Stone, if you get a level 10 crystal core, you can build a short rapid-fire cannon. He immediately issued a military order. Yes, Lord Hades, Yang Zimo guarantees that within 4 days, everyone's level will reach above level 10. Lu Chen nodded. Then I remembered something else. To manufacture a short rapid-fire cannon, you need a 10th level crystal core. Therefore, the hundreds of 15th level crystal cores dug out from the kobolds were also stored in the fleet warehouse. Well, there are still some 10th level crystal cores here. You and Li Sini will help distribute them. Also, help me keep an eye out for sea beasts with hearing talents. If they are weak, just deal with them and give me their bodies. If you can't handle them, call me. The order is complete. Lu Chen closed the fleet channel. My hearing ability has evolved to 95 of C level. Just absorb 1 more D level auditory perception to upgrade to B level. The last battle with the Ghost Beast King. Lu Chen deeply realized the huge benefits that upgrading auxiliary talents to C level would bring to combat. Although, a single auxiliary talent has limited impact on the enemy. But I have my own group, possessing auxiliary talents in vision, smell, and hearing. The combined effect of these 3 is extremely astonishing. This is only C level. How powerful it would be if it were upgraded to level B. Moreover, Lu Chen was also very curious. What kind of changes will occur after the hearing ability evolves to level B? Yang Zimo stared at the chat channel, feeling very excited. Then he turned around. He glanced at the people in the netherworld behind him and announced in a deep voice. The Lord of the Underworld has just provided us with the main materials for hundreds of short-body rapid-fire cannons. The meal has been served to us, and we are just waiting to eat it. I have issued a military order. Within 4 days, all of you must be promoted to level 10 or higher. When the people in the netherworld heard this, they immediately became excited. Fuck, a short-barreled rapid-fire cannon. That's a high-level bronze cannon. Yu Ming was able to get so many materials. It's amazing. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Chapter 141. Naga King's Court Attack. Don't worry, Commander Yang. The Hades treated us like this. If we can't reach level 10, we'll just find a piece of tofu and die. Yes, I think. As long as there are enough monsters, we can reach level 10 in less than 4 days. Seeing everyone rubbing their hands and full of high morale. Yang Zimo nodded and then ordered. Okay, everyone, don't take it lightly. I don't want to see anyone sacrificed. According to the plan, the exploration team will go out to look for sea beasts, and the support team will be on standby at all times. Once a large-scale hostile force is discovered, the large force in the rear will immediately launch a general attack. He paused, then ordered in a more serious tone. Also, everyone, keep your eyes peeled. The Lord of the Underworld specifically targets sea beasts with hearing abilities. Once you find one, take it down, no matter what the cost. Yes. Captain, what are we going to do next? Jack saw Lu Chen close the panel. He immediately leaned closer, his face full of curiosity. Next, sleep. After Lu Chen finished speaking. So I found a comfortable place. Lie down and close your eyes. Since entering the world of Tianyu, Lu Chen has been either fighting or on his way to fight. Although due to the high perception bonus, the body can maintain its functions without sleep. But the feeling of fatigue is hard to dispel. Now the spoils have been gathered. Not surprisingly, the enemy will come to you soon. During this rare leisure time, Lu Chen would definitely have a good sleep. Guji. Seeing this, the little boy quickly lay on Lu Chen's legs. He curled up into a little pink ball and then fell into a deep sleep. Sleep. I Tuanzi love sleeping the most. No? The Naga royal family is about to arrive. How can you sleep like this? You're still sleeping so fast? Jack opened his eyes wide as he looked at the man and the beast who fell asleep on the pillow. Then he waved to Yunting. I want to sleep too. Sha Yunzi, come together. Yunting shook his head. Master Jack, you go to sleep. I will guard Corpse Burial Island. Okay. Jack shrugged. Then he lay on his back beside Lu Chen. Soon the snoring became as loud as thunder. A sweet dream. On the 6th day of arriving in the world of Tianyu. Early morning. A ray of sunlight quietly fell on Lu Chen's angular face. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of cold light flashed. The guests have arrived. Fuck, it's coming? Jack, who was sleeping, suddenly jumped up. A flash of black light appeared on his hands. 2 black crystal swords condensed instantly. Looking nervous. Guji. The little dumpling who was sleeping soundly was startled by Jack. Grunting at Jack in dissatisfaction. This was the first time it slept in its owner's arms, but it was disturbed by Jack. It's still far away. You scared Tuanzi. Lu Chen glared at Jack, then gently stroked Tuanzi to comfort him. I thought the Nagas were coming to kill us. Jack scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Since you're awake, just hide first. We might have to take action later. Lu Chen patted Tuanzi lightly and whispered an order. Guji. Tuanzi responded obediently and then got into the backpack behind Lu Chen. Just then, Yunting slowly descended from the sky and walked quickly to Lu Chen. Report. Master, when I was scouting from high altitude, I discovered that a large number of Nagas were approaching Corpse Burial Island. New. Lu Chen nodded. Everyone pretend not to know and wait until they get closer. Yes, sir. On the sea outside the Corpse Burial Island. The waves are rough. Your Highness, the Corpse Burial Island is ahead. The human with the stone gaze is there. He's not gone yet. I can still smell him now. The dog's limbs paddled vigorously in the water, its nose twitched, and its face was full of confidence. Beside the dog's tail, more than 500 Naga warriors waved their snake tails. His face was ferocious, and there was a fierce light in his eyes. Haha, is this the Corpse Burial Island? I can't even sense the aura of a rank 15. The guard captain asked and spat out his tongue, his face full of contempt, and then said, Your Highness, the island is full of rank 10 trash. Let's just charge in and kill them. Nagarex nodded. He waved his right hand, about to issue the order to attack. But he was interrupted by the hurried sound of the dog's tail. Your Highness, you absolutely cannot do that. When Inoue heard that Nagarex intended to attack directly, his face suddenly changed drastically with fear. Quickly dissuade him. There are 20,000 undead souls living on Corpse Burial Island. Aston heard this, sneered, and said disdainfully. Humph, they are just 10th level ants. No matter how many there are, they can't stop me at all. As long as I charge forward and kill that human, these undead will be out of control like headless flies. Nagarex nodded and agreed. Yes, although there are many undead, most of them are not intelligent and do not pose a big threat. Everyone, listen up. To Corpse Burial Island, advance. However, Nagarex's order has not yet been fully issued. But the dog tail screamed again and stopped him. No, Your Highness, I really can't. The dog's tail kept shaking its head, its body trembling, and its fear was beyond words. Aston saw this, the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became even stronger. Shinzi licked his lips and sneered. Haha, Your Highness, this dog-headed man is obviously frightened by that human. He is of no use anyway, so why not kill him first as a sacrifice to the military flag? A hint of coldness flashed in Nagarex's eyes. He stared at the dog's tail and asked coldly. Kobold, do you think I can't defeat that lowly human? You better give me a reasonable reason. Seeing the cold looks from Nagarex and Aston, Inoue swallowed unconsciously. I felt uneasy. He didn't want to stop the Naga tribe again and again. But the current situation forced him to do so. If you stop now, you may die. But if we follow the Naga tribe to the Corpse Burial Island, we will definitely die. Thinking of this, the dogtail could not help but pluck up his courage and said in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, how could you be defeated by that human? It's just that human is a little weird." As he spoke, the dog pointed to the large pit in the center of Corpse Burial Island. He can control the undead to self-destruct. That big hole was blown up by him. Inoue continued to describe with a look of horror. I saw with my own eyes that the Ghost Beast King was instantly blown to ashes. The power was too terrifying. After hearing what Inoue said, Nagarex and Aston's expressions suddenly became serious. Self-destruction? You mean the undead skill? Corpse explosion? Nagarex's voice couldn't help but rise a few notches. Then he exchanged a look with Aston. There was a deep fear in the eyes of both of them. There are tens of thousands of dead souls on the island. If they had rushed forward rashly just now, what would have been waiting for them would probably have been a barrage of undead bombs. Chapter 142. Just killed a snake girl. Corpse explosion? Humph. So what? How can we, the Naga tribe, be afraid of this little explosion? The face of the guard captain Aston was still full of disdain. But then he changed the subject. However, the enemy has the advantage of terrain, so a head-on attack would be disadvantageous to us. Those undead souls are bound to the Corpse Burial Island, but for that human, as an evolved one participating in the battle of 10,000 races, time is of the essence to him. He will definitely leave Corpse Burial Island as soon as possible. We just need to wait patiently, and he will come to us on his own. The explosion of a level 10 undead might not be a big deal. But if it breaks out in large numbers, even someone as strong as Aston could hardly withstand the destructive force. The eldest Prince Nagarex nodded. He gave the order. The captain of the guards is right. Everyone, disperse and keep a close watch on Corpse Burial Island. If that human leaves, intercept him immediately. Yes, sir. The Nagas responded in unison. Seeing this, Inoue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said to himself, "Then I guess humans are only slightly better at undead talents. Once they leave Corpse Burial Island and lose the support of the Undead Legion, they will probably not be a match for the Naga King's court." However, the Nagas were unaware. A snow-white seagull is circling in the sky. I have heard every word of their conversation. On the burial island, Jack was playing with the magic crystal sword in his hand and complained, "These Nagas are making such a big fuss. Why haven't they come yet?" "It won't come." Luchin moved his newly regenerated left hand, his face calm. "They know I'm good at corpse explosion." Huh. Jack was startled, then became anxious. Then wouldn't our preparations for the undead army be in vain? Sudden. He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened, and he stammered to Luchin. Captain, you don't want to leave Corpse Burial Island and attack us, do you? There are 2 level 20 bosses and more than 500 high-level Nagas." "Pa." Luchin snapped his fingers. "Smart. Since you have guessed it, you will be the first to attack later, right?" "No. No way? I'm only level 12. I'm going to take the initiative to fight 2 bosses over level 20. Jack pointed at himself, his eyes full of astonishment. What? Even the famous Captain Jack Sparrow is afraid? There was a hint of teasing in Luchin's eyes. Afraid? I, Jack, have never known how to spell the word afraid since I was born. Just wait, Captain. I'm going to tear the heads off those 2 worms. Jack straightened his spine suddenly. Grass. At worst, I'll just die once. What do I have to be afraid of since I have an immortal body? Okay, the Netherworld sets sail. Target, the Naga tribe on the sea. Your Highness, a black boat has sailed out from Corpse Burial Island and is heading towards us at a rapid speed. When the Naga warriors who were scouting at the front line saw the Netherworld, they immediately reported it to Nagarex. Ha ha ha, this human has a lot of talent, but he is so stupid. He didn't even do any reconnaissance and rashly sailed out of Corpse Burial Island. He is simply courting his own death. Aston looked at the approaching black boat, a sneer of disdain appearing on the corner of his mouth. Snort. This human being. If we rely on Corpse Burial Island and hold on, with the power of the corpse explosion, I really can't do anything about him. Unexpectedly, he gave up his advantage so easily. I'm so tired of living. Nagarex was delighted when he saw this, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You dare to sneak out of Corpse Burial Island without the undead army. Today is your end. Before he finished speaking, he waved his right arm. He ordered coldly. Everyone, stop that black boat. Yes, sir. The Naga warriors responded in unison, their voices like thunder. Next. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Many hands hold tridents. The Naga warrior with fierce eyes suddenly jumped out of the sea. It lies across the path of the Netherworld. Human, you'd better stop the boat obediently, otherwise, I will let you experience the horror of our Naga royal court. Aston holds a huge hammer. He threatened with a grin. The muscles in his arms were tense. He gathered his strength and prepared to smash the eerie black boat down with one blow. After all, faced with so many aliens blocking the way, no one would be stupid enough to stop the ship. However, to Aston's shock, the black sail of the netherworld was slowly lowered. The boat really stopped. A handsome young man, as tall as a pine tree, stood proudly at the bow. He scanned the Nagas with a calm gaze. Naga tribe? We have been waiting for you for a long time. You guys are really slow. As soon as these words came out, the Nagas looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? A human being of only level 12. Facing the terrifying army of the Naga King's court. There was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, there was a strange expectation in his eyes. Seemed his own side was his target of hunting. Isn't this right? Are we hunters? Especially the dogtail mixed in with the Naga army. Glancing at Lu Qin's calm expression, the uneasiness in my heart became stronger. He subconsciously looked at Aston. I kept comforting myself. It's okay, that human must be showing off. The Naga royal court is so powerful that it will surely crush that human into pieces. Pa pa pa. Just then, a burst of applause suddenly rang out. Nagarex slowly rose from the sea. The snake-like hair on his head hissed, and his eyes stared at Lu Qin like knives. An evolver who can sail out of the novice sea area within 5 days is indeed very courageous. Nagarex, with a sharp gaze, staring closely at Lu Qin on the black boat. A cold voice came out from between teeth. We came here only to verify one thing. How did you get your petrification solidification? As soon as the words fell, a tangible murderous aura instantly spread around Nagarex. Facing Nagarex's questioning, Lu Qin showed no sign of surprise. He said calmly, "Oh, just killed a snake girl." Saying, Lu Qin's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Come to think of it, she has the same snake hair as you. Lu Qin's words fell. The surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence. All the Nagas stared at Lu Qin with murderous eyes. Arrogant. Too arrogant. He admitted it directly without any disguise. This is totally disregarding our Naga people. The dog's tail looked at Lu Qin, who stood as tall as a pine tree. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. This human being is really brave. Inoue thought he would make some excuses. I didn't expect that he would admit it so readily. This undoubtedly led to an irreconcilable feud with the powerful Naga royal court. Okay. I didn't expect you to be so brave and responsible. Nagarex's face twisted into a hideous expression. Do you know that Nagaroth was killed by you? She is the princess of my Naga court, my sister. Chapter 143, Disposable Weapon Jack? Lu Qin glanced at him. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The royal court? How a tiny tribe of frogs in a well dares to call themselves the royal court. How absurd. You bastard. Damn human. Your Highness, stop nagging him and give the order to kill him. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Naga warriors were instantly enraged. Nagarex's eyes were as cold as ice. He slowly raised his right hand and said fiercely, Captain of the guards, break his limbs. I will cut off his flesh piece by piece and feed it to the fish in the sea. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will make this kid cry and beg you to give him a quick death. Aston smiled grimly. The sharp fangs are clearly revealed. A pair of vertical pupils stared at Lu Qin on the netherworld. The surging power in the body is like a volcano about to erupt, ready to explode. Naga tribe, Aston, boss-level creature. Features: ferocious, ocean affinity, aquatic and land-based, scaly skin. Talent: water resonance, level B. Skill 1. Raging Sea, level B. Aston will summon a huge raging sea, submerging the entire battlefield in the raging waves. In this raging sea, his strength and speed will be greatly improved, and the enemy will be continuously damaged and suppressed. Dear, have you ever felt a tsunami? Skill 2. Water Shield, sea level. Aston can weave an indestructible barrier with water power to resist all attacks. This barrier can also rebound the enemy's attack, making the attacker suffer the consequences. Hitting me is like hitting yourself. Battle Power Assessment. Level 22 boss. If you encounter him near water, running away is the best option. Of course, the premise is that you can escape. Level 22 boss? Looking at the panel of the snake man in front of him, Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. Your strength is not enough to make me cry and beg you. Boy, I know what you rely on. Aston stared at Lu Qin, grinning even more fiercely. It's nothing more than the tens of thousands of undead on Corpse Burial Island and the self-destruction technique. But right now, in this ocean, the undead on Corpse Burial Island can't help you at all. So, you can go die. Before he finished speaking, Aston roared, and the power in his body erupted like a volcano. The snake's tail swung violently. His figure instantly turned into a shadow and shot towards Lu Qin. At the same time, Aston swung the trident in his hand fiercely. Huge waves rose up beside him, turning into a terrifying tsunami. With terrifying power, it roared like an angry dragon and swept towards the netherworld. And today, I will let you know how powerful my Naga tribe is. B-level skill, Raging Sea. Its power is so strong that it seems as if the heaven and earth are about to collapse and all things are burning. Aston knew that. The human in front of him had killed an 18th-level Ghost Beast King. So, he didn't hold back. The most powerful killing move is the first one. I swear to kill Lu Qin with one blow and eliminate this trouble forever. Inoue looked at the terrifying tsunami. Excitement flashed across his face. As expected of the Naga royal court, a casual attack can be so terrifying. Although that human is weird, there is no possibility of survival under this tsunami. When I think of it, after Lu Qin was killed, the rich rewards that I can receive from the Naga tribe. The smile on the dog's face could not be concealed. However, the smile lasted only 2 seconds before it froze, turned into unbelievable. How is this possible? On Lu Qin's side, facing the turbulent tsunami caused by Aston, his face was still as calm as water. No action. Sudden. A black light flashed out from behind Lu Qin like lightning, heading straight for the rushing Aston. Aston was stunned. Wait until you see clearly what is coming. His face showed disdain. Humph, a mere 12th level boss level undead actually wants to stop me? After saying that, Aston's arms were muscular. The huge trident whistled in the wind and pierced Jack, who was rushing towards it. I vowed to split it in two with my halberd. Let this ignorant dead soul understand. The power of a level 22 boss cannot be shaken by a level 12 boss. Ha ha ha, Snake Man, let me show you my 12th level power. Jack stared at the rapidly approaching trident. In the overwhelming storm, an almost crazy smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he suddenly opened his hands and laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha, today, you little snakes will remember the supreme power of me, Master Jack. Before he finished speaking, Jack's body burst out with blinding black light. The energy of death is like a flood that breaks through a dam, surging and surging wildly. Wrong. Aston's face suddenly changed when he saw this. This terrifying power fluctuation, could it be a corpse explosion? He was horrified and cursed inwardly. Grass. Is the other side crazy? Send a boss over right at the start to commit suicide and explode? Is boss so worthless? In this moment, Jack's body seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The energy of death erupts like a volcano. It swallowed him whole in an instant. Boom. There was a deafening roar. Under the horrific power of the corpse explosion, Jack suddenly exploded. The shockwave of the explosion was centered on him. It instantly spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart. Madman. Aston responded quickly. Instantly mobilized the water element around the body. Madness condensed into a thick water shield in an attempt to withstand the devastating impact. However, the impact of the corpse explosion is beyond imagination. Aston tried his best to condense the water shield. In the face of this terrifying impact, the crack spread rapidly and finally shattered with a loud bang. At the same time, the tsunami created by Aston was vulnerable to the force of this explosion. It was vaporized into nothingness in an instant. The surrounding seawater seemed to be thrown into the sky by an invisible force, flying straight up hundreds of meters. Then, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, with heavy rain and broken waves falling from the sky. The scene was in chaos. The mist is everywhere. Everywhere I looked was chaos. It seemed as if the whole world was baptized by this sudden rainstorm. When the rainstorm dissipates, Aston was seen floating on the sea in a panic. The originally fierce vertical pupils were filled with fear. The snake scales on his body were blown to pieces. Countless horrific wounds were clearly visible, and the blood dyed the surrounding sea red. Even more shocking is that his arms were blown off in the explosion. The captain of the guards, who had been so majestic, now looked extremely miserable. This horrific explosion. The Nagas who were originally grinning grimly around were stunned for a moment, their eyes frozen. Ruthless. Too cruel. That's a level 12 boss level undead. He was actually willing to become a disposable weapon of destruction for that human. You know, if the intelligent dead do not wish, no one can force its corpse to explode. And that human being, it is even more cold and cruel. Watching his loyal subordinates being blown to pieces right before his eyes. There was no ripple on his face, calm and composed, as if he didn't care about the life or death of a dead soul. It was as if the undead soul could be resurrected later. Chapter 144. Lu Qin was crushed. The hair on the dog's tail was soaked by the torrential rain from Jack's self-explosion. He stared blankly at Aston, who was so arrogant before but now in such a state of disgrace. My mouth opened wide involuntarily. I was shocked to the extreme. Aston had previously made wild statements. He claimed that only 100 of his tribesmen were needed to raise Corpse Burial Island to the ground. But the result is, now he didn't even touch a hair of that human. He was severely wounded and lost his fighting power. What are you doing? No. Could it be that the Naga royal court is really unable to defeat this human who has only been in Chanyu for 6 days? Mads, you are all completely crazy. Aston's eyes were red, and the bones of his broken arms were exposed. He roared in terror. Your Highness, hurry up. Kill this crazy guy. As the chief guard of the Naga royal court, Aston has experienced countless battles. But he had never met an opponent as ruthless as Jack. As soon as he came up, he used his body as bait. Trigger corpse explosion. Want to die with him? Damn it. What benefits did humans give you? He can make you fight so hard that you are willing to be his human bomb. Nagarex looked at the miserable state of the captain of the guards. His eyelids couldn't help shrinking slightly, and he said in a concentrated voice, a boss-level corpse explosion. You are really willing to sacrifice yourself. You are ruthless to your enemies and even more ruthless to your own people. You are a real character. Speaking of which, Nagarex's tone suddenly turned cold. The whole body is filled with murderous intent. However, you don't have any other boss-level undead under your command that you can use to explode corpses again. However, Nagarex hadn't finished speaking yet. A hint of impatience flashed across Lu Chen's face. So long-winded. Do you villains always talk so much nonsense before a fight? After saying that, above the sea, a black light flashed across the sky. The sound of tearing the air is deafening. Under the gaze of hundreds of people, Lu Chen, who was standing quietly at the bow, suddenly jumped up. Like a flash of black lightning, it rushed out in an instant. At the same time, the pitch-black blade on his right palm cut through the sky, suddenly stabbed at Nagarex. 12th level Lu Chen. He actually took the initiative to attack the level 25 Nagarex. The dog's tail behind can be seen here. I was speechless for a while. Villain? Brother. You look more like a villain, right? First he killed the man's sister. Then he used his own men as human bombs and directly killed the chief guard. Now they have taken the initiative to attack. Why do I feel that the Naga tribe is the one who has suffered the most injustice? But wait a minute until the eldest prince makes a move. You, a human being, should be dead. Thinking of the strength of the Naga tribe, Inue's originally uneasy heart calmed down a little. You were so arrogant. Nagarex saw that Lu Chen was not afraid at all. Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Suddenly he shouted angrily. The trident held tightly in his right palm suddenly swung towards the black blade in front of him. Clang! There was a deafening roar. The heart erosion blade and the trident collided suddenly. Sparks flew. Lu Chen only felt a huge force surging towards him. The body leaped backwards, doing 2 somersaults in the air. Finally, it fell onto the sea. The wave-walking boots on his feet instantly shone with light. He took 6 steps on the sea surface before he was able to get rid of the huge force. Seeing Nagarex casually attack and knocking Lu Chen back dozens of meters, the surrounding Nagas suddenly burst into a huge cheer. The great prince is mighty. Your Highness, kill this ignorant human. A race as small as an ant dares to challenge our Naga tribe. Today, I will let you experience our strength. Seeing this scene, Inoue was relieved. Haha. I just said. How could a mere 12th level human be a match for the Naga royal family? I feel relieved now. You can go and claim your reward later. Feel the power in your hands. The solemnity in Nagarex's eyes gradually dissipated. Instead, there was a hint of disdain. Hee. Humans are humans after all. So weak. Previously, he was only able to act recklessly because he relied on his loyal subordinates. Now that he has gone into battle in person, he is found to be vulnerable. Now, Lu Chen stood steadily on the sea, his figure swaying with the waves, glancing at his slightly trembling arms. Eyes narrowed slightly. Can you repel yourself with just a wave of your hand? You know. Just one strike. Although I have not activated the power resonance. But the basic attributes have already reached a terrifying 1480 points. Able to suppress oneself in strength. This means that Nagarex's basic attributes are at least around 3000 points. Kind of interesting. As expected of a level 25 boss. Lu Chen's mind moved. Then the attribute panel of Nagarex was called up. Naga tribe, Nagarex, boss level creature. Features: affinity with the ocean, amphibious, scaly skin, high intelligence. Talent: stone gaze stagnation, A level. Everything freezes under your gaze. Whoever you stare at will get pregnant. Skill 1. Bloodthirsty tracking, rank B. Nagarex has a keen sense of smell and perception in the ocean, and can easily track the enemy's breath. Once he sets his sights on you, don't even think about escaping. Skill 2. Bloody Cut, Level A, release a powerful cutting attack, while absorbing the enemy's blood and vitality, continuously replenishing energy for Nagarex, making it more ferocious in battle. A protracted war is exactly what he likes. Battle Power Assessment, Level 25 Boss, Terrible Bloody Naga. Also, be careful of his eyes. A level Petrifying Gaze? Lu Qin's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's even more interesting. Hope. You can play with me longer. Thinking about this, Lu Qin kicked the sea surface with his right foot, like a hammer falling, rising from the waves. As the explosion sounded suddenly, Lu Qin's figure was like a sharp arrow shot out of a gun, shooting towards Nagarex again. The pitch-black blade in his right hand flashed with a cold light. Draw a decisive arc. Go straight for Nagarex again. Humph, how dare you come and die again? Nagarex saw Lu Qin attacking again like a reckless man. The disdain in his eyes grew stronger. His arms were muscular, like iron. The whole body's strength surges and gathers. Like rivers flowing into the sea, all is poured into the arms. The trident in his hand, with the power to destroy the world, suddenly swung towards Lu Qin. And this attack will definitely take your life. Amidst Nagarex's roar, the trident and the pitch-black blade collided with a loud bang. However, this time, there was no expected metal collision. The moment the trident touched, it shattered like fragile porcelain. The pitch-black blade is unstoppable. Under Nagarex's shocked gaze, it went straight through his right shoulder. The sound of bones breaking is crisp and loud, which makes people's heart palpitate. Chapter 145 Nagarex Doubts Life. Nagarex only felt an indescribable terrifying force surging in, and a gorgeous blood flower instantly bloomed on her shoulder. His body was suddenly smashed away by the huge force, like a kite with a broken string. It crashed heavily onto the sea surface behind. It caused a huge wave. Asshole, you have a talent for strength. You are actually a person with a talent for strength. Nagarex wailed miserably. The severe pain in his shoulder made him twist his body wildly. At the moment he was knocked away, he clearly saw a strange red light flashing on Lu Qin's body. That is clearly a sign of the power talent being activated. He never expected that. This ain't like human being in front of me. In addition to the undead talent, he also possesses the strength talent. Hateful. How on earth did this human race master two talents at the same time? However, Nagarex's astonishment had not yet dissipated. I saw a hint of green quickly spreading across his wound. This scene. His pupil shrank suddenly. Poison. I was actually poisoned. Grass. This fucking human has a poison-related talent. How many other talents does he possess? However, at this moment, Lu Qin did not stop at all. Amid countless stunned gazes, he flashed. Almost at the moment when Nagarex fell into the sea, he had already arrived in front of him. Lan Xing's experience with countless TV dramas tells him that villains often die because of their talkativeness and arrogance. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Last hitting is always the first priority in combat. Nagarex just raised his head. He met Lu Qin's emotionless black eyes, as cold as ice. Next, a slender hand suddenly stretched out, grasped his head tightly like an iron clamp, and pressed him hard on the sea. On the palm, a terrifying force is gathering momentum. It seems as if a destructive force will erupt at any time. The sea surface has become as hard as rock under the effect of the wave-walking boots. At this moment, Nagarex only felt a breath of death coming towards him, like ice piercing his bones. The intuition formed by countless battles is shouting wildly. This blow. If you can't stop it, I will really die. Thinking about this, Nagarex did not dare to hesitate. His eyes suddenly widened and turned gray in an instant. The snakes on his head danced wildly, and the snake heads rang together. A level talent, Petrifying Gaze Stagnation, activated. Before Lu Qin's right hand could exert force, the whole person turned into a stone statue in an instant. Asshole, asshole. Seeing Lu Qin being petrified, Nagarex gasped, still in shock. I dare not fight back at all. Just a swipe of the snake's tail. He quickly leaped backwards, putting some distance between himself and Lu Qin. If the petrified person is attacked, he will be freed from the petrified state. Then, Nagarex concentrated all her energy on the wound on her shoulder, trying to stop the spread of the poison. There was no more disdain in his eyes as he looked at Lu Qin. Instead, there was a deep fear and solemnity. How difficult this human being is. It was the only one he had ever seen in his life. With this in mind, Nagarex couldn't help but curse inwardly. Grass. Is this guy really an evolver from a lower world? Isn't it said that the talent levels of the evolvers in the low-level world are very low? To be able to awaken a sea-level talent is already a genius. Is This freak in front of me. Not only does he have an A-level talent for the undead, there are also B-level strength talents and C-level poison talents. A total of 3 talents. Damn it. He's only level 12. I am a real level 25 boss. A level 25 boss who had practiced hard for 100 years was almost killed in 1 second by an evolver who had just entered the Tianyu world for 6 days. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law? God's will. Look at this perverted evolver you created. Does he want his natives to survive? This sudden battle. The cheering Nagas fell silent instantly. Everyone opened their mouths wide. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The one who just retreated in such a panic. But he is the eldest prince of the Naga royal family. He is a super powerful person in the tribe, second only to the Naga king, the great prince. The eldest prince was knocked away by that human with just one move. In the end, he could only rely on his petrification talent to escape in a hurry. How powerful is this human being? As a result, when facing the petrified Lu Qin, the eldest prince could only flee and not dare to fight back. Seeing this shocking scene, the smile on Inue's face froze instantly. He was stunned. He poked the dumbfounded Naga warrior beside him. He asked in a trembling voice. Then that. Your Highness hasn't used his full strength yet. I think so. The voice of the Naga warrior next to him seemed to lack confidence. Aston, who had lost both arms. I was completely dumbfounded. I'm not mistaken, Your Highness was actually crushed in terms of strength. How is this possible? You know. His Highness's strength attribute is more than 3,000 points. To crush His Highness in strength. And with one blow he shattered His Highness's weapon. At least 6,000 points of strength are needed to do this. This human is only level 12. The strength attribute is over 6,000? What's the trouble? At this moment, Aston felt a surge of fear in his heart. I originally thought that I was extremely unlucky to encounter a human bomb right at the start. Now think about it. My luck is just too good. After all, Aston does not have the attributes and strength of Nagarex. If facing Lu Qin's terrifying attack just now, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Nagarex just barely suppressed the poison on my shoulder. Suddenly there was a creaking sound beside my ears. I saw countless cracks suddenly appear on Lu Qin's body, who was frozen in place. Next, with a loud bang, it shattered into pieces of stone. Nagarex's pupil shrank suddenly. I couldn't help but exclaimed. What? How could you break free of your petrification so quickly? His petrifying gaze has evolved to level A. Even if it is a boss-level opponent of the same level, it takes several minutes to struggle to break free from the shackles of petrification. But the monster in front of me, from the moment of being petrified, it only took 5 seconds to break free from the restraints. Grass. Mad. I have an A-level talent. Only 5 seconds? To what astonishing degree has this monster's perception reached? Surprisingly, the resistance to abnormal conditions is so strong. A-level petrification, not bad. I'll take it. Lu Qin moved his stiff neck. There was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as he looked at Nagarex. As expected, he is an A-level talent. Under the defense of the sensory resonance launched by myself, it can also petrify itself for 5 seconds. It's considered to be quite capable. Speaking of which, the Naga tribe is really generous. My sister first gave me a B-level petrification. My brother was afraid that he would be dissatisfied. He even came in person to upgrade his talent. Good man. Chapter 146 A-level talent, petrifying gaze, hysteresis. You want my talent? As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, the shock on Nagarex's face instantly twisted into a hideous look. Do you think that my Naga royal family can survive in this world where the strong prey on the weak, just with this talent for petrification? He sneered. Human, take a close look at your body right now. Hearing Nagarex's words, Lu Qin moved his wrist slightly, and his brows suddenly frowned. I saw that my agility dropped sharply from 1934 to 967 points. Haha, human, you've been hit by my petrifying gaze. Even if you break free, your agility and reaction will only be half as good. Nagarex laughed grimly. He saw that Lu Qin was incredibly powerful and must be an evolver who focused on strength. Agility is his weak point. Now weakened by petrification, he will definitely not be able to dodge his next attack and will die. Thinking of this, Nagarex's face became even more ferocious. Roaring, human, pay for my sister's life. Before he finished speaking, his body trembled violently, and the power in his body surged violently. Crack, crack. Blood-red scales grew wildly from under the skin. Fingertip. The scarlet claws broke through the cocoon like a sharp blade, tearing the air, and the whistling sound was piercing. Nagarex instantly transformed into a bloody Naga. The oppression is suffocating. Die. Nagarex let out a deafening roar. He swung his claws violently, and a bloody storm arose. Moment. Countless blood-colored lights and shadows shot out from between the claws, like a bloody sickle covering the sky. Sharp and decisive, going straight to Lu Qin. A-level skill, bloody cutting. The bloody cuts intertwined in the air, weaving into a dense bloody net. Wherever I go. The air was torn apart. The hissing sound continued. The space where Lu Qin was located was instantly enveloped by this terrifying force, as if being sucked into a bloody meat grinder. Looking at the blood-red sickles that were surging like a tide, a smug grin instantly appeared on the face of the guard Captain Aston. Haha, this human is indeed very talented, but he is too arrogant. Your Highness's petrifying gaze has been upgraded to A-level. How could he resist it so easily? His Highness launched a bloody cut with all his strength. Even a boss of the same level in his prime cannot dodge it. What's more, this level 12 human has had his agility and reaction speed reduced by 50. With this in mind, Aston's vertical pupils flashed with excitement. It was as if he had foreseen the tragic scene of Lu Qin's body being cut into countless pieces. The dogtail beside him also patted his chest. He took a long breath and muttered, "I'm so scared. I told you, how could the Naga royal family lose to a level 12? Holy shit, how is this possible?" I was halfway through my words. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, too shocked to speak, facing the bloody sickle pouring down like a rainstorm. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It can also freeze. I like it even more. After saying that, a dazzling green light suddenly burst out from Lu Qin's body. A-level talent, speed burst, start. Agility, which was weakened to 967 points, increased sixfold in an instant. Soared to an astonishing 5,802 points. Whoosh. A bloody cut came towards him. Lu Qin's figure was light and slender. A blood-red sickle whisked past the tip of his nose, cutting off only a strand of black hair on his forehead. Whoosh whoosh dash. Next, countless blood-red sickles came one after another like a violent storm. However, with the blessing of 5,802 points of terrifying agility, Lu Qin just moved his body slightly. Those mighty, overwhelming blood-red sickles all brushed past his body and slashed into the sea. It stirs up raging waves. Not a single attack hit Lu Qin. How is it possible? Nagarex gasped, horror in his eyes. The bloody cut that he launched with all his strength without reservation. Surprisingly, all of them missed the target. That's hundreds of attacks. Even if it's just a blind guess, I should be able to guess one or two right. However, right now, the voice of the guard Captain Aston exploded in Nagarex's ears like thunder. His heart sank suddenly. Your Highness, speed up. He just performed speed burst. Aston stared at the green light flashing on Lu Qin's body with wide eyes. The voice was full of shock and disbelief. A-level talent. Another A-level talent. Did this kid buy all his talents wholesale from the market? Isn't it free? Grass. Why is it so hard for me to evolve just one talent? There is not even an A-level one yet. But this human who had just arrived in the Tianyu world for 6 days had 2 A-level talents. This is not fair. When Nagarex heard Aston's words, he felt as if a heavy stone had fallen from his heart. He stared at Lu Qin, who was unharmed. With fear in my heart. Speed burst. You actually awakened A-level speed burst? He murmured to himself, then shook his head violently. No, it is impossible for one person to awaken 2 talents. Sudden. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Nagarex's eyes. He looked at Lu Qin fiercely and shouted. You have mastered a method to absorb other people's talents. Only this can explain why you have the petrification of Nagaroth and why you have so many advanced talents. You devil. Lu Qin touched the strand of hair that was cut off on his forehead. He curled his lips. Agility and reaction are weakened by half, which has a significant impact. I was hit by my hair. It seems that we still have to continue to improve our strength. Thinking about this, Lu Qin looked up at Nagarex and smiled slightly. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. You'll know in a moment. The moment she met Lu Qin's eyes, Nagarex seemed to be stared at by an ancient giant beast. Every hair stands on end. He had to admit. At this moment, I was scared. The thought that if he lost, his talent would be plundered. His body trembled slightly involuntarily. Everyone, come together and kill that human. The terrified Nagarex shouted. He no longer dared to challenge Lu Qin in a one-on-one duel. It was decided to use 500 Naga warriors to kill this human. After all, no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible for him to fight 500 people alone, right? Yes. The Naga warriors around responded and surrounded Lu Qin. However, at this moment, A lazy and unruly voice suddenly sounded, shocking all the Nagas. Yo. You Nagas are so shameless that you want to resort to group fights after you can't win in a one-on-one fight. A rotten corpse wearing a ragged captain's uniform and a tricorn hat stood up from the bow of the black boat, looking at them with disdain. It was Jack who had just performed the corpse explosion. It's you. Didn't you blow yourself up? The moment Aston saw Jack, his pupil shrank suddenly. The body unconsciously retreated. Chapter 147 didn't expect that I could be resurrected. His arms that were blown off were still aching. The guy who made him look so miserable. At this moment, he reappeared in front of him unharmed. Hey, little guy, you didn't expect that I could be resurrected. Jack sneered disdainfully. Or do you think I'm stupid enough to die together with a loser like you? Resurrection? You can actually be resurrected? Aston's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. No? Now that you're resurrected, what about my broken arm? Aren't we supposed to die together? Now my arm has been blown off by you, and you tell me that you can be resurrected? How come he resurrected so quickly? This is not fair. Why is it strange? It's not just me, Captain. All the crew members on our netherworld are immortal. Jack shrugged. Immortal body. Be envious. I exchanged it with Cohen. Woo 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 woo. Undead spirits, cursed ships. Nagarex's pupils trembled violently. When he saw the netherworld shrouded in black fog, he felt something was wrong. This sloop gave him an unprecedented sense of weirdness. Now, he finally understood. The ship in front of us. It turned out to be a cursed ship. Legend has it that, after being cursed by the goddess of the sea, the ship and its crew will be transformed into horrible monsters. The crew will become skeletons, lose the enjoyment of all basic desires such as food, beauty, etc. At the same time, they will gain immortality. But this state is worse than death, because the curse will accompany them forever. They will be trapped on the ocean forever, until loss of consciousness. Become a monster that only knows how to kill. Thinking of this, a huge fear surged in Nagarex's heart. Own. I have been fighting against a group of unkillable monsters. His eyes involuntarily turned to Lu Qin. Really? Lu Qin's skin was abnormally pale. This is clearly a manifestation of gradual undeadization. Nagarex felt a surge of despair. Grass. Even if it's that awesome. It's an undead monster. How to fight this battle? There's absolutely no way to fight. Just when Nagarex was about to retreat, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the sky. More than 200 storm wings with wings on their backs slowly descended from the sky. The leader of the winged people had a scar across his face. He saluted Lu Qin respectfully. Master, do you need the storm wings to help? However, when Nagarex's eyes touched the storm wings, his expression changed drastically in an instant, as if he had witnessed the most horrific thing in the world. He turned his head sharply, his face twisted. He shouted angrily to the shocked dog tail behind him. Vassal race. Why didn't you tell me that this human has a vassal race? Ah. The dog's tail trembled in fear at Nagarex's roar. He stammered. Well, there are only more than 200 level 10 creatures. It shouldn't affect the overall situation, right? These birdmen really don't affect the overall situation. Nagarex stared at the dog's tail. There was anger in her eyes, and she wanted to tear him into pieces. But being able to accept a vassal race means that he has passed the overseer selection. He is now an overseer. You want us to go against an overseer? Oh. Overseer? Impossible. Inue's face turned pale instantly. I managed to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. He has only been in the Tianyu world for 6 days. How could he be an overseer? Nagarex's eyes were fixed on Lu Qin, her expression extremely solemn. He said slowly, all the supervisors are selected in each 10,000 races competition. On average, there is only one supervisor for every 10 races. I didn't expect that someone in this low-level world could pass the selection of the supervisors. This 1 in 100 billion chance actually happened to me. At this point, Nagarex understood. Why is Lu Qin so powerful? So weird. The 3 words, overseer, are enough to explain everything. However, despite the heavy heart, Nagarex had no intention of begging Lu Qin for mercy. This human supervisor obviously possesses the ability to plunder the talents of others, and he will never let go of his A-level talent. Nagarex glanced at the 500 Naga elites under his command. He thought to himself, as long as I can stop him, I can escape back to the Naga royal court. By then, with the powerful strength of my father, I can fight even against the supervisor. Thinking about this, Nagarex waved his right hand violently and shouted loudly. Warriors of the Naga royal court, the time has come to demonstrate your bravery. Kill this human in front of you, and the glory of the Naga will shine forever. The glory of Naga will shine forever. 500 Naga warriors shouted in unison. Then it twisted its tail and attacked Lu Qin like a tide. Owner, Seeing this, Yinting frowned and was about to lead the Stormwing clan into the battlefield. However, Lu Qin reached out to stop him. Leave these Nagas to me. When they escape, you can take action later. Lu Qin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he slowly put the heart erosion blade back into his waist. Then he turned to look at Jack. Jack, give me 2 swords. Okay. Jack responded. Black crystals surged between his hands and instantly condensed into 2 2-meter-long black crystal swords. Captain, do you want to try out your new skills? He grinned and threw the sword towards Lu Qin. Lu Qin took it steadily. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. It's not easy to encounter so many enemies. Of course I have to give it a try. Now, with the help of Lu Qin's powerful perception, the reduction in Nagarex's agility has disappeared. Agility attribute quickly returns to normal. Next, a green light flashed across Lu Qin's body, and his speed burst talent was activated again. Agility value source. It reached a terrifying 11,604 points. Lu Qin closed his eyes slightly. He took a deep breath and gripped the black crystal sword tightly with both hands. On the sword, wisps of strong wind entangled and emerged. As if it had life, it blew gently on the black hair in front of his forehead, making it sway slightly. That's right. Lu Qin was ready to go at this moment. It was the A-level skill he had just learned from his speed burst, Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance, the higher the agility, the greater the damage. Human, you are too arrogant. Our 500 Naga elites are all strong warriors above level 20. When we join forces, we are enough to fight against the boss of level 30. How dare you challenge us alone? Kill him and let him experience the power of the Naga tribe. Go. The Naga warriors roared, waved their weapons, and pounced on Lu Qin. Brother Naga, come on. Inu Wei shouted excitedly, about to cheer for the Naga warriors. However, he suddenly discovered that Nagarex, as the leader, did not attack with his men. On the contrary, he began to back away calmly. The dog was stunned for a moment. No. No? What does the eldest prince mean by this? This hasn't been fought yet? He ran away first? Chapter 148. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance. The dog's eyes rolled. I immediately realized that something was wrong. Nagarex would never abandon his men and retreat alone unless it was absolutely necessary. The dog's tail was secretly shocked. I'm afraid Nagarex believes that even 500 Naga elites would be no match for that human. This thought flashed through his mind, and Inu Wei couldn't help but shudder. Although he had heard of the power of the Overseer. But this human being has only been in the Tianyu world for 6 days. Only 12th level. The background and realm seemed so shallow. But I didn't expect that Nagarex would escape without a fight. Thinking about this, the dog's tail also began to retreat calmly. At the same time, the Naga warrior who rushed to the front had a ferocious face. The trident in his hand suddenly stabbed towards Lu Qin. Go to hell. Just when the tip of the trident was only a millimeter away from Lu Qin's nose. Lu Qin's eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. My hands were shaking violently. 2 black crystal swords were unsheathed, the sword light sword, cutting through the sky. That Naga warrior. Still ferocious. There was confusion in his eyes. No matter how hard he tries. The trident against Lu Qin's nose. I couldn't go any further. Sudden. Several blood marks appeared on the Naga warrior's body. Immediately. He is like a building block. Along the bloodstains, it shattered with a loud bang. Until death. There was still confusion in the eyes of this Naga warrior. Lu Qin's sword was as fast as lightning. So fast that he didn't see the process. It was so fast that he didn't feel any pain. Kill. The Naga warriors behind them passed through the broken corpses one after another, roaring and pouncing towards Lu Qin. Well done. Lu Qin chuckled. The tip of the sword lightly raised. There is mystery in the random movements. The sword shadow suddenly bloomed like flowing clouds. Sword lights intertwined in the air, transforming into thousands of sword shadows, like rolling clouds, elegant and full of murderous intent. In an instant, the 8 Naga elites who rushed to Lu Qin were turned into minced meat. 8 20-level warriors. Before he could even scream, he had already fallen. Lu Qin kept moving, stomping hard underfoot. The sea suddenly became rough. Take advantage of the situation. Lu Qin's figure turned into a black lightning. Shoot into the Naga group. The Naga warriors saw this. They roared and waved their tridents, trying to suppress Lu Qin with their numbers. Don't be afraid, he's alone. The glory of Naga will shine forever. However, in Lu Qin's eyes, his movements were slow and clumsy. Lu Qin's figure flashed, easily avoiding the oncoming trident. At the same time, the black crystal sword swung. The sword flashed, instantly cut off the arm of a Naga warrior. The Naga warrior screamed. Blood gushed out. No reaction. Lu Qin's sword shadow came again, and his head and body were separated in an instant. Rose, no. Kill this human. Seeing this, his companions waved their tridents even more wildly, in an attempt to avenge his companions. However, Lu Qin's speed was so fast that they could not catch any trace of him. Lu Qin was like a fish in water among the Nagas. The figure appears and disappears in the sword shadow. Sometimes he leaped into the air, his sword flashing like a meteor across the sky. Sometimes he would swoop down and pierce the Naga's vital points with the tip of his sword. The movements are smooth and agile. Every swing of the sword was precise and accurate. It seems as if he has predicted every move of the enemy. The sword light swept across like a flowing cloud. Every time the sword is swung, there is a sound of breaking wind. The Naga warriors only felt a flash before their eyes, followed by waves of severe pain. Some warriors tried to resist with tridents, but Lu Qin's sword flashed past. The trident and the warrior were cut in half. The trident in the hands of the Naga warrior seemed clumsy and powerless in front of Lu Qin's Lu Yun sword dance. They couldn't catch Lu Qin's sight at all, even more unable to resist Lu Qin's sword. Lu Qin turned around. The sword light swept like a whirlwind. Wherever I go. Naga warriors fell one after another, leaving a bloody mess with corpses scattered all over the sea. When the flowing cloud sword dance begins, the most graceful and deadly dance in the world came into being. Lu Qin is like a spirit that is transformed into a sword, dancing on the sea. Every swing of the sword is a harvest of life. Every movement is an interpretation of death. Now, the storm wings in the sky. Everyone was stunned. Yun Rui and Yun Yan looked at it with their eyes blurred. Her pretty face flushed. Master is so handsome. Watching him fight is like enjoying a feast. Yun Rui's beautiful eyes followed Lu Qin's figure below. The blush spread, almost to the neck. Such a graceful swordsmanship. Yun Yan, this is the first time Yun Yan has seen it in her life. Yun Yan bit her lips tightly, her eyes obsessed. Even the flapping of the wings behind him slowed down. On the other side, Nagarex had just retreated a short distance. There were bursts of shrill screams in my ears. Help! Devil! That human is a devil. I can't see his movements at all. Massacre! This is naked massacre. Run away. Where is the eldest prince? Your Highness, help me. This piercing scream. Nagarex's eyes twitched. No way. Even if the 500 Naga elites were no match for the Terran supervisors, at least it can hold out for a moment and help me escape, right? After all, that's a total of 500 level 20 warriors. With a trembling heart, Nagarex trembled and slowly turned back. This glimpse. His face suddenly turned pale as paper. I saw the originally blue sea. It's scarlet now. The broken limbs and bodies of Naga warriors float above. The entire sea area was dyed into a Shura purgatory. And those Naga warriors he placed high hopes on. Under the slaughter of Lu Qin's Lu Yun sword dance, it has completely collapsed. Flee in all directions. And that devilish human supervisor. The figure flashed. Instantly appeared in front of the captain of the guards, Aston. Aston's eyes were filled with fear, and before he could react, then I saw a flash of sword light. Aston's head flew high in the air. How could this be? It has only been a short time, and my elite Naga troops have been defeated like this. Nagarex was horrified when he saw this scene. No longer hiding. Turn around and run away. Dive into the sea with all your strength and escape madly. Horrible. That human being is so scary. At this moment, Nagarex had only one thought in his mind. Escape. Escape from this hell. Return to the Naga court. Seeing that the Nagas had been defeated and fled, Yun Ting gave a cold order in the air. Stormwing tribe, follow me to chase and kill the enemy. Kill. The deafening shouts of killing rang out. The Stormwings swooped down like a group of fighter planes. They launched a frenzied massacre against the fleeing Naga warriors. Hey, it's time to catch the piglets again. Jack's eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness. Stepping on the deck, his figure turned into a stream of black light, shooting straight towards the fleeing Nagas. And Nagarex, who didn't care about the lives of his people. At this moment, it has successfully dived into the deep sea. Feeling the increasing water pressure around me, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although humans are extremely terrifying, but after all, they are land creatures and cannot go deep into the ocean. You are safe. Although this battle was a great defeat, but at least I survived. We must quickly inform our father and beware of the human supervisor. Nagarex whispered to herself. Then it swung its tail and swam towards the Naga King's court at an accelerated speed. Chapter 149. Destroy the Naga Royal Court in one fell swoop? However, I just swam out a little distance. A faint voice suddenly exploded in Nagarex's ears. My talent hasn't even been upgraded yet, and you want to escape? It was Lu Chen's voice. Nagarex's body stiffened instantly. Impossible. This is the deep sea. How can a human like you chase us here? He turned his head slowly and tremblingly. I saw. Lu Chen crossed his arms across his chest, with a faint halo surrounding him. He was staring at himself with a joking look on his face. The surging water pressure around him had no effect on him. That was the skill that Fu Yao brought to Lu Chen. The favor of the sea god was taking effect. I've already escaped to the deep sea. How can you catch up with me? Nagarex's pupils shrank suddenly. My soul was frightened away. The snake's tail swung wildly. The whole person fled forward like an arrow. Even if that human can dive. But there is huge water resistance in the deep sea. His speed is definitely not as fast as mine. Nagarex comforted herself as she fled. However, he swam and swam. Suddenly found that a familiar figure blocked my sight. Nagarex looked carefully. It's Lu Chen again. No. How did you get here? Nagarex was so shocked that she didn't have time to think about it. Changed direction instantly. Escaped madly again. However, that devilish figure. But it reappeared before him like a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. This time, Nagarex saw clearly. Teleport. A-level space talent. You actually possess an A-level space talent. Nagarex's face turned pale. His lips trembled as he murmured desperately. None of the shocks he had ever experienced in his entire life had been as great as what he had felt in these 10 minutes. Matt, is A-level talent cabbage? How come he has spatial talent? Even if you can plunder talents, there is a limit to how much talent your body can bear. Not running away anymore? Lu Chen glanced at Nagarex. Then he patted the backpack behind him gently. Tuanzi, come out. It's time for us to harvest. Guji. You, what are you talking to? Nagarex stared at Lu Chen's movements. I don't know why. Suddenly, an indescribable fear surged in my heart. As if there was some terrifying ancient creature hidden in the backpack behind Lu Chen. At the moment when Nagarex's eyes widened, a pink and tender little tentacle quietly poked out from the backpack. In an instant, the school of fish surrounding Lu Chen seemed to have encountered something terrifying, fleeing madly in all directions. And Nagarex, he was shaking all over, his face turned pale. I'm totally stunned. North Sea, giant monster. This human actually brought a kraken with him. Damn it. The kraken is a god-level creature. Lord of the undead. Watchdogs. The Lord of the Kraken. Oh my god. What kind of enemy did our Naga tribe provoke? At this moment, Nagarex felt her legs go weak. I didn't even have the strength to escape. The natural pressure of the kraken on marine life is like a shudder that penetrates deep into the soul. He completely lost the will to resist. Ding. Kill Nagarex. Level 25 boss. Gain 136W life energy points. Ding. Successfully ingested Nagarex. You obtain A-level talent. Petrifying gaze. Delay. Perception increased by 30 points. Dumplings are awesome. Lu Chen smiled and touched Tuanzi. Another A-level talent is obtained. In this way, he already possessed 4 A-level talents. Undead, Space, Speed, and Petrification. The strength has been greatly improved again. I feel so happy. Guji. Tuanzi rubbed against Lu Chen intimately. Then he got into the backpack obediently. Then, Lu Chen's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. All that was left was Nagarex's shrunken corpse, swaying in the current. On the sea, the battle is drawing to a close. The remains of the Nagas were scattered all over the place, creating a tragic and spectacular scene. Owner, welcome, master. When the Stormwing tribe saw Lu Chen suddenly appear, they all saluted with admiration in their eyes. 0 casualties. We have annihilated the powerful Naga tribe without any loss. For the former Stormwing tribe, it's something I dare not even think about. Master, all the Naga corpses have been collected and are waiting for Master Tuanzi to ingest. Yunting reported. Good. Lu Chen nodded and turned his gaze to Yunting. Level 17? Yes, it's all thanks to the Master's cultivation. Not only me, but also my clan's realm has been improved. Yunting responded. Thank you, Master. The Stormwing tribe members thanked in unison, bowed down in salute. Their faces were filled with joy that was difficult to conceal. Now, there are more than 200 members of the Stormwing tribe, and their strength generally reaches level 15 to 16. Once upon a time, the Stormwings practiced hard for decades before reaching the 5th level. Now, under the leadership of Lu Chen, they regained the recognition of Heaven's decree and possessed the same ability to absorb life energy as the Evolvers. In just 2 days, they had already reached level 15, the result of decades of hard work. The reason why we were able to surpass others in these 2 days was all because of Lu Chen. Captain, How about we raid the Naga King's court and wipe it out in one fell swoop? Jack came closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I thought the Naga court would be a tough nut to crack. Now it seems nothing special. Hey. By then, even if the Naga King had some strength, Jack, will go up and make a corpse explode. It's guaranteed to be enough for him to drink a pot. Luchin nodded slightly. After destroying the Naga royal court, the plunder value of the netherworld should be able to reach 1,000 points. And Luchin still had a thought in his mind. That is the Tower of Awakening. Luchin wanted to go to the Evolution Tower to find out what was going on. After all, without awakening, talents cannot be promoted to S level. The Naga royal court is the indigenous power in the world of Tianyu. Maybe we can find clues to the Tower of Evolution. Hey, we should have left someone alive before going to the Naga King's court. Now, we don't even know where the Naga royal court is. Jack stroked his chin, his brows furrowed. Don't worry about that. Luchin glanced at Jack. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Far away, the dog's face turned pale, and he paddled quickly with all four limbs. Water splashes everywhere. It's horrible. Fortunately, that human didn't catch up. Thanks to my cleverness, I escaped quickly. The dog's tail dared not stop for a moment. The limbs paddled the water quickly. The Naga army is extremely powerful, enough to wipe out the hyena pirates more than 10 times. But it was instantly defeated in front of that human and turned into nothing. That human is too terrifying. When I think of Luchin, the dog's tail shivered involuntarily. He no longer wanted to be an enemy of that human being. I don't even want to see that human again. It's too scary. Chapter 150, 7.46 million life energies. Then let's not go back to the Naga King's court. Then, the dog shook its head and denied it. No, if the eldest prince dies here, the Naga King will definitely think that I killed the eldest prince, and then he will hunt me down, which will be terrible. Anyway, no matter how strong that person is, he can't beat the Naga King. Well, let's do it. Go back to the Naga King's court. The dogtail nodded. Then he changed direction. Swim hard towards the Naga royal court. However, he didn't notice. A barracuda was following quietly behind it. Hearing that Inoue decided to return to the Naga King's court, Luchin nodded with satisfaction. In this way, there's no need to catch him back. Just follow quietly. Then, Luchin opened his own panel, examined it carefully. The killing was so satisfying. Luchin didn't bother to check how much life energy he had absorbed. This look, Luchin was stunned. The gains from this battle are so astonishing. Ding, kill Naga King's court warrior, level 20, 101. Gain 4.8 W101 life energy points. Ding, kill the Naga King's guard Captain Aston, tier 22nd boss, and gain 1.12 million life energy points. Ding your vassal, demonized Jack, kill Naga King's court warrior, level 20, 31, gain 4.8 W31 life energy points. A total of 7.46 million life energies. This hearty fight actually allowed Lu Ji to accumulate such a terrifying amount of life energy. Even if I give half to the little dumpling, I still have 3.73 million left. Enough to level up several levels. Sure enough, as long as the opponent is strong enough, the upgrade speed will be very fast. Luchin's lips curled up slightly, feeling delighted. Immediately, Luchin chose to absorb this life energy without hesitation. In an instant, a huge amount of life energy surged in from all directions and poured into the body. Luchin slowly closed his eyes. A terrifying wave of energy suddenly surged in his body, and the energy soared like a rocket. The upgrade prompt sounds also sounded one after another. Ding, you have reached level 13. Ding, you have reached level 14. Ding, you have reached level 15. Level 15, 57W/200W. Strength plus 120. Agility plus 120. Constitution plus 120. Perception plus 120. Free attributes plus 60. As the fluctuations disappear, Luchin slowly opened his eyes with a gleam in his eyes. 3 levels in a row. Cool. At this moment, there was a throbbing in the backpack. It's a small grouper. Tuanzi is the same as Luchin. I also rose 3 levels in a row and reached level 11. Level 11, 57W/200W. Obviously, the little guy was also extremely excited at this moment. Luchin chuckled and said, "It's okay, come out Tuanzi, there's no one around." Guji. Hearing the master's words, Tuanzi immediately jumped out of the backpack. Cuddle and hug Luchin. The group feeling. If it continues to evolve at this rate, I will grow up soon. Then I will be able to help my master better. Right now, A divine announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Arcadia, the evolver of the 8765th District and the 784th Novice Sea of the Sun Never Sets, has successfully established a force, the Blood Moon Dynasty. Development Direction, Sea Lord. As the second faction established in the Blue Star War Zone, the Blood Moon Dynasty's members all receive a 100-point attribute bonus, and the faction leader Arcadia receives an additional 200-point attribute bonus. The announcement came. Luchin raised his eyebrows. My heart sank. Luchin felt heavy in his heart. It's not because the Blood Moon Dynasty was established too quickly. On the contrary. But it's too slow. From the netherworld I created. More than a day has passed. On the blue planet, among the billions of people, someone actually established a second force. This speed. It's really shocking. Too slow. Thinking of this, Luchin couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that the strength of other people on Blue Star is limited. If I want to gain a place in this battle among all races, I can only rely on myself. Saying, Luchin turned and looked at Tuanzi. Get to work, Tuanzi. If we want to live in peace, we have to work harder. Guji. Blue Star War Zone. District 8765, Novice Sea Area Number 784. Seal the altar. Hundreds of vampire bodies were scattered around. Vampire ancestor, Blood Moon Arcadia. With a pale face, he stared at the fallen King Kong ape in front of him. The corners of my eyes twitched slightly. This 12th level boss. It's so tricky and difficult. Arcadia gathered the power of the entire Novice Sea. Nearly 1/3 of the tribe was killed. Only then did they manage to kill this terrifying King Kong ape king. He was also seriously injured. It is so difficult to complete this force mission. Congratulations to the ancestor for establishing the first power on Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty. At the altar, the vampires shouted in unison. However, there was no trace of joy on Blood Moon Arcadia's face. The number one power on Blue Star? Humph, Netherworld was founded more than a day ago. Our Blood Moon Dynasty is only ranked second. After that, Arcadia's face suddenly twisted. My Arcadia's initial attributes were so strong, but I can only barely kill this boss now. Who on earth is that Luchin? How could he be so powerful? I thought. The first prize is easy to get. Not only was it robbed. It's so difficult for me to get second place even though I'm one day late. If it weren't for the vampire's life-saving skills. He had just been killed by the iron fist of the King Kong ape. Thinking of this, Blood Moon Arcadia's eyes were filled with resentment. I am the overlord of the dark world of Blue Star. The most powerful being. Now, he was actually defeated by an unknown Shinxiao man. Not reconciled. Hearing the words of the ancestors, the vampires looked at each other in silence. Van Payne thought for a moment and speculated. Ancestor, could this Luchin be from the Shinxiao ancient martial arts family? Impossible. Those ancient martial arts families have long since declined, and they are unable to even fight against a prince under my command. Arcadia flatly rejected it. At this time, another vampire guessed. Ancestor, I guess those Shinxiao people must have used some tricks to complete the mission by chance. Their true strength may not be that strong. As soon as these words came out, immediately, everyone agreed. Yes, that's the only explanation. These cunning Shinxiao people. They robbed our Blood Moon Dynasty as a reward for being first. For a time, the vampires were excited. Just then, Van Payne suggested with a grim smile. Ancestor, I checked the Tianyu Encyclopedia and found that forces of the same clan can annex each other. If we meet that Luchin in the future, we just need to kill him, seize his fleet flag, and then we can take his place. After hearing what Van Payne said, a trace of greed flashed in Blood Moon Arcadia's eyes. The leader of the first force on Blue Star. But you can enjoy a full 400-point attribute bonus. Thinking of this, Arcadia's mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty grin. Luchin, I look forward to our meeting in Jianyu. Chapter 151, Absorbing Thousands of Points of Perception. Number 1000, Novice Sea Area. Now, the people who were hunting sea beasts heard the announcement just now. They all looked shocked. Fuck, it's only now that someone has established a second force? The gap is too big. The Netherworld was founded by the Lord of the Underworld a day ago. I thought someone had already established the second force, but Tianyu didn't announce it. After all this fuss, someone has only just completed the fleet mission now. Ha ha ha, with the Lord of the Underworld here, all the geniuses and strong men have to stand aside. The Lord of the Underworld is invincible. Hee hee, actually I'm not surprised. My godfather is the supervisor of our Blue Star War Zone. He represents Tianyu to monitor all living beings. His power is definitely incomparable to ordinary people like us. We are so lucky. Fuck. I just checked and the Lord of the Underworld has actually leveled up 3 levels in a row. He's already level 15 now. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, I just reached level 6 and I thought I was leveling up pretty fast, but you told me that the Lord of the Underworld is now level 15? The power of the Lord of the Underworld is becoming more and more unfathomable. You know, he needs twice as much life energy as us to upgrade. I dare not even think about how many aliens my foster father killed just now to be able to level up 3 times. At this moment, suddenly someone exclaimed, "Look everyone, the Lord of the Underworld is speaking in the chat channel." Everyone was delighted. Click to enter the chat channel. Lord of the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Brother Luchin, I love you. Luchin looked at the excited crowd. A look of confusion. What's going on? I just called out to Yang Zimo. Why are you so excited? Little did they know. Against the backdrop of Arcadia, everyone truly felt how powerful Luchin was. A full day ahead of the creation of the Netherworld. This is enough to prove that Luchin's strength on Blue Star far exceeds anyone else. Yang Zimo responded quickly. Yang Zimo is here, Lord of the Underworld. Please give me your orders. Luchin glanced at Yang Zimo's level, nodded with satisfaction. Now, Yang Zimo has already upgraded to level 8. Not only Yang Zimo, Lee Sini, Long Howren, and other Netherworld strongmen also rose to level 8. Ordinary members have also reached levels 5 to 6. In just over a day, the level can be improved so much. This shows that everyone is racing against time to upgrade, without any waste. Notify everyone to stop everything at hand and gather at position 367.986. Nether upgrade. 100 level 10 evolvers are needed. If Luchin doesn't help. At the speed of the Netherworld people, it will probably take another 1 to 2 days to reach level 10. Too slow. Therefore, this time we attack the Naga Royal Court. Luchin decided. Take all the people from the Underworld with you. After all, a single troop from the Naga Royal Court can allow the Stormwing tribe as a whole to leap to around level 15. If we can destroy the Naga Royal Court in one fell swoop. Helped 100 people advance to level 10. It's so easy. Yes. Yang Zimo responded respectfully and then asked tentatively. Excuse me, Lord of the Underworld, what is our mission this time? Destroy the Naga Royal Court. After leaving 6 words, Luchin left the chat channel, leaving everyone in the Netherworld standing there in a daze. Destroy the Naga Royal Court? Zhou Yu's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. My mind went blank. No. Isn't this an ocean survival game? Shouldn't it be a struggle to survive? We have only been here for 6 days. Now the Lord of the Underworld suddenly said that he would take everyone to destroy a royal court. This is so addictive. Follow the supervisor. It's just awesome. Everyone looked at each other for a long time. There was astonishment, excitement on his face. But I am not afraid. The miracles that Luchin created time and again. People have already developed an unconditional and fanatical trust in him. Now, even if Luchin wanted to lead them to attack Tanyu, everyone will follow resolutely. This is the charm of a leader. Yang Zimo looked around at everyone. He gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone understands the orders of the Hades, right? Quickly clear the battlefield and head to the designated location. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Haha, I can finally fight alongside the Lord of the Underworld. I'm so excited. I also want to stay with the Lord of the Underworld, like the Stormwings. The Naga Royal Court, is it a kingdom? Are we going to destroy a country? Wow, this is so exciting. It shouldn't be considered a kingdom, after all, this is near the Novice Sea. But it is definitely more powerful than any enemy we have ever seen. At this time, Lee Sini's cold voice sounded. The Netherworld now has 60 single-masted warships, all of which are equipped with short-body rapid-fire cannons. This is our first time to fight with the Lord of the Underworld. We must try our best to show the style of the Xinxia people and let the Lord of the Underworld see that we are no worse than the Winged Clan. The words were sonorous and powerful. Everyone in the Netherworld is eager to fight. Since the Lord of the Underworld created the Netherworld, the Stormwings have always accompanied him in his battles. But they can only hunt low-level sea beasts in the Novice Sea area. Everyone was unwilling. Don't want to be outdone by the Winged Clan. This is a great opportunity to prove yourself. Don't worry, Sister Sini, I won't bring shame to the Xinxia people. Commander Lee, don't worry, we will definitely kill no less enemies than those birdmen. Everyone expressed their opinions. Yang Zimo nodded and said, the creatures in the Naga Royal Court are probably of a high level. Close combat is disadvantageous to us. We must play to our strengths, concentrate our firepower, and use short-barreled rapid-fire cannons for intensive bombing. Yes. Now, all ships, set sail. Target, Naga Royal Court. Guji Guji. Tuanzi tried his best. Finally, all the Nagas present were captured one by one. Then, with its round little body, he moved slowly towards Lu Qin. Wow, I've eaten all the dumplings. That's amazing. Lu Qin's eyes curved. He took Tuanzi into his arms. Next, waves of energy surged into Lu Qin's body like a tide. Ding. Successfully captured Naga Warrior, level 20. You obtain sea-level talent. Water control, perception increases by 24 points. Ding. Successfully captured Naga Warrior, level 20. You obtain D-level talent. Water control, perception increases by 23 points. Accompanied by a series of prompt sounds from the Tianyu system. A large amount of perception attribute points were continuously absorbed by Lu Qin. However, as Lu Qin's own perception attributes continued to rise, the attribute points gained each time began to gradually decay. Until the end. The perception points increased each time have dropped to single digits. As the last beat faded away, Lu Qin felt his spirits lifted. My thoughts became unusually clear, despite the severe attenuation. But this intake, I actually gained 1,012 points of perception. The original perception of 1,018 points jumped to an astonishing 2030 points. Chapter 152. Add A-level talent again, and your strength will increase greatly. Warriors of the Naga Court. The main attributes all tend to be on the perception side. The awakened talents are all water-related. Therefore, although the talent level obtained from the corpses of ordinary Naga warriors is not high, most of them are D-level water manipulation and C-level water control. But the victory lies in the huge number, with a large number of low-level talents piled up. The water talent that Lu Qin absorbed jumped directly to level B, water resonance. Looking at my properties panel, Lu Qin nodded slightly. There are also benefits to having the same talents as other races. After I absorb them, I can be promoted to a high-level talent faster. The 500 Naga warriors who came this time, including Aston. The most gifted one is only at B-level water resonance. However, I can absorb all their talents and integrate them, possessing A-level water talent that surpasses them. With this in mind, Lu Qin's mouth corners slightly raised. Dumpling, take Aston. Guji. Ding. Successfully captured the Naga King's Guard Captain Aston, Tier 22 boss. You obtain B-level talent, water resonance. Perception increases by 26 points. Your B-level talent, water resonance, has been detected and has met the evolution conditions. Evolving. In an instant, the sea was surging around the netherworld. Then it condensed into a water dragon, circling and roaring above Lu Qin's head. Lu Qin closed his eyes tightly at this moment. A lot of knowledge and understanding about water flooded into my mind like a tide. Looking at the roaring water dragon in front of me, Yun Ting looked solemn. Master, can the master successfully evolve an A-level talent? Water talents are mostly awakened by marine creatures. The master is a land creature. The degree of fit must be extremely low. Besides, the master had never mastered any water talent before, even the most basic one. Now, he suddenly absorbs a lot of water talents in order to evolve. It's like rushing into battle. The success rate is worrying. Thinking of this, Yun Ting's face was full of tension. However, Jack on the side was used to it. He glanced at Yun Ting. Xiao Yunzi, what are you worrying about? Our captain is a monster. I have never seen him fail in evolving his talent. Evolving an A-level talent is easy for him. Saying, Jack started to count with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this should be the captain's 5th A-level talent. It depends on whether the captain can directly comprehend water skills. As soon as Jack finished speaking, then I saw the water dragons in the sky raising their heads and roaring loudly, their voices shaking the sky. At the same time, Lu Qin's eyes suddenly opened, gleaming with brilliance. Crash, crash, in a flash. 4 huge water dragons surged out from the sea, roaring into the sky. Raging in the sky, the roar shook the earth. Ding, your B-level talent, water resonance, has successfully evolved into an A-level talent, water incarnation. Your success rate is 99. The success rate for humans of the same level is 10. Ding, due to your deep understanding of water talent, you have successfully comprehended the skill, Water Dragon Roaring to the Sky, level A. Skill, Roaring Water Dragon, A level, can summon several huge water dragons. The water dragons will explode the moment they rush towards the enemy, releasing a torrent of water and destructive energy fluctuations, causing huge damage to the enemy. Let's play a water fight together. Let's agree not to rush. Not bad. I have mastered another A-level skill. Lu Qin nodded with satisfaction. Water skills. The power over the ocean is still very strong, as long as the mental strength is enough. This water dragon roars to the sky. Will turn yourself into a mobile missile launcher. After that, Lu Chen's body trembled. The 5 roaring water dragons in the sky instantly turned into countless water droplets, disappeared into the sky. Congratulations, Master, for adding another magical skill. Yunting congratulated excitedly. He looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of fanatical admiration. Success. It actually worked. For a field that I have never been involved in and am not good at. The Master actually evolved his talent to A level in one go. Also successfully comprehended the skills. This talent. It's so terrifying. Captain, if you do this, I feel that A-level talents are worthless. Jack pouted and muttered. Jack was secretly pleased with himself for successfully evolving his A-level talent. But now compared with Lu Chen, Jack suddenly felt that there was nothing to be happy about. Woo woo woo. Looks like trash. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Jack, with a meaningful smile on his face. Your corpse fusion technique is pretty good too. It will come in handy later. Jack looked at Lu Chen's smile. I shivered involuntarily. Captain, your smile makes me feel creepy. I wonder what terrible things will happen to those unfortunate people in the Naga Royal Court. Naga Court, you're the only one back? Where are Rex and the captain of the guard? Naga King, Naga Saros. His eyes are like blades. He glanced coldly at the disheveled dog's tail. Looking at the Naga King in front of him, it was as if the dog tail had seen a savior, and he cried with tears streaming down his face. Naga King, wow, I'm back alive. I thought I was dead. That human, he's a devil. The elite guards were defeated by him alone, and the eldest prince and the captain of the guards were all killed by him. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Nonsense, a Naga elder shouted sternly. Don't say that the human is just an evolver from a low-level world. Even if he is from a high-level world, it would only take him 6 days to reach Tianyu. How strong could Lu Ri be? Even if the eldest prince and the captain of the guards were defeated, they could always retreat. How could they die at the hands of that human? As soon as the elder finished speaking, the Nagas nodded in agreement. Yes, no matter how gifted humans are. After all, I have only been in Tianyu for 6 days. It is a miracle to evolve to the 10th level in 6 days. The eldest prince and the captain of the guards were both boss-level warriors of more than 20 ranks. How could they die at the hands of a human of such a low level? That is, Kobold, stop joking and tell the truth. Where on earth is His Highness now? Seeing that people did not believe, Inoue wiped his tears and said hurriedly, I didn't lie to you. That human was the overseer. As soon as the word supervisor came out, the originally noisy palace suddenly became silent. Everyone was stunned. Naga Salos suddenly stood up from the throne. The snake's tail flicked, instantly flashed in front of the dog's tail. The right hand, like an iron clamp, suddenly grasped the dog's neck. Lifted high. Say it again. Watch dogs. Naga Salos clenched his teeth and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Really, the overseer, he has a vassal race. Chapter 153 Jiuxiao Palace. A war is about to begin. The dog's neck was pinched, his face flushed red, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth with great effort. Naga Saros looked solemn. It felt like a huge rock was pressing down on my heart. The vassal race, the supervisor. I didn't expect someone to pass the test. He never expected that. Among these humans from the lower world, an inspector unexpectedly emerged. If Rex and the overseer were to face off, the outcome would be hard to predict. Rumor has it that, once an evolver becomes an overseer, he will be able to obtain the overseer's inheritance. Supervisors have always been famous seniors who lead the juniors. And those famous supervisors, all of them are extremely powerful. Their heritage is even more powerful. With this in mind, Naga Salos suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared at the dog tail. Where's Rix? Where's he now? However, before Inoue could respond, a Naga warrior hurriedly reported at the entrance of the hall. King, a large number of evolved warships have been spotted approaching the island. When these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was shocked. The warships of the evolvers? Could it be the fleet under the command of the supervisor? A Naga elder's face suddenly changed, and he cried out in surprise. There is no doubt about it. The battle of 10,000 races has only been going on for 6 days, and they have been able to sail out of the Novice Sea and form a fleet within 6 days. Apart from the supervisor, who else has such ability? An overseer is about to attack us? What should we do? The supervisor has the power to judge evil spirits. If you are identified as an evil spirit, there will be no return. For a time, The arrogance and disdain on the faces of the Nagas in the palace disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was anxiety and fear. The name of the overseer is too famous. It's terrifying. Sudden, a Naga elder stared coldly at the dog's tail. No, the ocean is vast. How could the overseer find us so quickly? As soon as these words came out, all the Naga's eyes immediately focused on the dog's tail. There was murderous intent in his eyes. The Naga king suddenly realized what was going on and roared fiercely. It's you. It's you who led the overseer here. It was you who tricked Rex and Aston into leaving Naga Island. Seeing that everyone was pointing the finger at him, the dog was so frightened that he shouted tremblingly. It's unfair, no. However, before I finished speaking, with a crack, the dog's neck was instantly broken by the Naga king. The head drooped limply. The supervisor, what a good trick. Naga Salos threw the dog's body aside like trash and said with a gloomy face. An elder snaked up to the Naga king. He asked respectfully, King, this new human supervisor has obviously set his sights on our Naga royal court. Should we retreat? Withdraw? The Naga king sneered. So what if he's an overseer? He's not invincible. Seeing the Naga king like this, a look of fear appeared on the elder's face. Continuing, but doesn't the overseer have the power to judge evil spirits granted by the heavenly decree? The Naga king swung his snake tail, sliding nimbly to the throne. The giant hand suddenly raised the pitch-black hammer, and a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. He can indeed judge the evil, but if the supervisor of the judgment is killed, the mark of the evil will disappear without a trace. Speaking of which, a blazing light flashed in Naga Saros's eyes. Moreover, if I can kill an overseer, I will gain immeasurable benefits, and my Naga tribe will also take this opportunity to rise completely. After saying this, Naga Salos swung his right hand violently. Gather all the tribesmen immediately. Today, we will completely eliminate this so-called supervisor and avenge Rex and all the dead tribesmen. Yes. Outside Naga Island, 60 black sloops of war stood on the sea. The masts stand in rows, which is a spectacular sight. Now, more than 900 members of the Netherworld have arrived at the location designated by Lu Chun. Old Yang, the Naga royal court that the Hades Lord mentioned, should be ahead. It looks like this bone is not easy to chew. Long Howren squinted his eyes, looking at the island ahead. Yang Zimo nodded, his voice low. The Nagas on the island are probably all above level 20, but I don't know how many there are. Level 20? Hey, I can kill them to my heart's content this time. To be honest, I'm tired of killing those level 8 and 10 sea beasts in the Novice Sea. Li Ming's fingers moved slightly, electric arcs jumped, and his eyes were filled with a burning fighting spirit. Sudden, the visually gifted person in charge of reconnaissance at the bow reported loudly. Commander, the Nagas are gathering in large numbers on the island. There are 2,000, no? 3,000, at least 3,000. As soon as these words came out, the originally relaxed Netherworld crowd was stunned instantly. How much? 3,000. Zhou Yu exclaimed. Wow, more than 3,000 level 20 Nagas. The Hades appetite is really big this time. Ha ha ha. The decision of the Lord of the Underworld is domineering. This battle is so exciting. Long Howren slowly took off the huge shield on his back, looked up to the sky and laughed, his face full of heroism. However, some people are cautious. Commander Yang, we in the Netherworld only have more than 900 level 6 and 7 evolvers right now. Fighting against the Naga Royal Court is like an ant trying to shake a tree. How about we retreat first? We can make plans after the Lord of the Underworld comes. 20 levels, and more than 3,000 of them. My God, I have never seen so many high-level monsters in my life. The difference in level and number is too big. Let's wait for the Lord of the Underworld to come. Hearing what everyone said, Yang Zimo looked around with a sharp gaze. Said coldly, the Lord of the Underworld has given us an order to wait for the right opportunity to act. We already have strong ships and powerful guns. If we still shrink back and only dare to hide behind the Hades, sooner or later we will be abandoned by the Hades. As soon as these words came out, those who had advocated retreat lowered their heads. His face was filled with shame. Commander Yang, we were wrong. I don't want to be abandoned by the Lord of the Underworld. Commander Yang, please give the order. Yes, we all listen to you. Yang Zimo slowly turned his gaze towards the gathering Naga Island. He gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes, sir. In an instant, the sails on the warships were hoisted one by one. The muzzle began to turn and adjust its direction. The war is about to break out. At the same time, a 30-meter-long two-masted frigate was slowly sailing towards the Naga King's court. On both sides of the ship, dozens of cannons flashed cold light. On the deck, The mast towers high. The golden eagle flag fluttered in the wind. Captain, our Jiuxiao Palace is so powerful. We don't need anyone else to explore the Tower of Awakening. Does the minister need us to come here to invite this old snake? Xiao Langtao was wearing a black tights, holding a long sword tightly in his arms. The corners of the mouth are slightly upturned. He complained with impatience on his face. Chapter 154 Fire Coverage. Captain Xiao Yunfan raised his lips slightly. The minister's decision is reasonable. The Awakening Tower is only opened once in 10,000 years. No one knows what kind of dangers are hidden in it. It is safer to gather more strong people. When he mentioned the Tower of Awakening, a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. It is said that that tower can awaken people. Once successful, there will be a radical change in strength. That's true, but to explore the Awakening Tower, you need to be at least level 50. The Naga King is only level 30. What can he do? I guess he won't even be able to enter the gate of the Awakening Tower by then. Xiao Langtao curled his lips in disdain. You don't understand. This Naga King is no small matter. Xiao Yunfan glared at Xiao Langtao. He has a skill that can use the power of his ancestors to upgrade his talent to S level. Otherwise, why would the minister specially invite him? S rank. Oh my god. Xiao Langtao's face changed. He immediately put away the contempt on his face. S-level talent. I have only seen it on the clan leader. The patriarch is powerful. I can't imagine it at all. At this moment, the sailor on the mast suddenly sounded the alarm. Captain, several unidentified ships have been spotted ahead of Naga Island. Upon hearing this, everyone in Jiuxiao Palace looked up. In front of Naga Island, dozens of sloops of war lined the sea. All of them are junior sloops. Pirates? What do they want to do? Attack Naga Island. Xiao Langtao raised his eyebrows, looking suspicious. Xiao Yunfan observed for a moment, then shook his head and sneered. What pirates? They are just evolvers who just sailed out of the Novice Sea area. An evolver who is participating in the battle of all races. Xiao Langtao widened his eyes and said in shock. They have only been here for 6 days, and they already dare to attack the Naga royal court? They are crazy. Hee, they must have been too successful in the novice area and thought they would be able to do the same outside. Langtao, just wait and see. It won't take long for the Naga tribe to sink all these dozens of ships to the bottom of the sea. Xiao Yunfan crossed his arms across his chest, looking like he was watching the fun. Hee. A group of evolvers whose level is not even level 10. How dare you to set your sights on the Naga royal court? I'm really tired of living. Captain, I guess once the Naga tribe takes action, these humans will be scared and flee in all directions. Xiao Langtao said this with a hint of ruthlessness on his face. Our Ling Xiao is right behind them. We will attack them from both sides and catch all these evolvers without leaving a single one alive. When Xiao Langtao thought about the benefits that could be gained from killing the evolvers, he couldn't help but grin. Commander Yang, the situation is not good. The Nagas are entering the water. They are marine creatures. Once they enter the water, I'm afraid they will be more difficult to deal with. Li Sini looked at the Naga warriors crawling towards the sea. Her brows were furrowed. Yang Zimo naturally also realized the seriousness of the situation. With a solemn expression, Old Dragon, how far is it? Long Howren closed his left eye and raised his right thumb. Distance measurement in progress. He had touched a cannon when he was in the army, so this simple distance measurement was not a problem for him. Right now, the distance is right. Long Howren suddenly lowered his right hand and shouted loudly. Yang Zimo heard this. His eyes widened, and he immediately shouted an order. All ships, lower your sails, stop, aim at the Nagas on the island, and bomb them. Fire! Fire! As soon as Yang Zimo's order came down, the captains of each warship in the Nether Fleet roared and gave the order to open fire. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, 180 short-barreled rapid-fire guns on 60 sloops roared at the same time. The artillery fire was like a mad dragon coming out of the sea. Shake the earth, tear the air, pouring towards the Naga tribe. Quick, everyone move. A Naga elder was hurriedly giving orders to the Naga warriors around him. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing whistle cut through the sky. The Naga elder looked up subconsciously. I saw. The dense bombardment of shells came like a dark cloud pressing down on the sky. His pupils shrank suddenly. Before I could react, a blazing cannonball had hit him like a meteor. The Naga elder was shocked. Blood spurted out violently. The whole person was like a duckweed swept by a huge wave and was instantly blown several meters away. However, this is just the beginning of the nightmare. Hundreds of projectiles rained down on the tiny Naga island like a violent storm. This triggered a series of earth-shattering explosions. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, dust rose up. The heaven and earth seemed to be overturned by a violent force. The boulders rolled. The smoke and dust covered the sky. How can they have such fierce firepower? The Naga elder was in the midst of continuous explosions, let out a roar of shock and despair. Before he finished speaking, his body was completely torn apart by the continuous explosions. Torn apart. Although the Naga tribe's realm is generally above level 20 and their physique is quite strong, but they might be able to withstand a shell. But they were simply unable to withstand the continuous artillery bombardment like a rainstorm. The short rapid-fire cannon is a high-level bronze cannon. One gun is enough to suppress the enemy at sea. However, this terrifying killing weapon. The Nether Fleet is equipped with 180 guns. If each warship is limited to only 3 weapon slots, Yang Zimo wished he could install another 180 doors. Just because. This thing is so useful and so deadly. Keep firing, don't stop. Pin them down. Yang Zimo's Naga Island is filled with dust and fog. He slapped the armrest. Order again. He understood. Although the attack before him was as powerful as thunder and looked spectacular. But, after all, the Naga tribe is at a very high level. If the bombing is not continued, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill the enemy effectively. Boom, 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 boom. The Nagas on the island were already stunned by the explosion. Before I could react, the second round of fire from the Nether Fleet poured down again. Although the short rapid-fire gun has a limited range and poor accuracy, but its firing speed is so fast. Like a violent storm, the Naga tribe had no time to breathe. One shot after another, without stopping. In just a few tens of seconds, the Nether Fleet completed 10 rounds of salvos. Only at this moment did the sound of gunfire stop. It's not that Yang Zimo doesn't want to continue. It was the barrel of the short rapid-fire cannon, which, after 10 consecutive fierce shots, it has become red and hot. It needs time to cool down. As the sound of the cannon faded away, the dust and smoke on Naga Island gradually dissipated under the sea breeze. It revealed a horrific scene. The once beautiful Naga Island is now in ruins. Dense bomb craters are scattered all over the island. The broken limbs and bodies of the Naga warriors were scattered everywhere. Some were blown beyond recognition. Some are still lingering on, rolling and wailing in pain in the crater. These 10 rounds of salvos actually killed more than 500 Naga warriors. In an instant, huge streams of life energy rose from the corpses of the Nagas, like surging waves, gathering into a stream in the air. Then they surged towards the people of the Nether Fleet. This life energy was so huge that it enabled more than 900 people to instantly upgrade by 2 to 3 levels, greatly increasing their strength. Chapter 155: The Undead Legion Attacks. Everyone in the Netherworld felt their levels soaring. There was a burst of loud cheers. Holy shit, did we do this? That's awesome. In less than a minute, I killed more than 500 level 20 monsters. I can't even imagine it. I went from level 6 to level 9. I've never felt so good in my life. Thank the Lord of the Underworld for providing us with so many magic stones. Otherwise, how could we have made so many short-barreled rapid-fire cannons? Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Godfather, I'm level 10. Did you see that? We're no worse than those Stormwings. Long live. Rear. The people in Zhouxiao Palace who were just ready to laugh at the Netherworld's joke were now dumbfounded. Xiao Langtao turned his head mechanically, looking at Captain Xiao Yunfan. Unbelievable. Captain, are they really the evolvers who have just arrived in the Tianyu world for 6 days? This firepower, this intensity, even our Lingxiao can't handle it. No, only 6 days? Where did they get so many high-grade bronze cannons? Xiao Yunfan was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. I just felt like I was slapped in the face. Last minute. I am still saying that I want to laugh at other people's jokes. Result. The next second. These evolvers were like cheats, using hundreds of artillery pieces to kill more than 500 Naga warriors. However, although I was surprised, but Xiao Yunfan still shook his head. He said in a deep voice, I admit that I underestimated these evolvers before. However, they still cannot change the defeat. The strength of the Naga tribe cannot be countered by just these few cannons. Really? As soon as Xiao Yunfan finished speaking, the Naga warriors on Naga Island once again rushed towards the ocean like a tide. The Naga king looked at the ceased artillery fire. With a cold snort. Overseer, is this all you have? You can't defeat me with just these artillery pieces. After all the Naga warriors dive into the sea, the power of human artillery will be greatly reduced. By then, the Naga warriors will launch a surprise attack from underwater. We must kill all these annoying evolvers. Seeing the Naga warriors surging like a tide again, the cheers of the Netherworld crowd gradually faded, turned heavy. Obviously, we have killed so many people. But there were still so many Naga warriors. So scary. Yang Zimo looked at the Nagas who kept entering the sea. Grit your teeth. Give orders. All warships. Raise full sails. Retreat at full speed. Keep your distance. And wait for the short-barreled rapid-fire cannons to cool down. Yes. The commander has ordered us to retreat at full speed. Back off at full speed. For a time, the ships of the Netherworld raised their sails one after another. Prepare to evacuate. However, the fleet has not yet moved. A burst of intensive bone friction sound resounded throughout the sea. Everyone was stunned. Huh? What's that sound? It seems it's the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Bones. This is all sea water. Where do the bones come from? On Naga Island. The Naga tribe also heard this strange sound of bones rubbing against each other. They looked at each other in bewilderment. Don't stop. Keep going into the sea and kill those evolvers. The Naga elder who was in charge of supervising the battle urged. But at this moment, a Naga warrior whose body was half submerged in the sea. Suddenly, I felt something strange under my feet. Looking down, his face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Skeletons! Sir, the sea is full of skeletons." I saw. The originally dark and yellow seabed has now turned pale. And that pale color, it was actually made up of skeletons. The Naga warrior had just had time to issue a warning. Then he was pounced on and eaten by the densely packed skeletons. Screams echoed across the beach. Then, countless terrifying skeleton warriors slowly walked out of the sea. The Golden Beach. It was instantly submerged in a sea of bones. Undead. The Naga elder's expression suddenly changed. Why are there so many undead spirits? When did our Naga tribe offend the undead forces? However, the situation did not allow him to think anymore. In an instant, countless skeleton warriors roared and rushed towards Naga Island like a tide. Damn it, these undead are only level 10. Naga warriors, follow me and charge to kill them all. The glory of the Naga will live forever. The Naga elder roared and rushed towards the sea of bones first. Naga glory forever. The blue wave composed of a large number of Naga warriors, and the pale sea of bones composed of undead warriors collided violently. In an instant, limbs shattered, bones splattered. The sounds of fighting and wailing intertwined into one. This sudden change. The people in the Netherworld who were preparing to retreat and gain distance were stunned. No, Lao Yang, what's the situation with these undead? Judging from their number, there must be at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Did you arrange this? Longhauern looked at the fierce battle scene in front of him. His eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. When did we in the underworld have such an army of undead? Yang Zimo also shook his head in confusion. I don't know either, but what is certain is that these undead are not our enemies. Just then, Zhou Yu's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Well, do you think this army of the undead? Could it be the work of the Lord of the Underworld? Zhou Yu looked at the sea of bones and said tentatively, although, this sounds incredible, but the Lord of the Underworld is the supervisor after all. It is understandable that the Overseer has a large army of undead. As everyone was shocked, there was the sound of breaking waves. Crash. I saw a black boat with a dark hull and a strange black mist suddenly breaking through the waves, floating on the sea. When everyone saw the black boat, they all cheered and jumped for joy. The Netherworld is coming. The Lord of the Underworld is here. These undead spirits are all under the Lord of the Underworld's command. So cool. The Netherworld can actually travel underwater. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. The cheers were endless. But the corner of Lu Chen's eye twitched slightly. It's such a bummer. This ocean is too pity. He brought out 20,000 undead warriors from the corpse burial island. However, as there were not enough ships, the only thing he could do was to drive the undead army to dive into the seabed. Unexpectedly, the seabed is full of all kinds of ferocious and strange creatures. Even the bones of the skeleton warriors were not spared. Result: the short march distance from Corpse Burial Island to the Naga King's court. They actually lost tens of thousands of skeleton warriors. Now the rest, only more than 8,000 are still usable. And, without the aura of death provided by the Corpse Burial Island, these more than 8,000 skeletons are only a one-time combat force. It simply can't last. Thinking of this, Lu Chen only felt a pain in his flesh. It seems that I have to think of a way to produce death energy and store the creatures of the Undead Legion as soon as possible. As long as there is the breath of death, the undead army can gain energy. With the storage method, he no longer had to lead the skeleton warriors on this dangerous journey under the sea. Lu Chen's latest panel. Name: Lu Chen Cursed. Level 15, 57W/200W. Position: Supervisor, Level 1, 1500/10,000. Faction, Netherworld, Sea Pirate, Level 1, Leader. Vassal Race, 1-to-1 Stormwing. Evolution Points, 0. Contribution Points, 50. Strength, 1,600. Agility, 2050. Constitution, 960. Perception, 2056. Free Attribute Points, 60. Talent. A level, Undead Control, Space Manipulation, Speed Burst, 29. Petrifying Gaze. Hysteresis, 5. Water Incarnation. B level, Undead Curse, Power of the Mountain, 0.25. On my OG, Feast of Blood, Iron Bones, 0.25. Power Resonance, 20. Perception Resonance, 12. Sea level, Plant Affinity, 50. Poison Control, 75. Flame Control, 62. Ice Control, 65. Lightning Control, 35. Smell Ability, 50. Visual Ability, 14. Hearing Ability, 95. Skill 1. Summon the Kraken Statue, God level skill. Skill 2. Windbreaker, exclusive to supervisors. Skill 3. Corpse Explosion, level A. Skill 4. Sea God's Favor, C rank. Skill 5. Teleport, level A. Skill 6. Flowing Cloud Sword Dance, level A. Skill 7. Water Dragon Roaring, level A. Ship, Primary Sloop, Netherworld. Comprehensive Combat Strength Assessment. Unable to assess for the supervisor, realms are ridiculous. Anyone who relies on realms to fight the supervisor will die miserably. The Cursed Sloop, Netherworld, Captain, Lu Chin. Level, Primary. Crew, 1515. Durability, 1500. Weapon slot, Small Weapons 3/3, Sea Dragon's Fury Cannon, Silver Primary, Short Body Rapid Fire Cannon, Bronze Advance 2. Equipment slot, Small Equipment 1/1, Dragon Scale Armor, Silver Intermediate. Speed, Medium Sail. Defense, High, Medium Armor. Talents, Ghost Ship, B level, Strengthened Guardian Barrier, B level, Dark Night Diving, B, Ecological Symbiosis, D level, Gale, C level. Chapter 156. Why do I feel like we are a bit like villains? Half of the undead were lost on the march. Lu Chin felt extremely depressed. At this moment, the Naga tribe in front of him happened to be the best target for Lu Chin to vent his anger. A cold light flashed in Lu Chin's eyes, with a sudden wave of his right hand. All of you die. The skeleton warriors who were fighting fiercely with the Naga warriors. His mouth suddenly opened wide. The death energy in the body suddenly became extremely violent. Next, under the horrified gaze of the Naga warriors, the skeleton warriors exploded. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued. The power of the 10th level undead self-destruction, far superior to the short-bodied rapid-fire cannons of the Nether Fleet. In an instant, the earth trembled, the mountains shook. The huge explosion created a huge wave. The seawater was lifted several feet high by the force of the explosion, and fell down hard again. The sky above the entire Naga island was covered by a thick layer of blood mist. It was the flesh and blood of countless Naga warriors that were torn apart in the explosion. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The Naga elder hurriedly put up a water shield and shouted at the top of his lungs. Now, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear. Corpse explosion. It turned out to be a corpse explosion. The Naga elder had never seen such a brutal way of fighting. These skeleton warriors don't care about their own lives. As soon as they see the Nagas, they will rush forward with a roar and die together with them in a corpse explosion. However, as soon as he finished speaking, then more than a dozen skeleton warriors rushed over with roars, attacking his water shield frantically. The death energy in their bodies is rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. The Naga elder's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was filled with despair. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion. More than a dozen undead corpses exploded at the same time. The huge shockwave instantly shattered the water shield that the Naga elder had been maintaining with all his strength, and it turned into wisps of water vapor and dissipated in the air. No. With the desperate wail of the Naga elder, his body was ruthlessly torn apart in the explosion. Blood splattered everywhere. Finally, it disappeared in the dark red blood mist. As the explosion stopped, Naga Island was completely covered by a black and red dust. It was a mixture of flesh, blood, soil, and bone fragments that had been blasted into pieces. The entire battlefield was silent. Whether it is the Naga tribe, the human race, or even the Geoshia palace behind. They all stared blankly at the dust slowly settling on the battlefield. The shocking scene was revealed. On the battlefield, the thousands of Naga warriors and countless skeleton warriors who were originally being killed. Now, it has all turned into dust and dissipated. All that was left was a huge pit filled with corpses. Gudong. Xiao Langao swallowed his saliva fiercely. Trembling. Captain, are all the evolvers this year fighting so fiercely? 4 or 5,000 creatures. Just like that, it vanished into thin air before his eyes. This way of fighting. Let the waves of the sky tremble with fear. As long as there are enough undead, which force can withstand this kind of self-destructive war? Even their Jiuxiu palace can't do it. Looking at the hellish scene before my eyes, Xiao Yufan couldn't help but take a deep breath. A level corpse explosion. It seems that there is a remarkable person among the evolvers in this sea area. Saying. At this point, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Said in a deep voice. I want to see how long this evolver from a low-level world can last under the command of the Naga King. How long? Xiao Longtao's face was full of doubts. Captain, the human evolutionists have the upper hand now? It's useless. Xiao Yufan snorted coldly. In this world, the winner is always determined by the strong. No matter what tricks these evolvers use now, how much advantage they have. Once the Naga King takes action, they will collapse in an instant like chickens and dogs. Xiao Yunfan's mouth slowly curled up into a cold smile. For a truly strong person, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot kill an elephant. And in Xiao Yunfan's eyes, the Naga King. He is a truly strong person. Otherwise, the minister would not specifically invite the Naga King to explore the Tower of Awakening together. Overseer, take action. Witnessing thousands of tribesmen turning into blood mist in an instant. A trace of regret flashed across Naga Salos's eyes. Those on Naga Island are all elite troops of the Naga King's court, with a total of no more than 3,000. Now, half of them were lost when the war started. With this in mind, Nagatharos held the heavy black iron hammer tightly. Slowly moving forward, he gave the order in a deep voice. Don't get into close combat with these skeletons. The explosion range is about 10 meters. Keep your distance and use water skills to annihilate these undead spirits from a distance. Yes, sir. Naga glory forever. Victory belongs to us. As Nagatharos' order fell, the Naga warriors, who were originally in panic, instantly calmed down. Naga Salos's eyes were as sharp as torches as he swept towards the black boat on the sea. He asked coldly, Master Overseer, since you have come to our Naga royal court, why don't you come up and have a chat? However, it was not Lu Qin who responded to him, but a sinister, rising laugh. Old man, if you want to fight the captain, you have to get past me, Master Jack, first. Before he finished speaking, suddenly a huge wave surged up on the sea. Immediately, a huge hand broke through the waves. Then, a giant several dozen meters tall slowly rose from the deep sea. It was the person who spoke. The appearance of the giant caused a burst of exclamations on Naga Island. This giant was actually formed by the fusion of the withered corpses of Naga warriors. They twisted and entangled, forming an extremely terrifying monster. On the giant, the faces of countless Naga warriors are vaguely visible. It solidifies the extreme fear and despair before death, as if silently telling the suffering and unwillingness of life. It's our people. They're all dead. They are the guards who followed the eldest prince to war last time. I saw the captain of the guard's face, and he is dead. With exclamations. The corpse giant slowly raised his right leg. With a sudden step, it landed with a loud bang, stirring up a wave and approaching Naga Island step by step. At the same time, a burst of intensive bone friction sounded again. Countless skeleton warriors emerged from the ocean like a tide, gathered at the feet of the giants. Follow the giant and launch an attack on Naga Island. In the Nether Fleet, everyone witnessed this horrifying scene and looked at each other in silence. Why do I feel like we are a bit like villains? Zhou scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Look at your own side. Undead, rotten corpses, self-explosion. A giant made of corpses. The fleet is also a sea raider created to plunder resources. How's this decent? Chapter 157, Naga King's exclusive skills? Don't talk nonsense. We are a force under the command of the supervisor. Li Ming coughed and said calmly. Even if we use the undead and corpse explosions, they are corpse explosions that represent justice. So what if his appearance and skills look scary? Our boss is the supervisor. Officially certified. From now on, if anyone dares to say that we are villains, we will just kill him. Yes, let's do it. You're looking for death. Nagasaro stared at the corpse giant that was tens of meters tall. His eyes suddenly opened wide. An almost tangible murderous aura emanated from his body. On the body of a giant, he caught a glimpse of his son's face. Asshole. You will all be buried with ricks. Nagasaros roared. The snake's tail twitched violently. His body shot towards the giant corpse like an arrow from a bow in an instant. Come on, old man. Jack grinned. The corpse giant swung out with a whistling right palm and pounced towards the Naga King. But the moment the right palm touched the Naga King, it shattered into countless pieces of flesh like a sand sculpture. Nagatharos holds a pitch-black hammer. Unstoppable. The road was unstoppable. Smashed into the corpse giant's chest. Puff. A dull sound was heard. The giant corpse that exudes a terrifying aura. The chest was smashed into pieces by the Naga King's hammer. Ouch. The corpse giant wailed as its body broke into countless pieces. However, right now, a stream of black light burst out from the broken body. Go straight to the Naga King. Old man, let me show you what a surprise is. Jack's smile became even more grim. The breath of the whole body surged wildly. It was obvious that he was going to use the corpse explosion technique again. Catch the Naga King off guard. But Nagasaros has a wealth of combat experience. In an instant, he figured out Jack's plot. His eyes suddenly turned gray. A head full of snakes fluttering wildly. The snake heads hissed in unison. The exclusive talent of the Naga royal family, petrifying gaze. Start suddenly. Jack, with his hands wide open. We are preparing to give the Naga King a surprise. Suddenly, he felt the energy flow in his body become increasingly sluggish. Looking down, I have begun to petrify myself. Fuck, this old guy reacts so quickly. Before I finished speaking, Jack has turned into a stone statue. Frozen in place. Nagasaros continued to move. The pitch-black hammer in his right hand swung out with a roar. Crash. The gravel splashed. Jack's head was smashed to pieces in an instant. Nagasaros landed lightly. He sneered at Luchin. Haha, a boss-level corpse explosion. The Lord Supervisor is really willing to do it. It's a pity that all the efforts were in vain. If you don't take action now, all your men will soon follow in the footsteps of this undead. As soon as the words fell, I saw many Naga warriors. They have dived into the sea from all sides of Naga Island. They swayed their bodies flexibly. It attacked the nether fleet like an arrow shot from a bow. Jack, who had merged 500 corpses, was killed instantly before he could even trigger a corpse explosion. The corners of Luchin's mouth couldn't help but curl up. You have so much combat experience, you are worthy of being the Naga King. Interesting. Saying. Luchin clicked on the Naga King's interface. Naga tribe, Nagasaros, boss-level creature. Features, affinity with the ocean, amphibious, scaly skin, high intelligence. Talent, stone gaze stagnation, A level. Everything freezes under your gaze. Whoever you stare at will get pregnant. Skill 1. Rock hammer, rank A, gather all your strength into the rock hammer and swing it violently. The force is enough to flatten the island and annihilate the enemy instantly. Hammer 80. Skill 2. Power of the ancestors, Naga King exclusive. Nagasaros can use the power of his ancestors to greatly enhance his own strength. The ancestors have shown their power. Combat strength assessment, level 30 boss. When facing him, you'd better pray that his hammer doesn't hit you in the face, so that it will be easier to identify you when collecting your body. After browsing the Naga King's dashboard, Luchin frowned slightly. For the first time, a serious look appeared on his face. Nagasalos' talent and A-level skills did not surprise Luchin. But when I saw the second skill of the Naga King, ancestral power, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly surged in Luchin's heart. This skill has no levels. The description is also extremely vague. Skills like this. I have one myself. That is, the supervisor's exclusive skill, breaking the wind. I know the power of the windbreaker very well. Could it be that? Is the strength of this ancestral power as extraordinary as breaking the wind? It seems that the next battle may not be as easy as before. But this is fine. Since defeating the Gorgon, it is difficult to meet an opponent who can make you give your all. Thinking of this, Luchin's eyes showed more fighting spirit. Yun Ting, you lead the Stormwing tribe to support the Nether Fleet. I will go meet this Naga King. Yes, Master. Yun Ting responded respectfully. Immediately, the sound of wings flapping is loud. More than 200 Stormwings swooped down from the sky and hovered over the Nether Fleet. Their wings shone with the blue power of wind. Be ready to release wind blades and launch an attack at any time. The Stormwings provided support in the air. The Nether Fleet should be able to fight against the Naga tribe. Luchin's mind raced. Then he fixed his sights on Nagasalos. I want to see how powerful your unique skill is. Before he finished speaking, Luchin had already stepped out from the bow of the ship. The figure instantly becomes a shadow, rushing towards Nagathros. Nagasalos only felt a ringing in his ears, and the sound of air tearing rang out. The next second, Luchin had already arrived in front of him. The blade in his hand is as black as night. A strange green light flashed, stabbed at him suddenly. Nagasaro's heart trembled. What a fast speed. I barely had time to see Lu Qin's movements. The blade is coming, as expected of an inspector. The strength is indeed terrifying. A man's name is like a tree shadow, facing an overseer's attack. Naga Saros did not dare to be careless at all. The giant hammer in his hand spun. He immediately faced the pitch-black blade and blocked it. However, but the hammer did not produce the impact I had imagined. I saw the figure of Lu Qin who was just in front of me. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. Phantom. Naga Saros was shocked. Then I immediately determined that my vision and hearing were disturbed. He turned back suddenly. Really? Lu Qin had quietly appeared behind him. Black blade edge. It was only an inch away from his back. Arrogant. Naga Saros roared. As the power in my body surges, a water shield instantly formed behind him. But Lu Qin's figure disappeared again like a ghost. Grass. My vision is not disturbed? Naga Saros' eyes widened. From the moment I felt disturbed, he has done his best to strengthen the protection of vision and hearing. The shadow just now. It was clearly Lu Qin's true body. How could it disappear suddenly? Etc. Could it be teleportation? Salos' heart trembled. The sight turns quickly. Really? Lu Qin's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The green light on the black blade remains. At this moment, Naga Saros, however, was too late to block. Chapter 158. Do it in one go. You actually awakened your space talent? Naga Saros roared in shock and anger. Immediately, his eyes suddenly turned gray, intending to use the petrifying gaze to control Lu Qin. Although Lu Qin's realm is only level 15. But the Overseer is famous. He didn't want to take Lu Qin's attack head-on. However, the petrifying gaze has not yet been fully used. Naga Saros was surprised to find that Lu Qin's eyes also turned gray at this moment. Petrified. How could you? I was halfway through my words. Naga Saros' body instantly solidified into a stone statue. Shock and disbelief were frozen on the face of the stone statue. He didn't expect that. There was actually a moment when I was petrified. Lu Qin's eyes flashed with coldness. The action is not slow at all. The heart erosion blade in his hand suddenly thrust out. It pierced deeply into Naga Saros' heart. At the same time, the green light on the heart-eating blade is shining brightly. The poison control talent bursts out with full force. This Naga King brought a great sense of threat to Lu Qin. So, Lu Qin did not hold back at all. Strive to kill with one blow. Puff. The sound of the blade piercing through the flesh rang out. Crack. With the heart pierced, Naga Saros' petrified state instantly shattered into countless stone chips. He just felt a sharp pain in his heart. Next, the body was suddenly smashed away by the huge force contained in the black blade. It fell heavily on a rocky beach. A cloud of stone chips flew everywhere. This scene came suddenly. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned for a moment. The Nagas on the island, just as they were about to cheer for their king who had smashed the horrible corpse giant with one blow. However, the cheers have not yet begun. Then I saw that low-level human suddenly jump up. The next second, the Naga King's heart was pierced through. The body fell to the ground with a loud bang. And look at the green spreading across the body of the Naga King. Obviously, he was poisoned. The Naga people who saw this scene couldn't help but open their mouths wide. His face was full of shock and disbelief. The horrible figure on the ground. He is the strongest of the Naga clan. Their king. How could he be so badly hurt by a human being of such a lowly realm? On the Ling Xiao in the rear. Originally, when I saw the Naga King take action, Xiao Yufan, Xiao Langyao and others were looking very excited. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Xiao Langyao rubbed his eyes. The voice trembled and asked, Captain, are you sure that this Naga King is as powerful as you said? How come he fell down after fighting with that evolver? This injury is definitely fatal. Xiao Yufan was also stunned. The corners of the mouth twitched. That shouldn't be the case. I have personally seen the Naga King in action. He is extremely powerful. There is only one possibility, that is, the strength of this human is stronger than we imagined. Yeah, that's right. Xiao Langyao nodded. This human's true strength must be far beyond his 15th level. When we fought just now, he used his space talent, petrification talent, and poison talent. He has only been here for 6 days and has already mastered 3 talents. This person is definitely not an ordinary person. It's a pity that we are too far away to hear their conversation clearly, otherwise it would definitely be more exciting. After that, the sky waves turned to the sky cloud sails. Asked, Captain, the Naga King's heart has been pierced. He should be beyond help, right? There is no need for us to invite him again. Should we return to Joshio Palace? However, Xiao Yunfan chuckled. No hope. You underestimate this Naga King. If this is all he is capable of, why would the minister invite him to explore the Tower of Awakening together? Just wait and see. The best is yet to come. Under the gaze of countless people, Lu Qin's movements did not pause at all. I'm not like the villain in a TV show, arrogant and pretentious. This Naga King clearly has a mysterious skill. The best strategy is to, with one move, kill it instantly. That skill cannot be used at all. With this in mind, Lu Qin waved his left hand gently. Dozens of bone spears flashed cold light instantly. It shot towards the Naga King lying on the rubble like an arrow. Puff, puff, puff. The bone spear hit accurately. Make a series of heart-pounding sounds. This is not over yet. Behind Lu Qin, 5 water dragons roared and rose into the air from the sea. They twisted their huge bodies. With a deafening roar, suddenly pounced on the Naga King. Next, boom, 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 boom. 5 loud bangs sounded almost simultaneously. The water dragon exploded the moment it touched the Naga King, unleashing massive torrents of water and devastating energy waves, like giant bombs. Instantly, a bottomless pit was blown out at the location where the Naga King was. Dust and mist intertwined, like a chaos, completely blocking everyone's view. Gudong, Zhou Yu looked at the shocking scene. I swallowed subconsciously. Is this what the Lord of the Underworld looks like when he attacks? Too scary, too scary. Looking at Lu Qin's series of attacks, Long Howren shuddered involuntarily. My God, the Lord of the Underworld is indeed the #1 person on Blue Star. The attack he unleashed just now was even more fierce than that of our entire Underworld fleet. Ha ha ha, with the attack that the Hades just used, even a lump of iron could be shattered by him. This Naga King must be dead. Li Ming laughed heartily. As long as the Naga King dies, the remaining Naga warriors will be leaderless. Let us slaughter you in the Underworld. However, Yang Zimo stared straight at the chaos, the solemnity in his eyes not diminishing at all. He said in a deep voice, something is wrong. After suffering such a fierce attack, how come the aura of the Naga King has become even stronger? Lu Qin, despite launching such a horrific attack. But I am not at ease. I saw him step down. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he quickly rushed towards the Naga King. He would not be able to feel at ease until he cut off the Naga King's head with his own hands. However, just took 2 steps. Lu Qin suddenly stopped. An unprecedented solemnity flashed across his eyes. I saw. The dust in front slowly drifted away. A huge figure gradually revealed its true appearance. The Naga King was only 2 meters tall. At this moment, his body suddenly grew taller, reaching a height of 4 meters. The whole body is tightly covered with dark gray scales. Each piece flashes with cold light, reflecting each other. The muscles in his arms were knotted and twisted, like a rock, so hard. The snake's tail behind it extended by more than 10 meters. Thick and powerful, swaying gracefully. Naga Salos has changed a lot at this moment. A suffocating and terrifying pressure emanated from his body. Chilling. Lu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was as sharp as a torch, quickly scanning Nagaratha's attribute panel. Really? The panel in front of you has been completely renewed. Chapter 159, Terrifying S-Level Talent. Naga Tribe, Naga Saros, possessed by the power of the ancestors, boss-level creature. Features: affinity with the ocean, amphibious, scaly skin, high intelligence, blessing of ancestral power. Talent: petrification field, S-level, 100-meter range, with a wave of the hand, everything can be fossilized. Master of sculpture. Skill 1, rock hammer domination, rank A. Skill 2, power of the ancestors, Naga King exclusive. Combat power assessment. Unable to assess, feel the horror of S-level talent. Combat strength assessment column. It suddenly went from being a level 30 boss to being impossible to evaluate. And what the Oracle cannot evaluate. They are often powerful people whose strength far exceeds the constraints of their realm. Most importantly, the talent of the Naga King. It actually evolved from A-level to S-level. This is the first time Lu Qin came to Tianyu. The first S-level talent scene. Thinking of this, Lu Qin's eyes instantly lit up with a burning desire to fight. You came just in time. I've wanted to experience it for a long time. The power of S-level talent. On Naga Island, the Naga tribe, who were originally shocked by Lu Qin's strength, when witnessing Naga Salos blessed by the power of the ancestors, astonishment instantly turned into ecstasy. They bowed their heads and knelt on the ground, shouting wildly. The ancestors have appeared. The ancestors have come to help us. Naga ancestors, may our Naga glory last forever. Kill this human and avenge our tribe. on the Ling Xiao in the rear. Xiao Langyao witnessed the Naga King's transformation. My eyes widened involuntarily. Fucky's talent actually soared to S level. Is that so abnormal? S level talent. That is the super strong one who has completed awakening. The extraordinary talent that Feng may master. Even for awakened masters. Want to evolve your talent from A level to S level. The success rate is only a pitiful 3. It shows that he has obtained an S level talent. It is so difficult. However, the Naga King in front of me. With only a 30th level body, he already possesses such amazing talent. It's jaw-dropping. Xiao Langyao felt the terrifying aura emanating from the Naga King. Finally, I understood. Why did the minister send himself to invite the Naga King? The Naga King possesses such power. Even if facing a strong man of level 50, he may not be defeated. Haha, not only has the Naga King's talent evolved to S level. With the blessing of the ancestral power, his various attributes will also be greatly improved. Xia Yunfen opened his mouth. Turning his gaze to Lu Chen, a hint of pity flashed across his eyes. And this human can be considered a prodigy among his race. It's a pity that he provoked an existence that he shouldn't have provoked. Obviously. In Xia Yunfan's eyes. In front of the Naga King, blessed by the power of his ancestors, Lu Chen. Death is certain. The Naga King glanced sideways over his shoulder. The scars from the bone spears were clearly visible. Then, shoulder muscle twitching. The horrific wound healed in an instant. Immediately, Naga Saros looked at the black-eyed boy with a sharp gaze. Low opening. Human, you have only been in the Tianyu world for 6 days. Logically, I should not use this method against you. Having said this, the Naga King's voice suddenly turned cold. The murderous aura, sharp as a knife or a sword, instantly burst out from his body. But you dared to kill my beloved sons and daughters and slaughter my people. Even if you are the supervisor chosen by Tianyu, today, I swear to take your life, to vent my anger. Besides, although you have passed the Overseer's test, don't expect the Oracle to help you. In the laws of Tianyu, strength is supreme. If I kill you, it will only prove that you are inferior to others in skills. Tianyu will never interfere. Hearing the words of the Naga King, Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a faint smile. No surprise at all. Oh, I expected this. In this world, the strong are the kings. So, I am quite interested in killing you. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen stomped his right foot on the ground. The whole person instantly turned into a shadow, rushing towards the Naga King. At the same time, the sense of smell, the sense of hearing, the sense of sight. Full launch. But, the Naga King's mouth curled up into a sneer. Not moved at all. Overseer, isn't it shameful to use such childish interference? Hee. Know that you have the gift of disturbing perception. How could I fall for it again? But, I saw a cold light flash in Lu Chen's eyes. The perception of resonance starts instantly. The perception points suddenly increased 5 times from 2056 points. Soared to an astonishing 10,280 points. With the blessing of over 10,000 perceptions, Naga Salos suddenly realized that Lu Chen's figure was everywhere. In an instant, visual confusion, auditory confusion, even the sense of smell is disturbed. Naga Saros' heart was shocked. Grass. Under the power of Laozi's ancestors, his strength increased greatly. How can you still be infected with this? How much of a fucking perception does this kid have? After all, he was facing an inspector. Naga Saros did not dare to be careless. The snake's tail flicked. Want to retreat? First keep your distance and remove the abnormal status. But suddenly found out. The weeds on the ground were originally as high as a palm. It's growing wildly at this moment. The snake's tail was wrapped around him like a rope. Plant-related talent. Naga Saros' heart trembled. As expected of an inspector, various means emerge in an endless stream. Seeing that he could not avoid Lu Chen's attack, Naga Salos simply stopped hiding. I saw a ferocious smile slowly appear on the corner of his mouth. He said in a fierce voice, although there are many methods, they are all just a desperate struggle. Lu Chen's figure instantly appeared behind Naga Salos. The red light surged all over his body. The resonance of power surges. The dark blade in his palm suddenly swung out. With the sound of the sharp wind, hit the back of Nagatha's head directly. I just pierced my heart, but I didn't die. So, this time I'll just chop your head off. See if you die. However, just when the heart erosion blade was only a millimeter away from the back of Nagasaros' head, a terrifying wave suddenly erupted from Naga Salos' body. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A piercing sound followed. The extremely sharp tip of the heart erosion blade. He was petrified at lightning speed. Lu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. S-level petrochemical field. He made a prompt decision. Teleport launch. The figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. and when it reappeared, it was already 100 meters away. And Nagatharos stood still. As the fluctuations spread, the grass, land, trees, and corpses under his feet were petrified one by one. In a flash, the area within 100 meters around him turned into a stone and silent world. Nagatharos turned slowly. His eyes were as sharp as torches, and he cast them at Lu Chun, who was 100 meters away. The ferocious look on his face became even more severe. You reacted pretty quickly, and you actually escaped. Lu Chun lowered his head and examined the hard erosion blade in his hand, which had already turned half into stone. His brows were furrowed. I have already left the Naga King's petrified range, but the hard erosion blade still remained in its petrified state. Never recovered. Ha ha, Overseer, do you still wish that the knife in your hand could return to its original state? Nagatharos laughed wildly. Under my petrification domain, except for living creatures that still have life, everything will be forever turned into stone sculptures. This knife of yours has become scrap metal. Ha ha. Chapter 160 Tianyu. Is this the supervisor you created? Lu Chun looked at the laughing Nagasalos. Eyes narrowed slightly. S-level talent. It is indeed extraordinary. Since you can petrify everything within 100 meters, then I'll distance myself. Long-distance consumption. I'd like to see. You use this S-level talent beyond your level. How long can it last? With this in mind, Lu Chun spread his arms, palms facing the sky. Hualala. For water dragons broke out of the water. Roaring, he pounced towards the Naga King. However, before approaching, their movements gradually slowed down. Then, with an unwilling roar, they turned into four stiff stone dragons. The petrified realm of Nagatharos. Even a water dragon formed by condensed water flow can be petrified. Ha ha ha. It's just a little trick. Overseer, feel free to use any tricks you have up your sleeve. I want to see how many tricks you have. Nagasalos sneered. However, Lu Chun's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Then he waved his right hand. A flaming god with wings on its back descended from the sky. Flapping his wings, he swooped down upon the Naga King. But again, once we entered the petrochemical field, the flame Shikigami instantly solidified into a stone statue. Next, several more level 15 undead warriors were summoned. In an instant, around Nagasaros, it is filled with densely packed stone statues, water dragons, undead spirits, Shikigami, and overgrown plants. Despite the apparent success. But, at this time, Nagasalos couldn't laugh anymore. After petrifying the four undead warriors who were rushing towards him and trying to explode, the corner of Nagasalos's eye couldn't help but twitch slightly. He finally determined. Lu Chun actually intended to exhaust his mental strength. When I think of this, Nagasalos couldn't help cursing in his heart. Grass. I am a level 30 boss. A 15th level evolver. He actually wanted to use up all his mental energy. Doesn't that mean 15th level Lu Chun? His mental power is actually higher than mine? How is this possible? Nagasalos just found it ridiculous. But, seeing Lu Chun launching such fierce attacks continuously, he remained calm. Considering the amazing power of Lu Chun's skills. It seems that my perception attribute may not be as high as this human who is only level 15. It's really unfair. Thinking of this, Nagasaros dared not slack off any longer. It's not a pleasant feeling to have a boat capsize in a gutter. Thinking about this, I saw that his brows were furrowed. The veins on his forehead suddenly popped up. An invisible wave centered on him. Suddenly spread out. This time the shock wave. The speed and scope are far beyond anything ever seen before. Lu Chun was caught off guard and was affected by this force. My heart sank. The petrification range of the Naga King is only 100 meters. This shock wave is obviously not a petrifying force. So, it should be a hysteresis effect similar to the A-level petrification talent. Thinking about this, Lu Chun slowly looked at the agility on his panel. Really, agility value has been greatly reduced at this moment. And my teleportation skill can no longer be activated. S-level petrochemical field. It actually had such a huge suppression on his A-level space talent. It seems that the Naga King obviously realized his intention, planning to launch a strong attack. However, Lu Chun, remained calm and not panicked at all. Looking at Nagasalos calmly. You want to continue suppressing my agility and teleportation, so the petrification field should not be able to be maintained at the same time, right? Nagasalos stared at Lu Chun and said in a heavy voice. So what? You are the first overseer I have ever fought. I admit that your potential is so great that it scares me a little. Give me another 10 days, no, 5 days, and I may no longer be your opponent. But, at this point, a look of madness suddenly appeared on Nagasalos's face. But now, you are about to die in my hands. No matter how brilliant your future is, no matter how great your potential is, today, everything will end. The thought of killing a legendary supervisor made me. An irrepressible excitement surged in Nagasalo's heart. He swung his snake tail violently, and there was a loud snap. The whole person is like an arrow shot from a bow. Shoot towards Luchin quickly. At the same time, the muscles in his arms are tense and twisted like a dragon. With both hands tightly grasping the inky black hammer, swing up a full circle. With the might of a tsunami, smash towards Luchin fiercely. When Luchin saw this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well done. I, Luchin, have never been afraid of head-on confrontation. Compared to long-range consumption, I prefer this upright battle. Before he finished speaking, the red light on Luchin's body surged. The resonance of power is instantly fully activated. Heart erosion black blade. Under the crazy infusion of 8,000 points of strength, the wind whistles. He swung violently at the pitch-black giant hammer. Ha ha. Boy, you are a perception-type evolver, and you dare to fight me head-on. You are simply courting death. Nagasaro's eyes were filled with madness. It was as if he had already foreseen the tragic scene of Luchin being smashed into a pulp by his hammer. Under everyone's attention, the battle blade and the giant hammer collided with a loud bang. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere like brilliant fireworks. Boom! There was a deafening noise that was beyond words. The two terrifying forces suddenly confronted and tore at each other the moment they came into contact. An astonishing shock wave originates from the intersection of the 2 points. It raged in an instant. The surrounding rubble, dust, weeds, and corpses. The shock wave suddenly lifted him up, splashing everywhere. Just the collision of 2 weapons. It was like a powerful bomb had exploded. So horrifying. The dust has cleared. I saw the giant hammer and the black blade facing each other head-on, tightly locking together. As the 2 sides competed, it slowly moved towards the direction of Nagasalos. How could this happen? Nagasaros's forehead was bulging with blue veins. His eyes were full of horror. After being blessed with the power of his ancestors, his own strength has soared to an astonishing 7,000 points. Such power, not to mention a level 15 human. Even if it is a level 30 boss, you can crush it yourself. But I have clearly used all my strength. Why? Why is my power not as great as this tiny human being? When I think of this, Nagatharos was filled with rage. I almost wanted to cry out to the sky and denounce the injustice of Tianyu. God's will. Is this the supervisor you created? It's okay to have dozens of talents. I can bear it if my perception is abnormally strong. Just treat him as a sentient evolver. But the horse. He is stronger than I am. Is there any justice in this world? Is there still law? A mere 15th level evolver. All attributes are stronger than my level 30 boss. Am I the boss, or is he the boss? Don't be so biased. Chapter 161, Don't Hit My Face. It seemed that the roar of resentment in Nagasaro's heart had an effect. The heart erosion blade in a semi-petrified state. Countless cracks appeared in an instant. Next, in the surprised eyes of Nagasalos, it collapsed with a loud bang. Ha ha, Overseer, now that you have no weapons, let me show you how you're going to die. Nagatharos laughed wildly. The hammer roared. It slammed heavily onto Luchin's head. My body is my strongest weapon. Luchin shouted coldly. Open your left hand, palm facing up. The power of the mountain and rock gathered in an instant, covering it. He actually faced the unstoppable hammer head-on. Luchin, with the palm of your hand. Take this hammer head-on. Court death. Nagatharos gritted his teeth. All the strength in the body is concentrated on the giant hammer. He vowed to crush Luchin with one blow. No matter how strong Luchin is. However, the fragile human body. It is destined that it is impossible to directly compare the strength with weapons. Luchin's move. This is exactly what Nagasalos wants. Bang! A dull crash was heard. Luchin's seemingly frail left hand. He actually managed to steadily hold up Nagasalos' powerful hammer. How is this possible? Nagasaro's pupils shrank sharply. Use your body to block my stone hammer? Did it succeed? How strong is this kid's physique? Are you playing tricks? In fact, physical fitness has always been Luchin's relatively weak attribute. Only 960 points. But at this moment, Luchin activated his physical talent, Iron Bones. His physical fitness instantly soared to 4,800 points, with the blessing of the mountain's power, although not as amazing as other attributes. But, catch the hammer from the Naga King. It's more than enough. The shock on Nagasalos' face had not yet faded. Then I only saw Lu Qin's right fist slowly retracted. The rocks converge on the fist. Nagasalos immediately understood Lu Qin's intention. This kid, is he planning to hit me with his fist? He was horrified. He hurriedly tried to pull back the giant hammer to defend himself. He didn't want to fight someone who could block weapons with his body. And the enemy with such abnormal strength is in close combat. However, the pitch-black hammer in his hand was firmly grasped by Lu Qin's slender left palm. Not a budge. Nagasalos opened his eyes wide. Don't hit my face. Too late. Lu Qin's right fist, with the blessing of 8,000 points of strength, like a cannonball fired from a gun, suddenly blasted out. With a blast that tore through the air, it hit Nagasalos hard in the face. Bang! There was a loud noise. Nagasalos felt as if he was hit by a whale. Golden stars were flying before my eyes, and the world was spinning. But this is just the beginning. Lu Qin's right fist was like a violent storm, falling down one after another. Nagasalos was stunned directly. He held the giant hammer tightly in his right hand, fearing that Lu Qin would take it away. The left hand loosens the hammer handle. Prepare to fight back. Grass. I am the great Naga King. Why should I be beaten by you on the face? I want to fight back too. However, a chill suddenly came over me. Nagasaros felt his left arm stiffen. I can't move. In the gap between being hit by Lu Qin and seeing stars, Nagatharos saw with his peripheral vision. His left hand was tightly wrapped by a thick layer of ice. Ice talent. This damn supervisor also has ice talent. Is there anything he can't do? Right now? Lu Qin's left arm muscles suddenly bulged. A tremendous force burst forth. Let go of the hammer with your left hand. Grabbing Nagasalos' forehead. With sudden force. Boom! The tall Nagasalos was pinned to the ground in an instant. Next, Lu Qin leaned forward quickly. The two fists smashed down like a violent storm. Bang, 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 bang. Nagasaros was beaten so hard that he saw stars. The gravel flew everywhere. The entire Naga island was shaking slightly. On the Lingxiao, Xiao Yunfan and Xiao Langtao watched this scene. Stunned. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Captain, didn't you say that after the Naga King was blessed by the power of the ancestors? Will it become extremely powerful? There was a tremor in Xiao Langtao's voice. His face was full of disbelief. No, it's not that this Naga King is very powerful. Didn't they say that this human being would die miserably? This is not acting according to the script? Logically speaking, the boss has used his ultimate move. Shouldn't he be chasing after the evolver with a hammer? How come this is the other way around? Become an evolver riding the Naga King hammer. Every time Xiao Langtao saw Lu Qin's heavy punch falling, his heart trembled. It's so scary. This human being is so scary. How can you bully the boss like this? Everyone has used their ultimate moves. Give him some dignity as a boss, okay? That's great. Riding on someone's face and hitting him. Is this guy really an evolver who has just come to Tianyu 6 days ago from a low-level world? Was he taking elixir during these 6 days? Xiao Yunfan, who was standing by, was also stunned. After hearing Xiao Langtao's words, I was stunned for a second or two before I came back to my senses. No, something's wrong. Something's wrong with this human. Xiao Yunfan held the railing tightly with both hands. Leaned forward. His face was full of surprise and suspicion. The Naga King did not hold back. I could feel his terrifying might even from such a distance. But this human was able to defeat such a powerful Naga King. Who is he? At this moment, Xiao Yunfan's mind was rapidly recalling the information about the last battle among all races. There is no reason. An evolver who has just arrived in the Tianyu world for 6 days. How can it be so powerful? Could it be that? Did he pass the overseer selection? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Yunfan shuddered violently. Immediately, he shook his head suddenly. Rejected my own idea. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How difficult it is to select supervisors. How could a human from a lower world possibly pass the selection of the supervisors? If a supervisor really appeared in our sea area, for Zhuxiao Palace, definitely not a good thing. I must have been overthinking. Xiao Yunfan stared at Lu Qin's figure closely. I kept comforting myself in my heart. On the other side, Lu Qin was having a great time fighting. Suddenly, I felt my body lighten. That was a sign that the Naga King's suppression of his agility and teleportation was lifted. Almost at the same time, Lu Qin sensed that a force of energy was quietly gathering under his feet. This energy, Lu Qin was very familiar with it. S-level petrochemical field. A thought flashed through my mind. Lu Qin no longer covets the sword. His figure flashed, the teleportation skill was activated, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Really, at the moment when the land sank and disappeared, an invisible energy wave suddenly surged, centered on the Naga King. spreading rapidly in all directions. Within 100 meters, everything was petrified in an instant. Lu Chen stood firmly. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. What? You don't want to fight me in close combat? Asshole. Damn asshole. The Naga King's burly body slowly struggled to climb out of the huge pit that was created. Originally handsome face. At this moment, he had been beaten so hard that his body was swollen like a pig's head. Chapter 162, A Hero's Cut. He looked at Lu Chen. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable astonishment. Watchdogs. Is this the legendary supervisor? It's so terrifying. Not only does he possess a large number of advanced talents and skills, and each of the four-dimensional attributes is terrifyingly high. It can be said that it's just a humanoid monster with absolutely no shortcomings. No wonder. No wonder people are so frightened when they talk about supervisors. It has only been 6 days since he entered the Tianyu world, and he has already demonstrated such amazing combat power, far surpassing the results of his hundreds of years of hard training. Nagasalos was secretly amazed. If he is given another 6 months or 6 years, what a terrifying level this human being before us will reach. I can't even imagine it. Now, originally crawling on the ground, the Naga tribe enthusiastically shouted, "The ancestors appear." At this moment, everyone was stunned. No, haven't our ancestors already appeared? Logically speaking, shouldn't this human being be beaten to a pulp easily by the king? How come our king is still being beaten? At this moment, all the Nagas began to doubt their lives. The power of ancestors. This was a powerful means left by the Naga ancestors for the continuation of their tribe. In the past, no matter how great the crisis faced by the Naga tribe, as long as you summon the power of your ancestors, all problems will be solved. However, facing this terrible human being, it seems that even the king blessed by the power of his ancestors is unable to match him. How is this possible? That human is only level 15. How can it be so powerful? Different from the astonishment of the Naga tribe and Jiuxiao Palace. When the Netherworld and Stormwing tribe saw this scene, there was a thunderous cheer. Tai pants are hot. The Lord of the Underworld's Tai pants are hot. Wow. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw the Snake Man transform just now. The aura of the Snake Man was too scary, but the Lord of the Underworld was able to pin him down and beat him. It's amazing. Fuck. Kneel down before me. The Lord of Hell can attack from a distance or fight in close combat. This is totally unsolvable. Haha. I even feel a little sorry for the Naga King now. No matter what tricks he uses, he seems so powerless in front of the Lord of the Underworld. Now I know why Tianyu chose the Lord of the Underworld as the supervisor. With the Lord of the Underworld's potential, he can be said to be invincible among his peers. Godfather, you are so handsome. The S-level petrochemical field is indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Chen looked at Nagasalos disdainfully. The tone is calm. Since you avoid close combat, I will use up your mental strength. I want to see how many times you can use your petrification field. As soon as the words fell, densely packed bone spears gathered above Lu Chen's head. Moment. Like an arrow shot from a bow. With a sharp whistle. Shoot towards Nagasalos. Nagasalos saw this. Distorted face. Cursing in my heart. Hateful. How abominable. Let's use the petrochemical field. This human is incredibly agile and has the ability to teleport. Just don't fight me in close combat. Remotely consume me. No need for petrochemical field, although it can suppress this human's agility and teleportation. But, damn, I can't even beat him in close combat. There is absolutely no solution. After petrifying the flying bone spear again, a trace of determination flashed in Nagasaros' eyes. No, if this continues, my mental strength will soon be exhausted. By then, I can only be slaughtered by others. Could it be that? Is that the only move I can use? Nagasaros felt a pain in his heart. But then, he looked towards Lu Chen, with a firm look in his eyes. No matter what the cost, as long as we can get rid of this supervisor, the returns more than make up for the losses. It will all be worth it. Thinking of this, Nagasalo immediately opened his arms, roaring to the sky. My dear ancestors of the Naga tribe, unfilial descendant, Nagasalos, encountered a strong enemy today and was unable to resist. I beg the Naga ancestors to stop holding back on their power. Give me a helping hand and slay the powerful enemy, so that our Naga tribe can prosper forever and have everlasting glory. The voice fell. Waves of powerful energy surged in from all directions into Nagatharos's body. In an instant, Nagasaros's original 4-meter-tall body. It is expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the terrifying aura emanating from him became more and more terrifying. The Naga King has gone crazy. He actually used up all the power of his ancestors at once. Seeing this scene, Xiao Longtao's eyes suddenly widened, screaming out loud. The Naga King's move is equivalent to exhausting the powerful skill of the power of ancestors at once. After today, the Naga tribe will lose the protection of the power of ancestors. Is he crazy? However, Captain Xiao Yunfan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gently shake your head. With a long sigh. Alas, the Naga King must have been forced into a desperate situation. The strength of that human is too amazing. If he doesn't do this, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. After saying that, Xiao Yunfan turned his gaze towards Lu Chun, who was standing firm, whispering in a deep voice. Humans are just like that. They don't know when to stop and insist on killing everyone. Now, the Naga King begins his desperate fight. No matter how evil this human is, he will not be able to escape death today. Xiao Langtao nodded in agreement. That's right. The Naga King released all the power of his ancestors at once. No one knows how strong he is at this moment. Saying, a hint of pity involuntarily emerged in Xiao Longtao's eyes. If this human could survive today, he would definitely grow up to be the overlord of the Tianyu world. What a pity. At this time, a smile gradually appeared on Xiao Yunfan's lips. Die, it's better to die? Then I won't have to worry. There will be one more supervisor in this sea area. With the current strength of the Naga King, even if that human really passed the selection of the supervisor, I'm afraid it will be difficult to compete with the Naga King. Although the supervisor is better than the strong ones of the same level, but it is by no means invincible. On Naga Island, the Naga tribe, seeing Nagatharos become powerful again, but not as joyful as before. Instead, wailing and crying sounds came one after another. From now on, our Naga tribe will lose the protection of our ancestors' power. Wow, my king. What kind of desperate situation has the king been forced into to resort to such a desperate measure? An old Naga elder. Wipe away the tears from the corners of your eyes. The look he gave Lu Qin was filled with uncontrollable hatred. It's all that human's fault. He caused our Naga tribe to lose the protection of our ancestors' power. King, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. In an instant. The Nagas were in high spirits, and their shouts of killing were deafening. Lu Qin stared at the figure whose height had suddenly increased to 8 meters. The Naga King is like a towering mountain. Eyes narrowed. The aura emanating from the Naga King at this moment. This made Lu Qin alert. Felt an unprecedented threat. Can it transform twice? Lu Qin was puzzled and looked at the attribute panel of the Naga King. Chapter 163, Let's Fight. I saw. The original exclusive skill of the Naga King, the power of the ancestors, has disappeared without a trace. I see. Lu Qin nodded gently. There was a glimmer of approval in the eyes of the Naga King. This Naga King wanted to fight with me. He actually resolutely used up such a powerful exclusive skill all at once. This is a heroic act of self-sacrifice. Naga King. He is a character. As expected of an inspector, you were able to push me to such a state. Naga Saros glared at Lu Qin. There was ferocity and hatred in his eyes. The voice became more violent. At this moment, I have gathered all the power passed down by countless ancestors of the Naga clan. He held his hands high. The pitch-black hammer in his hand began to tremble violently, as if resonating with the master's will. Releases an ancient and majestic atmosphere. It is your honor to die under my hammer. There was a hint of cruel pleasure in Naga Saros' words. He suddenly raised the giant hammer toward the sky. In an instant, the hammer body expands rapidly. The stone hammer made a low roar under the infusion of power. With a roar, Naga Saros smashed the ground with his snake tail. The body suddenly rose. The earth trembled. The gravel was scattered everywhere. The cracks spread like a dragon. He swung his hammer. The rock hammer that had turned into a small mountain contained the power to destroy the world. Cut through the sky. Smashed towards Lu Qin suddenly. A-level skill, rock hammer domination. The shadow of the hammer is like a dark cloud pressing down on the sky. It instantly obscured Lu Qin's vision. The air was filled with the smell of destruction. Wherever the giant hammer passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind twisted streaks of light. Feeling the strong wind blowing towards you, Lu Qin frowned slightly. No. You can't take this attack head-on. The thought changed. Lu Qin immediately tried to teleport to dodge. However, no response. Teleportation and agility were once again firmly suppressed by Nagasalos' S-level petrification field. Seeing that there is no way around it, Lu Qin then decided to interfere with the Naga King's perception. In an instant, the 3 auxiliary talents are fully activated. But Naga Saros was emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. Lu Qin's 3 magical powers of vision, hearing, and smell. It couldn't have any effect on it at all. seeing Lu Qin's furrowed brows. Naga Saros laughed wildly with triumph. Ha ha ha. You still want to escape by teleporting? I already expected you to do that. Before he finished speaking, the ferocity on Naga Saros' face became even more intense. Overseer, die. Facing this unavoidable blow, the corners of Lu Qin's mouth slowly curled up into a smile. The fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Bullying the weak is extremely boring. Only by defeating this powerful opponent. This is what I, Lu Qin, pursue. Since it is impossible to avoid. Then, war. Let's fight. Lu Qin suddenly shouted. A golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. B-level talent, iron bones. In an instant, countless bones surged out from his head. It quickly condensed into a giant bone shield with a cold glow. A-level talent, control of the undead. Next. Boom boom. With a roar, a small stone mountain suddenly rose from the ground, standing before the great shield of bones. B-level talent, power of the mountain. Facing the terrifying hammer, Lu Qin did not dare to slack off in the slightest. All defensive talents are fully activated. Mental power poured out like a torrent. Right now, Nagaroth's huge rock hammer, as big as a mountain, arrived in an instant. The seemingly solid small stone mountain in front of us. At the moment of being touched by the rock hammer, it instantly turned into white powder all over the sky and shattered. The giant rock hammer remains as powerful as ever, continue to be engulfed by the howling wind. Penetrating the mist of stone powder, it suddenly slammed into the giant bone shield. Boom. There was a loud explosion. That huge bone shield is enough to withstand the full force attack of the 30th level boss, instantly filled with countless cracks. Then, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, exploded with a loud bang. It turned into countless broken bones and scattered everywhere. The pitch-black hammer that smashed the huge bone shield continued to roar down. I swear to grind Lu Qin into pulp. Well done. Lu Qin shouted loudly. A red light flashed on the body. The muscles in both arms swelled instantly, under the full force of the power resonance. A full 8,000 points of power surged like a tidal wave. Pour it out without reservation. Lu Qin. He actually decided to withstand this blow with his own body. The people on the nether fleet in the distance witnessed this scene. The look of horror was beyond words. They cried out in surprise. Lord of the Underworld, be careful. Brother Lu Qin, get out of the way quickly, don't resist. Godfather, avoid this move. Whether it is a solid rock mountain or a huge bone shield, under the touch of that terrifying hammer, they all turned into dust in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Everyone's heart trembled. I couldn't imagine that the Naga King, who had gathered all the power of his ancestors, would attack with all his strength. What kind of power does it contain? And Lu Qin, their Lord of Hell. At this moment, he actually greeted with both hands, intending to take that extremely terrifying blow. How is this possible? The huge hammer that is as tall as a mountain. Is it possible for human flesh and blood to endure this? With this in mind, the eyes of the people in the underworld were bloodshot. I feel uneasy, under the focus of countless eyes. Lu Qin spread out his palms. It was like an iron clamp that firmly held up the giant rock hammer that was falling from the sky. In an instant, an unprecedented force surged like a raging tide, violently impacting every inch of Lu Qin's skin. Every bone. It seemed as if it was going to tear me apart. Get up for me. Crack, crack, crack. In a series of crisp and terrifying sounds, Lu Qin's teeth were broken by the huge force of biting. The blood vessels on his arms were bulging like angry snakes, winding and twisting. Then, amidst the dull crackling sounds, the blood vessels couldn't bear the pressure, exploded one after another. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The collar of the clothes was dyed red, even if Lu Qin activated his steel bones. But, for 1,800 points of physical fitness, in such a terrifying confrontation of power, still not enough. In a moment, Lu Qin's body would collapse because it could not withstand such a terrifying force. Hey! Lu Qin's eyes were wide open, bloodshot, let out a roar that shook the earth. Under Naga Salos' shocked gaze, with an unyielding will, he withstood the blow that could have destroyed the world. The next moment, Lu Qin exerted force suddenly. Push your arms to the right. The direction of the giant rock hammer was actually deviated. It whizzed past Lu Qin's body. With a destructive force, it smashed into the ground below. Boom. With a deafening roar. The whole world seemed to tremble at this moment, with Naga Island as the core. This vast sea suddenly shook violently. The waves are rolling, like the roar of an angry beast. Chapter 164. No, this is not fair. Watching the hammer smash deep into the ground, Naga Salo's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. Blocked? A person who is only at the 15th level. Could he actually withstand this attack from all his ancestors? Watchdogs. Is it really that scary? Just as the Naga King was feeling anxious, Luchin stomped his right foot on the ground. The figure quickly swept backwards. At the same time, a mouthful of bright red blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the uneasiness in Naga Salos's eyes was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He immediately started to laugh grimly. Overseer, I never thought that your fragile human body could block my rock hammer. That really surprises me, but you are seriously injured now. I want to see how long you can hold on. Then he grasped the hammer handle tightly with both hands, trying to pull out the hammer. Kill Luchin completely with a hammer. At this time, there was an uproar on the Nether Fleet on the sea. Everyone was shocked and stunned. They were shocked that Luchin could take this devastating blow head-on. I am even more heartbroken by his miserable appearance at this moment. Yang Zimo looked at the blood flowing from the corner of Luchin's mouth, and his teeth chattered involuntarily. His face was extremely gloomy. Since coming to the world of Tianyu, he had never seen the Lord of the Underworld in such a desperate situation, suffering such serious injuries. No. The Lord of the Underworld is now the soul of the Underworld Fleet. It is the hope of the Xinxia people. Nothing can happen to him. Thinking of this, Yang Zimo anxiously ordered loudly, "The Nether Fleet, follow me and support the Nether." However, before he finished speaking, Long Howren behind him suddenly interrupted him. "Old Yang, don't be impulsive." Yang Zimo was stunned, turning to look at Long Howren. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. The Lord of the Underworld is now on the verge of death. How can I not be anxious? Long Howren stared ahead with deep eyes. Slowly explained. Old Yang, look carefully into the eyes of the Hades Lord. Do you see any trace of panic or fear? Upon hearing this, Yang Zimo immediately turned his gaze to Luchin. Luchin's arms were covered with wounds. Blood gushed out. He looked very embarrassed. However, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth and his eyes were shining with excitement. Now, Luchin stared at the Naga King's eyes. Passionate and focused. Just like a hunter staring at the prey he has long coveted. Long Howren continued in a deep voice. This Naga King seems extremely powerful, but I'm afraid he is still far from forcing the Lord of the Underworld to show his true trump card. If we rush forward rashly at this moment, not only will we not be able to help the Lord of the Underworld, but we may also disrupt his plan. Long Howren guessed correctly. The Naga King's earth-shattering hammer strike just now, although aggressive, but it did not really threaten Luchin, even though the Naga King relied on his S-level talent and all the power of his ancestors. The strength has doubled again and again. But Luchin still had no intention of summoning the statue of the Kraken, the giant monster of the North Sea. This god-level skill has a very long cooldown time. It was the truly powerful enemy that Luchin left for himself that he could not match. The Naga King. Not even close to being qualified. Instead, when feeling the terrifying power of the Naga King, although Luchin's blood surged due to the shock of the hammer, he was still very excited inside. Because at this moment, the Naga King, by using the power of his ancestors, he forcibly raised his strength to a level that he could never reach. It has violated the law of heaven. The conditions for being judged as evil have been met. Ever since Luchin used this month's absolute judgment on Thanalos, they no longer dared to easily judge creatures as evil spirits. After each trial, Tianyu will review it. In case of failure of the review, and I don't have any absolute number of judgments to use up, the consequences are disastrous. If Tianyu sends a supervisor to inspect, exposing the existence of Taanzi, that would be a waste of time. Luchin knew that no one could resist the temptation of the god-level young Kraken. Neither can other supervisors. Therefore, during this period of time, Luchin would not conduct a trial easily unless he was absolutely sure. However, evil creatures are extremely rare. Luchin was still thinking about killing more evil spirits as soon as possible. Accumulate execution points. To increase the level of the supervisor. Luchin felt vaguely. As the level of the supervisor increases, your own strength will also be greatly enhanced. And the Naga King in front of me. What a good snake. Originally, he did not meet the criteria of being an evil spirit, even after activating the power of the ancestors. The boundary between evil and demons is also blurred. But at this moment, he exhausted all the power of his ancestors at once. He forcibly raised his strength to a level far beyond his own ability. It finally meets the standards of being evil. Now, Luchin looked at the Naga King as if he was staring at a pile of execution points that were about to be obtained. The eyes are burning. Naga King, to be honest, I should be grateful to you, the Naga people. The Naga King, who was pulling out the hammer, felt Lu Qin's burning gaze. My heart suddenly trembled. He said with a fierce appearance but a weak heart. You, why are you staring at me like that? Don't think I can let you go just by saying a few nice words. I don't know why. Although the Naga King seems to have the upper hand at the moment. But I don't feel safe at all. He doesn't want to fight anymore. This monitor. There is weirdness everywhere. Somewhat powerful, not human. Hearing the words of Nagatharos, the corners of Lu Qin's mouth curled up into a deeper smile. Without the full support of you, the Naga clan, my strength would not have increased so quickly. You. Naga Salos suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. As soon as the words came out, Lu Qin stretched out his index finger. Point to yourself. Thin lips slightly parted. Naga Salos, I, the overseer, Lu Qin, declare you to be an evil spirit. Hearing this, the Naga King's pupils suddenly shrank. Evil judgment. This damn supervisor actually launched an absolute judgment on himself. In the past, the Naga King had heard that the overseer had the ability to judge creatures as evil. But when you really encounter it, a huge fear inevitably welled up in my heart. In an instant, the solemn voice of the oracle resounded through the sky. Supervisor, Lu Qin, exercises the power of judgment on the Naga King, Naga Salos. Supervisor Lu Qin has officially declared Naga Salos to be an evil creature. Naga Saros's evil identity is established. Tianyu is currently reviewing. Review completed. Naga Salos's evil identity is correct. Supervisor Lu Qin's trial will not consume the number of absolute trials. Current number of absolute judgments remaining, 0 times. No, that's not fair. Nagatharos heard. Tianyu unexpectedly passed his review. Suddenly his eyes widened. The muscles on his face twitched, full of resentment. Why? I just borrowed some power from my ancestors, but I was labeled as an evil spirit. After saying that, Naga Salos suddenly stretched out his hand, pointing his finger directly at Lu Qin who was judging him. Distorted face. And he's only level 15, damn, but he's so powerful, he must be the real evil spirit. Chapter 165. The supervisor's level is about to be upgraded. Hearing Nagatharos' indignant accusation, Lu Qin nodded in agreement. That is true. Then, Lu Qin's mouth twitched. A hint of sneer came out. But don't forget, I am the supervisor. I can judge you. And you can only cry out in vain about injustice. The voice fell. An evil curse mark slowly appeared on Naga Saros's forehead. The outline of the word Lu flickered in his pupils. The majesty is revealed. Naga Salos touched the curse mark on his forehead, his face twisted. So what if you're evil? As long as I kill you, my evil curse will be lifted. However, Lu Qin just sneered in response. Okay, I'll wait and see. Hee. When I wasn't evil, you couldn't do anything to me. Now that the supervisor has absolute control over the evil. Nagatharos. You. What a wild idea. As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking. Puff, puff. 2 muffled sounds. 2 arms formed from countless corpses suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping Naga Salos's thick snake tail firmly. What the hell? Naga Salos was shocked. Looking down. Suddenly lost its color. That broke out of the earth, grasping its own snake tail. It turned out to be the giant corpse that had been smashed to pieces by his hammer before. How is this possible? You were already dead. I clearly smashed the head of the boss-level undead into pieces with my own hands. How did this horse come back to life? Old snake, there is no one that I, Lord Jack, cannot blow up. Die. The corpse giant that Jack transformed into laughed hideously. At the same time, its huge body exudes terrifying energy fluctuations. Another corpse explosion? Crazy. Naga Salos' heart trembled and he cursed angrily. This corpse giant is formed by the fusion of countless corpses, plus the boss-level undead at the core. If the corpses explode together, the power is unimaginable. With this in mind, Naga Salos dared not neglect. Immediately launched the petrification field at all costs. Last time, Jack tried to use himself as bait to explode the Naga King, but was petrified by the Naga King. Now, with the blessing of the ancestral power, the S-class petrification field should have petrified Jack faster and more efficiently. However, as the petrochemical industry develops, the corpses in the land beneath Nagatharos' feet all turned to stone. Only Jack remained unchanged, looking at him with a joking expression. Naga Salos' face suddenly showed extreme fear. He roared in disbelief. This is impossible. How can you resist an S-level petrification field? Evil spirits cannot exert any negative influence on the supervisor and his vassals. Lu Qin slowly raised his hand. Lift your eyes slightly. Goodbye. As the voice fell, Lu Qin snapped his fingers crisply. A-level skill, corpse explosion. Bang. The energy contained in the countless corpses on the corpse giant suddenly became violent. Like an ignited powder keg. It reached the critical point of explosion in an instant. Boom. There was a loud bang. The corpse giant exploded. The self-destructive captain, Comrade Jack, sacrificed himself heroically again. Mission accomplished with honor. The huge energy shockwave generated by the corpse explosion was like a surging tide, spreading violently in all directions. Under the impact of this force, the land seemed to be suddenly overturned by an invisible hand. Dust and gravel flew like bullets. The energy in the air fluctuated violently, turning into a sudden gust of wind. The wind blew the trees on the island to the ground. The branches and leaves are flying. The airwave rushed towards the ocean like a ferocious beast, roaring. Suddenly, a wall of water several feet high was raised on the sea surface, and huge waves rolled and surged. The Naga tribe on the island and the countless undead warriors on the beach. In the face of this destructive force, like a broken leaf in the wind, was ruthlessly swept up into the sky, and tumbled and struggled in the air. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the entire island seemed to be caught in a doomsday storm, a scene of chaos and destruction. Naga tribe is over. An old Naga elder, with both hands clinging tightly to the tree trunk beside him, whispering in despair. King, we shouldn't. His voice trembled. We shouldn't be enemies with the supervisors. The dust slowly fell, revealing the tragic scene below. The Naga King's original 8-meter-tall body. At this moment, it has shrunk to 2 meters, lying helplessly in the deep pit created by the explosion of corpses. He was covered in wounds and his breath was weak. His eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. He doesn't understand. Why? Why did I practice for hundreds of years? With all the strength of the Naga ancestors. He actually lost to a human who had only been in the Tianyu world for 6 days. It's not fair. It's so unfair. If Naga Salos knew that Lu Qin still had several trump cards in his hand that he hadn't used, he would probably feel even more uncomfortable. Just then, a pale bone spear suddenly shot out like lightning, stabbed hard into Nagatharos' head. In his eyes, the last thing that was reflected was the figure that was as tall and straight as a pine tree. Then, my vision gradually blurred, eventually disintegrated. Ding, kill the Naga King, Naga Saros, level 30 boss, gain 176W life energy points. Ding, Naga Salos is an evil creature, you get execution value for 1,000 points. Listening to the reminder sound ringing in my ears, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Qin's face. It's not because of the 176W life energy contributed by the Naga King. Rather, for 1,000 execution points. Killing Naga Salos actually brought him a full 4,000 execution points. After adding these 4,000 execution points, the job title column is updated to Position, Supervisor, Level 1, 5,500/10,000. Upgrade to Supervisor. The progress has already passed halfway. All we need is to find another evil spirit that is as powerful as Nagatharos. You can get promoted. Thinking of this, Lu Qin's heart couldn't help but feel hot. I wish I could find another evil spirit and kill it right away. Good to see. What will the supervisor look like after upgrading? Now, above the sea, the Nether Fleet, the Naga tribe, and the Stormwing tribe were in the middle of a battle. Everyone was stunned by the shocking explosion. When everyone reacted, the Nether Fleet and the Stormwing clan suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Everyone looked at Lu Qin with enthusiasm and admiration in their eyes. Lord of the Underworld. As expected, no one can defeat him. The Nagas watched as their king was pierced through the head by a spear. Life fades away. Countless desperate wails resounded through the sky. Immediately, the remaining Naga warriors lost all their fighting spirit. An instant defeat. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. However, Lu Qin ignored the fleeing Nagas, even without immediately absorbing the life energy of the Naga King, but slowly turned his eyes. Throw it into the distance. There. A brigantine was swaying with the waves. Chapter 166. I was just watching the fun, but I saw a life and death crisis. Yang Zimo, Yin Ting. You two take the people to deal with the remaining Nagas, Lu Qin said. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Some people have watched the show for so long. Now, it's time to collect their tickets. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qin's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on board the Erebus. Next, the sails of the Evil Dead suddenly rose. The whole ship was surrounded by rolling black fog. Accelerate and drive out instantly. Ever since encountering the hyena pirates, Lu Qin has become more cautious. Whenever the ecological symbiosis system of the netherworld controls some small marine creatures or birds to patrol and scout around, to prevent any accidents. Therefore, when the Ling Xiao approached Naga Island, Lu Qin had already noticed it, but he was busy fighting with the Naga King. No time for anything else. But every move of Ling Xiao, Lu Qin could see everything clearly through the seagulls perched on the mast. The dialogue between Xiao Yufan and Xiao Langao. Every word of it fell into my ears. Jiuxiao Palace? A force that is completely unfamiliar to Lu Qin. However, these people seem to know the location of the Awakening Tower. This reason. That was enough for Lu Qin to take action. Yes, master. I will obey the orders of the Lord of the Underworld. Yunting and Yang Zimo bowed and responded. Then they commanded their respective troops. Start hunting down the fleeing Nagas. At this moment on the Ling Xiao, it was dead silent. Xiao Yufan and Xiao Langao stared ahead in amazement. My mouth opened wide unconsciously. Due to the long distance, they could not hear clearly the conversation between Lu Qin and the Naga King. But the voice of the oracle just now, they heard it clearly. The evil judgment. Watchdogs. This human from the lower world. He is actually an inspector. No wonder. No wonder the Naga King seemed so vulnerable in front of this man. No wonder the Naga King chose to go all out and use up all his ancestral power at once to fight against this human who was only level 15. No wonder this person is so fearless. The word supervisor. Enough to explain everything. When I think of this, Xiao Yufan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The iron-headed Naga King. I was actually fighting with an overseer just now. No? What makes him think he can defeat an overseer? More importantly, a group of us are still acting like fools, criticizing an overseer from the sidelines. Thinking of this, Xiao Yufan and Xiao Langao could not help but look at each other. I am speechless. A few seconds passed. Xiao Langao finally came back to his senses from his shock. He stammered. Ship, Captain, the Naga King was killed by the overseer. Should we still go? What are you going there for? To die? Can you defeat an overseer? Xiao Yufan glared at him. Just kidding. The overseer is also an evolver, right? He can kill our indigenous forces to increase his strength. If the supervisor finds out, can we still be good? Fortunately, I am smart. Stay away from it from the beginning. Now, even if things change, the Ling Xiao was also able to escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Xiao Yufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when he looked at Lu Qin again, his face changed suddenly. Shit, where's the overseer? Xiao Yufan held the railing tightly with both hands. His face was full of disbelief. The monitor was still in his sight just now. How come in the blink of an eye? The person is gone. The ship, the captain, Xiao Langtao, pointed to the front right. His face was filled with undisguised horror. He's coming at us. Xiao Yunfan looked to the front right. The pupils shrank suddenly. All I saw was a strange black boat surrounded by black fog. It is approaching the Ling Xiao at an alarming speed. And this black boat, it is the flagship of the supervisor. No. Are we that far away already? How did he find us? I was just watching the fun and I saw it was a life and death crisis. Although my heart is full of rage. But Xiao Yunfan had no time to think about it. The facial muscles twisted. Roared. Hurry up. Hurry up. Set sail. Go full speed ahead. And get out of this damn place as soon as possible. The sailors on the Ling Xiao were frightened by Xiao Yunfan's ferocious appearance. They had never seen their captain so out of control. What are you still standing there for? The one catching up to you is the overseer. If we don't run, we're all going to die here. Seeing everyone stunned, Xiao Langtao on the side also roared with a distorted face. Hearing this, dozens of sailors on the deck trembled violently, busy with work. As the sails on the two sturdy masts of the Ling Xiao quickly rose, the huge 30-meter-long ship. Suddenly it started slowly. However, watching the Ling Xiao's gradually increasing speed, Captain Xiao Yunfan had no joy on his face. Because the black ship of the overseer, the speed is really too fast. Just a moment. The black boat had already sailed halfway across the distance. It won't be long. You can catch up with Ling Xiao. Boom, 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 boom. The short rapid-fire gun fired 3 times in quick succession. Amid the roar, more than 20 Naga warriors were fleeing in front. 2 people were blown to pieces instantly. Fuck, we can't escape. The water is too shallow, we can't dive down. If we keep running like this, we'll become human targets sooner or later. The Naga leader suddenly stopped swinging his snake's tail. Looking back at the warship that was chasing after him, there was a glimmer of cruelty in his eyes. Brothers, there is only one ship chasing us, and there are only 15 evolvers on board. Although the overseer is strong, his subordinates may not all be strong. If we kill these humans, it will be considered revenge for the Naga king. Hearing the captain's words, the surrounding Naga warriors responded one after another. Yes, these humans rely on strong ships and powerful guns. Their strength is at most level 10. Fuck, I've been so angry for a long time, and I'm always being beaten by these low-level guys. Fuck them. That's right, it won't be too late to kill them and then retreat. In an instant, nearly 20 Naga warriors turned around at the same time. They pounced on the sloop with a beast-like ram on its bow. In their eyes, these human evolutionists, it is only because of their strong ships and powerful guns that they have this advantage. Once you get close, aren't we just letting them slaughter us? After all, the average strength of Naga warriors is level 20. Isn't it easy to deal with these evolvers who are not even at level 10? However, as they jumped onto the sloop named One-Horned Rhino, there was indeed a one-sided massacre. Only, the target of the massacre, it's them. Ha ha ha, good job. Li Ming laughed wildly towards the sky. The thunder rolls like a hammer from heaven. Smash it down suddenly. In an instant, 3 Naga warriors who climbed onto the deck were electrocuted, and their skin was torn, and their bodies were charred. Damn it, he's a B-level lightning talent. Kill him now. The Naga warriors were horrified. Chapter 167, Two-masted frigate, Lingxiao. They leaped over the 3 twitching companions. The trident in his hand stabbed towards Li Ming fiercely. Lightning talent. It has great restraint on marine life. It must be eliminated first, and then quickly. However, at this moment, a man as tall as an iron tower took a step forward. The huge shield slammed heavily on the deck. Moment. A yellow earth wall rose from the ground. Block all attacks from Naga warriors. If you want to touch the people on the One-Horned Rhino, you have to get past me first. Longhauren's voice is like a loud bell. Clang. With a dull thud, the Naga captain stabbed the earth wall with the trident in his hand. I only felt my arms go numb from the huge recoil force. But the earth wall did not move at all. The Naga team leader was stunned. My heart was filled with astonishment. He didn't have time to react. I saw a dark shadow passing by. The heads of the 2 Naga warriors behind him instantly shot up into the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhou Yu's thin but agile figure suddenly appeared. In almost an instant, half of his Naga team was killed. This made the Naga captain, whose eyes were originally full of cruelty, dumbfounded. No. What's going on? We are level 20, right? Shouldn't a level 20 defeating a level 10 be a crushing massacre? How come we are the ones being massacred? It's fine if the supervisor cheats himself. Are his subordinates also cheating? Don't even want to pretend? While the Naga team leader was in shock, I saw a man in police uniform with a resolute face appeared before him. The right arm expanded rapidly as if it were inflated. Next, the Naga captain only saw a fist the size of a millstone, with the sound of whistling wind. Smash it hard at yourself. Bang! A muffled sound. The Naga captain felt that he was hit head-on by a dragon. An extremely terrifying force surged in. At this moment, he finally understood why his teammates were killed instantly when they met. These evolutionists in front of us. It seems to be only level 10, but the strength was far beyond his imagination. The power of this punch. It's even more powerful than a level 20C beast. The supervisor's men. Are they all monsters? Puff. The Naga team leader suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The horror in his eyes froze instantly. His heart. It was smashed to pieces by Yang Zimo's punch. The rest of the Naga warriors. He was also besieged and killed by other members of the Netherworld on the One-Horned Rhino. This aggressive Naga team. Within seconds of landing on the deck, the entire army was wiped out. Now, this situation was happening everywhere on the battlefield. Although the level of the Netherworld people is not high, but benefiting from the land sinking, each person received a full 1,000-point attribute improvement. Their talents have also evolved to sea level or above, with the help of the Stormwings. Although the Naga tribe is slightly higher in rank, but at this moment they were still being slaughtered unilaterally. Crack. Longhauren crushed the head of a Naga warrior with one foot. Then he looked up into the distance. The pitch-black netherworld was rapidly approaching the frigate. Longhauren curled his lips slightly. A two-masted frigate. It looks like it's equipped with at least a dozen guns. This is the first time I've seen such a big ship since I came to Tianyu. I hope the Lord of the Underworld won't sink this treasure later. Yang Zimo wiped the blood off his hands. Looking at the frigate that was fleeing madly, he laughed softly. The Lord of the Underworld has just been injured, and there is only one person. Aren't you worried that the Lord of the Underworld will be in danger? Danger? Longhorn raised his eyebrows. They are probably the ones in danger now. I guess they can't wait to get off and push the boat. Ha! In fact, Longhorn's guess was indeed correct. Xiao Yunfan looked at the netherworld, which was getting closer and closer. Teeth clenched. The Ling Xiao is a two-masted sailing vessel, and its speed has been increased to the limit. But the ghost ship was getting closer and closer. Grass. The Ling Xiao is a catch. It was even slower than a sloop. How can we reason with this? Ship. Captain. It's a special speed ship. We can't get rid of it. What should I do? Xiao Langtao looked at the ghost ship breaking through the waves. Swallowed hard. Woo woo woo. How can I be so worthy? I was actually being chased by an overseer. A hint of cruelty flashed across Xiao Yunfan's eyes, and he shouted sternly. Damn it, this supervisor has achieved so much in such a short time. He must not be a good man. If we fall into his hands, we will definitely become his experience points, and we will die. Everyone, prepare to fight, sink his ship. As soon as Xiao Yunfan finished speaking, more than 50 people on the ship looked at him in unison. The look is complicated. Fighting? And the overseer? Don't you know how that big snake died just now? However, before everyone could react, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Next, a huge shell hit the stern of the Ling Xiao fiercely. The whole ship shook violently. Ghost ship. The overseer's ghost ship opened fire. The lookout on the mast shouted in horror. Xiao Yunfan gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong the supervisor is, he is just an evolver who has just been here for 6 days. As long as we sink his ship, he will also be buried in the sea. Everyone, aim at the ghost ship and prepare to fire. Although Xiao Yunfan was unwilling to fight Lu Chun, but the shot just now has already shown the attitude of the supervisor. Now it's a fight to the death. And Xiao Yunfan still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. The battle between the supervisor and the Naga King was so fierce that the consumption and injuries must have been considerable. If I could take this opportunity to kill an overseer, then I can definitely soar to the sky, become the minister of the Thunder Department, even became the master of Jiuxiao Palace. Thinking of this, the fear in Xiao Yunfan's heart was instantly overwhelmed by greed. Watchdogs, I admit that you are quite capable, but now I am in the vast ocean. I'd like to see your little boat. Can it withstand a salvo attack from the Ling Xiao? Lu Chen stood on the deck. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, the netherworld had launched a salvo. 3 guns fired simultaneously. However, only the Sea Dragon's Fury cannon succeeded in damaging the enemy ship. The other 2 short rapid-fire guns. It failed to penetrate the enemy ship's defense. A frigate is indeed much more powerful than a sloop. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he quickly called up the enemy ship's information panel. 2-masted frigate, Ling Xiao, Captain, Xiao Yunfan. Level, Primary. Crew, 50 of 50. Durability, 4850/5000. Weapon slots. Medium weapons 0/1. Small weapons 12/12. Shipborne instantaneous cannons 12. Bronze intermediate. Equipment slot. Small equipment 4/4. Primary armor 4. Intermediate bronze. Speed. High sail. Defense. Very high medium armor. Talent. None. Chapter 168. No? Is his ship also so abnormal? 5,000 points of durability? It is 3 times as much as the netherworld. Lu Chen stared at the Ling Xiao's attribute panel. I was slightly surprised. This is the first time I have seen a frigate. Unexpectedly, the attributes of the brig are far superior to those of the Hell. Not only is it incredibly durable, the weapon slots and equipment slots are 4 times that of the netherworld. Even the speed. It is also better than an ordinary sloop. If the netherworld did not have the sea-level talent Swift Wind, I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch up with Ling Xiao. The most important thing is, on the Ling Xiao, there is actually an empty medium weapon slot. Lu Chun had never seen medium-sized shipborne weapons. I don't know how powerful it is, but I had a vague feeling in my heart. It is this medium weapon. This is why the frigate's overall strength far exceeds that of a sloop. Just then, the Ling Xiao, which was fleeing frantically, suddenly turned the rudder to the full extent. The ship tilted and turned sharply. The starboard side was instantly facing the Erebus. The gun ports on the side of the ship slowly opened. The muzzle of the gun was revealed, with a cold and gleaming light inside. Overseer, you asked for this. Xiao Yunfan stood on the deck. Madness and greed flashed in his eyes. Swinging his right hand violently. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sharp roar and 12 cannons fired at the same time. The huge recoil caused the Ling Xiao to tilt violently to the left. The planks of the ship creaked harshly. At the same time, 12 huge shells, With the sound of whistling wind, it rushed towards the hell rapidly. When Xiao Yunfan saw this, his face was full of ferocity. Watchdogs. So what if you are strong? Your ship is nothing but a sloop of rubbish. I just don't believe it. It can withstand the bombardment of 12 artillery pieces. As long as this ghost ship is destroyed, you will become a rootless duckweed on the sea. By then, with Ling Xiao's powerful firepower and superior maneuverability, I can even wear you out to death. However, facing the whistling artillery shells, Lu Chen stood tall like a mountain, his face calm. His body did not move at all. Xiao Langtao witnessed this scene. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Ha, this supervisor is too arrogant. He actually thinks that he can ignore the artillery bombardment with his own strength. No matter how powerful this supervisor is. Also humans on land, not a fish in the sea. Once the ship is destroyed and capsized, there is no place to stand on the vast ocean. The strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, perhaps we'll have a chance to kill an overseer. With this in mind, Xiao Langtao suppressed the fear in his heart. The excitement is beyond words. Under the scorching gazes of all the crew members on the Ling Xiao, 12 hot shells. At the moment when it was about to touch the hull of the netherworld, an inky black barrier suddenly appeared at the bow of the hell. Boom, 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 boom. The series of explosions were deafening. Flames and smoke raged in an instant. It blocked the view of everyone in Jiuxiao Palace. Did you knock it off? Xiao Yufan stared at the smoke. My heart is as tense as a string. However, the next moment, a black boat suddenly emerged from the thick smoke, heading straight for the Ling Xiao. The black light on the ship shone brightly. There is no trace of damage. What the hell? Xiao Yunfan's eyes almost popped out. Grass. Where did my shells go? The ground was shaken by the volley of fire just now. Result? The other party seemed to be fine. What are you doing? Looking at the ghost ship getting closer and closer to Ling Xiao. Xiao Yufan, who didn't believe in evil, decided to try again. Quick. Reload. You idiots, aim now. Xiao Yufan looked at the ghost ship approaching rapidly, yelling rapidly. Now the Ling Xiao is stopped. I still have one last chance to fire. They will be caught up by the incredibly fast ghost ship. Certainly. Xiao Yufan is not afraid of that ghost ship. He was afraid that. Oh, watcher on board. He is not afraid of naval battles. But once the overseers boarded the ship, he didn't think he could defeat the Naga King who had activated the power of his ancestors. This last chance. Be sure to seize it. At this time, the ship's 12 guns were ready to be loaded. Xiao Yufan waved his arms violently, shouting orders. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. A series of gunshots rang out. Dozens of shells were fired again. However, the shells had not yet reached the Erebus. Suddenly, a pitch-black barrier appeared out of nowhere. Intercept all shells. Nether B-level talent, strengthen protective barrier. This scene. Everyone on the Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. B-level protective barrier. Xiao Yufan finally understood where all the shells had gone. It turned out that all of them were blocked by this protective barrier. Seeing this scene, a wave of despair surged in Xiao Yunfan's heart. No. This is impossible. Your ship is obviously a special speed ship. How can it have two talents? Special ships are rare. Specialized ships with advanced talents are even more valuable. And this human who had just arrived in the Tianyu world for only 6 days. My talent is amazing enough. Who would have thought that the ship he was on also possessed advanced talents? The most important thing is, there are 2 more. Xiao Yufan has lived for most of his life. Never seen a special ship that possesses both talents. Isn't this cheating? The people are perverted, and the boat is perverted too. At this moment, Xiao Yufan just felt extremely sad and angry. It's not fair. It's so damn unfair. He has struggled hard in this world for decades. After finally reaching level 30 and raising his talent to level B, only then did he barely take the position of captain of Jiuxiao Palace. Even so, the Ling Xiao under his command was just an ordinary warship with no talent. But, even so, Xiao Yufan had already felt quite satisfied before. Because his achievements, this has far surpassed most of his peers. But, at the moment of seeing Lu Chen, Xiao Yunfan's heart of Taoism shattered. A person from a lower world. In just 6 days, he has dozens of advanced talents. The strength has evolved to the point where it is enough to kill the 30th level boss. The warships under his command are also extremely powerful dual-talent ships. He had no idea that the Netherworld still had several unused talents hidden, otherwise he would have collapsed completely. And was chosen by Tianyu as the supervisor. Oh my god. You are so biased. Not fair. Not to say. Creatures from the lower world came to participate in the battle for supremacy among all races. Are they all benefits for our native creatures? What kind of welfare is this? Have you ever seen benefits like this? This is an ancestor sent to us. Lu Chen didn't know. At this moment, I have made the captain of the opposing ship question his life. Watching the protective barrier gradually dissipate, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the B-class reinforced protective barrier blocked the 2 salvos from the Ling Xiao. However, the energy consumption of the netherworld is also enormous. The weapons equipped on the netherworld. But it was not enough to quickly sink the huge ship Ling Xiao. Chapter 169, Obtaining the Location of the Awakening Tower. In this case, I went directly to the Ling Xiao. Just kill everyone on the boat. After all, no matter how powerful the ship is, it also requires people to control it. Now, see that the netherworld is approaching the Ling Xiao. Lu Chen suddenly opened his right hand. In an instant, a long sword of ice condensed in the flashing cold light. Next, Lu Chen pushed hard on the deck with his right foot. His figure instantly turned into a shadow, leaping into the air. Above the Ling Xiao. He's coming over here. Defend. Defend quickly. Forget about the artillery. That thing can't reach him. Everyone follow me. Use your lightning talents to blast him. Xiao Yufan looked up at Lu Chen in the sky. His face was twisted with fear. Roar loudly. Around his body, lightning flashed like a mad snake. B-level lightning resonance is launched crazily. The crew of the Ling Xiao, facing a genuine supervisor. All of them looked extremely tense, trying their best to activate their thunder talents. Xiao Yufan is from the thunder department of Jiuxia Palace. The crew, most of them are good at thunder talents. In an instant, countless lightnings gathered on Ling Xiao, transformed into a thunder tiger. He roared and pounced on Lu Chen, looking at the thunder tiger that condensed the strength of all the crew members. Although its might is overwhelming, but the fear in Xiao Yunfan's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. He was fearless in naval battles, but confronting the overseers head-on, Xiao Yufan was at a loss. Not a bit of confidence. Should I be able to knock him down? Xiao Yufan muttered to himself. The voice was full of anxiety and uneasiness. At this critical moment, Lu Chen moved. Lu Chen raised the ice crystal sword in his hand. The sword pointed straight to the sky. Then he swung his hand violently, drinking softly in the mouth. Break the wind. In an instant, the tip of the sword cuts through the air. With a piercing whistle, a sharp sword light cut through the sky and struck the thunder tiger like lightning. Boom. The sword light collides with the thunder and lightning tiger. There was a deafening roar. Radiant. The sky trembled. Ouch. The seemingly ferocious lightning tiger was struck by the sword. Let out a wail. Instantly collapsed. It turned into points of lightning and dissipated into the sky. Lu Chen's sword force did not decrease. Like a wild horse, heading straight for Xiao Yufan and the crew members on the deck. Xiao Yufan only felt a sharp wind pressure pressing down on him instantly. The breath of death is blowing in my face. The pupil shrank suddenly. The heart almost stopped. It's over. Xiao Yunfan's lips trembled slightly. Just uttered 2 words. The sword light flashed across the deck like a silk thread. Xiao Yufan and more than 20 crew members in the center of the deck. No reaction yet. Then he was affected by the sword light. The sword flashed past. Everyone froze in an instant. Then it was as if cut by an invisible giant blade. It exploded and turned into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. There is no hope for life anymore. With one sword. A deep sword scar was left on the deck of the Ling Xiao, running from bow to stern, through the entire ship, almost splitting the deck in 2. The cold air spread rapidly along the sword marks. The air around me seemed to be frozen instantly, condensed into a thin layer of frost. This scene. It is so fast that it is dizzying and extremely shocking. Lu Chen landed lightly on the ground. The long sword plunged into the deck. The hilt of the sword vibrated violently and made a buzzing sound. Then, the long sword could not withstand the powerful force of the wind. Shattered with a loud bang. It turned into countless pieces of ice and splashed everywhere. At this moment, the entire Ling Xiao was shocked by this terrifying sword. There was dead silence. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. There are more than 20 crew members still alive, witnessing this scene. Terrified. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. I was completely frightened. After quite a while, the crew members suddenly woke up. Run, run. Help. Is this the overseer? So terrifying. We can't possibly match him. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Escape. He is a devil, a demon. The crew was horrified. They screamed and jumped into the sea, above the vast ocean. Without ships to rely on, The chances of survival are almost zero. Everyone knows this. However, even so, they didn't dare to stay in front of this devil for a moment. Plop, plop, plop. For a time. In addition to Xiao Langdao, all crew members on the Ling Xiao, they rushed into the sea. Swim out desperately. Their only thought at this moment was, just stay away from here. Stay away from this devilish watcher. Ding, kill Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Yu Fan, level 30, gain 88,000 life energy points. Ding, kill Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Erpang, level 24, gain 64,000 life energy points. Listening to the reminder sound in my mind, Lu Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. This Jiuxiao Palace. It's rubbish. There wasn't even a single boss-level character on a frigate. All these people add up. The life energy contributed is not even as much as that of a Naga King. Thinking of the Naga King, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. That bastard actually broke the heart erosion blade. As a result, I don't even have a weapon that suits me now. Although the icy sword can be used in an emergency, but it can't support high-intensity combat at all. It seems that I have to find a new weapon quickly. At this time, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Xiao Langdao, the only person on the Ling Xiao who did not jump into the sea. He had no expression on his face. With a solemn expression, he looked like he was ready to fight to the death with me. Lu Chen raised his brows slightly. You're not running? Good. In this Jiuxiao Palace. At least there are still a few people with backbone. However, as soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Xiao Longtao's legs trembled. Suddenly he fell to his knees. Bang, bang. He begged, Overseer, please spare my life. My legs are so weak from fear that I can't move a step. Whoa. Xiao Longtao's heart completely collapsed at this moment. My thoughts are in a tangle. On the Ling Xiao, there are more than 50 crew members in total. With one strike of the sword, kill half of them directly. If the other half of the station is not scattered, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out in one move. How do I beat this horse? This is totally not a fight of the same level. Xiao Longtao's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful the Naga King was. The Naga King is indeed powerful. Otherwise, how could he have resisted the attack of this humanoid monster for so long before dying? Grass. What am I thinking about? Woo. My legs just went limp from fear. Didn't escape. Now it's dead. Thinking of this, Xiao Langdao couldn't help but cast his eyes on his teammates who were swimming and fleeing on the sea, eyes full of envy. However, just then, something unexpected happened. Suddenly the sea began to boil. Half-rotten, hideous, and terrifying sharks swam in from all directions. The crew members who fled into the sea were mercilessly torn to pieces one by one. The sea surface instantly turned blood red. In an instant, the wailing and screaming sounds resounded across the entire sea, making people shudder. See here. Xiao Langdao couldn't help but turn pale and his eyes became empty. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Langdao, who suddenly knelt down. I couldn't help but feel helpless. I thought I met a tough guy. The result is the most cowardly one. Lu Chen shook his head, indifferently said, Tell me the location of the Awakening Tower, and I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 170 Target, Awakening Tower. Awakening, Tower of Awakening. Xiao Langdao muttered to himself with a pale face. Unexpectedly, the reason why the Overseer caught up with them was actually for the location of the Awakening Tower. Why? Don't want to tell me. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Langdao calmly. If this person is stubborn and unrepentant, Lu Chen has many ways to make him speak. I said. Xiao Langdao felt that there was little hope for survival. Instead, I am no longer afraid. He laughed bitterly. Speak slowly. The location of the Awakening Tower is 647.326. There, you can gain more powerful power through awakening. However, there was a barely perceptible ruthlessness in Xiao Longtao's eyes. Go. You can go ahead. As long as you dare to step into the Tower of Awakening, you will meet the Minister and others. By then, I'm watching you die from heaven. The Minister is so powerful that even if you are an inspector, you cannot match him. Know the location of the Awakening Tower. Lu Chen's fingers moved slightly. A bone spear slowly appeared in front of him. Lu Chen looked towards Xiao Langdao and said calmly, I know that you want to use someone else to deal with me in the Awakening Tower. At this moment, the head of your Lei Xiao department should be near the Awakening Tower, right? Lu Chen's words made Xiao Longtao's eyes suddenly open. His face was full of disbelief. How do you know? Then, Xiao Longtao's face suddenly became ferocious. You know what? Now, the Minister and all the strong men in this sea area are rushing to the Awakening Tower. If you dare to take even a step closer, the Minister will kill you to avenge me. After saying that, a sarcastic look appeared on Xiao Longtao's face again. You're not too scared to go, are you? If that's the case, I really look down on you. So what if he's an overseer? He's nothing but a useless bully. Before he finished speaking, puff. A muffled sound. The sarcasm on Xiao Longtao's face froze instantly. A bone spear pierced his head. Xiao Longtao suddenly fell powerlessly on the deck. No breath at all. Provocation? Lu Qin retracted his finger and sneered. Only children will be fooled. But I really want to take a look at this awakening tower. It's not because Xiao Longtao's provocation worked. Instead, Lu Qin urgently needs new monsters to improve his strength. In this vast ocean, finding a powerful force is not easy. In the Tower of Awakening, isn't there a crowd of them gathering? Just in time to catch them all. Besides, Lu Qin was also quite interested in awakening. Only awakening. A-level talents may be promoted to S-level. After the battle with the Naga King, Lu Qin has deeply realized the power of S-level talent. Naturally, he wanted to evolve his talent to S-level as soon as possible. Therefore, go to the Tower of Awakening. It is imperative. But, go to the Tower of Awakening. We must first transform the gains from this battle into strength. Thinking about this, Lu Qin instantly teleported back to the netherworld. With a wave of his right hand, put the Ling Xiao into the fleet warehouse. Although the frigate was slashed by his sword. But it's okay. The Hell Fleet can be used after a little repair. Immediately, Lu Qin's eyes fell on his own panel. This battle with the Naga royal court. Lu Qin had already lost count of how many enemies he had killed. How much life energy has been accumulated. I saw a long row of kill prompts on the panel. Ding, kill the Naga King, Naga Sorrows, level 30 boss, gain 176 W life energy points. Ding, kill Naga King's court warrior, level 20, 1134, gain 5442 W life energy points. Ding, kill Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Langtao, level 28, gain 80,000 life energy. Ding, kill Jiuxiao Palace. This look. Lu Qin was shocked. 6,000 W. That's right. A full 60 million life energies. I never thought that the Naga royal court could bring me such rich experience points. Lu Qin raised his eyebrows. Full of surprises. Unexpectedly, killing a Naga king only gives 176 W. But the Undead Legion helped Lu Qin obtain more than 50 million life energies. Because those 1,134 Naga warriors all died at the hands of the Undead Legion. After all, the Undead warriors were controlled by Lu Qin, so the spoils of the enemies they killed naturally belonged to him. It seems that there is strength in numbers. If there were no Undead army, it would take me some time to kill those 1,134 Naga warriors, even if they stood still. Lu Qin stroked his chin and thought. It seems that I have to build an undead army that truly belongs to me. On a large-scale battlefield, the role of the Undead Legion is really too great. This battle is the best proof. And this is when the Undead Warrior is only level 10. And there is no replenishment of the energy of death. Thinking of this, Lu Qin sighed. To raise an army of the undead, we must first solve the problem of the source of the death energy and the problem of transporting the army of undead. This matter cannot be rushed. Immediately, Lu Qin patted the backpack behind him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tuanzi, this time we can have a big meal. Guji. The little ball in the backpack waved its little tentacles excitedly. It has already sensed the huge life energy of its master. Eat food. Tuanzi, I like to eat. As Lu Qin chose to absorb, an extremely rich life energy instantly surged into Lu Qin and Tuanzi's bodies. In an instant, the energy in Lu Qin's body began to surge wildly. The upgrade prompt sounds came one after another. Ding, 250 W life energy consumed. You have reached level 16. Ding, consuming 300 W life energy. You have reached level 17. Ding, 600 W life energy consumed. You have reached level 22. Level 22, 457 W/700 W. Ding, as an overseer, the attributes and evolution points you gain when you level up are doubled. Ding, since you have reached level 20, you have gained 10 evolution points. Ordinary evolvers gain 5 points. Strength plus 407. Agility plus 407. Physique plus 407. Perception plus 407. Free attribute points plus 207. As the level rises step by step, the surging pleasure came like a tide. Lu Qin suddenly opened his arms. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Ha ha ha, cool. Level 7. This battle is over. I actually skipped 7 levels. Carefree. So refreshing. The little boy became restless in the backpack. 8 small tentacles stretched and curled, like a little puppy barking in the backpack. Guji, Gujiawu. Tuanzi also advanced 7 levels in a row. The level jumped to level 18. Level 18, for 57W/700W. Lu Chun turned his head, looking at the little ball in the backpack. His eyes were full of smiles. Level 18 little grouper. Although there was no significant change in body shape. Chapter 171 Nether Upgrade. But Lu Chun could clearly feel that the energy surging in Tuanzi's body was growing stronger and stronger. Evolvers can only awaken at level 50. Perhaps, as a giant monster of the North Sea, Tuanzi will also be at level 50, breaking free from the shackles of the larval stage, entering the growth stage. At that time, the true power of the Kraken will shock the world. Now Tuanzi is level 18. At this rate, in less than 10 days, you can enter the growth stage. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart was filled with anticipation, but also with anxiety. What we are looking forward to is, after the dumplings leave the larval stage, what amazing fighting power can be demonstrated. What worries me is, my lovely dumpling won't turn into a hideous and terrifying sea monster like in the movie. That's all. Don't think too much. Lu Chen shook his head. Pull your thoughts back. Look at your panel again. 7 levels in a row. The improvement in my own strength is huge. A total of 1,260 points of attribute bonus were obtained. Really impressive. After the upgrade, Lu Chen's 4-dimensional attributes are completely new. Strength, 1880. Agility, 2,330. Physique, 1240. Perception, 2,336. Free attribute points, 200. Evolution points, 10. In addition to the slightly inferior physique, the other 3 attributes are approaching or exceeding the 2,000-point mark. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then his eyes were fixed on the 10 evolution points. It seems that every 10 levels up, there will be a strengthening. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. When you reach level 10, a wave of attribute points increased directly. When you reach level 20, you will gain an additional 10 evolution points. Good. The Overseer template is awesome. Even the evolution points given are twice as many as those of ordinary evolvers. But these evolution points, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to use it. I already have enough advanced talents and skills. What we really lack now is S-level talent. These evolution points, rather than wasting it on low-level talents, it's better to save it up. After you successfully awaken, then upgrade all talents to S-level. Then, the Netherworld slowly adjusted its course, heading towards Naga Island. Ding! Successfully plundered the Naga Royal Court. High-level small force. Plunder value increased by 700 points. Current plunder value, 1070/1000, achieved. As the last Naga warrior was shattered by the wind blade of the storm wing, the prompt sound of the Tianyu system suddenly sounded. It announced the complete destruction of the Naga Royal Court. The Netherworld people and the storm wings in the sky instantly burst into deafening cheers. Many people were so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. You know, the Naga Royal Court is a powerful force with more than 3,000 20th level warriors. They were defeated by a force that was only established for 1 day and whose average level was only 10. It's simply a miracle. All this, all thanks to the Lord of the Underworld. Looking at the slowly returning Netherworld, the members of the Netherworld surrounded him with enthusiasm and worship. The cheers shook the entire sea. Long live the Master. I never thought that I would be so powerful one day. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld. Brother Lu Chun, I love you. Godfather, that sword you used just now was so cool. Amid cheers, the one-horned rhino greeted the returning Cerberus. Yang Zimo stood at the bow, with a flush of excitement on her face. Reported, Lord of the Underworld, all the Nagas have been annihilated. The brothers of Netherworld have gained a lot in this battle. The average level has been raised to around level 12. Speaking of which, Yang Zimo choked up. The voice trembles slightly. Lord of the Underworld, our Netherworld, can be upgraded. As soon as these words came out, the cheers around became even louder. It's time to upgrade. It has been just over a day since the creation of Netherworld. The strength of the Netherworld members increased rapidly from level 3 to 4 to level 12. All ships were also upgraded to sloops and plundered 4 forces, accumulating thousands of plunder points. It fully meets the conditions for upgrading the Netherworld. Such a brilliant achievement. How can it not make people excited? The most important thing is, after the Netherworld reaches level 2, you don't have to worry about the threats from the Executioner anymore. You know, 3 days later, as the poisonous fog was released in the Novice Sea area, The executioner will randomly execute 50 of the evolvers. But now you can build special ships with protective arrays to avoid being executed by the executioner. After hearing Yang Zimo's report, Lu Chen nodded, satisfied with everyone's performance. In such a short time, all the remaining thousands of Nagas were killed. It's really not easy. Immediately, Lu Chen opened the panel of the Nether Fleet. The upgrade column shows the upgrade conditions. 1,000 plunder points, 10 sloops, 100 level 10 evolvers, no less than 500 fleet members. All have been achieved. See here. A hint of warmth also flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. As the first power established on Blue Star, a large number of attribute point bonuses were awarded when it was created. I don't know who will be the first to upgrade to level 2. Will there be any rewards again? Immediately, Lu Chen decisively chose to upgrade. In an instant, the sky is full of light. Beams of light descended like miracles. All the people in the netherworld, including the Stormwings, are enveloped within. Ding, Tianyu announcement. Sea Pirate, Netherworld, successfully upgraded to level 2. As the first force on Blue Star to be upgraded to level 2, all members receive an additional 400 free attribute bonus points, and the fleet leader receives an additional 800 free attribute bonus points. As the first force on Blue Star to be upgraded to level 2, all members will receive an additional 8 evolution points, and the fleet leader will receive an additional 16 evolution points as a reward. As the voice of the oracle fell, the attributes of everyone in the light column skyrocketed. On the sea, suddenly, there was a thunderous cheer. What the hell? What's going on? Jack, who had just been resurrected, walked out of the cabin of the netherworld, looking at the scene before me, a confused look on his face. Captain, don't let me self-destruct next time. After I self-destruct, the battle is over, and I won't know anything. Jack looked at the revelers. He complained with a pout. Lu Chen glanced at Jack. Try to sense the changes in the power in your body. Power change. Jack was stunned. Then he activated the death energy in his body and circulated it around his body. In an instant, his face suddenly blossomed with an expression of ecstasy. Oh my God, what's going on? I just blew myself up. How come my attributes increased so much? Jack was surprised to find that. My attributes actually increased by 400 points. 400 points. Even for Jack, who has the boss template. It is also a great enhancement. Lu Chen smiled faintly. The netherworld has been upgraded to level 2, and all members have received an additional 400 attribute bonuses. The same as you. Although Jack and the Stormwing tribe are not direct members of the netherworld, as vassals of the netherworld leader Lu Chen, they can also enjoy the bonus of the netherworld forces. Chapter 172, Global Shock. Hee hee, then my self-destruction is worth it. Jack grinned. Also joined in the carnival. Ding, the Sea Pirate, Netherworld, has successfully upgraded to level 2. Plunder value, 70/10,000. The number of people that can be recruited by the fleet has increased to 2,000. Number of fleets, 874/2,000. Fighting with the Naga Royal Court, 39 killed. Fleet bonus, free attribute 600 points, doubled to 1,200 points for leaders. Reward evolution 8 points, doubled to 16 points for leaders. Plunder gain 10. Total attribute bonus of the two rewards, 200 plus 400, is equal to 600. For forces of the same level, the free attribute bonus is 100 points, and the bonus evolution point is 1 point. New products are now available in the fleet store. Fleet warehouse has been expanded. Weapon and ship blueprints have been added to the fleet blueprint. Looking at the upgraded panel of Netherworld, everyone's faces were filled with uncontrollable joy. Ha ha ha, number 1 on Blue Star. We, the Netherworld, are the first force on Blue Star to reach level 2. How can we not be number 1? We in the Netherworld have been upgraded, but the third force on Blue Star has not yet been established. Woo woo woo. Following the Lord of the Underworld is such a blessing. I'm really happy. I checked, and we are now in the Netherworld, enjoying a full 600-point attribute bonus and 8 evolution points. This is a special treatment for the first force established and upgraded in the Blue Star War Zone. For other forces, even if they are upgraded to level 2, members can only get a bonus of 100 points of attributes and 1 evolution point. Ha ha ha, the gap is so huge. If people from other countries knew about this, they would be so jealous of us. It's useless for them to be envious. In the world of Tianyu, the strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. The gap between us will only get bigger. When I first came to Tianyu, I was just a girl with poor attributes, bad talents, and no power. I didn't expect that I could become so strong now. If it weren't for the Lord of the Underworld, I would have died in the mouth of a sea beast long ago. Really, The Lord of the Underworld is our God. Given the strength of the Naga King, if the Lord of the Underworld had not intervened, even if we had more people, we would have no chance of conquering the Naga King's court. Honestly, the Lord of the Underworld is too invincible. When the Naga King gathered the power of his ancestors, he could wipe us out with just one hammer. Such a powerful enemy was defeated by the Lord of the Underworld. And Master Jack, if it weren't for Master Jack's self-explosion, the Naga King wouldn't have died so easily. The undead are awesome. Long live. Lu Xun could hear cheers coming one after another. Slowly moving his eyes away from the panel, the corners of his mouth lifted up unconsciously. 800 points of free attributes. 16 evolution points. This harvest. It's really expensive. As the first force in the Blue Star War Zone to break through the level 2 barrier, the rewards were so abundant. It seems that, once the power level is increased, the overall bonus of the fleet's power will also increase accordingly, becoming more powerful. Now, the help that the establishment of the Netherworld Force brought to Lu Xun became increasingly obvious. At this moment, an announcement was loudly heard throughout the entire Blue Star War Zone. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The Blue Star Force, Netherworld, has successfully upgraded to level 2. As the first force in the Blue Star War Zone to be upgraded to level 2, its members will receive an additional 400 free attributes and 8 evolution points, and its leader Lu Xun will receive an additional 800 free attributes and 16 evolution points. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The resounding voice of the Oracle. In the Blue Star War Zone, it rang out 3 times in a row before stopping. This announcement. This left countless Blue Star evolvers who were struggling to survive in the ocean stunned. What's going on? We are still worrying about whether we can survive the poisonous fog released in the Nava Sea area in 3 days. Their fleet has been upgraded to level 2. Even the Executioner's crisis was resolved directly? No. Didn't we all come to this damn place together? Is the gap between people so big? Ordinary members of the Netherworld are directly rewarded with 400 attribute points. All my attributes added up are less than 400 points, okay? Let's die together. Why do we struggle to survive in this ocean? They are playing the superhero development game over there. This is not fair. In an instant, heated discussions suddenly broke out in every corner of the Blue Star War Zone. And the center of discussion, all of them are Lu Xun and Yuming. Oh my god, is this Lu Xun a god? The total attribute bonus of his fleet has reached a terrifying 600 points. I can't even imagine how powerful the members of Netherworld will be now. Haha, Lu Xun is worthy of being the pride of Xinxia. He really makes us Xinxia people proud. Do they still need to worry about the poisonous fog 3 days later? Poisonous fog? Haha, brother, don't compare yourself with others, okay? I'm afraid they have already run to the outside of the Nava Sea to plunder and kill. Yes, I checked the Tianyu Encyclopedia. If the sea pirates want to upgrade to level 2, they need to accumulate 1,000 plunder points. God knows how many indigenous forces they have plundered during this period. Oh my, their fleet has been upgraded to level 2. Doesn't that mean that the people in their sea area don't have to worry about the poisonous fog, or even the threat of the Executioner? Everyone can survive. No, this is not fair. At this rate, only about 30 people will survive in our sea area in 3 days. By then, half of them will have to die when facing the Executioner. This is too unfair. Woo-woo, Master Lu Xun, please save our fellow Xinxia people from other regions. I'm only level 2. I will definitely be poisoned to death in 3 days. I really envy the people in the 1,000 Nava Sea area of the 8th region. They are so lucky to be assigned to the same region with such a strong person. Damn it, why would such a powerful evolver appear in Xinxia, our great Fuso warriors? Can anyone tell me how I can contact Lu Xun? I want to join the Netherworld. I also want to join the Netherworld. Once I join, I will get a full 600 attribute bonus points, and I will be able to survive. Oh, great Mr. Lu Xun. If you can let me join the Netherworld, I am willing to pay any price. 8,765 District. Blood Moon Dynasty. Surrounded by a group of vampires. His face was full of astonishment. Ancestor, it's that Lu Xun again. They've gotten ahead of us again and raised their power to level 2. Damn it, it's him again. The reward for being the first in our Blood Moon Dynasty was taken away by this guy last time, and now it's happening again. He cheated. He must have cheated. Our Blood Moon Dynasty has been the overlord of the dark world of Blue Star for hundreds of years. How could a little-known Lu Xun be able to outdo us in every aspect? Chapter 173 Legendary Force, Deep Sea Butcher. Yes, he must have used some despicable means to always be ahead of us. Ancestor, we must get rid of this bastard Lu Xun as soon as possible. Otherwise, all the first places in the Blue Star War Zone will probably be taken away by him. The vampires were excited. It was as if the attributes and evolution points that Tianyu rewarded to Yuming were taken out of their pockets. And the ancestor of vampires, Blood Moon Arcadia. At this moment, his eyes were also red and veins on his forehead were bulging. The anger of the man. He felt the same way and felt even more unwilling. You know, the leader's reward is doubled. A total of 800 free attribute points and 16 evolution points. These should have been his. Lu Chun. Arcadia roars. I, Blood Moon Arcadia, will eat your flesh alive and drink your blood to vent my hatred. However, Van Payne on the side frowned. Tentatively speaking, Ancestor, I think that our Blood Moon dynasty should not be the enemy of the Netherworld. I always feel that Lu Chun is not a simple person. Perhaps it is better to be his friend than his enemy. At first, Van Payne shared the same idea as many vampires. It is believed that Lu Chun may be taking advantage of the situation. But, just after learning about the upgrade of Netherworld, Van Payne changed his mind. You know, to upgrade the Sea Plunderers, 1,000 plunder points are required. God knows what kind of terrifying force Netherworld defeated to obtain so much plunder points for upgrading. Is this also cheating? I am afraid. The true strength of Lu Chun at this moment far surpassed the vampire clan. However, at this moment, Arcadia still couldn't get rid of the inherent idea that he was the strongest person on Blue Star. His scarlet eyes stared straight at Van Payne. What? You actually think Lu Chun can beat me? As soon as these words came out, Van Payne was immediately met with angry roars from many vampires. Van Payne, those ordinary people have always been our food. Now you want us to be friends with food? What a joke. This Lu Chun may have some strength, but as long as he is still a human being and has blood on his body, he can never be a match for the ancestor. That's right. The first ancestor has already mastered the art of controlling human blood. Even if Lu Chun's data on paper is strong, the first ancestor can drain his blood in the blink of an eye and turn him into a shriveled corpse. For hundreds of years, the ancestor has always been recognized as the strongest person on Blue Star. Now, even after coming to Tianyu, the ancestor is still the strongest evolver. That Lu Chun dared to steal the generous reward from our vampire clan. We must kill him and take back what is rightfully ours. Kill him. Kill him. Hearing this, Van Payne shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said no more. Now, the vampire clan has been immersed in the glory of the past for too long. Little did they know, the world has changed. This is no longer the Blue Planet. If the ancestor continues to be so stubborn, sooner or later, it will bring disaster to the vampire clan. Lu Chun didn't know. In this cruel battlefield where all races fight for supremacy, as the second most powerful force on Blue Star, the Blood Moon dynasty, instead of thinking about how to join hands with the forces of Blue Star to expand the territory, instead, they only think about internal struggles, trying to seize the attribute enhancements of the Nether Fleet from Lu Chun. Certainly, even if Lu Chun knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, Lu Chun never thought of joining forces with other forces. In this world, Lu Chun believed that there is only power in your own hands. As the announcement of the Heavenly Edict came to an end, Lu Chun looked at his own panel. I saw free attribute column. It clearly shows a full 1,000 points of unallocated free attributes. 800 points for the fleet reward, 140 points for upgrading, and 60 points for accumulating before. Lu Chun's eyes couldn't help but glow with heat. Just got promoted to level 7. It gained more than 1,000 attribute improvements. Now I have obtained another 1,000 free attributes. It feels so good. A fierce battle with the Naga King. Let Lu Chun deeply understand a truth. That is the four-dimensional property. There must be no weaknesses. When fighting against the Naga King, Lu Chun's strength attribute was enough to compete with the Naga King. But, because the basic physical attribute is too low, only more than 840 points. Much lower than the other three. This led to the fight with the Naga King. The body could not withstand the huge impact of the force and almost collapsed. Therefore, if you want to become a truly strong person, the four-dimensional attributes must be developed in a comprehensive and balanced manner. There should not be any partiality in one subject. Thinking of this, Lu Chun decided immediately. 1,000 points of free attributes. 800 points invested in physical fitness. 200 points are added to strength. After the allocation is completed, the four-dimensional attributes become Strength, 2080. Agility, 2,330. Physique, 2040. Perception, 2,336. Each of the four-dimensional attributes reached a terrifying 2,000 points. Level 22 evolvers of the same level, average 4-dimensional attributes are 400 to 500. Balanced and powerful. Good. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the reminder from the Heavenly Edict sounded again. Ding! The first force in the Blue Star War Zone to be promoted to Level 2 has been detected. The only faction mission has been automatically triggered. Faction mission, Legendary Faction. Deep Sea Butcher, only mission, serial mission, limited time mission. This sudden reminder. The members of the Netherworld who were immersed in the celebration were stunned for a moment. His face was filled with astonishment. Wait, is there something wrong with my ears? The only mission. Oh my god, what's going on? Can a force have a mission? The only mission. Does that mean we are the only ones who can take this mission? It looks so awesome. Lu Chen's eyebrows also raised sharply. There was a gleam of interest in his eyes. The only limited time task. The reward is sure to be huge. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly turned his gaze to the task panel. Reminder, Legendary Force. Deep Sea Butcher, Faction Mission. Automatically activated after the first Level 2 force appears within 7 days of the start of the 10,000 Races contest. This mission is the only one. Only Netherworld can undertake it, comma. This mission is a continuous mission. After completing each stage, you will receive rewards and extra time. After completing all the missions, the faction will be awarded the legendary title, Deep Sea Butcher. Deep Sea Butcher's first stage mission introduction, Butchers Assemble. Among the 10 billion people on Blue Star, there are many national factions. People with the same roots and origins have stronger cohesion. Within 24 hours, you need to recruit 2,000 members of the fleet, and all of them must be from Xinxia. Deep Sea Butcher Phase 1 Mission Reward. Fleet ships durability, defense, and attack strength all receive a 50 bonus. The leader's flagship receives a double bonus. On the ocean, we are the embodiment of fear and the spokesperson for death. Mission remaining time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. If the time runs out or the fleet flag is destroyed, the mission will be declared a failure. Difficulty rating for the first stage mission, extremely difficult. Even for the simplest first stage, the success rate is only 10. The forces that can complete the entire process and obtain the title of Deep Sea Butcher only exist in Legends. Chapter 174, An Impossible Mission? Legendary Force. As soon as Lu Chen's eyes touched the task introduction, a sharp light flashed in his eyes instantly. The reward for the first stage of this mission alone is. It is a 50 bonus that improves all ship attributes. If you can complete all these tasks, the Nether Fleet will surely be able to roam freely in this vast ocean. No fear of any naval battle. Not only Lu Chen, everyone also realized the extraordinary value of this mission. For a while, there were many discussions. Shit, a legendary mission? Does that mean that if we complete this series of missions, Netherworld can be promoted to a legendary pirate group? That sounds awesome. The rewards for the first stage are too tempting. The ship's durability, defense, and attack will all increase by 50 once this mission is completed. We can sail freely on the sea. Besides, this is just the beginning. The rewards to come will definitely be even greater. Oh my, this task looks simple, just recruiting people. However, just as everyone in the Netherworld was salivating over the tempting rewards of the Deep Sea Butcher mission, Zhou Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water that extinguished their enthusiasm. Zhou Yu shook his head and sighed. The mission reward is indeed tempting, but as it stands, it is almost impossible to complete. Because there are only 874 of us from the Xinxia region left, it is impossible to recruit 2,000 people. As soon as these words came out, the heated discussion came to an abrupt end. Everyone was stunned. Yes, in the entire 8th district, there are only 3 Xinxia novice areas. In addition to the 1,000 novice area, the Xinxia people in the other 2 sea areas were completely wiped out in the gambling with the allied countries. People, not enough. Even if the Nether Fleet can freely enter and exit the novice area. But in the entire 8th district, there are no other Xinxia people available for recruitment. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other. My heart is filled with confusion. Someone tentatively suggested that. Then let's try to recruit people from outside the 8th district. How do we get there? Relying on this sailboat? Not to mention whether we can get there alive. Even if we do, we won't have enough time. This mission is time limited, with only 24 hours in total. I'm afraid we can't even get out of the 8th district. Oh, yes, and we don't know where the other regions are. This mission looks good, but it's impossible to complete. Fuck, it's all the fault of those bastards in the alliance countries. If it weren't for their internal strife in the early stage, our compatriots in the 2 seas would not have died. I really want to kill them all. Don't be angry. They have been destroyed by the Lord of the Underworld. Is our deep-sea butcher mission going to fail? Woo, I don't want it. For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with loss and helplessness. Right now, Licini's cold voice came slowly. This mission may determine whether we, the people of Blue Star, can continue to survive in the battle of all races. Tianyu's hint is very clear. We have a 10 chance of completing the task. Don't give up so easily. As soon as Licini finished speaking, Yang Zimo nodded in agreement. Commander Li is right. This legendary mission may be the only chance for us low-level races to catch up with high-level races. This opportunity is rare, and we cannot let it slip away easily. You know, in the entire Blue Star War Zone, this legendary faction mission may only appear once. If you fail or give up, you will have no chance of becoming a legendary power at all. Saying, Yang Zimo turned to Lu Chun. Lord of the Underworld, what is your opinion on this mission? Moment. Everyone in the Netherworld cast their gazes towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun has established an image of being omnipotent in everyone's mind. However, Lu Chun really didn't know this time. There are no more Xinxiao people in the 8th district. To recruit, we must contact the Xinxiao people from other regions. But how to get there is a problem. Although I don't know it, but maybe someone knows. You know, there are many people from the Tianyu world under my command. Thinking of this, Lu Chun looked around at everyone. Indifferently said, Feng Lai, Jack, Yin Ting. Do you know any way to quickly reach the novice areas in other regions? Feng Lai and Yin Ting looked at each other. My eyes are full of confusion. Feng Lai bowed and said guiltily, Master, I am ashamed. The Stormwings have been huddled here for hundreds of years, and much of the knowledge from our ancestors has been lost. After that, Feng Lai gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. However, I am willing to sacrifice my life to perform divination to find a turning point. Feng Lai's divination comes at the cost of consuming his soul, can only be used twice in a lifetime. In order to seek a turnaround for the Stormwings, I have already divined once. If I divine again, they will die of a broken soul. Hearing Feng Lai's words, the Stormwings behind him couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Feng Lai's hunched back, his eyes were full of reluctance, but no one spoke up to stop it. Can share the worries of the master. It is the glory of the Stormwing tribe. You don't need to do that. Lu Chun turned his head. He glared at Jack, who was picking his nose. Hurry up and tell me. Hey, Captain, how can you be sure that I know that? Jack was stunned. It's over. The captain seemed to be able to understand my thoughts more and more. From now on, the little thoughts in my mind. I'm afraid I can't hide it from the captain. Jack smacked his lips. Open your mouth and say, Hey, Captain, didn't you just find out the location of the Awakening Tower? There is a sea area teleportation array hidden in the Awakening Tower, which can transport the evolvers to any novice sea area in the battle zone of the same race in a flash. As soon as these words came out, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in everyone's eyes. But Jack's next words. But it's like a basin of cold water. This little flame of fire was extinguished completely. Jack shrugged. Then he said, Actually, it's useless for me to say anything, because you have to reach level 50 to be eligible to enter the gate of the Evolution Tower. As soon as these words fell, there was an uproar among the crowd. How much? Level 50. Did I hear that correctly? Are you kidding? My godfather is so powerful, but he is only level 22 now. If it were someone from other seas, it would be good if he could reach level 10. We have only been here for more than 6 days, and we have already reached level 50? This is simply a fantasy. No wonder the forces that completed this series of tasks are called legendary. The difficulty of these tasks is simply impossible. Yeah, what a powerful character this must be to be able to reach level 50 in such a short time. Alas, it seems that we have no choice but to give up this mission. Hearing Jack's words, Lu Chun's brows were tightly knitted together. Within 24 hours. Reach level 50. Even I can't do it. Is this legendary force mission really unsolvable? No. Chapter 175, Tower Guardian? Just kill him. Since Tianyu has given a 10 success rate, that means there is a way to complete this task. Now, Lu Chun's thoughts were spinning rapidly. Once you get this legendary title, the strength of myself and the entire Netherworld will usher in a qualitative leap. This task. Never give up easily. Sudden. A gleam of light flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. Turning to Jack. Jack, you said that only level 50 evolvers can enter the Awakening Tower. Then, what is stopping the evolvers below level 50? Is it a barrier? A guard? Or is it a constraint of some kind of law? Jack stroked his chin and recalled. I remember it was a level 50 boss tower guard. This guy only stops the evolved and ignores the local natives. When Lu Chun heard this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. With a cold snort, Level 50 boss? If we take care of him, won't we be able to enter the Awakening Tower and complete the mission? Jack was horrified when he heard this. He waved his hands quickly. No, 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 Captain, please don't be impulsive. Although the Tower Keeper is at level 50, he is a powerful awakened warrior. I was afraid that Lu Qin didn't understand the meaning of awakening. Jack quickly added, once a person awakens, their strength will soar. Let's put it this way, at the same level 50, an awakened person can easily deal with 3 unawakened ones. As soon as these words came out, the people around couldn't help but gasp. The 30th level Naga King is already powerful enough. And this Tower Keeper, not only the 50th level boss. I've woken up. The strength is simply terrifying. However, Lu Qin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. A strong person in the Awakening realm? I'd like to meet him and see what he's got. Well, I said it in vain. Jack looked at Lu Qin's eyes full of fighting spirit. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. The captain is a battle maniac. When you encounter an enemy, no matter how strong the opponent is, just get up and start working. The Tower Keeper is the guardian of the Tower of Awakening. In order to enter the tower, the captain, you actually want to kill him? A level 22 Evolver challenges a level 50 Awakener? Crazy. Completely crazy. However, at this moment, Lu Qin has made up his mind. Commanded, Yang Zimo, lead your team to search for resources on Naga Island. Then cooperate with the Stormwing tribe to hunt down the surrounding sea beasts and indigenous forces. Yes, Yang Zi responded. Then he looked at Lu Qin, questioning. Lord Hades, the tower guards are very powerful. Why don't you take all of us with you? We can also provide you with some firepower support. The Stormwings of Skyrim also volunteered. Yes, Master, please take us with you. I am already at level 17, and the wind blades I emit should be able to break the defenses of the tower guards. Master, take us with you. We can fly and help our master. However, in the face of everyone's request, Lu Qin refused outright. You guys develop well first. Jack and Yun Ting just come with me. A battle with the Naga court. 39 people died in the Netherworld battle. The Stormwings were able to fly, so no one died. But many people were also seriously injured. Although Lu Qin likes war. But I know the pros and cons of this. The Tower Keeper is extraordinary. If you bring the Nether Fleet and the Stormwings, half the people dead is considered a small number. By then, I will be unable to do anything. It would be better to just take Jack and Yun Ting. Just hit it. Anyway, they can be resurrected after death. Thinking about this, Lu Qin said no more. The sails of the Netherworld slowly rose. Then it disappeared into the black mist. Gradually disappear. Yang Zimo looked at the Netherworld, which was gradually going away. I couldn't help but sigh. Alas, in fact, all the real burdens are borne by the Lord of the Underworld alone. We are still too weak to truly lend a helping hand to the Lord of the Underworld. Longhauren patted Yang Zimo on the shoulder and comforted him. Old Yang, don't lose heart. We will all become stronger in the future. Li Ming also nodded and encouraged. Yes, although we can't help much on the battlefield, we can do some small things within our ability. I just took a look and saw a patch of golden fur growing on Naga Island. That thing produces intermediate grade wood, which is exactly what the Hades Lord needs to upgrade his netherworld. Zhou Yu also said. Yes, I remember the Lord of the Underworld mentioned that he needed the corpse of a sea beast with the gift of hearing. I'll take a team to look for it right now. Hearing this, Yang Zimo took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, the Lord of the Underworld is fighting on the front line, and we must also fully support him in the rear. Search Naga Island for sea beasts with hearing abilities. Everyone, act now. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. The dark sails of the Erebus swelled. The entire ship sped towards the location provided by Xiao Langyao. On deck, the corpses piled up like mountains. In addition to the Naga King and a few Naga elders, the rest are warriors from Jiuxiu Palace. The little ball was busy squirming. Take these corpses one by one. Actually, there are more than 3,000 bodies of Naga warriors piled up near Naga Island. But after Daanzi absorbed too many 20th level Nagas, the power is greatly reduced. There are no more attribute points that can be squeezed out. And the Naga warriors' talents were all water-related talents that Lu Qin already had, so he could only give up. Fortunately, although the people of Jiuxiu Palace are weak, but the level has reached 20 or above. It can also bring some benefits to Lu Qin. Captain, won't you let the little dumpling absorb this Naga King? Jack stared curiously at the body of the Naga King placed aside. This Naga King belongs to you, Lu Qin said. Jack pointed at himself, looking surprised. Lu Qin nodded. I already have the gift of this Naga King. His body is of no use to me. You can try to fuse the corpses, maybe you can gain more powerful power. Wow, Captain, you understand me so well, and I love you so much. Jack said as he was about to pounce on Lu Chen. I want to give birth to little zombies for you. Roll. Lu Chen kicked Jack away. First, see to what extent you can fuse this corpse. Okay. Jack shrugged. Captain, you are always so shy. As he said this, Jack waved his right hand. The burly body of the Naga King slowly floated up and merged into Jack's body. After a while, a face magically grew on the back of Jack's head. It was the dead Naga King. Then, the Naga King's eyes suddenly turned gray. A seagull flying in the sky was petrified in an instant. This is exactly the A-level talent of the Naga King, petrifying gaze hysteresis. Oh ha, Captain, this Naga King's corpse you gave me is very useful. Jack laughed out loud with excitement. Well, it's not surprising that he can use the A-level petrifying gaze. Lu Chen looked at Jack, his eyes narrowed slightly. But the Naga King was in S-level state when he died. Try to see if you can use the S-level petrification field. Chapter 176 adds another A-level thunder talent. Lu Chen himself also has an A-level petrifying gaze. If Jack can use the S-level petrification field, that will be very helpful when fighting against the tower defenders. S-rank? Captain, you really think highly of me. My corpse fusion skill is only A-level. Let me try. Jack muttered. Then, the face of the Naga King behind his head had bloodshot eyes and a hideous look. Well, it's okay, but I'm afraid it can only be used once or twice. Then the body of this Naga King will collapse. Jack said helplessly. Once or twice. Lu Chen was delighted and nodded. Unexpectedly, Jack gave him a surprise. Can use S-level petrochemical field. With Jack's help, the next battle will be more certain. At this moment, Tuanzi also ate all the bodies on the deck. With that round little body, Guji crawled to Lu Chen's side. Gently placed the pink little tentacles on Lu Chen. In an instant, a tremendous force surged in an instant. Ding. Successfully captured Jiuxiao Palace, Zio Yunfen, level 30. You obtain B-level talent, Lightning Resonance, increasing strength by 34 points. Ding. Successfully captured Jiuxiao Palace, Xiao Langdao, level 28. You obtain B-level talent, Lightning Resonance, physical fitness increased by 29 points. Ding. Successfully captured Jiuxiao Palace, Showerpang, level 22. You obtain C-level talent, Lightning Control, physical fitness increased by 26 points. Accompanied by a series of prompt sounds. 50 warriors from Jiuxiao Palace. Tuanzi absorbed 675 points of physical fitness and 721 points of strength for Lu Chen. And a lot of thunder talents. 1,300 attribute points are easily credited. There was an unconcealable joy in Lu Chen's eyes. Tuanzi is indeed a plug-in. I, who possessed the template of the supervisor, only gained 1,260 attribute points after leveling up 7 times. But Tuanzi only helped himself to absorb more than 50 Jiuxiao Palace warriors of mediocre strength. It allowed me to gain more than 1,300 attributes. The income actually exceeded the total of 7 consecutive level upgrades. To help Lu Chen, it's really too big. If the ability of the dumpling to absorb 20th level creatures does not decrease, then the bodies of more than 3,000 Nagas. It is enough to make Lu Chen's attributes soar to an unimaginable height. But Lu Chen did not feel any pity. People should know how to be content. If the attribute is missing, then go hunt higher level monsters. Just let the dumplings absorb it. There is never a shortage of high-level creatures in this ocean. Ding, the B-level talent of the evolver Lu Chen, Lightning Resonance, has been detected, and the evolution conditions have been met. Evolving. The reminder from the sky came. Lu Chen was slightly startled. I immediately remembered. Xiao Yufan and Xiao Langao both possess B-level Lightning Resonance. After taking the two of them, 2 B-level talents merged. Triggered the evolutionary conditions. Then Lu Chen closed his eyes, immersed in the perception of the surging talent of thunder and lightning. Xiao Yunzi, come and see God. God is going to add another A-level talent and skill. Jack looked at Lu Chen, who was surrounded by lightning. Looks numb. Apparently he's used to it. Captain, are you going to evolve a new A-level talent again? I wonder what skills I will learn this time? Yun Ting was very excited. No longer worried about Lu Chen's evolution failure like last time. The captain can even evolve his water talent, which he has never touched before, directly to A-level with a 99 success rate. This time, evolving an A-level lightning talent will be easy. Sure enough. A moment later, Lu Chen's talent library added a new A-level talent, Lightning Incarnation, and 1 A-level skill. Thunderbolt, A-level, Summons thunderbolts to inflict heavy damage to the target area and paralyze the enemy. Let's see who dares to swear blindly. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Lightning flashes in his eyes. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A-level thunderbolt, not bad. Unexpectedly. This time, the thunder talent will be evolved to a level. He actually realized a large-scale lightning attack skill. It also has a paralysis control effect. When we attack Giant Lizard Island and Shadow Nightmare Beast. Because of the lack of wide-ranging skills. As a result, every time the boss is defeated, a lot of monsters always flee. Now the thunder is so powerful. It just solves this problem. Besides, in this vast ocean, water is conductive. The power of thunder talents will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. 6 hours later. Captain, this is the right place. The location is right. Yunting flapped his wings, circling around. His brows were furrowed, full of confusion. After 6 hours of sailing, finally arrived at the location given by Xiao Langao. However, there is an endless sea before my eyes. Forget about the Tower of Awakening. There is not even the outline of an island. Fuck, have we been fooled by that bastard from Jiuxiao Palace? Jack couldn't help but curse. The legendary force's mission is time-sensitive. It took more than 6 hours just to get there. If the location is wrong, I'm afraid this mission will fail. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Look around you. Said in a deep voice. No, the position Xiao Langao gave me should be fine. The Awakening Tower must be here. Last time, we discovered that the sealing altar of Fanelos was invisible. Let's search the sea surface first to see if there is anything hidden. Lu Chen knew clearly in his heart. Xiao Langao told me the location of the Awakening Tower. He wanted to use other powerful people in the Awakening Tower to get rid of me. To avenge him. So, the location Xiao Langao gave could not be wrong. Tower of Awakening. It must be here. In the ocean beyond the scope of land subsidence detection, a strange-looking two-masted frigate slowly floated among the waves. On the mast of the warship, the giant eye flag flutters in the wind. That is the unique battle flag of the Light Eyes clan. On the ship's deck, a group of people with blue skin. The Light Eyes warrior stood with his eyes glowing with a faint white light. His eyes turned towards the direction of the netherworld. Brother, look at that sloop. The people on board seem to be evolvers who are participating in the battle of all races. The white light in Eros's eyes became even brighter. It was his visual talent working at full capacity. The scene in the distance was as clear as a picture in his eyes. Speaking of evolvers, a trace of greed flashed in Eros's eyes. Yesterday, he had just killed a group of evolvers that had sailed out of the Novice area. Unexpectedly, those guys who are only level 10. He unexpectedly advanced to a higher level. You know, Eros is now a 35th level expert. Each level of improvement. It takes several years of hard training. Now, just a few ant-like evolvers. Let him advance easily. This filled him with anticipation of meeting the evolver again. Chapter 177 Find the Tower of Awakening. Thinking of this, Ilas couldn't help but lick the cracked corners of his mouth with his tongue. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Brother, shall we go over and kill them? However, before he finished speaking, Laos on the side suddenly raised his hand. He gave Eros a hard slap. Are you out of your mind? Can you please think before you do anything? Laos, the captain of the frigate. Now he was staring at Eros with wide eyes. That evolver is obviously very powerful. How can you just kill him? Be careful of a disaster. Oh, I saw that the evolver is only level 22. He poses no threat to us at all. Ilas covered his head, which was hurt by the blow. He said with an embarrassed look on his face. Realm, you know the realm. Laos waved his hand in annoyance. Frowning. Tell me, where is this? What are we doing here? Eros was obviously still confused and answered blankly. Isn't this the Tower of Awakening? The Thunder Department of Jiuxiao Palace invited us to explore this tower. Then have you ever thought that they are also looking for the Awakening Tower? Laos frowned. The tone became heavier. It's only been less than 7 days since the battle for supremacy among all races began, and these evolvers have already found the location of the Awakening Tower. You dare to come and explore? Do you think they will be simple characters? Oh, are they evolvers from a higher world? Ilas's face suddenly changed. He quickly turned his head to look at the netherworld. There was a flash of white light in his eyes. But then, he became confused again. That's not right. This human is clearly an evolver from a lower world. How strong can a race from a lower world be? What happened to the lower world? Laos glared at his brother and interrupted him. Aren't there many strong people who have come out of the low-level world? If you always look down on them, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Saying, Laos looked at the dark crew members who were searching in the sky and the sea. he said in a deep voice. Take a close look at the undead and the winged birdman. What's wrong with the birdman and the undead? I just checked, and they are only at level 20. Eros muttered, but he activated his visual talent again. However, upon seeing this, he was immediately horrified. He screamed, "Fuck, boss. These two guys are actually both boss level. You know, his brother was the most talented and powerful person in the Light Eyes clan besides his sister. It was only recently during an adventure that I was lucky enough to obtain the boss template. On the sloop opposite, there are actually two boss-level characters. How is this possible? Who is the other side?" Eros was shocked. Those two bosses are all vassals of this human evolutionist. Laos's eyes were like torches. He stared at Lu Chun, his eyes flashing with thoughts. This person was able to defeat two bosses in a row within just 7 days. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Right now, the Awakening Tower has just been opened. Our first priority is to explore it in depth. It would be even better if we can complete the awakening inside. Remember, don't create any complications. As for that human being, Laos changed the subject. Although he knows the location of the Awakening Tower, he obviously doesn't know any details. If he can't find it, he will leave. We just need to wait for a while at a distance. However, before he finished speaking, Eros suddenly pointed to the distance and exclaimed, "Brother, look, they are heading down into the water. Did they find the entrance to the Awakening Tower?" Laos heard this. His expression changed slightly. He turned his head quickly and looked. Then, he sneered and said slowly, "Haha, these idiots don't even know how to avoid the bone-eating fish's territory. They just dive straight down like this. They are simply courting death." He turned to his brother, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Later, if any of them are lucky enough to escape from the bone-eating fish, that will be our chance. We can kill them and gain experience points." When Eros heard this, a hideous smile suddenly appeared on his face. Hee, a school of bone-eating fish, even a 50th level warrior wouldn't dare to provoke them easily. These evolvers, relying on their own strength, act recklessly. I'm afraid they will all become food for the bone-eating fish soon. Lu Chun, Yunting looked for the sky. Jack looked for the water. But no matter how you look for it, there was nothing on the sea except the surging waves. That shouldn't be the case. Lu Chun frowned. The Tower of Awakening. Sudden, Lu Chun had a flash of inspiration. The Tower of Awakening. Who says it must be built on water? It is also possible to build it in the sea. Immediately, Lu Chun quickly initiated ecological symbiosis. Control a pomfret and swim into the deep sea. After a while, deep under the sea, an extremely huge black shadow came into view. It's under the sea indeed. Lu Chun was delighted. Then he turned to look at Jack and Yunting. We found the Awakening Tower. It's at the bottom of the sea. Let's go down. After that, the three of them jumped into the sea without hesitation, swimming hard towards the huge black shadow. Xiao Yunzi, the captain and I are both experts in the water, and you are the only amateur. Jack swam to Yunting's side. He joked as he paddled easily in the water. Lu Chun also noticed Yunting. Yunting was holding his breath and paddling in a clumsy swimming posture. The two large wings behind it added a lot of resistance in the water. Obviously, the storm wings are not good at swimming. So he said to Yunting, "Okay, Yunting, you go up first. I'll call you if there's anything later." Jack is a dead soul and does not need to breathe. Lu Chun has the skill of sea god's favor, so the two can talk in the water. Yunting shook his head and wanted to say something, but, thinking that he could hardly exert any combat power in the sea, not only can't help, it may also become a burden. In desperation, he could only bow to Lu Chun. Then he swam back to the surface with a look of regret. Ha. The Stormwings also have their moments of failure. I always say that God is fair. You see, they can fly, but they're doomed once they get into the water. Looking at Yunting, who swam clumsily to the surface, Jack burst into laughter. Just then, Jack's eyes suddenly changed. He noticed that the water in front of him seemed a little strange. Why do I feel like there's something in the water staring at me? Jack pointed his finger doubtfully, intent to touch the looming eyes. As soon as the finger moved, those eyes suddenly blinked. Next, a strange fish, half a meter long, transparent, and the same color as the seawater, suddenly opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth. He rushed straight towards Jack's fingers and bit them. Fuck! Jack was startled. The right hand reacted quickly, turning fingers into palms. Grabbed this ferocious sea fish. Next, he exerted force with his right palm and crushed the fish into pieces. In an instant, a scarlet color spread in the water. What the hell is this? Jack twitched his fingers and muttered. Lu Chun, who was standing by, glanced around. He said in a deep voice, "Jack, you must have touched a hornet's nest." Chapter 178 Piranha. A hornet's nest? What does that mean? Jack was stunned for a moment. Then he looked around. I saw, surrounded by blue waters. Suddenly, countless pairs of eyes like the ones just now appeared, staring at me with bloodthirsty eyes. No, piranha? Jack's mouth twitched. Well, is it too late for me to apologize now? Sea beast, bone-eating fish. Features, highly concealed, extremely aggressive, bloodthirsty, gregarious, low intelligence, group cooperation, sharp teeth, flexible. Talent, none. Skills, none. Combat strength assessment. Level 8. The combat strength of a single bone-eating fish is not strong, but they are social animals. A school of bone-eating fish can easily devour a whale. It is recommended that you face the school of bone-eating fish head-on at this moment and shout, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." This way, you can die with more dignity. I'm afraid it's too late. These bone-eating fish are very aggressive. We must have entered their territory. Lu Chen glanced around at the densely packed bone-eating fish. His eyes narrowed slightly. This thing, a bit like the piranhas on the blue planet. Although the individual strength is not strong, once in groups, it will become extremely terrifying. Before he finished speaking, I saw countless bone-eating fish's tail fins swaying violently, like silver lightning, gathered into a raging wave, rushing towards Jack madly. Fuck, Jack exclaimed. Two black crystal swords instantly condensed in his hands, swinging violently at the bone-eating fish. Puff, puff. Two dark sword beams cut through the sea water. Dozens of bone-eating fish were cut in half in an instant. However, more bone-eating fish are coming like arrows from a bow, passing through the gaps in the sword's rays, coming straight towards Jack. There are too many. Jack's face changed drastically. The bone-eating fish in this school, densely packed. If not 10,000, at least 8,000. Those dozens of beasts I just killed were useless. Jack gritted his teeth. The power of death in the body began to run wildly. Countless black crystals surged out. It quickly condensed into a solid black crystal shield. Envelop him tightly. But the eyes of the bone-eating fish are red, showing its sharp teeth, biting the black crystal shield frantically. Crack, crack. Just a moment. The black crystal shield that Jack had been maintaining with all his strength was covered with cracks. Why are the teeth of this thing so sharp? Jack was shocked. I am a level 22 boss. After the battle on Nago Island, Lu Chen upgraded Jack to the same level as himself. Lu Chen has accumulated a large amount of death power on Corpse Burial Island, enough for Jack to upgrade. The condensed shield was actually bitten through by these bone-eating fish that were only level 8. However, before Jack could think about it, the black crystal shield shattered. Next, countless bone-eating fishes attacked Jack like hungry tigers. The sound of gnawing on flesh and bones came one after another. In the blink of an eye, the shoal of bone-eating fish suddenly dispersed. Only Jack's skeleton was left. All the carrion on his body had been eaten away. The bone-eating fish did not continue to eat Jack's skeleton, because they found fresher flesh and blood targets. It was Lu Chen who was standing aside. The food just now, it was rotten and smelly and hard to swallow. So disgusting. In contrast, the humans next to them are the delicious food. As for the strength of that human being, just a human of level 20. We are the bone-eating fish. But it was an existence that was eaten by even the level 50 boss sea beast. In an instant, the terrifying swarm of bone-eating fish passed through like a swarm of locusts. It surged towards Lu Chen in a black mass. On the sea, Laos's eyes flashed white. The sneer on his lips became even more intense. The undead is finished, and now it's the human's turn. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but shook his head. It seems that I was too cautious before. This human evolver only achieved such success because of his good fortune. Now it seems that he is just SOSO. Eros smacked his lips. He muttered in dissatisfaction. Alas, if we had known that these guys were so vulnerable, we should have just killed them directly. We wasted so much life energy in vain. Laos glanced at his brother. Okay, stop complaining. Better safe than sorry. This evolver is dead. Let's prepare to enter the awakening tower. The third sister is still waiting for us inside. Hearing my sister's name, Eros's face was instantly filled with pride. He chuckled. Leona is the rising star of our Light Eyes clan. She has reached level 50 at such a young age. I think that my third sister will be able to awaken successfully this time. Brother, don't you think so? He turned to look at his brother, but he found that Laos did not respond to him. The white light in Laos's eyes became brighter, staring into the distance. A look of astonishment. What's going on? Aren't humans doomed? Seeing his brother's look, Ilas couldn't help but feel puzzled. I also followed Laos's gaze. This look, His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What the hell? How is this possible? Lu Chun, facing the surging shoal of bone-eating fish. There was no fluctuation on his face. From Jack's fight just now, Lu Chun observed that these bone-eating fish have high attack and low defense. What's scary about them is their overwhelming numbers and sharp teeth. To deal with this social creature, large-scale attack skills are most effective. Such skills. I just realized one. Thinking about this, a sharp light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. You came just in time. I will use you small fry to test my newly acquired skills. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen's body moved suddenly. Raise your hands above your head suddenly. There seemed to be an invisible force of thunder rapidly gathering around his body. In an instant, the sky above the sea seemed to be obscured. The dark clouds gathered quickly. Thunder roared. The water on the sea surface was also violently rolled by this sudden force. Lu Chun clasped his hands together. Then he pushed it open suddenly, drinking in the mouth. Thunderous. With this roar, several thick lightning bolts were like cracks in the sky. Crashed with a bang. Straight into the sea. Smashed the bone-eating fish accurately. In an instant, thunder and lightning intersect, light flashes. The sea water was instantly filled with lightning. The entire ocean seemed to be shaken by this force of thunder. Within 30 meters around Lu Chun, thousands of bone-eating fish were bombarded by thunder. Exploded instantly. The fish body was charred black. The sea water boiled under the power of thunder and lightning, and bubbles rolled endlessly. Faced with this horrific scene, the entire school of bone-eating fish froze in an instant. Those companions who have just approached humans. They were all killed in an instant. Chapter 179 Thunder Rolling. Although the bone-eating fish is not very intelligent, but instinct made them realize that the person in front of me, definitely not a good person. The total number of ethnic groups is no more than 10,000. And that human only took one move. They annihilated nearly 2,000 of their companions. Fear. So horrible. Even when hunting whales, they had never suffered such terrible losses. With this in mind, all the bone-eating fish were ready to retreat. If you can't win, retreat. However, although I want to withdraw, the body can't move. More than 9,000 bone-eating fish, floating helplessly in the sea. The fish's body was stiff and unable to move. In an instant, countless bone-eating fish had their eyes filled with fear. Paralysis. They were all paralyzed by lightning. In sea water, the power of thunder skills is extremely amplified. Captain, kill them. Now, Jack was gnawed by bone-eating fish until only his skeleton was left. He was also paralyzed by the electric shock. He spoke tremblingly. Whoa. My Captain Jack's handsome face was ruined by these evil little fishes. Most importantly, damn it, these bastards actually ate my coin. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Jack was thinking. Lu Chun glanced at him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I'll take care of them all right now. As soon as the words fell, a strange wave surged from Lu Chun's body. Perception resonance is fully activated. The perception attribute suddenly soared from 2336 points to a terrifying 11,680 points. Jack saw this scene. Suddenly, I remembered something. The body trembled. My voice is no longer trembling. Captain, please don't shock me too. Water conducts electricity. Jack was shocked by Lu Chun just now. However, it's too late. Jack hadn't finished speaking. I saw several bolts of lightning thicker than before. Light up the entire ocean. Like several giant dragons, they plunged into the sea. Boom! Moment. Terrible thunder and lightning filled the entire sea. Jack was convulsing. The originally pale bones were instantly charred black by the electric shock. As Lu Chun's perception increased fivefold, the power of thunder also increased fivefold. In an instant, the entire sea area was almost filled with the power of thunder. So horrifying. Even Jack, the 22nd level boss. At this moment, I was electrocuted so badly. What's more, the surrounding bone-eating fish were paralyzed and unable to escape, under the ravages of thunder and lightning. Immediately, all of them turned upside down, killed on the spot. After a while, the power of thunder and lightning dissipated. I saw the originally powerful and terrifying school of bone-eating fish. All of them have turned into charred corpses, drifting helplessly with the current. There are more than 10,000 bone-eating fish. Under Lu Chun's 2 thunderous strikes, no one survived. The entire army was wiped out in an instant. Far away, elder brother Ilas' voice trembled. His eyes were fixed on the thunder that was raging like a dragon. He murmured stiffly, the bone-eating fish were all destroyed. How is this possible? Laos also looked dazed when he saw this scene. Empty eyes. I was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? in less than 2 seconds. Then, are all the bone-eating fish that terrify countless creatures in the ocean gone? You know, a group of bone-eating fish can even devour a level 50 boss. If Laos faced the shoal of bone-eating fish by himself, I'm afraid I can't even last a second. It will be eaten away until only a pile of bones are left. However, this human has only been in Tianyu for less than 7 days and is only level 22. How is this possible? Why is there such a big gap between people? Although Laos had already vaguely sensed that Lu Chun was unusual, but he never thought about it. Lu Chun was able to escape the attack of the bone-eating fish. Not to mention that he could kill all the bone-eating fish with just a wave of his hand. This scene before my eyes. It has completely overturned Laos's cognition. There are tens of thousands of bone-eating fish in the school of fish. So many fish. Even if I stand still and let him kill me, he would have to kill for several days. Not to mention, the bone-eating fish are known for their fierce attacks and amazing agility. If they are defeated, they will flee quickly. But, such a terrifying school of bone-eating fish. Right before Laos' eyes, they were all wiped out by Lu Chun with a wave of his hand. Who is this evolver? How can it be so horrible? Elder brother. His strength is too terrifying. If he is allowed to enter the Awakening Tower, will Leona be in danger? Ilas was shocked. My heart suddenly tightened, thinking of my sister. Although Leona is a 50th level genius, if she encounters this terrifying evolver in the Awakening Tower, Ilas didn't think so. She could withstand the thunder that could destroy tens of thousands of bone-eating fish. Don't worry about that. Laos patted his cheek, trying to recover from the shock. Then he said, although this human is strong, he has not yet reached level 50. The tower guard will never allow him to enter the Tower of Awakening. Ah, yes. Eros suddenly realized, patted his chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. I was so shocked that I forgot about the tower guards. There are tower guards there. All evolvers below level 50. Even if you find the Awakening Tower, don't even think about entering. Then, Eros looked at Laos with a thankful look on his face. Brother, you were lucky to stop me just now. If I really rushed over to cause trouble for that human, I would probably have been struck by lightning and turned into ashes by now. Haha, it's always better to be cautious. Laos touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. In fact, he had just misjudged. Just a second ago, he was confident that this human was doomed. The next second, the bone-eating fish swarm was wiped out by Lu Chun in one fell swoop. It's just a slap in your own face. Ahem. Laos cleared his throat and continued. It looks like we have to wait a while. We can go in after this human is refused to leave by the tower guards. Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. Eros nodded quickly. This guy is so scary. We must not let him discover our presence. Ding. Kill bone-eating fish, level 8, 10135. Gain 300, 010135 life energy points. As the reminder sounded, immediately, on the densely packed fish carcasses, a large amount of life energy surged out like a tide, rushing towards Lu Chun and the little ball behind him. In an instant, Lu Chun's level climbed again. Ding, 700W life energy consumed. You have successfully reached level 23. Ding, 800W of life energy consumed. You have successfully reached level 24. Current level, level 24, for 75W/900W. Strength plus 402. Agility plus 402. Physique plus 402. Perception plus 402. Free attribute points plus 202. Ding, your pet, the Kraken, God level, has been successfully upgraded to level 19, level 20. Current level, 20, for 57W/900W. Chapter 180. The Tower Keeper appears. Feeling the surging power in my body, Lu Chun's eyes were full of joy. Unexpectedly, I have not yet stepped into the gate of this Awakening Tower. You will encounter such a large school of bone-eating fish. Let yourself be promoted twice. Enjoyable. Jack on the side. At this moment, I am dumbfounded. Half of it was caused by the electric shock and half by shock. He just said it casually. Unexpectedly, the captain actually wiped out all the bone-eating fish with just a wave of his hand. Oh my god, the soul fire in Jack's skull flickered. He asked in a trembling voice. Captain, why are your skills so powerful? There were tens of thousands of bone-eating fish, and you killed them in 1 second. If those fish had nibbled on me for 1 more second, my skeleton would have fallen apart. Recalling the feeling of powerlessness when being attacked by the bone-eating fish, Jack shuddered. Lu Chun glanced at Jack, indifferently said, Thunder skills are more effective in water, and with my high perception, it is reasonable for me to kill all the fish with 1 strike. Just now, With the blessing of perceptual resonance, Lu Qin's perception attribute soared to an astonishing 11,680 points. According to the land sinking estimate, even for a level 50C beast, the average four-dimensional attribute is only around 1,500 points. The blow I just made. The power has already far exceeded the 50th level. It is not surprising that an entire school of bone-eating fish can be wiped out in one fell swoop. After all, these guys are creatures with high attack power and low defense power. But Lu Chun was very satisfied with the performance of thunderous 10,000 swordsmanship. This skill, to deal with the weaker and more numerous tribes. It couldn't be more fitting. No matter how weak the creatures are, as long as there are enough of them, they can bring considerable benefits to Lu Chun. You know, these bone-eating fish are only level 8. But it can allow Lu Chun and Tuanzi to level up 2 levels each. The harvest was fruitful. Lu Chun looked at Jack's charred skeleton, frowning slightly. You have lost all your flesh. Can the Naga King's talent still be used? How about I kill you first, and then revive you? Jack heard this. He shook his head quickly. No, my flesh can grow back and it won't affect my combat effectiveness. As he spoke, he activated the energy of death. Rotten flesh quickly grew on the charred bones. He returned to the terrifying appearance of the ghost captain. Seeing this, Lu Chun nodded slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, the awakening tower is right below. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle to fight later." Jack watched Lu Chun slowly swimming downwards. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl slightly. Muttered, "A tough fight. I'm afraid it's the tower keeper who's going to have a tough fight later on." Before coming here, Jack was still worried about Lu Chun's challenge to the tower keeper. But since I just witnessed the entire school of bone-eating fish being wiped out by Lu Chun's attack, his thinking changed completely. That devastating blow just now. Even the tower keeper. It may not be possible to use it. With this in mind, Jack silently mourned for the tower keeper for 3 seconds. "Brother, it's not that you are not strong. It's that our captain is too strong. I wish you good luck in advance." As the two of them slowly dived down, the huge black shadow under the water gradually became clearly visible. A huge tower as majestic as a pyramid suddenly came into view, like an unshakable underwater mountain. The giant tower is tightly wrapped by a thin, invisible film. A strange light flashed on the film, completely isolate the turbulent sea water. As a result, a space filled with air miraculously appeared deep under the sea. Ding! You have discovered an extremely dangerous area, the Awakening Tower. It is recommended that 10 evolvers above level 50 form a team to explore. Just leave it for a visit and go back. It won't be a wasted trip. Hearing the reminder sound in my ear, a gleam of light flashed in Lu Chun's eyes. We've finally arrived at the Tower of Awakening. Lu Chun and Jack gently passed through the film. I suddenly felt my body lighten. The heavy water pressure disappeared instantly. The long-lost fresh air hits me. Oh my, it's still more comfortable to be in a place without water. Jack tilted his head and shook the water out of his ears. He looked around and sighed. However, this Awakening Tower is truly magnificent. It was able to create such a large space on the seabed. Such a grand undertaking. Perhaps only someone like Tianyu can easily accomplish it. Stop sighing and go. Lu Chun had no time to appreciate the spectacular scenery before him. Because the deep-sea butcher mission ends soon. Only 17 hours left. Look at the size of this tower. The interior space must be extremely vast. In such a short time, to defeat the tower guard, we need to find the sea area teleportation array again. It's not an easy task. I must seize the time. With this in mind, Lu Chun first sent a signal to Yunting. Order him to dive into the deep sea to provide reinforcements. Then he pushed with his right foot. His figure turned into a shadow, flying quickly towards the entrance of the Tower of Awakening. Suddenly, whoosh, a crystal passed by Lu Chun. The strong wind caused Lu Chun's cheek to sting. Lu Chun's expression was stern. Stop for a moment. Eyes narrowed slightly. Tower Keeper showed up. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Accompanied by the sound of crystal friction, a slender, well-defined crystal man slowly walked into Lu Chun's sight. That's right. It's the Crystal Man, the uninvited guest blocking the road. Although in human form, but all over the body. It is actually carved entirely from crystal-clear crystal. The Crystal Man Tarian's slender fingers on his right hand slowly moved. Moment. Countless crystals gathered behind him, transformed into a dazzling crystal throne. He sat lightly, thin lips slightly parted. Evolvers from the lower world, please step back. The Tower of Awakening is not something that an ant of your strength can explore. Talion rested his chin on his left hand. He looked down at the two people in front of him. His eyes were full of disdain. Oh, unexpectedly. This Tower of Awakening that I guard. It is actually located in the racial C area of the low-level world. More than 6 days have passed. There was only one evolver here, and his realm is only level 24. The low-level world is still a low-level world after all. The creatures of their race, whether it is talent or strength, all are pitifully weak. They are nothing more than cannon fodder in this game of domination among all races. If it is an advanced world, it's almost 7 days now. At least 1 or 2 geniuses should break through to level 50. Oh. Luchin raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Asked, then may I ask, what kind of strength do you need to reach before you can continue to move forward? Level 50. The Awakening Tower has rules. Evolvers must reach level 50 before they are eligible to enter. Tarion looked Luchin up and down. He sneered. However, it may take some time for you to reach level 50, so you'd better leave quickly. Chapter 181 Battle with the Tower Guardian. Level 50? How do you determine that my true strength is less than level 50? After Luchin finished speaking, touch the Crystal Man's panel to call out the information. Tower Keeper, Tarion, boss level creature, primary awakening. Features: crystal body, extremely high defense, extremely high agility, high intelligence. Talent: crystal avatar, level A. Skill 1. Crystal burst, level A. Tarion can gather the surrounding crystals, transforming them into dazzling crystals, and attack the enemy fiercely. Dynamic light wave. Skill 2. Crystal clone, level A. Tarion can use crystal to create several extremely powerful clones. Come on, see who can shake the most people. Battle power assessment, awakening level, 50th level boss. The guardian of the awakening tower, with terrifying strength. If you provoke him, you will experience the horror of the awakening level. Luchin glanced across the panel. There was a flash of cold light in his eyes. Level 50 boss, A-level talent, A-level skills. But there is an additional label of primary awakening. Nothing special. Ready to fight. Just kidding. I killed the Naga King with S-level talent. How could I be afraid of you, a tower keeper with only A-level talent? Strength? Talion seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed out loud. You are an ant from a low-level world. Are you qualified to talk about strength with me? Luchin winked at Jack and took a step forward quietly. He said in a deep voice, I heard that, except for the evolvers. Everyone else can enter and exit the awakening tower at will, and there is no limit to the 50th level. I wonder if the tower keeper could be kind enough to let us in. Convenient. Tarion glanced at Luchin. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me for help? My patience is limited. Get out of here. Talion's face was filled with disdain. Obviously. He was full of contempt for Luchin, an evolver from a low-level world. Ha ha ha, brother. Look, he was really stopped by the tower guard. Alos looked at the block Luchin. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. No matter how evil the evolver is, when he reaches the Tower of Awakening, you must abide by the rules of the Awakening Tower. Now I can go back and upgrade slowly, ha ha ha. However, Leos frowned and said doubtfully. Strange, the tower guards have stopped him. Why won't he leave? He's unwilling to accept this, so he'll just have to wait for the tower keeper to teach him a lesson. Ilos curled his lips, a look of disapproval on his face. No. Leos' eyes widened, surprised and suspicious. Something's wrong, Eros. Look at the position of the Birdman and the undead. Are they planning to attack the tower keeper? Eros heard this. His eyes immediately lit up and he looked over there. I saw the winged man with 2 wings on his back. I don't know when it had quietly sneaked above the tower keeper, and that corpse covered in rotting flesh. He also slowly moved to the side of the tower guard. 3 people. It was obvious that the tower guard had been surrounded. Seeing this scene, Eros couldn't help but look surprised. No. Isn't that possible? The tower keeper is an awakened boss. Although this human has some strength, he is nothing more than an ant compared to the tower keeper. An awakened master is not someone that these evolvers who have just come to Tanyu for a few days can challenge. However, as the two were talking, a sudden change occurred. After hearing the tower guard's sharp words, Luchin, the sneer on his mouth became even more intense. It seems that the tower keeper is unwilling to give us a favor. Then, I'll just have to figure it out on my own. As Luchin's words fell, only countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Next, a large number of sharp wind blades with terrifying power, like a rainstorm, shooting towards Talion. At the same time, Jack, who had been lurking beside Talion, also suddenly jumped up. He just flipped his right hand. A flash of black light. A black crystal sword stabbed towards Talion's temple with a roar. feeling the violent attack like a violent storm. Talian's disdain grew even stronger. Humph, it seems that you are really a rookie who is not afraid of death. Do you really think that a tower guard like me won't kill the evolvers? Before he finished speaking, Yunting suddenly activated the wind blade. The wind blade is as sharp as a knife. He slashed fiercely at Talian's crystal body. Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere. The sound of metal clashing rang in my ears. However, the wind blades poured down like dense rain. There were only a few faint white marks on Talian's body. He was totally unharmed. At the same time, Jack's black crystal sword was wrapped in a roaring momentum and pressed it hard against Talian's temple. Look at me, Jack. I'll kill you with this sword. Jack grinned. Explode with all your strength. But the black crystal sword seemed to have hit an indestructible piece of meteorite iron. It's impossible to penetrate even a little bit. On the contrary, the huge recoil from the hilt of the sword made Jack's hands numb. Fuck, so hard. Before Jack finished speaking, Talian's crystal head slowly turned towards him. Next, a crystal fist whizzed out like a meteor. Hit Jack hard. So fast. Jack's pupil shrank suddenly. There was no time to dodge. The entire head was instantly shattered by Talian's crystal fist. After dealing with Jack, Talian did not pause. He smiled at Yunting in the sky. Then dozens of crystals beside him suddenly floated up, with a wave of his left hand. Those crystals instantly turned into cannonballs. With a roaring sound, it shot towards Yunting with the force of thunder. The sky saw Talian push with his left hand. Dozens of crystals approached in the blink of an eye. How can it be so fast? His face was full of astonishment. There was no time to react. In an instant, dozens of crystals pierced his body like sharp arrows. One of them even pierced his forehead directly. Blood splashed in the air. A hint of scarlet appeared. All this, it happens in just a moment. Yunting and Jack. These two level 20 bosses are enough to scare ordinary people. He was killed instantly by Talian without any resistance. The power of the awakened. It's really terrifying. On the light ice frigate, the Lost widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my god, they really started a fight." He never expected that. These three are only level 20 evolvers. How reckless. You really dared to attack the 50th level awakening state tower guard. But the battle scene did not surprise him. In just a moment, the two big bosses under the command of mankind are like lambs to be slaughtered. He was killed instantly by the tower guard without any resistance. Leos witnessed this scene, shook his head, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha, this human must have been doing too well in the Novice Sea area and really thinks he is invincible, he said contemptuously. He doesn't understand what the three words, awakening realm, actually mean. To the awakened, no matter how powerful the unawakened are, they are nothing more than ants. Chapter 182 Awakening Level? Fight as usual. While Leos was speaking, Lu Chen's body had already quickly rushed in front of Talian. On the right fist covered with rocks, the red light dances, with a sonic boom that tears the air, like a meteorite falling to the ground. It slammed into Talian's crystal face. However, facing Lu Chen's powerful punch, Talian's face showed contempt. The body did not move. There was no intention of dodging. Hee. With your 20+ level stuff, even if I stand here and let you hit me, you can't break my defense. This time, I will take your punch head on. Let you, and in the low-level world, understand. I am at the awakening level. How powerful it is. You will die with a sincere heart. Just now, Jack and Yunting's attack. For Talian, no threat was posed. This made Talian full of confidence at this moment. It is expected that Lu Chen's strength is similar to the two of them. Vulnerable. However, when Lu Chen's fist suddenly touched Talian's crystal face, Talian immediately realized that he was wrong. It's so wrong. An unprecedented terrifying force. Like a rushing torrent. It surged violently against his crystal body. The crystal on his face. Under the ravages of this huge force, it was as if it was being hit madly by countless invisible hammers. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering came one after another. Crystal fragments flew everywhere like ice flowers. Talian's body, in the face of this irresistible force, like a dead leaf swept by a strong wind. He was instantly knocked back by Lu Chen's punch. His body drew a parabola in the air. It hit the wall of the awakening tower behind it. Boom. There was a deafening roar. The solid walls of the awakening tower seemed to tremble under this force. Waves of fluctuations came. Talian's crystal body. It made a deep dent in the wall, deeply embedded in it, and on his face, full of unbelievable horror. I was actually knocked away by a punch from an evolver who was only level 24. How is this possible? A level 24 revolver. How is it possible to possess such terrifying power? Can knock me away. This power is at least tens of thousands. Don't the creatures in the lower world have very low potential? He is only level 24. The strength is over 10,000? His growth attributes at each stage. How high does it have to be? Even races from the advanced world can't reach such a terrifying level, right? On the other side, the sneer on Laos's lips had not yet completely faded. His expression suddenly froze. Laos shook his head and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Just saw it myself. Awakened Tower Keeper. He was unexpectedly killed by that human who was over level 20. A punch hit the wall. I read it wrong. I must have seen it wrong. The awakening level is an unrivaled existence. How could he be knocked away by a piece of trash that hasn't awakened yet? However, when Laos wiped his eyes, what came into view was still the Tower Keeper's body sunk deep into the wall, and cracks spreading across his face. This scene. Laos, who had just regained some confidence. The worldview collapsed again. 24th level evolver. One punch crushed the level 50 awakening boss into the wall. This is such a joke. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Brother, didn't you say that no one can defeat an awakened level warrior? What on earth is going on? Arrow stared at this scene in amazement. He asked in a trembling voice. Maybe. Perhaps the Tower Keeper saw that they were of low status. I just let them go on purpose. Laos forced a smile. He would never believe it. A 50th level awakening expert. You won't be able to defeat a level 20 evolver. This is outrageous. Now, Lu Qin's movements did not stop at all. Jack had said that the awakening level was so impressive before. So, Lu Qin did not hold back at all. Time is limited. Lu Qin didn't want to fight this crystal man for 300 rounds. While he is underestimating the enemy. Just kill it with one move to eliminate future troubles. Thinking about this, a cold light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. His right hand trembled suddenly. The pitch-black wave-breaking spear instantly appeared in his right palm. It made a roar like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar, tearing the air. He advanced swiftly toward Tarion. I was careless. I was definitely too careless just now. Talion looked at the swiftly approaching spear point. His face was twisted into a hideous expression. Just now, Lu Qin punched me into the wall. This is such a great shame. This time, I won't give in to you. He swore in his heart. A crystal light suddenly burst out from his body. The power in the body surged and boiled like a tsunami. However, just as he was ready to strike back fiercely, give this arrogant human a fatal blow, when he realized the true power of the awakening level, Talion's ears. Suddenly 2 clear and powerful words rang out. Break the wind. In an instant, the tip of the gun in front of me suddenly burst out with amazing power, like a sudden strong wind, sweeping everything. The tip of the spear turned into an extremely sharp edge, with overwhelming force. With great swiftness he stabbed Talion. It seems to tear and penetrate all the obstacles in front of it. The terrifying gust of wind brought by the breaking wind blew towards me. Talion's pupils constricted instantly. Jack's sword earlier stabbed him in the head as well, but he never paid attention to it. With the strong defense of the crystal body, Talion was confident that he would be unscathed. However, at this moment, facing this horrific shot, every crystal on Talion's body screamed in alarm. His intuition told him, if you don't dodge this shot, we'll die. That's right. I, who was at the 50th awakening level, was actually stabbed to death by a 20th level evolver. This sounds absurd. But Talion didn't dare to gamble. Asshole. Talion's face was grim. The pupil suddenly lost consciousness. The consciousness shifts instantly, projected onto a crystal clone in the distance. A level skill, crystal clone. In the next second, the wave-breaking gun with a cold and icy light, like a beast that has been imprisoned for 10,000 years, suddenly breaking free from its restraints. The destructive power contained in the tip of the spear, under the impetus of the wind-breaking move, it turned into an unstoppable tide. The spear tip pierced Talion's body, where he remained. In an instant, that incomparably hard crystal skull, under the wave-breaking gun blessed by the wind, instantly penetrated. Crack. A crisp sound. The crystal skull instantly exploded into countless pieces under the terrifying destructive force. The power of the breaking wave spear still remains. Keep rushing forward. It suddenly hit the thick and solid wall of the Tower of Awakening. Boom. There was a deafening roar. With this terrifying force. Chapter 183 Awakening Level. Nothing more than that. The wall of the Awakening Tower seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. A huge pit nearly 2 meters deep appeared instantly. The gravel flew like a cannonball. Dust filled the sky. The tough walls of the awakening tower were destroyed by the fierce impact of the wave breaker. It was torn apart easily like thin paper. Fortunately, the walls of the awakening tower are thick enough. Otherwise, Lu Chen's shot would. I'm afraid it will directly poke a huge hole in the awakening tower. Dead? Lu Chen looked at the crystal body in front of him. His brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that the awakening boss of level 50? Is that the level? I'm so sorry, I was well prepared before. Even. They're all prepared to use the god-level statue skills. Result? That's it. Crack. Lu Chen exerted force with his right hand. Pull out the wave-breaking gun that is deeply embedded in the wall. Sudden. Lu Chen thought to himself. Wrong. This tower keeper is definitely not dead yet. I haven't received any notification from Tianyu yet. At this moment. Buzz. A dazzling ray of light. Like a sword of destruction. It shot towards Lu Chen at lightning speed. Wherever the crystal light passed. The land was torn apart in an instant, stirring up clouds of dust. The strong wind it brought was like a violent storm, wrecking everything around. Oh. It turns out that he is not dead yet. Lu Chen snorted coldly. The whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. A-level skill, teleport, activate. Buzz. The crystal light penetrated the afterimage left by Lu Chen and fiercely dug into the ground. Boom. A deafening roar followed. Where the crystal shines. The land seemed to be torn apart by a great force. It curled and flew, forming a huge pit. The shockwave of the explosion spread out in all directions like a tide, sweeping the surrounding rubble and dust into the air, creating chaos. Die, bastard. Tarion used the crystal burst skill. At this moment, put the 2 fingers of your right hand together. Turned into a sword finger, pointing straight ahead. The fingertips released such a powerful attack, emitting scorching heat. The surrounding air was burned and trembled slightly. Now, Talian's eyes fell on the huge hole in the wall of the awakening tower. The corners of my eyes twitched slightly involuntarily, recalling the human shot just now. He is still frightened. If I hadn't reacted quickly, dodge in time, I'm afraid he has already died by now. Thinking of this, Talian could not help but feel a sense of fear. Damn it. Where the hell did these freaks come from? There are only more than 20 levels. Yet he possesses such amazing strength. Now, even if I tell Talian, this human is at the 50th level of awakening, just like him. Talian believed it. A low-level world. How could such a person be born? Even if he is a genius from the advanced world. It is impossible to be as fierce as this human at this time. Fortunately, it's all over. Watching the dust in front of me gradually settle, Talian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sneered, thinking to himself, Hee. Humanity. No matter how talented you are, dare to challenge the great Lord Talian. Today is the day you die. When he thought that he had killed a peerless genius in the battle of all races, Tarion felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Ha. He laughed. If you hadn't provoked me today, maybe you could have really become a giant in Tianyu in the future. But now, you can only turn into ashes in my hands. Ha. Suddenly, the hair on Talian's body suddenly stood up as he was laughing triumphantly. Don't ask me why the crystal man has hair on his body. By the ear. A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly exploded. There are still enemies. Talian's scalp tingled. Almost instinctively. He suddenly lowered his head and dodged to the side. Boom. A familiar black spear. It flew past his scalp. It fell heavily to the ground in front of him. The gravel was scattered everywhere. The gun barrel was shaking wildly due to inertia. Tarion turned his head quickly, his pupils suddenly shrinking. I couldn't help but exclaimed, You're not dead? Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a sneer. You're not dead yet. How could I be one step ahead of you? As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, appeared in front of Talian in an instant. Talian felt a flash before his eyes. The devil-like human was already standing in front of him with a sneer on his face. Talian's heartbeat quickened instantly, almost stagnant. A level space talent? That's not right. You are obviously a person with a strength talent. You. Talian was startled. Suddenly his face changed drastically. You actually have 2 talents. You are wrong. The sneer on Lu Chen's face became even more intense. The muscles in his right arm are as knotty as a coiled dragon. The whole body was red and radiant. The rock-covered right fist slammed down on Talian's head. I have more than 2 talents. Talian had already experienced Lu Chen's power. Naturally, I dare not confront him head-on. There was a flash of light above the legs, trying to dodge by taking advantage of speed. However, right now, Talion was horrified to find that. My legs turned gray at an extremely fast speed. A level petrification? Talion's voice suddenly rose in pitch and he exclaimed. His face was filled with undisguised horror. He tried his best, but he found that his petrified legs were like lead. Can't move an inch. Seeing Lu Qin's punch that exploded the air getting closer and closer, Tarion could only cross his arms subconsciously, trying to block the fatal blow. Bang! Talion's eyes widened in horror. I saw my arms touching Lu Qin's fist the moment he touched them. It was instantly covered with cracks. Next. Boom. Both arms exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless crystals that flew everywhere. Lu Qin's iron fist. The power has not diminished at all, slamming it down on Talion's head. Talion felt a great force coming, as if being hit by a meteorite. The whole person was knocked backwards in an instant. 15,000. Flying in the air, Talion shouted this number frantically in his heart. After being beaten again, he finally roughly estimated Lu Qin's power attribute. The result made him devastated. This human evolutionist who is only at level 24. The power attribute at this moment. It's as high as around 15,000 points. What a terrifying number. Own. Has a boss template. Plus the awakening bonus. The attributes only hover between 900 and 10,000. And this human who had been in the Tianyu world for less than 7 days. The strength actually reached 15,000. What are you doing? Damn it. Am I at the awakening level or is he at the awakening level? At this moment, Talion wanted only to shout to the sky. Complain about all this injustice. Mad. Even without awakening, their attributes are higher than mine. If I wake up after this. What else? Chapter 184, just quit it, it's boring. At this moment, Talion suddenly realized that. Lu Qin's devilish black eyes came into view again. His heart was shaken, cursing secretly. Asshole, is this not the end yet? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you can teleport? Grit your teeth. A crystal quickly condensed behind Talion. He kicked the crystal with his right foot, with the help of recoil force. The figure instantly flew in another direction. This monster is extremely powerful. A head-on confrontation is never a good idea. I must use my agility, roam around from a distance and wear him down. However, the strategy has just been decided, not yet implemented. Tarion found that Lu Qin appeared in front of him again. Teleport again? This space skill consumes a lot of energy. I want to see how many times you can use it. But as soon as I thought of this, Tarion's pupil shrank suddenly, because he discovered that Lu Qin's body was flashing with green light. The speed is so fast that it is not inferior to mine at all. This human being. I didn't use teleportation just now. Instead, he caught up with her by using speed. His agility is actually better than mine. I think here. Talion's heart nearly stopped. No way? Brother. Are you sure you are only level 24? If you are the big boss behind the scenes and come to experience life, just say it directly and don't play tricks on me. It's fine if you're stronger than me. Is your agility higher than mine? Levels are of no use to you, right? At this moment, Tarion became more and more doubtful about life. Agile. It has always been his pride. His agility attribute has reached an astonishing 10,000 points. However, with the support of these 10,000 points, Talion's speed, it's not even as fast as that human. This shows that this human's attributes far exceed his own. 24th level. Strength 15,000. Agility 15,000. Isn't the average attribute of level 24 only around 500 points? His attributes are 30 times that of an evolver of the same level. Hee. Turn off the hang-up. No fun. By the way, can I report it? This is too much of a bully for the boss. Whoa. At this moment, Lu Qin's strength attribute increased 5 times under the blessing of strength resonance, reaching 14,005 points. The agility attribute increases 6 times with the speed burst, reaching 13,980 points. Lu Qin doesn't care how Talion doubts his life. My time is limited. We must act quickly and decisively. As they approached Talion, Lu Qin clenched his fists. Lift high. Then, in Talion's horrified eyes, 2 extremely hard elbows fell down with a loud bang. Bang. There was a loud bang. Talion was struck as though by a hammer. My body lost control instantly. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground beneath our feet. Boom. The earth seemed to be torn apart by this great force. A sudden violent tremor. The dust rolled like waves. However, Lu Qin's attack did not stop there. Lu Qin opened his hands, with a sudden swing. Ouch. Ouch. Accompanied by a deafening roar. 4 fierce water dragons instantly rushed into the protective cover. They bared their teeth and claws, Roaring, he rushed into the huge pit created by Talion. A level skill, Water Dragon roars to the sky. In an instant. For water dragons entangled with each other in the big pit, spinning and converging into an unstoppable force. Then, they seem to have reached some kind of critical point. Explodes suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. The moment of explosion. The huge energy overflows like a surging tide. The dust and mist were instantly torn apart and merged, forming a curtain of chaos. The remains of the water dragon turned into countless tiny water droplets, splashing around like a violent storm. The earth, under the impact of this force. Deep cracks appeared. However, this is not the end. Just as the aftermath of the water dragon explosion had not yet completely dissipated. There was a flash of lightning in Lu Qin's eyes. It was as if thunder was brewing in his pupils. Next, thunder and lightning followed one after another. It's like a punishment from heaven. A level skill, thunderous thunder. Thunder is like an angry dragon. With the power to destroy everything, it slammed hard into the chaos. Lightning and mist intertwined with each other. The collision produced dazzling sparks. It formed a doomsday scene with lightning and thunder. The earth trembled uncontrollably under the continuous bombardment of thunder, as if it could not withstand the continuous and violent impact. In the pit where Talion lies, under the bombardment of thunder, it became unrecognizable, turned into a scorched earth. The heat was suffocating. The pungent smell of burning permeated the air. On the light eyes frigate. The light in Laos and Eros' eyes has completely turned red. It reveals the extreme shock in one's heart. Now, their mouths opened wide, as if it could fit a fist. Everyone was stunned. Elder brother. The tower guards are almost killed. Is he still giving in to that human? Eros turned his head mechanically. He looked at his brother, his voice trembling. Earlier, Laos said that the tower guard was giving way to that human. Ilos was still skeptical. But now, the tower guards were almost beaten to death. What the hell? It's obvious that we can't win. When I think of the 50th level awakening boss, he was beaten so badly by a human who was only level 24. An indescribable shock surged in Eros' heart. How is this possible? Laos' eyes were dull, muttering to himself. It seemed as if he couldn't accept the facts before him. In this sea area, those who have not awakened can never be opponents of awakened ones. This is an iron rule. It's common sense. However, the scene that just happened. But it is like a sharp knife, chopping this common sense into pieces. That human. Not only did he defeat the awakened tower guard, and it was defeated completely with a crushing force. This means, whether it is talent, attributes, skills, or combat level, that human is far superior to the tower keeper. But he had only been in the Tianyu world for less than 7 days. Laos knew very well. How weak were the creatures from the lower world when they first arrived in this ocean? It can be said that he is powerless. This human being, in just 7 days, from an ant to such a terrifying existence. This potential. How amazing. Thinking of this, Laos couldn't help but shudder. An ominous feeling welled up in my heart. This sea area has such a person. I'm afraid it will be a disaster for all living beings. More importantly, Leona is still in the Tower of Awakening. When I think of this, Laos clasped his hands together. I began to pray constantly. Tower Keeper, you have to stand firm. It's up to you to stop this monster. But, obviously, Laos's prayers were in vain. On the battlefield, dust mixed with water vapor slowly settles down. Tyrion's embarrassed figure gradually appeared. He lay helplessly in the charred pit. Electric arcs were still flickering on the cracked crystal body. Chapter 185. Revenge will be taken on the spot. The Tower Keeper of the past. But it is extremely miserable at this moment. Lightning talent. Water talent. All are A-level. Who are you? Talion's voice trembled. His face was full of horror. Space, speed, petrification, water, thunder. 5 in total. This human actually possesses 5 A-level talents. He had never seen it in his life. It has never even been heard of that someone can possess 5 A-level talents at the same time. After all the hard work, it took countless resources to upgrade an A-level talent. And this human who had just arrived less than 7 days ago, he actually is 5. Why? This is not fair. However, although jealousy burns in my heart, but watching Lu Qin approaching step by step, Talion forced an ugly smile on his face. Ha ha, brave evolver, you have proven yourself with your strength. Now, the door to the Tower of Awakening is open to you. Aren't you just going in? I'll let you in. Won't it be over? Stop hitting me. Woo woo woo. It hurts. Oh, you won't stop me. Lu Qin looked at Talion. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Are I, an ant from a low-level world, not qualified to enter the Awakening Tower? He he he. Talion smiled awkwardly. Qualified, qualified. I stopped you before because I was afraid that you were not strong enough and might get into danger in the tower. Talion was weeping without tears. The devil knows that he is the tower keeper. The first evolver I met was so abnormal. If I could go back in time, I will never stop this freak. Looking at Talion with a flattering smile on his face. Recalling his previous face, Luchin sneered even more. Hee hee. This world. Indeed, strength is respected. What rules? What law? As long as the strength is sufficient, everything can make way for you. Thinking about this, Luchin walked forward slowly, approaching Talion. I have a principle. Revenge is a must. You killed 2 of my men. How do you deal with this? Hearing Luchin's words, Talion's heart tightened suddenly. It's over. I knew it wasn't that easy to solve. He rolled his eyes. I see the weapon in your hand is only black iron grade. I know there's a place in the tower where gold-level weapons are hidden. Gold-level weapons? Where are they? The moment Luchin heard this, I suddenly brightened. After the self-erosion heart blade shattered. I have always been troubled by not having a suitable weapon. Under compulsion. The only thing to do is to take out the first used wave-breaking gun and reuse it. But, after all, the wave-breaking spear is only at the black iron level. I'm afraid it can't withstand the high-intensity battle. This gold-level weapon will be of great use to me. Talion heaved a sigh of relief. Really? This weapon is extremely tempting to the freak in front of him, he said slowly. After you complete the mission and enter the 2nd floor of the Tower of Awakening, you will encounter a frost dragon. The gold-level weapon is hidden in its dragon horn. How is it? Isn't this good news? Take the message and go quickly. In my life? No. I never want to see you again in my next life. Luchin nodded. Well, that's right. Forget about you killing Jack. Talion heaved a sigh of relief. Luchin changed the subject. However, Yunting's revenge has not yet been avenged. So, you have to die. Hearing this, a flash of shame and anger flashed across Talion's face. Shouted. Asshole, Evolver, I've already let you in. Why are you still forcing me? Luchin twisted his wrist. Respond calmly. Do you know why I'm so strong? Because every monster I see with my eyes has basically turned into life energy in my body. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Besides, I hold a grudge. Just now the tower guard called me an ant. Roll 1 by 1. Luchin didn't forget. Have hatred. Of course you have to report it on the spot. Thinking about this, Luchin's right hand moved slightly. Dozens of bone spears suddenly gathered above his head, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. The bone spears shot towards Talion's remaining body. Asshole, do you really think you can defeat me? When Tarion saw this, a ferocious look appeared on his face. He bent over and banged his head hard against the bottom of the pit. In an instant, a large number of crystals emerged from the land, condensed into a wall of crystal. Block all bone spears. You didn't expect that there are a lot of crystals hidden under this awakening tower. Talion laughed grimly. The originally broken body instantly became hard and flawless after being repaired by the crystal. So what? Luchin's eyes were calm. His figure instantly appeared before Talion. The right fist made a sharp sound of breaking the wind, and smote Talion's head with a mighty blow. It's just that he died a little later. However, just as the fist was about to hit Talion, a large number of crystals suddenly appeared around. It shot towards Luchin with the force of thunder. Luchin's body shape did not change, and his right fist continued to push forward. The golden light flashed in his eyes. The Ironbone talent is activated instantly. Physical fitness instantly increased 5 times. Soared to a terrifying 13,575 points. Puff, puff, puff. With a dull sound, a large amount of crystals shot onto Luchin. It instantly turned into powder. Luchin's skin was only slightly red. Talion looked dumbfounded. He was already numb from the shock of Luchin. Hee. Really? The physical fitness is also more than 10,000 points. Have to. No need to guess. This guy's perception must be more than 10,000 points. Compared with him, I'm just a younger brother. It seems that I had to take out all the stuff from the bottom of the box. Call. Just when Luchin's fist was only a millimeter away from Tyrion's nose. Stop suddenly. It's not that Luchin wants to spare Tyrion's life, but the eyes of Tarion in front of him were dull. Eyes dull. Consciousness had apparently been transferred away. At the same time, dozens of crystal people suddenly appeared all around. All the crystal people looked at Luchin. His face was full of ferocity. In unison, Human, I admit that you have some strength, but this is my home turf. If you want to kill me, dream on. Today, I will let you die under my endless clones. The voice fell. A large number of crystal people suddenly turned into afterimages and flew towards Lu Qin. Seeing this, Lu Qin, frowning slightly, teleport away immediately. It seems that, relying on the large number of crystals stored underground, Tarion had already stored a large number of crystal clones. Lu Qin was not afraid of these crystal clones. But Talian's soul consciousness can be transferred back and forth between the clones at will. Want to kill it? It is bound to waste a lot of time. What I am most nervous about now is time. The legendary faction mission is the most important. There's no need to die here just for a tower keeper. Just when Lu Qin was thinking of retreating, Jack's familiar voice rose. Oh my god, I've been resurrected for just a short while and I'm already beaten like this? Jack. Resurrected. Seeing the familiar figure of Jack, Lu Qin's mouth curled up slightly. I thought to myself, there is a way. Chapter 186 Kill the Tower Guard. Now, Jack looked at the doomsday-like battlefield in front of him, staring in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes blurred. Lu Qin suddenly appeared beside him. Next, a group of crystal people rushed towards Jack like a tide. Jack was shocked when he saw this. Captain, I just resurrected. Please let me catch my breath. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Qin snorted coldly. Use the petrification field. Petrochemical field? Oh, yes, I forgot about it in my anxiety. Jack slapped his forehead. The face of the Naga King immediately appeared in the back of his mind. Seeing this, the crystal people. Suddenly bursts of mocking laughter broke out. Ha ha ha. Human, you are helpless against me, yet you pin your hopes on a subordinate. It's ridiculous. Listening to this harsh ridicule, Jack sneered. Oh, you dare to look down on the great Captain Jack. I'll show you what happens if you underestimate me. Before he finished speaking, the face of the Naga King behind Jack's head suddenly became ferocious. Bloodshot eyes. The blood vessels on his face bulged like earthworms. Next, an invisible wave centered on Jack. Suddenly spread out. S-level talent, petrification field. Wherever the fluctuations reach, the surrounding land, crystals, and vegetation instantly turned into cold stone. As Jack's master, Lu Qin is naturally not affected by petrification. Those crystal people who were rushing towards Lu Qin and Jack, they're the brunt. All are shrouded in the petrochemical field. Crunch, crunch, cruncha. With a piercing sound, the crystal people's translucent bodies turned pale in an instant. Talion narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. A level petrification gaze? I didn't expect this undead would also have the petrification skill. However, he was not panicked. Even if he was petrified, he could escape by transferring his soul consciousness. But at this moment, Talion suddenly noticed. The crystal clone behind the undead was also petrified. He was startled. A level petrifying gaze should only work on objects within the line of sight. How come the places that the undead's eyes can't see are also petrified? Sudden, a horrible thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that? Could it be that this undead was not using the A-level petrifying gaze, but it's an S-level petrochemical field? No, this is impossible. S-level talent. Even if he is an awakened master, the success rate of evolution is only 3. How could an undead who was only at level 20 possess S-level talent? What are you doing? In this moment of lightning and fire, Talion was petrified instantly. Tarion, who didn't believe in evil, immediately wanted to use the same trick again. Escape through the transfer of consciousness. However, no matter how hard he tried, but he found that his soul was bound tightly in this stone body. In an instant, Talion was in an icy cellar. My heart is filled with despair. S level. It's really S level. Are you crazy? This human being is so perverted. He has a 22nd level vassal. He actually possesses S level talent. I am an awakened warrior and I am only qualified for A level talent. Lu Qin slowly walked towards Talion. There was a hint of teasing on his face. S-level talent is enough to petrify your soul. You can't escape this time. Talion looked at the approaching land sinking. The pupils trembled violently. He wanted to escape. Want to beg for mercy. He was willing to do anything as long as it would keep him alive. However, no matter how hard he tried, the body is like being nailed, not moving. I couldn't utter a word. Then, only see. Lu Qin's fist covered with rock. With majestic momentum, smashing Talion hard on the head. Boom. There was a loud bang. Talion's head exploded instantly. It turned into countless pieces of gravel flying everywhere. This time, different from before. As the body crumbles, His soul was also annihilated. Ding killed the Tower Keeper, Tarion, level 50 boss, awakening level, and gain 1000 W life energy points. You have reached level 25. Current level, level 25, 75 W/1000 W. For attributes plus 40 each. Free attributes plus 20. As soon as the reminder sound of Tianyu fell, a huge amount of life energy rushed from Tarion's broken body into Lu Qin's body. Under the infusion of this energy, Lu Qin's level suddenly jumped to level 25. Haha, how dare you look down on me, Lord Jack? This is your fate. Jack looked at the dead crystal man. He laughed wildly with triumph. Don't brag about it yet. Can the Naga King's petrification field still be used? Lu Qin twisted his neck. The energy boiling in the body due to the upgrade gradually subsided. He turned to Jack. Let me see. Jack is laughing happily. Suddenly, I choked. Quickly summoned the Naga King behind him. The Naga King's face was covered with bloodshot. One eyeball has exploded. Obviously, he couldn't bear the huge pressure from the S-level talent just now. The body almost disintegrated. Captain, judging from the situation, I'm afraid this body can no longer display its S-level talent. Jack shrugged. Said helplessly. Never mind. Being able to use it once is already a pleasant surprise. Without the assistance of the petrification field, we would not have been able to defeat the tower guards so easily. Lu Qin nodded and said in a deep voice. Although Tarion seemed to be powerless against Lu Qin. But in fact, this is because Lu Qin's attributes are too powerful with the blessing of multiple auxiliary talents. If it were a normal 24th level evolver, I'm afraid he can't even take a single blow from Talion. At this point, from the beginning of the battle, Jack and Yun Ting were killed instantly. This is evident from the example. But the rewards of killing Talion were also extremely rich. Not only did Lu Qin level up, it also provides a new A-level talent. Thinking of Talion's talent, Lu Qin immediately spread his perception. Explore around. After confirming that no one was watching, he summoned the little ball to absorb Talion's body. About to enter the Tower of Awakening, Lu Qin knew clearly in his heart. There are many unknown dangers inside. We must raise our strength to the peak. Adding an A-level talent will increase your confidence. It is worth mentioning that the Light Eyes escort ship, because Leos and Eros both have advanced visual talents, so it is very far from Lu Qin, thus avoiding Lu Qin's detection. Luckily escaped on the Light Eyes frigate. Now, all the Light Eyes crew members looked at their captain and first mate in surprise. Whisper. Hey, what are the captain and the first mate looking at? Their mouths are so wide open that an egg could be stuffed in them. I don't know. Look at the red light in their eyes. It's like blood. Did they see something scary? I haven't heard of anything scary near the Awakening Tower. It's just a school of bone-eating fish. Can't we just avoid them? Alas, my talent level is too low. I can't see anything. I'm so curious. However, I have never seen the captain look so shocked. I really don't know what kind of monster came out from down there. Chapter 187 Taonzi Exposed. Leos and Eros had no intention of paying attention to the crew members' whispers. Eros turned his head tremblingly. He stammered. Brother, the Tower Keeper, is dead? What kind of monster is that human evolver? He's only level 20, and just to enter the Awakening Tower, he actually killed a 50th level Awakening Tower Keeper. Speaking of which, Ilah seemed to recall the scene he had just seen. There was an expression of uncontrollable fear on his face. Also, there's the octopus behind that human. That octopus can actually absorb the talents and properties of corpses. What kind of monsters are these? At this moment, the corners of Leo's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Fear. This evolver is really terrifying. Just talent. He performed more than a dozen of them, and they are all advanced talents above level B. Thinking of this, Leos couldn't help but look at the little octopus rubbing against Lu Qin. His eyes were filled with unspeakable horror. God, the cub of a god-level creature. There's no mistake. This human actually has a baby of a god-level creature as a pet. No wonder he has so many talents. No wonder he is so strong. All because of this cub. God-level cub. When Eros heard the word god-level, the pitch instantly rose. Scream out loud. The fear on his face was instantly replaced by greed. A god-level cub that can absorb talents? If we can snatch this little thing away, then can we be as powerful as that evolver? At this moment, Eros. He wished he could rush over and chop Lu Qin to death with a single blow, so that he can take the dumpling for himself. However, just when he was blinded by greed, a slap from Leos woke him up. Grab it. Are you crazy? Can you beat that human? Yeah, that's right. What should we do? This little thing is a priceless treasure. Are we just going to watch this human take it away? Eros's face was full of reluctance. People must know themselves. Leo said, refocusing his attention on Luchin. We can't get our hands on treasures of this level. It's better to sell it for a good price than to keep this secret and not be able to rob it. Eros listened to his brother, although I feel a little reluctant. But he also knew his own strength. If you try to take this treasure by force, you may lose your life in the end. Thinking of this, he suggested. Brother, Jioshu Palace is the strongest force in this sea area, with extraordinary strength. They will definitely be willing to pay a high price for this information. Yeah, I thought so too. Eros, go to Jioshu Palace first and sell this news to the palace master. Remember, sell it at a good price, Leos ordered. Brother, won't you go with me? Asked Ilos. No, I have more important things to do. Leo shook his head. His eyes slowly turned towards the awakening tower below, his expression solemn. That terrifying human has defeated the tower keeper and will definitely enter the awakening tower next. I have to go in and tell Leona to stay away from this human. Hearing his sister's name, a trace of concern flashed in Eros' eyes. Leona. But then he thought of something. Brother, Leona is not the only one in the Tower of Awakening. The head of the Thunder Department of the Jioshu Palace and many powerful people in this sea area are also in there. With them here, Leona shouldn't be in too much danger, right? Hearing this, Leos couldn't help but smile bitterly. Among those strong men, except for the minister of Jioshu Palace, who do you think can beat the tower guard just now? This sentence left Eros speechless. Yes, even the strong tower guards died at the hands of that human. When he entered the Tower of Awakening, who can stop him? Leos continued. Moreover, this human has a young divine being that can absorb talents. He will definitely not let go of anyone he sees. Hearing this, a look of shock also appeared on Eros's face. Yeah, brother, I was just too shocked. Now I realize that this human has dozens of high-level talents. How many people must have been absorbed? Besides, Leona has a grade of visual sharpness talent. This human will definitely not let go of this rare high-level auxiliary talent. You know, auxiliary talents are rare. There are even fewer creatures that can upgrade their auxiliary talents to A level, because auxiliary talents have no attack and self-protection capabilities at low levels. Many creatures with auxiliary talents are weak, died early. There is no chance to evolve the talent to a high level, just like the Light Eyes clan, a race that is highly compatible with visual talents. Only then can a genius like Leona be born. Right. Leos nodded. So, we split up. You drive the warship to Jioshu Palace first, sell the news for a good price as soon as possible, and then come back with reinforcements. I will quietly follow that human into the Tower of Awakening and look for Leona. Okay, brother, then hurry up. Leona doesn't know how powerful that human is. Eros said worriedly. Don't worry, there are many difficulties in the Awakening Tower. Leo smiled confidently. It takes quite a while just to get through the first level of the mission. Leona is on the second floor now. She won't run into that human so soon. Ding. Successfully captured the Tower Keeper, Tarion, level 50 Awakening boss. You obtain a level talent, Crystal Avatar, agility increased by 150 points. Feel the energy surging in your body. Lu Chen's eyes were full of joy. Tuanzi helped himself to absorb an A-level talent again. So far, the number of A-level talents in your talent library. It reached a terrifying number of 7. And Tuanzi also absorbed 150 points of agility from Talion. This was the first time that Lu Chen obtained such a huge amount of attribute points from a single individual. It seems that hunting down awakened masters will increase your strength rapidly. Lu Chen clenched his fists. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Then he turned his gaze towards the towering awakening tower in front of him. In here, there should be a lot of prey, right? At this time, Jack came over. Pointing to the sinking panel, he said, Captain, please check the chat channel. Xiaoyazi seems to be circling you. That's called. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Jack. Then the chat channel was opened. At first glance, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Yang Zimo sent a message. Lord Hades, we have gathered all the materials you need to evolve the Netherworld. Also, the sea beasts with the hearing talent you need have been hunted. There are 2 corpses in total, carrying B-level and D-level hearing talents respectively. The sea beast carcasses and materials have been stored in the fleet warehouse. You can use them at any time. Chapter 188 Auditory Talent evolves to A level. It turned out to be the corpse of a sea beast with the gift of hearing. There are 2 of them, one of B and one of D. Lu Chen's heart was shocked. You know, his own sea-level hearing ability, after countless times absorbing the talents of lower-level ones. We are approaching the edge of evolution. The progress is as high as 95. Just one last crucial step, and you can leap to Class B. However, the corpses of sea beasts with the gift of hearing are extremely rare. Luchin searched for a long time. Always to no avail. The promotion can only be put on hold temporarily. Now, the two corpses of sea beasts with hearing gift provided by Yang Zimo. For Luchin, it is undoubtedly a long drought before a rain. That was a great help. Because, first, acquire the D-level hearing talent. Luchin's hearing ability will be able to accumulate 100 of the evolution progress and evolve to level B. At this time, take the same B-level talent. Luchin's B-level hearing talent will meet the conditions to evolve to A-level. As for the A-level auditory talent, Luchin was filled with curiosity. This auxiliary talent, which initially only enhanced hearing, after evolving to a level, what kind of extraordinary power will be displayed? With this in mind, Luchin waved his right hand lightly. Two azure blue sea beast corpses suddenly appeared before my eyes. One big and one small. Luchin raised his eyebrows slightly and said suddenly, I see. No wonder one is B-level and the other is D-level. Yang Zimo didn't even let go of the cubs, although Yang Zimo's approach was somewhat cruel. But Luchin just wanted to say, well done. Because of the D-level talent provided by this little sea beast, it is the key to his promotion to A-level hearing talent. Tuanzi, take this cub first. Guji Guji. The group moved in response. The small tentacles gently rested on the body of the sea beast cub. Moment. The cub's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the Tianyi reminder sounded. Ding. Successfully captured the sea beast, Linging Porpoise cub, level 5. You obtain a D-level talent, auditory perception. Because the corpse is too low level, its attributes cannot be absorbed. As the cub's talents are absorbed, Luchin's hearing ability instantly reached a critical point. Start breaking through. Ding. Your C-level talent, hearing ability, has evolved to 100, meeting the evolution conditions. Beginning to evolve. Ding. Your talent, auditory ability C-level, has evolved successfully into auditory resonance, B-level. Hearing the divine reminder in my ears, Luchin's mouth curled up slightly. The D-level hearing perception was just as expected, just enough to equal 5 of the evolution points of the hearing ability. Successfully promoted to Class B. Next, it's about reaching A-level. Ding. Successfully captured the sea beast, Linging Pig, level 25. You obtain B-level talent, auditory resonance, agility increased by 30 points. Detected that you already have a B-level talent, auditory resonance. If you obtain this talent again, you have met the evolution conditions. Beginning to evolve. As the reminder sound of Tianyu sounded again, countless insights and understandings about sound flooded into Luchin's mind like a tide. I can clearly hear the subtle buzzing sound of mosquito wings, the roar of the rolling waves. The sounds of all things in the world are all heard. At this moment, Luchin seemed to merge with the sound, deeply analyzing the mystery of sound, searching for the source of the sound, tracing the trajectory of sound propagation. Try to touch the texture of sound, feel the rhythm of sound, and understand the power of sound. Gradually, Luchin learned how to manipulate sound. Let sound become a powerful weapon in your hands. Ding. Congratulations, auditory resonance, B-level, has successfully evolved into auditory sharpness, A-level. Reminder, your evolution success rate is 99. The evolution success rate of the same level evolvers is 30. Ding. Due to your deep understanding of your auditory talent, you have successfully mastered the A-level skill, string moving 9 heavens. As a series of prompt sounds came to an abrupt end, Luchin slowly opened his eyes. The smile on his lips grew wider. This time the harvest. Too big. Auxiliary talents, although the road to evolution is extremely difficult. But once you reach the top, the help to the host will be immeasurable. Hey, Captain, your enlightenment time is really long. It's almost as long as the time of the undead evolution. When Jack saw Luchin wake up, come forward immediately, he asked curiously, Captain, what does it look like when your hearing talent evolves to level A? Have you learned the skill? Luchin turned to Jack. He slowly stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of silence. In an instant, although Jack's mouth was still opening and closing, but not a sound was made, Jack's eyes widened, with a look of astonishment. His lips moved, but there was no sound. It was not until Luchin withdrew his right hand that Jack's voice burst out like a spring. What the hell, Captain? I thought I had become mute. After being promoted to A-level, I can control sound. Now, with just a thought, I can make ordinary people lose their voices in an instant. Luchin stated calmly. Awesome, awesome. Jack gave a thumbs up and then asked, Captain, did you not awaken any new skills this time? Luchin glanced at Jack. Then he turned his gaze to his own panel. I saw that a new A-level skill was added to the skill library. Skill, strings moving the 9 heavens, A-level. Gather the power of the rhythm of the universe and transform it into an invisible sonic harp. Gently pluck the strings to release sharp sonic slashes that ignore physical defense. You are a tank, right? See here. Luchin's mind moved. An invisible Guqin suddenly appeared in front of him. Luchin lightly stroked the strings of the zither with his right hand. Zheng. A melody filled with murderous aura suddenly sounded. An invisible sound blade instantly shot towards a large cluster of crystals in the distance. Puff. A muffled sound. The extremely solid crystal cluster was cut in half, slowly sliding down. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. Oh, it's so sharp. This scene left Jack dumbfounded. He had personally experienced the hardness of the crystal, solid as a rock. Even if I used all my strength on the sword, I couldn't leave the slightest trace. However, the captain just casually played the sound blade. He actually cut off such a large cluster of crystals so cleanly and neatly. How sharp does one have to be able to do this? Naturally sharp, because this skill can ignore physical defense. Luchin smiled slightly. I am very satisfied with the power of Xiandongji Yushin. Although this skill consumes a lot of mental energy, but its armor-piercing ability is extraordinary. It is definitely a magical skill for dealing with enemies with high defense. TSK, Captain. I see that you are going further and further on the road to invincibility. You even developed a skill that ignores physical defense. With you here, how can other races participating in the battle for supremacy survive? Jack curled his lips and sighed. Chapter 189 Blue Star Chat Channel unlocked. Don't be careless. Even the Stormwings, who were once very strong, lost in the last 10,000 clan competition. No one can predict how strong the races in the advanced world will be in this battle of all races. Luchin waved his right hand. The invisible Guqin disappeared in an instant. Although I have overcome all the difficulties along the way. Invincible. But Luchin did not feel complacent at all. There is always someone stronger than you. There is always a mountain higher than the other. The world is so big. There are always more powerful evolvers than yourself. What you can do? Don't waste any second of your time. Become stronger. Keep getting stronger. Until you stand on top of the world. Become an existence that everyone looks up to. Guji. The little boy raised his head. She looked at Luchin with her big watery eyes. My eyes are full of stars. Even though I don't understand anything. But I think what the master said is very impressive. Luchin smiled and touched Tuanzi's pink little head. Then turn your attention to the fleet warehouse page. I saw that Yang Zimo had prepared all the materials needed to upgrade the netherworld. Seeing this, Luchin, I couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. It's good to have a capable subordinate. Saved myself a lot of effort. Although the materials for upgrading the nether are not rare. But to collect all, it also takes a lot of time. Then, Luchin closed the warehouse interface. Now I am near the Awakening Tower. There is no rush to upgrade the netherworld. Luchin opened the fleet chat channel. Enter text. The corpse of the Linging Dolphin is of great use to me. Well done, everyone. As soon as the news came out, the originally silent fleet channel suddenly became lively. The Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld has spoken. Ha ha ha. We can finally help the Lord of the Underworld. That's right. If we can help the Lord of the Underworld, we will be satisfied. We can't always receive the Lord of the Underworld's favor and do nothing. Master Hades, it was Tang Hong who took the risk and went deep into the dangerous area to discover the trace of the Lingen pig. We should credit him for this achievement. Ha ha. No, I just found out. This soul-sound pig is extremely cunning. It was hunted down by more than 800 of our Netherworld brothers in the Stormwing clan. Hiki, I'm glad I can help my foster father. Looking at the words of the people in the underworld, Luchin nodded with satisfaction. Originally, I created my own faction just for attribute bonuses. Now it seems that everyone helped me a lot. Luchin continued to input. Yes, everyone is great. Tang Hong has been promoted to captain. Also, I have dealt with the Tower Keeper, and the first phase of the Legendary Force mission should be completed soon. As soon as Luchin's words came out, the originally lively chat channel suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at these words. All were stunned. Level 50 Awakened Tower Guard. Just a moment. Just solved by the Lord of Hell. At this moment, even the people in the Netherworld who had full of fanatical trust in Luchin were shocked beyond comprehension. Level 22 challenged the boss of level 50. Still at the awakening level. Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld actually did it. A moment later, The chat channel exploded, being overwhelmed by the comments of the people in the underworld. Fuck. The Lord of the Underworld is invincible. I thought it would be difficult for the Hades to win, but I was wrong. In just such a short time, the Hades defeated the Tower Guard. This was a completely crushing victory. Ah, my Godfather is awesome. Haha, the title of Legendary Force is beckoning us. I am now looking forward to meeting those races from the advanced world. When the time comes, I will let them see how terrifying the Lord of the Underworld is. Long live. While everyone was rejoicing, Yang Zimaluchan wrote, Lord Hades, during this period of time, dozens of forces have sprung up in the Blue Star War Zone. In the Blue Star War Zone chat channel has been unlocked. If we want to recruit people, can we start looking for candidates now? When Luchan saw this, his eyebrows suddenly raised. More than a dozen forces appeared all at once. Unlock the Blue Star chat channel. Immediately. Sure enough, I found the page of the Blue Star chat channel on the panel. And a lot of announcements. Before this, Luchan was concentrating on fighting the Tower Guards and didn't pay attention to this. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The American evolver, Michael, successfully established a force, the Pioneer Corps Sea Pirates. As the third force established on Blue Star, all members of the Pioneer Corps receive an additional 50 points of free attribute bonus. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Xinxia evolver, Zhao Weiguo, successfully established a faction, Dragon Alliance Sea Lord. Blue Star War Zone announcement. The Fuso evolver, Satojiro, successfully established a power, the Japanese Shogunate, the Pirate of the Sea. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Siamese evolver, Pava, successfully established a faction, Muay Thai God of War Alliance Sea Pirates. Blue Star War Zone announcement. Ivan, the evolver of the Grizzly Country, has successfully established his power, the Siberian Sea Wolf, the Pirate of the Sea. Ding. Since the number of forces created in the Blue Star War Zone has reached 10, the Blue Star War Zone chat channel is officially unlocked. Reminder, the Blue Star chat channel has a large number of people, and the rules for restricting speech are implemented. Only evolvers above level 10 can speak. Evolvers below level 10 can enter the chat channel, but have no right to speak. This rule will change as the level of the evolver increases. Looking at these densely packed announcements, Luchan couldn't help but shook his head. A long time ago, there was a Blood Moon dynasty. Then there was no news. How come so many forces suddenly appear at the same time? However, a moment later, Luchan figured it out. With the strength of the top masters from all countries on Blue Star, it usually takes about 7 days to evolve. Only then can this force mission be completed. Thinking of this, Luchan couldn't help but frown. It seems that the Blood Moon dynasty that he had looked down upon before, compared with these people, that's pretty impressive. It took only 6 days to establish the power. Thinking about this, Luchan let out a long sigh, knowing what was going on. Blue Star human race. Want to survive in this battle of all races? You can only rely on yourself. The blue planet seems to have tens of billions of people, but no one with the same talent as himself appeared. Otherwise, time to build power. It should be on par with the Netherworld. But, no matter what, we still need to recruit people. The mission of the legendary force must be completed. Then, Luchan clicked into the Blue Star chat channel. Now, the chat channel was filled with noise. There was a hint of pride in the words of all those who spoke. Because, to post in this channel, you have to reach level 10. And now, the average level of Blue Star evolvers. But at level 5 or so, they were able to reach level 10 in such a short time, and they are undoubtedly the best on Blue Star. Francois, level 10, Knights of the Gallic Rooster. Ha ha ha, Mr. James, you shouldn't have to worry about the poisonous fog in 3 days, right? James, level 11, Frontier Corps. Oh, Mr. Francois, the poisonous fog is fine, but the threat of the executioner is still hanging over our heads. Sergei, level 10, Siberian Wolf. Alas, looking at the entire blue planet now, except for the Netherworld, I'm afraid no force can reach level 2 within 3 days. It seems that this executioner can't be avoided. Chapter 190 Recruiting. Arcadia is neglected. James, oh, I didn't know until I joined the Pioneer Corps that the conditions for upgrading to level 2 were so harsh. The most troublesome thing was that we had to accumulate 1,000 plunder points. Captain Michael led us. We fought hard, sacrificed dozens of people, and barely defeated a small primary force. In the end, we were only given 80 plunder points. It is simply an impossible task to collect 1,000 points in 3 days. James' words came out. A sigh suddenly sounded in the Blue Star chat channel. Alas, you Pioneer Corps at least have 50 points of free attribute bonus. You are having such a hard time, so we, who have no attribute bonus, have no hope at all. Yeah, This damn oracle deliberately wants to kill half of us. I envy Yuming so much. I can't even imagine how they managed to save up 1,000 plunder points in such a short time. Alas, brother, there is no point in being envious. The Netherworld is in the 8th district, too far away from us. We can only pray for better luck in 3 days and not be targeted by the executioner. Just then, a special message appeared in the chat channel. Arcadia, level 15, Blood Moon Dynasty, leader, dear warriors of Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty is now recruiting new members. Those who want to join can sign up first and become the Blood Moon Dynasty's reserve. When the teleportation array is unlocked in the future, you can officially join us and enjoy a high attribute bonus of 100 points. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed, "Shit, it's the Blood Moon Dynasty, the second most powerful force on Blue Star. The leader of the Blood Moon Dynasty has spoken. No wonder he is so strong, he is the Blood Moon progenitor. When the Blood Moon ancestor was on Blue Star, he was the strongest in the Dark World. Now it seems that he is still as strong as ever in this world of heavenly mandate. Yes, I am already the strongest in our region, and I am only level 11. And the Blood Moon ancestor has reached level 15 in such a short time. He is the highest level of all the evolvers I have ever seen. It is really amazing. The Blood Moon ancestor should be the highest ranking being among our Blue Star human race, right? Wow, as the second largest power on Blue Star, the Blood Moon Dynasty has 100 points of free attribute bonus. As long as you can join, it is equivalent to increasing your strength by 1 level. I am only level 10 now, and if I can add 100 points of attributes, my hope of survival will be greater. Ancestor, help me sign up. I want to join the Blood Moon Dynasty. I want to join in too. Count me in." As soon as Arcadia appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of countless powerful people. In an instant, many powerful people above level 10 who have not yet joined the forces. They all called for joining the Blood Moon Dynasty. After all, join the Blood Moon Dynasty. You can get 100 attribute bonus points. And, led by a strong leader, in this cruel survival game, the hope of survival will undoubtedly be greater. Arcadia couldn't help but laugh triumphantly at the hot scene. Ha ha ha, don't worry, everyone. You will register with Van Payne in a while. Although my Blood Moon Dynasty only has 1,000 places now, we will soon rise and become the most powerful empire ever seen in this ocean. Then you will all have the opportunity to join." He looked down at the chat channel, his eyes twinkling with pride. Now, those who can speak in the channel. They are all top talents with extraordinary strength on Blue Star. Arcadia knows that. His Blood Moon Dynasty is in its infancy at this moment. Urgent need for manpower. Not to mention, 3 days later, the executioner will execute half of them. By then, manpower will be even more scarce. If we can recruit these top talents, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the future of the Blood Moon Dynasty. Van Payne, level 13, Blood Moon Dynasty, Commander, evolvers who want to sign up, come and register with me. Just report your name, talent level, and whether you have mastered any skills. Those who have awakened advanced talents will be given priority. However, as Van Payne's message was released, but not a single evolver came to sign up. Because another message and words from Van Payne appeared in the chat channel almost at the same time. The message is, "Luchin, level 25, Netherworld. Leader, Netherworld is recruiting people. Please communicate with Commander Yang Zimo for the details." This simple sentence make the noisy chat channel quiet instantly. Everyone was stunned for a second or two before they reacted. Then, the originally quiet chat channel suddenly exploded. "Shit, it's Lu Qin, the Lord of the Netherworld. I've heard this name countless times in Tianyu's announcements, and today I finally saw the real person. Level 25? Holy shit, look at this. Mr. Lu Qin is actually level 25. Oh my god, I'm only level 10, and I'm already the strongest in our region. Mr. Lu Qin has actually reached level 25. He's really as powerful as a god. Konganai Chi wow, Lu Qin Tianxin, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Wow, President Lu Qin has the same face as our great Korean nation. I'm so excited. President Lu Qin, you are the pride of Asia. Who just said that Blood Moon Ancestor is the highest level person on Blue Star? Come out. Mr. Lu Qin has already reached level 25. He is the most powerful person on Blue Star. Yes, compared to Mr. Lu Qin, the Blood Moon Ancestor who was just speaking is not even qualified to carry your shoes. Ha 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 ha. Master Lu Qin, you really make us Xinxia people proud. You're so handsome. Strange, Mr. Lu Qin is so powerful. Why have we never heard of his deeds on Blue Star before? The people of Xinxia like to keep a low profile. It seems that Mr. Lu Qin is a hermit master of Xinxia. After Lu Qin spoke, the once popular Arcadia was instantly neglected. Van Payne, who was about to register for recruitment, also looked embarrassed. because no one came to see him. Blood Moon Dynasty. Arcadia gnashed her teeth as she looked at the chat channel. Asshole. How could he level up so quickly? Arcadia stared at the level number after Lu Qin's name in the chat channel, 25. The eyes are red. The face is hideous. My heart is filled with resentment and anger. Arcadia has always believed that. Lu Qin relied on despicable means and opportunistic means to be ahead of himself in every aspect. Arcadia firmly believes that. His true strength could definitely not be worse than Lu Qin's. You know, as the ancestor of the Blood Clan. When he first entered the world of Tianyu, his four-dimensional attributes were dozens of times that of the same level of evolvers. However, even so, now I have just reached level 15, and this Lu Qin is actually already level 25. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have found some despicable way to cheat and level up. This bastard. Chapter 191 compared with the Netherworld. This crappy force I founded is a waste. Now, the chat channel of the Blue Star War Zone was flooded with countless messages. Among them is compliment. There is flattery. There is envy. There are also calls for help. Lu Qin looked at the dense information and felt a headache. Leave a message if you have any questions. Please contact Yang Zimo. Then the chat channel was closed. Time is limited. You must enter the Tower of Awakening as soon as possible to complete the Legendary Force mission. Lu Qin doesn't have time to flatter and argue with so many people. Recruiting people is a small matter. Just leave it to Yang Zimo to handle. Just gather enough people to complete the task. As for the screening and identification of personnel, then let Yang Zimo worry about it. At this moment, Yunting's voice came. Sorry, Captain. Yunting is late. Yunting. Resurrected. Hey, Xiaoyunzi, I've been resurrected for quite a while. Why are you just here? Jack came forward. He put his arm around Yunting's shoulders, looking him up and down carefully. Laughing. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoyunzi's current appearance is increasingly in line with the temperament of our netherworld. After the resurrection, Yunting, the image is completely different. The wings behind him, which were originally snow white, have now turned gray and black. The feathers that were originally neat and clean now became dry and messy. The skin also appears unnaturally pale. The face is covered with cracks. The whole person exudes a cold aura of death. The former Yunting, like a bright and handsome angel. Today, but it turned into a gloomy and terrifying fallen angel. Senior Jack, stop joking. Your immortal talent level is higher than mine, so your resurrection time is naturally shorter. Yunting is ashamed. Yunting smiled bitterly. This battle. I just released a wind blade. Then he was killed instantly. It can be said that I didn't help the master at all. What a shame. I just died once, and the undead transformation is so serious? Lu Qin looked Yunting up and down. His brows were furrowed. Yunting died only once. The characteristics of the undead are so obvious. If this continues, he died again. I'm afraid I'll become a dead spirit. By then, the negative effects of the curse will fully erupt. Thinking of this, Lu Qin became increasingly anxious. The power of this undead curse is even stronger than expected. I must seize the time and lift this curse as soon as possible. Otherwise, once I completely become a dead soul, all the crew members on the netherworld, they will all become wandering ghosts unable to reach land. As long as Lu Qin has not completely turned into an undead, Jack and Yunting, as his vassals, can still follow him onto land for a short period of time. Yes, master. After death, the energy in my body is changed. From now on, I can only upgrade by absorbing death energy. Yunting replied respectfully. Haha, that's great. There's plenty of death energy on the corpse burial island. We don't have to compete with the captain for life energy. Jack grinned. Okay, now that Yunting has been resurrected, let's go into the Tower of Awakening. Lu Qin nodded. Then he walked towards the towering gate of the Tower of Awakening. At the same time, the Blue Star chat channel was filled with noise. Hey, Mr. Lu Qin, don't leave in such a hurry. I want to join the netherworld. Oh, God, Mr. Lu Qin is so cool. I like it. I wonder if he likes Western beauties. I really want to be his woman. Just as everyone was regretting that Lu Qin had left the chat channel, a piece of news attracted everyone's attention like a magnet. Yang Zimo, level 16, Netherworld, Commander, I am fully responsible for Netherworld's recruitment. You can ask me if you have any questions. As soon as the news about Yang Zimo came out, the chat channel exploded again. Am I seeing things? Mr. Yang Zimo is already level 16. Oh my God. It's fine that Mr. Lu Qin is powerful, but now a leader of the Netherworld is also so powerful. He's already level 16. Oh my God. Blood Moon Ancestor is only level 15 now. So, Blood Moon Ancestor can't compare with Mr. Lu Qin, and he can't even compare with the commander of the Netherworld. The gap between the first and second forces is so huge. Seeing this scene, Arcadia was already furious. At this moment, his teeth were chattering. The veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to explode. It would be fine if Lu Qin's level was higher than mine. Now, even a small leader of the Netherworld was higher in rank than himself. This is a great shame. An absolute disgrace. I'm the most recognized person on Blue Star for hundreds of years. How dare these ants use such despicable means? Take away your position as the strongest. He even fought with his own Blood Moon dynasty to steal people. Unforgivable. I must suck all their blood to vent the hatred in my heart. Fan Pin, who was standing by, looked at the ancestor's ferocious appearance, which seemed to want to eat someone alive. I couldn't help but shook my head. He sighed deeply. Oh, ancestor. What time is it now? We can't engage in internal fighting anymore. Mr. Yang Zimo, may I ask, after joining the Netherworld, can I get attribute bonuses like the Blood Moon dynasty? Yes, the Blood Moon dynasty has a full 100-point attribute bonus. As the number 1 force, the Netherworld should have a greater bonus, right? In response to everyone's questions, Yang Zimo sent a message to answer. Yes, once you join the Netherworld, you will gain 600 free attributes and 8 evolution points bonus. As soon as the news came out, the chat channel suddenly fell silent. Although everyone has heard Tianyu's announcement before, I have a rough idea in my mind. The attribute bonus of the Netherworld is definitely quite a lot. But when you really look at this astonishing number, everyone was stunned. His eyes were fixed on that striking number. There was an uncontrollable fiery light in his eyes. What? I didn't see it wrong? By joining the Netherworld, I can directly gain so many attributes. This is too exciting. Compared to the Netherworld, the Blood Moon dynasty just now suddenly doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Oh, if the Blood Moon dynasty is a shabby Alto, then the Netherworld is a Rolls-Royce. They're not even on the same level. I want to join the Netherworld. I will do anything I want. I must join the Netherworld. The total of my attributes right now is less than 600 points. The increase given by Netherworld is actually higher than the sum of all my attributes. Doesn't this mean that as long as I can join Netherworld, my strength will be doubled immediately? Not only attribute points, but also evolution points, a full 8 evolution points. If I had these evolution points, my talent could be upgraded to be level. Now I understand why the leader of the Netherworld is higher in rank than the Blood Moon ancestor. With such a terrifying fleet boost, even a 5-year-old child can instantly become a super expert if he enters the Netherworld. Mr. Lu Qin, how on earth did he manage to create such a terrifying force? Oh my. Mr. Yang Zimo, as long as you allow me to join the Netherworld, I will immediately withdraw from the Han River Guardian, even if I have to forfeit half of my attribute points. Fuck. Ivan, am the leader of the Siberian Seawolves. If you can let me join the Netherworld, I will burn the fleet flag in my hand right now. Compared with the Netherworld, this broken force I created has no attributes at all. It's just a waste. I love Xinxia. I love the Netherworld. Let me join. Hurrah. Ordinary level 1 forces have no attribute bonus, and level 2 forces have 100 free attributes and 1 evolution point bonus. Chapter 192. Is it too late for me to learn Xinxia language now? For a time. The screen is full of messages wanting to join the Netherworld. The temptation of 600 free attributes and 8 evolution points is too tempting. No one can resist. Even a top powerhouse like Ivan who has founded a force. All of them have the intention to disband. The thought of plunging into the Netherworld. However, Yang Zimo's next words. It was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing everyone's enthusiasm. Yang Zimo, thank you for your kindness, but the number of Netherworld members is limited. The Lord of the Underworld has ordered that we in the Netherworld are currently only recruiting Xinxia people. Xinxia evolvers who are interested in joining, please sign up with me. As soon as these words came out, the chat channel immediately exploded with voices of annoyance rising one after another. Oh my god, no, this is not democratic. This is racism. You can't discriminate against me just because I'm American. Yes. Blue Star Village as a whole. The great Lord of the Underworld should treat people from different countries equally and give us a chance. Mr. Yang Zimo, I am Pava, the leader of the Muay Thai God of War. You can ask around. In District 658, I have always been helping the Xinxia people. We Siamese and the Xinxia people are best friends. Please lift the restrictions and give us Siamese a chance. As long as you let me join the Netherworld, I am willing to disband the Muay Thai God of War immediately. And me. After the Lord of the Underworld founded the Netherworld, we Koreans in District 1783 have never been against the Xinxia people again. We are all yellow-skinned Asians. You have to give us a chance. But no matter how much people beg, Yang Zimo's attitude remains consistent. He reiterated, "Please understand, everyone. The number of places in the netherworld is limited. Currently, we only recruit people from Xinxia. This is the order of the Lord of the Netherworld. However, we will also remember your friendship with Xinxia. When the netherworld grows stronger, we may consider recruiting people from other countries." Seeing Yang Zimo so determined, everyone was extremely disappointed. However, some people still refused to give up. "Master Yang Zimo, we Koreans were vassals of Xinxia in ancient times. If we trace our ancestors back to the past, I am also a Xinxia person. Please allow me to join." "Yes, that's right. Our ancestors also came from Xinxia. Logically speaking, we have Xinxia blood flowing in our bodies. We are also qualified to join the netherworld." However, after hearing what the Koreans and Fuso people said, the Xinxia people in the channel immediately became unhappy. "Stop it. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Why haven't I seen you say that you were from Xinxia before? Now that there are benefits, you all try to get in on the action. You're dreaming." "That's right. There are only 2,000 places in the netherworld. We have 1 billion people in Xinxia, and we don't even have enough places for ourselves. You little bastards and Koreans want to get a piece of the pie. Go away." "Commander Yang, my name is Li Chao. I'm level 11, B-level strength talent. I'd like to sign up to join the netherworld." I'm level 10, with a B-level poison talent. I want to apply too." "I'll report it." For a time, everyone in Xinxia signed up enthusiastically. Evolvers from other countries saw this, full of envy. "You know, as long as you can join the netherworld, the strength can be doubled in an instant. More importantly, the netherworld has shown an unstoppable rise. Everyone understands. In the world of Tianyu, the strong get stronger, the weak get weaker. As time goes by, the gap between the netherworld and other forces will only grow larger, until they are left far behind. Now, if you can join the netherworld, choice will far outweigh effort. I hate it so much. Why didn't my mom give birth to me in Xinxia so that I could join the netherworld? I envy these Xinxia people so much. As long as they can join the netherworld, it can be said that they have ascended to heaven in one step. Woo woo woo. I hope there will be no racial discrimination in my next life." I can understand that. There are only 2,000 places in the netherworld, and the Xinxia people don't have enough for themselves, so how can they give us some? Van Payne tried. "Well, don't be discouraged. If you can't join the netherworld, you can come to our Blood Moon dynasty. Forget it. People who have ridden in luxury cars will never be interested in Alto again." "Really? After seeing the bonus attributes of netherworld, I feel that the second best Blood Moon dynasty on Blue Star has instantly become a lowly dynasty. At this moment, a vampire of the Blood Moon dynasty." He said sarcastically, "Haha, don't be envious. Even if they sign up now, they can't easily join the netherworld. After 3 days, when the executioners arrive, at least half of these people will be killed. Even if they are named now, it doesn't matter. They are still the same as us. No one can guarantee that they will not be one of the half who are executed. They can only leave it to fate." As soon as these words came out, I was so excited just now. The people of Xinxia were filled with joy. They all couldn't help but sigh. Yes, no matter how good it is to join the netherworld, that is also in the future. No one can ensure that. I hope I can live to the moment when I truly join the underworld. However, right now, Yang Zimo's words instantly made everyone stunned. Yang Zimo, regarding the issue of the executioner, there is no need to worry. For all those who join the netherworld, we will send people to take you back to the 8th district within 1 day. By then, the threat of the executioner will naturally be eliminated. Really? Now that we have joined the netherworld, you can actually take us back. The netherworld is now the only second-level force on Blue Star. If we can go to the 8th district, then we can survive. I was so excited that tears came to my eyes. The Lord of the Underworld is so great. Long live the Underworld. Long live the Lord of the Underworld. Hearing this, the Blue Star experts were delighted. Many people were even so excited that they burst into tears. You know, the Executioner is a level 50 boss creature. It is an existence that no one can resist at all at present. If you can go to the 8th district, you can escape the 50 chance of death. The evolvers from other countries who were already envious of this scene. His eyes were filled with jealousy. I wish I could change my nationality immediately and become a Xinxia person. Oh my god. In other words, if they join the netherworld now, they can obtain 600 free attributes and 8 evolution points in less than a day, and they don't have to worry about being executed by the executioner. Yes. I'm so envious. Is it too late for me to learn Xinxia language now? Please stab me to death with your sword. I don't want to live anymore after seeing how the Xinxia people are treated. Baga. We are all yellow people. But why is there a god like Lu Qin in Xinxia? Our great Fusang nation is not inferior to him. This is not fair. When everyone was full of envy, the news sent by Arcadia immediately attracted everyone's attention. God? Huh. I think this Lu Qin is just a boastful liar. Chapter 193. The first floor of the Tower of Awakening, another dimension. What? Blood Moon Ancestor, why do you say that? Yes, Blood Moon Ancestor. Did you hear any rumors? I still can't figure out how to cross the region. Is there a teleportation array or something like that? Seeing that everyone's attention was attracted by his news, Arcadia sneered. Send a picture to the Blue Star chat channel. This is the guidance stone tablet I found. It clearly states that if a primary evolver wants to quickly cross the sea area, he has to go to the Awakening Tower to unlock the sea area teleportation array. But only when you reach level 50 will the extremely powerful Tower Guard let you pass. Do you think Lu Qin can reach level 50 in one day? Or that he can surpass more than 20 levels and defeat the Tower Guard? Ridiculous. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Really? Unlocking the sea area teleportation array is so demanding that it actually requires level 50. My god, this Tower Keeper is so powerful. He's actually a level 50 Awakening boss, and he's no less powerful than the Executioner in 3 days. But the Lord of the Underworld clearly said that he would take us back within a day. What's going on? See this. Some were rejected because they wanted to join the Netherworld. The jealous evolvers began to sneer. What's going on? He's just bragging. It seems that the so-called Lord of the Netherworld is nothing more than that. That's right. I'm afraid Lu Qin doesn't even know that the conditions for using the teleportation array are so harsh. Oh my, that's it. They just said shamelessly that they only recruit people from Xinxia. Their words are so unreliable. Even if they ask me to join now, I won't join. That's right. Reaching level 50 in one day is simply a fantasy. If Yuming can't use the teleportation array after one day, he will be embarrassed in front of the whole world. Higi, it seems that Lu Qin's ability to have this strength is just due to good luck. For a time, the chat channel was filled with sarcastic remarks. However, evolvers from other countries in the 8th region, seeing that his compatriots dared to mock Lu Qin on the Blue Star channel, my heart is in my throat. I wanted to rush over and cover those people's mouths. Brother, Lu Qin is the supervisor. Do you know what an inspector is? That being is the one who monitors all living beings on behalf of Tianyu. You're taunting an overseer? Even if you don't know that Lu Qin is an inspector, at least use your brain to think about it. Now the top strong ones are only around level 10. Lu Qin is already level 25. Can it be simple? How do you mock others? But since no one reached level 10, other people in the 8th district cannot speak on the Blue Star channel. I can only keep begging in the regional channel. Brother who said that the Hades was bragging, I beg you, please don't let us Salon people get killed, okay? The Hades. The Hades is the supervisor of our Blue Star. How dare you say that the supervisor is bragging? You are tired of living, please don't affect the rest of us Salon people, I still want to live a few more days. 8th district, Salon 851 Novice C. Woo, 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 do they know what they're doing now? Java Strongman, I beg you, shut up. If you are not allowed to join, just wait for your chance. If you offend the supervisor, I am afraid there will be no Java people in the future. The 8th district, Java 243 Novice C. I'm now level 9. If I level up again, I'll be able to speak on the world channel. When the time comes, I'll have to quickly tell my fellow countrymen in Luzon that the overseers are not something we can mess with. Big brother upstairs, please upgrade quickly. I'm so afraid that those brainless guys in our country will say something that will anger the supervisor. Master Supervisor, what they said only represents themselves and has nothing to do with other people in our country. Please don't blame us. Spare our lives. Yang Zimo saw this and snorted coldly. How can you, the ants, interfere with the power of the Underworld Lord? If you dare to criticize the Underworld Lord again, you will be the enemy of the Netherworld. Even if you are far away, you will be killed. If you want to join the Netherworld, sign up as soon as possible. No one will be waiting after you are late. As soon as these words came out, those envious and jealous evolvers, they all fell silent. After all, to be able to reach level 10 in such a short time, no one is a fool. It's not worth offending such a powerful Netherworld just for a little verbal dispute. But, in addition to the Blood Moon Ancestor, Arcadia, haha, what? Your lies were exposed and you started to get angry and threaten others? You were really a bunch of clowns. Seeing the news about the Blood Moon Ancestor, Yang Zimo just smiled coldly. Whether it's a lie or not, it will be clear in one day. There's no point in saying more. Arcadia, ha ha ha, fine. I'll wait here to see you make a fool of yourself. I want to see how Lu Qin will apologize to everyone in a day. By then, you, Netherworld, will become the laughingstock of the entire Blue Star. Despite this incident, however, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the Xinxia people to sign up. Now you can talk in the chat channel. They are all the best in Xinxia. They all know very well. Lu Qin was able to create the Netherworld in such a short time. It's naturally not simple. As long as you join the Netherworld, you can ascend to heaven in one step. How could I give up just because of a few words from the Blood Moon ancestor? On the other side, Lu Qin didn't pay any attention to the chat channel on Blue Star. Instead, he led Jack and Yun Ting enter the Tower of Awakening. Just after crossing the thick threshold, a wave of heat suddenly hit me. As far as the eye can see, it's all yellow. Yellow sand is flying all over the sky. Inside the Tower of Awakening, it was a scorching desert scene. The sun is blazing high in the sky, scorching the earth. Ding! You have entered the first floor of the 8th area of the Awakening Tower, Scorching Sand Sea. FFF-. Is this a tower or another dimension? Why is there a sun in the sky? Jack was dumbfounded. His face was full of astonishment. Now, the first floor of the Tower of Awakening. It's like a completely different real world. Don't you know something about the Tower of Awakening? Why are you acting like this? Lu Qin glanced at Jack and teased. Well, I know, but this is my first time here too. Jack looked around, smacking his lips, exclaimed, TSK TSK TSK, Tianyu is really amazing. He created such a world under the sea. This is amazing. Master, look over there. That should be the passage leading to the second floor. Yun Ting pointed forward. I saw. A huge khaki pillar rises from the desert, straight into the sky. Lu Qin stared at the huge pillar that disappeared into the clouds. Eyes narrowed. My heart was also shocked. Obviously, Tianyu was able to use the limited space in the Awakening Tower, expanded into a miniature world. What an amazing power. Think of space. I also have an A-level space talent. However, but few have been developed. Perhaps, one day, when the space talent is strong enough, I can be like Tianyu, create a whole new world. Chapter 194. If you don't want to solve the problem, then kill the person who raised the problem. At this moment, the voice of the oracle sounded. Ding! The mission is successfully triggered. Blazing Sand Sea Trial. Reminder, brave evolver, you have proven your strength by being able to step into this place. However, this is only the starting point of the journey. If you want to go further, you must complete the Sand Sea Trial and gain the recognition of the Guardian of the Blazing Sand Sea, the Poison Scorpion Demon Shara. Task Introduction. There are a large number of deadly giant sand scorpions lurking in the Blazing Sand Sea. You need to find and hunt 20 giant sand scorpions and collect the sand sea crystals in their brains. With the crystal of the Sea of Sand, you will get a vague clue about the desert temple. Next, you need to rely on your wisdom and strength to find the desert temple in this vast desert. After killing the level 45 boss, the Flaming Sand Beast, in the desert temple, you will be recognized by the Guardian Shara and obtain the Sand Sea Pass. With the pass, you can go to the second floor of the Tower of Awakening. Task rating, difficult. Only powerful evolvers are qualified to complete Awakening in the Awakening Tower. Oh my god, this task is too complicated. Jack tilted his head and stared at Lu Qin's task panel. With his brows furrowed, he muttered in his heart. You have to kill monsters, collect items, find that damn temple, and finally fight the boss. This series of, I'm afraid there isn't enough time left for the Deep Sea Butcher mission. Master, this sea of sand is too big. How about the three of us split up and hunt the sand scorpions first? Yun Ting made the suggestion with a serious face. However, Lu Qin closed the task panel directly, said lightly, It's too troublesome. I don't plan to do this task. Not going to do it. Then Captain, what are you going to do? Jack was stunned. Then he slapped his forehead suddenly. Suddenly I realized. Hey, look at my brain. The captain didn't follow the rules when he came in, so he doesn't have to follow the rules after he comes in. Just kill that damn scorpion demon Shara, and you won't have to waste time on the mission. Yes, Jack, you understand me more and more. Lu Qin looked at Jack approvingly. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. I don't need anyone's approval. I will kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yun Ting on the side. I was stunned when I heard this. I'm completely confused. He grew up in the Stormwing tribe. Always follow the rules. I never thought that. How can things be done this way? The Tower of Awakening stipulates. Evolvers must reach level 50 before they can enter. The owner does not meet the conditions. So they just killed the tower guard who was responsible for enforcing this rule. After entering the tower, there are also regulations. You need the approval of the Guardian at this level before you can move forward. The Master is too lazy to approve. He actually planned to kill the Guardian directly. If you don't want to solve the problem, then kill the person who asked the question. The problem is naturally solved. This is too lawless, etc. The master acts as an overseer. I'm a law enforcement officer. It is indeed possible to be lawless. That's all. Yun Ting, whose thoughts are flying, following Lu Chun and Jack in a daze, rushing towards the towering giant pillar. After the three left, a sneaky figure slipped in through the gap in the door. It was Laos, who had been spying all the way with his advanced visual talent. He patted his chest, trying to calm your pounding heart. It's terrible. Laos had just passed by the place where humans and tower guards were fighting fiercely, witnessing the huge dent in the wall of the awakening tower, and the devastation left by the battle on the ground. I have a more intuitive feeling of Lu Chen's strength. No wonder the tower keeper died at his hands. This human being. It's so scary. How could such a monster appear in the low-level world? Laos muttered. Then he rolled his eyes. I breathed a sigh of relief. Even though this human being is extremely horrible. But he wanted to complete the test in this blazing sea of sand. At least 10 hours. I have to take this opportunity. Go to the second floor first to find Leona. The space inside the Tower of Awakening is vast. As long as I can take Leona away from this human. When Alos arrives with the reinforcements from Juxiao Palace, this human is dead. By then, I can also get countless benefits. Thinking of this, the corners of Laos' mouth could not help but curl up into a greedy smile. Then he looked up, his eyes focused on Lu Chen again. This look, Laos couldn't help but frowned. Why don't they go looking for the sand scorpion, but go straight to the pillar of heaven? Suddenly, Laos seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed. Damn it. Are they planning to skip the trial and directly challenge the guardian of this floor to climb the tower? If this thought had come before, Laos would certainly sneer at this. But now he doesn't think so. After all, the monster in front. But the tower guard was just killed. They should just go and take a look. Once they see how powerful the guardians of this level are, they will naturally do their mission obediently. Inside the Tower of Awakening, except for the gatekeeper, each floor has a guardian, responsible for screening the incoming evolvers. And the higher the number of layers, the stronger the guardian is. Even if he is only the guardian of this first layer of the blazing sand sea, his strength is also far superior to the tower keeper who was defeated by Lu Chen. However, despite this self-consolation in my heart, Laos was still feeling uneasy, because the battle between the tower guard and the human just now, the tower keeper was crushed the entire time. Laos still cannot estimate how strong humans really are. Hiss! A roar suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. The yellow sand suddenly splashed, surging like waves. I saw a scorpion tail glowing with a faint green light, popping out of the sand. Swift as an arrow, he stabbed straight at Jack, who was at the end of the team. Fuck! Jack exclaimed. He pushed the ground hard with his right foot, using the force to stop his body. At the same time, the waist muscles are tight. The power surges. The whole body suddenly twisted to the right. The scorpion's tail barely scraped past Jack's chest, bringing up a strong wind. However, just as Jack breathed a sigh of relief, puff, puff, two muffled sounds. Two more scorpion tails suddenly rose from the sand. Like a hidden arrow, quickly stabbed Jack. Jack had nowhere to hide. Stabbed directly. In an instant, the rotten flesh on his body began to turn green rapidly. The poison spreads. Poison. Jack grinned, a fierce look in his eyes. He stretched out his hands suddenly, grasping the two scorpion tails tightly like iron claws. I'm a fucking undead. How could I be afraid of your poison? Jack put his arms together. Muscle swelling. Ouch. A roar. A giant sand scorpion was pulled out of the sand by Jack. The sand scorpion is 8 meters long. The whole body is earthy yellow. The shell is hard. There are 3 scorpion tails as thick as pythons at the tail. Keep struggling. Chapter 195, The Poisonous Scorpion Demon Shara. At the same time, whoosh whoosh dash. A series of whistling sounds were heard. Dozens of wind blades cut through the air. It suddenly hit the hard shell of the giant sand scorpion. It was Yun Ting who took action. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew everywhere. The giant sand scorpion's earthy yellow carapace shows amazing toughness, despite the cracks. But he still stubbornly resisted Yun Ting's wind blade attack. Hateful. Yun Ting saw this scene. The pupils shrank suddenly. It was fine that I couldn't break through the tower guards before. Now he can't even deal with an ordinary monster. No. If this continues, sooner or later, I will be eliminated by my master. Thinking of this, Yun Ting gritted his teeth. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His arms suddenly spread out. In an instant, the winds were raging all around. The yellow sand was blown all over the sky. A small storm quickly gathered and swept towards the giant sand scorpion. A-level skill, Sky Storm. Fuck, I'm just killing a small monster. Why are you making such a big fuss, Xiao Yunzi? Jack felt the terrifying wind around him and quickly let go of the scorpion tail in his hand. Press down the tricorn hat that is about to be blown away. And that huge giant sand scorpion. Then they screamed and were swept into the air by the storm. Then it was torn into pieces. Ding, your vassal, Yun Ting, has killed the giant sand scorpion, level 45, and you gain 15W life energy. Current level, level 25, 82W/1000W. Hearing the reminder tone in my ear, Lu Chen glanced back at Yun Ting and Jack and said, "Remember to take the body back." Before he finished speaking, he continued to rush towards the towering pillar. Just then, ouch, a hissing sound was heard. Another giant sand scorpion suddenly jumped out from the sand in front of Lu Chen. The 3 scorpion tails stabbed like poisonous snakes. However, Lu Chen did not stop. I saw an invisible sound blade flashing like lightning. Puff. A muffled sound. The ferocious giant sand scorpion suddenly froze. Then, the ferocious insect head slowly slid down. The incision is smooth. Ding. Kill the giant sand scorpion, level 45, gain 15W life energy. Current level, level 25, 88W/1000W. Lu Chen waved his right hand. Put the sand scorpion corpse into the storage ring. His figure turned into a shadow and continued to fly forward. From the giant sand scorpion's sneak attack to death. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen's steps did not slow down at all. Yun Ting stared at Lu Chen's back in a daze, muttering to himself, "I had to use all my strength and unleash my strongest skills to barely defeat the giant sand scorpion, but Master killed it as easily as crushing an ant. My level and the Master's are almost the same, but our combat abilities are so different. Master is becoming more and more powerful." Ha ha, stop sighing, Xiao Yunzi. This is the first time I've seen someone as perverted as the captain in my entire life. Jack laughed and patted Yun Ting on the shoulder. "Let's go, or we won't be able to catch up with the captain." Yun Ting withdrew his thoughts, spreading the dark wings behind him. Chase after Lu Chen. Soon, Lu Chen quickly approached the towering pillar that reached the sky. However, a pillar stands at the root of the sky. A giant creature with a humanoid upper body and a scorpion lower body. It suddenly came into Lu Chen's sight. Lu Chen's pace slowly slowed down. Eyes narrowed slightly. The creature in front of me stood like a peak, 15 meters high. Its upper body is in human form. Muscles tense and bulge. The skin has a bronze color tanned by the scorching sun. The lower body is in the form of a scorpion. The shell is extremely hard. The 9 scorpion tails behind him are long and vigorous. The tail end flashes with a green poisonous light. It makes one feel cold. Captain, please wait for us." Jack put his hands on his knees. He shouted breathlessly. When his eyes fell on the monster at the root of the pillar, my eyes widened involuntarily. Oh my god, it seems that this big guy is the guardian Shara. It's really scary. Huff, huff, huff. Yun Ting flapped his wings and circled in the sky. He asked with a puzzled look on his face. However, why does Shara's aura feel stronger than the previous crystal man? Lu Chen stared at Shara's panel in front of him. Nodded. Well, this Shara is indeed stronger than the previous Talion. The panel clearly shows. Guardian of the Blazing Sand Sea, Poisonous Scorpion Demon Shara, Boss Level Creature, Intermediate Awakening. Features, Hard Shell, Extremely High Defense, Highly Poisonous, High Intelligence, Huge Power. Talent, Venom Incarnate, Level A. Skill 1, Sandstorm, Level A. Manipulate the surrounding sand to form a raging sandstorm. In this storm, Shara's attack power and speed will be greatly improved, and the enemy's vision will be blocked, making it difficult for them to move, and they will become his living targets. Hey, what is home advantage? Skill 2, Toxic Spread, Level A. Releases poison on the ground, forming a toxic area. Any enemy that enters this area will be continuously damaged by the poison, and their movement speed will be greatly reduced. These 2 skills combined will let you know what despair is. Battle Power Assessment, Intermediate Awakening, 53rd level boss. If you don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, running away is the best option when you meet him. Oh, an evolver has finally arrived. Shara heard the sound. My eyes slowly opened. His eyes turned to Lu Chen and the other 2. This look. But I found out that they were only level 25. His brows couldn't help but furrowed. What is this guy Tarion doing? Why would he allow evolvers below level 50 to enter the Tower of Awakening? Though Talion neglected his duty. But I am here. No unqualified evolvers will be allowed to sneak in. With this in mind, Shara looked down at Lu Qin, his eyes looking at him as if he were examining an ant. How did you, an ant from a low-level world, evade Talion's eyes and sneak into the Tower of Awakening? However, I am here. If you want to continue on your journey, just do the task and get the pass. Hey, Big Scorpion, why don't you ask us if we have a pass first? Maybe we could have already figured it out. Jack crossed his arms over his chest and said teasingly. Oh. Shara heard this. His eyebrows suddenly raised. Could it be that these 3 level 25 little ants in front of me can actually complete the trial mission? You know, that mission can only be completed by a team of at least 10 level 50 evolvers. Oh, do you have a pass? No. Hearing this, Shara, the corner of my eye twitched suddenly. Oh, seems like I got tricked. If you don't have a pass, get out of here. Otherwise, as long as I'm alive, you'll never be able to reach the 2nd floor. Distance. Leos lay in the sand. His face was full of joy. Laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, we were stopped by the Guardian. The poison scorpion demon is indeed a powerful being who has reached the intermediate awakening. Even though I am so far away, I can still clearly sense his terrifying aura. It seems this human can only carry out his mission obediently. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 196. The strings move the 9 heavens. All living things awaken. Because of different potentials. The degree of awakening that can be achieved is also different. Awakening is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, perfect awakening. The higher the level of awakening, the power gained after awakening will be even stronger. Although Talion and Shara are of similar level. But intermediate awakening Shara, it can easily crush the initially awakened Tarion. Thinking of this, Leos, who was originally feeling uneasy, suddenly felt relieved. He stared at Lu Qin. The corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of pride. The Guardian is so powerful, I don't believe that a human like you dare to act rashly. When Alos returns with the strong men from the Geoshio Palace, it will be your doom. Your god-level pet will also become ours. While Leos was talking to himself, the land below the Tongdian pillar sank. The ears trembled slightly. A terrifying murderous aura instantly surged around his body. Dumpling. Discovered. I never expected that. I am so careful. Tawanzi's secret was discovered by someone. Lu Qin's ears moved slightly. Quickly lock onto Leos's location. It is clear in my heart. Peeping person. He must have a B-level or even A-level visual talent to be able to spy on myself from such a distance. But I was completely unaware of it. But he didn't expect that. My hearing talent has just evolved to level A. The distance of listening. Not inferior to the other's visual talent. Just now. His mumblings. Lu Qin heard every word of it. But even though he realized that Tawanzi had been exposed, Lu Qin did not immediately turn around and chase after the person who was watching him. Instead, he walked towards Shara calmly, according to what I just heard. Obviously, soon after, they will bring so-called reinforcements. Actively come back to grab the dumplings. Oh, all we have to do is wait for them to fall into our trap. But prior to this, you have to seize the time. Let's deal with the Guardian in front of us first. Complete the first stage of the legendary faction mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, let's put all the things together later. It would be bad if it delayed the progress of the task. With this in mind, Lu Qin raised his eyes slightly, looking directly at the poisonous scorpion demon in front of him. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as you're alive, we won't be able to reach the 2nd floor. So, I'll just kill you. As soon as the words fell, Lu Qin's right arm suddenly trembled. Whoosh whoosh dash. 3 invisible sound blades shot towards Shara in an instant. You're looking for death, kid. Shara never expected that. This tiny existence of level 25 in front of me. How dare you attack me? Oh. Shara roared. On the muscular body. Suddenly, a group of earth yellow beetles appeared. Today, I will show you how vulnerable your attacks are to the powerful scorpion demon Shara. Facing the swift sound blade, Shara's face was full of contempt. Snort. My beetle armor. Even the attacks of the 50th level boss can be easily resisted. You are a mere 25th level evolver. You dare to attack me? How arrogant. In Shara's contemptuous eyes, the sound blade arrives in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled sounds were heard. Shara felt a sharp pain in her chest. The mockery on his face froze instantly. Varied. What's happening? Shara looked down. I saw on my thick chest. There were 3 horrific wounds deep into the bone marrow. Blood gushed out like a fountain. And the insect armor that he had always been proud of. It was torn apart easily like soft tofu. There is no protection at all. Seeing this scene, Shara's pupil shrank suddenly. His face was full of horror. How is this possible? Not to mention this 25th level evolver. Even if a 50th level evolver attacks, it can only leave a white mark on my armor. There is no way to break through the defense. Damn it. What attack did he just make? Why is it so sharp? However, before Shara could react, Luchin tapped the ground with one foot. The other leg is slightly bent. The body maintains a delicate balance. His hands were gently placed on an invisible gu chain. Sulla saw this scene. His face suddenly changed, screaming out loud. A level hearing skill? You actually master the art of sound blade. This time, Sulla immediately understood. Why did my insect armor just now have no ability to resist? Because sonic blade attacks ignore physical defense. Suddenly, Luchin's fingers moved. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense and cold piano sounds suddenly rang out. Invisible sound blades surged out like a tide. Draw cracks in the air. Shoot swiftly at the huge Sulla. Time is urgent. This Sulla is obviously a boss-level creature with extremely strong defense. So, Luchin did not hold back at all. As soon as he got started, he used all his strength to display the A-level skill that ignored physical defense, string moving in the 9 heavens. Asshole! Shara roared. The giant claws on the insect body below suddenly rose up, blocking the front. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled noises were heard. The solid defense of the insect claws. The sound blade cut it apart instantly. In an instant, green insect blood splattered. Feeling the severe pain from the claws, Sulla gritted his teeth. I was secretly angry in my heart. Asshole. Although this sound blade attack is powerful, but the mental energy consumed must be extremely terrifying. I'd like to see. You are a 25th level evolver with spiritual power. It can sustain you for several attacks. Puff, puff, puff. However, sound blades are like waves. There is no intention to stop. Crack. A crisp sound. Sulla's pair of big claws that are both offensive and defensive, which he is proud of. It was actually chopped into pieces by the sound blade. But a large number of sound blades came like a torrential rain. No less. Continue shooting at Shara madly. Sulla saw this. The pupil shrank suddenly. Uncontrollable horror flashed in his eyes. No. Why hasn't the sonic blade attack decreased? Damn it. How strong is this kid's perception? How can the mental strength be so abundant? You know, the series of sound blades just now. It is enough to exhaust the entire mental power of a level 50 evolver. But Luchin, who was only level 25. His face was normal and his expression was calm. There was no sign of mental exhaustion at all. At this moment, Luchin's perception of 2,456 points, under the increase of perception resonance, reached a terrifying 12,280 points. The average 4-dimensional attribute of a 50th level evolver is about 1,200 points. However, now, facing the sound blade that ignores physical defense, Shara didn't dare to confront him again. His strongest and most defensive claws had been shot off. No matter how hard you try, I'm afraid the next thing to be broken will be my head. Asshole. Shara's face was distorted, thinking that I was forced into such a situation by a level 25 ant. I was filled with resentment. He roared. Chapter 197 Shara's combination skills. His arms suddenly spread out. In an instant, yellow sand surges around, gathered into a mighty sand sea storm. This is Shara's A-level skill, Sand Sea Storm, the sound blade that shot towards him. Under the sweep of the sand sea storm, the speed dropped sharply, and Shara paddled with her limbs, deftly avoiding the sound blade. Then, under the cover of the yellow sand, the figure flickered, instantly burrowed into the yellow sand under my feet, disappeared without a trace. Call. Crash. The sand sea storm expanded rapidly. Luchin was swallowed up in an instant. Yellow sand like tide. It smashed towards Luchin, making a loud bang. Luchin frowned slightly. I just felt my body suddenly sink. All that was left before my eyes was a blur of chaos. In this raging sea of sand, my vision is blurry. Action is hindered. But Shara's speed increased dramatically. The sound blade emitted at this moment wants to touch Shara again. It is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Suddenly, the yellow sand under Luchin's feet trembled violently. Next, there was a loud bang. Yellow sand splashed everywhere. Shara's huge body suddenly jumped out in front of Luchin like a cocoon. I saw Shara with a hideous face. The muscles in my right arm are knotted. Lumps of bulges. That right fist as big as a car. With the roar of sonic boom, It smashed down towards Lu Chen fiercely. Now, Lu Chen is 1.8 meters tall, in front of the 15-meter-tall Shara. As small as an ant. Shara looked down at Lu Chen, his eyes full of mockery and ferocity. Hee. Humanity. I admit that your attack just now did have some tricks. But humans are just humans after all. Small body and weak power. Once I get close, there is only one outcome for you, being crushed into a meat paste by me. Boy, you dare to challenge the great Shara, die. In the roar of Shara, Lu Chen's seemingly slender hand slowly raised up, facing the huge fist as heavy as a mountain. Soon, Shara's fist collided violently with Lu Chen's palm. Bang! There was a loud bang. It was as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. Where the fists and palms collide, an unprecedented wave of terror broke out. Energy surged out like a tide. It formed a terrifying shock wave, like a giant bomb exploding. The shock wave spread out in all directions with the force of thunder. Wherever I go, the yellow sand was swept up, forming huge sand waves. The horrible impact. Even the raging sandstorm was blown to pieces in an instant. It seemed as if the whole world was trembling at this moment. The ferocity on Shara's face was still there, but his eyes were filled with uncontrollable horror. Now, the muscles in his right arm were tense, twisted like a dragon. The body trembled slightly. Obviously, he had done everything he could. However, no matter how hard he tried, the fist seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. This scene. There is only one explanation. The ant-like being in front of him was actually as powerful as himself. Thinking of this, Shara's heart suddenly shrank and almost stopped beating. He couldn't accept this fact. A mere level 25 evolver. How could he be able to compete with a level 53 boss who had just awakened to the intermediate level? Making trouble? No? Hasn't he only been in the Tianyu world for less than 7 days? Did he eat elixir during these 7 days? I have been practicing for more than 200 years to have the power I have today. Tell me now. How can a person who has only been practicing for less than 7 days catch up with me in strength? How is this possible? At this time, Lu Chen opened his right palm. He firmly resisted Shara's right fist that was as big as a mountain. Eyes narrowed slightly. I thought to myself, 12,000 points. Shara's strength is around 12,000 points. It is actually more than 3,000 points higher than the level 50 Tarion. In the previous battle with Talion, Lu Chen felt that Tarion's strength attribute was only about 9,000 points. But Shula is only 3 levels higher than Talion. How could there be such a disparity in power? Both sides are boss templates. They have all experienced awakening. Logically speaking, the levels are similar. There shouldn't be such a huge gap in strength, etc. Awakening? Lu Chen had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Suddenly remembered the information on the panel. Shara is a mid-level awakening, and Talion is only in the initial stage of awakening. Could it be that? Is this what causes the difference in properties? Unexpectedly, a difference in the level of awakening. It can actually bring such a huge attribute gap. It seems that this awakening level has a huge impact on strength. Have no idea. How awakened will I be? What kind of enhancement will it get? But these are things for the future. We still have to resolve the battle at hand first. Thinking of this, the muscles in Lu Chen's right arm tensed up. The red light surges on the body. The resonance of power erupts in full force. Next, with the blessing of 14,605 points of power, Lu Chen's right palm began to exert force. In Shara's incredulous eyes, with his right palm, he pressed down Shara's right fist. Slowly but surely moved forward. Now, Shara felt the terrifying force coming from her fist. My heart was broken. No. Brother. You are less than 2 meters tall. I am 15 meters tall. I've grown up like this. So I'm not as strong as a little thing like you? Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law? Look at it yourself. Is this reasonable? Shara was unwilling to admit his inferiority in strength. The 9 scorpion tails behind him suddenly became restless, like 9 poisonous dragons ready to strike. Extending its sharp poisonous needle, they suddenly stabbed at Lu Chen from all directions. The deadly poison contained in the scorpion's tail is enough to kill any creature below level 50. Lu Chen frowned. The figure flashed. The teleportation skill is suddenly activated. Puff, puff. 9 scorpion tails penetrated the remaining phantom of Lu Chen, throwing hard into the desert, stirring up yellow sand all over the sky. Do you also have a talent for space? Shara raised her eyebrows. Then he showed a ferocious smile. So what? Next, he suddenly drove the scorpion's tail. Inject a large amount of venom into the yellow sand. In an instant, A patch of dark green started from the scorpion's tail and spread rapidly to the surrounding areas at an astonishing speed. A-level skill, venom spreads. In an instant, the originally yellow desert turned into a horrible green poisonous swamp. At the same time, Shara controls the sandstorms around him. Make it more intense. Lu Qin's retreat was completely blocked. Human, I want to see what you can do under my trap. Shara sneered. The sandstorm blocked the view and retreat route. The venom spreads to poison the opponent. This is Shara's most proud combination skill. He used this combo several times. Poison to death an enemy who is far stronger than you. Boy, this is the first time I use this set of chain skills on an opponent below level 60. Shara said proudly. You, even if you die, will be proud enough. Chapter 198 The Magical Use of Space Talent. Oh no. The captain is in danger. He can't die. If he dies, he will become a ghost. Jack saw that the situation was critical. He quickly turned to Yunting and said, Xia Yunzi, our attacks alone probably won't be able to break the defense of this giant scorpion demon. Well, later on, you take me and fly to the top of his head, and then we'll both blow ourselves up. Let's interrupt the scorpion demon's skills and give the captain a chance to catch his breath. However, Yunting shook his head. The voice was low and said, Senior Jack, this poisonous swamp is not a threat to the master. You forgot that the master just absorbed the talent of the crystal man. And how could a crystal body be poisoned? Hey? Crystal. Right. Jack slapped his forehead. I forgot about this in my haste. Little Dumpling has just absorbed the crystal man's talent for his master. Speaking of which, Jack looked at Shara, who was using her skills with all her strength. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl. Sympathy. It's unfortunate for this guardian to run into our captain. While the two were talking, the poisonous swamp has quickly spread to Lu Qin's feet. If it is an ordinary 25th level evolver, once the feet touch, they will instantly become poisonous. His body turned into blood in tens of seconds, and he died on the spot. Seeing this, Shara, he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, human, even if you have the ability to see through the heavens and the earth, if you are contaminated by my venom, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Ha 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 ha. However, Shara was laughing, but suddenly she couldn't laugh anymore. Because Lu Qin in front of me. The original flesh and blood body. In an instant, it turned into a crystal clear body. His venom. It was impossible to penetrate the crystal body at all. A-level talent, crystal avatar. How is this possible? Shara's eyes widened, full of astonishment. How did this turn into crystal? Isn't this guy gifted in hearing? Crystal, etc. This seems to be Talian's talent, right? How come this kid can do that? Sudden, a terrifying thought came into Shara's mind. Talian. Didn't he neglect his duty? Instead, he was killed by the evolver in front of him who was only level 25. And his talent was taken away by this kid through some means. So, only this evolver can enter the awakening tower with a strength of level 25, and has the talent of Talian. Thinking of this, Shara only felt the cold wind blowing on her back. This kid is so weird. Only level 25. The fighting power is so amazing. You can also master multiple advanced talents and skills. The most important thing is, he also seems to be able to take away other people's talents. No wonder this guy didn't do the trial mission and went straight to the Pillar of Heaven. Because, if you don't let go, does this guy want to kill himself too? Thinking of this, Shara's eyes twitched slightly. The fighting spirit dissipated instantly. This human being in front of me is too weird. There is no need to fight with this freak for the so-called rules. At worst, I can leave the Tower of Awakening later. Stop being a guardian. Thinking of this, Shara cleared her throat. Pretending to be calm, he said. Human, although you have not yet completed the trial mission, you have now been recognized by the great scorpion demon Shara. Now, you can go up to the second floor of the Tower of Awakening. However, hearing this, Lu Qin, the corner of his mouth just curled up a sneer. It's too late to let them go now. Hee. Your venom incarnates your talent. I am very interested. Thinking of this, Lu Qin's mind moved. The invisible Guqin appeared in front of him again. Both hands quickly plucked the strings. A tone full of murderous aura suddenly sounded. In an instant, countless sound blades, like a violent storm, pouring towards Shara. Asshole, do you think these sound blades can hurt me in the sand sea storm? Shara roared. Really? The sound blade emitted by Lu Qin. Under the obstruction of the sand sea storm, the speed is greatly reduced. Shara could easily dodge by simply moving her scorpion legs. However, just as Shara took a hiding position, when the sound blade is about to pass. The sonic blades in the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Disappeared? Shara was stunned. But in the next second, the sky full of sound blades suddenly appeared before my eyes. Grass. Shara's pupil shrank suddenly. There was no time to react. The sound blade slashed across his body with fierce force. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Insect limbs flew everywhere. Dozens of deep wounds appeared on Shara's body in an instant. The scorpion body, several scorpion tails and legs under it were also chopped off. When Luchin saw this scene, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Done. The spatial talent can indeed be used in conjunction with other attack skills. After seeing the small world in the Awakening Tower, Luchin became obsessed with developing his space talent. After all, A-level space talent. In my own hands, I have only realized the basic application of teleportation. Its true power has yet to be tapped. Luchin tried to tear the space and condense the blade of space. However, due to insufficient understanding of space, failed repeatedly. But just now, when the sound blade slows down in the sandstorm and it is difficult to hit the target, Luchin had a flash of inspiration. Since I can use my spatial talent to teleport, can the launched attack also be teleported? With this in mind, the moment the sound blade was emitted, Luchin tried to use teleport to bring the sound blade directly in front of Shara. In this way, the sound blade saves the process of long-distance flight. It exploded right in front of Shara. It reduces the power attenuation. This caught Shara off guard again, greatly improving his hit rate. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Luchin's lips. The right hand plucks the strings again. Start string moving 9 heavens. As soon as the sonic blade was released, it disappeared without a trace again. Fuck, again. Shara's face suddenly changed, staring at the empty space in front of my eyes. Those sound blades just now appeared so suddenly. I couldn't react in time. This time, I will never fall for it again. However, as he was alert, there was a sudden wave of movement behind me. A large number of sound blades appeared out of thin air behind him, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking wind. Swish, 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 he slashed at his back fiercely. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered. Shara's thick back was chopped into a bloody mess. This sonic blade ignores physical defense. If Shara's physical attributes were not high enough, the previous round of attacks, it would be enough to cut him in half. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Shara screamed in pain. His face was full of ferocity. However, before he could react, the life-threatening piano sound rang out again. Clang, clang, clang. Next, several sound blades seemed to appear out of thin air, appearing on Shara's right. He chopped hard at his neck. Shara's pupils suddenly shrank, and the breath of death was overwhelming. At this moment, he had no time to dodge. I could only subconsciously raise my right arm to block it. However, the next second, the sound blade raged past. His strong right arm was cut off in an instant. The bloody arm fell heavily onto the sand. Chapter 199. The fight was so good, I couldn't stop. How could this happen? Leos behind him had dull eyes, mouth slightly open. I stood there in shock, completely dumbfounded. The development of events completely overturned his expectations. Facing the obstruction of the guardian Shara, this human not only acted rashly, still moving very thoroughly suppressing Shara throughout the game. No? Is level really of no use to him? Leos originally thought that. Shara, who is a 53rd level intermediate awakening and has a boss template. Even if I can't defeat this weird human, at least we can fight it on equal terms. Stop him? Can. But the result was that Shara was beaten the whole time. There wasn't even a decent counterattack. No. That's a super boss at intermediate awakening. Even if dozens of level 50 evolvers joined forces, it is also difficult to force it into such an embarrassing situation. But this human being who is only level 25, he actually suppressed Shara so miserably all by himself. Even more shocking is that, Leos thinks, this human didn't even use his true strength. As soon as this thought came up, Leo's heart suddenly tightened. An ominous feeling came over me. Later, if the Lord of Geotia Palace fights this human, could it be that we can't beat him? As soon as this idea came up, Leo shook his head violently. I find it ridiculous. Lord of Geotia Palace. That's level 60 strength. S-level talent. An extremely powerful person who has completed advanced awakening. From any angle, there was no way he could lose to a level 25 evolver. Right. It must be so. I was just scaring myself. How could the Lord of Jiuxiao Palace be unable to defeat a level 25 evolver? Hee. As Laos comforted himself. The battle under the Pillar of Heaven is drawing to a close. At this time, Shara was in a terrible state. The right arm was cut off. All 9 scorpion tails were cut off. The huge body is covered with scars of varying depths. Each one is deep enough to see the bone. The most horrifying thing is, 1/3 of his neck had been cut. In the bright red flesh, the pale cervical vertebrae are vaguely visible. The arrogance on Shara's face had long since disappeared. Instead, there was an unconcealable fear. Horrible. So scary. In less than a minute, he was cut so miserably by the overwhelming sound blades. No. I know the art of sound blade. Can ignore physical defense. The damage is truly horrific. But it can't be that perverted, right? Other people's sound blade technique. At least the speed is limited. There is also the possibility of escape. And what about the sound blade technique released by this kid? Just as I made a move last second. The next second, it was right in front of me. There's no chance to dodge at all. Isn't this the same as cheating? The most annoying thing is, damn it. This boy possesses the crystal avatar of Talion. My poison. It's no use to him yet. At this moment, Shara hated Talion. If it weren't for this idiot who provided Lu Qin with the crystal talent. Why am I so passive at this moment? Tarion, you blame me for your own failure. In the next moment, clang, clang, clang. The life-threatening piano music sounded again. Shara suddenly felt that there were dangers all around. It seems that in the next second, my neck will be cut off by a sharp blade. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the whole body. Escape. Must escape. Otherwise, you can't escape death. Shara's mind raced. The legs were paddling frantically, trying to hide in the yellow sand. However, the yellow sand that used to be as soft as water, now it is as hard as a rock. Shara pawed twice. It didn't even move. How could this happen? Shara was shocked. His eyes suddenly turned to Lu Qin. I saw Lu Qin standing tall like a peak. The feet are the roots. The yellow sand all around was tinged with a yellow glow. Earth-type talent? The power of mountains? It's you. Shara was horrified. It's me. Lu Qin's face was calm. A thought came to my mind. Several sound blades appeared behind Shara in an instant. Next. Puff. A muffled sound. Shara's huge head flew up in response. This guardian guarding the blazing sand sea just fell. In an instant. An extremely rich life energy surged out from Shara's remaining body, rushing towards Lu Qin and the little ball behind him. Ding, kill the guardian of the blazing sand sea, the poison scorpion demon Shara, level 53 boss, intermediate awakening, and gain 26.7 million life energy points. You have reached level 26. Current level 26 for 17W/1100W. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 40. Constitution plus 40. Perception plus 40. Free attributes plus 20. Guji. After the little dumpling absorbed half of the life energy, also successfully upgraded with Lu Qin. Current level 22 for 17W/1000W. Ah, Captain, you're awesome. Seeing the battle over, Jack ran over with excitement on his face. You just shot that big scorpion monster to death with your sonic blade? This big guy. I guess even if he just stands still and lets Yun Ting and I chop him down, we may not be able to kill him. However, facing Jack's rapid-fire words, Lu Qin's steps suddenly softened and his body swayed. Owner. Yun Ting was quick-witted and took a step forward. He held him firmly, looking at Lu Qin with worry on his face. Senior Jack, what happened to the master? Guji, the little grouper in the backpack. Feeling the strangeness of Lu Qin, he immediately got out of the backpack anxiously, wrapped around Lu Qin's neck. With heartache, he gently pressed Lu Qin's temple with his tentacles. Headache. Tuanzi felt that his master had a headache. Tuanzi is so distressed. Seeing this, Jack's excitement instantly faded. He stroked his chin and pondered. It seems that you are mentally overdrawn, Captain. I've been following you for so long, but this is the first time I've seen your mental power not being enough. I always thought your mental power was unlimited, right? Lu Qin glared at Jack with a pale face. I'm not a god. My mental strength is only slightly higher than that of an average person. If I use it too much, I will still be overdrawn. Saying, Lu Qin slowly sat down with Yun Ting's support, feeling the sharp pain in my mind. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This string moving for 9 days is combined with teleportation. It is fun to use. Strong attack. The enemy can hardly dodge. The amount of mental energy consumed is simply too astonishing. Even if he activated the perception resonance and had a full 12,000 points of perception. But when we were fighting Shara just now, I only want to make a quick decision. The result was not contained. I accidentally exhausted my mental energy. Chapter 200, 10,000 units of golden fur, got rich? This is the first time since Lu Chen traveled to the Tianyu world. This is the first time I have used up my mental strength to the point of exhaustion. After a short rest, Lu Chen hugged Taozi into his arms, gently comforting. Don't worry, it's just that my mental strength is overdrawn. I will recover in a few hours. Guji. Oh my, Captain, this is not something that can be solved in a few hours. It will take at least 12 hours to recover your mental strength. Jack stamped his feet, frowning. In this case, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. Lu Chen listened. I couldn't help but shook my head. He smiled bitterly. I thought time was running out, so I had to get rid of Shara quickly to complete the mission. I didn't expect that my haste would waste even more time. More haste makes waste. Master, I can fly. How about I go to the second floor to explore and find out where the teleportation array in the sea area is? Yunting suggested. Don't worry. The level of creatures in the Awakening Tower is too high. Even if you and Jack have the boss template, it won't be enough here. I'll recover first, and we'll go up together later. Lu Chen closed his eyes and spoke calmly. Hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed across Yunting's face. He bowed his head and said, Master, it is Yunting who is incompetent. If I were stronger, I would definitely be able to help you. You are already the best among your peers. However, you need to be at level 50 to explore this place. It is understandable that you feel overwhelmed. Lu Chen closed his eyes and responded calmly. But the master is only level 26, but he can easily kill the guardian, while it takes a lot of effort for me to deal with an ordinary sand scorpion. Yunting clenched his fists. His eyes were full of resentment. Lu Chen's strength is improving too fast. It was so fast that it frightened Yunting, even though I also have a boss template. Envied by others. But he still felt that he could not compare with Lu Chen. Hey, Shiyunzi, don't compete with the captain. Jack was picking his nose. Interjected. The captain has Taozi as his cheat. Compared with him, we are just asking for trouble. We are in the Awakening Tower right now. We should find some herbs or potions that can improve our attributes and enhance our potential. Then complete an advanced awakening here, and then I should be able to help the captain. Lu Chen was closing his eyes to rest and recover his mental strength. Hearing Jack's words, his eyes snapped open. Medicine? That's right. After the Netherworld upgrades, the fleet store should also have new stock. Is there any suitable medicine? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately clicked on Netherworld's fleet store panel. Really? The inside has been completely renovated. There are several more categories. 1. Pharmaceuticals. 2. Equipment. 3. Materials. 4. Special category. When you see the medicine category, Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. Lu Chen quickly clicked on the category. There were several kinds of medicines on display inside. Sea marrow strengthening fluid, bronze primary, a potion extracted from deep sea marrow stone, with a rich color. After taking it, it can permanently improve physical fitness by 10 points. A very precious potion, but each person can only drink 3 bottles. Contribution points required for exchange, 300 points. Wind Spirit Speed Dew, bronze primary, collected from the howling sea breeze, carefully refined by the pharmacist, contains the lightness of the wind element, and will permanently increase agility by 10 points after taking it. Although only the first 3 bottles will have an effect, the permanently increased attributes are priceless. Contribution points required for exchange, 300 points. There were several kinds of goods on display in front of me. They are all potions that can permanently increase attributes. This kind of thing. In the eyes of other evolvers, it may be a priceless treasure. But in Lu Chen's eyes, they are like chicken ribs. Because these potions are not only expensive, but bronze-level potions are actually equivalent to silver-level weapons. The key is, the effect is not very good. Just increase 10 attributes. And limit drinking to 3 times. Compared with Taozi's ability, it's simply not worth mentioning. You know, Taozi can randomly ingest the corpse of a 20th level sea beast, which can bring more than 20 points of attribute improvement. Not to mention that you can also absorb talents. Lu Chen shook his head. His eyes continued to scan downward. Sudden, one item caught Lu Chen's attention. Spiritual Calming Seaweed Agent, bronze primary. It is extracted from seaweed in the deep sea of tranquility. It is emerald green in color and has a pleasant fragrance. After drinking it, you can restore your mental strength. Yes, this is the famous blue medicine. However, Don't think about using it in battle, because as long as the user's breath is unstable, the potion will become ineffective. Contribution points required for exchange, 300 points. A blue medicine that can restore mental strength? Isn't this exactly what I need right now? Very good. Lu Qin was about to exchange it. But he found that he only had 50 contribution points left. Not enough contribution points. However, Yang Zimo and his men should have plundered a lot of resources on Naga Island before. It should be able to exchange for a lot of contribution points. Thinking of this, Lu Qin quickly opened the fleet warehouse. What comes into view is the pile of wood, and a large number of iron, ore, copper, ore, animal skins, and magic stones. There are also sea beast crystal cores of various classes, and a large two-masted frigate. It seems that we in the Netherworld have accumulated a lot of resources during this period of time. Lu Qin muttered to himself. Then he clicked on the wood panels that were the most numerous in the warehouse. Golden fir 10,000, high-grade black iron, intermediate grade wood with golden veins, an excellent material for building and upgrading ships. Intermediate grade wood is very valuable. If you find a forest of golden fir, congratulations, you've made a fortune. Golden fir, a mid-grade wood? A gleam of light flashed in Lu Qin's eyes. This is an important material for upgrading ships. It can be called a strategic resource. Unexpectedly, there are actually tens of thousands of units stored in the warehouse. Presumably, this is after the fall of the Naga royal court. The resources and spoils plundered by Yang Zimo and others on Naga Island. Tens of thousands of units of black iron and high-grade wood. What a huge fortune this is. Although it took a lot of effort to kill the Naga King. But now it seems that the harvest was also extremely rich. Although intermediate grade wood is a strategic material and should be stockpiled, we won't need 10,000 of them. Lu Qin thought for a moment. I made a decisive decision to exchange 5,000 units of golden fir for contribution points. Ding, consume golden fir 5,000, high-level black iron, exchange for contribution points, 35,000. Current contribution points, 15,050 points. Looking at the skyrocketing contribution points, Lu Qin felt delighted. War is indeed the fastest way to get rich. Kill a high-level small force. 10,000 units of golden fir looted. If all are converted into contribution points, it's as high as 30,000 points.